The schoolgirl in black stockings cried and shouted that she wanted to have a baby for you. The popular female internet celebrity even begged to be able to make progress with you. Even international superstars are not afraid of losing fans and announced that they want to marry you. The whole world is filled with scenes of jealousy and envy for you, but you only love the no. 8 technician at the foot bath shop downstairs because the girls here will always bring you a warm foot bath water, washing away the mud from walking in the world. At this moment, you are squatting at the door of the foot bath shop, smoking a cigarette silently, with empty eyes as if your body has been hollowed out. Suddenly, there is the sound of the door opening behind you, and a fairly good-looking girl walks out. She shakes the cigarette in her hand and says, "Handsome guy, can I borrow a lighter?" She smiles, with a hot figure that arouses desire in people. Your mind is filled with inappropriate thoughts. You take out a lighter and bring it close to her chest. The flame illuminates her cleavage, full and abundant, like a deep abyss between 2 high mountains that is hard to look away from. The girl lit a cigarette, turned her head and glanced at you, and laughed when she saw your dumbfounded expression. Teasingly said, "What's wrong? Weren't you just looking for number 8? The girl saw that the guy in front of her looked silly, took a puff of her cigarette and blew it in your face. You men are so fussy. You come here but hesitate and make all sorts of excuses. Don't even think about number 8 anymore. Let me tell you, she has all sorts of gynecological diseases. Customers have come to cause trouble for her. Our manager kicked her out. We told everyone that she got married, but she actually went to see a doctor." Listening to the woman's gossip, you were shocked. You never expected that the number 8 you were so obsessed with turned out to be a piece of junk. The girl next to you came closer and pressed her chest against your hand. "Handsome, I've just started this job. It's very clean. Do you want to give it a try?" At this moment, you were aroused by her seduction. After hesitating for a moment, you wanted to see if she was really clean. But at this moment, a beep sounded in your mind, followed by lines of code flashing. After a few seconds, a line of small text appeared, activating the auxiliary scanning function. You were first shocked, then ecstatic. Is this the legendary system? From now on, can I also cheat? As soon as you think about becoming a hanging loser in the future, you can't wait to kneel down and kowtow to the system. Please activate this system for the consumption of opposite sex with a charm value of 90. Before you can react, a blue scanning window appears in your line of sight, which can be opened and closed with your mind. You think about it and look at the girl next to you. A few lines of information about the girl appear above her head. Name, Wang Suweifan. Age, 31. Charm, 72. Number of love affairs, 349. Note, the number of love affairs can also be regarded as the number of people you have wrestled with. You see the information of the girl next to you clearly and are dumbfounded. This woman has served 349 people. She dares to say that she has just started and you have almost been fooled if it weren't for the system. With so many people, there must be some diseases. You immediately stand up and firmly refuse her invitation. You look into the store and there is not a single girl with a score higher than 80. You decisively ride away on your bike, ignoring Wang Suweifan's desperate retention. Activating the system is a major event in life. How can you waste time in this kind of gutter? Along the way, you keep scanning the surroundings, looking for a beautiful girl with a score of 90. But now it's late at night and there are not many people on the street. Occasionally, a few girls pass by, but they are just average. However, after some exploration, you find that this scanning function can obtain the information of a person as long as you can see their appearance and figure. So you have a sudden idea. Take out your phone, open the album, and find a photo of a beautiful girl. Use the scanning function to scan it and surprisingly, the charm value can also be displayed on the photo. You swipe through them one by one and quickly stop at a particularly beautiful photo. The information shows, name, Fuding, age, 25, charm, 93, number of relationships, 4. She was your classmate during college, universally recognized as the campus belle, and she looks like a fairy. You thought it would be impossible to have any relationship with her in the future, but unexpectedly, an activated system gives you the courage to face this girl. This time, you decide to go all out and activate your precious system no matter what. You dig out a saved number, send a friend request, and anxiously sit in the car waiting for the result. Your feet keep shaking, and you've never been so nervous in your life. You worry that Xia Ting will not agree to be friends, worry that the system will slip away, and worry that this system is rubbish. You have read thousands of novels and have never seen a system that needs the host to activate it manually. It's usually a beep and then straight to business. Where does it need any consumption to activate it with the opposite sex? Could this system be a bootlicker? Lost in thought, Xia Ting accepted the friend request and greeted you with a hello. Excited for a moment, you put aside all the messy thoughts. Since it's about consumption, the red envelope should count. You open the red envelope and enter 1 yuan. Then you hesitate and think, Would it be too shabby to send a 1 yuan red envelope? What if they find it unworthy? After much hesitation, you finally decide to add a 0 and send it. Then, the red envelope is accepted, and you immediately hear the most wonderful sound in the world. Ding! The consumption is successful. Activate the licking dog system. When consuming a beauty with a manhwa value of 90 or above, you can use the licking dog fund for settlement. The current fund balance is 0. 1 yuan in cash can be exchanged for 10,000 yuan in licking dog fund. And the goddess's favorability will be increased to 80, admiration. The full amount spent on the goddess will be refunded in cash. And the goddess's favorability will be increased to 100, wholehearted devotion. And you can receive strategy rewards. Damn! It's really a licking dog. And you have to spend money. You always play games with pirated versions. And even reading books is free. You have never spent a penny. Now you have to spend money. And you always feel like you're being taken advantage of. If it weren't for these voices happening in your head, and an extra gold card appearing out of thin air, you would never believe in this licking dog system. According to the system prompt, you hesitated and added 10 yuan inside. Ding! The system balance is 100,000 yuan. Is this only 100,000 yuan? It looks so casual. Even without the first recharge gift pack, it has a bit of the taste of a trashy web game. You sneer and don't even know if you can spend this 100,000 yuan. With a series of operations, you bind the newly appeared gold card to your account. Just then, Xia Ting replied with a message. Who are you? How dare you send me 10 yuan? Seeing Xia Ting's questioning, your cheeks blush and you feel embarrassed, not knowing how to reply. You want to say something to save face. Suddenly, your phone receives a red envelope reminder. You open it and see that it's a red envelope sent by Xia Ting, exactly 20 yuan. With a message attached, I'm returning the money to you. Goodbye. It seems like I've been slapped in the face. You can clearly hear the sound of money hitting your face. 20 yuan is not much, but it hurts. Come to think of it, there are so many people chasing after her. 10 yuan red envelope is indeed stingy. You are afraid of being blocked. So you quickly said, wait a minute. Then click on transfer. Enter 1, followed by 5 zeros. You want to try if this system is reliable or not. Anyway, your balance is only a little over 10,000. If it exceeds that, you can't send it anyway. But what you didn't expect is that the transfer was successful. Your eyes widened. The system balance can really be converted into money. When you pressed those 5 zeros, you thought it was a joke. You have never had more than 100,000 in savings in your life. Transferring out so much money at once made you feel like your heart was being cut with a knife. You thought it would be great if this money could be refunded to your own card. What? Account suspension? I'm sorry. I was wrong. As soon as you heard the title, you immediately surrendered. Stealing chickens won't work anymore. The gameplay of this game should be to spend money on women to increase their favorability in order to cash out. When you think that as long as the favorability reaches 80 points, you can get back the money you invested in being a lapdog. Your eyes light up again. You quickly deposited 5,000 yuan into the system and looked at the 8-digit number in the fund, counting it over and over again, excitedly slapping your thigh. To be honest, if you have to spend this money to impress her, you can do it in any way possible. But it's unclear whether the campus bell will fall for this. If she considers money as nothing, then you should switch targets as soon as possible. Back in college, I heard that this campus belle often drove a BMW or Mercedes-Benz in and out of the school. I thought we were the same kind of people, but she hasn't accepted the mobile transfer for a long time, which makes you a little anxious. On the other hand, in an ordinary suite, Xia Ting was stunned after counting the transfer amount. She had just received a 10 yuan red envelope. She thought you were just a poor loser. Usually, when unfamiliar people send her red envelopes, they are at least a couple hundred yuan, and sometimes even 520 and 1314. Who would be so stingy to send a 10 yuan red envelope? After she replied with 20 yuan, she was about to take a screenshot and post it on her moments to mock and say she encountered a loser. But immediately after that, you transferred 100,000 yuan to her, which completely stunned her. Is this some new scam? She calmly asked. What do you mean by this? It doesn't mean anything. I just want to get to know you again. Xia Ting clicked on your moments, wanting to see who you really are, but it showed that moments can only be seen for 3 days. After thinking for a while without any clue, she straightforwardly asked, who are you? You quickly replied with 2 words, Xin Feng. Xia Ting thought carefully and finally remembered that he was her classmate in college, an ordinary looking, poor boy. Could it be that he is now successful? Looking at the tempting transfer information, she resisted the urge to accept it directly. Afraid of appearing materialistic, Xia Ting thought for a moment and sent a voice message with dignity. What do you want to do? You hear the goddess's melodious voice, and for a moment, Your heart races. You boldly send a message saying, I want. Xia Ting knows this joke, and a blush appears on her cheeks. Faced with such straightforward teasing, she is annoyed. Usually, when encountering such light-hearted people, she would block them. However, considering that this guy transferred 100,000 yuan from the beginning, Xia Ting is willing to give you another chance. Why did you transfer money to me? This is a little token of my appreciation. Consider it a gift for our meeting. There are no additional conditions. Absolutely none. Xia Ting became suspicious. Is there really someone who would use 100,000 yuan as a gift for a meeting? What kind of person would dare to be so arrogant? She's seen a lot of rich second-generation people with money. No one had ever thrown out $100,000 right off the bat. Faced with this huge transfer, she was a bit cautious, because she had the experience of taking money and being asked for it back before. She asked again with special solemnity, is it an active gift? Received a crisp answer. Yes. Xia Ting dragged the screen back and forth, repeatedly looked at the chat record, felt that there is no problem after. Only then did she excitedly click on receive. Hearing the sound of gold coins falling into her pocket, she excitedly clicked on her WeChat balance and saw that there was unsurprisingly an extra $100,000, and a bright smile appeared on her face. Mr. Qin Feng is so generous. Did you get rich recently? Qin Feng did not reply to the message, because he was studying the expanded information that appeared in his head. Goddess database update. Name, Xia Ting. Age, 25. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 53 kilograms. Charm, 93. Occupation, beauty sales. Characteristics, tongue kissing. Favorability, 15. Acquaintance. Number of love affairs, 4. Rate or reward, super body. Amount spent, 100,000 RMB. Qin Feng straightened up after reading it and called out, good guy. A goddess deserves to be a goddess. Her characteristics are different. Rate or reward is also very good. Super strong body sounds very domineering. It's just that I don't know if I can manage with these thousands of dollars. No matter what. First smash a $10 million to try and see how deep the water is. Anyway, $10 million is equivalent to $1,000. Qin Feng's eyes firm up and replied. Recently invested to earn a little. You are still in Jiangcheng? Yes. I work in Jiangcheng to earn a dead wage. Not as good as you free enterprise big bosses. As long as you are still in Jiangcheng, it's a good thing. Qin Feng took the initiative to launch an attack. Are you free to get together tomorrow? Xia Ting was torn. Just the two of us? Qin Feng joked. If you're afraid that I'll eat you up, you can call out more people. Xia Ting hesitated for a while, her eyes glancing at the transfer records, before she returned as if she had made up her mind. Okay, where should we meet? You decide. Wanda Plaza. I work here. Ness. I didn't expect to be able to ask the schoolgirl out so smoothly. Qin Feng rubbed his hands with excitement like a fly. It feels like this game isn't that hard. He was secretly excited. In the past, even if he had asked her out, he wouldn't have dared to meet her. But now looking at so many zeros in the system, extraordinarily confident. As the saying goes, money is the courage of the hero. He is not a hero, but now he has a lot of courage. Back home, it was already more than 12 o'clock. The house he rented is a less than 40 square feet of dilapidated cottage. There is no decoration. All rough, even the floor is not paved, or cement floor. The four walls are broken and you can see the red bricks. Decent furniture is not a piece, but the monthly rent is very cheap. Qin Feng was exhausted after a long day of work. Lying on the hard-board bed, staring at the system in his head, he giggled out loud, thinking that with this thing, what kind of bullshit security guard will he be tomorrow? Every day pestering the schoolgirl to mix food and drink does not smell good. He fantasized about the good life and soon fell asleep. The next day, he woke up and confirmed that the system was still there. He then fired his boss in a hurry, took off his security uniform, which symbolizes a guard dog, and threw it into the trash. Then rode an electric donkey to Wanda to find Xia Ting. It was a weekday, but the mall was still full of people. Qin Feng parked his car and came to the agreed location. From a long distance, he saw the goddess he dreamed of in college, standing next to the fountain in the square. Xia Ting was dressed especially sexy. The upper body was a V-neck white long-sleeved shirt that was a little transparent in the afternoon sun. It made the white lace hidden, and her full and erect figure made her clothes slightly smaller, unable to cover her slender waist. Lower body black small short skirt. A pair of white light tender jade legs are still wearing black stockings, stepping on high heels to highlight a straight and slender. Her face deliberately put on exquisite light makeup, so that the stunning features appear somewhat mature. The once soulful and beautiful big eyes were now full of countless flavors. Only the long black and shiny hair was draped over her shoulders, gently swaying with the wind. As it was at that time, Qin Feng looked a little dumbfounded. this black silk school flower in the crowd overly dazzling point. The men who passed by would more or less unconsciously look at her. There were even bold ones like Qin Feng who stood still and admired her with a straight face. Qin Feng. Xia Ting turned her head and recognized Qin Feng, who hadn't changed much from back then. With a holler, Qin Feng was awakened and quickened his pace, coming to her smilingly. Classmate Xia Ting, hello again, you're still as charming as ever. Somehow, after having the system, despite being a little nervous in his heart, he didn't show any timidity on his face and spoke very calmly. Thanks for the compliment. Xia Ting pulled the corner of her mouth and smiled slightly, quietly sizing up this man, about 1.78 in height, thick eyebrows and big eyes, a little bit of a handsome look, smiling like a spring breeze, only the clothes are a little pricey. The more you look at it, the more you feel like Taba 992 t-shirts. Then looked down at his somewhat old sneakers. She blushed a little unnaturally. This person's dress how to look not like rich people. How could he give her $100,000 as a gift? She couldn't figure it out. Even if a rich person doesn't pay attention to his appearance and dresses casually, he can't be as shabby as him. The body from head to toe are cheap goods, the same as before. Then look at his wrist bear. Not even a watch. How can he afford to send 100,000 yuan to meet the gift? For a split second, she suddenly had an absurd thought. Could it be that this $100,000 was his entire belongings? Just to ask himself to meet? This is 250. Qin Feng was completely unaware that the schoolgirl had taken him for an ingrate. Looking at the bubbly schoolgirl in front of him, he smiled brightly and, I feel like you look a little prettier now than you did in school. Qin Feng's skill at picking up girls was a bit of a rookie, but what he said was all true. In the past, in school, schoolgirls wore skirts mostly with bare legs, very innocent looking. Now wearing black silk after entering society, not only does she look mature, but she also gives people a feeling of being pure and lustful. Yes? Xia Ting was happy to hear such a blunt and embarrassing blow, but her expression was still a little embarrassed. She used her hand to gently wind her hair around, then asked as if she was pretending not to notice. It seems like I didn't see you drive over. Qin Feng didn't dare to tell the truth. He drove a second-hand Yachty. The battery has been replaced. Can run 80 kilometers. Saying it like this feels like it will be disliked. So he bluffed, I saw the distance is close. So I walked over. Oh, Xia Ting glanced at Qin Feng suspiciously and didn't ask any further questions. After all, asking someone what kind of car they drove when they just met was too direct and appeared to be impolite. Qin Feng diverted his attention. Do you work here? Xia Ting naturally replied. Yeah, selling skincare products on the second floor of the mall. Qin Feng was afraid of disturbing people's work and asked one more question. Are you okay to come out like this? Xia Ting didn't think so. It's fine. There are other people in the store. After the two of them asked and answered questions like this, they ran out of topics. The scene was a bit quiet for a while. Qin Feng saw such a beautiful goddess, standing there playfully, slightly nervous and didn't know what to say. In order to prevent embarrassment, he proposed, then why don't we go shopping together? Xia Ting hesitated for a moment. Originally, when she promised him to come out, she had already prepared for a shopping date. She had purposely changed her clothes and even made up her makeup. But she didn't expect this man to dress so casually, and she didn't know to dress nicely when she went out to meet girls. As if he didn't pay attention to this meeting at all. She lowered her head, her eyes turned around, her expression was a little reluctant. Shopping with this man felt a bit humiliating. If the people in the mall who knew her saw that she was with this kind of low-grade man, she didn't know how they would make up about her, but she didn't know how to politely refuse. After all, the $100,000 that this man had given himself in real money was worth a year's salary for her. Whether or not it was his entire fortune, there was no reason for her to throw her face at him. She thought about it and finally sighed. Just think of it as accompanying clients. It's a good way to make money, not too shabby. What does it matter if she accompanies him for a day for nothing? Anyway, after shopping, she would never return this money. Having made up her mind, she reveals a formulaic fake smile and says back, okay. Qin Feng smiles along with her. If there's anything you want to buy, you can tell me and I'll buy it for you. Really fake? Xia Ting raised her eyes, her expression a little unbelievable, re-examined the man in front of her seriously and carefully. There wasn't that look of inferiority in his eyes. There was only flaunting and complacency. What, you don't believe me? Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. No. I just feel that we're not too familiar. It's not good to spend your money like this. Xia Ting's eyes flickered. We've known each other for so many years. We're still not familiar. Qin Feng smiled and joked. This man's appearance was unassuming, but his speech was unusually confident. This could not help but make Xia Ting doubt her judgment. Could it be that he was hiding something deep and deliberately pretending to be poor? Was this a special fetish of the rich? She dwelled on it for a while, but she was still ruthless and took the initiative to take Qin Feng's hand. No matter what, just for this $100,000, it was worth her gambling once. Then I'll take you to the place where I work to have a look. Xia Ting smiled sweetly. Qin Feng's heart trembled as he was taken by the arm. Mom, you're so enthusiastic as soon as you come up? He feels that his arm is surrounded by a strange gentleness. Side-eye look. Jade hands slender as tender catkin. Green silk strands of pity. This picture instantly let his face slightly red, and even produce a hint of impulse. Passing pedestrians could not help but look at them. The girl looks delicate and beautiful. A pure desire wind dress looks glorious. The boy beside her, on the other hand, looked like a loser, with a cocktail head and a face of embarrassment. Looking at how close the two were, they must have had a great relationship. They sighed for this extremely beautiful girl. This was properly a flower stuck in cow dung. The same cow dung. Why not stick it on yourself? I also don't know what method this man used to trick such a beautiful girl into his hands. He is taller than him, more handsome than him. There is no reason not to see himself awe. The passing boys had a face of hatred, their eyes red as if they were going to drip blood. The key piece of cow dung was still staring at the girls bare. They were completely autistic, and for a moment felt unlovable. Xia Ting's afterglow also glanced at Qin Feng's piggish appearance, secretly pleased with her own charm, but deliberately pretended to be invisible. Girls dressed up carefully just to win the eyes of onlookers. The more direct the gaze, the more it would make them secretly happy. Disclaimer, it's none of the author's business to get beaten up for looking carelessly. After the two stood on the handheld elevator, Xia Ting couldn't stand his undisguised gaze, which caused her to pinch him, umphing delicately. Have you seen enough? Qin Feng hemmed and hawed. Sorry, eyes out of control. Xia Ting's eyes flowed, gently gouging him out, looking like she was angry, but still had no intention of letting go of her hand. Qin Feng was mesmerized by her 10,000 flavorful glance. Sniffing the faint perfume flavor of the person next to him, he gets a little drunk for a while. Walking legs are floating. He never expected that the first time he met Xia Ting would be so enthusiastic. And this woman dressed cool. In this cold air mall, the body is slightly cold. Holding his arm unconsciously a little harder. Qin Feng is a first time. How can he resist this temptation? This woman seemed like a hot fire, burning his body hotter and hotter. Xia Ting felt the temperature coming from Qin Feng's arm and even asked curiously, Qin Feng, why are you so warm? Qin Feng couldn't tell the truth and held his face red. Luckily, it didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at her place of work. HR alphabet sign. Helene counter. The store is not big, but the decoration is brilliant. A variety of lights shining, cosmetics shiny. There was only one beautiful woman in the store wearing a white overalls, like a nurse. Seeing Xia Ting holding a strange man's hand, looking very close, greeted. Ting Ting, brought a friend here? Yes, Sister Yun. This is my old classmate. Qin Feng. This is Sister Yun who takes care of me very well. Xia Ting introduced the two. Qin Feng nodded at the beautiful woman in front of him. The woman looked to be in her 30s, and was quite pretty, but her makeup was a bit thick, reflecting a bright white luster under the spotlight. It looked and felt a bit strange. Qin Feng didn't dare to look at it more, just glanced at it and turned his head away. Sister Yun was the store manager here. She had known Xia Ting for a long time. Seeing that Qin Feng's outfit didn't look like high-grade goods, her eyes turned a bit strange. She had seen a few men around Xia Ting, but she had never seen a guy like this who was not groomed and dressed so casually. She still knows Xia Ting better. She is a girl with a very high heart, and she is especially picky about boys. Normally speaking, she should not be able to look at such hangers-on. What was going on today? She wondered in her heart, but her expression management was spot on, smiling politely and greeting. There's a sofa over there. Feel free to sit. Qin Feng thanked her and did not sit down on the sofa. Instead, in the store to a wide range of cosmetics. A fine view up. What white bandage, black bandage cream. Price tag 5,800 yuan. What Boboe serum. The price tag is 4,800 yuan. And what skin care set? Labeled price 12,800 yuan. He casually picked up a small bottle, weighed in his hand. Light and fluffy weight is not actually dare to sell more than 3,000. A little scary. Sister Yun on the counter saw Qin Feng messing with the store's treasures and opened her mouth to remind. But on the face of Xia Ting and hard to hold back. Xia Ting's skin is very tender. It is her living signboard. Many people come to buy skin care products from her because they see Xia Ting, and the sales are all supported by her. So she didn't dare to offend Xia Ting easily. Just look at Qin Feng's gaze became disgusted. He's a country bumpkin who hasn't seen the world, and he's hairy. If you break it, I don't know if you can afford to pay for it. Seeing Qin Feng playing with the valuables, Xia Ting hurriedly reminded, be careful, this is very expensive. Qin Feng smiled. For him yesterday, this thing was indeed expensive, but now the system had knocked the price down. It was only 30 cents. No panic at all, okay? Qin Feng asked. Do you like it? Xia Ting followed his words and laughed. I like it. You buy it for me? She now has a certain expectation of Qin Feng, although dressed poorly, but the 100,000 yuan in the phone cannot be false. Qin Feng said, I'm not familiar with these cosmetics. You like which one-time package? I'll pay the bill. Xia Ting could not imagine that Qin Feng would dare to say this, and immediately her eyes were rippling with surprise as she looked at him. Really? Qin Feng was stared at by the schoolgirl's adoring eyes. His whole body was a bit fluttery, and he couldn't help but start pretending. Of course, you can empty the store. A rough calculation here is only a few million. Within the range of affordability. Expensive, yes, but as long as Xia Ting could increase her favor with herself, it was blood money. Ha! Sister Yun heard Qin Feng bragging from afar and didn't hold back, bursting out laughing. She was amused by Qin Feng, thinking that this person is dressed like this. He also has the nerve to boast. I'm afraid he's not here to be funny. Qin Feng didn't get angry when he heard someone letting out a shameful laugh. Instead, he looked excited. Martyr! This plot of pretending to hit the face is finally my turn. He was familiar with so many novels and was no stranger to this situation. It was estimated that Sister Yun would issue a taunt next, and then Xia Ting would then look at himself with skepticism from the sidelines, waiting for Lousy to fling out a few million, brighten their dog eyes, and then hold one in one hand to go hee hee hee. But the reality was completely different from what he thought. When Sister Yun saw Qin Feng looking at herself, she immediately revealed an apologetic smile and even bowed slightly and nodded her head. Her posture was very low, as if the laughter just now was just a funny joke that she heard. She was in the service business and didn't dare to clash with the guests at all. If there was a scandal, the company would definitely be on the side of the customer, even if it was a poor boy. For so many years, there were very few news stories on the internet about sales clerks of big brands looking down on their customers. Even if there was, it was rare, and the ones that made it to the news were isolated cases. And most of the normal store clerks would just hide and whisper bad things. Accidentally laughing out loud is understandable, but after that, the attitude must be correct, so that people can't pick faults, and it's okay to apologize if necessary. Xia Ting, who was on the side, even pretended that she didn't hear Sister Yun's laughter in general as she marveled at Qin Feng. Wow, I didn't expect student Qin to be so rich now. Hearing Xia Ting's voice, 10,000 reasons floated through Qin Feng's heart. You guys got the script wrong. The plot shouldn't be like this. How am I supposed to act like this and hit my face like this? Xia Ting skillfully walked into the counter, bent down and took out a box of larger sets from inside and said to Qin Feng, is it okay if I take a New Year's set? It costs 38,000. She had the intention to try Qin Feng's strength. Deliberately, she took the most expensive set. Since he dared to say that he could move anything, he should be a bit strong. Xia Ting quietly observed Qin Feng's expression. If she showed the slightest bit of difficulty, she would immediately change to a cheaper loose piece so that the other party could get off the hook. Qin Feng's whole body is bad. Only 38,000? Is there any mistake? Let the foreigner next door see still think I cannot afford it. Give me 10 sets. 1 set for each person. Qin Feng was afraid that Xia Ting wouldn't give him a chance to pretend and advised. Is 1 box enough? Do you want 2 more boxes? Seeing him spending money so indifferently, Xia Ting happily bounced a bit, as cute as a jade rabbit. Enough is enough. 1 box can be used for most of the year. Thank you, brother Qin Feng. Qin Feng's eyes shake along with her body. It's too eye-catching. And calling herself brother. The voice is soft, sticky, like summer ice cream, icy and full of sweetness. I want to take a bite. Qin Feng looked at the little white rabbit in front of him, his eyes glowing with a ghostly green light. Xia Ting hugged the box in her hands. Her heart was happy and she smiled sweetly at him. Xia Ting favorability +5. It also adds favorability. At this moment, Qin Feng was smiling foolishly. The curved corners of his mouth could be used to hang mineral water. He genuinely wanted to empty this store and give it to Xia Ting this time. Qin Feng said enthusiastically, do you really not need it? Look at what else you have to take here. Don't be polite with me. The store has most of the things in the set, and Helene's skincare is considered expensive. Ordinary people can't afford to use it. That's fine. Let's go to another store to take a look. Qin Feng felt a pang of pity when he saw her contented look, nor did he insist on buying more. Picking up girls is a psychological battle. Spending money wrongly is a big demerit. He pulled out his gold card and waved it in front of the dazed Sister Yun's eyes, reminding her, beauty, swipe your card. Only then did Sister Yun react, taking the card with both hands and saying in a panic, oh, good, good. She had just been thinking about what kind of person Qin Feng was. More than $30,000 of skin care products said to buy, casually as if they were buying groceries. Could it be that she had looked away and this was really a rich man? With the card swiped, the machine was spitting out the small ticket. She looked deeply at Chin Fong. That's right. That girl had such a high vision. How could the man she was looking at be a poor man? Chin Fong kept staring at Sister Yun's expression, hoping to see a hint of mockery on her face. Wasn't she laughing out loud before? If she could say something conspiratorial now, then he himself could rightfully shout out that classic line, "What's here? I'll take care of it." For not being able to pretend to hit his face, he had always held a grudge. He just quietly looked at Sister Yun, hoping that she would give himself a chance. But after looking at her for a while, he only saw that Sister Yun's face, which was wearing a faint smile, suddenly and inexplicably turned red. This could scare Chin Fong. Numb nuts. Seka, what are you blushing about? Sister Yun saw Chin Fong leaning his hand on the counter and slouching his body to keep looking at himself with a smile on his face, and thought that he had taken an interest in himself. She smoothed the broken hair around her ears, glanced at Xia Ting who was packing her own bag beside her, and revealed an intriguing smile, clamping her soft voice and saying with intent, "Mr. Chin is really so bold. He's such a good match for our Xia Ting. Big sister, can you not smile so flippantly when you say that?" Chin Fong pulled the corner of his mouth. Just now this woman looked at herself like she was looking at a country bumpkin. Now that she's paid up, she's smiling like a chrysanthemum. God knows what's going on in this woman's head. He smiled perfunctorily, reaching for the gold card she handed over. He suddenly noticed this woman's hand, hooked in his own. Raising his head, he then looked at her beautiful eyes with a teasing look. What does this mean? One was teased by an ant? Chin Fong was filled with shock. Looking at the ant who was pretending to be shy, there was a crouch in his throat that was slow to speak. Big sister, you're not. Chin Fong swept his eyes at her figure. No comparison to the proud Xia Ting. Then look at the powder on her face. Thick like scraping putty. At once, he shook his head firmly at her. Not a single word was said. Deeply afraid of her misunderstanding, he is still clear about what is more important than what is less important. Don't pick up the sesame and lose the watermelon. Moreover, Sister Yun's profile shows that she is 39 years old, with a charisma value of 67 and a number of relationships of 59. Good guy. Quite a wide range of connections. Sister Yun's smile froze. Obviously he took the initiative to make a secret glance at himself. How did he agree to it? But instead he rejected it so mercilessly? It cannot be because just laugh at him that sound. Intentionally make himself embarrassed, right? Her heart angry teeth itchy, viciously glared at him. Classless man. Chin Fong saw the two eyebrows wrinkled together on her forehead, fearing that she would squeeze the powder out of her face into creases, and fled in fear. Xia Ting didn't see their exchange and said to Sister Yun, "Sister Yun, put the stuff in the store first. Let's go somewhere else to shop." Sister Yun forced a smile and said, "All right, you guys play your games." Xia Ting naturally took Chin Feng's hand again. "Brother Chin Fong, where are we going next?" Chin Fong thought for a moment. "To wherever you want to go." Xia Ting was a bit embarrassed. She wanted to go shopping at Chanel. She wanted to LV. But old classmates meet. Just pull people to go to this kind of expensive place. It seems that she is very material seems. But this kind of Kai Z, missed this time. I do not know, there is no chance in the future. She tangled for a while, timidly raised her head and tried to Chin Fong. "I want to go see the Chanel bag." Chin Fong waved his hand. "Go." And Xia Ting's eyes bristled as she watched him agree so readily. This was obviously a real big shot. So powerful. It's too bad to fish only once. It should be fine-tuned and taken slowly. Xia Ting looked at his clothes and had an idea in her heart. "But, it's always me who buys. Don't you have anything you want to buy?" Chin Fong showed off. "I don't care. Too lazy to spend money on myself." Xia Ting pinched up his clothes. "How can that be? Look at this t-shirt on you, are white and yellow. Courtesy. I'll buy you a few better ones." Chin Fong was a little embarrassed, and pondered. You spent so much for me. Also let me return some gifts. Show a little bit of heart." Xia Ting had rich fishing experience. Knowing to appropriately show her concern for him, she couldn't just keep asking for it. Chin Fong had no reason to reject Xia Ting's feelings, accompanied her into the Armani store. Xia Ting fishing was very willing to give up the bait, and with Chin Feng's transfer, she was fearless, generous to Chin Fong from head to toe, changed all over. A checkout, but only 4,000 out of the nod. Men's things is cheap. At this time, Chin Fong looks quite a man's dress. The upper body is a black plate of cotton slim short-sleeved, with men's denim casual pants, a pair of high sneakers. The whole person's mental outlook is brand new. 1 meter 78 people, after changing into the new shoes, jumped to 1 meter 82. Walking on the road, the air is fresh for a few minutes. The man relies on clothes, the Buddha relies on gold. It's true that it's not true at all. The original ordinary Chin Feng belonged to the 60 points pass. Then after changing into the appropriate new clothes, almost to the extent of 80 points, there were more young ladies who smiled at him when he walked down the street. Xia Ting was also very satisfied with the current Chin Feng, so that when she walked with him, she didn't have to worry about being looked down upon. Her favorability went up another 2 points. It came to 22 points, acquaintance. Xia Ting straightened Chin Feng's shoulders and inquired as if casually, "Brother Chin Feng, do you not have a girlfriend to dress you up?" Chin Feng, no matter how stupid he was, could hear that she was asking if he had a girlfriend, and immediately said without thinking, "Yes, before has been busy working, now earn a little money to think about this." Xia Ting believed, in her impression of successful men are busy career, busy feet do not touch the ground, thinking that he immediately came to himself when he had money. A confident smile appeared on her face, and reached out her finger to poke his chest, saying in a questioning tone, "Then how did you think of coming up to find me?" Chin Feng sincerely said, "Because I used to think you were pretty." Xia Ting was hit by a straight ball that wouldn't bend, and smiled more and more delicately. He, did you secretly have a crush on me at that time?" "A little bit," Chin Feng said bluntly. Xia Ting gently hammered him a fist. "That force, ants cannot be killed. You bad oh. I remember in school seems to have a girlfriend to come." Chin Feng immediately explained. "I don't have a girlfriend in college, but I chased a girl for 3 years, but unfortunately I didn't catch up in the end." This was a past he didn't want to bring up. Just like every good woman is hurt by a scummy man, all good men have a lover they can't lick. When love disappears, it's as if it never came. He believed that if he saw that woman again, he wouldn't have any more mood swings. Seeing that he was in a bad mood, Xia Ting consoled, "That's because she doesn't have a vision. Don't take it to heart." Chin Feng gave an expressionless Seeing this, Xia Ting simply took his hand and said, "Let's go shopping at the mall." "To be honest, I don't even do much shopping after coming to work here." Chin Feng wondered. "I remember you used to be quite popular. How come you don't have anyone to go shopping with?" Xia Ting exasperatedly said, "Don't mention it, they are all look-alike goods. Some time ago I met a lower-head man, renting a sports car to pretend to be a pussy. As soon as it was time to pay for it, he tuned out his cell phone alarm, saying that someone was looking for him." Xia Ting spat while bringing Chin Feng to a LV store. The SA went up and slightly sized up the two, only to see that the male was dignified and the female was glamorous. His smile became a few points more enthusiastic, and he asked cordially, "Welcome to Louis Vuitton. May I help you?" Xia Ting replied, "We can just take a look for ourselves." "Okay, make yourself at home. Call me if you need me." The SA smiled and stood to the side. Luxury counter attendants were called SA or BA, which was the English abbreviation for the professional designation of a sales consultant. These sales not only have to have a good image and good temperament, but they also have to be undergraduates to do so, and preferably know English. They have high emotional intelligence, understand the world. It is difficult to make people resentful. Xia Ting walked into the display case where the bags were kept, took out a black bag, hung it on her body and smiled at Chin Feng. "Brother, does this bag look good on my back?" Chin Feng, a straight man, could not tell if the bag looked good or not. Without blinking, he directly said, "It looks good. Buy it." His words startled Xia Ting and the waitress. This man didn't even look at the price. He directly shouted, "Buy?" You have to know that some bags are luxury items and extremely expensive. Xia Ting looked at Chin Feng's eyes a little differently this time, and immediately came in front of him and reminded him in a low voice, "Brother, this one costs more than $60,000. Come to spend the link." Chin Feng's expression is more or less a bit unselfish. $6 also have the nerve to take out to say? He smiled gently at Xia Ting and said, "As long as you like it, I'll buy it for you." He had thought about this line for a long time before, and finally had the chance to say it in front of everyone. Looking at their surprised eyes, Chin Feng only felt so cool that he couldn't describe it in words. No wonder so many people threw away a lot of money to get a smile from a beautiful woman. It turns out that they just want to show off in front of everyone. Chin Feng empathizes. Xia Ting was on the sidelines when she saw him waving money around, and her eyes became mesmerized. She admitted that for a moment, she saw Chin Feng's body glowing, a glow full of masculinity. Looking at his increasingly handsome side face, Xia Ting doesn't know what's going on, and ghostly stands on her tiptoes and kisses him on the cheek, shyly shouting, "Brother is so nice." Chin Feng was surprised by her sneak attack. He only felt that his face was lightly nudged by 2 pieces of warm fragrant lips, and in an instant, there was a kind of crispy electric current wrapped around his heart. He covers his face and stares with wide eyes, a bit in disbelief. This schoolgirl would actually take such initiative. Looking at her blushing face, Chin Feng also wanted to taste the flavor of a red apple. Currently, he had spent 200 $000 and was already able to make such progress. What would happen if $10 million were smashed in? Just simply thinking about it gave him the urge to bleed from his nose. At this time, the system gave another notification. Xiating favorability +5. This time, Qin Feng was a bit confused. Happiness came too strongly, in waves, leaving him a bit overwhelmed. At this rate, I don't know if I can get on base today. Thinking of this black silk schoolgirl's specialty, Qin Feng unconsciously revealed a smile that all men understand. He looked at her red lips and his gaze became red hot. The desire in his heart cried out. Xiating was originally looking at her bag with her head down, and her afterglow swept over his gradually perverted smile. Knowing in her heart that this man was thinking of something nasty, Xiating glared at him with winking eyes, warning him not to think nonsense. Qin Feng couldn't stop thinking. However, seeing Xiating frowning, he also understood that he couldn't eat hot tofu in a hurry. It took a while before he calmed down. After paying the money, under the warm welcome of the waitress, carrying the bag and Xiating walked out the door, wandered around the mall for a while, buying some perfume and other odds and ends. Finally came to a women's clothing store that only sells boutiques. It was now September, just at the tail end of summer. The shelves were full of fancy little skirts and all kinds of cool clothes. Xiating picked a floral halter dress and went into the fitting room. When she came out, Qin Feng looked straight. This skirt on her body beauty even more people heart. Waist design highlights her beautiful curves. Natural flowing skirt let her temperament into pure incomparable. The cool sash was tied around the luscious shoulders, and the sinuous collarbones made people drool. And Xiating took off the stockings, revealing snow-white light tender long legs. Just like this pavilion there, to be able to pinch a handful of absolutely red a large area. Qin Feng couldn't help but say, Ting Ting, you look exactly the same now as you did back then. Xiating spun around, held up the hem of her skirt and looked down. Is that so? I think it's a bit too girlish. Qin Feng said heartily, you were already a teenager. Xiating's favoritism +5. Good guy. Can you add favorability even by moving your mouth? Smooth talk. I have 26. Several girlfriends have children. And then wherein little girl like? How embarrassing ah. Xiating mouth said shame, but the eyes are staring straight at the clothes. Qin Feng can't understand what she means. Then these years of novels are really in vain. He directly called out to the lady selling the clothes. Waiter, wrap up her original clothes. We'll wear these clothes directly away. Then he said to Xiating, a young girl in her 20s should wear something brighter. The clerk smiled and said, Mister, really have a good eye. Your girlfriend wear this dress really good. Especially show the body. You see this little waist how thin ah, I am envious of the death of the. Qin Feng did not care if she said is not sincere. Cudgeled, indeed. Then those Korean actresses to be much more beautiful. Xiating looked at the two men kissing their own asses. Her heart was bubbling with beauty. So she listened to his words and cut off the skirt tag. Straight away, she walked out like this. Once again when he took his arm. The two were zero distance contact. Skin to skin. Unlike the long-sleeved shirt just now there were clothes to cover. Xiating also felt something strange. Her eyes fluttered and she looked away unnaturally. Qin Feng's heart is getting hotter and hotter. He looked at her like a hungry wolf staring at a white rabbit. He couldn't wait to eat her on the spot. He poked his head over and came closer, gently sniffing the fragrance around her neck, with a little bit of fascination in his expression, and deliberately said, Ting Ting, how did you change your clothes and become fragrant? Xiating raised her orchid fingers, pinched the lapel of her chest and sniffed, wondering, there is no difference. This move of hers just happened to remove the covering from her chest, allowing Qin Feng, who was standing beside her and watching her, to inadvertently see the scenery inside. Delicate collarbones, beautiful to behold. Qin Feng's eyes almost fell in. Tongue-tied words can't be said clearly. That, maybe, is too big for you. What Xiating did not understand. Whined, and then found Qin Feng like a wolf like tiger eyes in their own body glancing. Noticing that she was being taken advantage of, she stomped her foot and hummed, pervert. With that, she let go of his arm, twisted her head and pretended to be angry as she walked forward on her own. Qin Feng immediately followed, thinking that at times like this on TV it's usually just a matter of wrapping your arms around the female protagonist and apologizing softly. He raised his arm and wrapped it around Xiating from behind, but stopped a palm away from her shoulder. This was the second time Qin Feng had wrapped his arms around a girl, and he was in a very nervous mood. He didn't know if this time would end as awkwardly as the first time. Once the woman he had chased for 3 years had left an indelible impression on him. Remembering that time, he had saved up money for a long time and finally bought an expensive necklace for her. She smiled happily after wearing it. It was a spring season. The two of them walked on the campus. The roadside scenery was full of spring, conveying the smell of love. It gave him an illusion of opportunity. so he took the courage to try to hug that woman for the first time. And the result was that the woman had a look of disgust on her face, which he has never forgotten until now. The woman said to him seriously, "You are very disrespectful. Said that you can only touch me after marriage." That voice was unforgettable to him for a long time, and it always appeared in his head to tell him again every late night. So much so that he developed a shadow over hugging his sister. Fearing that Shiting had the same attitude, his hand froze there, not daring to move, even shrinking back a bit. Xia Ting was a bit puzzled at this time. She had long seen Qin Feng's hand in her afterglow, and the fact that she didn't purposely speed up and walk away already indicated that she allowed his contact. Just now being peeked at by him wasn't a big deal. It was just an accidental delivery of some benefits. That's where it was. She wasn't angry, just putting on an attitude of needing to be coaxed. Shaking off that man's hand was also because he was the one who intentionally tricked himself into lifting his collar, thinking that this man had a bit of tact. It wasn't quite the same as the honest straight man style he had shown before. Xia Ting was worried that this guy's segment was above his own, and that his previous foolishness was all a disguise on his part. But whether or not it was a disguise, there was no reason for him to delay making a move. His attitude was already here. Thinking of this, Xia Ting couldn't help but turn her head and swept a glance at him, wanting to see what this man really meant. As a result, she found that this man's eyes were glazed over, as if he was remembering some bad scenario, and a trace of fear surfaced on his face. What's so scary about hugging a girl? A question mark slowly appeared on Xia Ting's head. At this moment, this man's appearance looked somewhat pitiful, like a dog that had been kicked, wanting to approach people but not daring to, very timid. There was also a hint of pain surrounding his eyebrows, and his eyes showed a strong sense of sorrow and fear. The more Xia Ting looked at him, the more she felt that he was trying to escape, deliberately putting on an attitude of having been rejected by a girl, letting his own eyes bawl his heart out, and then taking the initiative to move into his arms? I'm afraid that's not reading too many novels. Which woman will be attracted by the man's melancholy eyes, and then cannot help but stick up? This is also too bloody a little. Xia Ting pulled the corner of her mouth. She was speechless at the rich man's special mood, but looking at Qin Feng's expression was too pompous, lost in thought, and looked like he would really shrink his hand back. Xia Ting silently sighed. What can she do? She could only cooperate with him, who asked him to be a grandpa. She gathered her expression and adjusted the arc of her smile, slowing down her pace, taking the initiative. She leaned her body back and met his arm. The moment the two of them made contact, they detected Qin Feng's body trembling for a moment. Xia Ting's eyes quietly rolled upwards. This guy was acting like a real character. She arched her body into Qin Feng's arms and tenderly said, "What is brother thinking about?" Qin Feng touched the girl's slippery fragrant shoulder and instantly panicked. He was just thinking about things and didn't notice how he had wrapped his arms around her. Hearing the voice of inquiry, he replied at a loss for words. I didn't think about anything. Xia Ting's smile doesn't diminish. Seeing how nervous you are, it wouldn't be the first time you've embraced a beautiful woman like me. Qin Feng was guessed the actual situation. Full of embarrassment, do not know how to reply. Seeing this, Xia Ting thought that he was still pretending to be innocent. Her eyes skittered around and she reached out to put her hand on the back of the man's hand that was wrapped around her. Qin Feng was startled, thinking that she wanted to remove her hand, so he hurriedly planned to apologize first. But he didn't have time to think of a good line. He only felt Xia Ting grabbing his hand and slowly moving down from her shoulder and slowly moved over her ribcage before stopping at the position of her waist. This time made Qin Feng completely won't play. Looking at Xia Ting's smiling face, beautiful and moving, he heard her tease, "Brother, hitching a ride on a girl's shoulder is weird, you know?" Qin Feng did not expect this woman not only did not reject him, but also so active. Froze, stupidly asked, "Where is it weird?" Xia Ting glanced at him. "Only between you boys. Okay, do you want me to be your brother?" Qin Feng listens to the girl's petulant whine and smells the faint perfume on her body. Under her thick eyelashes, a pair of charming eyes were winking at him. In this moment, he only felt that Xia Ting was unknown how many times better than the bitch she once was. At first he was really stupid, blindly looking at that bitch, pouring his heart out for her, only to realize in the end that he couldn't even be considered a spare tire. At best a toolman who could pull wool over his eyes. He is a big wrong seed. Thinking of the stupid things he had done in the past, he really wanted to dig a hole in the ground and drill into it. He didn't want to be a licking dog anymore. He wanted to be a war wolf. Xia Ting's bold movements filled him with courage. Qin Feng slightly exerted his arm around Xia Ting, keeping her petite body next to his own, and directly showed his cards. "Why don't you be my woman?" Xia Ting was not surprised by such a sudden confession from him. Shyly lowering her head, she slowly said, "We used to speak a total of no more than 5 sentences in college. Would this be too fast now?" Qin Feng seriously said, I think it's good to progress a little faster. Xia Ting said, but I don't even know you. I don't even know where you live. She finished quietly observing Qin Feng's expression, wanting to see what his reaction was. In fact, compared to boiling a frog in warm water, she also preferred that kind of drama of the domineering president falling in love with me. Moreover, Qin Feng was stupid and rich, and he was also more handsome than those bald uncles, so she had now ranked him in the first sequence. As long as his house and car all add up to be worth more than 8 figures, she could consider being with him. Qin Feng instantly calmed down when he heard Xia Ting talk about the house. He was still living in a rented house, less than 40 square feet. If he let Xia Ting know that he lived in such a shabby place, he was afraid that he wouldn't even look at himself more than once. He heard Xia Ting's words, almost like he wanted to see his strength before saying anything. But where did he have any strength? In addition to the $50 million in the system, there was nothing else to hold. He also wanted to pony up a little bit of money and then directly pop the machine to return the cash. But he also knows that this is not realistic. Maybe by then the money is gone. The goodwill did not add much, but also be secretly ridiculed. Feelings of this thing is to be slow to come, talking about the day-to-day. From the long term, the two people full count only no less than half a day. Also really not good to rush. Qin Feng changed the topic, you'll know later. Where are we going? Xia Ting saw Qin Feng avoiding answering, his eyes dodging, as if he had something to hide. In her heart, she couldn't help but feel a bit strange. For a man who was so generous like him, the house shouldn't be too bad. However, if he didn't say anything, she could only bury her doubts in the bottom of her heart and stopped asking questions. Taking out her cell phone, she glanced at it. It's more than 5 o'clock. Is brother hungry? The two of them walked around and strolled for the afternoon. Xia Ting's long and beautiful face made him forget about his physical exhaustion. Now after her reminder, Qin Feng then felt hungry, rubbed his stomach and said, hungry, I can eat a cow right now. Hearing Qin Feng's honest answer, Xia Ting was a bit embarrassed that she had been dragging people to buy things without realizing that they were starving. To express her apologies, Xia Ting proposed that she wanted to treat Qin Feng to dinner. Qin Feng refused on the spot. Just kidding, he can be reimbursed for dinner for 2 people. $1 to eat until you vomit. Of course it's more cost-effective to pay out of your own pocket. Qin Feng brought Xia Ting to a high-end seafood restaurant, ordered the most expensive king crab, elephant mussels, unknown huge conch, Australian dragon, sea urchin scrambled eggs. He had been eyeing seafood dinners for a long time and had never dared to order them alone. On the contrary, other people's weddings have eaten Australopithecine. Before tasting the flavor, one person clip a chopstick is gone, this time as desired. He spent a total of 250,000 in one afternoon counting WeChat transfers. Xia Ting's favorability rose rapidly. It was currently 42 points, familiar. This seafood hotel is expensive, and the couple's private rooms all require a minimum consumption of 2,800. But the stuff is really not bad. Mainly visual enjoyment. Their house specialty is the back kitchen surveillance video, placed in the box, so that everyone can watch the preparation process. All the ingredients will be placed in front of the camera over again, to ensure that all fresh seafood, so big conch directly hammer cracked, the meat are still moving, simply bunker, sliced into the wok and fried, even if it is just with scallions, served out of the explosion of aroma. The meat of the conch is very tight, tough, moist, fresh and delicious, and the mouth is bouncy and chewy. The two people ate it with rave reviews. Something like seafood, live and dead are 2 completely different flavors. When the king crab was brought up, it was a reddish, huge pot. Qin Feng looked dumbfounded. He had always heard others talk about king crab, but when it was really placed on the table, he realized that the portion was so large. Each crab leg meat is scraped clean, drizzled with crab yolk. The red and yellow color scheme makes people's appetite increase. One bite was full of tender meaty texture with a unique fresh flavor, and it seemed to have a bit of salted egg yolk added to it, making it a bit grainy on the tongue. Not only was it delicious, there was so much of it that one person couldn't even finish it. While Xia Ting ate just a little more than the cat, each dish was just a taste. She put down her chopsticks without taking a few bites. It was all up to Qin Feng to fight alone, and he expressed his sadness. Either you can't afford to eat, or you can eat until you're full. He ordered a bottle of red wine called Penfolds, 7,500. Originally, I wanted to drink more than 20,000 La fight, but I was afraid to pretend to be too much, attracting Xia Ting resentment, so I ordered a cheaper one. The waiter brought the red wine, gave 2 people look at the red wine label and bottle, and then face to face to open. First pour a small cup of red wine to Qin Feng, signaling to taste how the flavor. Qin Feng felt that the flavor is not good, not as good as the courage to break through, but the face of the table is a slight nod of praise, pretending to say can. Then the waiter brought highball glasses to pour wine for the two. Xia Ting originally did not want to drink. Girls drink easy to give boys the opportunity. But look at Qin Feng ordered such expensive wine. All of a sudden cannot hold. Touched 2 cups. After dinner, Xia Ting eyes have 3 hazel. Cheeks flushed. Beautiful. Walking out of the restaurant. Qin Feng saw her footsteps fluttering, so he wanted to go to embrace her. However, he did not think that she held her arms, and then felt the girl actively rely on his shoulders. Qin Feng's heart was in a state of flux, and he was instantly nonchalant again. The city night, neon lights swaying, reflected on the school flower's cold white skin, making her even more delicate and attractive at the moment. The refreshingly cool breeze blew across the girl's skirt, adding a touch of moving spring color to her. Qin Feng lowers his head and calls out softly, "Ting Ting, let me open a room for you to rest." This sound seemed as if it had awakened the sleeping beauty. Xia Ting regained a trace of clarity, the disorientation in her eyes gradually receded, and a touch of vigilance flashed between her brows. Her alcohol consumption was actually not bad. The small half bottle of red wine would just go a little on her face. It didn't bother her at all. She knew very well that what she should have bought in the afternoon had already been bought, and the evening was the moment when the girls paid their dues. But she didn't want to give herself away so quickly before she had probed the bottom of this Qin Feng, so she wanted to pretend to be drunk and run away. Xia Ting lifted her head and reluctantly said, "I can't, my mom said I have to go home at night." Qin Feng also knew that he had asked too hastily, so he smiled and explained, "What are you thinking? What I mean is to find a place to sit and sober up first." Xia Ting laughed, "That little mind, hidden from Hua. Are you sure you're just going to sit?" Qin Feng said with a serious face, "Sure. I'll be damned if I believe you." Xia Ting glanced at him with all kinds of flavor. Qin Feng was electrified. His brain was filled with unhealthy thoughts. His head was lowered and he couldn't say anything for a while. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Xia Ting thought that she had made him unhappy by refusing his invitation. It was still necessary to pamper and care for this quality fish. She proposed, "Let's go to the park across the street and take a turn to cool off." Qin Feng responded dully. The two walked along the winding stone path into the refreshing park. On both sides were lush trees, their leaves swaying gently in the breeze, and the air was filled with the faint scent of flowers and grass, which was refreshing. Qin Feng, however, was getting hotter and hotter the further he walked, simply because this blacklight environment is really easy to attract people to commit crimes. Taking 2 steps towards the grass next to the road, he could avoid the faint light emitted by the street lamps. Moreover, the school flower next to him was still smiling. That look of letting the king pick was challenging his bottom line of being a human being at all times. Finally, he still couldn't help it. Without saying a word, he went around to Xia Ting's body, wrapped both hands around her thin waist, and looked straight into her eyes. Seeing that her eyes were full of teasing, there was no intention to resist. Qin Feng then gathered enough courage, lowered his head, and kissed. Seeing that he was about to kiss her vermilion lips, he was pressed by a slender finger against his pouting mouth. At the critical moment, was against the mouth. This who can bear it? Qin Feng angrily opened his mouth wide and took a bite of that annoying finger. Xia Ting was startled. She didn't expect Qin Feng to be so shameless. This made her panic, and her original posture of being in control instantly collapsed. Don't do this." Xia Ting wanted to pull her finger out, but she was held by Qin Feng and couldn't move her arm. She didn't have the space to exert herself, and instantly shyly said, "Hate it, quickly loosen your mouth." Only a licking dog would loosen its mouth. A war wolf wouldn't. Qin Feng even licked it with his tongue. Xia Ting lowered her head and didn't dare to look at him. If you continue to do this, I will shout to play a hooligan." Now at this time, there are still quite a lot of people walking in the park, and there are also some night runners, passed by Qin Feng here, saw the two of them cuddling together, did not take it seriously. The park is a place to talk about love. Hugging is normal. Just seeing Xia Ting looking so pretty, but being arched by another pig, they all cursed in their hearts and offered sincere curses for this pair of dogs. Qin Feng has a thick skin. Doing takeout basically comes in the wind and rain, and a thicker cheek can resist freezing. He lightly bit Xia Ting's finger with his teeth and said vaguely, "So are you still blocking?" Seeing that he refused to give up, Xia Ting first smiled at him in a pleading manner, then suddenly stomped on Qin Feng's foot, and in the midst of Qin Feng's cries of pain, she took the opportunity to pull out her finger, and then pushed Qin Feng away, turning around and running, leaving behind a string of silver bell-like laughter. Qin Feng clutched his foot and jumped twice on one leg behind him. After the pain was relieved, he immediately chased after it with big strides. "Goblin, offended the abbot and you still want to run." Although Xia Ting had long legs, she was wearing a thick-soled sandal, so she simply couldn't run past Qin Feng who was wearing sneakers. Within 2 clicks, she was caught up. Then she was embraced in the man's arms and ravaged. After being taken advantage of in a not-so-cheap way. Xia Ting caught his hand, out of his clothes. Turning her head, she glared at him in exasperation. If you keep this up, I'll ignore you. If it were the Qin Feng of the past, he might have been intimidated by these words and thus backed off. But nowadays, he had let himself go. With money on him, he didn't panic at all. There were so many 90-cent beauties in the world. If this one didn't work, the next one would. Is there still a fear of not being able to find a woman who can tolerate him if he has money? Qin Feng raised his other hand behind Xia Ting. Amidst Xia Ting's exclamation of surprise, he slapped her thigh and lectured. Let's see if you still dare to step on my feet in the future. Xia Ting hummed. You're the one who moved your mouth first. Qin Feng secretly lamented that the schoolgirl's hand was really great. Such an extreme girl. He so wanted to have it. But he didn't have much experience in picking up girls. He didn't know how to take her. Thinking of the book that said that bars are the easiest place to pick up girls, he went up and tried to put his arm around Xia Ting's waist and said softly, well then, it's my fault. How about I treat you to a bar? Xia Ting dodged his embrace and said disdainfully, humph. Stinky man, want to get me drunk right? Seeing her dry refusal, Qin Feng didn't dare to continue to take advantage of her, and said in a tone of compensatory smile, it's mainly because I've never been there and want you to take me to see the world. Xia Ting looked him up and down. Skeptical, that's nice to hear, but the way you looked just now, you don't seem like a good person. Qin Feng said seriously, it's true. I was too busy to go there before. Regardless of whether it's true or not, just the way you behaved just now, you won't have a chance tonight. After Xia Ting finished speaking, she turned around and left. The bar was impossible to go to. Tonight's sweetness was given enough. Fish need to be fed little by little. Pouring down all the grain at once, people will not swim up when they are full. Xia Ting is very experienced in this area. Put on a little face, wait for him to bring a gift to coax himself tomorrow, and then see what happens before continuing to date him. Qin Feng chased out and retained. Don't be angry, have a good conversation. Poof. Xia Ting steps non-stop, head twisted to the side to ignore Qin Feng. Qin Feng put on a smile and followed the side. The book said that usually if a girl is really angry, she usually won't respond. She returned a hum, indicating that she wasn't really angry, just a little emotional. Relying on words if not coaxed well, then gifts can mostly coax well. Qin Feng thought about it and said, Ting Ting, don't be angry. How about this? Within my ability, how about fulfilling one of your wishes? Attracted by Qin Feng's words, Xia Ting slowed down and looked at him suspiciously, asking, what do you mean by that? Qin Feng's gaze was full of sincere apologies. I shouldn't have treated you that way just now, and would like to ask for your forgiveness. Seeing that he had a sincere face and did not look like he was joking, Xia Ting became even more puzzled. So you want to fulfill a wish of mine? Anything? Qin Feng said confidently. Well, anything normal is fine. He purposely aggravated the word normal, fearing that she would come up with some outrageous wish. Xia Ting was amused by Qin Feng. What do you mean by normal? Her wish was to buy a sports car. Is this considered normal? Simply hilarious. She had just heard him say that he would fulfill her wish and was looking forward to it. This time, he added a normal wish. I'm afraid he's not talking about a small wish within a few tens of thousands of dollars. Can you call it a wish for tens of thousands of dollars? She could just find a middle-aged man and he would have it, so she didn't need him to fulfill it. Xia Ting disdained it and accelerated her pace to continue walking. She felt that the word wish was insulted and was a little unhappy. Maybe tomorrow her mood would be better, but right now she didn't really want to talk to Qin Feng. Qin Feng felt a bit puzzled when he saw her suddenly cold again. What's wrong with this? He himself was just afraid that she would make some strange wish, because he thought of all kinds of strange name scenes from Stephen Chow's movies, so specially added the word normal. How come it flipped out? Qin Feng was very puzzled and ran up to ask after her. You tell me your wish first. As long as it's not particularly outrageous, I'll definitely fulfill it. Xia Ting came to temper, said in a gambling tone, I want a Porsche 911. Can you afford it? This is her biggest wish at the moment. Although Qin Feng acted very rich, but a few $1,000,000 car, she did not believe that Qin Feng would buy it for her. Qin Feng was relieved to hear her wish, thought it was such a strange wish. Just this? It's fine to buy you two, and if you have too much, you can even give me one. But not knowing if such behavior was considered cheating, Qin Feng didn't dare to risk his life, so he gave up on this dangerous idea. He calmly took Xia Ting's hand and revealed a confident smile as he agreed. Okay. Xia Ting's eyes widened as she resized up this man. This man smiled with a calm face, as if he was talking about $100,000 Mercedes-Benz. This was a multi-million $911. To agree so easily, it couldn't be teasing her, right? Xia Ting lightly covered her lips and said incredulously, Are you serious? Qin Feng smiled and affirmed. Aha. Xia Ting confirmed again and again. You're not lying? Qin Feng said seriously. Lying to you is a puppy. Xia Ting stared at his eyes, scrutinized them carefully, and did not see any look of weakness, evasion, hardening, or anything like that, only the frank confidence shining in his eyes. She still had some ability to distinguish whether what a man said was true or false. Qin Feng gave her a very sincere and calm feeling. It was as calm as when he bought her a bag in the afternoon. At this moment, Xia Ting had an intuition. If she missed this man, she would miss 911. So, does that mean I have to fulfill some condition before I buy it for me? Xia Ting seemed to have thought of something and glanced at Qin Feng's new pants, her face heating up slightly. In case this guy wanted to talk to her about conditions, would she agree or not? If it was just that, it could still be considered. Just be afraid that he would say that he would buy them after having a child. The conditions of these rich people are always very harsh. She knows it well. Qin Feng rubbed her delicate hand and smiled suavely. I'll buy it for you tomorrow. $200 or $300 only. Slightly so heartbreaking, but in order to coax the girl, these counted for nothing. Xia Ting instantly screamed. Tomorrow? This is too much. Right. Directly tomorrow? Qin Feng strangely said. Yeah, didn't the fourth store get off early today? Xia Ting was thrilled in disbelief. Is what brother said true? Her trembling voice, even her address changed. Do I look like I'm joking? No. Not like. Xia Ting was incoherent with excitement. But this is a Porsche 911 ah. Qin Feng laughed lightly. What's wrong with that? As long as you like it, I'll buy it for you. Brother, I love you so much. Xia Ting took the initiative to embrace Qin Feng and kissed him furiously on the face. Xia Ting favorability +20. Qin Feng was kissed all over his face with lip prints. He couldn't wipe it and smiled happily straight. He also did not expect that the car has not yet been bought. The good sense actually directly added 20. Women are really sensual animals. No wonder some people rely on deception can be captured by women. There were even some girls who were cheated, and in the end, they were still dead set on borrowing loans for men to spend, which was simply outrageous. Qin Feng was overwhelmed with emotion. Xia Ting was very much looking forward to Qin Feng's performance. Judging from today's performance, Qin Feng's financial power was bottomless. She wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck and hung onto him, saying softly to him, "Doesn't brother want to drink? Then I'll drink a little with brother." Qin Feng deliberately snickered. "Didn't you say you don't have a chance?" Xia Ting Jiao said, "I suddenly want to drink again, not ah." Qin Feng smiled and didn't say anything more. The two of them got bored for a while, and took a taxi to a bar that looked very stylish. The name was Royal Dragon Bay. The venue is very large, a single building shape. Outside the walls of a vertical blue running lights, flashing people cannot open their eyes. Into the bar, the door marketing guy came out to welcome. Surveyed a beautiful Xia Ting, smile a few points more thick. Generally the men who come here, the more beautiful the woman they bring, the greater the expenses. Mr. Beauty, how many? Any reservations? Want to book a place? Qin Feng hadn't been here before, so he looked to Xia Ting for her to make up her mind. Xia Ting directly orders, come to a card seat with a better environment. Okay, right now there are empty seats in the S-Class card seats. Do you guys need them? Qin Feng heard that the card seats were all very expensive, so he asked curiously, how much? The S-Class card seat is the best area here, and the minimum spending needs to be 6,000 yuan. Only 6,000? Qin Feng said in a dashing manner. Okay. When the marketing guy saw him booking the card seat so easily and comfortably, he became even more excited in his heart and was full of anticipation for the spending power of the two. He hurriedly brought the two to the card seat labeled S3. The location here was on the high side, equivalent to the second floor, and with a slight glance down, one could have a panoramic view of the entire bar. The booths were equipped with gauze curtains and surrounded by dry ice, and the rising mist, to a certain extent, blocked the surrounding vision, making the scene inside appear as if it was a fairyland. The bar environment is very dim, but the lighting is very cool. A variety of stage lights, spotlights, neon lights shine like a dream. The atmosphere is very full. There is a band playing pop songs in the center of the stage. Probably because of the early time, the music is relatively soothing and not noisy. The marketing guy received two people, sat down, brought the drink menu, let them order. Xia Ting looked at a moment, afraid to order expensive caused him to resent, then said, to a 6,800 small mixed set mealet. This was just enough for the cost of the card seat. When the marketing guy heard this, his face changed slightly. This is the most expensive card seat. According to the process, he is required to stand on the side to wait for them until the end. If there was only the minimum consumption, then for this night, his commission would be pitifully small. Qin Feng glanced at the menu. There was some kind of small divine dragon 38,000, supreme divine dragon 88,000. He didn't know much about these, so he asked Xia Ting, "What is this supreme divine dragon?" Xia Ting patiently explained, "This is the ace of spades, the top of the line champagne. The little dragon is 3 colors, the big one is 5 colors, plus a bottle of black gold. The average person can't afford to drink it." Qin Feng let out an "oh" and asked, "Have you ever drank it? How was the flavor?" Xia Ting heard Qin Feng's inquiring tone, as if she was a bit interested in the divine dragon set. She had only drank the little divine dragon a few times and the flavor was unexpectedly good. The taste was delicate and fruity, with flavors of peach and vanilla that smelled fresh. The key thing was that every sip was a fragrance of money. Very memorable. But Xia Ting didn't want to order such an expensive wine right now. It wasn't that she was worried that Qin Feng couldn't afford to order it. She was just afraid that if she spent too much money, she wouldn't have enough money to buy a sports car tomorrow. She pretended to be disgusted and said, "It's just like that, about the same as ordinary champagne." The marketing guy standing on the side heard the boys keep asking questions, not even knowing about the bar's most famous little dragon. Looking like he'd never seen the world, his heart went half cold, guessing that this was probably a bumpkin. The thought of being dragged here tonight made him want to cry a little. He looked at the well-dressed Qin Feng with contempt, feeling unworthy for Xia Ting. The average woman in a paper-drunk place like a bar would desperately squeeze her boyfriend in order to save face. Like her, she was beautiful and would save money for her boyfriend. Where to find such a good girl? He couldn't help but urge for Xia Ting. "Sir, it's going to be the 6,800 mix and match set, right?" Qin Feng had never drank champagne and was a bit curious about the ace of spades at the moment, asking Xia Ting, "Is it hard to drink?" Xia Ting is very entangled. See Qin Feng look a little want to drink. "I'm afraid to say that they are difficult to drink will spoil his fun." She thought for a moment and replied, "It's alright, don't waste it, it's fine as it is." Qin Feng pondered for a moment. In his mind, he asked the system if he could be reimbursed if the goddess didn't want it and he forced himself to order alcohol for the girl. The system replied, "All expenses for the date between the two can be settled with the fund." Qin Feng's heart settled down. Just wanted to open his mouth to order a divine dragon set to see what it was like. At this time, the marketing guy opened his mouth again. "Then let's mix and match the package. It's quite suitable for you." He saw that the girl had been giving face to the boy, letting him order the cheaper wine and giving him a step down. And the boy hesitated, like he wanted to play hard to get but was worried about not having enough money and was stingy. This made the marketing guy inexplicably angry and couldn't help but open his mouth to dislike him. Xia Ting heard that the marketing guy's tone was a bit off, as if he was shading them. She was worried that Qin Feng was angry, so she got up and questioned, "What do you mean?" The guy pulled the corners of his mouth, secretly saying that she didn't know what she was talking about. He had helped her recognize this man, and instead she got angry at himself. The marketing guy also came to be angry and apologized forcefully. "I'm sorry, beautiful woman. I'm rather stupid and can't speak well. Don't be offended if I've offended you guys." This person's attitude could not be picked out, but always felt diaphragmatic. The leathery smile gave people a feeling that the old man was not serving. Xia Ting didn't like this person's tone, but people have apologized, and it's not good to be angry if you want to remain a lady, so she sat down with a huff. Qin Feng did take out as a security guard and was already used to this kind of cold eyes. He heard out this person's tone of contempt, guessing that he may have ordered less. People are not happy, but not happy cannot let his woman angry. She is angry, do not want to drink. Then the night he will not be washed up. He felt the need to play a pussy and teach this dog-eyed youngster a lesson. He faintly said to the marketing guy, "Go and call your supervising manager here." The young guy sneered, with no fear in his heart. He hadn't been the slightest bit impolite the entire time. Even if the manager came over, he couldn't do anything to him. Moreover, Qin Feng was occupying the highest level of the card seat, and only consumed so little. The manager was sure to have the same attitude as himself. He muttered in a low voice, then shook his head and left. He had a high and mighty attitude, and looked a bit proud of himself, not knowing what he was doing. Qin Feng smiled at Xia Ting and said, "Don't be angry. I'll teach him a lesson for you." Xia Ting in turn felt a bit guilty. She was full of thoughts about the sports car and ordered cheaper drinks, causing Qin Feng to make people look down on her. "It's okay, brother, why don't we stop drinking?" Xia Ting said weakly. "No, this pussy, I'm set. No one can stop me, I said." Qin Feng said furiously. He had held back for a day and finally found a place where he could splurge. It was true that it was still a place like a bar that was suitable for people to show their sainthood in front of them. On the other hand, the marketing guy came to the backstage of the bar and found the lobby manager. The manager's name was Fuya, a very imperial beauty. It was said that the background was very hard. As soon as the marketing guy saw her, he immediately complained that there was a table of guests who were poor and picky, dawdling for half a day without ordering a drink. Suspecting that those two goods had come to the S area to pretend to take pictures, they now resented their bad attitude and told her to go and ask questions. Shifuya looked at him faintly. She had a few dislikes for this kid who was lazy and juggling all day long, shaking his little wit. This wasn't the first time he had been complained about by a guest. If it wasn't for the fact that this brat knew two rich dudes who often came here to spend $10,000, she would have asked him to get lost long ago. Shifuya sighed and helplessly followed him to Qin Feng's card seat. Shifuya was a standard melon face, with delicate and unassuming features, skin like curdled fat, and slightly upturned eye tails, giving a cold and enchanting feeling like a fox. Long curly chestnut-colored hair was sensuously draped behind her. Wearing a simple but elegant white shirt, the neckline was slightly open, showing the charming neckline. The texture of the shirt was light and thin, fitting her body and emphasizing her figure. The cuffs were slightly rolled, revealing her slim wrists, looking casual without losing details. A wraparound skirt perfectly outlined her body lines. The fabric of the skirt is smooth and glossy, and paired with a pair of black stockings, it shows off her slender leg lines, giving her a dry and capable look. Qin Feng was slightly lost in thought as he watched. This woman had the kind of high-cool imperial style that came out of the comics. She had a confident demeanor and cold eyes, but her smile made the wind and sun warm up, like the ice and snow were melting and everything was reviving. Qin Feng took a look with the scanning function. Name, Shifuya. Age, 27. Charm, 90. Number of relationships, 2. Only 2? It can't be. Would a place like a bar and nightclub have such an innocent girl? Working in a place like this, how can you keep your body? Qin Feng was a bit surprised. He had roughly scanned the girls around when he entered the bar. Most of the girls who came here were very pretty, and there were a few 90-point beauties, but they also had a lot of relationships, most of them in double digits, some in triple digits. The most exaggerated was seeing a beauty with a charisma score of 86 reaching 1,000. Terrifying as it was, one a day would take as long as 3 years. How did she manage to make 2 vermilion lips tasted by 10,000 people at an age of less than 30? Qin Feng couldn't imagine, nor did he dare to mess with these sisters, mainly because he didn't dare to tease the girls in front of Xiaoteng, and it was a bit dangerous to test the poison with his body. At the very least, he should get a super strong body before he dared to try it out. Seeing Qin Feng looking at himself so straight, Shifuya secretly wondered. She had seen men's lustful eyes or admiring frank gazes before, but it was the first time she'd seen eyes like these that seemed to be able to see through her, and his eyes were filled with amazement within them. It was as if he was looking at something incredible. She looked down and took a quick glance at what she was wearing and saw that there was nothing wrong. She had also looked in the mirror before coming and her makeup was normal. Couldn't figure out what Qin Feng was looking at. Walking up to Qin Feng, she pressed down her doubts and smiled. Excuse me, both of you. I'm the person in charge here. Xiao Ya, I'm very sorry that our service didn't satisfy you. Please forgive me. After saying that, she bowed slightly. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, being in the service industry, it was always right to apologize first. Shifuya was quite experienced. She went on to say, to make up for it, we'll serve you two special cocktails. What do you think? Her attitude was impeccable, but the marketing guy behind her looked impatient. Qin Feng sat on the sofa and said indifferently, no need. I didn't look for you to ask for a drink. Then what do you mean? Just now I wanted to order a Supreme Divine Dragon set. The guy said something about how you're only worthy of ordering a mixer. I think there's a bit of a problem with your service here, and I wanted to find you to have a chat about it. Shifuya heard Qin Feng said to order the Supreme Dragon set. Some surprise. Look at him align, plus next to the beautiful beauty. The heart believe a few points. And when she heard him say that her marketing guy here wouldn't let her order wine, she was furious. This idiot, every day he likes to look down on people with his dog's eyes. The last time he mocked a table of guests, driving them to sit at the loose table, saying that the card seat was reserved for his friend. As a result, in the end, the table of guests at the scattered table 20,000, much higher than his friend's minimum consumption. Shifuya made a decision in her heart. If the man in front of her really ordered Shenlong set, then she would fire this brainless one on the spot. I'm sorry, Xiaoya sincerely apologizes to you. We promise to do a better job of training our staff in the future and give you quality service. I hope you forgive us this time. She bowed once again and apologized, bending down much more than earlier. She could see the snow-white complexion from the neckline. Qin Feng got a bit of an eyeful and didn't intend to do anything about it. He had just wanted to complain. Why is it difficult for a laborer to fight a laborer? But at this time, heard the marketing guy issued a hum sound, full of mockery muttered. What are you pretending to do? Just like that you are still a bit of a dragon set. I'm afraid it's not to be funny. He simply do not believe that these two poor people point up the dragon set, do not want to be in front of such poor people. Low voice. Although his voice was small, everyone on the scene heard it. Shifuya sank her face. This kid offended the customer in front of her. This was really not putting her in her eyes. She didn't have much patience, turned her head to him and said coldly, "You're fired. Pack up and get out of Royal Dragon Bay." The boy shouted, "On what grounds? I'm telling the truth." Just like him, he doesn't even know what a divine dragon set is. How can he possibly order it? Shifuya gave him a disgusted look. This unlucky one. No wonder there are always people on the internet saying that they have bad service in the store. It turns out to be this stupid guy who was messing things up in there. She didn't want to waste time, took out her cell phone, intending to call someone to pull him away. The guy got anxious and arrogantly said, "Then you can think about it. My group of friends will never come to spend money with you again in the future." Shifuya to the cell phone, coldly commanded, "S03 come a few men. Action fast." She has a lot of authority in this bar, and everyone is under her command. Calling for a few fierce men would only take a few minutes. The boy saw her so determined. Angry open cursing, "You a stinking bitch. For an iron cock fired me. Grass you." Splat. Shifuya slapped him and threw him hard in the face. The boy was dumbfounded, not daring to look at her incredulously. Qin Feng and Xia Ting also looked dumbfounded. They didn't expect this woman to be so fierce. Xia Ting was just now wondering if these two were here to play a double act so as to trick her brother into paying. This slap made her completely lose her doubts. Which bar would act so realistically? And her brother hadn't even had the intention of shelling out the money to go straight on such a big mouth. At this time, several uniformed pugilists rushed in and stood in front of Shifuya waiting for instructions, only to hear Shifuya coldly said, "Strip this stupid clothes and throw it out." The several big men clamped the guy's arms left and right and picked him up and left. The boy's thin arms and legs, being clamped by the people, did not dare to say anything, but could only stare at Shifuya with spiteful eyes. Shifuya saw his eyes, frowned, added, "Not a single piece. Remember to videotape." Looking at this woman's decisive look, Qin Feng gulped, stifling the idea of picking her up in his mind. After dealing with this shit, Shifuya was a bit tired. These little pea children, they don't even know what the world is like without a bit of education. She returned to her senses and smiled faintly at Qin Feng, politely saying, "Sorry to make you laugh. Everyone has their own ideas. We can't restrain them." Qin Feng quickly and generously said it was fine, then curiously asked, "How much did his friends spend with you?" Shifuya faintly said, "Probably totaling over $100,000. Qin Feng had a number in his mind and laughed. "Then you can directly serve me 2 Supreme Divine Dragon sets to slightly make up for your losses." When Shifuya heard this, she raised her head in surprise and sized up Qin Feng. He only saw his thin but rigid face, with angular features, thick black eyebrows, soft eyes, and a little bit of a handsome look. It's just that the lips are a bit thin. This man spends more than 100,000 so lightly. Eyes do not blink. Not the kind of arrogance of the tycoon, but rather give a person a sense of should be so. Should be a big family's son. She didn't dare to treat this kind of big customer with negligence. Shifuya changed her address and softly reminded, "Brother, we have to charge in advance for ordering this kind of expensive wine here." Qin Feng nodded his head in understanding and directly swiped 180,000 on the POS machine. In the spirit of being stingy, he said, "For the extra money, you look to serve some peanuts and melon seeds or something." Shifuya thought he was joking. Looking at the POS machine, spit out a small ticket, confirmed that this is a big brother, hastily took out his business card, handed it over, and smiled. "Brother, the next time you come, look for me directly, and I'll definitely arrange things for you." Qin Feng scanned the QR code on her business card and added his friend. Xia Ting watched Qin Feng add another woman's friend and immediately hugged Qin Feng's hand tightly, swearing sovereignty as she glanced at Shifuya. Shifuya smiled faintly knowingly, and after asking Qin Feng's name, she said that she would go down and arrange drinks for the two of them. Then she left the card table. Xia Ting pressed against Qin Feng's ear and exhaled. "Brother, why are you compensating her?" The warm breath sprayed on Qin Feng's ear, making him not only itch his ear, but also his heart. At the moment Xia Ting is the whole body hanging on him. The distance is very close. The shoulder touch is soft as hell, and a unique fragrance of the school flower drilled into his nose. For a while, Qin Feng was a bit intoxicated, and was dizzily hit by Xia Ting with a ball. Xia Ting sees that Qin Feng is dumbfounded and doesn't say anything, twisting her body and pouting. Are you looking at that woman?" Qin Feng was shaken back to his senses and hurriedly said, "No, it's just that the matter was caused by himself, so he has to show it." Xia Ting hummed lightly, "Then there's no need to spend so much. Just order one." Qin Feng said generously, "Oh, it's fine. It's only a few dollars." Xia Ting sniffed, and her eyes immediately glowed. This man could spend more than $100,000 on drinks without a care in the world, so it was obvious that he had a lot of money. If he could behave better, Tomorrow's sports car should be a sure thing. Thinking of this, Xia Ting got excited and hugged Qin Feng and rubbed hard. Until she saw the little Qin Feng, who was woken up by herself and reddened. She kind of wanted to do it, but she was afraid that Qin Feng would think she was too cheap. Just as she was hesitating, the music of the bar suddenly changed. It changed to the DJ style of moving times. The huge subwoofer started to vibrate wildly. Waves of sound came in waves. A dozen sexy girls with bunny ears came out, holding up glittering spade gift boxes, each holding a bottle of glorious Ace of Spades champagne. They wiggled their hips and began to circle the bar. That's when the DJ's voice added in. Scream! The bar patrons took one look at the scene and knew a boss had ordered the Ace of Spades. They immediately followed and boiled up. The entire atmosphere was triggered as voices rose and fell. Congratulations to S03's Qin Xiao, happy with 2 sets of divine dragons. Let's wish the boss all the best in his heart and all the best in his life. The DJ shouted. A group of rabbit girls walked in style to the front of the S03 card table, the first few placing the Ace of Spades on the table. They danced around Qin Feng and Xia Ting's sofa, pulling salutes, spraying fake coins, and scattering gold paper with their slender jade hands in a familiar manner. The women in the back held up glowing gift boxes and stood in front of the card table swaying back and forth in an eye-catching manner. Lights hit Qin Feng, and for a while the paper money props flew all over the sky, letting Qin Feng experience what is called the real paper drunkenness. The girls downstairs saw that it was a handsome man who drove the divine dragon, and they let out high decibel screams. They kept throwing flying kisses at him. Qin Feng's brain was mesmerized when he saw so many people cheering for him. Is this what it feels like to spend over $100,000 at once? Is this the life of those big young masters? To be honest, it was really refreshing and made people a little bit fluttery. Xia Ting was also the first time she was surrounded by people as the heroine in the middle. The mood was equally excited. In the past, she had at most felt this kind of atmosphere with a group of women crowded together. Occasionally, she had watched other couples opening wine in a cozy and romantic manner, and had secretly envied and fantasized about it. She didn't expect to experience this kind of star-crossed feeling by Qin Feng's side today. She looked at Qin Feng, her eyes flooded with tears of emotion. Xia Ting favorability +5. Qin Feng received a system message and scanned Xia Ting's profile. Current favorability is 57, familiar. Consumption, 420, 000. Qin Feng was happy in his heart at the moment, but didn't show it on his face, continuing to act like he was on cloud 9. Ting Ting, just now I saw that at the bottom of the list, there is a bottle of what's called Remy Martin something 13. Do you want to try it? Xia Ting was startled. That kind of wine was all on a par with gold. A bottle would cost $200,000 to $300,000. She had seen that kind of wine out on the deck. It was like a marriage, with a group of girls in front of them holding up a lighted sign, and 8 fierce men behind them carrying an emperor-like sedan chair. The sedan chair is leaning against the Remy Martin Louis XIII Black Pearl. That force, that aura. As soon as it came out, it blew up the whole scene. Xia Ting is genuinely feel in order to pretend to point it is not worth it. Drinking it is not as good as buying gold for yourself. Brother, don't order it. We can't even finish drinking so much wine. Xia Ting was heartbroken. She only wanted to save a little for Qin Feng at the moment and then hoped that he would give all the money he saved to himself. Qin Feng was slightly disappointed. He so wanted to order more wine a few more times to quickly increase his favorability, but Xia Ting said that he didn't need to, so his own forced pretense might backfire. He could only give up. The crowd slowly left the venue after fooling around for a while. Some individual girls whispered and asked Qin Feng if he needed to stay with him. Qin Feng all shook his head and refused. One by one, not even more than 80 points, with their faces dancing with swords. They looked fake as hell. If you want to stay with them, you might as well go and find that 85,000 people chopper, who at least looks like a real beauty. Just now, she was at the bottom of Qin Feng flinging flying kisses wildly. Looking at Qin Feng's heartbeat accelerated. It was estimated that if Xia Ting wasn't there, she would have rushed up long ago. Young Qin, I'll open a few bottles for you to drink first and save the rest for you. At this time, Shifuya came up with peanuts and melon seeds, as well as a fruit plate, and said with a smile. Qin Feng looked at Shifuya's beautiful face in his heart and wanted to take a closer look at her details. But the system prompt said, it needs the host to spend money for the target before the goddess's details can be updated. Qin Feng smiled. Giving away money wasn't simple. Qin Feng mused and said, don't save it, give it away if you can't finish it, take 2 bottles first. It was the first time that Shifuya had heard of ordering wine and giving it away directly. Staring blankly, she asked, is this a gift for me, young Qin? If Qin Feng said he'd let her drink it, she wouldn't be surprised, but giving it away directly was a bit interesting. She was the head of the bar. Receiving alcohol was the same as receiving money directly, although she had a high annual salary. Who would mind less money? This ace of spades was 10 or 20,000 a bottle according to the price in the store, and the black gold one was even more expensive. Xin Feng nodded. When you leave directly take 2 bottles away. For you. The jealousy in Xia Ting's eyes was almost overflowing. She wrapped her arms around Qin Feng and stared at Shifuya with hatred, not saying a word. Shifuya looked at Qin Feng's girlfriend by his side and still dared to be attentive to himself, and couldn't help but smile, guessing that he probably wanted to spend money to set himself up because he wanted to drink with him. Shifuya was quite fond of Qin Feng's frankness, so she opened 2 bottles of wine and poured them for the 3 of them, then raised her glass and said, "Then Xiaoya would like to thank young Qin for his bounty, wishing the boss smooth sailing and good fortune." After saying that, she drank it all in a single bashful gulp. Qin Feng heard the system's voice at this moment. Goddess database updated. Name, Shifuya. Age, 27. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 54 kilograms. Charisma, 90. Occupation, bar manager. Characteristics, judo. Favorability, 5, strange. Love count, 2. Raider reward, 10 biochemist bodyguards. Spent amount, 30,000 yuan. Qin Feng looked at the raider reward and asked the system what is a biochemical man. System explanation, black technology clones, excellent IQ, proficient in a variety of skills, combat ability equivalent to the ace special forces of Xia, no feelings, no pain, no gender, and has a legitimate identity of Xia. Qin Feng's eyes instantly turned into love hearts. This shit is too cool. If they were sent out to work, each of them would earn at least $10,000 a month. 10 people is $100,000. You're making money while you're lying down. Doesn't this shit smell good? This thing to let the former emperor get. Afraid not to die laughing. From now on, there are eunuchs what things. Shifuya finished his drink and saw Qin Feng's wild eyes, like a big gray wolf seeing a white rabbit, guessing that he probably thought that he was the same as those chaperones. The kind of woman that could be taken away at will. Shifuya couldn't help but smile and didn't explain that she was different from those women. After all, people hadn't picked up on the question, and emphasizing that she was a proper girl in such a hurry seemed dorky. However, in order to make him come often in the future, playing along was still necessary. She smiled and said, "Why don't you drink? Young Qin." Qin Feng took a sip of wine and said, "It's better if you don't call me Qin Xiao. It sounds like an animal. It's weird." Shifuya snorted a laugh. "Then can I call you Mr. Qin?" Qin Feng felt that this name was slightly old-fashioned, but it was still acceptable, so he nodded. Xia Ting looked at Shifuya bending over there to open the wine, deliberately revealing the scenery of the neckline, and cursed her slut in her heart. However, she smiled and said, "Sister Xiaoya is in charge of such a big bar by herself. It must be very hard." Shifuya smiled back. "Not hard. All small things. You guys wanna come to play every day. If you count as to support my work." After she finished opening the wine, she took another slice of watermelon and handed it to Qin Feng. Then she habitually gathered the skirt around her hips and naturally sat on Qin Feng's right side, next to Qin Feng on the left and right with Xia Ting. She was all smiles, probing him without a trace. "Mr. Qin looks so young and generous. I think his family is not simple." Shifuya's body has a charming flavor, mellow and sweet, like a fine wine. Qin Feng smelled it and went to his head, unknowingly spitting out the truth. "There's nothing to say about the family. It's all about serving the people." This is when he was a security guard. The other security guards to their own face goal to say. To put it nicely, it's serving the people, but to put it bluntly, it's a watchdog. Shifuya was secretly shocked when she heard this. It turned out that this man was not a rich second generation. This Tamat is a red second generation. Only those who were officials at home would be so humble to say that they were serving the people. Look at him does not seem to often come to this kind of entertainment. I guess the family control is strict. Seldom come out to play. No wonder that marketing said at the beginning that he didn't understand the dragon set. The way she looked at Qin Feng was instantly different. Shifuya favorability +5. Current favorability 10, acquaintance. Qin Feng was puzzled. How did he add favorability? Xia Ting didn't think about it that much. She just saw Shifuya's eyes become strange and was instantly wary. She rushed to attract Qin Feng's attention, fearing that he would lock eyes with that slut. "Brother, let me toast to you. Thank you for giving me so many gifts. I'm touched." Qin Feng looked at Xia Ting, who suddenly warmed up and became even more strange. This atmosphere is becoming a bit fast. Smiling like a flower on the left, eyebrows on the right. He didn't do anything himself. Shifuya heard Qin Feng's girlfriend showing off. Unable to help, she secretly laughed. She didn't dare to have special thoughts about Qin Feng. This kind of family lineage wasn't something that ordinary people could climb up to. As long as such a noble gentleman could bring a few more friends to play, she would be happy. Shifuya picked up her glass and said, "Mr. Qin, I'll toast to you as well. The venue is relying on you to heat it up tonight. Thank you very much. Chin Feng didn't know how to refuse, and drank from the left after the right, together with the wine from before. He was 3 times drunk at this moment, listening to the dynamic music, the exciting atmosphere, a group of men and women downstairs under the vibrant lights, releasing themselves. There was also the DJ disc jockey girl in the center of the stage leading the rhythm of the whole room. She covered her headset and pointed her other hand to the dome, dancing and waving her hands while following the beat. This kind of passionate place really makes it easy to get one's heart pounding. Seeing that he kind of wanted to get moving, Xiaoting took Qin Feng's hand and led him to the dance. There was a small separate dance floor on the side of their card seat. Xiaoting danced very boldly in front of Qin Feng, her hands raised high, swaying left and right with her face towards him, twisting with a large amplitude. Although Qin Feng was not very good at dancing, but the atmosphere was here, so he could only follow the random and blind jump. Plus Xiaoting taught him very well, pulling his hand, placed it on his waist, leading him to sway. This kind of blind chicken bouncing dance did not have much difficulty. Qin Feng gradually learned this craft. Shifuya didn't go up to play together, sitting on the card seat and smiling as she watched Qin Feng make a fool of himself. The fact that this kind of noble son came to play with her for the first time gave her a guilty feeling of bringing down someone else's child. Qin Feng played for a while and touched the fire. He was holding a big beauty in his arms, but he couldn't eat it, and his resentment was quite deep. He let go of Xiaoting and sulked back on the sofa, drinking and chatting with Shifuya, trying to calm down. Xiaoting looked at his less than happy appearance and thought that she had made him angry somewhere. Rushing down to stick to Qin Feng, she said, "What's wrong with brother? Don't you like dancing?" Qin Feng liked dancing, but he couldn't do it for real, so he always felt suffocated. He didn't dare to pick a fight with Xiaoting, so he said perfunctorily, "It's not bad, it's just that it doesn't feel very interesting." Shifuya glanced at Xiaoting. "Bad, is it not less interesting, ah?" Xiaoting was awakened, feeling that Shifuya said a little sense. Which man does not want a group of girls around? Probably he was in the way because he was here and couldn't call the young ladies to come and make things lively. A little bit unenjoyable. Then he should be a little more generous and let him have fun. After all, if he was happy, his own dreams would come true tomorrow. Thinking of this, Xiaoting twisted slightly and impulsively said, "Why don't I help you call a few little sisters and drink and have fun together?" After she finished speaking, she saw Shifuya smiling with a treacherous face and instantly reacted, cursing herself for being too stupid to be brought up to speed. How could anyone take the initiative to call their man a young lady? In case Qin Feng looks at other women, then what would he do? Xiaoting hated to slap herself at the moment. Hearing Xiaoting's words, Qin Feng was so happy that he wanted to take off. Left embrace, right embrace, and a young lady feeding grapes. Which man hadn't fantasized about this scene? He didn't expect Xiaoting to be so generous. However, looking at her far-fetched smile, Qin Feng quickly reacted that she wasn't very willing. Indeed, what girl could tolerate herself playing around outside? And the purpose of his trip was not to play around. It was to pick up girls for cashback. He thought with his ass for 2 seconds and made up his mind. With a gentle voice and a smile, he said to Xiaoting, "No need. I prefer to be with you." The words fell, and sure enough, he received a message from the system. Xiaoting favorability +5. It was not hard to defeat himself at all. Looking at Xiaoting with a happy smile on her face, Qin Feng was secretly pleased with himself. Now after gradually getting used to dealing with women, he was getting more and more comfortable. Some flirty words came out of his mouth. Xiaoting's favorability had come to 62, intimate. It took a day. Qin Feng was very satisfied. At this rate, it wouldn't be hard to reach 80 returns. It might even be possible to hopefully reach 100 favorability and take that super strong physique. Speaking of the super strong body, it seems like the 90-point beauties have raid rewards, and there are 2 90-point beauties in the bar. That's a bit too many romances, though, but what's that saying? Good girls, cherish, bad girls, don't waste them. Qin Feng wanted to see their raider rewards, so he said to Shifuya, "Sister, yeah, this wine can't be finished anyway, why don't you give them away for me?" Shifuya wasn't unfamiliar with this kind of plot of giving away wine to pick up girls, and thinking of a certain thug pretending to buy the whole place a drink, she joked, "Is Mr. Qin going to treat everyone to Ace of Spades? Do you want me to ask the DJ to help you shout out that tonight's consumption will be paid for by Mr. Qin?" Qin Feng quickly shook his hands and begged for forgiveness. "No, no, 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 no. This kind of thing, Only the big bully would do it. Even if there was no place to spend the money, there was no need to spread coins like this. Shifuya covered her mouth and laughed softly. It's really embarrassing. She had stayed in the bar for 2 years and had the honor of seeing that kind of scene. The atmosphere arrived. That thug drinking ahead said to pay the bill for everyone. The whole place cheered, shouted the boss cowhide, and then desperately ordered expensive drinks. The final check, the boss cried on the spot. Later on, he got a discount, so he could barely pay the bill. It was humiliating. Xin Feng agreed, everyone wants face when they come out to play. They won't necessarily be happy if I show off like this. Then how are you going to deliver this wine? Shifuya asked. Xin Feng stood up and glanced towards the bottom, staging as if he had randomly ordered 2 tables. He said, just that table A06, and the 3 girls at the loose table over there. Just help me deliver a bottle of wine to each table. Shifuya looked at Xia Ting and asked Xin Feng with a smile, do you want to invite them over to play? With over 10,000 bottles of wine, it was still possible to invite the girls. Xia Ting sniffed and pouted, hugging Xin Feng's hand and shaking it, expressing her unhappiness. Xin Feng said on the spot, no need to invite. He was very measured. Before Xia Ting's favorability was full, he didn't dare to mess around too much. It was better to look at the information first. Shifuya was a human savant. Seeing the 2 tables Xin Feng pointed at, each with an extremely beautiful looking girl, she instantly understood what he was playing at. Then she saw Xin Feng unconsciously turn his cell phone, implying that she wanted the contact information of those 2 girls. Shifuya gave him a slightly meaningful look and said I get it. Filling 4 bottles of Ace of Spades in the chilled case, she went down to do her business. It had 2 bottles of her own in it. After she left, Xin Feng saw that Xia Ting was still wobbling, so he pulled her onto the sofa and coaxed her. Ting Ting, what's wrong with you? Xia Ting gave him a blank look. You're having fun delivering the wine. What do you care about me? Go and drink with those girls. Xin Feng saw her jealous look cute. So long ago, no girl has ever been jealous for him. He laughed, don't be angry. A little bit of liquor. We can't finish it. If you don't like it, I won't give it away later. Humph. Flowery words. At first you even pretended to be honest and lied to me. I didn't lie to you. I really didn't come out to play before. I promise to come to this kind of place to play in the future. I will listen to you. This is always okay? Xin Feng said seriously. Xia Ting saw that he spoke with conviction. Her heart warmed. Regardless of the truth or falsehood, as long as he coaxes you, he cares about you. She stuck to Xin Feng's chest and drew circles with her fingers, her tone carrying a bit of arrogance. Then you can't sneak to the bar by yourself behind my back to play later. Okay, I'll take you with me wherever I go. Trust me. Xin Feng couldn't wait to put her on the waistband of his pants. Before his goodwill was full, he could only rely on Xia Ting to be able to use his money. Of course he wanted to be with her all the time. Xia Ting didn't know if what he said was true or not, but the flowery words were really heartwarming to hear, and she lay on top of Xin Feng, looking at his handsome side face in a slight daze. The live music was so loud that the 2 needed to talk into their ears to chat. Xin Feng listened to his side ear for half a day and didn't hear any sound, so he turned his head to see what was going on. As a result, when he turned his head, the 2 first touched noses, followed by their mouths. The lips of the 2 were like magnets at the moment, attracted to each other, gently pressed together. In an instant, the 2 heartbeat accelerated, could not help but embrace each other's breath mingled. This is Xin Feng's first kiss. Without a little defense, it was taken away by Xia Ting. Xin Feng was very reluctant, trying to claim, constantly tasting her honey-like pistol. This honey harvesting skill didn't need to be taught. Boys were born with it. Xia Ting couldn't catch her breath from the kisses. Her eyes were full of ecstasy. Her body was soft, and the electrifying sensation made her unable to help responding to Xin Feng. After a long time, the lips parted. A crystalline silk thread was attached to the mouths of the 2. Xin Feng knew that at this time, if he could say something nice, at night, he would be able to he. He searched his mind and thought about how the male lead in the novel said it, but the key moment just couldn't think of anything. Looking at the white and red face in front of him, the watery eyes, the fragrant red lips, with such a close distance, the hot air exhaled by Xia Ting could be felt. The 2 stared at each other for half a day. Xin Feng was grasping at straws, unable to say a word. Just when he wanted to go up recklessly and bluntly say if he wanted to have a shot, Xia Ting spoke up. Brother, I'm a bit dizzy from drinking too much. Xia Ting slightly skimmed her head as she finished speaking. With a shy look, a fool could understand the meaning of her words. I'll take you to rest. Xin Feng returned with a trembling voice. Xia Ting lightly bites her lips with an embarrassed look and weakly says, go to your house? To the hotel. Xin Feng didn't wait for her to agree, took her hand and was ready to take her to a room. He was not an abstinence saint, Xia Ting was so active, if he took a step back, then the few tails of meat on his body would still be useful to keep. Chop it up. The system is also given to the audience. Anyway, put him on the body is not hanging use. Xia Ting heard him say that he was not going to his house and gave him a slightly complaining look. The heart is very angry. Is he so unable to hold his own? Even if his parents are at home, his own appearance will not lose him awe. Even home are hiding. Stinking man, but unhappy or not. She also knew that something was definitely going to happen tonight. Qin Feng spent $300,000 to $400,000 in one day today. The cheap house even had enough for a down payment. Such a high-quality man should definitely take advantage of the opportunity. Xia Ting got up and followed Qin Feng out 2 steps, looking back at the table out of habit. After making sure that the cell phone and everything was taken, she found 6 bottles of wine on the table that had not been opened, and hurriedly tugged at Qin Feng. Heartbroken. Then don't you want these wines? Seeing her reluctant look, Qin Feng smiled. How about I get you a membership card and deposit it with you? Xia Ting then smiled happily, wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck and looked at him with affection. Qin Feng read the longing in her eyes and reviewed his kissing skills with her. Only after kissing Xia Ting's cheeks so red that she was about to lose oxygen did he let her go. At this time, the cell phone vibrated. Qin Feng took a look and it was a message sent to him by Shifuya. First was a sneak peek photo. In the photo were the 3 girls at the dispersal table, with an extremely pretty girl being drawn in a red circle. It was labeled with a string of cell phone numbers. Then there was a text message. It probably meant that the 2 men and 2 women at the A06 card table didn't accept Qin Feng's wine, so they didn't ask for the girl's number. Qin Feng smiled, not caring too much about people refusing his wine. It was a bit of a slap in their face to deliver the wine themselves if there were boys around. He liked the meticulous way Shifuya did things. Everything was clear at a glance. Those 3 girls accepted Qin Feng's wine and he received a system alert. Goddess database updated. Name, Tang Yao. Age, 29. Height, 158 centimeters. Weight, 41 kilograms. Charisma, 90. Profession, voice actor. Characteristics, different voices. Favorability, 0, unfamiliar. Number of relationships, 49. Rate or reward, top fighting skills. Amount spent, 20,000 yen. This girl's specialty is not bad. She should be able to disguise various voices. For example, lowly voice, imperial voice, bubbly voice, and so on. It's definitely fun to play. It's just the number of romances that makes it a bit hard. And the cheat rewards aren't very good. What's the point of having top fighting skills in the modern world? Going to the ring? What's the point of knowing how to fight? You have to have a background in power to be a gangster. Of course it's best to know how to fight, but it doesn't matter if you don't. You can spend money to hire bodyguards. Those 10 cyborgs are much better than the top fighters. Even Xia Ting's super physique felt better than knowing how to fight. As for the other A06 girl, Qin Feng got up and scanned her. Charisma 93. Number of relationships 96. Well, the number of times is even higher than the charisma value. Forget it, don't look at it. It wasn't that he had a cleanliness fetish. It was just that he felt that chasing this kind of girl who was highly likely to be green. Qin Feng always felt weird, even if it was purely for the sake of reward. Cheating people out of their true hearts was not good. Scum should also be scummy like a person. Xia Ting and Shifuya. These 2 girls looked much better than those demonic bitches. He sent a text message to Shifuya to let her come over to do the membership card. Shifuya obeyed and rushed over. After Qin Feng deposited the wine, he charged another 200,000 into it in front of Xia Ting. This generous gesture made Xia Ting excitedly hug him a little tighter. Along with that, Shifuya's favorability was also increased by 2 points. Her attitude towards Qin Feng was also more respectful. It was hard for a woman not to like a man who was rich, powerful and handsome. Qin Feng held Xia Ting and left the bar under Shifuya's pleasing gaze. After leaving the door, he found a 4-star international hotel and took a car straight to his destination. The 5-star hotel was too far away to quench the thirst from afar. Entered the hotel. Chose a presidential suite. The original price of 38,000. The current price of 9,800. Equipped with an exclusive butler. Enjoy attentive service. Qin Feng's housekeeper is a woman, in her 30s, wearing a cheongsam, with an elegant and calm demeanor. The charisma value was more than 70. In the elevator, she shushed the 2 and asked if they wanted a late-night snack and if they needed a massage to relax. Then introduced the functions of each floor. For example, basketball court, gym, swimming pool, chess room. Qin Feng didn't care much about these. He only cared about whether the bed was big or not. Came to the top floor, pushing open the door of the room. Not to mention the bed in the bedroom. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows alone made people's eyes light up. Looking through the window, there are not many buildings outside. The view is not blocked. and at a glance you can take in the charming night scenery of Jiangchang. The bright lights and starlight reflected each other, depicting a dreamy scene. The entire suite was extremely wide, about 200 square feet, with a layout of 2 rooms and 1 hall. The living room was decorated in a luxurious and stylish manner, with a few ostentatious sofas highlighting the nobility. Outside there is a large open-air balcony, and there is a small swimming pool on the side. The weather in September is the most comfortable time for swimming. It's not too cold or too hot, and the two of them can swim while watching the scenery and enjoying the undisturbed evening breeze. The scenery was unique, but Qin Feng had no time to appreciate it. After shutting the housekeeper out, then he couldn't wait to hug and nibble and touch Xiating. The halter dress Xiating wore was very easy to take off. Flicking the halter towards the sides, the clothes on her shoulders instantly slipped to the ground. Qin Feng's movements were slightly green and clumsy, and he overcame all the difficulties under Xiating's careful guidance. Half an hour later, Qin Feng lit a cigarette, not very satisfied with his first performance, but it was too tense and he couldn't control it. At this time, Xiating was in the bathroom taking a shower. Her blurred figure was visible through the glass window. Wow! The water flow from the showerhead made a hypnotic sound. Qin Feng slowed down on the bed, put out his cigarette and followed him in. Oops, what are you doing in here? You tell me. Xiating let out a cry of surprise. She looked a bit shy. After that, the two of them took a bath together in the big luxurious bathtub, which took another hour. Imperial Dragon Bay Bar. Tang Yao was still staring at the empty S03 booth. When the man upstairs ordered 12 bottles of Ace of Spades earlier, she was paying attention to that man. He looked a little younger than herself. His eyes had a vicissitude that didn't fit his age, and he was very handsome. When he was surrounded by the ladies, a hint of impatience would actually appear on his face. It was just too cute. For a woman like her who was almost 30, this kind of little wolf dog had a fatal attraction. The most crucial thing was that he could afford to order 2 sets of Grand Divine Dragons, indicating that he was still a little rich. Tang Yao was so moved that she wanted to rush up and initiate a conversation. She was confident in her looks. Very few boys would reject her. But when she saw that the young handsome man was already accompanied by 2 women who were not inferior to her, Tang Yao flinched again. It was true that a bunch of girls grabbed the good guy. She had suffered enough losses and didn't want to compete with those young and spirited girls. Just when she was lost thinking that she had no chance with that handsome man called someone to send the Ace of Spades and asked for her number alone. She was very happy, thinking that the man was overwhelmed by her beauty and fell in love with her at first sight. In the envious eyes of her 2 companions, Tang Yao directly reported her number, fantasizing about how the person would open up. I don't know if I should play the role of a good girl, or if a knowing big sister knows better. Tang Yao sat in her seat and thought wildly, holding her cell phone and waiting for the phone to ring, but also clicked on WeChat from time to time to see if there were any new friend applications. The 2 little sisters had all gone down to dance and hook up with men. She is still stupidly waiting. During the time several came over to accost the opposite sex, Tang Yao ignored them all, just to let that S03 handsome guy see his reserved side. As a result, after waiting for half a day, she looked up. Shit, people have long gone. Tang Yao looked upstairs at the empty card seat dumbfounded. What kind of person asks for a girl's number and leaves without saying a word? She was very unhappy. Just when she thought she was being molested, the woman who had been sitting on the S03 card seat just now came back, sitting there alone, drinking wine, as if she was waiting for someone. Tang Yao thought that the man would come back, also followed the silly wait. After waiting for a long time, her friends all came over to urge her to eat barbecue. That little handsome man still did not come back. She gradually despaired. After sending Qin Feng away, Shifuya returned to the card table to help warm up. Seeing that girl downstairs kept looking at her, the heart was wondering. I'm watching the scene. What are you looking at? At this time, inside the presidential suite, Qin Feng was holding the naked Xiating lying in the quilt, not even realizing that there were still people who couldn't get enough of him. Smelling the scent of the girl's hair on his pillow, he gently caressed her smooth and tender skin. The 2 people's bodies were close together, 4 eyes facing each other. Xiating's brow was filled with love and her shy appearance was written with longing. Qin Feng couldn't help but get excited. The 2 tossed and turned some more. Sage moment. The 2 chatted about their previous days on campus. Listening to Xiating talk about her life after graduation, she said that her mom forced her to go on blind dates, and all those men were oddballs who wanted AA for a meal. They were afraid to spend money on her. Unlike her brother, who is so generous and kind to her. Brother is the best boy she's ever seen in her life. Her words were full of tea flavor. Qin Feng was mesmerized. That's what men love to hear. Only she fell asleep while talking, probably due to being too tired today. Qin Feng didn't have the pleasure of listening. He closed his eyes and stood up the corpse for a while without the slightest sleepiness. so he gently pulled his arm out from under Xia Ting's neck. Alone, he went to the balcony and sat on a rocking chair. There were fruit plates of snacks and drinks on the coffee table at hand. The night was late and quiet. The evening breeze was slightly cool. Pulled out his cell phone from the pocket of his bathrobe, flipped out the photo album and looked at the glorious evening at the bar. A group photo of him and the group of bunny girls, in which some of the beautified girls came together next to Qin Feng with bright smiles, and Qin Feng in a group of girls' faint smile, like waves of unperturbed. The status of extremely noble people will have a smile. Qin Feng picked two, along with the night photos of the night scene in the hotel room, and sent a friend's circle together, with a sentence, from a boy to a man. The pressure is enormous. I do not know if I can withstand it. There are no relatives and elders in his WeChat, just some classmates and friends, so there is nothing to worry about what to post. This circle of friends also has no special meaning, is to commemorate his loss of virginity. After sending, Qin Feng shook his head and laughed at his own childishness. From now on, I'm not a boy, so I have to be a little more dignified when it comes to things, so don't make a big deal out of it. Qin Feng despised himself and tapped WeChat to find Shifuya to talk about his feelings. The biochemical bodyguard was too attractive, and even though Shifuya looked hard to handle, he still wanted to give it a try. He sent a, still busy, greeting. The other party replied back quickly. It's almost over. Not too busy. Qin Feng, it's so hard. You're busy until so late every day. Shifuya, to eat, get used to it. Shifuya, Mr. Qin is not accompanying his girlfriend. Why are you free to send messages to me? Qin Feng glanced back at Xia Ting, who was lying on the bed, sleeping soundly. He wanted to reply that she was asleep. Suddenly reacted. If he was the girl across the street, hearing this kind of scum speech, he would probably directly pull black himself. He vaguely said, I'm alone outside blowing the wind. Shifuya smiled slightly, mistaking Qin Feng for wanting to ask her out to play. She was also very experienced with this kind of guest that she couldn't afford to mess with, and typed, then where are you? I'll ask a few pretty little sisters to accompany you. Qin Feng is completely resting today. If he calls a woman again, he is afraid that he will die of exhaustion, and he can't possibly leave Xia Ting alone in the hotel and sneak out to play by himself. Xia Ting drank and slept too much, in case he came back and found out that her love count had turned to 6 and asked her what was going on, and she was still in a daze. Qin Feng couldn't stand it. He excused himself and said, no, I just want to talk to you. Shifuya teased with her voice, brother's secretly looking for me to chat. To be seen by your girlfriend, won't be angry right? Another girl in tea. Qin Feng smiles a bit. The tea skills of pretty women seem to be innate as if they were born with it. He remembers the novel he read before and replies in a scummy way. It won't. She is very good. Only a scumbag is qualified to match green tea. Shifuya smiles and hints. But I'm not well behaved. Oh, if my husband dares to cheat on me, I'll send him to the palace. Qin Feng is shocked and asks, you have a husband? Shifuya sees that he keeps sending out text, so he has to accompany him with text. Yes, I'm 28 years old in the new year. Isn't it normal to have a husband? Qin Feng's heart wowed. He only wanted to be a scumbag, not a scumbag who destroys other people's marriages. If she had a husband, she wouldn't be able to get her hands on him at all. Only someone like Chawa Zhou would be more excited to see a human wife, right? When he thought of Shifuya's reward for the raid, a full 10 loyal super fierce men, leaving him like this, his heart ached so much that he couldn't breathe. Words didn't even want to say one more word. Seeing that he was scared off by himself, Shifuya smiled faintly. Although her bar's business would suffer if this kind of big customers were to not come to support her in the future, she didn't want to be targeted by this kind of dignitaries. These people were inhumane and unruly, and did whatever they wanted with their money. She didn't want to be these people's plaything, and it was true that she had a husband, only that he had died almost 4 years ago. Qin Feng looked at the stars in the sky and fumed. Didn't think a lot. He was a man with principles. A married woman should not be messed with. He consoled himself that the biochemist was no big deal. As long as one is willing to spend money, bodyguards aren't recruited in large numbers. Shifuria's raider reward wasn't the top of the line either. Maybe the next girl's raid reward was better. For example, Vajra Unbreakable, Immortality, Calling the Wind and Rain, and Moving Mountains and Filling Seas. In case it did, it wouldn't be a beautiful thing. What's a few biochemicals in the district? Qin Feng finished his thought process and positioned Shifuya as an ordinary friend in his mind. Send a message to chatter casually. Does your husband not mind you working in a bar? Shifuya frowned, thinking that he still refused to give up. He added the punchline. Our daughter is 5.5 years old. Still mind what? Ah. Well, even the daughter has one. It's completely hopeless. Shifuya's profile shows that she's only had intimate behavior with 2 people. That means she's loyal to her husband. And since she's so attractive, they should be in love. Husbands and wives work together to raise children and build a cozy home. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel, how happy. This used to be Qin Feng's dream, but now he wouldn't be that naive anymore. Even for the sake of the system's raid rewards, he had to be a scum. He wouldn't give up an entire forest for a tree. Had. Okay. Shifuya returned the message carelessly. The smile became a little bitter. Widow's door is full of right and wrong. And then bring a dragger. You can imagine how hard it was for her in these years. Fortunately, her husband was a good mixer before he was born, and many bigwigs on the road had friendships with her husband. This bar is opened by her husband's brother. Her husband's brother appreciated her ability and let her do the management of the bar. As time passed, her husband's death was gradually forgotten. Her husband's brother, the owner of the bar, has slowly developed a crush on Shifuya, always hinting at wanting to adopt her. From the beginning of the language flirting, to the recent hands and feet, all kinds of mooching to take advantage of, and constantly implied that she with his bed. Shifuya's self-esteem is very strong. Do not want to give this man with a family as a junior, but for the sake of her children, she wants to keep her job, so she forced herself to endure being molested by her boss and didn't have a fit. Such an attitude, in the eyes of outsiders, was having an affair with the boss. Shifuya didn't explain and looked at Qin Feng's 2 words of happiness and was stunned. Happiness? Like a flower's age. But have to carry all this. Long ago and happiness has no connection. The cold text cannot see the joy and sadness. Qin Feng see her not much want to chat, then blindly 2 sentences. Said free time to go to your bar to invite you to drink. I got a reply from Shifuya. I'm looking forward to Mr. Qin's visit. Qin Feng closes the dialogue box with her. At the same time received a message from another girl. Looking at the red circle in the upper right corner of the girl's avatar in WeChat, he smiled. Her name was Jiang Manhua. Usually it was Qin Feng who took the initiative to look for her. There were not many times when he took the initiative to contact Qin Feng like today. The chat window opened. The last conversation between the two was 6 days ago. A sentence she explained. I was too busy working overtime last night and didn't see the message. Below was the current message. Qin Feng, you went to the bar? Qin Feng flipped out her photo and scanned it. Charm value 82. Number of relationships 21. Seeing 21, Qin Feng's mood rose and fell a bit. He had spent all his salary on this woman for so many years, but she never gave hugs or kisses, saying something about saving it for her wedding day. Thought she was also as pure as herself. Did not expect to have undressed for so many people. 3 years of dedication. In the end, it is surprising that even the wheel cannot take their turn. Qin Feng was cried by his own stupidity. Licking dogs have nothing in the end. How can you go to the bar? Didn't you say that we would work hard together to save money to buy a house? Can you afford me? Seeing the questioning sent by Jiang Manhua, Qin Feng's blood pressure immediately came up. 10,000 grass mud horses galloped by in his heart. He hadn't expected this woman to come and accuse him of something. She almost shook with another man in the car, but still has the face to say that she's sorry for her? He still thinks he is the same wrongdoer as before. Qin Feng took a deep breath, tried to calm himself down. It's not worth it to get angry over this kind of woman. He returned nonchalantly. I'm not your boyfriend. How am I wronging you? Jiang Manhua, our relationship we know in our hearts. Do we have to make it clear? Jiang Manhua, you do not want to use the way to go to the bar, to force me to agree to be your girlfriend, right? Jiang Manhua, you are childish or not? Jiang Manhua, circle of friends also said what to become a man. Really disgusting. You two let me down. Good. You're playing with me like that, right? Qin Feng was exasperated and transformed into a Zhuan pianist. Directly disliked. Girl, wake up. Don't look in the mirror and see how to write disgusting. I'm too dirty to scold you. You're not even good enough for a garbage collector. I was blind before, but I'm better now. Please don't bother me again. Thank you. To make her even more unhappy, Qin Feng added. Right. I forgot to tell you that I won $90 million yesterday, but unfortunately you are not qualified to spend it. Jiang Manhua was scolded silly, holding her cell phone without knowing how to reply. She definitely didn't believe that a loser like Qin Feng would win the lottery. These days the lottery company only knew how to desperately rake in money. How could there still be outsiders winning the lottery? Seeing him scolding himself like this, Jiang Manhua was furious and wanted to pull the plug on him. There were so many fish in her pond. One more or one less wouldn't matter, but on second thought, it would be a pity to throw it away. Of all the fish, Qin Feng is the most foolish. Every month a little less will send a gift of 3,000 or 4,000. And look at him in the bar dressed like a man. In case he really got rich may also say. Jiang Manhua held back her anger and typed. What's wrong with you? Are you stimulated by something? Qin Feng, no. Just suddenly have money. Cannot share with you? A little sad. Jiang Manhua, can you talk properly? We were fine before. Chin Fong, you also said it was before. Now you are you. I am me. There is no relationship. Jiang Manhua saw him say so decisive. Her heart was shocked. Busy asking, are you in love with another woman? Chin Fong, it has nothing to do with you. I'm going to sleep. Goodbye. Jiang Manhua, you come back. Make it clear. Who is that woman? Other than a third-party insertion, Jiang Manhua couldn't think of a reason why Chin Fong would suddenly change his face. She was very satisfied with Chin Feng's performance in these years, doing whatever he was told to do, obeying like a dog. Even late at night in winter, when she wanted to eat some spicy hot pot, Chin Fong would get up from under the covers to bring it to herself, and as soon as she lost her temper, Chin Fong would be the first to soften, whispering with a smile to coax. If it wasn't for the fact that he made less money, Jiang Manhua would have wanted to give him a boyfriend slot, but now he suddenly said that the two of them did not have any relationship. Jiang Manhua's heart unusually difficult. It was as if the fish she had worked so hard to raise for 2 or 3 years had somehow slipped into another woman's fish pond. She wanted to catch Chin Fong back and kept sending messages. Can you afford me? After talking to you for so many years, you want to break up with me because of another woman? I wear the necklace you gave me every day in vain. People laugh at my ugly 8,000 yuan chain, but I still wear it, because it's from you. I can feel you by my side. But what have you become now? Have you forgotten your previous vows? Chin Fong, I'm sorry. Jiang Manhua sees him apologizing and her anger subsides a bit. Guessing that he might have spent a lot of money at the bar tonight, he wasn't in a good mood. She planned to forgive him for his earlier offense, but she didn't expect him to send another message. After putting you down, I realized the beauty of the world. Thank you for letting me grow. Jiang Manhua was unsure and sent a message of inquiry. Instead, she saw an infuriating exclamation point in front of her text. That licking dog had deleted her. Jiang Manhua's liver ached with anger. She similarly blacklisted Chin Fong and swore that even if the man begged himself on his knees, she wouldn't release him. Jiang Manhua firmly believed, a man like Chin Fong who didn't have a car or a house would probably be dumped by a woman soon, and would definitely come back to beg for himself at that time. At that time, if he didn't buy himself an Apple phone, Jiang Manhua would never forgive that licking dog. Chin Fong stood up from the recliner on the balcony and glanced at the time, realizing that it was almost 2 o'clock. Remembering that he still had to go buy a car for Xia Ting tomorrow, so he hurriedly went inside to sleep. He carefully put his cell phone on silent, carefully lay down next to Xia Ting, afraid of disturbing the sleeping beauty beside him. However, Xia Ting still woke up. She felt someone coming over between her half-dreams and barely opened her eyes, after confirming that it was Chin Fong who was going to buy himself a sports car in his dream. Like an octopus, she wrapped herself around him, her coquettish nose rubbed against his face, sniffing a faint smell of tobacco, muttered, "Smoke less, it's not good for the body." One had to admit that her unconscious concern was more lethal than any words. Chin Fong responded softly, looking at her well-behaved appearance and thinking. At this moment, the moonlight through the glass, gently sprinkled on the side of the girl's face, for her already stunningly beautiful face, adding a hazy color, like a natural fairy. Chin Fong couldn't help but give her a kiss on the cheek, which was rewarded with a delicate dreamy murmur. He lay down at ease and fell into a deep sleep. There were no words for the night. Early morning the next day, Xia Ting woke up very early. Looking at the time, she found that it was still early. She wanted to close her eyes and go back to sleep, but she couldn't sleep. All that was on her mind was the Porsche 911. It was hard to stay up until 8 o'clock. She used the end of her hair to tease Chin Fong, trying to wake him up, but the effect was not satisfactory. She pushed him with her hand, but he didn't respond. This man sleeps like a pig, simply cannot wake up. Xia Ting didn't dare to wake him up very loudly for fear that he would get up and get upset and let today's plan go down the drain. She wanted to use a gentle way to wake him up. Suddenly, a bright idea came to her mind. A touch of shyness flashed in her eyes. Chin Fong felt someone calling him and woke up in a daze from his dream. Last night the force group had done quite a bit, and he didn't want to get up so early. But Xia Ting seemed to be in a bit of a hurry, making noise and insisting that he get up. After a few minutes, she ran off to wash her face and brush her teeth. Chin Fong lay on the bed like an old monk in meditation. Not a single movement. After being refreshed, the two of them were fully dressed. Xia Ting was in a long black bustier dress today. The black tone made her skin look cold and white, and the neckline was open wide, revealing her charming collarbone. There was some lace outlining the dress, and the waist-cinching style emphasized her figure to the fullest. The side fork is very high, and her legs are hidden when she walks. Paired with cool high heels, it was very imperial style. This set was also bought yesterday. The more Chin Fong looked at it, the more beautiful he felt. This set is so beautiful. It's almost the same as those famous girls on TV. I'm going to the Force store today, so of course I have to dress a little more decently. Xia Ting said in front of the floor mirror, twisting around and gesticulating. No need to be so grand. Just buying a car. It's not a big deal. Xin Feng came forward and ringed her waist. A straight shirt and suit pants appeared in the mirror, and Xia Ting stood together appeared to be a good match. Xia Ting listened to his tone. Buying a few $1 million of car like going to buy food is casual. Do not think he is bragging at all. The $400,000 or $500,000 that was placed there last night was very convincing. Xia Ting naturally helped him straighten his collar. I know. I'll put on some more makeup. It'll be ready soon. Very soon. Xin Feng saw Xia Ting also want to make up, decisively took out his cell phone and opened the king pesticide. When a girl says very soon, right away, it means that she has to wait for about half an hour at the very least. As expected, he lost 2 pesticide. Xia Ting only finished. However, Xia Ting's makeup looks brilliant after finishing it. Light bangs slightly curled, vaguely revealing the pretty eyebrows, showing a fresh and sweet feeling like a girl next door. She was able to have a sexy and seductive charming temperament. Pink lips slightly pursed. Look at the heart of the mind. Looking at the radiant Xia Ting, Xin Feng had nothing to complain about. With everything ready, the two of them went out and got off the elevator. Just after arriving on the first floor, the housekeeper greeted them, and after checking out of the room, she still thoughtfully asked if they needed a car to send them. Xin Feng nodded. She immediately called for a Mercedes-Benz commercial car. Upon hearing that Xin Feng's address was a Porsche 4 store, the housekeeper's eyes lit up. Before, she was still wondering why these two didn't drive over. It turned out that the car was at the Fours, presumably for maintenance or repairs. This kind of rich people, it is still necessary to make good relations. The housekeeper hurriedly went to the counter, took out her business card and handed it over to Xin Feng. She said that she could serve him in the future if there was any need. Xin Feng was quite satisfied with her service and added her WeChat. The two took the car to the door of the Porsche 4 store. As soon as they got out of the car, there was a beautiful saleswoman who came over to greet them. The service was very enthusiastic and smiled like a coming father. Miss, may I ask if you were looking at the car or test driving? Xin Feng sized her up. Quite pretty, good figure, makeup painted exquisitely, tall, wearing high heels and about the same as himself. He glanced at the more than 40 million in the system, and returned with a lot of air. Look at the car. The beautiful saleswoman smiled and said, okay, do you have an appointment? Xin Feng questioned. No appointment will not allow to see? The beautiful saleswoman waved her hand repeatedly and said, No, what I mean is if you don't have an appointment with the sales, is it okay for me to introduce you? So that's how it was. Xin Feng thought that this kind of luxury car store liked to play big and wouldn't let him buy a car without an appointment. He used the system to scan the sales profile. Name, Peng Jinyan. Age, 26. Charm, 81. Number of relationships, 7. Not bad, quite moderate. The fact that a Porsche salesman can have such self-awareness shows that she's not the kind of girl who messes around. Fine, just you. Take us to see the 911. Xin Feng said indifferently. Okay, please follow me. Peng Jinyan smiles and reaches out to guide. From a person's speech, one can tell if he has confidence or not. Like this handsome man in front of him, he speaks calmly and has a strong voice. Together with the beautiful and generous female companion next to him, the possibility of such a combination to buy a car is still very high. Peng Jinyan couldn't help but smile a little more enthusiastically. She, as a luxury car sales, looks scenic on the outside, but is actually miserable. The supervisor of their store was very disgusting. All sales have to turn in $100 of incentive money every day at work. Whoever can open the bill, can take it all. It's a real paid job. She hasn't opened a store this week. That's why she's treating Xin Feng with special dedication. Xin Feng and Xia Ting followed the sales into the Porsche 4 store. As soon as they entered, they saw 3 beautiful saleswomen bowing and smiling at them. Xin Feng also politely nodded towards them. Legend had it that for every Porsche sold, there would be one less female salesperson, and it was not known whether it was true or not. Xia Ting saw Xin Feng staring colorfully at the group of sales and gave a light grunt, indicating that she was still there. Xin Feng hurriedly smiled and coaxed a couple sentences, explaining that he was wondering why they were all female. Xia Ting glared at him and didn't say anything more. It was a critical time now. She didn't want to mess with Xin Feng because of this little thing. Besides, it was just a look. It wasn't anything. One couldn't be too petty. The 3 of them came to the hall and there were 3 cars parked on the stand. One was the famous Cayenne, one was a Panamera, and the last was a Porsche 911 Carrera. Xia Ting saw her beloved sports car close at hand, and her 2 big eyes stared unblinkingly in fascination. This was the car she had dreamed of buying. She was so excited that she grabbed Xin Feng's arm tightly. Her hands pressed so hard that her fingers started to turn white, and her fingernails even poked into Xin Feng's flesh. Hiss! Xin Feng sucked in a breath of cool air in pain. thinking that this chick must have done it on purpose. He had only glanced at another woman, and she had hit him so hard. This girl's hard eyes are really small. Realizing that she had lost her temper, Xia Ting busily rubbed Xin Feng's arm and said pitifully, "I'm sorry, brother, do you hurt?" Xin Feng was in pain, but still had a steady smile on his face and pretended to be indifferent, saying, "It's fine, it's fine." In reality, he was screaming in pain in his heart. He secretly thought of an opportunity to persuade Xia Ting to cut her nails. Too long himself to suffer. "You sit inside and take a look." Xin Feng endured the pain and went forward to open the car door. As soon as the car door was opened, Xia Ting was deeply attracted by the interior inside, and at once didn't care if Xin Feng's hand still hurt or not. She directly sat on her butt, touching the east and looking at the west, feeling the taste of money. Seeing her so excited, Xin Feng smiled and asked, "Like it?" Xia Ting closes her drooling mouth and nods her head like a chicken pecking at rice. "Aha." Xin Feng walked to the other side, leaned over the car window and raised his eyebrows. "So you're sure it's this one, not considering other cars?" Xia Ting joyfully said, "Just this one." Pang Jinyan, as a professional salesman, saw that they had such a strong desire to purchase a car, and immediately stepped forward to dutifully introduce it. This 911 is the world's most classic sports car. The appearance is smooth and elegant. The interior is simple and atmospheric. It uses a 3.0T engine with a maximum horsepower of 385. The interior uses luxury leather seats. Xin Feng opened the passenger seat and sat up in the sales explanation. Into the eyes is the brown-red interior. Looks a little tawdry. There is the premium feeling of a $1 million luxury car. The fresh air had an aromatherapy flavor if anything, and it smelled classy. There is a huge Porsche logo on the steering wheel, which can keep you in a happy mood at all times, whether you are taking pictures to pretend to be a Porsche, or enjoying it yourself. The leather that wraps around it is soft and feels impeccably textured. Front space is very wide. 178 people sit in it. Legs can actually straighten. But the disadvantage is that the rear row does not seem to be able to sit people. After all, the double-door car, and probably did not consider sitting 4 people. It is worth mentioning that the center gear handle of this car is designed to be very small and forward, which is very convenient for 2 people to move around. Xin Feng sat on the passenger seat, effortlessly burrowing his head into Xia Ting's arms, winking at her meaningfully, then nudging towards her thighs. Xia Ting read the code and pushed Xin Feng's head away, cooing, "Nasty." Xin Feng laughed and teased, "I didn't say anything. What do you hate?" Xia Ting's roots behind her ears were slightly reddened, staring at Xin Feng, unable to open her mouth in shame. Xin Feng pretended to teach, "Little girls do not think about unhealthy things all day long." Xia Ting couldn't hold back and gently hit him, then hugged his hand again and pouted. "Stop it. Hubby, are you really buying me this car? This sound of husband is even more tantalizing than last night's swinging." Hearing Xin Feng's bones crumble, he smiles dotingly. "As long as you like it, I'll buy it for you." Xia Ting screams excitedly, "Hubby, I love you." Xia Ting favorability +5. Xin Feng smiled faintly. Modern girls really don't have the slightest resistance when they hear bye. Schoolgirls are no exception. Together with the 5 points that he had earned in exchange for 5 times of hard work last night. Currently, Xia Ting's favorability had come to 72, intimacy. It was only 8 points short of 80, adoration. When he thought about how he had gone out of his way to be diligent and hard-working last night, Xin Feng couldn't help but rub his waist, secretly sighing that he couldn't eat. Other people have 7 times a night, but he can't do it after only 5 times. It seems like this super strong physique has to be gotten in a hurry. Standing on the side, Pang Jinyan's mouth twitched when she heard the mushy conversation in the car. To know that this is a car that costs more than $1 million at the minimum. This man even said that he would buy it for a girl. This woman looked like she was nothing special except for being a bit prettier, with a look that she hadn't seen much of the world. Just like a silly white sweetie. For a vase to spend so much money, this man is afraid not to be infatuated soup. Pang Jinyan only felt like she was force-fed 10 pounds of lemons, so sour that she wanted to cry. She couldn't help but let out a roar in her heart. Why is this kind of drama of a domineering president falling in love with me always appearing on others? Beauty, is this car available? Xin Feng saw that Sales was walking away and waved his hand to signal. There are, sir. Pang Jinyan came back to her senses and said in a hurry, "How much does this car land?" Xin Feng asked carelessly. Seeing that he seems to have the intention to order a car, Pang Jinyan hurriedly threw away the chaotic thoughts in his mind and concentrated on explaining. "You fancy this Carrera Bear car price of 1.37 million, counting the purchase tax, insurance, licensing fees, etc. The total price of about 1.6 million. She paused and continued. "What's your name, sir? If you're satisfied, we can talk about the price in the parlor." My name is Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned his head to look at Xia Ting and symbolically inquired, "Are you sure this is it? Then I'll pay for it?" Xia Ting nodded without hesitation. Looking at the 911 that would soon belong to her, her eyes shone with starlight. At this point, even if Qin Feng made strange demands of her, she would do as she was told. However, Qin Feng didn't have a little bit of crooked thoughts right now. He handed the card to the sale and said indifferently, "Then swipe the card. I won't cut the price. Within the scope of your authority, give me all the gifts you can, such as gas cards or maintenance." Peng Jinyan received the bank card with both hands, a face of dismay. She had never seen a master who came in for 3 minutes and directly shelled out money without even drinking tea. Looking at Qin Feng's calm demeanor, her eyes carried a hint of hope. "No problem, Mr. Qin. May I ask if you want to add a little configuration, such as electric sunroof, surround sound or something?" Qin Feng looked down and pondered for a while. He himself was spending a bit less on Xia Ting right now. He had only spent 430,000 so far. The system's rule was to return the cash when it reached goodwill 80. At the current rate of development, it shouldn't take long to accomplish the goal. He confirmed to the system if he could only return cash once. The system replied, "In the event that the goddess develops affection for the host, the entire expenditure on her can be returned at once. After the favorability exceeds 80, the funds invested cannot be returned. To put it humanly, there's no money to be had after exceeding 80. He didn't quite understand the system's gameplay before, plus his capital wasn't strong enough, and he was slightly stingy. Now that victory is in sight, if you don't pike it this time, when will you wait to pike?" Qin Feng directly waved his big hand and said in a domineering manner, "Add match, add all to me. I want the top match." Luxury car options come and go greatly. If you really want to pull all the full, almost add a big hundreds of thousands of dollars. Peng Jinyan had no resistance to this kind of man who spent money without blinking an eye and especially favored his girlfriend. Her heart was racing at the moment, and her cheeks were flushed with peach blossoms. If it wasn't for the fact that Xia Ting was present, she really wanted to take the initiative and stick it on. If such a rich and handsome man was her boyfriend, she would have laughed out of her dreams. "No need. Just like this I think it's quite good." At this time, Xia Ting spoke out to interrupt Peng Jinyan's unrestrained thoughts and said hesitantly, "Plus other people cannot see. There is a Porsche logo on the line. Do not have to spend a lot of money." In fact, it is not that she does not want to add a match, but only the optional customization will have to wait several months. Xia Ting didn't want the night to be long, and wanted to have one to drive first. Qin Feng thought she was saving money for herself and said generously, "As long as it's money spent on you, it's not a waste." Xia Ting wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck and pampered her. "It's okay, to you to save some and optional good trouble. I have dyslexia." Peng Jinyan saw Xia Ting look like a heartbroken brother. Eyes flashed a touch of contempt. Secretly cursed a green tea whore. Pretending. But on her face, she smiled and persuaded. "Miss, many of our guests buy 911s that are customized. From the body color to the choice of wheels, to the interior components and comfort configurations, inside and out all can be assembled according to your preferences. You can have a unique and exclusive sports car." Qin Feng also agreed, "Right, add some configuration looks different. You a girl, driving such a black car, how dark, a little brighter look good." Xia Ting's hands were entangled together. Her expression was a little difficult. Qin Feng is right. Black is indeed a bit dark, and obviously there is an opportunity to add a match. Their own silly do not want, seem a small family, but she really didn't want to wait that long, so she looked up and asked sales, "Then do you have the top match here with the current car?" Peng Jinyan thought for a moment and said, "I remember there was a female customer who customized a convertible version of turbos with luxurious configuration before. Later, because her company had a situation, the funds broke, so she defaulted and failed to close the deal. The car has been placed in our store. I can show you, but without the key cannot open the door, cannot see the interior." The car had been sitting in their store for months and had been unsold. Because the car was a slutty red female style with luxurious additions, it was slightly expensive. Qin Feng didn't have much of a concept about cars, and since he had nothing to lose by taking a look anyway, he said, "Let's take a look then." Peng Jinyan excitedly led the way in front, twisting her sexy buttocks, while holding the car's information and introducing it to Qin Feng. This car tires plus with grey carbon fiber wheels, adaptive sport leather seats with ventilation and heating. The doors are retrofitted with welcome ambient lighting. The front head is matrix headlights, Racetex fabric GT sport steering wheel with heating. The chassis is selected sport chrono components with full image parking assistance system, and Berlin high-end surround sound audio. Qin Feng couldn't understand it, but thought it was awesome. Several people came to the indoor parking lot. A car covered by a car cover quietly parked there. like a rose that has not yet had time to bloom. Unobtrusive. When the staff wore gloves and went forward to lift the car cover, in a flash, a shiny red sports car appeared in front of the crowd. Its body lines were smooth and dynamic, and every detail reflected exquisite craftsmanship and superior quality. The color combination of red on the outside and black on the inside gave people a kind of gorgeous and passionate appearance, while the bones were introverted and dignified temperament, especially the bright red luster on the car body, which appears to be delicate, coupled with the black soft-top convertible velvet. It is like a princess wearing a black hat. Only at the first glance, Xia Ting was deeply enamored with this car. Instantly, she felt that the previous one didn't smell good anymore. She carefully stretched out her hand, wanting to touch this car. Pang Jinyan hastily opened her mouth to stop it. "I'm sorry, miss, this car is not to be touched according to the rules." She said sorry on her lips, but her expression was not much apologetic, and there was even a hint of disdain in her smile. She knew that Qin Feng was the one who paid out the money. This woman's word didn't count. If Qin Feng reached out to touch it, she definitely wouldn't say anything to remind him, and if necessary, she would even go ahead and apply for the key to let him enter the car to experience it. Inside, the seats are covered with protective film. It's okay to sit down, but obviously Xia Ting did not have this qualification. In Pang Jinyan's eyes, Xia Ting was only relying on a little bit of posture. Good luck to catch such a rich fat person. Not worth licking herself. "I'm just touching it. It's not going to do anything." Xia Ting didn't have the good sense to say, "I'm really sorry. This is a new car, can only be viewed from a distance. You also don't want to have someone else's handprints on the car you bought." Pang Jinyan smiled. The words didn't sound wrong, but it always felt unpleasant. Xia Ting frowned, didn't say anything, reluctantly retracted her hand, and then looked blearily at Qin Feng. "This convertible car, just look at the shape. Know that it is much more expensive than the previous one. 3 million. She wasn't too good at opening her mouth to say she wanted to buy this one, and only hoped that Qin Feng could understand her feelings through her eyes. "How much is this one?" Qin Feng asked knowingly. "The price of this car that was previously negotiated with the customer is 3.2 million. Pang Jinyan smiled as she looked at the list. Xia Ting was secretly shocked when she heard the sales offer of 3.2 million. Stealing a glance at Qin Feng's face, she found that his eyes were hesitant, like he was in a difficult situation. Xia Ting guessed that this car was probably over his budget. Indeed, compared to the previous one, this car was twice as expensive. Anyone would have a hard time. It's normal, but this car she really liked. The moment it was lifted, it gave her the illusion that she was this car. The same is covered by the dust of the world. Cannot find people who know how to appreciate their own. Can only stay alone in the corner of the lonely appreciation. She was really moved and wanted to go up and drive it away. However, Qin Feng's silent look made her terrified and unsure of her heart. Qin Feng touched his chin instead. He also felt that the car was beautifully styled, but in his heart, he wasn't too satisfied with the price. "It's only over $3 million. Who are you looking down on? You have to know that inside the tomato got how. There's a Lamborghini poison in every hand." This $3 million car drove out and couldn't even raise its head in front of them. The current situation of Xia Ting's stock price is so good, not to raise the bet to buy a luxury car of 10 million feels so loose. Hot chicken Porsche. There is no kind of tens of millions of car out for me to consumption. "Brother, can I buy this one?" Xia Ting gritted her teeth, pleaded, "I still have more than 300,000 saved on this side. You see how much difference? The big deal is that I then loan some money?" Qin Feng laughed when he heard Xia Ting say she wanted a loan. This is how little confidence he has in him. He was just afraid that the money wasn't spent properly and the cashback was less. It wasn't like he couldn't afford it. He smiled and gently scraped Xia Ting's coquettish nose and was about to promise her to buy the car, but seeing her eyes full of longing, his heart moved. From the fact that she was willing to take out her entire savings to buy this convertible, it was evident that she was very much attracted to this car, even going so far as to take out a loan to buy it. Since this was the case, then she could act as a bank and lend her money, and then hire her to take care of herself. 20,000 a month, or 240,000 a year. In that case, he cannot whore her for free for about 10 years. Qin Feng thought of the future cohabitation life. The smile on his face swelled a little more. But there are two small problems here. One is that I don't know if borrowing money counts as spending. The second is that in case she can't stand it and sells the car to return the money to herself, will the system judge her as cheating? Qin Feng was very timid, and after thinking about it for a while, he decided not to take the risk. Anyway, there is plenty of money. There is no need to squeeze the schoolgirl so much. After all, they are all classmates. It's fine to take advantage of a small advantage. He thought of a compromise and said, "I want 5 of your obedience cards." Xia Ting didn't react for a moment and asked dumbly, "What obedience cards?" I promise to buy you this car, and in exchange, you personally write 5 obedient paper cards to me. Qin Feng picked up Xia Ting's chin and laughed wickedly. Every time I use the obedient cards, you must completely obey my commands. Do you know what I mean? Xia Ting froze, her head instantly filled with filth. Guessing that this stinky man might have watched too many small movies and wanted to play some special tricks. Her cheeks flushed crimson. She shyly glared at Qin Feng and lightly grunted. Too much no. I don't like that. Qin Feng said with a face of innocence. Baby, what are you thinking about? I mean things about life, like laundry and cooking for a week and such chores. After saying that, Qin Feng deliberately widened his eyes. You're not thinking about that, are you? Xia Ting was instantly annoyed and raised her small fist to hammer on Qin Feng's shoulder. Finding that the damage wasn't high and the opposite side didn't hurt, she was so angry that she disregarded the image of a lady and opened her mouth to bite Qin Feng's arm. Qin Feng hurriedly smiled playfully and begged for mercy. The two of them were playing around in an exceptionally cozy manner. Pang Jinyan, however, looked unusually uncomfortable. Thinking of some women life good to do a month of housework, can have turbos open, and they have to go to work every day to see the face of the supervisor, but also grovel to customers to keep smiling. Like today, meeting someone else's Prince Charming, and even having to be forced to stuff a mouthful of dog food. Her mind collapsed. Her mind was thinking about 7 or 8 things, but they were actually some crooked ways. She kind of wanted to take a shortcut in life, especially after seeing Qin Feng holding Xia Ting in his arms with those gentle eyes. She secretly made some sort of determination. A man as good as this should be fought over. It wasn't illegal to steal a boyfriend. How do these two people look like they're already married? Couples wouldn't engage in something as sentimental as hearing cards. Pang Jinyan's heart was slightly settled and said to the two with a smile. Excuse me Mr. Qin, are you sure you want to buy this car? Qin Feng was busy taking advantage of Xia Ting, freeing up a hand to swing at her and said, the card is with you. Just swipe it. Then please come with me to sign the contract. I can give you some special discounts. Pang Jinyan hinted. She wanted to take Qin Feng alone to her office for a good chat to see if he was interested in her. She still had some confidence in her looks. With a slender waist, long legs, and great hips, she had even practiced the one horse when she was once a model. As long as she had the chance, she could also write listening cards for Qin Feng and do anything. Qin Feng didn't hear her strings. He wasn't interested in girls with no raid rewards below 90 points. To get down to business, he stopped Xia Ting's nonsense and held her hand, signaling to Pang Jinyan. Let's go then. Pang Jinyan laughed. As long as the car buyer comes to sign, I'll apply for a car key for this lady, so she can go to the car to experience the details of the car's workmanship. Xia Ting was a bit impressed, but the car was going to be bought, so there was no rush. Moreover, she saw the saleswoman smiling with spring in her eyes, and she was not confident that Qin Feng would go with her alone. No need. I'll go with you guys. Qin Feng pointed at Xia Ting and asked Pang Jinyan strangely. She's the owner of the car. Doesn't she have to sign? Pang Jinyan was slightly startled. Do you mean you want to register the car in her name? She had thought that the car was just bought for a girl to drive. It was important to realize that once the registration of the vehicle was completed, the ownership of the car would be that woman's, with legal effects. Who picks up a girl and spends more than $3 million to give her a car? Look at this man's attitude. As if the money is just a drop in the bucket. Pang Jinyan couldn't help but become infatuated with Qin Feng's gaze. Yeah, originally I wanted to transfer the money to her and let her buy it herself. But transferring large sums of money is too troublesome. I'm afraid she can't wait. Qin Feng smiled dotingly at Xia Ting. Xia Ting suppressed her inner joy and gave Qin Feng a winking glance. There's no such thing as not being able to wait. Qin Feng revealed a bad smile. Then why did you rush me so much in the morning? You're a pain in the ass. Xia Ting reached out to pinch him. Pang Jinyan wasn't interested in what the two had done in the morning. Seeing that he didn't want to be alone with himself, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. Alright then, the two of you please follow me. I'll take you through the formalities. The three of them returned to the store's parlor. Pang Jinyan ordered someone to bring tea, then brought the car purchase contract and POS machine. After introducing the lifetime free maintenance, complimentary gifts, 20,000 oil card and other benefits, Qin Feng painfully paid. When the transfer was successful, all formalities are completed. Xia Ting is still a bit of a dreamlike feeling, clutching the pen tightly in her hand, refusing to return it. Fear of letting go. The car ran away. How did she not expect that the first car in her life would be a 911, and still belong to their own top version of the 911? When she walked out of the door of the parlor in a trance, the store's sales were already standing on both sides, while bending down and smiling. Congratulations on becoming an honored Porsche owner. May the Dark Horse Gold Shield guard your noble life. Then the sales supervisor led the applause in front, and a group of people celebrated enthusiastically. Xia Ting's entire body was confused, completely at a loss. When the sales, who always stared at her man in a nymphomaniacal manner, lowered her head in front of her and handed over the key with both hands, only then did Xia Ting come back to her senses. She trembled as she took the keys, feeling the envious eyes of everyone and drifting with pleasure. However, she didn't forget that all this was given to her by Qin Feng. She couldn't help but turn back and hug Qin Feng, pressing her face against his chest and asking with an expectant face, "Brother, is this true? I'm not dreaming, am I?" "It's true. If I were dreaming, you would have already woken up when you asked this question," Qin Feng coaxed with a big smile. Only at this moment did Xia Ting truly feel at ease. Looking at the handsome man in front of her, she couldn't help but ask a classic question. "Honey, why are you so good to me?" This was a giveaway question. It was easy. Just as easy as the question your mom asked you when you were a kid whether you liked your mom or your dad better. Witty kids know to say they like mom in front of mom. The honest child will choose to say the truth. A rebellious child would say, "Crawl for the old man." Qin Feng is an honest kid who's a bit stuffy. However, he was familiar with the 4 books and 5 classics and knew the correct answer in his heart. "You're so pretty. You deserve me to be so nice to you." Xia Ting favorability +5. As soon as the words left his mouth, Qin Feng received a system reminder. The corners of his mouth curved lightly. His mood was pleasant. This pretty much meant that the answer was correct. However, it was now only 3 points short of 80 points of favorability. Seeing Xia Ting's happy face right now, it probably wouldn't take long for it to return. He would have to find a way to spend some more money before he could do so. But where would be a good place to take her to spend money? Qin Feng hugged Xia Ting, pondering. And Xia Ting felt sweet and fluttery when she heard Qin Feng praising her beauty. She rubbed the tip of her nose intimately on his neck, sniffing the smell of this man's body, like a cat confirming its owner with its nose. Lifting her head and looking at his handsome and confident face, she was a little worried that he would be abducted by another woman and couldn't help but suffer. "Honey, you're not going to leave me, are you?" She herself didn't realize that in just 2 days' time, she had already deeply remembered this man in her heart. Although she knew that Qin Feng wouldn't say no, she just wanted to hear his assurance. "Don't worry, I won't leave you even if the sky collapses." Qin Feng smiled and soothed. Satisfied, Xia Ting boldly stood on her tiptoes to give Qin Feng a fragrant kiss in front of a large crowd. The people in the store turned their heads away, not wanting to see others show their love. The supervisor saw that there was no more business for them, so he told everyone to go back to work. A few female saleswomen got together and whispered. Swallow said that the man bought this car for that woman, or paid the full price. "Wow, this man is too rich. Isn't he the son of a noble family?" "It's true, that woman doesn't have more eyes than we do. How come she's so lucky to have found such a rich and handsome man?" "If you don't like it, go ahead. They don't look married. You still have a chance. Go ahead. I'll ask Yenzi for his phone number later. I envy you singles. You can fuck whenever you want, but married people like me don't have any freedom. We have to fight even if we're a minute late. Your husband's heart is also too small. If I were you, I would have divorced. Sister Zhao's husband is still a good person. Every day, at her beck and call, it can be seen that she is sincere. What's the use of being sincere, if he can also buy turbos for me, even if he plays outside? I don't care about him." Pang Jinyan didn't participate in their conversation. At this time she was holding a variety of sheets of materials, standing next to the 2 people eating dog food. It took a good half day to see them separate. She took the opportunity to go up and interrupt. "Excuse me, you two. The car on the license plate will take a little time. The fastest day after tomorrow can come down. May I ask, need to apply for a temporary license plate?" Qin Feng let go of the passionate and fiery Xia Ting, bowed his body to hide his weapon and said, "Don't bother. You guys let me know when you get it done directly the day after tomorrow. We'll come back to pick up the car then." "Okay, I'll contact you again in the afternoon when we choose the license plate. And just now I notified the original buyer of this car. She asked me for your number. Can I give it to her?" Peng Jinyan asked. "Yes," Qin Feng said indifferently. Xia Ting opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but didn't. She just gave Qin Feng a grudging look. Qin Feng didn't see her look as he was finalizing some notes about the new car with Peng Jinyan. When he was done, Peng Jinyan took a bunch of information and went to submit it. It was only then that he turned back and saw Xia Ting beaming with unhappiness written all over her face, and somewhat wondered. "What's wrong with you?" "Poof. I didn't do anything wrong, did I?" Qin Feng scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Xia Ting sullenly said, "You can't give your number to other girls indiscriminately in the future. Got it? You're going to eat all this vinegar?" Qin Feng laughed. "Just eat. Anyway, you can't give other women a chance," Xia Ting said seriously. Okay, listen to you. Don't give. Qin Feng a burst of appeasement. Xia Ting also see the good. do not dare to make a very strong. If you play sex to piss off this kind of hair with the golden light of the man is too stupid. Two people bought the car out of the Force store, discussing where to eat lunch. Pang Jinyan chased out to see her off. On seeing Qin Feng preparing to take a taxi, she immediately said, "Mister didn't drive here? Why don't I drive you guys?" Xia Ting snatched and refused. "No need. We prefer to take a taxi." She didn't like the way this woman looked at her man. There was a kind of revealing charm. As a woman herself, Xia Ting could easily see the longing in her heart. "It's fine. We can use the company car." Peng Jinyan smiled. In the middle of the day, Qin Feng stood on the side of the road not quite wanting to wait, and was just about to agree when he caught a glimpse of Xia Ting's reluctant face and he immediately changed his tone and said, "No need to bother. You go and get busy." Pang Jinyan was not angry at being rejected and laughed. "All right, I won't be a light bulb here. I wish the two of you a good time." After saying that, he also bowed slightly. The attitude was a good mess. Xia Ting gave her a slightly meaningful look, and Pang Jinyan was equally generous with her gaze. A hint of sizing up flashed in her eyes. In terms of face, she might be slightly inferior, but she also had advantages. For example, the tricks or poses one could play were definitely more than these little girls who couldn't let go. Some of the amorous interests could be more pleasing to a man than his face. She didn't believe that there would be a man under the sky who didn't cheat. As long as she was allowed to find the opportunity, she thought she would definitely be able to sleep with Mr. Qin. Pang Jinyan turned around and went back, cheering herself up in her heart. Qin Feng looked at the beautiful saleswoman who left with a twist of her ass and secretly said it was a pity. This girl had a well-proportioned body, with a convex front and curved back. It's a superb beauty. But there was no system reward without 90 points in charisma. You have to spend real money to pick her up. It was not cost-effective. But looking at the way she seems to be interested in herself, I don't know if I can whore her for nothing. It's better to wait until after the cashback. After all, you can't make people pay for the room even if you're whoring for nothing. You're still looking at her. Xia Ting shook Qin Feng's hand away and said in an exasperated manner. Only then did Qin Feng think that there was a bull beside him. He hurriedly apologized. "Sorry, I was looking at her back." "Oh that." Qin Feng thought of an excuse and suddenly tapped his head and said, "She kinda looks like my mom." "Yeah, like my mom." Xia Ting was stunned by his poor excuse and forgot to get angry for a moment. She had never seen such a shameless man. Even his mom was used as a shield. She couldn't help but ask, "Your mom walks so slutty too?" Qin Feng saw Xia Ting's surprised expression and, fearing that she wouldn't believe him, forced another explanation. "The last day I saw my mom, she walked like this and wore pretty much the same thing." Xia Ting did not believe it, but keenly grasped the point of his words. "Where did Auntie go?" "I don't know. When I was a child, I can't remember." Xia Ting carefully surveyed Qin Feng, seeing that he did not look like he was lying, hesitantly asked, "So are you a single parent?" "No." Qin Feng laughed. Xia Ting breathed a sigh of relief, guessing that his father might have found him another stepmother. A reorganized family. She didn't pursue the question, fearing that Qin Feng would dislike her for her broken mouth. If the two had a stable relationship, they would naturally know later. There is no need to rush. Qin Feng also did not want to publicize the fact that he was an orphan everywhere, so he did not say anything else when he saw that Xia Ting did not ask. For a moment, both of them seemed a bit silent. Qin Feng took out his cell phone, wanting to see where the online car had arrived. Who knew that the phone was stuck and didn't move? He muttered, "Shit, what kind of hot chicken cell phone?" Summer asked curiously, "How do you use this kind of phone?" This was a question she had wanted to ask for a long time. The first time they met, she noticed that Qin Feng was using the cheapest $1,000 phone. It looked a bit old, like it had been used for a long time. At that time, she almost thought that Qin Feng was poor, but later on, he bought for her, and she gradually believed that Qin Feng was a rich man. After that, she was so intoxicated by Qin Feng's money offense that she forgot to ask. It was only now when she heard him complain that Xia Ting asked. Qin Feng awkwardly replied back, "Cheap cell phone. It doesn't hurt if I lose it." Xia Ting stared at him with a suspicious face, suspecting that this might be a cell phone given to him by his predecessor. He hadn't been able to replace it. A man like him who casually shelled out more than $3 million to buy a car. How could he be heartbroken about that $1 or $2 million cell phone? Losing one a day would take a year alright. Since it doesn't hurt, then you throw it away. Xia Ting tried. Air, can use why throw ah? Qin Feng cannot throw. The card is a card, but it can be used. To buy a new one would cost more than $1,000, but now his balance can be doubled 10,000 times. Before the cashback, we still need to take it easy. Waiting for the system cashback to arrive before buying a new one is not too late. Xia Ting saw his heartbroken look and became even more certain of her suspicions. She was a bit angry that this man dared to be nostalgic about his ex. but did not dare to grab Qin Feng's cell phone and throw it. She can only hold her hands in anger and twist her face to the side to ignore him. When Qin Feng saw this, he was a bit puzzled. He looked at the beauty before as a little problem, but not to lift out the old mom coaxed it. How to get angry again? He took Xia Ting's shoulders, twisted her body to himself and asked, Ting Ting you how? Don't want to care about you. Xia Ting still beamed and skimmed her head. Why don't you want to care about me? Give me a hint? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Beautiful girls even look cute when they are angry, leaving people without temper. Cell phone. Xia Ting glanced at his cell phone and huffed. What's wrong with the cell phone? Qin Feng thought it was because she was impatient to wait, pulled out his cell phone and looked at the screen. Said, the phone shows that the driver is still a kilometer away and will be there soon. Xia Ting shook her shoulders and broke away from his hand, coldly saying, Humph, you know what I mean, don't change the subject. Qin Feng's eyes widened tremendously, a look of uncertainty on his face. Still pretending, Xia Ting frowned slightly, throwing her voice. You'll give some more hints? Qin Feng carefully said. Xia Ting didn't make a sound. She felt that Qin Feng was gagging and trying to muddle things through. Seeing that he cared so much about his ex's cell phone, she felt a little sour in her heart, thinking that if she really wanted to speak clearly and make things clear, she might make him unhappy instead. When the time came, he insisted on refusing to throw it away, and there was nothing he could do about it. Xia Ting sighed, or decided not to reveal him, just let it go. At the same time, she comforted herself in her heart that it was good for a man to be dedicated to his love. At the very least, he would not go out and play around in the future. Tick-tock. At this time, the car came. Qin Feng took Xia Ting's hand and noticed that she symbolically struggled for a bit, and then went along with her grip, thinking that she wasn't particularly angry. Qin Feng compensated with a smile. Let's go into the car and talk about it. It's hot outside. Xia Ting's expression was cold, muffled as she got into the car with him. The car driver was very dedicated, wearing white gloves to close the door for them, reminding them to fasten their seatbelts and informing them that there was mineral water available. The car was fully cooled and refreshing. Qin Feng politely thanked the driver. Then he fastens the seatbelt for Xia Ting but doesn't fasten it himself, coming next to her and continuing to coax. Baby, don't be upset. Just tell me what you want. As long as I can do it, I'll definitely do it. Speak well. Xia Ting grumbled, obviously refused, but also deliberately pretended to be generous. Stinking man, you first say try it, not say how do I know. Under the effect of the air conditioner, the contact with Xia Ting was not as hot as it was just now outside. It was again in a relatively private space. Qin Feng couldn't help but start moving his hands. With one arm around Xia Ting, the other hand was eating tofu on her body. The driver was even more understanding, breaking the rearview mirror with the camera up a bit and keeping silent. The car drove smoothly. Xia Ting was blushing from being touched. Her hands grabbed Qin Feng's hand and gently resisted. You're the one who wanted me to say oh. You say. Xia Ting stared at Qin Feng's cell phone, thought a little, and opened her mouth. I'll give you one of the latest out-of-the-box remote cell phone, and you promise to only use the cell phone I give you in the future, okay? Not only Qin Feng, even the driver in front was stunned. Crap, what is this? A white boy? So awesome? When he got into the car just now, he saw that beautiful girl who looked like a star with a cold expression while that handsome guy had a pleasing look on his face. He also thought that they were the relationship between the licking dog and the goddess. I didn't expect it to be a licking dog and a male god. The driver couldn't help but look up at the rearview mirror to observe this man of God, but realized that the angle of the rearview mirror was adjusted up by himself, and now he could only see the roof of the car. He helplessly shook his head in regret. To think that such a nice girl was destined to be someone else's. He really wanted to kick the gas and throw the man out. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised when he heard that Xia Ting was going to buy himself the remote leader. He had been eyeing that phone for a long time. Once wanted to buy that cell phone to pretend to be a patriot, but that price made him unable to love his country. Moreover, the bitch he was chasing at that time had a lot of shit to do. Either she couldn't afford to send gifts to her friends on their birthdays, or she ran out of cosmetics and didn't have the face to see others. Occasionally a disease here and there, uncomfortable pain. To red packets to comfort. The first cup of milk tea of the 24 seasons she wants. These years unknowingly, and that woman spent tens of thousands of dollars. The specific how much did not count. Anyway, the money did not save. Every payday, she became very enthusiastic, as if he was possessed. He was fooled by her in a few words, but Qin Feng did not regret it. There is always a need to have so many teachers in life, and the money was given as if it was paying tuition. Compared to marrying her and being tortured by her for the rest of his life, Qin Feng was glad that he was able to buy off his relationship with her with money. And on the contrary, Xia Ting, not to mention the fact that she's beautiful, she's also obedient and understanding. Seeing herself complaining about her cell phone lagging, she would actually want to buy herself a cell phone. Qin Feng looked straight at Xia Ting, and the more he looked, the more he liked her. Baby, you're so beautiful. He excitedly put his head over, wanting to have a double tongue dance with Xia Ting. Xia Ting resisted with both hands. You haven't promised me yet. I promise you that I will only use the cell phone you bought for me, Qin Feng said seriously. This is more or less. Xia Ting proudly wringed the man's neck, eyes containing spring, blue waves rippling. Taking the initiative, she offered her tiny lips. The narrow space was most likely to stir up primitive desire. Two people sitting in the back row of the crowded. From the beginning of the kiss, slowly movements become more and more big. For a long time, lips parted. Xia Ting's chest was heaving, her breathing became rapid, and her pretty face was even more red. Her pretty face was even more red, like a ripe peach, which made people drool. Under the long and arched eyelashes, the charm of the big eyes, blinking and blinking to tell the desire. It was simply charming eyes, a pool of spring water. Qin Feng couldn't help but make a move. However, he is tragically met with her strenuous resistance. Good girl, relax. Qin Feng whispers seductively in her ear. Hearing her voice as thin as a mosquito, she said, don't. Qin Feng's desire was unbearable. Seeing that he couldn't attack for a long time, he could only be forced to give up her lower body and concentrate on attacking towards her upper body. Soon enough, he messed up her clothes, until Xia Ting looked at Qin Feng with supplicating eyes, signaling him to stop. Qin Feng stopped his big movements, but the small movements continued, and from time to time, he would hear her disoriented soft exclamations of surprise. The sound of the woozy voice attracted people's imagination. Hearing the driver in front of him began to regret going out with his ears. Most of the people he met in his car were rich, and there was usually no shortage of women around rich men. Those bosses, in the back of his car also did a lot of excessive things, but it was rare to see a woman as beautiful and shy as today. And the voice that screamed had a kind of attraction that had the urge to commit a crime. Wang Gang's eyes were red with envy, and he wanted to yell out a rebuke, but for the sake of money, he didn't dare to say anything, because generally speaking, most of those who dared to mess around in his car, got off the car and gave some tips as the cost of cleaning the car. He had encountered certain bosses giving tips that were almost 10 times the price of the car. At this moment, Xia Ting was blushing and shy, leaning in Qin Feng's arms. Her body was soft as if she had no bones. Qin Feng looked at her as if she had been ravaged and whispered in her ear, "You're so tantalizing in this way. I really can't hold on a bit." Xia Ting maintained her last shred of sanity, forcing herself to hold back the desire to be tantalized and said, "No, not here. After all, the special cars now have cameras, in case they are photographed and sent online. Then she is going to be finished. This is not on and off. I'm so hard," said Qin Feng emotionally. Xia Ting stole a glance and saw that he was indeed having a hard time. She didn't have the good sense to say, "I told you to mess around. You deserve it." Qin Feng accidentally soiled the back row. He was open-minded, and anyway, the fare could be reimbursed, so he politely transferred $800 to the driver for the cleaning fee. Sheikh said that the deep cleaning of the car was only $500, so he gave him $800 because he didn't want to nag him. I didn't expect the driver to have a good attitude, and didn't mind at all that Qin Feng had soiled his car. First said thank you boss, and then also gave Qin Feng a business card. Said that in the future there is a need to be on call. Looked at the big and thick, tiger back and waist. Very bad to mess with the appearance. Did not expect so good temper. Qin Feng looked at the business card. This driver is called Wang Gang. His features are straight, honest looking, and from just now, he didn't say anything, and at the same time, he also thoughtfully broke the rearview mirror upwards, which can be seen. It's a person with a delicate mind. Qin Feng couldn't help but move to recruit someone. He felt the need to recruit a bodyguard to transition before obtaining the system rewards. It's better to be prepared than to suffer. For a girl as beautiful as Xia Ting, there would always be some ungrateful people who would cause trouble. With a bodyguard standing behind them, the momentum alone could scare people away. And the image of Wang Gang, a tough guy who was tough on the outside and soft on the inside, fit well with Qin Feng's requirements. Plus he could drive, so it would be much easier for him to sit in the back with Xia Ting in the future if he wanted to shy away. The only question is whether this person's character is worth trusting. Qin Feng desired to retreat after extraordinarily calm, carefully thought about it. Still decided to try to solicit first. The world is bustling, all for the sake of profit. The money given in place should not be a big problem. However, this requires Xia Ting's consent, otherwise the system will not reimburse. Qin Feng grabbed Xia Ting's clean little hand and said softly, "How about I ask Brother Wang to be our exclusive driver?" Xia Ting wondered, "Didn't you just buy me a 911? If you don't want to drive, I'll just be your driver in the future. Why do you need someone else to drive?" Qin Feng explained. I need to use it once in a while. It's tiring to drive by myself, and it's safer to have more people to protect us. Seeing that Xia Ting wanted to ask again, Qin Feng smiled and stopped. You are so beautiful. In case any of the Shabi want to molest you, do you want me to fight with him? Xia Ting thought of the time she had been molested in the past, and didn't think there was any big problem. Those people were very timid. At most they would only dare to whistle and molest for a few sentences. Just ignore them. They wouldn't dare to mess around. After all, fights were expensive nowadays, and going against a woman's will was a felony. She was mainly worried that Qin Feng was so rich. What if some thugs had their eyes on his money? It's always good to have an extra person to protect. So she nodded in agreement. Qin Feng got Xia Ting's approval and revealed a smile. He raised his voice to the driver. Wang Gang, brother Wang, how much do you make a month driving a specialized car here? Qin Feng and Xia Ting didn't lower the volume of their conversation, so Wang Gang could hear the conversation between the two of them. At this moment, Wang Gang was a bit agitated. Listening to that woman, this man gave her a Porsche? Regardless of whether it was true or not first, someone throwing an olive branch at him was an acknowledgement of him. Wang Gang hurriedly and modestly said, Boss, call me Little Wang will be fine. Brother Wang dare not to be. After he finished being polite, he proceeded to answer Qin Feng's question. My job also depends on luck. Sometimes the platform to a few single to go to the airport guests. A month also have a more than 10,000 yuan. And then the night plus overtime. A little more diligent. Occasionally can have 20,000 this way. Wang Gang did not tell the truth. This kind of specialized car business is not like running a takeaway. As long as two wheels on the line, they put a lot of cost, maintenance, insurance, oil, platform commission and other costs removed. A month can be left at $10,000 are considered good. And the car also need money. Driving a car at least 200,000 cars. In addition to relying on the platform to eat. Some disgusting rules. Disgusting customers can only endure. Last time the woman pissed on the car only gave $500. He is still a new car. The average person which can bear it. So all walks of life have all walks of life difficult. On the surface of a month or 2 million looked good. In fact, really better to go to move bricks. Then have you considered changing a job? Qin Feng asked casually. I would like to change. This everyday driving lumbar discs are a little herniated. But I'm this person's brain is stupid. Talk to say not very good and people to deal with. He Wang Gang giggled. When he heard that Qin Feng intended to recruit him, he was actually very willing to do so. A big shot like Qin Feng, who paid 800 car washes, shouldn't be too stingy with his paycheck. You heard it just now. We think you're very good. We want to hire you as a driver and bodyguard. The working hours may be late. We need you to accompany and wait for the whole day. How much do you think it's appropriate to ask for a salary? Qin Feng said. Wang Gang didn't expect Qin Feng to ask him to mention the salary package, and was a bit blindsided for a while. He first drove the car smoothly to his destination and then thought quietly. Qin Feng didn't bother him. After all, this was a big deal. It was always right to think more. He and Xia Ting chatted softly. You and me. Wang Gang, on the other hand, is torn, do not know how much is appropriate. More afraid of being suspected of big appetite, less they do not want to do. Although in Qin Feng no less than half an hour. But he is not afraid of this as a scam, because this person recognized the dead reason. Other people give money to work, to pay for their own money to get out. Whether it is what into the group fee enrollment fee, all do not pay, but also do not care about those who say how to come in after how. Anyway, he is not red. The only worry is that others figure his car. He bought this car not long ago, ran less than 10,000 kilometers, pure electric SUV, landing 280,000 yuan. Wang Gang is very precious. He thought for half a day, hesitantly asked a sentence. Boss usually need to use my car to pick up and drop off? Qin Feng directly refused to say, no. When the time comes to give you a car with a license plate to drive, Qin Feng plans to buy a car with 2 wings on the logo. I heard that rich people ride in cars like that. Double the face. Wang Gang saw him as long as people, slightly relieved. Thinking about the modern harmonious society, he will not tie up such a big living person to sell to the north of Burma. Wang Gang thought about it and felt that Qin Feng didn't look like a poor moneymaster, so he stiffly quoted an ideal price in his mind. What does the boss think about $20,000? He paused and hastily added introduction. I used to be a soldier, and now I still run and play military boxing every day. Usually 2 or 3 ordinary people I take down in minutes, and not only can I drive. I used to be a chef for a while, and I've been to a lot of places. Qin Feng was satisfied with his person, but was not satisfied with the salary package he mentioned. 20,000 a month wasn't enough. Human nature can't stand the test. especially jobs like bodyguard driver. In case of people if they took someone's money and drove their car to an abandoned building, the consequences are unimaginable. People like this kind of personalized person definitely need to be pulled together with heavy money. Xin Feng faintly said, yes, it's $20,000 as you said. 1 month trial first. Wang Gang is instantly overjoyed and excitedly says, thank you boss, I'll try my best to satisfy you. $20,000 a month. For him the monthly earnings were exactly double. There was no reason for him not to choose to work as a bodyguard, even if it was harder, more dangerous, and less dignified, he would still do it. My name is Qin Feng. Her name is Xia Ting. We'll rely on Brother Wang for our safety from now on. Qin Feng still treated the people around him very politely. Wang Gang hurriedly smiled and said, Boss Qin, just call me Little Wang. Qin Feng laughed. This kind of thinking bodyguard looked much more interesting than that moderately emotional biochemical man. However, he didn't go along with it and say, fine, let's call you Little Wang then. Still insisted, you look older. Or call Wang brother. There is no need to get entangled in the name. Things do well on the line. Then continued, the contract is not necessary to sign. I first give you this month's salary. The probationary period of 20,000. Qin Feng said and transferred the money. Saw Wang Gang showing a surprised smile. Then smiled and added, double it after the transfer. And then as long as your performance is qualified, within 5 years, you'll get 1,000 more salary every month. And if you can show me your true heart, I'll give you a big surprise at the end of the year. Wang Gang was directly shocked on the spot after hearing this. 20,000 doubled? And also add 1,000 per month? What is this situation? Did I pull in the god of fortune? Wang Gang incredulously turned his head and looked at Qin Feng. Seeing that he didn't look like he was joking, his heart suddenly beat violently. When he saw the Alipay prompt to arrive at 20,000 yuan, he believed it, but was a bit confused by the money, and muddledly confirmed. Boss, are you serious? Of course it's true. The better you perform the higher your salary. Qin Feng said with a smile. Wang Gang was so excited that he was dumbfounded. He didn't know how to express his gratitude. All he could think of was to kneel down and kowtow to the god of fortune. This is not the god of wealth. As long as the work is done well, every month 1,000 more wages? He had never heard of such a thing in his life. According to this increase, how much salary can he get in a year? He calculated quickly in his mind, and it took him a while to realize that after doubling his salary, it would be close to 600,000 a year. Then how much is it for 2 years? No, boxing for a long time. His brain is running a little slow. The CPU is going to burn out. But it must be more than 2 million. Over $1 million for 2 years sounds simple, but it's hard for someone with an inactive brain like him to reach it even if he puts his life on the line. Now the opportunity is in front of him. Wang Gang excited, speechless, joking. The 2 children in his family are slowly growing up, and the original house of less than 100 square feet is unusually crowded for 6 people to live in. He is considering selling his current house for a 4-room house, but they already have a car loan, plus they have to support their parents and children. The couple doesn't have much left in their paychecks, so they can't afford to take out a mortgage. Wang Gang truly felt that he had made the right gamble by buying a 280,000 car to run a specialty car despite his family's objections. Only by coming into contact with a nobleman like Boss Qin could the days get better. If he could really work for Qin Feng for 2 years, he would be able to get a big house. The family would be able to live there by then. Boss Qin, in the future, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. I'll spell out my life and I'll keep you all safe. Wang Gang wailed as he patted his chest, his hometown accent bellowing out in excitement. Xia Ting relied on Qin Feng's arms and tilted her head to look at the man across the street who was so excited about taking a few tens of thousands of dollars. He looked a bit naive. He looked like he had never seen the world before. If he knew that his boss Qin had bought himself a $3 million car in the morning, he didn't know if he would be scared to death. But silly or good, at least look reassuring. Xia Ting rubbed her chin Qin Feng's chest and said to Wang Gang, don't worry, we're safe, don't move around. Qin Feng smiled and said, right, no need for you to fight to the death. As long as you sincerely do things for us, there are other people to do the fighting. Wang Gang nodded, not surprised that such a big shot kept a bunch of fighters under his hand. I understand, boss, from now on Wang Gang, will hang out with you. Well, let's go buy a cell phone first. Wang Gang immediately got out of the car and helped Qin Feng open the door, reaching out to block the roof of the car to prevent him from touching his head. Qin Feng hadn't received this kind of service and felt a little embarrassed. I don't know if this is the basic operation of a chauffeur, or if he purposely made this whole thing up because he became his boss. He himself was in the service industry and felt that it was a bit bad to act like this, so he demanded to Wang Gang, in the future, we don't need to engage in this set. Unless it is some formal occasions, the place that emphasizes on ostentation. Usually we don't need to make it look so good. Okay boss, Wang Gang answered. Xia Ting came out of the car, looked at the midday sun, her eyebrows gently frowned, but did not say anything. Wang Gang was keenly aware of her expression and immediately opened the trunk and took out the umbrella from inside, holding it open to shade the two from the sun. He then followed behind the two, smiling like a lackey. Xia Ting was very satisfied with Wang Gang's performance. The sun was not very big in September. It would take a little more distance to walk from the parking lot to the mall. Not only was someone holding an umbrella that her skin wouldn't get sunburned, but this butler-like care made her vanity burst. There was a feeling that this lady had arrived. Thank you brother Wang, Xia Ting said with a delicate smile. Wang Gang responded with a lowly smile. He was wearing a shirt and suit pants with white gloves, and his posture was put so low that he didn't look like a bodyguard, but rather like a valet. The three of them waved and walked towards the mall. It attracted a large amount of attention from the surrounding area. The passers-by saw the couple, and there were special people who held umbrellas for them and kept pointing. Some envied, some despised, and some despised while envying. Compared to the natural Xia Ting, Qin Feng's cheeks burned from the gazes of the roadwalkers. This wild boar of his couldn't taste fine chaff. As an ordinary citizen, suddenly letting others serve him was really a bit of a letdown. He felt especially false, especially formalistic, and it made people very uncomfortable. Qin Feng thought about it and directly reached out his hand to take Wang Gang's umbrella, which he himself propped up for Xia Ting. A boyfriend holding an umbrella for his girlfriend would not feel as awkward as a bodyguard holding an umbrella for the two. Thank you brother, Xia Ting cried out sweetly when she saw Qin Feng taking the umbrella. She thought Qin Feng was jealous and her voice clamped down a bit more. I should. Qin Feng laughed. Brother isn't angry, right? Xia Ting surreptitiously gauged Qin Feng's expression. She knew that individual rich people were particularly careful, and she would think twice about saying anything to other boys. Just now, she had smiled so happily at Wang Gang. He must have cared very much to snatch Wang's umbrella. Angry about what? Qin Feng froze. Xia Ting weakly explained. I just thanked brother Wang out of politeness. Qin Feng wondered. Well, then what? Xia Ting relaxed and said after confirming that Qin Feng was not pretending. When people saw you taking brother Wang's umbrella without saying a word, they thought you were jealous. Qin Feng was speechless. Why? I just think his umbrella is too flashy and a bit uncomfortable. Xia Ting snickered. As long as you're not heartbroken over brother Wang. Ha ha. Qin Feng smiled faintly and didn't say anything. Seeing his low-key and subtle expression, Xia Ting suddenly remembered that when she saw him at the beginning, the clothes he was wearing were old. Standing in the crowd was the same as an ordinary person. No one could tell that such a boy would actually be a super rich man. It was true that rich people were especially capable of pretending. Xia Ting was glad that she didn't directly pull the plug on him the night before. To miss this kind of man, she really didn't know how to forgive herself. Thinking of the $20 red packet she had sent out that night, Xia Ting was too embarrassed to look at Qin Feng. As for Wang Gang, who followed the two, after realizing that his boss was not very fond of superficiality, he slightly put his heart down. He was a former soldier, a man of steel. It was only because he couldn't flatter that he had gotten to this point. In fact, just like that he was very uncomfortable, as if his face was placed under someone else's feet. But in order to money, he can only according to the TV is cheap. This is called maturity. He thought that he would have to keep licking like this in the future. But what he didn't expect was that this boss actually took care of his dignity. This made him extremely touched. How many bosses are there that are both considerate of their subordinates and willing to raise their pay? Wang Gang decided that this time, he would say anything to hold on to Qin Feng's thighs and would not let go even if he died. Just now, the boss had mentioned sincerity twice, which meant that he valued loyalty more than face. But Wang Gang felt that loyalty wasn't enough. He also needed to work diligently and practically and work twice as hard before he could stay by his boss's side without fear. Qin Feng is completely unaware that these two are poor themselves. He just did not do rich people momentarily feel embarrassed. In the future, when he has money, he believes that he will definitely become bad. The three came inside Intai Plaza. Qin Feng returned the umbrella to Wang Gang for safekeeping. Then looking at the time, he said to Xia Ting, let's eat first. Aha! Xia Ting nodded her head. Most of the restaurants in the mall weren't very expensive, 100 or 200 per capita tops. However, stores like Hai Di Lao might be slightly more expensive. Qin Feng was fortunate enough to have been there a few times. Not only was the price high, but he was also dissuaded by the lowly kneeling service inside. The smile is so fake that it makes people's scalp numb, as if the braid on the head had not been cut off. Qin Feng could not enjoy it. The two of them turned around a little and casually chose a nicely decorated cuisine restaurant called Feng Man Ting. Qin Feng and Xia Ting found a table for four in the hall. sat down and realized that Wang Gang was still standing straight next to the two. It was the time to serve the guests. Wang Gang was a bit taller than Qin Feng, close to 1 meter 9, with a big waist. With such a big tall man standing there, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he is the brightest boy in the room. Brother Wang, sit down and eat together. Don't be polite, the meal will definitely fill you up, Qin Feng advised. No need boss. I came out after lunch. Wang Gang shrugged it off. Seeing that you're so big, you'll definitely have no problem eating another meal. Sit down. Standing there is not a good influence. Qin Feng got up and greeted him to sit down, following his own work, not even able to eat. What kind of meaning is this? Wang Gang has never seen the bodyguard into the dinner table, and people a couple. He wants to squeeze in as a light bulb. Then this life is considered to live on the dog. He realized that standing here was too obtrusive, and quickly said, then I'll go sit outside. After saying that, he walked outside without looking back and sat on the small bench waiting in line, observing the situation around Qin Feng's seat through the glass. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly, ordering a beef fried rice and having the waiter send it to the big guy. He didn't care if he ate it or not. Xia Ting didn't pay attention to these trivial matters. She was concentrating on the menu. Scanning the code on her cell phone, she ordered scrambled eggs with leeks, fried fungus with yam, stir-fried cashews, seafood casserole with garlic and vermicelli, including oysters, sauced and popped loach, stewed chicken soup with chestnuts, and fried lamb with scallions. Waiting for the dishes to come up one by one, Qin Feng's eyes opened wider and wider. What does this mean? He didn't perform well last night? Woman, you're playing with fire. Qin Feng glared at Xia Ting, who had a sly face and smiled like a fox. He hated to do her on the spot. Brother, eat more to make up for it. Xia Ting chucked an oyster and placed it in Qin Feng's bowl, saying with a smile. Qin Feng lightly grunted and said stiffly, don't you regret it at night? The hardest part of his entire body right now was his mouth. After being so crazy yesterday and twice in one morning today, he's really a bit overdrawn now. Qin Feng rubbed his waist and thought fiercely, when I get my super stage physique, I want you to look good. I'm seeing that you don't know moderation in the past 2 days. Worrying about your body, let's sleep on a veggie at night, so you can recover properly. Xia Ting said this without any shame at all. On the contrary, she felt that Qin Feng's hardened expression was extraordinarily funny, and giggled to herself there. It's not necessary. Qin Feng swallowed the oyster and said aloud. Xia Ting laughed so hard that she couldn't close her legs. After dinner, the two casually strolled around the mall a little. I don't know if it was the oysters that gave the power. Just half an hour had passed and Qin Feng felt like he could do it again. The eyes that looked at Xia Ting were full of provocation. Xia Ting, on the other hand, smiled and locked eyes with him, her gaze showing no weakness. Qin Feng almost wanted to pull her to the car to compete, but thinking of the fact that she still had to buy herself a remote lead, he immediately stopped the impulse. Business was important. His cell phone is really too laggy. Jane can only brush 5 videos, and then slide upwards to wait more than 10 seconds. Not to mention the live broadcast, stuck as a PPT. Nothing can be done. He is now equipped with the ability to reward. The thought that there are still so many live streaming ladies waiting to be discovered. Qin Feng was anxious. I don't know how many 90-point anchor sisters there are in Jitterbug. And what are their rewards for cheating? Will the 10 million smashed down move? What will those anchors say in particular after receiving the money? Qin Feng was looking forward to it. However, he also knew that there was no rush now. As Xia Ting was about to return, it was best to fix her first. Qin Feng patiently accompanied Xia Ting to the mall. First, they went to the Starbucks. He asked Wang Gang, who had been following them behind him, if he wanted milk tea, and was rejected with a merciless shake of his head. Only ordered a strawberry white chocolate flavored frappuccino for Xia Ting. Didn't order it for himself. He felt that it wasn't too nice for a guy to drink that girly stuff. Men should show off ice cola. But looking at the attractive creamy ice cream on top of the frappuccino, he wanted to taste the flavor again. It was good that there were many opportunities to take milk tea while shopping with Xia Ting. In a small jewelry store, while Xia Ting was wearing a hairpin, Qin Feng took the initiative to help her with the milk tea, and then pretended to naturally put it to his mouth and sucked a big mouthful. In an instant, his eyes narrowed. It was very sweet, very topping. No wonder milk tea is the standard for shopping. A sip of it puts you in a happy mood and makes you happy to do anything. It's a pity that the medium cup is not drinkable. It's all gone in 2 sips. Next time, get a large cup, Qin Feng secretly thought. At this time, Xia Ting reached out to retrieve his own milk tea from his hand, sucked it, and found it was empty. Angry, she slapped at his arm and scolded in a petulant voice. You're annoying, stealing other people's milk tea. Qin Feng brazenly said, He, it's too good. I couldn't hold it back for a moment. Xia Ting wrinkled her tiny nose and glared at him fiercely. The look was adorable. Afterwards, as compensation, Qin Feng bought her sunglasses and a beige sun hat. The texture of this hat looked premium. The design of the back ruffles plus a bow made Xia Ting full of girlishness, and her face looked small when she wore it. The brim of the hat is added with metal wire, so you can feel free to concave the shape of the brim that suits you. Xia Ting make it out a few shell-like folds, wear on the head, with a particularly white-black dress. The whole seems like the kind of person who was going to the sea. The whole person looked like the kind of pure beauty who was going on a seaside vacation. White and tender, Qin Feng looked quite mesmerized. Does it look good? Xia Ting asked. The hat didn't cost much, but Qin Feng's unblinking gaze made her very happy. Aha, Qin Feng nodded desperately. He, seeing as you're so honest, I'll forgive you. Xia Ting laughed. Let's go. Let's buy a cell phone. She wrapped up the stuff and threw it all to Wang Gang to carry. She herself walked towards the Huawei Experience store with Qin Feng on her arm. The importance of being accompanied by a bodyguard manifested itself at this time. It was much more convenient to have someone to help you collect things without having to carry a big bag by yourself. Yesterday, if there was a bodyguard, Qin Feng bought her those things would not have to call the errand boy to send over. Troublesome to death. The two came to the Experience store. Xia Ting asked the clerk if there was the most expensive Huawei Porsche. After getting an affirmative answer, she didn't drag her feet and directly asked someone to bring a black one over, then swept the code to pay. Qin Feng appreciated her quickness. This remote leader is said to be endorsed by Hua, which is the financial product of the cell phone industry, and is very valuable. Qin Feng drooled and unwrapped the package to take out the Mate 60 RS from inside. The rear camera is star diamond octagonal, and the back cover material is very high-end and highly recognizable with the addition of metal and ceramic. After turning on the phone, with just one glance, Qin Feng fell in love with this phone. Whether it was smoothness or color, it blew away his previous garbage that cost more than $1,000. Indeed, a penny for a penny. Indeed, cowhide. Does brother like it? Seeing that he loved it, Xia Ting immediately went up to him and invited him to take credit, with a face that begged for praise. This cell phone cost more than $10,000. She might have been heartbroken to buy it before, but now she didn't feel it at all. Not to mention the real Porsche in the morning. The $100,000 that Qin Feng had given her the day before yesterday alone hadn't even been spent. She hadn't even spent any of it, so it was purely for nothing. As long as Qin Feng could remember that he bought it every time he played with his cell phone, it would be blood money. I like it a lot. Thank you baby for the gift. Qin Feng cupped Xia Ting's little face and said with full of joy. If you like it, then your previous cell phone can't be used anymore. Xia Ting gently held his hand to stop him from fooling around. With this cell phone, how can I still use the old rag? Said Qin Feng with full of concern. Who knows what you men are thinking in your heart? Xia Ting smiled contemptuously, meaning what she said. After I go back and copy the data, I'll sell the old cell phone, Qin Feng assured. Xia Ting opened her mouth, wanting to ask him to throw away the old cell phone in front of her, but she was afraid that being too forceful would cause him to resent it, so she hummed lightly and flirted. You can sell this cell phone for 200 at most. Why don't you sell it to me? Qin Feng wondered. What do you want me to do with this broken cell phone? Xia Ting quietly stared into his eyes without saying anything. Qin Feng was a bit embarrassed by her look, grinning with a guilty face. He actually flashed a bad idea in his mind just now. It was the thought that if he sold his new cell phone and then bought a $2,000 or $3,000 cell phone, wouldn't that give him an extra $7,000 or $8,000 in cash? A $3,000 cell phone is pretty good anyway. With the extra money charged to the system, you can just turn on the godly reward mode and send warmth and care to those female anchors. But then thinking about it, it was still Xia Ting's favorability that mattered. What if people see that they have changed their cell phones and get angry? 100 birds in the forest was better than one bird in the hand. Thinking about this, Qin Feng stabilized his mind. Since the remote lead was already in his hands, he could open his peerless move on Xia Ting and break through the final favorability. This was the way he thought of spending his money when he bought the car in the morning. He was very confident that if this thing was to be cast out, the vast majority of women's good feelings would absolutely pull through. Even men would obediently lie down and pucker their asses up for him to get beaten. He asked affectionately, Ting Ting, are you living with your parents now? Xia Ting didn't understand, seeing that he once again avoided answering the question about the old cell phone and pulled away from the topic. A flash of worry flashed in his eyes, and he replied carelessly, yeah, my mom doesn't agree with me renting a house outside, saying that girls should pay attention to their manners. After saying this, she glanced at Qin Feng and complained, I'm not living with another man. I just want to live with my girlfriends, but they won't, and I have to report them if I don't come home at night, so I hate it. Auntie, this is quite good. Nowadays a lot of girls live outside by themselves, day and night or upside down eating and drinking irregularly. The whole person is like a ghost. Xin Feng said in relief. In the past, when he ran a takeaway at night, he met those women who lived alone and it was scary. Not only did they look pale as if they were about to hiccup at any time, even the inside of the house was made to look like a crime scene. Dirty and messy, instant noodle boxes piled up, worse than the big man himself. He felt that it was better to have a good girl like Xia Ting. At the very least there was someone to take care of and discipline. How could I possibly be that kind of girl? Xia Ting said without any good breath. You said my mom did the right thing. Then she demanded that I must be home at 10 tonight. Do you agree? Xin Feng got stuck. Don't know others suffering, don't advise others to be good. Her mom didn't control her own head. Of course it doesn't hurt to talk. He also wanted to experience the 5-star presidential suite today, and did not want to let Xia Ting go back at all. Seeing that the rhythm was not right, he hastily corrected. I don't mean that. I mean, do you want to have a house that is completely your own? Xia Ting's eyes instantly changed when she heard house. He wanted to buy himself a house. This was too fast. One didn't have a bit of mental preparation. The two of them had only been together for 2 days. They didn't even feel very familiar with each other. And they were already at the point of talking about a wedding house? Xia Ting was startled by her own thoughts, and her entire body squirmed, her insides clattering with deer. Are you serious? Well, do you have a favorite house? Xin Feng casually asked. Xia Ting looked at Xin Feng with her small mouth open and her eyes lifeless. This man asked too naturally, making her hallucinate. Do you have any favorite clothes? I'll give you 2 whole sets. At this moment, Xia Ting couldn't help but feel good about him. It was the kind of love that was about to be found. The only thing missing is the last layer. After piercing it, he will fall in love with this man without any bottom line. Xia Ting favorability +2. Xin Feng clenched his fists and secretly rejoiced. Very good. Very good. He was worried just now that saying these words would bring Xia Ting's favorability directly to 80. Leaving the last bit just right like this. When he finished buying the house and then added the favorability, he would be able to return a large sum of money. Let's take advantage of our free time this afternoon and go buy it. Xin Feng saw Xia Ting's dumbfounded look and said impatiently. Now Xia Ting's favorability of this 79 was very dangerous. In case he got any of his words right again and directly added a little bit of favorability to himself, he would be finished. What about losing a suite? He wanted to drum up the money and pay it off directly. Xia Ting was confused by this sudden movement and said with a trembling voice, directly today? She didn't question Xin Feng's strength. She just couldn't accept the speed of this progress somewhat. Which girl could stand to buy a car in the morning and a house in the afternoon? Life is just a few big things, all in the crowded into one day happy to go. That later days. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal on a car. And the second thing you need to do is to get it. And the car is still Porsche. The house will be at least a villa. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Xia Ting eyes glowed with anticipation bright light. Well, quickly say, is there a favorite house? Xin Feng said with a smile. Yes there is. I saw a villa before. It's super pretty. Xia Ting was busy and did not hesitate to take out her cell phone, looking for a set of detached villas that she had seen on Little Sweet Potato earlier. It was a single-family garden villa in the same city, priced at $8 million. For urgent sale. It was said that the head of the household spent $10 million when he got in, and the decoration also got more than $2 million. Upper and lower 3 floors. Villa area of 420 square meters. Chinese-style architecture, with a 180 square meters of garden. What she can't forget is the 60 square foot master bedroom on the 3rd floor, which has a huge floor-to-ceiling window of 8 by 2. 4 meters, overlooking the beautiful scenery of flowers, plants and trees with open eyes. The terrace is also super large. In the middle of a lot of green plants and flowers, set up 2 lounge chairs. Can feel its laid-back and relaxed atmosphere. Just this set. What do you think? Xia Ting took her cell phone and played the video inside, offering a treasure like to Xin Feng to see. Not bad. Surrounded by villa clusters. Looks very cold. Live there may be less human flavor. Xin Feng objectively commented. This kind of villa is not like his small bungalow, going out to buy a vegetable to answer a group of grandparents knowingly. When he didn't have money, Xin Feng especially didn't like people asking him things. And now that he has money. Excuse me. I want to announce to the world. I not only bought today the broccoli, potatoes, but also a whole Porsche. People like it. This is my dream house. Xia Ting pampered. At that time, she saw this villa. She fantasized that if she and her favorite person live here, she was willing to live 5 years less. If she didn't have to work or worry about anything, she could just do yoga, plant flowers and raise a dog every day. Keep a happy mood and wait for her man to come home. If you are bored, you can chat with your sisters in the villa about daily gossip. The children have nannies to take care of. Their own life is relaxed, free and easy. Then she will be satisfied if she lives until she is 70 years old. But now a man actually said he would give her this villa? Oh, my God, was God not going to let her live to 70? Xia Ting began to froze again. Qin Feng saw that she liked this villa so much that her eyes were looking straight at it, so he thought of hurrying to go and finalize the house. $8 million plus the previous $3 million plus. If he could cash back successfully, it would be enough for him to splurge for a while. He used Xia Ting's cell phone to contact the agent, and after asking about the house, he hoped to go see the house now. Coincidentally, the agent was free right now, and the key was with him, so he could just go directly. Confirming the address with the agent, Qin Feng said smilingly to Xia Ting, "Let's go. Set off to see your future home." Xia Ting excitedly jumped up and hung onto Qin Feng. She would have liked to have her legs coiled around Qin Feng's waist, but it was a bit indecent to do so in public, so she had to stand on the ground. She used her arms around his face and pecked him furiously to express her excitement. "Brother, I love you to death. No, hurry first. Wait for me to buy the house before you love me." Qin Feng hurriedly shrugged off. "Brother, how much money do you really have? What company do you invest in?" said Xia Ting curiously. Although she knew that she shouldn't be in such a hurry to ask these things, she looked at the calm Qin Feng. Her heart is like 50 cats scratching. She wants to know how much strength he actually has. There's no need to ask about these. Anyway, as long as it's something you like, I can buy it for you. Just don't go too far out of line. Qin Feng's bottom line was very strong. 1000 WX 10,000 equals how many billions? I can't talk about being rich, but I can barely buy a woman's favorite things. Those shiny little diamonds and pearls. How much more expensive can they be? Qin Feng waved his hand and greeted Wang Gang, who was standing in the distance, to go back to the parking lot. The confidence that radiated from this moment made Xia Ting's heart flutter once again. She admitted that she was handsome by Qin Feng's expansive look. Xia Ting looked at the man in fascination, lightly biting her reddish lower lip. Her eyes were filled with naked love. Holding down her excitement, she got into the car with him and obediently sat in the back row. At this time, even if Qin Feng did even more excessive things to her, she wouldn't be angry, and she even wanted to take the initiative. She refused the seatbelt that Qin Feng handed over, leaned on him and wrapped her arms around his neck, gazing at him with watery eyes. The spring color between her eyebrows was boundless. It was as if with a slight gesture from Qin Feng, she would lower her noble head and do what she hadn't done before. But Xia Ting was disappointed. Qin Feng did not respond to her. Instead, he rolled down the window and shouted to Wang Gang, who was standing outside, to avoid it. "Brother Wang, what are you doing? Come up and drive." Wang Gang hesitated for a moment. He had just seen how enthusiastic Mess Xia was and thought they were going to work in the car. He was afraid of disturbing their excitement and didn't want his ears to be polluted, so he didn't get in the car. Only when he heard Qin Feng's voice at this moment did he stiffly open the front row and sit up. In his mind, he kept doing mental construction. In the future, such scenes should not be rare. He has to be calm and get used to it. This 2 days first use your car. Wait a few days and then give you a new car. Qin Feng ignores Summer's imploring eyes and pretends to find Wang Gang nagging. "Do you think it's better to drive a Bentley or a Big Ben?" Qin Feng calmed down this time and felt that his body still needed a reprieve. No matter how young you are, you can't do it so often. Previously, he was shriveled up like he had been hit by a dog's head's W-skill, and he thought it was going to be bad. He didn't dare to show off in front of Xia Ting again. Calling Wang Gang here is also to have an excuse to resist Xia Ting. Wang Gang was unsure and answered honestly. "When I was in the army, I felt that driving the red flag was the most honorable. But after I came out, I like that kind of wide and big caravan, so I can go anywhere." Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he listened. He thought that the caravan was quite good. Young people don't have a dream of traveling. A caravan can spend the night anywhere. You can also take a girl to see the stars. How much does a good caravan cost? A good one is about $700,000 to $800,000. The better one cannot be said. Hundreds to tens of millions of dollars. Mainly because of the modification of the inside is more expensive. Xia Ting already has a car and doesn't want Qin Feng to talk about cars with others. Seeing that Qin Feng ignored himself, he twisted around in his arms, attracting his attention like a beautiful snake. At the same time, she interjected to bring the topic to the house. "Brother, is this house in both our names?" Qin Feng was silent for a while and sighed helplessly after getting an answer from the system. "It's only written in your name." Xia Ting noticed that Qin Feng's expression was a bit strange, but didn't think too much about it. Once she heard that it was a separate house for herself, her heart was about to fly. At the moment, Qin Feng was a glittering treasure in her eyes, glowing with dazzling golden light that made people unable to move their eyes. Xia Ting wasn't worried at all that he couldn't afford that $8 million house, just based on what he said in the mall just now. She felt that it was possible for Qin Feng's savings to break through 9 figures. It's better to write 2 people's names. After all, the house is for the 2 of us to live in, Xia Ting politely said. The house was not the same as a car. It meant a lot. It was the home of the two of them. Writing one person's name made it seem as if she was trying to steal his house. Just write yours. I want to give you enough security so that you can take care of me at home without worrying. Qin Feng made up reasons that were not true to his words and made up nonsense for Xiating. This house 8 million. He also very much wanted to add his name, but the system does not allow to add what can be done. He said that the goddess should have absolute autonomy. I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about. The dog licking system is a real Nima will lick. Xiating didn't insist anymore. He said so, and then he was a bit ungrateful. Only the thought of living with this man in the future. She was worried that she did not do enough to be disliked, and said weakly, I'm lazy, so big house I don't want to do the hygiene alone. Can we ask a nanny to help? This man gives the bodyguard 50,000 or $60,000 a month, and it should be no problem to hire a $10,000 nanny. It's just that it's a bit embarrassing to say this from a woman's mouth. Let the nanny do all the work. Make it seem like she will only eat, drink and play at home. Just like a salted fish without dreams, lying down every day to enjoy others to wait for her. She was worried that she would be looked down upon by Qin Feng. That's why her cheeks were a little hot when she made this request, and her ears were flushed red. Well, of course I'll ask. What kind of cook, gardener, personal doctor, personal trainer and so on, all will be arranged for you, as long as you're happy and joyful in the future. Qin Feng portrayed a bright future for her. These things, he also aspires to the same. But the prerequisite was that the cashback was successful. Xiating was in a trance by Qin Feng's big cake. After graduating for so many years, she had seen many people. The ruthlessness of reality made her gradually give up her dream of marrying a super rich man and becoming a rich man's wife. As she gets older, the 26-year-old has lowered her requirements for choosing a spouse to the standard of a 7-figure deposit. The additional condition is that the age difference is no more than 3 years, but also to care enough about her. Xiating felt that her conditions were not very bad, and her requirements were not very high, so it was impossible not to find a husband. But reality slapped her hard. Talking about a few young rich second generation, will gamble, love to play, but also shivering powder. The older uncle is also extremely stingy. They say that money is for women, not for women to spend. This kind of goddamn talk is going to the pigsty in their circle. There is another potential. Young, looks okay, money is not much but better than stable. Is a public official. He talked to him for half a year. He was actually worried that he was too pretty and would green him later, and then he dumped himself. The woman's mother is only one fish at a time. Okay? Her best friend is not as good looking as her, and her heart is so small and suspicious that she can find a 9-figure husband, who is older than her, but she doesn't see anything wrong with him, but she herself has not been able to meet a good man. Some time ago, listening to the words of the mother, began to blind date almost every man to see her first look. Will ask, to your such conditions, why will come out to blind date? Is it the kind of one to say and then stop? Suspicious eyes. Look at her super want to go crazy. The key to these blind dates are all extreme. There are mom's baby men, under the head of the man, geeks, obscene men. Her strange dating experience could be a 1,000,000-word novel if she told it. I thought that in a year or two, my standards would have to drop again. Unexpectedly, the darkness of the Willows had turned into a new village. The classmate who once had a crush on her actually became so rich and treated her so well. Xiating was so moved that she wanted to cry. Her nose soured. A layer of water mist rose in her eyes, and she looked at Qin Feng with teary eyes and said, "Hubby, will you love me for the rest of my life?" Women were very emotional creatures and couldn't control their emotions when they came. She wanted to hear Qin Feng's deep confession, but she didn't expect him to cope with it with a perfunctory attitude. Aha. Xiating's tears instantly retracted, grumbling, "You're not heartfelt at all." Qin Feng knew the correct answer, but was deeply afraid of saying the right thing to add points. You know that the house is not even bought now. Luckily, this state of emotion comes and goes quickly. Qin Feng didn't receive a system prompt and was relieved, smiling and placating. Love you. Look, I'm going to buy you a house. Isn't this a sign of love for you? I don't know since when. The modern people's view of love has become a bit deformed. A house is proof of love. If it was before, he really didn't dare to say he loved a girl so calmly. But now it was different. With this dog-licking system, he could prove his love without limits. Seeing that he had bought himself a house, Xiating really couldn't afford to be a little grumpy. Although she didn't get the answer she wanted, she could tell from Qin Feng's eyes that she liked herself, thinking that she would soon be able to have a home of her own, and that her object was handsome and gentle, with as much money as she wanted. She was so excited that she couldn't help herself. She even resented the slow pace of their progress and wanted to speed things up a bit. Her entire center of gravity leaned all over Qin Feng's body. her fingers poking at his chest intentionally or unintentionally. If she had a point, she said. Then brother bought me a house. Does it have any special meaning? Qin Feng only wanted to engage in good feelings and thought of nothing else. There was no preparation for this question. At this moment, his eyes fluttered for a moment, and his words were a bit casual. It's just that I want you not to be controlled by the family, so that we can live a bit more freely. Xia Ting saw that it wasn't the answer she wanted again. Her heart was a little lost. Really? You just want to buy a house to live together? Main first have a place to live. In order to talk about other well. Qin Feng scratched his head and laughed. But, buy a house to live together, this kind of thing, I definitely want to talk to my parents. Xia Ting stared straight at Qin Feng and asked seriously. In case they want to see you, will you go or not? Qin Feng felt a big headache. Or he still does not understand Xia Ting's meaning. See the parents. The next step is not to urge marriage. It was not easy for him to have some money, and before he could start dashing around, he had to enter the grave of love. How can this be? He politely excused. Go definitely go. But have to wait for us to get along for a period of time before going. After all, we have only been together for 2 days. A lot of habits are not very understanding. After Qin Feng finished speaking, he realized that Xia Ting's movements had lurched. The whole person seemed to be stuck in a bug, neither making a sound nor speaking. He asked in wonder, "What's wrong with you?" Xia Ting looked like she suddenly thought of something and lifted her head and gave him a complicated look in her eyes. Still didn't say anything. She let go of his neck and moved her seat, sitting alone on one side, purposely leaving a distance between the two of them. It was like going back to her college days, treating him with a cold and quiet demeanor. Xia Ting's favorability 1. Xia Ting's favorability 1. Xia Ting's favorability 1. Qin Feng was stunned. How did he not expect? This horse will actually still fall. The system prompted the favorability to fall from 79 all the way down, until the position of 69 before stopping. When he looked at Xia Ting's expression, it was cold and icy, like a mountain of snow. He was sweating and his scalp was numb, so he hurriedly came over to save the day. Baby, don't be like this. I was just a bit nervous just now. That's why I said I'll meet your parents later. Don't be angry. Seeing that she was unmoved, Qin Feng gritted his teeth and agreed. You make the arrangements now. I promise to meet my uncle and aunt tomorrow. Xia Ting remained silent. Her eyes looked at him coldly as if she was looking at a scumbag. Qin Feng was sweating from her stare. He didn't know why this woman was angry, buying her a car and a house, but still dropping his favorability. He was also a bit angry. He couldn't help but raise his voice a bit. What else do you want me to do? You say, as long as I can do it. Who expected? Xia Ting coldly laughed and said in a gambling manner. I want the house to be in both our names. Can you do that? What's the matter? Qin Feng did not expect her request to be an impossible task. How can this still be fun? Qin Feng also wanted to write his name, but the dog-licking system wouldn't let him. Besides, isn't it good to write her name alone? Qin Feng was a bit impatient and frowned without saying anything. The atmosphere in the car was dull. System prompt, Xia Ting favorability -1. I chow. What the hell is happening? If this goes on, the favorability is going to fall off. Qin Feng scratched his ears, half dead with anxiety. He wasn't this anxious last night when he didn't find the right place. He suppressed his irritation and asked in a deep voice, is it so important to add a name? Xia Ting's emotions got the better of him and she just bit on the name and questioned. Then do you dare to add a name? Qin Feng was speechless. If someone wanted to give himself a villa in the past, then he would definitely treat him like an ancestor every day. But when it came to Xia Ting, not only did he reduce his favorability, but he also proposed impossible conditions. Seeing that the cashback is just around the corner, Qin Feng really didn't want the basket to come up empty. Despite being angry, he still chose to tolerate. He wanted to try to see if he could save it. I really can't add this house, but I can add the next one. Is that okay? Xia Ting's heart was aching, so much so that she wanted to shout out loud, add your name when you're divorced, right? But she didn't dare to do so. This man hadn't said a single word of commitment from start to finish, and she had no right to accuse him of anything. She was aggrieved. A small crystalline droplet overflowed her eyes, leaving 2 lines of wetness on her pink cheeks, and eventually dripping down onto her chest. How silly of herself. Still thinking that there really was a man in this world who loved her like an angel. The result was still the same. All are devils in hell. Her dream should have woken up long ago. Brother Wang, stop the car. Xia Ting's sobbing voice rang out, startling Qin Feng, who was thinking of countermeasures. His heart softened after seeing her teary eyes. He hugged Xia Ting and coaxed, baby, don't cry. Didn't I promise to add your name? Xia Ting struggled to push away Qin Feng's embrace. Her trembling voice had 10,000 grievances in it. Get lost, you scum. She wanted to tell Qin Feng out loud that she wouldn't be a mistress to him even if no one wanted her. Wang Gang listened to the movement in the back row and slowly leaned the car to the far right. But he didn't stop the car, just to prevent Xia Ting from getting angry and suddenly opening the door, causing a car accident. Qin Feng was pissed off. Once he cried, twice, 3 times, he hung himself. This woman really couldn't be reasoned with. After smashing so much money, she actually called herself a scum. He gasped, "Can you be reasonable? What did I scum you?" The words fell. Xia Ting didn't speak, lowered her head, her expression bitter, bean-sized tears running down her cheeks, falling low on her clothes. The car was silent. The atmosphere became silent. The air all seemed to freeze, an invisible pressure that made people gasp for air. Liang Long. Xia Ting slowly calmed down and coldly looked at Qin Feng, her gaze without a trace of emotion. She had a feeling of a broken dream at this moment. Should have thought of it long ago, when he said he would go to his home before. He stammered, asked him what company to invest in, also hiding, asked him to meet his parents. He was reluctant to do so, even in bed. I never heard him say what commitment. Now even in the real estate on the name do not dare. Afraid of being found out. What does this mean? If he doesn't have a ghost in his heart, how come he doesn't even dare to add a name? He also said what the second set of plus. The house to so many sets of what? Xia Ting is very sure that Qin Feng is definitely a married man. Now he wants to buy a house to support himself. Like in the TV, to raise her as a canary. When she thought of this, her tears couldn't stop falling down again. Those adopted mistresses in TV dramas impressed Xia Ting too much, so she never considered being someone's mistress. She thought it would be better to be a mistress than to work honestly. She has no name, no rights, and no legal protection. The child she gave birth to is an illegitimate child, and can't see the light of day. The man himself can't control a little bit. The most critical thing is, to be caught in bed by the palace. Light is stripped naked and thrown to the outside. Heavy is thrown sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid. The moment she thought of that image, Xia Ting became anxious on the spot and said loudly, "Qin Feng, let me tell you, you die this heart. Xia Ting, even if I die poor, I will not be your mistress." She wiped her tears and once again shouted at Wang Gang, "Brother Wang, stop the car." Wang Gang was in a dilemma. He hadn't encountered this kind of scene where the boss and his lover were quarreling. He didn't know if he should stop the car or not. Seeing that Xia Ting was so intense, the boss did not stop. He tentatively slowed down slowly, drove at a dozen yards for a while, and, seeing that no one objected, he simply stopped at the side of the road, then sat in the driver's seat and ate melon without saying a word. Qin Feng finally knew what she was thinking. He said inexplicably, "Who wants you to be a mistress?" Seeing that he still wanted to argue, Xia Ting immediately questioned in a row, "Then why don't you tell me where your family lives? Why do you care so much about that broken cell phone of yours? And why don't you write the names of 2 people? Seeing that he was dumbfounded by his own question, Xia Ting reddened her eyes and accused in a bleak and bitter tone, "You obviously have a wife. Why do you still want to provoke me?" Qin Feng couldn't explain these questions, and after thinking about it, he pulled out his ID card to prove it and said, "You can take my ID card and check to see if I'm married." Xia Ting was a bit frozen by his frank attitude. Originally desperate mood, all of a sudden there is hope again. She asked expectantly, "You really don't have a wife?" Qin Feng spread his hands, "Really don't have one." Xia Ting thought she had wrongly blamed him, and her face turned a little red. But in order to get peace of mind, she still weakly continued to pursue, "Do you guarantee that I'm the only girlfriend? No other fiancé or anything else?" Qin Feng, for the sake of goodwill, immediately guaranteed, "Well, I swear, absolutely no other girlfriends." Seeing his frank attitude, Xia Ting was delighted in her heart and couldn't help but give an inch and said, "Then you promise that you won't have one in the future either?" Qin Feng was stuck, looking at Xia Ting's deer-like pitiful eyes, crying and sniffling little nose, 2 tear tracks still hanging on her pretty face. It was really a good pear flower with rain. I see pity. The killing power is huge. Qin Feng had the urge to go up and embrace her and coax her. But, he is an honest man. Since there is no way to do things, he will not just promise. Money can be given. Love can also be given. But the promise to love only one person for life, there is no way to give. He doesn't want to give up the whole forest for Xia Ting. He also doesn't want to be a scum to cheat people. If Xia Ting cannot accept that he has other women, then we have to stop here. Although he didn't get the cash back, he slept through it. A sports car will be the overnight fee. There are so many beautiful women in the world, and there must be many women who like money. If this one doesn't work, the next one will. There's always a woman who can tolerate herself. And the live girls I heard are more pragmatic. I don't know if it's true or not. He hugged Xia Ting and rubbed her head, not answering her question. Using silence, he let her come to her own realization. He intended to leave the choice to Xia Ting and let her make her own choice. Continuing to follow himself would not be fruitful at the moment, and there would definitely be other women involved. Xia Ting waited with joy, but did not hear his affirmative answer. As each minute passed, her heart was slowly plummeting downwards. She got it. This man used this way to tell her that he would have more than just one woman by his side in the future. In the middle of the day, she still had to be the mistress. To think that she, the recognized schoolflower of Jiang University, had to be reduced to such a state. She was a little heartbroken. Tears rushed out, tightly embraced the man in front of her, burying her face in his arms and letting out muffled sobs. Venting, she wet his clothes with her tears, and then wiped snot on him as well. Qin Feng was filled with guilt and allowed her to mess around on him. How many girlfriends will you have? Xia Ting choked. I don't know. Qin Feng replied honestly. Scummy man, Xia Ting cursed, but she also knew that this kind of boy did attract the opposite sex. Thinking about it, why would such a young boy with money and face prefer only himself? It's not like it's a youth idol drama, but Xia Ting just couldn't control her sadness. It was the first time in her life that she had met such a good man, and she didn't want to give up just like that. After crying for a long time, she was able to get over it. Lifting her head, her face makeup cried like a kitten, and her eyes were a little red and swollen. With a huff, she asked, what if in the future, your girlfriend comes and throws acid on me? Xia Ting did her worst. It won't happen. I'll arrange absolutely reliable bodyguards for you, Qin Feng said seriously. What's the point? No one can stop people from sneaking over and spraying it. Xia Ting was scared. On one side was the temptation of the villa, and on the other side was the threat of sulfuric acid. She didn't know how to choose. So much so that she wanted to take a bite on this scummy guy's shoulder to let him know a little bit about how tangled he was. You let me calm down and think it over. After saying this, she pushed him away with force, wiped her face carelessly, opened the car door and was about to get out. Qin Feng pulled her back and asked, where are you going? Xia Ting broke away from his hand and coldly asked back, going home. Where else? Qin Feng smiled apologetically and said, I'll give you a ride. I don't want to see you now. Scum. Xia Ting got out of the car and slammed the car door. The sound of bang made Wang Gang in front of her half dead with heartache. Qin Feng saw her so determined, helplessly sighed, said to Wang Gang, you go send her home. I'll go down and get a taxi. Okay, boss, Wang Gang responded. Qin Feng got out of the car, watching Wang Gang very boldly turn around and retrograde to catch up with Xia Ting. He honked the horn and spoke to her. He saw Xia Ting glaring back at himself, then obediently got into the car, waiting for them to pass in front of him. Xia Ting did not roll down the glass window. Qin Feng smiled and waved at her, and then kept standing on the side of the road, watching this car go away, until it disappeared. Qin Feng shook his head with a bitter smile. A man who can't lie really loses points. He should have been thick-skinned, and ruthlessly cheated her to 80 points, and then show his hand. He secretly swore, in the future, he must be a stone-hearted scum. Qin Feng walked silently on the road, reflecting on himself constantly in his heart. Against the afternoon sun of 2 or 3 o'clock, he was not afraid of being sunburned. Walked for a while before slowing down. Bewildered, he raised his head, not knowing where to go, turned his head to look around. The street scenery a little impression. This street, which he remembered coming to when he ran a takeaway, was quite lively and had many stores. Not far away, there are cafes, hair salons, internet cafes, boutique foot baths. His attention was attracted by the foot bath store, staring straight at the flirty signboard. Footsteps do not stop, resolutely into the internet cafe. It is not that the foot bath store cannot afford to go, but the internet cafe is more cost effective. The same is happy, an hour $3, and an hour 298. Choose who is not a clear thing. Qin Feng, who has only 5 or 6,000 cash left in his hand, keeps comforting himself. Entering the internet cafe, Qin Feng domineeringly took a bottle of Coke and charged $10 for the internet fee. After harvesting 69 points from the sweet smile of the cashier girl, he sat in the $3 lobby area. During the time he waited for the computer to turn on, he took out his newly purchased cell phone and looked at it. There were 3 new contacts on WeChat. All were female. Qin Feng tapped into the first girl's friend circle. Her friend circle had selfies that looked a bit familiar, and the system gave a high score of 81. Clicking on it, in addition to the person, the photo often shows the Porsche logo on the steering wheel, with some inspirational text. Qin Feng saw the Porsche and remembered that it was his sexy beauty sales this morning. Peng Jin Yen. Qin Feng clicked agree. Soon after, the other party sends a hello greeting. Qin Feng was not interested in the sale for the time being, so he left her hanging. The second girl WeChat name, Betsy. There are not many contents in the circle of friends. Only a few pictures of the scenery with a few life lessons. The note states that it is a Porsche buyer. Shin Fong remembered that it was the female owner who had previously ordered the turbos he had bought. He became a little interested in this girl. After clicking through, he opened the door and sent a message. Beauty, take a selfie. After the baptism of Xia Ting, he is now more and more bold, and dare to say anything. A selfie is actually to save everyone's time. Scan it. If it is below 90 points of the girl, there is no chat. A direct word of farewell to send away. He doesn't have any extra energy to spare for other girls. The third one is Jiang Manxue. Inside the application note, it says, "What are you doing at the Porsche 4 store?" Shin Fong took 2 photos of Porsche in the morning and sent them to his friend's circle, and in half a day there were more than 20 likes. The comments are also flirting with the idea of buying. I guess this woman knows from one of his classmates that he went to the 4 store. Shin Fong smiled slightly. His mood changed for the better. I wanted to add her back. Mock day, off you hang thing, but felt a little low. At least a man with an ID card. There is no need to show superiority in front of such a bitch. Make it seem like you still care about her. He directly pointed to the refusal. And Pole Black. Indifference is the most hurtful words. Just like when she ignored herself. Only someone who'd been subjected to that kind of violence could appreciate the horror of something like that. That feeling of having hot lava in one's chest but being covered by layers of ice and snow. Shin Fong wanted her to experience it as well. After dealing with this, he casually covered his cell phone on the table, revealing the octagonal star diamond camera. In the envious eyes of his brother next to him, he opened jerk off. When you come to an internet cafe, of course, you have to get a few hands on it first to have a good time. Later on, he will go to the live broadcast to find a girl. He has been playing this game off and on for 7 or 8 years. The technology is not very good. He can only play some tawdry routines. And the new version is full of tricks, which is very suitable for players like Shin Fong. The game started. He chose a wheel mom. The first piece out of the Hydra. The second piece of Heart of Steel. Directly hit the opposite side of the Poodle Doubtlife. Now the version. The damage explosion. Even the auxiliary can chase the ADC. AD completely without the need for C. As long as the meat to attract fire. Hold tight to the middle and upper field father's thigh on the line. This is the correct way to play this horrible game. Shin Fong, an ADC, stood alone in the enemy center pushing the line after putting out a ton of top gear. Successfully used his seemingly skinny body to seduce the enemy center single. Also, hard to eat the other side's big move. By his entire chase cut a small half map, but not yet cut to death. Waiting for Qin Feng's teammates to arrive to successfully surround Yasuo. Yasuo dying before they still want to E-up to cut Qin Feng a knife. This hate pull thief stable. The 5 people took advantage of the number of people to open the big dragon. Critical moment. Qin Feng, the ADC, used a magic flying claw to hook the poodle in the bushes. Then he stood and fought with him without any weakness at all. After the poodle had finished all his skills, he was shocked to find that this ADC still had half of his blood remaining. After being set on fire by his teammates, the poodle kept hitting question marks to express his incomprehension. Qin Feng cooperated with his teammates to take the dragon and kill people to push the tower, directly ending the game. LOL. This version was simply a paradise for ADC. In the past, you needed to be careful with your positioning, output, and skill avoidance. Now directly out of the meat has a toolman on the line. The game win or lose and their own irrelevant. Late even push the tower do not need AD damage. This makes Qin Feng play very comfortable. Mom no longer has to worry about me being taken away in one set. When he was about to play another game, Wang Gang called and said that he had safely sent Xia Ting back and asked where he was and that he was coming over to pick himself up. Qin Feng did not ask him to come over. He was playing the game himself, and it felt strange to have such a big man standing behind him. Qin Feng told Wang Gang on the phone, and then come over to pick himself up at night to go to the bar. And now there is nothing to do with him. Just go wherever you want to rest and rest. Wang Gang also thought that this job to be accompanied by 24 hours. Has been prepared to eat dry food to stay up all night. I did not expect to work less than 2 hours. Directly called himself to rest. For a while, he was a little incredulous. This job is also too easy a little bit. Just like this can really raise the salary? He sat in the car staring blankly at his cell phone out of his mind. Qin Feng hung up the phone. Plans were made to go to the bar at night to find Shifuya and talk about the pain of lost love. By the way, he would see if he could find a qualified girl at the bar and get a room together for the night. He could guarantee not to touch the girl. He just didn't want to go back to his little 40 square feet shabby room after sleeping in a 4-star king-size bed. That's when the cell phone shook. The female owner of the car that had just passed had sent him a message back. Betsy, Mr. Sheen, nice to meet you. Qin Feng saw that she refused to send a photo and didn't want to take care of it, but he was quite bored waiting for the selection. So he casually asked, Qin Feng, what's wrong? Betsy, I think we have similar vision, and I want to get to know you. Chin Feng, no picture to say JB. Betsy. Su Beishi sat in her office, staring blankly at the messages in her cell phone. She thought that the man who could look at the car she picked out must be someone with similar tastes to her. She didn't expect the first sentence to ask to see a photo. That attitude. Frivolous like a confident loser. Su Beishi thought she was a generous person, and felt that it was too arbitrary to judge others based on just one sentence, and intended to learn more about it. But after these 3 sentences, she came to a conclusion. If this man wasn't a hanger-on, he was definitely the stupid son of a landlord's family. This kind of uneducated man she originally did not want to take care of. But, it just so happened that she was not bad-looking. Since she was a child, everyone had praised her for being a princess. If she didn't take a picture at this time, it would seem as if she had no face to see others. Su Beishi thought about it, used her cell phone to take a selfie of herself and sent it over. Betsy, picture. Chin Feng, /lustful, just after sending it over, she immediately received the man's reaction. Su Beishi hooked the corner of her mouth and smiled triumphantly. She still had some confidence in her beauty. This chat initiative can be in their own hands. If he dares to say some messy words, then directly pull him black. Can we chat now? Chin Feng stares at her picture with great interest. This melon face, this delicate red lips, this double eyelid with peach blossom eyes, truly eyes as clear as water, eyebrows as picturesque, plain teeth and vermilion lips, this kind of flowery face, with a glowing cold white skin, together with the glossy and silky long golden hair, draped over the shoulders, it's like a golden lotus flower in the water. It's really pretty at first glance. And, Chin Feng was worried that this photo of her was peas or an artificially created face. Immediately turn on the scanning function to check. Name, Su Beishi. Age, 25. Charm, 92. Number of relationships, 2. Crap. It's a real goddess. What are you waiting for? Just punch it straight through. You initiate a transfer. 100,000 yuan. Chin Feng finished transferring the money and said in a domineering manner. Look at the legs. He has learned the lesson of Xia Teng. Rich people talk about IP feelings. The money will be smashed directly. Don't do anything fancy. Find a few more girls and smash them together. Holding 100 million in hand, he did not believe that there is not a girl in love with himself. This 100,000 also want to try this bitch on the money have no desire. The girl who can afford to buy a Porsche is mostly a rich woman. If you don't like to smash your own money, then say goodbye before it's too late. Su Beishi on the other side saw that he was still so unreasonable and actually dared to say look at the legs. Her face sank slightly, but the brightly shining $100,000 on it again made her not have the idea of pulling the plug. If someone had given her $100,000 in the past to send a picture of her legs, she wouldn't even care. But now was different. After her father's accident, her own restaurant's business suddenly became extremely poor, coupled with some negative news about the store from time to time. Old customers are clamoring to return their cards. Banks are also unwilling to lend, and her former friends have all lost contact. She is now unable to make ends meet and is on the verge of going out of business as she is about to lose her rent and wages. This is the restaurant she has worked so hard for several years. She didn't want to let it go down just like that. $100,000 is not much, but it can ease the urgent need. Just a pat on the leg then. Su Beishi's eyes flashed with a touch of ruthlessness and collected Chin Feng's money. Lift up the cell phone. To their own bare slippery jade legs. Click a photo. Betsy, picture. Sent it over with a burst of shame. The face was a little hot. Chin Feng saw the pair of plump and slender white legs, smiled very lewdly. At this time, the system ruled that consumption was successful. Goddess database updated. Name, Su Beishi. Age, 25. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Charm, 92. Occupation, restaurant owner. Characteristics, devilish body. Favorability, -5, indifferent. Number of love affairs, 2. Rate or reward, listening to a woman's heart. Amount spent, 100,000 yuan. This rate or reward seems to be very good. If you can listen to a woman's heart, then if you want to cheat other girls in the future, you'll be able to do it with your hands, won't you? And this devil body. Heart to heart. But now the cause first. Love can be postponed for a day, waiting for him to get better, and then come back to study the devil body in the end. How devilish. But now the problem is, Su Beishi's favorability is actually negative. This made him a bit strange. Could it be that he sent this $100,000 and also reduced the favorability? This is a little tricky. Thinking that just smashing money to ask her to pat her leg might have made her unhappy, Chin Feng hurriedly tried to redeem his image. I'm sorry, I've just taken the liberty. It's okay, thanks for the red packet. Mr. Chin. You're welcome, MS. Su's picture is really beautiful. Thanks for the compliment. Beishi's heart was very disdainful of this person who pretended to be a human being when she saw her photo. System tip, Beishi's favorability -5, Beishi. Qin Feng saw the system prompts people are stupid. I'm arrogant to reduce the favorability even if I have such a good attitude. Actually still reduce my favorability? Well, 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 well. Since it's all about reducing favorability, I'm not going to pretend anymore. He clicked on transfer again, entered 200,000 yuan and sent it. Miss Su, it's really presumptuous of me to buy your car across the board. In order to express my apology, can I invite you to a meal? This time Qin Feng intends to communicate in person. Use money to smash her into submission. Let her see what is meant by money power. Beishi stared blankly at the $200,000, not quite daring to accept it. She was somewhat flustered by Qin Feng. To a stranger, casually pulling out 300,000. This man is not a little too arrogant? Is he the stupid son of a landowner? Or is he an extremely wealthy man? No matter what, it was always a rich lord. This kind of person was very nice when he was nice, but once it wasn't as good as he wanted, it would be very troublesome. She didn't really want to mess with this kind of person. The reason why she took the initiative to look for Qin Feng in the first place was apart from the fact that she felt that he shared the same taste as herself and wanted to make a friend. It was also thought that it would be nice if she could borrow some money from him to tide her over. But with this kind of thug, she was afraid that the money would be hot to hold. When the time comes to be eaten dry, there is no place to reason. Looking at the glittering $200,000, Beishi resisted the temptation and refused. I'm sorry, I have an appointment tonight. I have an appointment tonight. It's okay, you can keep this money. You do not open a restaurant. As if I ate a meal in your place. How does he know what he does? Beishi's heart was again shocked. It's not strange to know her name. It might be revealed by the Force store. But she hadn't told anyone about her job. Could it be that this man had found out her name and job in just a few minutes? Just based on a photo? This man was not small. She struck 12 points and coped. Mr. Qin is joking. How can a meal cost 200,000? I think it's worth it to eat with a beautiful woman like you. Ha ha, Mr. Qin is really good at making people happy. I'm a practical person. If you don't think it's enough, I'll add more money. Enough is enough. Mr. Qin, don't be angry. I really have something to do tonight. Beishi let out a bitter smile. Still being pestered. If we let him raise the money again, it's hard to say if he'll give the money to someone else and then arrange for them to do something bad. $300,000 was already a lot of people willing to touch the law. With things as they were, there was nothing she could do but type and continue. Is tomorrow night okay? I'll wait for you at Drunken Immortal House. It's okay. Qin Feng thought about it and added another sentence. Questions? Do you have rooms to stay upstairs in your hotel? He remembers that Drunken Immortal House seems to be a high-end restaurant. This woman, as the boss there, should be able to arrange a place for herself to stay, right? System prompt. Beishi's favorability -10. Current favorability -20, despise. Qin Feng. He scrutinized his statement. It seemed to be a bit ambiguous. Good. She misunderstood. He himself just wanted to sleep with a vegetarian, and had absolutely no thoughts about her peachy ass. Even if he did, it was only a little bit. Not much. Qin Feng had the heart to explain a few sentences, but thought better of it. Despising is despising. This bitch gives money and still reduces her favorability. Quite difficult to handle. He was numb and didn't want to dwell on that much. If it wasn't his own way of smashing money that wasn't right, then it was that she had a problem as a person. Beishi held her cell phone and looked at the hints sent by Qin Feng. Her chest rose and fell rapidly. She was shaking with anger, and her eyes turned red. Unconsciously, she gripped the phone hard. Angrily, he wanted to return the money and pull black on WeChat. The big deal is to hide at home for 2 days, and pretend that you have never provoked this man. But then she thought of the crisis in the store. She secretly frowned. Beishi quietly sat in the chair and contemplated. About 10 minutes passed. She sighed softly. In the end, she chose to tolerate it. Just pretend that you didn't read his hints. If he comes for dinner tomorrow, find a way to fill in with a little more wine and see if you can slip him 2 girls to muddle through. This money will not be returned if it can be. Beishi secretly thought in her heart. After opening a store for so many years, she had more or less learned a bit of means to deal with men. After making up her mind, she turned off her cell phone screen, adjusted her emotions, and organized her clothes and makeup, ready to go out to the appointment. The night about her is her boyfriend for 2 years. Recently just returned to China. Said there is something he wants to talk to her. His tone on the phone was a bit heavy and, Let Subeishi vaguely guess what to talk about tonight. When people are unlucky, bad things always come in heaps. She was used to it. Qin Feng was in the internet cafe, with the complimentary Bluetooth headset, opening the Shake Live broadcast, looking for the 90 points of the young lady. He wanted to see how much favorability he could add to a woman by smashing $300,000 for herself in the live broadcast. It can't be a negative number, right? He scrolled up one live broadcast after another, finding that all the female anchors were beautiful. There wasn't a single ugly one. Every face is stunningly beautiful. The clothes they wear are extremely sexy. Either the cheongsam is open to the waist, or tight yoga pants, or they're wearing short skirts, stockings of every color, or with a red leg ring tied around their bare legs, scratching their heads and showing off their female beauty. Especially in the multi-person dance studio, the 5 girls take turns to dance. Each of them is flamboyant, charming and graceful. You send gifts and they keep dancing in a single song loop. The background of the stage is an oversized moon. A few young ladies look like fairies descending to earth, giving the mortals a pleasing song and dance experience. Qin Feng's heart surged and he looked hard and straight. No wonder he couldn't find any good-looking beauties on the street. So they were all hiding in the live broadcasting room. He had thought that with so many beautiful women here, he should be able to find a few 90-point goddesses. But after using the scanning function, it was like having a demon spotting mirror. And one by one, they began to reveal their true selves. A certain multi-person dance live room in the top 10 of the popularity list. The first dancing girl on the left has a charisma value of 68 points. I don't know if it's the makeup that's painted or the beauty face that's turned up high. Anyway, it was a young lady who was worse than the front desk of an internet cafe. And in the live broadcasting room it looked like a supreme beauty that was like pouring out of the country. Wearing a set of turquoise blue cheongsam, graceful and elegant posture, the waist of a handful of twisting back and forth, slender as if it cannot support the weight of the chest in general. Let a person involuntarily want to go up and help her. But Qin Feng looked at the rating of less than 70, a little daunted, unable to stop. The second 79 points, although it was the same cheongsam, but she wore it out with more astringent feelings. From time to time, the side of the body to reveal the edge of the thighs, self with a hand to caress the hem of the cheongsam on the buttocks, intentionally or unintentionally highlight their delicate curves. The third girl stood in the C position, with a high system rating, close to 100 points. It said the number of relationships. The actual charisma value was only 82. Looks are not bad, and very photogenic. It's just that after looking at her for a long time, she feels that her face is a bit fake. If I have to describe it, it's as if the features have been carved by a ghostly artisan. Exquisite like a wax star. It's beautiful, but it's not suitable for long-time staring. It's easy to get the illusion that you're looking at a robot. 5 girls, none of them scored 90 points. There are quite a few viewers, more than 10,000 online. Qin Feng was secretly surprised. Crossing over this live room, he continued to look for a true goddess that he could consume. After brushing for several minutes, they are all anchors that have a thin, white skin and skinny face. The number of people doing live broadcasts nowadays is increasing. As long as you turn on a beauty technology, even if a man with a wig sitting in the live room can be beautiful to make people think, not to mention those girls with a little bit of color. Their faces are coated with thick makeup, various colors of powder, playing out the effects of highlights, shadows, and three-dimensionality. They put on gaudy lip gloss, double eyelids, and heavy false eyelashes, dressing up like a fairy in front of the camera. All kinds of head scratching and cheating, and those who look really good girl, on the live broadcast, but because the words are not right, or the usual habitual high cold, the popularity is not as good as those ordinary girls who are passionate and can tell dirty jokes. A day down only earn 1 or 200, but also to endure the audience's dirty words. It led to a loss of confidence in live broadcasting and became more and more rare. Qin Feng turned on the scanner and was tired of looking for it. After ordering dozens of live broadcasts in a row, there was not a single decent one. All of them were around 60 to 80 points. His heart gradually fell to the bottom, until the time when he was about to give up. Suddenly a youthful cute little round face appeared in front of his eyes, a small mouth and a small nose. Only the eyes are too big. The corner of the eye there is also a pitying beauty tear mole. Black and shiny hair casually draped over the shoulder. Long bangs cover the eyebrows. She looks good and cute, but also a bit dull. She wore an ordinary white round neck t-shirt on the upper body, which was not obvious, and could not see the depth. The lower body was also a blue skirt, covering up to the knee, only revealing a section of white and tender calves. This conservative dress was completely different from other sultry anchors. Name Song-gu. Age, 21. Charm, 95. Number of relationships, 0. It is 0. Miracle. Crap. Qin Feng was thrilled. Not only did he find the goddess, but the number of times is still 0. It wasn't in vain that he had searched so hard. It's really hard work that goes a long way. Jono Ao was fuming at the moment and saw a newcomer enter the live room and casually said, "Welcome White Whoring Great Sage into the live broadcast room. Please point your attention to support it." Shin Feng did not think that he could be named by the anchor even for a level 1 trumpet, and immediately obediently clicked a concern. He used to play less live. Never been named by the anchor. He has also never charged money. The main fight is a companion. Is bound to White Whoring to the end. So he named himself the Great Sage of White Whoring. Brother want to add fan group. Just 10 cents. When Jono Ai saw that someone was paying attention, a flash of joy flashed in his eyes. Then she reluctantly revealed a subtle smile according to the live broadcasting skills she learned yesterday. Shin Feng didn't have time to reply to her. At this time, he was busy charging money. It was a bit of a hassle to recharge 50,000 once for shaky voice. This kind of rare beauty. Where is a dime enough? He was going to give her a hard wave. Jono Anf saw that the new viewer didn't speak or give gifts, and his name still started with White Whore, so his smile faded for a few minutes. Many viewers are more rational. Even if they have money, they will not spend it indiscriminately. To be able to click an attention is already very good. She didn't say anything else, only her eyes darkened a bit. Jono Anf quietly looked at the screen in a daze. At this time, a high-ranking viewer in the live broadcast room spoke. 55, Super Love Cilantro, anchor do a slutty dance. I'll send you a sports car if I get a good look. Although this person was level 55, he spoke very nonchalantly. Sorry, I'm not a dance anchor. It was true that she did not know how to dance, and her boobs were a bit big, so if she danced, they would bounce around and it would be hard to see. 42 Wandering Slippers, isn't dancing a basic exercise? If you can't even do that, what kind of anchor are you? This sentence instantly caused one of the viewers in the original live broadcast room to reply. 10 Fenghua, our rabbit is a pure face anchor. She won't do that kind of dance. Wandering Slippers, laughing to death. What era is this? And still pure? Fenghua, you guys should go somewhere else to watch the sidewalk dancing. We specialize in a quiet atmosphere here. Stray Slippers, you want me to leave? Fenghua, bunny anchor. They're in cahoots. Let's ignore him. Zhong Oao frowned gently, lowered her head, and said nothing. Individual rich people on the internet were not very civilized in their speech. It made it a little difficult for her. Super Love Cilantro, what's the anchor doing with a stinky face? You don't want the sports car anymore, do you? Jono Aao has been live broadcasting for more than a week. Although there is no audience and the earnings are not much, but she didn't want to put herself down for money and dance to please those annoying viewers, so pretended not to see the message. Thinking that after a while this person felt uninterested, will naturally leave the live room. She had dealt with so many licentious people this way before, but what she didn't expect was that the more these two people talked, the more excessive they became. Super love eating cilantro, this woman's eyes is not a problem CS so high level people also do not know to take the initiative to come over to lick. Stray Slippers, that's right, wearing so much, like a bumpkin. Super love cilantro, look at her stupid look. I don't know what she's waiting for. Wandering Slippers, this anchor is probably waiting for that white whoring saint to give her a fanlight sign. Ha ha ha. Super love to eat cilantro, money will not even earn. What hot chicken anchor. Wandering Slippers, maybe people like to be white whored by level 1 trumpets. One white whoring saint, ? Shin Feng was tired of charging up to $2 million, and he overheard someone saying something about white whoring. He cut over and flipped up and down, realizing that he seemed to have been mocked somehow. He said he didn't quite understand. He didn't say a word. But he was mocked? Could it be that the online name White Whoring Great Sage didn't work either? He slowly typed out a question mark. Super love cilantro, level 1 trumpet. Don't come out to talk at White Whoring Great Sage. Wandering Slipper, are you qualified to post a question mark? At White Whoring Great Sage. Shin Feng's face was a bit ugly. Suspecting that these two goods had brain problems, he couldn't help but type. Watching a live stream doesn't allow you to speak? Wandering Slippers, be a good boy and be your white whoring party. Don't come out to look for presents. Super love to eat cilantro, oh, forced money does not punch a bunch of bullshit. Joni Oaoanf see the seriousness of the situation up. Finally coyly speak up. Can you guys not fight? Her voice was soft and weak and not very convincing. Super love cilantro, whose real name was Joe Chirue, considered himself a person of status. He didn't like talking to level 1 losers and felt upset after seeing too many of them. In order to stop seeing Shin Feng's speech, he directly sent a Porsche worth $120. Super Love Cilantro sent out a golden sports car X1. This was the 6th sports car he had given away today, so there was a golden special effect. Normal sports cars were red. Super Love eating cilantro, anchor give me a management to help you clean up the trash audience. Although she didn't like this person's attitude, but he had actually given himself $60. She deserved to thank him. However, she didn't manage to give it to the other person. She just weakly advised Chin Fong, "Brother Whitehore, don't argue with them anymore. Let's talk about something else." Wandering Slippers, "Yo, this anchor is quite generous. Shouting brother without giving gifts. Shout me too." Joloaoa's eyes flashed with a flash of dislike. The displeasure was almost written on her face. There was a desire to invite this person out, but this slipper seemed to know each other from cilantro. This made her a bit torn. Just then, a super gorgeous special effect flashed out. Pink cartoon squares were laid out at the bottom, with piano keys spinning in a circle, holding a giant bass-like stage, and a few little round men clad in Peking opera costumes beating gongs and drums at the bottom. At the top, the three neon words Carnival are flashing, constantly rotating, showing its dazzling value to the surroundings. This is the most expensive gift of Jitterbug. It's worth 3,000 yuan. Whitehorish Sage sends Carnival ×1. Jono Eiko was stunned by the special effects of the gift that suddenly popped up. With wide-open Kazran eyes, she looked at the screen in disbelief. For a moment, she actually forgot to say thank you. This was the first time she received a Carnival. When this special effect appeared in the live broadcast room, she thought she was hallucinating. It wasn't until the chat box exploded with several diving viewers that she reacted to the fact that it was real. "Brother, don't be like this. Manhwa, I chow. Big brother, it's so easy to get head. Pretty, is it that stiff? I love magic nymph. Thank you brother for the Carnival. The rabbit bows to you." Jonoaoa's live room was called Lucky Rabbit, so she called herself Rabbit. She followed the example of the other female anchors, getting up and placing her hands together in front of her legs, bending deeply at 90 degrees to the camera. Although it was the same bow, she was different from those enthusiastic anchors. She stood with her legs straight, her head lowered, and her eyes downcast, like a shy little girl who received a red packet but was too embarrassed to express herself. She didn't scream and cheer, can't give the boss the feedback he wants, and makes the atmosphere a bit serious. But Chin Fong liked this silly little cute girl. The reward was successful and the system unfolded the expanded profile. Chin Fong glanced at it slightly. Goddess database updated. Name, Zhong Ooa. Age, 21. Height, 160 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Charm, 95. Occupation, college student. Characteristics, soft voice and body. Favorability, 10. Acquaintance. Love count, 0. Rate or reward, resurrection once. Spent amount, 0. 3 million yuan. Chin Fong. Not to mention the features, but this cheat alone makes it a little hard to say. Say it's bullish. It has no effect on the current life. Say it's garbage. The life thing everyone doesn't mind. If this can be taken out and sold, it's worth a lot of money. Those billionaires would definitely be willing to spend a lot of money to buy it. Strictly speaking, those billionaires are not qualified to go to the table to grab it, because the bigwigs of various countries are also very interested in this thing. This was enough to see how precious it was, but when it was placed on Chin Fong, it was insignificant. It was like wearing a resurrection armor. At most, he had become a bit bolder, doing things with less scruples. It might be easier to pick up girls. A high-flying handsome man who was willing to die for you. Just ask if you're afraid. The live room was bustling with activity. So many viewers were hooked by a Carnival and bubbled like crazy. It wasn't because they hadn't seen anyone else swipe a Carnival. Rather, seeing someone quarrel with the boss before brushing the Carnival was a bit exciting. Eating melons to join in the fun. This kind of thing, our people can be said to be very enthusiastic. The audience have spoken. Brother, just positive. Bullish. It's normal for young people to be young and vigorous. If you don't want to serve, just, big deal. Eat buns this month. Anchor still do not hurry to management to your white-whoring big brother to send on. Cilantro boss. People are brushing Carnival. What are you waiting for? At Super Love Coriander. Joe Chirue hummed disdainfully when he saw that white-whorish big sage sending out the huazi. Then he saw someone at him, telling him to send a gift. He directly typed a line on the public screen. Super Love Cilantro, I can't look at this kind of goods anchor. When it comes to anchors, they don't dance, they don't speak pleasantly, and their expressions are silly. Except for looking a little bit prettier, there is not a single advantage. And that face doesn't know if it's a beautiful face on other live broadcasting room female anchor than her beautiful a lot of go. Joe Chirue really can't see this twisted anchor. Just sent a sports car purely because he wanted to kick that level 1 trumpet. Chin Fong just wanted to rush 10 carnivals first, but looking at the goddess's profile delayed a little bit of time. This time, when he saw that this guy was still mocking his goddess, he immediately typed in maintenance. 30 white-whoring great sage, can't look at it please go out okay? After spending 3,000, his level came to level 30, and his symbol turned into a dignified gold color, no longer a small blue frame. Super love cilantro, laughing at you, charging your salary to pretend to be a pussy. Just you? Wandering slippers, ha ha ha. This sand dollar was said to be anxious by us. Wandering slippers, $3,000 you also dare to send. I serve you. Ha 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 ha. Manhwa, dude don't go to the head ah. A huazi is quite expensive. Brother de Shang, really thank you for the gift, but you mustn't use your paycheck to squander it. Qin Feng was originally a bit annoyed by those two jumping clowns. However, after hearing Zhong Oai's persuasion, he instantly laughed. This girl really is a bit dull. White whoring sage, bunny don't worry, it's only a few dollars. Wandering slipper, swipe a carnival and start pretending. Super love cilantro, what kind of class are you playing the big tail, wolf with me here? The great sage of white whoring, sends out a carnival X1. Whoremonger sage, carnival delivery X2. Whoremonger, send out carnival X3. Qin Feng smiled faintly and began to fume. One carnival after another kept bombing over. He wanted to see what those two comedians could still say after swiping 100 carnivals. It wasn't just money. In front of high-scoring beauties, the last thing he lacked was money. Qin Feng slit his thumb and flew out the gift. When the gorgeous carnival special effects, one after another, flashed in the live broadcast room, everyone looked at the scene in surprise. Hiss! The viewers in the live broadcast room sucked in a mouthful of cool air. The eyes watched as the gifts, which were like a brush screen jumping, flashed in front of their eyes. Each one was a real $3,000. Everyone kept sending out question marks, or exclamation points. There were also fast hands that were beating the boss cowhide. But the public screen chat box was completely covered by the carnival special effects, and it was impossible to see what everyone was saying without shielding. The scene is extremely shocking. Wandering Slippers, too, was a bit shocked. Stray Slipper's real name was Pangpin, Zhou Qirui's little follower. In his normal life, he would try to figure out his boss's mind and make him happy. As long as he sensed that his boss was angry, he opened his mouth for his master to teach the other party a lesson. Moreover, as a Zhuan pianist, his typing speed was extremely fast. He had just edited a comment, swiping one carnival and pointing a finger. What a damn good costume. This time, when he saw White Whoring Great Sage sending gifts again, he slowed down his sending action. He didn't expect this level 1 trumpet to be able to brush so many carnivals. He deleted the number 1 in the text box, wanting to see just how much energy this person had. But when he watched the carnival turn from X10 to 20, then to 30, it still refused to stop. A hint of gravity appeared on his face. When the numbers turned to 40, 50, and 60, the eyes began to grow wary. He decisively deleted all the text he had just typed. He wasn't stupid. A character who could afford to give so many gifts was definitely not something a little follower like him could mess with. He didn't dare to bark anymore. In case he annoyed others, they couldn't move their boss. But it was still easy to move himself. It was better to keep his tail between his legs. The female anchor in the live broadcasting room, Joloaoa's eyes were wide open at this time. The black and bright pupils were like frightened deer. Her pink mouth was slightly open. Like the other viewers, she was also looking at the computer screen with a face full of incredulity, nervously holding her breath. Her sweat pores stood up, dumbfounded. She sat there not daring to move a muscle, not slowing down for half a day. When she received her first carnival, while happy, she was still a little worried that White Whoring Great Sage was holding out with his paycheck, but she didn't think that he would start sending carnivals immediately afterward, one by one at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, White Whoring Great Sage sent out Carnival X71, X72, X73. It was as if there was so much money it was hot. This instantly made her not know what to do. She was influenced by her roommate in the same dormitory who said that live broadcasting was very lucrative, so she wanted to give it a try. But after broadcasting for more than a week before, the earnings only added up to less than 100. After today's broadcast, she is a little bit do not want to broadcast. But what one didn't expect was that a big brother suddenly appeared and smashed down so much money for her. Only today did she see what a truly rich person was. Her eyes gradually dulled as her head was frantically running, thinking about how to thank her boss. Qin Feng sent it to 100 and finally stopped. It took about a minute or so. It was even faster than double-clicking the likes. He felt slightly satisfied with his hand speed. He flipped through the hot public screen, trying to find the two idiots who hadn't made a sound yet. With $300,000 worth of gifts, the live stream was already up and running, with viewers pouring in by the hundreds and a bit too many comments. Black, boss confused Weatherchild, landlord father. Are you short of leg pendants? Not buying a Maybach without changing his name, Great Saint Cowhide. I can't accept it. Invincible pineapple. What's the matter? What's the matter? Is it New Year's? Coca-Cola? I don't know. People crowded people. Just put me in the bag. Pretty, the low-profile big brother was screwed. Show a little wealth. Don't be nervous. Shinshin, brother, Look at my private message. There's a special surprise. I want 2/3 of a bowl of rice. This anchor looks so dorky. Shin Feng didn't find those two good speaking and thought they were intimidated by themselves. He slowly sent out a question mark. White whoring great sage, question mark. This question mark and was the same as the last one. However, it caused Zhou Qirui's expression to become gloomy, and a horrifyingly vicious intent erupted from his eyes. He was in a very bad mood this time, with the feeling of becoming someone else's stepping stone. This spicy chicken called White Whoring Great Sage actually dared to step on him and pretend to be a pussy. This made him unable to endure. It was only 100 huazi. It wasn't like he couldn't afford to brush it off. Even 200, 300 would not be a problem for him. Super love cilantro, hey, like to pretend huh? Super love cilantro, you wait for me. Zhou Qirui finished sending his words and directly left the live room. Pang Pin saw his boss leave and immediately ran out after him. Shin Feng unconsciously laughed out loud when he saw them drop a harsh word like the grey wolf. Also too lazy to care what these two goods want. It's still important to do the right thing. At this moment, the anchor in the screen has her cherry mouth open. Her dumbfounded appearance is very cute, making people want to molest her. People can't help but want to molest her. White whoring sage, anchor, don't you want to thank me for the carnival? Because he added the fan club before sending the rockets. He now had a high intimacy. The color of his comment was different from everyone else's and was unusually conspicuous. Jono AI saw the pop-up screen and hadn't figured out how to show his gratitude. Nervously covering her small mouth with two hands, she stumbled a bit in her speech. Yes. Sorry. Thank you brother for the carnival. White whorish sage, that's it? Jono AI also felt that this was a bit insincere, but she also didn't know what to say and held her face red. Suddenly, she remembered the words her roommates used to thank their bosses, and in the heat of the moment, not thinking too much, she blurted out, I want to give my boss a monkey. The scene was silent. Everyone did not type, and the comments section of the live broadcast seemed to be frozen in time. No one expected the anchor to say this. The killing power of such an innocent little girl saying such words of a tiger and wolf was still obvious. Shin Feng's eyes lit up. Excitedly, he directly jumped up from the sofa, hurriedly typing, is this true? Joan Oaoa's face instantly reddened. Her beautiful face couldn't even cover up that stunning colorful haze. She had some regrets after she finished speaking. This sentence she had recently been listening to her roommate in the same dormitory live, heard it for a long time, and inadvertently said it without thinking about it. At this moment, seeing that Shin Feng had the intention of taking it seriously, she immediately did not dare to open her mouth, eyes glancing around nervously, while feeling that he was joking, but also afraid that he came to the real thing. The entangled appearance of that little model, watching the audience unconsciously reveal their aunt's smile. Immediately after, the live broadcast room once again lit up with Carnival's exaggerated special effects animation. White whoring great sage sends Carnival X1, X2, X3. Shin Feng was overwhelmed with excitement, and the only way to express his excitement was to furiously brush gifts. This time, Zhang Oaoa, who originally wanted to explain, was dryly confused again. She completely didn't expect that with a single sentence, she would be able to make the big brother rise up again. For a while, she once again didn't know what to say and froze with both eyes straight. Shin Feng's hand speed was even faster this time, and in the blink of an eye the carnival had already been delivered to X97, X99, X99. He didn't listen to anything outside the window, his mind was only brushing his sweetheart. There was no music in the live broadcast room, and no screams from the female anchors. There was only a slightly dumb rabbit. Seeing that the gifts were still firmly floating upwards, the audience could no longer control their hands and typed, to hey oh dad, do you want a son? Too fucking awesome. I've been playing live for so long. It's the first time I've seen such a brush of carnival. Righteous father on top. Accept my son's worship. Is the hostess stunned by the money? She's not moving at all? Nonsense. If they hit you like this, are you dizzy? Zhongye with Grave with ring above returned to his senses a little bit, using her hand to rub her eyes that had been open for a minute and were a little sore. Timidly shouted, thank you for the gift from Brother De Shang. The whole person looked both nervous and confused. There was a trace of suppressed trembling in his voice. Like a frightened bunny, she was cute to the point of explosion. Shin Feng listens to his heart and swipes even harder. White whoring great sage sends out Carnival X100, X101, X102. At this moment, Pan Fugue, who was sitting in the next seat to Shin Feng, came back from the restroom and, shaking his hand, he was about to sit down and continue surfing the internet when he saw Shin Feng playing with his cell phone and smiling lewdly. He quietly peeked over his head and took a look at the cell phone that, it seems to be rewarding the female anchor in the live broadcast room. Pan Fugue was unimpressed in his heart. Sitting in the internet cafe can have what money to give female anchor gifts? At most send some flowers and love. However, When he fixed his eyes to look closely at the gifts sent by Qin Feng, he was immediately shocked. He had actually seen someone sending Carnival in a row, and it has already been sent to 178, 179, 180. Still sending. This is impossible. Pan Fugui didn't react for a moment and couldn't help but look up at Qin Feng, only to see that his expression was smiling like a flower, and he was brushing his gifts without any pressure. Pan Fugui instantly understood something. It must be a fake jitterbug. It must be one of those unseemly live broadcast platforms that modeled themselves after Jitterbug and made something similar out of it. That Carnival must only cost a few cents. Otherwise this guy wouldn't be playing so vigorously. Pan Fugui was proud of his wit for a while, stretched out his arm and touched Qin Feng, asking, "Older brother, where do you download this live streaming app you're playing? Push one to me?" Qin Feng took off his headphones and turned his head to look at him. The man was about the same age as himself, a bit lewd looking, with his front teeth sticking out a bit, smiling like a weasel. "Bro, you don't know Shake It?" Qin Feng asked rhetorically. "I know but the normal Carnival is $3,000. You're making it look like you don't want money." Pan Fugui pointed at Qin Feng's cell phone and wondered, "You've almost given away 200 of them. If it's a real Carnival, how much would this cost? Even if you're using a Porsche phone, it's impossible to really swipe so many gifts." Pan Fugui secretly thought. He had never seen any rich person who would sit in an internet cafe and play live streaming, and reward others with hundreds of thousands of dollars. This must be fake. Not much. Small money. Small money. Qin Feng smiled and coped. Pan Fugui he saw that Qin Feng refused to share and played dumb, and didn't say anything, followed by a smile and sat back in his seat, secretly guessing that the app is probably not promoted to the public. Inside, it is estimated that they are all memberships and can only be joined if introduced by acquaintances, and those hostesses should also be the kind of foot bath store, more open, can be blind cock to fool around. I heard that those powerful girls will also perform with the mouth open beer, but this kind of circle, are too often go to massage to have access to. Pan Fugui shook his head and shook out the envious thoughts. He himself was a decent person. He wouldn't go to that kind of place. Still moving bricks was important. He opened the game and prepared to continue his monster-slashing business. However, the image from Qin Feng's cell phone just now kept flashing in his mind. That live broadcast room looked real. Even the name of the female anchor was clear. It seemed to be called Lucky Rabbit. She looked pure and pretty. The Carnival in Lucky Rabbit's live room kept jumping. In the twinkling of an eye, it came to 201, 202, 203. It still seems like there is no meaning to stop. The viewers each opened the screen recording function, intending to record this famous scene and send it to the internet with a bullish name. Tell all the girls who are still staying in the live broadcast to chase their dreams. This was how other people's big brothers swiped gifts. Big sage brother. Don't brush it. Don't brush it. It's already a lot. She was very nervous at the moment. If converted into money, this person had swiped a full 300 Carnival in these few minutes. Converted into money, this person swiped 300 Carnivals in the past few minutes, which translates to $900,000. Who wouldn't be scared? In her village, this amount of money would be enough to marry 5 wives. If this continues, do I really have to give him a monkey? At the thought of 2 emotionless people, honestly meeting and getting mixed up for money, Qin Feng was a person who listened to advice. When she said no, she said no. When she says stop, then stop. When she says don't stop, then slow down first. This thing has to be said later. He is now a little sour waste, although he has the intention to kill the thief, but he is powerless to return to heaven. At this time, he immensely wanted Xia Ting's raider reward. After rounding up to 210 whole numbers, Qin Feng stopped his fingers. At this point, he was already a high-level 50 warrior. The oval icon behind his name became purple and red, and the logo on it was even more unusually flashy, resembling a polygonal gemstone. After brushing for such a long time, his private message red dots increased by dozens. Qin Feng clicked on it and took a look, finding that the vast majority of the avatars were pretty beauties with flirty names. They sent their micro signals and cell phone numbers. There were even a few female anchors who sent their live room numbers over, hoping that Qin Feng would go over and take a look. There were also bold sisters who directly exposed themselves and said, 1,000 a pop can fly all over the country. The tycoon begs to be adopted. Just one Carnival. Send abalone to the boss to make up for his body. Boss, want to take a bubble bath? Qin Feng's heart fluttered for a split second, but immediately calmed down. Internet dating a girl is risky. What if a big mom comes? He doesn't want to hear the words, then I'll go? And the earthly beauty is right in front of him. Running to find an unknown big mom is brain dead. He set his profile to prohibit non-followers from private chatting, and then sent a private message to Jo Noak. Then in the public screen, he said, "Anchor see private message." Jo Noak superscript 1 per thousand opened the private message and saw that he wanted his contact information. She guessed that this white whoring saint might want to meet him offline. She hesitated a little, but finally sent the number over. Network reward. Go to the hotel offline to run now. This kind of thing Jo Noak superscript 1 per thousand heard of. She had always thought that it was far away from her. She did not expect it to happen so suddenly. I don't know whether the opposite side is fat or thin, tall or short, old or young. In case it was a balding greasy uncle. Jo Noak shivered and didn't dare to continue thinking about it. In a careful tone, she said tentatively, "Brother, I was actually joking just now. You wouldn't really want me to give birth, would you?" Hearing the female anchor play a trick and backpedal. This time the audience in the live broadcast room was happy, and they joked, "Partake boss," smashed down a sweet. The female anchor even reneged, "Boss, this 5 minutes 300 carnival, too awesome, enough to go down in history. I didn't expect you to be such an anchor. Someone else kindly gave you a reward. You actually want to give birth to a child to get back at him. Boss, if you smash this $900,000 on me, not to mention giving birth to monkeys, it's no problem to lock me up and act like a monkey. Boss, tell me if you want a baby. I'll call you daddy. Get lost. You don't deserve to talk to my dad." Chin Feng didn't feel surprised by Jo Noak's trickery. After all, she was an inexperienced girl and it was understandable that she would be shy about something like giving birth. It was appropriate to make her let her guard down. Only then could she take advantage of the situation. "White whoring great sage, I was also joking about casually brushing up on my gifts. Don't be nervous. But looking at this meaning, it seems like you don't need to give birth to a child by yourself." She breathed a long sigh of relief. Inwardly a little bit of joy, but at the same time there was a little bit of indescribable and subtle emotions. Could it be that Brother Deshang had no interest in her? She wasn't ugly herself. Jo Noak shook off her head, not wanting to think about these questions. No matter what, he really sent a gift of nearly $1 million. He should seriously thank people. Brother Deshang is really nice. Wishing brother an early birth and all the best. System tip, Jo Noak's favorability plus 10. This girl is really simple. Every time 10 plus. The whole thing made Chin Feng a bit embarrassed to tease her. "White whoring great sage, I spent $900,000 and this is what you're telling me? Then, what do you want me to say?" She was still a bit unconvinced that she had really received more than 300 carnivals up to this point. For the super tycoon who rewarded himself, Jome with grave with ring above it 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 with grave with acute. But no matter what, as long as it was something she could do, she should try to do it. The audience was enthusiastic and took the initiative to give her ideas. "Say husband I love you, dumbass." "Ha, shouldn't the anchor wish herself and her boss an early child? You guys are too dirty, right?" The anchor still looks so small. Surely she has to shout, "Poop, I want ah." The comrade upstairs has an unhealthy heart, so I suggest that he be arrested and severely investigated. Jo Noak was molested by the netizen, some shame. Lowered his head and stared straight at his white tender legs, did not dare to look at the public screen. Chin Feng looked at her shy appearance and couldn't help but molest her. Call out master to hear? Jo Noak raised her head and saw Chin Feng's statement. Instantly her pupils dilated and she incredulously repeated, "Master, master?" She didn't think too much in her head when she said this. It was completely unconscious, but it was this soft master that made Chin Feng feel so good, especially after seeing the embarrassed look on her face. Chin Feng wanted to press this cute little bunny on the bed and order her to keep shouting. He was getting bold and made a new request. "Be good. Dance again." Jo Noak's face turned red. He hadn't expected Chin Feng to go so far as to ask her to call out to her master and make her dance. Thinking of her roommate's wildly ass-wiggling dance moves, Jo Nabunyo said in an aggrieved voice, "Rabbit only knows how to sing, and has never danced." This time, the screen was full of flirting with the anchor's lack of understanding. Big Brother has smashed so much. As an anchor, how can you not dance? All the viewers were feeling sorry for the boss, while squeezing Jong Oa. Jone with grave with ring above was also a little guilty by the audience. Putting her heart in the right place, people had shelled out $900,000, and she just lightly said master, as if she really didn't have much sincerity. She was torn for a while and squirmed. If you want to see Rabbit dance, Rabbit can learn while dancing. Just don't dance while Brother is not allowed to laugh at me. Chin Feng sized up her figure. Even though the girl was wearing a loose t-shirt that covered everything, a closer look showed the proud curves. Without a large enough capital, one simply couldn't top that curvature. It also revealed a slim little waist from time to time. as well as a playful belly button. Qin Feng imagined the anchor bouncing around, and his head unconsciously thought of a rabbit. He swallows his saliva and impatiently taps on his cell phone keyboard. White whoring great sage, just dance a simple sledgehammer. A little twisting helps your health. Boss atmosphere. Brothers prepare tissues quickly. I love to see young ladies who can't dance. This girl's figure is quite impressive. Hurry up. Hurry up. The boss has so much money to spend. The anchor is still squirming when she dances. Joan Oe bit her lower lip lightly. Resignedly went to the internet to find the teaching video of the swinging hammer. As the video played, her face became more and more flushed. The dancing young lady in the video slowly opened her hands and raised them above her head, then lightly rested the back of her head. With her elbows open, she displayed her capital unreservedly, twisting her ass back and forth from side to side to the rhythm of the ethereal-like music. Dressed in a delicate little skirt, the hem of her dress fluttered upwards as she danced, matching the teasing demeanor, the mesmerizing eyes, and the tongue licking the lips. It was really too enchanting. It was not too much to say that she was a juicing girl. She stammered and opened her mouth to retort. Brother, can we switch to singing? The audience was not happy. Singing has a P meaning. Dancing or rubbing is the correct way to open a live broadcast. And her classmate's back is not more interesting? Anyway, the tycoon big brother here. Smashing money to let them twist together. The only joy is not as good as the joy of the crowd. For a while the comments were pouring in wildly, all urging her to hurry up and dance. With a blushing face, she threw away her shame and gathered her courage to beg. Please, master. Hearing this address again, Qin Feng felt his soul baptized and drifted away. Plus, he smashed his money for goodwill. Not to see this girl make a fool of herself. And it felt more or less strange for the girl he liked to fling rabbits in the live room for the big guys to see. When he was in the room with her, would it not smell good to have her dance the big pendulum twist to himself alone? At that point, then ask her to jump in a few less outfits and see how a real rabbit jumps. White whoring sage, okay, I'll let you go this time. System tip, Joan Oa's favoritism plus 10. Thank you brother, then I'll sing my favorite song for you. Joan Oakoa was elated that she had escaped from death and smiled, revealing her cute little tiger teeth. She hurriedly opened the music software, found the song and tapped on the accompaniment. As the accompaniment sounded, a clean, sweet singing voice came out from the live broadcast room. The evening sun on the sea is like a young painting, spread in the sky waiting for seagulls to carry it away. Her singing voice had a unique magic. It was pure and melodious. It's like walking with your neighbor's green plum on the way out of school, listening to the natural, light humming of the girl next to you. There was a simple and carefree feeling that made one's heart happy. This made the intoxicated Qin Feng, his evil thoughts dissipate quite a bit. Zhong Oi's face was small, with a kind of juvenile beauty, and her personality looked a bit dull and cute, coupled with her foul figure. Qin Feng had already given her 100 dims in his heart. Lolita is the treasure of the world. The only drawback to Joan Oako's singing was that she didn't use a sound card device for tuning, nor did she have a professional microphone. The voice was very good, very pleasant to the ear, but compared to those singing anchors who specialized in eating this bowl of rice, it was slightly inferior. She sang with these teeny headphones, and compared to the sound quality tuned out by those tens of thousands of sound cards, the difference was not a little bit. This caused the audience in the live broadcast room to lose interest in her. Most of the people who played live broadcasts were impatient. Seeing that she didn't sing as well as she had imagined and didn't twist her but to dance, she immediately turned around and left. Anchor, stop singing, hurry up and get up and twist. Holy shit, the boss is really rich and capricious. $900,000 to buy the female anchor to sing a song. Slipped away. Thought there was some kind of extraordinary program to watch. The anchor sang a good flat not passionate at all. The land of the internet is meant for people to vent. The rest of the audience felt that Qin Feng's money was not worth it. Thinking that he was an ingrate, their words gradually became impolite. They were even jealous of Qin Feng showing off his wealth and pretending to be a pimp, so they directly stood on the moral high ground and accused him. 18 octopus without pills. This anchor woman is also too rogue. The monkey is not born, and the dance is not danced. Just like this, the boss is still stupidly smashing money into it. It's really stupid. One hell is empty, that is, this 900,000. Why not donate to the poor children in the mountains? They cannot afford to go to school, you know. Zero Dong Dong is a beautiful man. This way to spend your parents' money. Conscience does not hurt it at White Horse Sage. 42 Goji Berry Bubble Tea, showing off when you have a little money. It's disgusting. Qin Feng already had administrator privileges this time. Seeing that some people are personally attacking him, without saying a word, he directly transforms into a permission dog and one by one asks them to leave the live room. Joking aside, but any time you take them on a line, you'll be pulled into the trap of their logic. Why do I need to report to you when I spend my money? Jesus doesn't even care about me, so you do? Of course, most of the viewers were still quite correct in their outlook. When they saw someone scolding the boss, they stood up to retort. The boss can give it away if he wants to. You sour nympho. Ah, why is Buddha's light emanating from my cell phone? Which bodhisattva is reciting the sutra? These people are so funny when they are sour. Anchor, don't bother with them. The crowd was noisy and the comments in the live broadcast room were brushed very quickly. Jono Ao was singing, and when she saw these disgusting speeches, her voice unconsciously weakened. Feeling that she had taken so much money, her singing wasn't good, and her dancing wasn't good either. She was a bit sorry for Big Sage Brother's reward. However, seeing Qin Fang's kicking message appear, he couldn't help but feel a little warm. Brother De Shang, take this money as me borrowing it from you. When I work in the future, I'll slowly pay you back. Jono Ao said with a serious look on her face. This was the only way she could think of to repay without relying on selling her flesh. Qin Feng looked at her clear and stupid eyes and laughed with joy. Surprisingly, there were still anchors who spit out what they swallowed. This is also too cute. He swipes another 3 carnivals, afraid that she'll return the money. Anchor sings super well. I love your songs. Really? Being recognized by someone she cared about made her eyes light up again. Then I'll sing another 7 miles of fragrance for brother. White Horish Sage. Well, I'll give you a gift for every song you sing to me from now on. Brother doesn't need to swipe so many gifts. This money is already enough. Ah Zhong shook his head in a hurry and refused. White Horish Sage, gifts represent liking. You can't deprive me of my right to like you. System tip, Zhong A with grave A with ring above A with grave A with ring above S favorability plus 10. Zhong Oeko's 2 eyes widened again when she was sneak attacked by the tart words. Her slightly trembling eyelashes showed her inner panic. The 2 small white and tender hands were entangled together, not knowing where to put them. Just 21 years old. She was still in her sophomore year of college. Although she was very pretty, she kept her face uncovered all day long, with long hair covering her face, and wore black-framed glasses to prevent myopia. So there aren't many guys who are interested in her. And she talks less, and also moves suddenly ignore others. Let the boys think she is very high cold, hard to get along with. The boys who dared to tease her with flirty words were even fewer. But in fact, Zhong Ooi is not high cold. Just because her brain CPU is not very good at dealing with people. Once overloaded computing, it will automatically trigger the protection. Directly open dull mode, coupled with the shorter size, and then a slight bow of the head. Others cannot see the empty piece of her eyes. The way she wanders in the sky is interpreted as high and cold. That's why she doesn't have a boyfriend yet. This time, someone wildly swiped more than 300 carnivals, saying that he liked her and wanted to listen to her sing all the time. Jono Aoe admitted that she was a little bit moved, but was afraid that this Deshang was a 60-year-old man. When the time came to meet, she realized that she didn't seem that moved. That would be very embarrassing. Thank you, brother, for liking me. I'll try my best. Jono AI finished sheepishly and hurriedly clicked on the accompaniment, using her singing voice to hide her panic. The live broadcast room soon resounded with the little girl's sweet singing voice again. The sparrows outside the window are talkative on the poles. You said that this line has a very summery feel. Xin Feng smiled as he listened to the little girl's innocent voice, and from time to time, he brushed 13-14 little hearts to support and encourage people. He was really liking this naturally dull girl more and more now. Spending 930,000. The good feeling actually reached 40, familiar. 2 words of coaxing and the good feeling came. Thinking that this girl would most likely be the first goddess to return cash, Xin Feng smiled with a swishy face, thinking about how to take her. At this time, a discordant voice suddenly appeared on the public screen of the live broadcast room. Super love cilantro, anchor PK doesn't dare to take it? Zhou Chirue had found a familiar female anchor and told her to come and play PK with Lucky Rabbit. However, after applying several times in a row, she was rejected by Zhong Oao. In the end, she even turned off the PK function. Zhou Chirue immediately ran to the live broadcast room and taunted Zhome with grave with ring above. Your big brother has given away 100 carnivals, and you still don't dare to pick up the PK, playing the Nima mind game? Zhong Oao saw the sentence and furrowed her brows, thinking to herself, no wonder someone had applied for PK several times in a row when she was singing just now. So it was this annoying person who was messing with her. She didn't like PK, no matter who it was. Although she also knew that PK might bring her more earnings, she couldn't accept those punishments. What with the spamming of 8 companies, running squats, and writing on her face, she felt ashamed, in order not to affect her singing, but was surprised to find that it couldn't be kicked. The backstage display, this user is a valued Super VLP member, with the privilege of anti-kicking and anti-banning. She didn't know what to do with this, and could only lower her head and pretend to sing seriously, ignoring the comment. But she didn't expect brother Great Sage to run out and stand up for herself. White whoring Great Sage, brother. Such a big man. Don't always speak with mom at super love eating cilantro. Super love eating cilantro, Mare Gobi. You're teaching me to do things? White horse sage, aha. Super love eating cilantro, F***K. Sheen Fong laughed. This bastard can't even curse. He was so good at being a teacher that he had to demonstrate it himself. White whoring Great Saint, stupid. White whorish sage, pussy. In Jong Oaoa's live broadcasting room, the new viewers instantly became excited when they saw a big brother come over to make trouble, constantly fanning the flames and watching the fun. Boss Cilantro has a high rank. I think Boss Cilantro is right. So exciting. First time I saw two level 50 bosses arguing. The two tycoons are going to smash the money to fight. The one who loses will call out to his father. Just a reminder. Mr. Cilantro. Brother Deshang just swiped 210 carnivals. Upstairs is wrong. The Great Sage swiped 100 at the beginning. 314 in total. My old swan. So Boss Cilantro's level 5-2 was just raised? Joe Chirue's originally annoyed expression became serious as his pupils shrunk after seeing the text on the public screen. More than 200 carnivals were still somewhat powerful. It was worth dealing with seriously on its own. Super love Cilantro, dare to PK touch? At white whoring Great Sage. Sheen Fong smiled and slapped his thigh when he saw him provoking. He was worried that he didn't even know how to give his gift. That girl's skin was so thin that she didn't even want to send money, so he didn't dare to force a hard gift. He didn't expect this fool to give him the opportunity to play. White whoring sage, don't cry when you lose. Oh little friend. Super love eating cilantro, grass. Let your horse open PK. White whoring Deshang, rabbit baby. We accompany him to play a game. Do not worry. Packet win. This is a time when men need to save face. To refuse for him would be like admitting defeat for him. She was already satisfied with the 300,000 today, and didn't want Sheen Fong to spend an unreasonable amount of money because of impulse. White whoring Great Sage, doesn't rabbit believe me? No, the rabbit just doesn't want you to be impulsive. Money can't be spent like this. This money can be saved to do a lot of meaningful things, Zhong Oeo said worriedly. White whorish sage, spending money for you is the most meaningful thing I have ever done. She rested her chin on the table with both hands, staring blankly at the screen, her eyes gradually becoming empty, like she might go to space at any time. No way. One word of flirty talk and you're confused? Sheen Fong secretly laughed. This little girl is also too cute. A little bit of bearing capacity or not. In the future in bed for fear that it is not going to pass out. To this dorky girl who adds favorability every 10 points out of 10. Sheen Fong completely loses his resistance. Even if she didn't send resurrection armor, he decided to charge to the end. Seeing that someone dared to fall in love in front of him, Joe Chirue was instantly enraged. Super love cilantro, paralyzed. Playing a female anchor and licking it so hard. You've got some fucking balls, are you? His statement brought a wave of rhythm in the live broadcast room. Some people gloated and mocked, saying, this white whoring Deshang probably just played live streaming and doesn't know how deep the water of live streaming is. Suggest that the two bosses let the anchor turn off the beauty face as a PK punishment. Let us all open our eyes. The chicken that I called myself. With tears, I have to finish it. I can't waste it. Now it's people and ghosts all crowding into the live broadcast. Sheen Fong was in a good mood at the moment and was too lazy to take care of these people. White whoring Great Sage, are you still playing? At Super Love Cilantro. Super Love Cilantro, pick up PK. Rui Mei Mei. The screen of the live broadcast room split in two. On the right side appeared a standard Netflix face with large eyes, pointed chin, pink blush painted all over her face, wearing a short red bustier dress, waist cinching style, revealing large white legs, looking very feminine. But at this moment, she had an extremely fierce expression, pointing her finger at the camera. The scolding was very ungracious. I said who was so bold to not give face to my family's coriander boss. It turns out to be a little goblin like you who has no hair and doesn't know the height of heaven. Hide what hide? Dare to spread the wild, dare not pick up PK, right? Shameless thing. Pretending to be a pure bee-like. Hurry up and apologize to my big brother, or I'll make it impossible for you to mix in the live broadcast world. That spirited look startled Zhong with grave with ring above. Sheen Fong couldn't stand such a spirited woman. He hurriedly reminded Zhong with grave with ring above. Rabbit, turn off the sound from the other side. Zhong Oeka had no experience in PK and was scolded for a minute before she found the button to disable the sound. The audience in the live broadcast room was scolded away for a large portion. Sheen Fong didn't know where she got the strength to dare to mouth off like that. He turned on scanning to see the other party's rating and was stunned by the information presented. Name, Shi Hongyan. Age, 42. Charm, 50. Number of relationships, 6. I Chow. Auntie, aren't you working a little too hard to come out on air when you're 42? And the number of relationships is too pathetic. This live broadcast is really a person or a ghost can be on ah. After this Nima opened the beauty face. It looks like 23 to 24. The posture is attractive. Without the scanning function, he himself was almost in the dark. White whoring great saint, this big sister is your woman, you can't even get down with this? At Super Love Coriander. Super Love Cilantro, none of your business. Hurry up and start. White Whore Sage, how do you want to play? Super Love Eating Cilantro, one game to decide the winner. The loser changes his name to I am Shabi. Shin Fong thought about it and a bold idea surfaced in his mind. White whoring great sage, I can change my name if I lose. But you don't have to change your name if you lose. White whoring great sage, as long as you let your anchor turn off her beauty face. Go out in her plain face, and say I love you in the live broadcast room. White whoring great sage, you spent so much money for her. There's no way you can't do this, right? When this guy realized that he had given out so many gifts for an Amma, that expression was absolutely wonderful. He was afraid that he wouldn't dare to come back to the live broadcast room to play in the future. This was tantamount to helping a misguided young man and making an outstanding contribution to society. Shin Fong was proud of his sentiment and only felt that the red scarf on his chest was a few points brighter. Zhou Chirui didn't realize that there was anything wrong. This anchor of his own has not seen the real person, but he has WeChat videoed with her, and he looks more or less the same as when he was live. The same very white, face is very pointed. As we all know, WeChat videos are impossible to fool people. Super Love Cilantro, yes, if you lose and don't change your name, just wait for Lousy to find you in reality. Zhou Chirui finished, went into the opposite live room and let his Mei anchor start PK. That Mei Big Mom also know their own boss and the opposite big brother has a grudge. Immediately want to move a real wave of money smashing PK. Suddenly excited. She quite intentionally chose a match that was 10 minutes long. The live PK had a duration of 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and 15 minutes. She had wanted to pick the longest time, but she was afraid of revealing her intentions, so she compromised and picked 10 minutes. In 10 minutes, there was enough time for the bosses to fill up their money and spill their coins vigorously. As the PK bar appeared, and the countdown to 10 minutes, PK began. A red and blue blood bar appeared in the center of the two men's screens. The score is 0-0. Joan Oyoyo's live room is the red blood bar on the left, and the opposite side is the blue blood bar. The gifts from fans of both sides will be turned into soundwave points, which will increase the blood bar of each main broadcaster. The opposite side made the first move and Zhou Chirui threw out a Royal Dragon Ranger worth 3,000. A large green dragon appeared in Mei's live broadcast, bringing her points to over 30,000 in an instant, and her blood bar pressed directly into Zhongmei with Grave with Ring Above's face. When Zhongmei with Grave with Ring Above came back to her senses and saw that the PK bar was being crushed, a flash of worry appeared in her eyes. She wasn't worried that she would lose. She just thought of people on the internet buying cars and houses and giving gifts to female anchors. She was afraid that her great sage brother would also do something stupid like selling his house for a reward in case he went to the top. She didn't know what to do, thinking that if he really gave all the money to himself, then when the time came that he had no money to eat, then should he return the money to him? No way. Can't return it to him. With his impulsive personality, he will definitely waste the money again. One only needs to manage his food and accommodation, so that he has a guarantee. But then, are you counting yourself as supporting him? A trace of imperceptible shyness also flashed in her eyes. Shin Fong didn't notice Zhongmei with Grave with Ring Above's expression. He had finished moving his fingers at this moment and was ready to start freaking out. White whoring great sage, send Carnival X1, X2, X3, points 33,000 added up super fast. The blood bar quickly caught up with the opposite side and managed to overtake it. A few minutes later, Lu Fugue in the next seat exploded a weapon worth $200, and ostentatiously asked the webmaster to make himself a pack of instant noodles. When he got up and turned his head to move his muscles, he saw that Shin Fong was still brushing Carnival on Jitterbug. He once again probed his head and glanced at his cell phone. He found it funny that he was still in this Lucky Rabbit's live broadcast after so long. It was evident that the female anchor staff in this app of theirs was scarce. He suddenly didn't envy Shin Fong again. The $200 he had just earned put him in an extremely good mood. Humming a song, he greatly came over to see that female anchor. Older brother tired. See you this non-stop gift. Is doing the task? Oh. In the fight PK at Shin Fong casually responded. You're playing pretty hard. The opposite side looks like your hand speed is about the same as yours. Pan Fugue saw the score of the PK. His side's 360W sound waves, the other side's 340W sound waves. Very close. If you calculate according to the real Jitterbug, 360W sound wave is equal to $36W. Yeah, the opposite side had to PK me. My thumbs are getting sore, Shin Fong complained. Pan Fugue saw that Shin Feng's thumbs were indeed a bit stiff, and the gifts he sent were getting slower and slower. as if he was about to be overtaken by the other side. So he said smilingly, "Why don't I brush it for you? My right hand can break the speed of light when I'm doing circular movements." Qin Fang's eyes lit up. He was indeed a bit tired from brushing, and dragging the gifts up the slide was also physically exhausting. Plus, he had just been busy flirting and chatting with Zhou Moai, and had been holding his pee until now. Seeing that there was an enthusiastic young man helping out, he directly handed over his cell phone to the other person and said, "Then I'll trouble you. I'm going to the restroom." Qin Feng is not worried at all about this dude running away with his cell phone. Internet cafes are getting more and more formal now. Not only do you need an ID card, but you also have to scan your face to get online. And there are so many cameras here. If you dare to rob this kind of tens of thousands of dollars of cell phones, you can call the police today and get the person arrested tomorrow. Chinese institutions can still be trusted. Pan Fugue received the metal texture of the remote leader with both hands, and touched it before and after. Then slid the screen and clicked on the gift carnival. Instantly conquered by the silky smooth feel. This cell phone is so cool. When I have money in the future, I'll buy one too, he thought enviously. Whitehorn Great Sage sends Carnival X169, X170, X171. His right hand's hand speed was really fast, brushing the score to pull away another bar. With that, there was still time to admire the two girls in the live room. The anchor on his own side was a bit dull. On the other hand, the opposite side of the passion like fire. Although you can't hear the sound, just look at her hysterical shouting. You know that she is about to climax. Looking at the interface that is exactly the same as the real Jitterbug, Pan Fugue smiled. It was really like that. But when he looked at the audience's speeches, he felt that things were becoming a bit off. Boss Cowhide, broken voice. Why didn't the anchor say a word? Do you know you're on the verge of being on the Shake popularity list? Marred. The boss gambled on PK, sent more than 200 Huazi and still did not stop. Tomorrow will definitely be on the headlines. Everyone go to the opposite side to listen to the anchor shouting father. Too exciting. That father called more than his own father are close. Dad, when are you going to recognize me as your son? There are more than 5,000 viewers online in the live broadcast room. The public screen constantly new messages appear. There are licking the boss. There are begging the boss to adopt. There are also want to give the boss a child. A fawning comment, constantly reminding him that this live broadcast is likely to be true. This brother next to himself could also be a real big brother. A drop of cold sweat appeared on Pan Fugue's forehead. If what he had ordered in his own hand was a real money carnival, then that meant that in such a short while, the 2 million sound waves he had ordered now was a real 200,000 yuan? Lousy's fingers, when has it ever been so golden? Pan Fugue was secretly shocked, wanting to know if this is a Shake Shack live broadcast room. It is also very good to verify. Just search this live room with your own cell phone. He took his own cell phone, entered the name of the live room with 2 minds, clicked search, and found the Lucky Rabbit's live room. The popularity of this live room was already the number 1 in the region and the top 20 in the entire Jitterbug. Pan Fugue trembled and clicked in to take a look. A gorgeous carnival special effect suddenly popped up inside, almost blinding his dog's eyes. The anchor on top was none other than the girl who looked a little dull. Taking another look at the name of the big brother that kept surfacing, Whitehorn Great Sage sends Carnival X302, X303, X304, and what he was holding in his right hand was none other than Whitehorish Great Sage's cell phone, which was currently constantly tapping on the gift to give away Carnival. Crap, this is fucking real. Pan Fugue stood up immediately in fear of dirtying Qin Feng's seat. The moment he thought that there was really a godly man sitting here, his entire body was confused at the moment. 3 philosophical questions surfaced in his mind. Who is he? What does he want? Does he lack a son? Qin Feng finished going to the restroom and leisurely returned to his seat. Seeing that the brother next to him had already helped him brush up to 6 million sound waves, while the opposite side stopped at 5 million sound waves, he smiled and thanked him. Thanks brother, Pan Fugue stuttered. No, you're welcome. Thank you big brother. Qin Feng was puzzled. Who thanked who? He did not think too much. Slightly polite 2 sentences. Took over his cell phone. Continue to brush gifts. Brother, the opposite side is not brushing. There's no need for us to waste any more money, right? Pan Fugue saw Qin Feng's smooth movements and hurriedly advised. He was confused just now, but his fingers had never stopped, and after seeing the other party stop, he also stopped. If he were to continue brushing, with his hand speed, it would be 9 million sound waves by now. Oh, I'll guard a tower, Qin Feng said indifferently. As the big brother's words fell, Pan Fugue almost choked. What kind of fairy big brother is this? Leading by a million and still want to guard the tower? Give or take a living. He looked down and saw his cell phone. Whitehorn Dishang rebrush gift from 1. His jaw dropped to the ground in shock. eyes glancing at Qin Feng from time to time. Even the instant noodles served by the webmaster didn't feel good anymore. His mind was filled with thoughts of what position he should use to hang on Qin Feng's lap, or what words to say to impress this big brother. Qin Feng was uncomfortable being stared at by that strange look. Those eyes were full of longing, eyeing like a girl dressed in a revealing outfit under a streetlight. With that look of longing, he thought the dude was signaling himself to tip. Qin Feng's eyes swept to the instant noodles on his table, and after a little thought, he got up and went to the counter to buy a ham sausage and handed it to him, saying, "Dude, thanks, treat yourself to a sausage." Pan Fugue froze. What did he mean by this? What did he want? Could it be that? In an instant, Pan Fugue was blessed with the feeling that he had read the big brother's hint. Shouting loudly, he said, "Woof." Then all of a sudden, he picks up the ham sausage with his mouth and squats down to look at him with a well-behaved face. Qin Feng was startled. This girl is a psychopath. Right. Qin Feng was stared at by his blazing eyes and his scalp went numb. A vicious chill ran down his spine. He hurriedly got up and changed to a farther seat. Pan Fugue was lost in thought as he watched him leave, feeling more heartbroken than if his girlfriend had dumped him. At this time, there were still more than 4 minutes left in the PK time. I didn't expect the opposite side to lay down so quickly, causing Qin Feng to feel weird about brushing gifts alone. The screen seemed to be frozen in general. The live room was quiet as a pin drop could be heard. Only the public screen below was bustling with activity, with many people bubbling up to speak. I can't, great sage, quickly collect the divine power. Live broadcasting and receiving $1 million a day? Brother great sage, I just turned 18. It's my first time. Send me a private message. The opposite side has voted. Still brushing? You're afraid you're not here to launder money, right? The opposite side is too crazy. That anchor woman for the gift are shouting to feed the boss to eat milk. Give him gasoline it. Is that so? Let's go. Let's go over there and take a look. Qin Feng saw the comments and was also piqued. I wonder if that big mom is feeding her own milk or someone else's. He stops his gift giving and follows suit and clicks into the opposite live room, only to hear Mei Mei's anchor cheering like chicken blood. Cilantro big brother milk drink finished rush ah. Cannot let them look down on us. People live in order to fight this breath. If I were you, really smash pots and pans also want to earn this breath back. If you wither this time, you will never be able to get up again. The other big brothers in the live broadcast room help brush the gifts and show our big brother what a man should look like. Welcome level 58 White Horse Age. Big brother come and help. This PK is important. We can't lose. The background music in this live room was loud and passionate. The female anchor's expression was fierce and imposing. The voice was a bit hoarse, giving off a hysterical feeling. White Whoring Sage, I'm Rabbit's big brother. Come to see what's wrong with your big brother. Anchor Mei Mei saw that it was the big brother coming from across the street, and immediately changed into a pandering smile and shouted in a shrill voice, "Goo, big brother underhand good heavy ah." The people hit the nose and face swollen. Do not give some medical expenses you good meaning? Qin Feng sent a 10-cent beer. The money was the PK red packet that the weasel had just grabbed for himself, without having to spend any money himself. He estimated that this anchor would be miserable later, so he sent a gift first to chat about his feelings. White Horde Shang, is your big brother still around? Help me ask him if he's still available? Anchor Mei Mei immediately called out. I can do it. I can definitely do it. My big brother is rich and powerful and good at work. This money is nothing. Cilantro boss, the other big brother has come to the door. You are dawdling what? Hurry to give them a little color ah. Zhou Chirue is now scrambling to call his friends over to help. There is no time to pay attention to the anchor woman. Anchor Mei Mei saw her own boss not saying anything, thought he had admitted defeat, grabbed the sky and cried and complained. Cilantro boss, you can harm me this time ah. Our female anchor which can turn off the beauty face live. You might as well tell me to go to death forget it. She knew her own thing. Once she appeared with her face on, her live broadcasting career would be over. So she planned to renege on this punishment later no matter what. Or just go off the air. It was better to lose one boss than all of them. Super love cilantro, anchor don't yet scream. Come and continue. At White Whoring Great Sage, Zhou Chirue not only called out to his friends, but he also filled up the $1 million that his father had given him. This money was the money he said he was going to start his own business and snubbed from his dad. Originally, the plan was to open a game company. But now that Qin Feng has aroused his desire to win, he doesn't care about that much. The big deal is to ask for money from his dad again. Super Love Cilantro sent out Imperial Dragon Ranger X1, X2. Mayumi saw that the Cilantro boss was up again, and instantly felt that there was still hope. If she could, she didn't want to abandon this ingrate who had rewarded her with nearly $1 million. This kind of kaiju who dared to drop money even without meeting where to find in the future ah. She once again clicked on the battle zone. waving the flag and shouting, excited heart, trembling hands, follow the big brother feeling go. Thanks to the sky and thanks to the earth. Thanks to the big brother has love and justice. Our big brother is sentient and intentional. Wish my big brother never lacks human medieval coins in his pocket. If you do not leave, I will live and die together. My big brother is the most bullish. The entire atmosphere of the live broadcast room was extremely enthusiastic, and the female anchor's shout seemed like they were about to lift the roof off. Her guild's atmosphere group also started posting comments, fully supporting the boss, licking the boss non-stop, praising the boss for his atmosphere and his bullishness. Let's also help the boss boost together. The score is similar. We're going to Jedi flip the game. Mei deserves our protection. Follow the boss in charge. Kill that stupid bitch across the street. Some people were really driven and followed. Or this live studio is exciting. The anchor is beautiful and open. I'll send the anchor a marry you home to help the fun. Mei I love you. But I've already swiped 10 sports cars. This month's living expenses are almost gone. Jin Feng smiled and shook his head, feeling unworthy for them. Back in the live broadcast room, the atmosphere here was much cleaner. Even though the number of viewers was close to 100,000, everyone spoke sensibly and calmly. There were also no passionate anchors, only a rabbit that hadn't returned to its senses. Jin Feng typed a flirtatious sentence first. Wife, time to wake up. Not realizing that there was anything wrong in Jin Feng's words, she responded dully, HM. Seeing that she wasn't repulsed by his title, Jin Feng was secretly happy. Then seeing that the opposite side started to make a push, he also hurriedly opened the gift list and clicked on Carnival. The final sprint continued. Xia Ting returned to the front of her house and first stood at the door for a while, wiping the tears from her face. She took 2 deep breaths before opening the door and entering. As soon as she entered, she heard to the beautiful woman sitting on the sofa watching TV yell at her, "You dead girl, you still know to go home." This charming woman was Xia Ting's mother, Ming Mei Hui, nearly half 100 years old. Her skin was well maintained, fair and smooth, glossy and bright. Age had not left any obvious traces on her face. Only a faint hint of crow's feet at the corners of her eyes showed that she was no longer young. Her features were perfect. A few similarities with Xia Ting. The same goose-egg face, eyebrows like a diaphanous moth, plain teeth and vermilion lips, especially that pair of soulful and beautiful eyes, completely unlike a middle-aged aunt. She glanced at her daughter when she saw her return and continued to read. Where did you go last night? You are about to 30 people. Still so out of tune. Every day in the outside fooling around. Let you serious matchmaking and refuse to. Mom, stop it. Xia Ting didn't want to hear this. She took off her shoes and changed into slippers, walking towards her room with an impatient face. What's wrong with me saying a few words about you? You see which one of the objects you found yourself to take. The last time that young man shivering powder was arrested by the police before you woke up. You brainless thing. Ming Mei Hui frowned with a hateful frown and kept counting. This child's temperament is really a headache. Those honest and decent people don't want to, but want to find a rich man. The rich man is so good to find? I was a flower in the village back then, but after so many years of searching, I have not been able to find a sincere rich man. In the end, she married a teacher honestly. I tell you, tomorrow night I gave you an appointment with a young man introduced by Auntie Wang. Quite a young man. Do not go. Xia Ting coldly skimmed down 2 words. Head also did not return into the room. Was about to close the door when he, seeing her mom, suddenly stood up and said sternly to her, "Stop." Xia Ting grunted, didn't dare to close the door behind her, lowered her head and prepared to be criticized. However, she didn't expect her mom to not scold her. Instead her tone slowed down. What's wrong with your eyes? How are they red? Knowing a son is like a father. Knowing a daughter is like a mother. Ming Mei Hui could tell that something was wrong with her daughter just by glancing at her. She quickly walked over to Xia Ting and lifted her face to take a closer look. This pair of big eyes that she inherited from her clearly looked like she had just cried. Ming Mei Hui instantly gasped. Which son of a bitch bullied you again? I'll go and settle the score with him. Xia Ting's neck shrank and weakly said, no one bullied me. Still dare to argue. So many years when you rise the ass. I know what you want to do. Have been bullied. I do not know it. No, I really didn't. Humph. Don't think you just cried. I won't be willing to beat you. Quickly say, if you dare to lie, I'm going to use the family law. Xia Ting pursed her lips and glanced at her mother Sama. Although her mother had her waist crossed and her expression looked fierce, she knew that her mother was truly concerned about herself and couldn't bear to see herself hurt. The aggression in Xia Ting's heart was instantly tickled, and tears floated in her eyes once again. She lowered her head, not letting her mother see her eyes, trying to suppress her crying voice and said, no one bullied me. It was my own initiative. Akemi Megumi understood. This girl must have looked at some young master again, farted up to him, then realized that the other party was not a thing and ran back crying. She poked Xia Ting's head with her index finger and scolded. "You stupid bitch. How did my mother give birth to such a brainless thing like you? It's for nothing that you have this face. Every time it's like this, you don't have the slightest bit of eyesight." Ming Meihui cursed twice. Seeing the way her daughter's shoulders were shaking, she couldn't bear it, so she hurriedly embraced her into her arms again and stroked her head to pacify her. Well, in the past, those rich people do not have a good thing. In the future, shine your eyes, like mom, to find an honest point. Love your man. People, this life is very fast. You are still small. Xia Ting could no longer control it, let out a cry. "But I'm not willing to why? Where in the end I'm poor. Silly child. Luck, this kind of thing can't be said. Sometimes it is your, sometimes not your. Very normal. But I really like him. I don't want to give up." "If you don't want to give up, it will only hurt you more. You are 26 now. How many more years can you spend?" Ming Meihui patiently persuaded. "When you get past your youth, and then look back and realize that you have nothing, you can't even cry if you want to." Xia Ting cried for a while, and after her emotions became slightly less emotional, she said with a huff, "Will not have nothing. He said to buy me a villa when I am old. If he left me, the big deal is that I sold the villa and traveled around the country." "Oh." Ming Meihui laughed twice contemptuously, grabbing Xia Ting's shoulders with both hands and pulling her out of her arms. Mocking. "A man's mouth deceives a ghost. Do you think your mom didn't hear that back then? He's taking a carrot and putting it in front of you, silly girl. Sleeping with you for nothing." Ming Meihui looked her daughter up and down and said worriedly, "This girl of yours wasn't slept with by him last night, was she? Did you do safety measures?" Xia Ting's eyes fluttered for a moment. "Haven't had time to buy medicine to eat." You really want to be angry with your mom?" Ming Meihui angry reach out to pinch Xia Ting's arm, mouth cursing. "Let you not self-love. Let you ghost. Let you. Stop." Xia Ting couldn't stand being pinched. After yelling out, she flung her shoes off and fled to the bed, stubbornly saying, "If he says he will buy me a villa, he will definitely buy me 1 inch. Good. Ming Meihui crossed her arms with one hand and pointed at her stupid daughter, saying 3 good words in a row, then turned her head and went out of the room door, ready to rummage through the family law stick that had been put away for 2 years. "Mom, listen to me." Xia Ting saw the situation and hurriedly jumped down to hug her mother's willow waist, explaining, "He's an honest man. He's true to his word. Yesterday he promised to buy me a Porsche. This morning he bought it for me. Really, the list contract is in my bag." Akemi Hui footsteps, turned around with skepticism written all over her face. "Are you sure you went to a real Porsche store to buy it? It's not like someone else paid someone to put on a show, is it?" Your daughter looks like that kind of douchebag." Xia Ting burrowed into her mom's arms again, twisting her body vigorously and pouting. "Take out the contract and let me take a look. If he really dares to forge the car purchase contract, I will go to the police station to sue him for fraud." Ming Meihui raised her voice. She never believed that this was true. This Porsche was not cheap, and she had only seen people who spent so much to get girls on TV. Xia Ting hurriedly rummaged through her bag and pulled out the car purchase contract, transfer vouchers, and various other insurance and other documents. All of them were stuffed to her mother-in-law. Ming Meihui took the contract, first looked at the Porsche's official seal, and asked, "How much is the car?" 2 million. Xia Ting raised 3 slender fingers. "How much?" Akemi Megumi was shocked. 2 million. Xia Ting said seriously, pointing to the total amount of $3,200,000 written in capital letters on the contract. Ming Meihui flipped through the contract, looked up, and asked incredulously, "The owner of the car is you?" "Aha. When will you pick up the car?" "The day after tomorrow." Akemi Hui fell into deep thought. After a while, she came back to her senses and looked at her daughter with complicated eyes. "So, then how old is he and what does he look like?" "It won't be older than even your father, right?" "Mom, how can you doubt your daughter's vision like this?" Xia Ting stomped her foot, scattering her mother's embrace, and gasped, "He's my college classmate. He's over 1 meter tall. He's extremely handsome. He used to be a very honest person. He secretly had a crush on me until now, and recently he's developed. He wants to have an affair with me." Ming Meihui came close to Xia Ting, touched her forehead, strangely said, "This is not feverish. What nonsense in broad daylight." "It's true, Mom." Xia Ting flung both hands back and forth twice and stomped her feet again. "So, you came back crying just to fool around with me that your boyfriend gave you a Porsche?" Akemi Megumi's fire came back, throwing the contract onto the sofa and turning her head around to see if there were any weapons at hand. "This girl can't not fight. Just now, when I saw her red eyes, I thought something big had happened and scared myself. I didn't expect it to be tears of joy. Damn, If it weren't for the fact that you're my daughter, my old lady would have already flipped out with you. Akemi Megumi thought darkly. No la, he. Xia Ting's voice lowered again when she thought of Qin Feng being a scum. Seeing her like this, Ming Meihui frowned as bad thoughts flashed through her mind. After hesitating for a moment, she still asked carefully, he doesn't lift? Xia Ting was shocked. What kind of tiger and wolf words were these? No, don't curse him, Xia Ting blushed and whispered. He's a bit better than my previous boyfriend. Akemi Hui's eyes glanced at the coat rack on the balcony. Plastic, it shouldn't hurt any bones when you hit it. He has other women following him. I'm afraid that I won't win the fight in the end. Sensing a murderous aura, Xia Ting hurriedly blocked her mother's gaze with her body and explained with a difficult face. He's not married, right? Ming Meihui asked. Not yet, Xia Ting replied. If you really like him, just let nature take its course and get together. Ming Meihui came up with an idea for her. In case there is, and he dares not to marry, you'll beat up his cubs to his face. Xia Ting was dumbfounded. At that time, if he still doesn't marry you, my old lady will go up and tear him apart. Ming Meihui domineeringly said. But what if another woman gets pregnant with his child first? Ming Meihui advised. How do you know you can't if you don't try? You don't care about anything else first. Let him buy you the villa. Ming Meihui followed her advice. Remember, it's best to even write the house in your name alone. Got it? Xia Ting hesitated. But would that not be too good? Ming Meihui gasped. Why is it not good? Otherwise, you can just be like me and find someone to live an uneventful life. As you please. Seeing that her daughter lowered her head and didn't say anything, Ming Meihui sighed and said helplessly. You said that you like people and they like you. Instead of worrying about other people intervening, it's better to strive for it. Xia Ting's expression was somewhat intent. Seeing her listen to persuasion, Ming Meihui revealed a pleased smile and said, when you buy a villa, old mom will also live in it and experience the life of a rich person. Xia Ting's eyes rolled and she boldly said, then you have to pay the rent. After saying that, she ran back to her room in a huff and shut the door. Ming Meihui froze for a moment, rolled up her sleeves and yelled, I think you have itchy skin. Open the door for me. At this time, Magic City Normal University. In the girls' dormitory, she looked at the PK score. 11. 25 million sound waves. 7. 95 million sound waves. She thought her eyes were blurred and she had counted the wrong number of zeros. After hurriedly rubbing her eyes and looking carefully and seriously again, her brain instantly went down once again. What the hell is this? This 8-digit PK sound wave? Could it be a hallucination? She was completely confused. Earlier, she had planned to wait until he ran out of money, and then she would succor him herself. But a man who could casually give away over $1 million, where would he need himself to take care of his food and drink? Jomo was laughed at by her own childish thoughts. At this time, Jomo live broadcasting room has already gathered a large number of female anchors who have come over to learn. They had been studying Jomo's person since the beginning of the PK, study her clothes modeling, and background light angle and so on, and actively bring paper and pen, until her big brother smashed down more than 300 huazi for her. This anchor called Lucky Rabbit, from start to finish, only said a total of one sentence. Then fuming, she didn't know what came to her mind and made herself laugh. The whole person was stupid. Those female anchors looked dumbfounded. This Lucky Rabbit didn't do anything special, although it did look good. Everyone was equally beautiful. They were puzzled as to why other people could make money just by posting, while their own waists were twisted and flashed, but the boss didn't pay a dime. There must be a special live skill that they have not yet discovered. They don't die. Persistently sending private messages to Lucky Rabbit, hoping that she can start a class to teach. Tuition they are willing to pay. She saw that on the other side of the live broadcast screen, the snake-like anchor Rui Mimi was excitedly jumping and dancing. There was some curiosity for a moment. She wanted to hear and see how others thanked their bosses and try to learn. So tapping on the other person's voice. Thanks to Cilantro Poop's 200th Big Green Dragon. Cilantro boss, I love you. In this life I'll marry you even if I die. The moving background music, coupled with the high decibel screams, startled Zhong Oao, and hurriedly turned off the sound. But the other party's words were deeply memorized in her heart. So men like to be shouted at like that? Then should one shout? Or should I just shout master? Poop or something feels too strange. Zhong Oao made up his mind, when he opened his mouth and wanted to call brother Dishang master. But because her face was too thin, it got stuck in her throat and she was too embarrassed to say it. Her red face, open little mouth, wanting to say something, was extraordinarily cute. Qin Feng brushed a little harder after seeing this. Time passed minute by minute. The PK between the two. There was still one last minute left. Zhou Chirue topped the exorbitant music in the live broadcast room, hard and continuously brushing more than 500 big green dragons. Until when he clicked on the gift again, the platform appeared with a white prompt box of please recharge. Only then did Joe Chirue finally stop moving. His eyes were covered in blood, and his face was grim as he stared at the score above the live broadcast. The other side's 25 million sound waves were not moving, converted into cash, as if they were humiliating him. On his own side, plus the fact that he had shouted for his friends to come over to help him, there were only 19 million sound waves. Everyone is not stupid, who is fine with real money to smash money to make a friend. Throw a 30, 000 or 50, 000. Pretend to hold the scene on the line. There is no need to get real. At the last minute, he ran out of money. The gap is huge. From beginning to end, he was suppressed by the other side of the dead. A chance to breathe or not. Joe Chirue can only admit it. The guy on the other side smashed more than $3 million before and after for the sake of a nerdy girl. Directly dry shattered his wallet. Joe Chirue saved up all his money over the years and threw it all out. But he didn't win. This time he was convinced. Willing to gamble to admit defeat. He came to the opposite side of Lucky Rabbit's live room and typed on the public screen. 63, Super Love Cilantro. I've already had someone notify her to turn off her beauty face. Just wait. At this time, Lucky Rabbit's live room was overcrowded. This live room had been smashed with more than 1,000 carnivals in just 2 hours, and had rushed to the #1 spot in the top 100 of the Shake Shack's entire station. The number of people online broke 1 million. New viewers kept pouring into the live room. Most of the viewers said all kinds of flirty things and flattered the boss in hopes of catching his attention after seeing that a godly man was slamming down carnivals. A small portion of the viewers were attracted by Zhong Oe, whose face value was online. After being used to seeing goblin-like anchors, this pure and very natural girl caught their eyes. The viewers licked the screen, sending out astringent love words. YY Zhong Oe's astringent body. A hot and bustling scene topped off Joe Chirue's speech instantly. No one cared about his speech. Joe Chirue was worried that others wouldn't see it and sent it a few more times. Chin Fong had been chatting with the audience and he saw Joe Chirue's first speech. After all, the magnificent mark of level 63 was still very noticeable. 64, White Whoring Great Sage, looking forward to your performance. Chin Feng's level was however a bit higher. He told Zhong Oai to turn on his opponent's voice and began to watch the show. He really wanted to know what that coriander's expression would be when he realized that the anchorwoman he had raked in nearly $2 million was a big mom. Although it was a bit unethical to end the opposite anchor's rice bowl without any grievances, but that auntie opened beauty face in the live broadcasting room to cheat gifts is moral, and also gave her $2 million of consolation money, enough for her to do some other business, right? Live broadcasting this thing, or to leave the lack of money to the little girls. The old aunts do not come out to steal the rice bowl of the young ladies. Chin Fong looked for various reasons to comfort his conscience. Not long after, he saw Auntie Mei Mei on the opposite side pick up a phone call. When she came back, her face was unusually ugly. Cilantro dad, don't be like this, okay? Change it to any other punishment. Veiled faces really can't be shown to you. Mei Mei started crying as soon as she came back. She had just received a call from her guild saying that she had to accept the PK punishment, because that boss had contacted them through a very hard relationship. If they didn't do as they were told, this guild of theirs might be in trouble. Boss, see if this is okay. How about I spell out being blocked and give you a striptease? Don't make it difficult for me, please. It's not easy for us anchors. Our face is our second face. If you want to tear my face off, I won't be able to see anyone in the future. Mei Mei hissed and revealed her bottom, crying out to her parents. Brother De Shang, that, you. Zhong stammered as she tried to open her mouth to help the opposite side plead for mercy. But she also knew that this bet had nothing to do with her, and she was not qualified to speak. People spent so much money. It was not easy to win. If you want to talk on the sidelines will certainly cause suspicion. She was soft-hearted, but she was also very understanding. Chin Fong heard what Zhong Oa's meaning and lamented that there were actually such pure girls now. Since she wanted to spare the opposite side of the street, he might be able to cheat some goodwill by being generous himself. White Whoring Sage, for the sake of my wife, let's forget it this time. You two get lost. Zhong Oai unknowingly got used to Chin Fong calling his wife, and after seeing him agree, he hurriedly reminded the opposite anchor. Sister Mei Mei, you don't need to veil your face, don't cry. Unfortunately, the other party shielded her voice and didn't hear it. It was still wiping tears one by one. Super Love Cilantro, no. A loss is a loss. I can afford to lose. Joe Chirue didn't feel that there was any shame in this Mei Mei anchor confessing to herself after her face was veiled. The two of them also video chat. Just because the other side said to go to another city will not be able to get used to the water, to wait for their own to go to her. So the delay in meeting. At first when he saw that De Shang mentioning this bet, he was still puzzled. Now when he saw Mei Mei pushing it off one after another, it was even more strange. so insisted on seeing her plain face. Joe Chirue took out his cell phone and gave her union another prod. At this time the two live broadcast rooms were full of nearly 1 million people gathered to watch. The comments couldn't even be brushed over. It kept bubbling upwards. If you can't afford to lose, don't promise others to fight PKA, and want money, and don't want to accept punishment, just by looking at her like this. I know that she must be another princess by Luo. I seem to have seen the end. My heart aches for the boss's 400-hair green dragon. You people are really vicious. Mei anchor, don't be afraid. I'll support you. Plain face is plain face. I've already closed my eyes. 23,333. Now is the time to witness the miracle. In Mei's live broadcast room, two men dressed in black suddenly appeared. Without saying a word, those two men walked straight to the camera. One reached out to close Mei's face, and one stopped Mei from escaping. The division of labor is clear, and it is obvious that there is no shortage of this kind of thing. When the thin face, grinding skin, plump breasts and long legs filter was turned off, the demon in the live broadcast room appeared. Only to see that her head was a whole circle bigger, and the powder on her face was thick as if she had brushed paint. It couldn't even cover the coarse pores and wrinkles on her face. Those flesh cell eyes were small and swollen. Her nose was collapsed like a pancake, and there was very obvious horizontal meat on both sides of her cheeks. For ugly people, a closer look is a cruelty. For this kind of woman to be given 50 points, Qin Feng really wanted to ask the system what the scoring criteria were. Joe Chirue even looked at his cell phone and directly vomited. Mimi in the live broadcast room opened her bloody mouth and splashed around, begging for mercy from Joe Chirue. Cilantro father, you can't do this to people. What do you want? People have promised you. That day video you want to look at my body, is not to say that in the future do not force me. San Tian you let me die, never mind. You turn off my beauty face, how can I see people in the future? That ghost crying and howling, simply a car accident scene. Joe Chirue clam-port lived, nauseated, dizzy and in a trance, thinking that this bitch once shouted to herself to marry herself. He was so scared that he directly threw his cell phone out of the window opening, but what he did not expect was that the stupid dog raised in the yard of his family villa, with a leaping face, ran out and brought the cell phone back to him, and the cell phone was surprisingly still intact. Deafening cries came out from inside. You a dead heartless thing. Their own play, but people, take me out of what gas. I a decent girl, looking for who messed with who. Joe Chirue, angry, almost heart attack, kicked the stupid dog that wagged its tail, then took the cell phone and pressed the power button, and the screen went dark. The world was quiet, but he was not quiet in his heart. He knew there were still a whole bunch of people laughing at him in that live room. The most crucial thing was that his friend was also present. Joe Chirue hated to find a crack in the ground at this moment and disappear into this noisy world. Can't live to laugh. Someone spent $2 million to pick up a big mom. Ha ha ha. I'm going to post this material on the internet. From now on there is one more sad person in the world. The rabbit on this side of blind guess is also an anchor who sees the light of day. Does rabbit dare to turn off his beauty face so that our great sage boss can also experience the feeling of heartache? Boss, let the anchor turn off his face to see if he's getting his money's worth. Qin Feng smiled. He didn't want to prove anything to everyone, but men always love to show off. When one's woman is beautiful, one feels doubly honored. He asked Jome with grave with ring above to turn off her face and let everyone see what a real beauty looks like. Jonoakao was still immersed in the accident just now. The auntie cried so scary. Tears on the face of the makeup made black. Struggling, head of the wig fell down, revealing a head of center-parted explosion wave volume. Fortunately, she is still quite strong. Forced to break free from the man who pressed himself, turn off the power of the computer, so that the live broadcast is cut off to open. Otherwise, this image will have a shadow of itself after watching it for a long time. She turned on the beauty face because the light in her dorm room was not good and the picture looked dark, so she used the beauty face bright white effect to enhance the brightness of the live broadcast screen, and left the other special effect functions on. Since people said they wanted to see it, she didn't care. Besides, she was also worried that the white whorish sage would mistakenly think that she was also an ant. Rabbit looks like this. Didn't lie to my brother, Jomo AI said weakly. The live broadcast screen instantly became a few points darker. The girl in front of the camera didn't look like she had changed much. Instead, because of the absence of that cold white lighting effect, it made her face look a few points more real. Under the long eyelashes were dark and bright eyes. The eye sockets were a bit deep, emphasizing the small nose that was extraordinarily perky, giving people a sense of delicacy of an exotic girl. Her pink cherry mouth did not wear any lipstick, but still looked bright and colorful. The whole features are beautiful like a doll. There was also the most recognizable tear mole still at the end of her eyes, clearly illustrating that this was not a special effect of beauty. The light in her dorm room is really bad. After turning off the beauty face, there is a kind of return to 20 years ago, and the network to know the beauty of the QQ video chat scene. The surrounding background was dim and lightless, and a clear and pure face was exceptionally bright. So beautiful. Is this the beauty that comes along once in 5,000 years? Anchor, you managed to remind me of my first love. The thought of such a beautiful woman eventually having to kneel in front of Big Brother White Whore. My heart aches terribly. Crap. It's the feeling of a heartbeat. This anchor looks tiny. Is she really an adult? Millions of people's sweet words. Let Jong Oi's beauty cannot find the north. Giggling straight smile. However, modern beauty technology was advanced. And with the lights off, it was just as possible to have a beauty effect. Many of the old and spicy viewers did not believe that there was really such a Barbie doll in the world, and had questioned her appearance in the comments section. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. The anchor must have only turned off the bright white and left the other special effects on. I think this woman is absolutely still open beauty face. The anchor dares to cover the left side of her face with her hand and let us see the details of her face from a close distance. Take a piece of A4 paper and cover the upper half of her face, including both eyes. You can see if her nose and mouth will be deformed. You're all too old-fashioned. Directly on the ID card is not finished. To verify what the last old brother's statement was agreed by all the viewers. Live comments and a clear color on the ID card for words, forming a queue of different lengths. At this moment, at least 1,000 such comments had crossed the line. Everyone was like a repeater, asking the anchor woman to prove herself with her ID card. Jong Oi didn't think it was a big deal and immediately got up and left to look for her ID. Shin Fong was worried that she was stupid enough not to cover the ID number, and sent a tweet to remind her. Then she hurriedly returned to her seat, holding the ID card up in front of the camera. She used her hand to cover the information underneath the ID card, only revealing the portrait part. Nah, this time you guys believe it, right? Jong Oi's ID card was lost once and reissued not long ago. The photo was recent. There was not much difference in the facial features, only at that time when the photo was taken. Listening to the police uncle, she combed all her hair to the back, coupled with being short. The angle of the photo taken from top to bottom made her appear to have an unusually broad and shiny brain in the photo. There is an idiom that describes it aptly, a full heaven. Wife, looking at your face, you're missing me in your destiny. This little head is smart at first sight. She's a real beauty. Damn it. The boss of the whorehouse has found a treasure. Such a pretty girl. I'm following her. The rabbit is so cute. I want to snatch it away. Upstairs, think twice. Her big brother smashed $3 million in one afternoon. You can't afford to play. The live broadcast room was buzzing with people saying all kinds of things. He was about to start his offline offense. Jone with Grave with Ring Above behaved in a very well-behaved manner, saying goodbye to the viewers in the live broadcast room. The viewers stayed and asked when she would broadcast again. Jone a superscript 1 per thousand thought about it and said, I don't know. She now had money and there was no need to broadcast live. Just thinking that maybe Brother Deshang would want to hear herself sing. She answered, I don't know. The audience in the live broadcast room saw her trying to run away after fishing for Big Brother inside. Another beauty is about to leave the live broadcast room. More than $3 million in one afternoon. Come twice more and go straight to the peak of life. There is a Big Brother to help support the waist. Is cool. Good gas Why I cannot be a girlet. Just lying on the good. Brother, do you know that boys can also lie? A million or so online live broadcasting room is closed when it is said to be closed. Then quietly waiting for Qin Feng's news. Qin Feng saw that it was almost dark at this moment and his stomach was rumbling with hunger. First, he sent a message to Wang Gang and asked him to come and pick him up to go to the bar for dinner. Then he said to Zhong Oai, I'm going to eat, do you want to join me? Zhong A with Grave with Ring Above held the cell phone and froze. Finally couldn't resist meeting up? Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, her eyes filled with panic. Only after a few moments did she return as if she had made up her mind. I'm in Magic City. Qin Feng took a look at the distance which wasn't too far away. It only took more than 2 hours if he drove fast. I'm in Jiangcheng. Are you coming? I invite you to eat spicy hot pot. Zhong Oa superscript 1 per thousand immediately typed. I'm not hungry. What a pity. Our spicy hot pot here is sweet. It's very delicious. But I have class tomorrow. I can only come out on weekends. Alright then. Saturday then. Are you coming or not? Qin Feng was in hot pursuit, afraid that the rabbit in his hand would fly away. Today is Tuesday. There are still 4 days. Just enough to give the body a reprieve. Zhong Oa. Qin Feng, what? You don't want to see me? No. I heard that rich people are pampered and eat and sleep every day. She was worried that the opposite side was a 300-pound fat pig. Without saying anything, Qin Feng directly took a selfie and sent it over, saying, Mom and Dad gave me the looks. I can't help it if I'm not handsome. He is very handsome. but his lips are a bit thin. People say that men with thin lips are usually thin-skinned. I don't know if that's true, but this was 10,000 times better than the fat-headed uncle she had imagined. Chin Feng was happy and directly teased. Well, I like you a lot too. System prompt. Jolly with grave with ring above as favoritism plus 10. Good guy. More than 3 million spent is not a loss. Chin Feng pursued the attack. Do you want me to book you a plane ticket? Let me think about it. Zhong Feng was a little afraid that Chin Feng would eat her up. Although not averse to it, it was a little hard to accept for a moment to send herself into his mouth after only a few hours of meeting him through the internet. How about I come to you? Chin Feng heatedly typed with a strange smile. With 60 points of favorability, plus so many gifts at the bottom, Chin Feng couldn't think of any other reason for her to refuse. It couldn't be that she would say that she was coming to her period. Before Zhong Oaa had time to make up her mind, her roommate came back. Oh, are you chatting with? Smiling so lewdly, Shelley came back to see their dormitory's dorky goddess giggling into her cell phone. She was very experienced. It was definitely the kind of giggle you get when chatting with a man. Shelley ran over with gusto to see who was so capable of flirting with this little nerd. Hey, let me take a look for you and advise you. Shelley, relying on her height advantage, snatched her cell phone over. Opening her chats, she ran to the side and quickly flipped through them with Gyeonjian, who entered behind her. Give it back. Jonoaoi blushed with shame and stood on her tiptoes trying to get her phone back. But Shelley held the phone up so high that she couldn't quite reach it. Shelley lost her voice as she saw Chin Feng's text and yelled, "Holy shit, what kind of underhanded man is this? Actually saying that he's treating you to spicy hot pot?" Peony touched her chin and commented, "I do think he's quite sincere. At the very least he can pay for the airplane ticket. Anyway, don't be fooled. This kind of bowl of spicy hot, 13 times a man. You can't stand it. Ha, there are photos? Looks okay. Wearing Armani. Seems to be a big money, yeah. But the big money, you do not see his background is the internet cafe it. Big money, how will go to the internet cafe it? Do you think there's a possibility that he's the owner of an internet cafe? That way we can also help you go along as a gatekeeper?" There were only 3 of them in the dormitory, and one of them ran out to live with her boyfriend. Shelley couldn't bear the thought of the well-behaved and cute little munchkin beside her being duped. She planned to follow the 2 of them wherever they went, even as a light bulb. Must at all times protect her safety. Can't let her be taken advantage of by the bad guys. After Jonoaa got her cell phone, she hurriedly wanted to withdraw it, but she saw that the other party had already sent an OK gesture. She silently stopped and lowered her head, her expression having a hint of consternation. Peony thought Shelley had taken it upon herself to agree and upset her, comforting her. "Don't be angry, hush Shelley. If you don't want to see him, it's not too late to back out now. Just say that you suddenly remembered that you're on your period this weekend, and I guarantee that this boy won't continue to ask you out." Shelley shouted in dissatisfaction. "We are helping you, eh? Some things only know the real thing when we meet face to face. The internet says good sound again is false." She really hadn't mentally prepared herself for that step all of a sudden, and her mood was a little tense. Seeing her wanting to say something, Gyeonjian smiled and walked to her, bending down and lowering her head, looking up from below, and after seeing her evasive eyes, she said excitedly, "Wow, this look of yours reminds me of a little girl waiting to get married in ancient times, shy and squirmy, and a little bit confused about the future." Shelley frowned and said, "Is our Onyonyo in love with you? Honestly, how did you meet? Is it from our school?" Jonoaao answered truthfully, "I met them online." "Wow, no way. You believe people on the internet?" Peony shouted incredulously. "Well, I met them during the live broadcast and gave me a lot of gifts." Jonoa thought of the more than $3 million. He could get half of it by withdrawing it himself. All of a sudden her eyes went into a trance again. "Sending gifts? He sent Carnival? Look at you. You have no talent. A carnival has mesmerized you," Peony teased. "Speaking of live streaming, OAEU, I think it's better for you to be an online tutor. You're not as loose as Gyeonjian. You dare to say anything nonsense," Shelley advised. Shelley had a good family and had played live streaming for a few days, but she had a very bad impression of live streaming. There are some strange people playing in it, and what they say is not measured. It would definitely teach little girls bad things. Shelley didn't want her to be polluted by the live broadcast. "That, he seems to have sent a 1146. Zhong recalled carefully and said with certainty, although she was dazed the entire time she was live streaming. Her brain would automatically memorize anything her eyes saw. This ability had been with her since she was a child, so her grades had always been very good, and it wasn't surprising that she had gotten into the 985 University of Magic City. After hearing this, Peony asked somewhat incredulously, "Are you talking about little hearts or roses?" Shelley was instantly nonplussed. This silly girl never lied, to or not to say is the truth. Where is it? Let me see. Xiaoli knew that Zhong Oai was using a computer to broadcast live, so she immediately ran to bring her laptop over. Opening the screen, she saw the live settlement screen above. She was instantly stunned by the numbers on it. Harvested sound waves, 35. 9 million. New fans added, 67,000. Number of viewers, 1.05 million. Surpassing 99.9% of the anchors. Xiaoli knew that one sound wave was equal to $0.1. That meant this girl had received over $3 million in gifts? Her eyes went straight, trembling as she pointed at the word 10,000 on the screen in disbelief. Anyway, did you make a mistake with the platform and write an extra 10,000? Zhong Oai's head was lowered in embarrassment and briefly summarized. I didn't have class in the afternoon. I live streamed for a while. There was a big brother who gambled with someone else and asked me to play PK. So I sent this much. These words were like flat thunder in Peony's ears. She couldn't help but scream shrilly. What? Just playing a PK in the afternoon? Sending more than $3 million? Peony was really pissed off. She had worked hard to live broadcasting for half a year. First teaching herself some words, then applying to add the guild. And after paying a great price, she finally begged the management to agree to tilt the resources to her. This is more than half a year down, only to earn a small $100,000. Zhong Oai lived less than a week, directly earned the equivalent of her next 20 years of earnings. Who was this horse to reason with? That's the brother you guys were just talking about. Zhong Oai took out her cell phone and pointed to Qin Feng's picture. You. Peony was so sour that she wanted to cry, incoherently trying to express something. The thought of this little girl being so lucky, meeting a godly reward on Shake Shack and directly transforming into a million little rich girl. Peony's eyes were red. There was nothing that would break one's defenses more than someone close to them suddenly becoming rich. However, Peony also knew this girl was much better than herself, both in looks and figure. It's just that she keeps her head down every day. Her long hair covers her face, and she's timid, so that's why she hasn't been discovered by the rich and handsome. Once one day suddenly got the hang of it. Dress up a little better. Wear white stockings or something. Transformation into 1 in a million extremely good lowly. Sooner or later we'll be cheated by rich people. Peony had already predicted this. She just didn't expect it to be this early. She was sad, but there was nothing she could do about it. Just like what that big brother on WeChat said, the face was given by her parents. She couldn't go back and remake it. She couldn't envy it. Xiaoli was excited for a moment, but slowly slowed down. She is not the kind of girl who is trapped by money. She was not the kind of girl who was trapped by money. She was not too shocked by $1 or $2 million. She took Zhong Oai's cell phone and looked carefully at Qin Feng's picture. And after flipping through the chat records, she said with certainty, this man looks like a veteran of love affairs, trying to trick you into bed. What does he take us women for? Goods? That's $3 million, eh? If it were up to me, I'd do it. Peony's mouth watered as she watched. Anyway, this is all the more reason for me to accompany you. Rich people are no good, Xiaoli said seriously. My missy, you don't know the heartache of us poor people. Of course it doesn't hurt to stand and talk. Guianjian turned her head to Zhong Oai and continued. Oai, let's share the same blessings. Bring me along when the time comes too. There was a hint of currying favor in her tone. Unconsciously, Guianjian's attitude towards Zhong with grave with ring above became more polite. Oh, Zhong Oai nodded obediently and said. On the other side, Qin Feng beautifully closed the chat box with Zhong Oai. After getting into Wang Gang's car, he called Shifuya, wanting to ask what kind of food was available at the bar. Soaked noodles would do. Shifuya was at home cooking dinner for her daughter Yi. Hearing the cell phone ringing, she wiped her hand on her apron and walked out of the living room to get her cell phone. Seeing Yi throwing toys all over the place again, she stretched her voice and shouted, Yi, ha! The 5-year-old girl looked at her mom with a puzzled expression. You have to put away your own things, okay? Shifuya's tone was soft and carefully taught. But I haven't played enough yet, Yi replied in a milky voice. Put away the ones you don't play with first. Look at the Ultraman in the corner. The head is twisted off by you, Shifuya said while picking up her cell phone. Seeing that it was Qin Feng calling, she felt a little strange. She thought that she would scare off that red second generation by moving out her daughter yesterday, but she didn't expect to call again today. Its head was eaten by the monster. Yi rushed over to pick it up and ran to her mom's leg to show it to her as if offering a treasure. Mom, look, it has no energy left. Shifuya put up a finger to her mouth and shushed, signaling silence. Then she picked up Qin Feng's phone. Hello, Sister Xiaoya, are you at the bar? Mr. Qin, you've come to the bar to drink so early in the morning? Shifuya said with a smile. Yeah, there's nowhere to go, so I can only go sit at your place. Qin Feng said helplessly. We don't open until 8 o'clock. There's still 2 hours left. Then won't I only be able to eat instant noodles? So miserable. Doesn't the girl you brought yesterday cook for you? She called me a scum and dumped me, Chin Feng screamed bitterly. How pathetic. Then do you want me to introduce a well-behaved and obedient little beauty to comfort our wounded Mr. Chin? Sure, Fuya teased. There are super girls on my side. Chin Feng was so enraptured by what he heard that he was about to agree when he heard a tender voice coming from the phone. Mom, I'm also a good and obedient little beauty. The voice sounded like that of a small child. As soon as he associated it with the fact that Fuya was already married and had children, Chin Feng hurriedly apologized. Sorry for disturbing your rest during non-working hours. Mr. Chin is out of line. We are in marketing. This is the time itself to ask guests to come and play. After Fuya coped with Chin Feng, she covered her cell phone and said to her daughter, good boy. Not to interrupt when mom is working. Oh, then can I go comfort the uncle across the street? Opened her big pure and flawless eyes and looked at her mom with a curious face. The little girl was 5 or 6 years old, the age when she was full of curiosity about the world. She watched cartoons where the beautiful sheep would go and comfort the pleasant sheep, so when she heard her mom say comfort, she volunteered to go and help her mom. Fuya was shocked by her daughter's words. Her face became unusually ugly in an instant. Letting go of the hand covering her cell phone and grabbing Yi's arm, her voice a few points higher. Who taught you these words? Mom said it. Wants to help mom work. Said pitifully. Fuya reacted. Just now she did say such words, and froze in place for a while. After a while, the sound of Yi's pain came from her ears. Mom, it hurts. It turned out to be that she had just unknowingly grabbed a little harder. Fuya hurriedly loosened her hand and apologized. I'm sorry. Mom didn't mean it. Although Yi's arm was pinched and hurt, she still nodded her head understandingly and forgave her mom. Only her expression was resigned and looked heartbreaking. Fuya's heart was unusually hard to bear when she thought of her current job, which would have such a great impact on her child. But on the surface, she still admonished in a good voice. Good boy. In the future, that sentence just now is not allowed to be said. Got it? Why? Is also very good. Anyway, just don't say anything to comfort uncle and so on. Do you hear me? Fuya was in a bad mood, and her tone was a bit harsher. Was even more aggrieved. A layer of water mist rose in her eyes, and she looked at her mom with tearful eyes. She had clearly learned what her mom said. Why could her mom say it? But she couldn't. Was a little bit unconvinced in her heart, but she didn't want to upset her mom, so she didn't say anything. She just stubbornly turned her face away. Seeing this, Fuya was a bit anxious. Her brows furrowed, and she said loudly, Did you hear that? Was shocked by her mother's out-of-control-like appearance. Her little mouth opened and she cried out with a wow. Ooh, mommy is bad. The cries made Fuya sober up a bit, thinking that it was clearly her own fault, but blaming her daughter, her heart was filled with guilt. With a heartbroken face, she picked up her daughter and kept apologizing. I'm sorry, it's mom's fault. Mom will never say this in front of you again. Cried even louder. I want daddy. Fuya coaxed for a while. See her still making noise, really heart pining, thinking of giving her a moment to play with her cell phone to appease her. As a result, he picked up his cell phone and found that the call was still on. At once, she felt even more heartbroken and tired. Mr. Chin, I'm sorry to make you laugh. My child is more naughty. I'll send her to her grandmother's house first. Hang up first. After saying that, without waiting for Chin Feng to agree, he directly hung up his cell phone. Chin Feng was slightly lost in thought as he listened to the busy tone coming from his cell phone. Every family has its own problems. It sounded like Fuya was busy with her work and neglected her child's education and communication. Chin Feng was a little distressed just now when he heard the little girl's cries. He wanted to transfer $1 million or so to Fuya so that she would have more time to go back to her child. It's only $100 or so anyway, and it might even add some goodwill. Even if there is no physical exchange, just spiritually arriving at adoration. It's not completely impossible to raid, but himself an outsider, somehow said to give her money. First of all, regardless of whether she is willing or not, her husband to know, absolutely will be angry. I also don't know what the little girl's father is doing, not going home so late to help take care of the child. Chin Feng sighed. The husband and wife definitely had to have one to focus on the child. Always letting the elderly take care of the child will make the child less confident. Let's ask Fuya when we see her tonight. Chin Feng's heart was worried. He sent a sentence. Talk to me after work. Then he flattened his seat and began to rest with his eyes closed. Without realizing it, he fell into a dream world. The time slowly came to 8 o'clock. As night fell, the dimly lit streets were rechanged with a light of lights and wine. The Dragon Bay Bar was in the center of the city, and the surrounding area was very lively. What jewelry stores, luxury goods stores, beauty stores, hotels, flashing gorgeous lights to attract customers. There are a lot of people here, and a lot of cars. The roads are crowded with cars, and if you're not careful, you'll get stuck in a traffic jam. In this place where every inch of land is gold, in front of the Royal Dragon Bay Bar, there was surprisingly a spacious parking lot. About 40 to 50 cars could be stopped, but this parking lot's charges are extremely expensive. It was written on the signboard, 30 yuan for 1 hour. Wang Gang had already parked his domestic SUV here for nearly 2 hours. He had never parked in this kind of parking lot before, and his heart was in a panic. After a while, he glanced at the time, thinking about 50 cents a minute, and now 10 minutes had passed, and the $5 were gone. Later, if the boss wants to go in for a 2-hour drink, the parking fee will be hundreds of dollars. Who can afford this? Although this money must be the boss out of pocket, but this is completely unnecessary. We're not parked. Have to burn money here? And this parking lot has been parked a lot of cars, almost all luxury cars. As far as the eye can see, the worst is a BMW 5 Series. His own small car here is like a chicken in the crowd, leading the way. Wang Gang had a hint of urgency, seeing that the time came to 8 o'clock sharp. According to the boss's instructions just now, woke up Qin Feng on time. Qin Feng was dreaming, and his dream was full of roasted chicken. He was starving, and when he saw someone disturbing him from eating chicken, he angrily woke up, wanting to see which one of the unafraid shabbies was the one who wasn't afraid of death. As soon as he opened his eyes, he found that it was a fierce man who was taller than him and his arm was a circle thicker than him. He was angry for a moment. Only after recognizing Wang Gang's face did his anger disappear. Seeing that Wang Gang had honestly guarded himself in the car for 2 hours, Qin Feng politely said, "Brother Wang, hard work. It's fine. It's fine. Ha ha ha." Wang Gang smiled with a naive face. Qin Feng looked at his cell phone. Shifuya had sent a message that he had arrived at the bar at 7 o'clock. He was also ready to go into the bar to find Shifuya for a chat and a meal. Qin Feng had just put his hand on the door handle. He only saw a delicate figure appear in the distance. Qin Feng squinted his eyes and took a serious look, confirming that it was Shifuya. It was still the same wraparound skirt with white shirt, the same long chestnut-colored curls, and the same pair of seductive fox eyes. The only difference was that there was no black silk this time, leaving the bare big white legs exposed in the air. Stepping on high heels, so that the pair of long and slender jade legs appear extraordinarily warped and rounded. Behind her were 2 girls dressed similarly. What was she doing in the parking lot? Could it be to pick herself up? Qin Feng thought narcissistically. He hurriedly opened the car door and was ready to welcome her, only to see a Maybach slowly drive up and stop in front of Shifuya. Stopping between Qin Feng and Shifuya, 2 people first came down from the car. They were dressed similarly, with black short sleeves and camouflage military pants. Their bodies were strong and powerful, and their expressions were even colder, their gazes as sharp as electricity. As soon as the car went to the side to patrol around, after seeing Qin Feng, his eyes looked him straight up and down without avoiding. After confirming that Qin Feng was not a threat, his gaze was placed on Wang Gang, no longer moving away. It should be a bodyguard or something, Qin Feng secretly guessed. Wang Gang, on the other hand, calmly followed Qin Feng out of the car, his eyes not making any contact with them. The last one to get out of the car was a middle-aged fat man wearing a floral shirt and beach pants, with a thick gold necklace around his neck. There really wasn't a single hair on his head. He had a cigar in his mouth and was wearing flip-flops, much like the villains on TV who do whatever they want. As soon as this fat man got off the bus, his greasy laughter rippled out. "Ha ha ha, younger sibling, let you don't come out to pick me up. Look at you. You're still so outgoing. Luo brother back to his own home. Those of us who work under your hand, which have not come to pick up the reason." Shifuya smiled warmly. Only a touch of helplessness flashed in his eyes. She had wanted to take the day off to stay home with Yi, but the boss said he wanted to come to the bar, so she had to send Yi to her mom to take care of her. Then she herself ran to the bar to meet her boss for an inspection. Her boss is Luo Yanhua, her husband's brother-in-law. Usually almost never come over, once in a while, to reconcile the accounts. See how the venue, taking advantage of himself in the meantime. You like to make yourself work so hard. Obviously you can rest on the bed." Luo Yanhua pointedly laughed. He walked forward, opened his hand, and greatly embraced Shifuya's small waist. "Can't help it. The fortune teller said I'm destined to be a laborious life," said Shifuya smilingly. She didn't dodge Luo Yanhua's hand, but just held her hands apart to keep her distance. At the same time a flash of disgust flashed in her eyes, but it was so well hidden that no one noticed. "Sibling, I'm serious. I'm planning to divorce my wife this month. Don't you care what others say? As long as you agree to be my woman, I'll give you this bar." Luo Yenhua's hand was very unctuous and started to slide downward from Shifuya's waist. Seeing that he was so bold this time, Shifuya hurriedly pushed him away with force and took 2 steps backward to break free from his salty hands. Brother Luo, if you're in the mood, I'll call the girls out to serve you first? Shifuya smiled awkwardly and said, you also know that I'm rather boring and only like to do business. I really can't satisfy you in that area. Sibling, listen to me. You should let go after so many years. You can't leave EE without a father, can you? Luo Yenhua regardless continued to go forward. Once again embraced her. Seriously said, you just have to follow me. Although I can't give you a name, but other children have something, I guarantee that EE have. Shifuya was in a particularly bad mood today, and had little patience. At the moment there was an impulse to quit old mother hovering in her mind. She endured and endured. After the man in front of her once again put his hand on her ass, his face went cold, and the chill seeping out of his eyes was alarming. Shifuya mentally played a belly laugh, intending to say something on the spot and get along with this man. After all, he had taken care of himself for the past few years. He could not tear his face apart. The two of them were not far from Qin Feng, and they spoke without deliberately lowering their volume. Qin Feng was dumbfounded as he listened beside the car. The original Shifuya husband is gone. No wonder he clamored for a father. If not for this outburst today, they do not know that she is alone to earn money to raise children. Qin Feng's impression of Shifuya was very deep. This woman's character is decisive, looks gentle and elegant, but in reality, she's a thunderbolt. Treating people's attitude is not close to not far mild and courteous, but the action on the action, never dragged mud in water, and the brain is also particularly flexible, can put such a bar management well organized. Qin Feng appreciates her very much, and this man called Luo is so shameless that he dares to molest a widow with a child? How could he bear to lay his hands on her? At this moment Qin Feng's sense of justice was overwhelming. Feeling the need to do what he could for this gorgeous widow, Qin Feng quickly walked towards the two of them, but before he could take 2 steps, the 2 bodyguards on the opposite side hurriedly rushed in front of Qin Feng and reached out to stop him, signaling him not to go any further. Their eyes were contemptuous and their attitude was very arrogant, not allowing Qin Feng to get close to their boss. Wang Gang followed behind Qin Feng with a serious expression and a cold gaze. Taking advantage of his height, he looked down into the eyes of those 2 bodyguards. He wasn't afraid of fighting. In the army, he was a man who had taken 3rd place in mixed martial arts. Those 2 bodyguards looked fierce. However, from the way they were walking on weak feet and kept inhaling to push their beer bellies up to their chests, it was clear that they definitely hadn't worked out properly in recent years. Now they only have the physique to bluff, and when they really fight, their hands and feet are definitely not that sharp. It would only take at most a minute to put them down by themselves. It's just that the consequences of fighting are troublesome. Whether it's the public security officers in the open, or big men like the other party who just don't look like they can be messed with. He could protect Qin Feng from being hurt, but if he had to fight himself, Wang Gang felt a little difficult. Have to add money. Bro, make way. I'm going to talk business with your boss. Qin Feng smiled calmly at that bodyguard. No way. The bodyguard said stiffly. You can make decisions for your boss? Qin Feng asked coldly as his voice got louder. He looked as if he really had something to talk to his boss about. That confident attitude caused the bodyguard to freeze. The commotion over here quickly attracted the attention of Shifuya and Luo Yenhua. When Shifuya saw Qin Feng, a trace of surprise flashed through her beautiful eyes and, Mr. Qin, why are you here? Luo Yenhua's brows wrinkled, displeased that someone had disturbed him. He asked in a low voice. Who is he? Shifuya introduced in a low voice. A guest who came to our place yesterday, ordered 2 grand divine dragons and gave me 2 bottles. After finishing her sentence, Shifuya's mind turned and added another sentence. His family seems to be serving the people. Luo Yenhua frowned tighter. Surname Qin? The Qin Shihuangnet Qin? Shifuya replied. Aha. There's no big shot on this side of Jiangcheng whose surname is Qin. Could it be from outside? Luo Yenhua said to himself. He had just seen this person walk out of a domestic car. He thought it was a passerby and didn't pay much attention to it. But now when he heard Shifuya say that this person had ordered 2 sets of divine dragons, he was a bit surprised. A rich man who could casually order divine dragons to send a girl would sit in this kind of car. Could it be the son of a big brother's family who liked to keep a low profile? Then look at the tall and powerful bodyguard behind him. That look of disdain. As if he didn't care about his 2 bodyguards at all. Only someone who was confident to a certain point would have such an expression. Luo Yenhua instantly thought of something and immediately revealed a pleasing smile, nodding his head and walking quickly towards Qin Feng. Before the person arrived, the laughter arrived first. Ha 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 ha. Luo Yenhua laughed and pushed away the bodyguard who stopped in front of him, pulling Qin Feng's hand and shaking it vigorously. Hello Mr. Qin, how are you? I'm the boss here. Luo Yenhua. Thank you, Mr. Chin, for coming. Just now that boy didn't have eyes. Don't mind. Hello, Mr. Luo. I'm Chin Feng. Chin Feng looked at the greasy fat man who was much shorter than himself and smiled lightly. Just now, this fatty said that he would send Shifuya to the bar. Waking up Chin Feng. Since Shifuya didn't have a husband anymore, she could still send whatever she wanted. Now that he has no money and no power, he is in desperate need of a physical industry to generate a steady stream of money. Then why not find a goddess who is smart and knowledgeable and send her a bar? Smart girl, surely do not need to give any hints. Every month, she will probably take the initiative to call the proceeds to herself. Anyway, nominally she is the boss on the line. He or she will transfer a few tens of millions of dollars to her, so that she can take the store down. Without a word, the system can't do anything to me, right? Thinking of this, Chin Feng's smile warmed up and greeted. Go go go, let's go to the bar and talk. That look, as if the bar was already in his pocket at this time. You please, Luo Yanhua groveled and reached out to welcome. Luo Yanhua is a person on the road, inherently afraid of the government. He grew up knowing one thing, that is, whoever has the biggest fist is in charge. In this land, he dares to clamor with anyone, but only dares not clamor with this kind of worldly son of a family that serves the people. Don't look at him to mix, okay? But now is by the above control more and more strict. His many industries either transform, or transfer to outside. Gradually, there is a feeling that his hands are tied. Now the only way out is to know more noble people. Otherwise sooner or later, he will be caught in a net. Although he hadn't determined Chin Feng's identity at this moment, but he knew that the head of the famous capital city's 4 great families was the Chin family. Looking at Chin Feng's calm smile, Luo Yanhua felt that in his smile. He carried a kind of old man wants to buy the whole Shanghai bun momentum. It was very wild and cool, so he was unusually polite to Chin Feng at the moment. Mr. Chin, what do you want to play tonight? I'll make sure I arrange it properly for you. Luo Yanhua turned his head to the boy behind him and ordered. Go make a call for me and call our Jiangcheng 12 golden hairpin to accompany our general manager Chin for a drink. Chin Feng said. No, 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 no. A serious person? That's right. Luo Yanhua believed in his heart, but then got suspicious. Could this person be aiming at his own Shifuya? For Shifuya, Luo Yanhua was actually quite fond of her. This girl is smart and bold. Not only does she look pretty, but she does things even more beautifully. Once she came, she doubled the turnover of his bar. Who doesn't want to have a capable and competent woman by his side? But this girl's sex strong. He was afraid to use strong will make her reckless revenge, so has been restrained, patiently waiting for her to hold out after the initiative to sit on their own. I didn't expect to wait for so long, but I was actually looked at by the big brother. Luo Yanhua wasn't too willing to give away such an extreme woman, but if big brother really likes it, he can't do anything about it. After all, the arm can't twist the big leg. Moreover, in Luo Yanhua's mind, this kind of thing, like clothes, there are plenty of women. Even if there is money and power, those women will climb up on their own, not even need to pay out money. Only individual women with brain problems would be as stupid as Shifuya, keeping something useless. Xiao Ya, then you have to take care of Mr. Chin in place for me tonight, Luo Yanhua said to Shifuya with a smile. Okay boss. After Shifuya finished, she forced a smile at Chin Feng with a hint of apology in her eyes. She planned to find her boss to resign privately later, then leave Chin Feng with her boss and go home alone. The parking lot lights were dim. Chin Feng didn't see Shifuya's eyes and calmly walked towards the bar with the two of them. The three entered the bar, followed by 5 or 6 followers. A lively group of people came to the upstairs card seat, or that S03 position. At this moment the bar music sounds soothing. Not many people, very suitable for talking about things. The three of them sat on the sofa, while the others each found a place to stand outside the card table. Luo Yanhua opened his mouth and said, "What would Mr. Chin like to drink tonight? Our store has a bottle of limited edition Louis XIII, which is not normally put out for sale. Would you like to try it?" The wine he was talking about was a limited edition of only 786 bottles of Louis XIII Tianyun in the world. Each bottle would be labeled with a number, and a bottle on the auction house would cost $800,000. Very bullish. Luo Yanhua took such an expensive wine out to entertain. On the one hand, apart from wanting to have a good relationship with Chin Feng, he also wanted to hint to Chin Feng that he could send him money. As long as Qin Feng nodded his head, he would be considered to have climbed the relationship. Qin Feng didn't care. He didn't know much about wine and didn't like it much. There was nothing special about drinking that kind of expensive wine. He shook his head and asked towards Shifuya, "Sister Xiaoya, what do you like to drink? I'll buy you a drink." Shifuya froze for a moment. Not expecting to have her own, she thought for a moment and said, "I think ace of spades is just fine. Why don't I serve you your last ace of spades?" Qin Feng didn't dare to touch Xia Ting's wine, not to mention the system's willingness. In case she found out later that she secretly came to the bar, she would definitely have to be angry. "Don't use the last one. If you like ace of spades then I'll buy it again. I can do anything. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me either. You just watch it go on." Qin Feng chatted with Shifuya as if no one else was around. Luo Yenhua's smile froze, not expecting the other party to be so insensitive to his face, but this also made him more convinced that the other party was a nobleman. After all, in Jiangchang, there weren't many people who dared to ignore his brother Luo's words and go to curry favor with his horse in front of him. Luo Yenhua interjected, "Mr. Qin told you to look after yourself. What's on? Don't be embarrassed." Shifuya understood boss Luo's hint and got up, ready to go and lift out his bottle of Louis XIII. "Sister Xiaoya, tell them to serve some more beef, pickled pepper phoenix claws, pork head and other undercuts." Qin Feng instructed. Shifuya stayed for a moment before returning. "Okay, Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin is really like me, a man of nature." Luo Yenhua got up and clapped his hands and laughed. "I don't care if I drink red or white. I'm just partial to these specialty brine dishes. What with the duck intestines, ox tongue, pigtails and so on, it's 100 times more delicious than those handfuls of foie gras escargot." Qin Feng ordered these because he was hungry. In fact, he wanted to order fried rice the most, but eating fried rice in a bar doesn't feel like a very good look, especially having to talk about things. "Look at boss Luo's figure. You don't eat a lot of these things." Qin Feng laughed lightly. "Life in the world. Eat and drink 2 words well." Luo Yenhua smilingly test. "Look at Mr. Qin, so young and talented. I do not know where to work?" Hobo Qin Feng grinned. Listening to that tone, there is a trace of pride. "Nonsense. If you don't work and still have money to spend, put it on your body. Your mouth won't smile, ask you?" Luo Yenhua cannot feel the depth of Qin Feng. It is not a trace of the topic to the capital side of the lead, but Qin Feng does not know the capital very well, so he chose to keep his mouth shut. This gesture made Luo Yenhua even more convinced that Qin Feng definitely had connections with the Qin family in the capital. He a small local landlord and gentry. To be able to enter the Qin family's vision, then in the future in Jiangchang will not be afraid of anyone. Luo Yenhua was secretly excited, and wanted to pull in the relationship with Qin Feng, so he ordered 7 or 8 girls to dance around the dance floor of the card table. These girls are all heavily made up and dressed up. The body and face have 2 brushes. In the dim ambiguous light of the bar, twisting the sexy hot body, view to attract the attention of the 2 men on the sofa. Qin Feng used the demon mirror to shine through once, chose to lower his head to eat the cooked food served by Shifuya, and chat with her about her daughter in a salty way. Luo Yenhua saw that he wasn't very interested in these mediocre girls and he thought to himself that he was worthy of being a son of a rich family. His vision was really picky. He had planned to invite the 12 golden hairpin, but seeing Shifuya and him talking and laughing, there is no need to spend that wasted money. After all, the 12 girls' introduction fee was not low. It was a bit higher than even this bottle of Louis XIII. Luo Yenhua opened the bottle of limited edition wine, poured it full for Qin Feng, and then raised his glass to toast Qin Feng. When clinking glasses, the rim of the glass was deliberately 1 inch shorter than Qin Feng. The whole person's posture was put very low. No one would have thought that this big shot who had hundreds of people following him under his hand and had 3 casinos, a bath center, a bar and some candy business outside the country would be so polite to a young man. Qin Feng didn't know Luo Yenhua. He thought that this bar owner was just an ordinary rich man. In terms of financial strength, the money in Qin Feng's hand right now was all converted into dog-licking gold. Probably more than 100 million. Coupled with the advantage of height, it is not very false Luo Yenhua, this short fat big boss. So show no fear, confident a horse. Looks educated, but not much. Qin Feng clinked his glass with Luo Yenhua in a big way. Then he tasted a mouthful of wine, smacked his lips, and felt that the wine had a mellow flavor and was fragrant. It was very good to drink, but he didn't like it. Qin Feng gently placed the wine glass on the table, and without moving, picked up a new wine glass and poured the ace of spades. Luo Yenhua saw this. His heart thumped, secretly alarmed. Could it be that this fake wine of his had been seen? Is this family's son's tongue really so awesome? This bottle of limited edition Louis XIII Tianyun is indeed he spent 800 000 real money from the auction house to buy back. It's just that he's been drinking it a little too often. Whenever he meets a person who has a brand name and needs to be polite, Luo Yanhua will take this bottle of wine out to pretend to be a bully. Nowadays, he has probably drunk it 7 or 8 times. The bottle is real. The wine inside is to find a professional wine connoisseur. Let him help remixed. Luo Yanhua drinking taste is not much difference. The flavor is not bad. Today it looked as if it had been tasted out. The first time I saw him, I was so embarrassed. Luo Yanhua was embarrassed to death. The face that was already red-faced was a little more red, and his plump appearance looked like a honey-roasted suckling pig. He had rarely lost face in these years, and this time he felt that he couldn't hang on to his face. Just then, among the several dancing girls on the dance floor, one of them broke her foot and fell to the ground. Grass mud horse. Can't dance, give me a roll. Luo Yanhua took the opportunity to lash out. He picked up Louis XIII and smashed it towards the floor in front of the girl. Boom! The glass wine bottle fell apart on the floor and the wine splashed out. Those girls were shocked by this sudden action and screams rang out. While this was happening, Wang Gang stood outside the card table and rushed in when he heard the commotion, while thrusting his hand into the inside of his suit. In his arms was the mace spray he had just bought in the afternoon. This was something he had a sudden thought that he would use as a bodyguard, and it worked well when there were a lot of people. He also planned to buy a stun baton, but no one in the small goods market dared to sell this, so he had to place an order online to buy it. Wang Gang had a cool look at this time. He was tall, with a cold face, and one hand probed into his arms, as if he was about to pull out some great treasure. Once he appeared, he instantly attracted the attention of the whole group. The girls also stopped screaming, Luo Yanhua also stopped shouting, and his men also stopped expelling the girls. They also thought that the opposite side had slammed the cup as a signal, preparing to make a big wave. The scene was horribly quiet for a moment. Xin Feng was the first to react and laughed. Brother Wang, I'm fine, don't be nervous. Wang Gang swept a glance at the bottle of wine that was very far away from Xin Feng, then nodded and silently turned around to return to where he had just stood. Luo Yanhua was no longer half suspicious of Xin Feng at this moment. No wonder he dared to go out with only one bodyguard. So it turned out that he had a guy with him. Of course, he also had that kind of tubular item, but he hid it at home. He wouldn't dare to carry them with him. In the past, when the control was not so strict, he gave himself a few loyal men with a handle, but once he had an accident and was caught by the police with his gun, and almost got himself caught. He spent a lot of money and invited a big brother to come over to mediate before he was spared. Now they are the big shots in the city, and they are grasping this very tightly. He didn't want to be the chicken that got killed. Mr. Sheen, look at me. My emotions are always out of control. It's really a spoiler. In this case, I'll punish myself with a cup. Luo Yanhua picked up a full cup of 40+ degree brandy and muffled it in one gulp. Drinking and puckering his mouth, he emptied the cup for Xin Feng to look over. Boss Luo has a huge capacity. Xin Feng complimented with a smile. Looking at his mouth full of wine, his lower jaw protruded a large piece, like a frog. Very interesting. So he stared at him with a smile. Luo Yanhua faced Xin Feng's unblinking gaze. Very helplessly, he waved his hand for his subordinate who was holding a towel next to him to go away. He still had a good capacity for alcohol. This cup of wine was about 3 taels. Drinking it all down drunk was not going to get him drunk, but it would definitely be a bit of a headache. Luo Yanhua finished the drink solidly and let out a long sigh, taking a slice of beef and placing it in his mouth to suppress the alcohol. This foreign wine is really hard to drink. I can't, I have to slow down a bit, Luo Yanhua said and slumped towards the sofa, covering his forehead. The other hand quietly nodded to Shifuya, signaling her to hurry up and persuade Xin Feng to drink. A little brother came to the side and whispered in his ear, Brother Luo, do we have to go back to get the guys? Luo Yanhua waved his hand. No need. The junior brother looked deeply at Xin Feng and retreated. Shifuya was also scared by Wang Gang just now. After hesitating for a moment at this moment, she still decided to stand the last watch. She picked up 2 glasses of champagne and smiled at Xin Feng. I'm sorry, Mr. Xin. Our boss gets easily excited when he drinks. Don't be offended. Shifuya first clinked the 2 glasses in her hand against each other before handing them over to Xin Feng and said, Xiao Ya, here's to you. I'll drink. Feel free. Xin Feng could not let the girl dry. Immediately stood up and said, I'm not a casual person. Come on, dry. After saying that, he drank it all in one go. Shifuya accompanied the drink. Eyes with a smile continued to persuade the wine. Then we'll have a good thing. Another cup? Good. Xin Feng handed over the wine glass and asked her to pour the wine. This kind of sparkling wine does not have a high alcohol content, only a dozen degrees. Drinking a few cups is not a big problem. After the second glass, Shifuya picks up the bottle to pour again. How about this third cup to wish Mr. Qin 3 fortunes and 3 sons? Sister Xiaoya, you want to screw me? Qin Feng said gently. Shifuya's face appeared a touch of redness. Not knowing whether it was the wine or being shy by Qin Feng's blunt words, without daring to look at Qin Feng, she took the bottle in one hand and the cup in the other, taking care of herself to pour the wine. Sister Xiaoya, pour less. Seeing Shifuya ignoring herself, Qin Feng got up and went to grab her glass, holding her hand with the wine glass and desperately raising it upwards. I still have to talk to you about things later. There's no rush. We'll drink after we talk. It's better to talk about things after 3 rounds of drinking. Mr. Qin has such a good capacity for alcohol. I'm sure it won't be a problem. Shifuya had a little bit of a good feeling about this boy who gave her the wine, but she had already decided not to do it herself, so whatever he wanted to say should have nothing to do with her. Moreover, Shifuya was also worried that she had left this man with something to think about, fearing that he would say something strange and make herself embarrassed, so she struggled to pour the wine, wanting to pour him down. Don't look at this wine low degree. Even drink 3 cups as usual. Confused. Qin Feng has something on his mind that he doesn't want to drink. The two of them tugged a little bit. The wine in the cup accidentally spilled out, wetting a small piece of Qin Feng's clothes. Yeah. Sorry. Shifuya took a look and hurriedly put the wine down and took out a tissue to help him wipe it off. The two were very close. Qin Feng smelled the fragrance of this woman's hair and felt this woman's gentle and careful movements on his body. And then after glimpsing the fragrant skin under her neckline from above, Qin Feng's body slightly reacted. Qin Feng was about to engage in some kind of flirty talk to tease Shifuya, but after seeing a few apologies and sorrow in her eyes, he slowly calmed down. This woman, who clearly had the capital to clothe and feed herself, but she stubbornly chose the most bitter and difficult path. Enduring the molestation of customers and the harassment of her boss, she worked hard to earn money and take care of her children. Qin Feng sighed, feeling sorry for her flower-like body. Sister Xiaoya, how many years have you been here? Qin Feng said softly. This is the 3rd year. What's wrong? Shifuya raised her eyes and happened to bump into the man's pitying eyes, almost being evoked by the grievances she had suffered over the years. There were streams of light flashing in her eyes. Luckily, the hard heart that had been exercised for many years immediately kicked this little grievance away. Shifuya raised a big, generous smile and joked. Mr. Qin asking me like this. I'm afraid he's not persuading me to go from good to evil, right? Aha. Qin Feng nodded seriously. He. Shifuya laughed softly, turned around and threw the napkin she finished wiping into the trash can. Why do you boys always like to dictate other people's lives? Despite not being able to see her expression, Qin Feng could still feel the coldness in her words. Qin Feng opened his mouth, just about to speak, only to see Shifuya make a deep breathing motion and turn back to her face with a bright smile again. She once again raised her wine glass and said, I'm sorry Mr. Qin, for whining to you. This glass of wine will be an atonement. Please forgive me. As the words fell, she raised the wine glass and was about to send it to her mouth. Qin Feng hastily reached out to stop it, pressing on her arm at once. The wine in the glass once again spilled out, this time on Shifuya. The area in front of her chest where the collar wasn't tied was wet. Crystalline and translucent traces of water presented a tantalizing sheen on the milky white dishuezi. Qin Feng looked dumbfounded and even had the urge to go up and lick it. The white shirt was wet with wine and clung to that silky skin. Shifuya glanced down at herself and realized that she was naked and hurriedly turned her back to tidy up. Qin Feng reacted by apologizing in a row, and then handed up a napkin, thinking that she was the one who helped her wipe herself just now. Qin Feng couldn't help but be polite. Do you want me to wipe it for you? Shifuya faintly said. No, thanks. Qin Feng was helpless. Luo Yanhua, who was on the side, slowed down and saw the two of them playing a game of splashing wine. He had the intention to open a bottle of champagne to spray it and join in. However, he was afraid of getting Shifuya away and upsetting Qin Feng, so he had to resign himself. Mr. Qin, I'm sorry, our Xiaoya has a colder temperament, not quite the same as the other girls in the store. Don't take offense. I know. In this case, Xiaoya, go and call all the good-looking girls in the store over. Let Mr. Qin pick 2 to accompany him, Luo Yanhua instructed Shifuya. Shifuya nodded and was just about to leave when Qin Feng stopped him. Wait, I want to talk business with you guys first. You tell me. Luo Yanhua hemmed and hawed. Qin Feng didn't sell any more secrets, so he stepped straight into the topic. I want to buy this bar and give it to Sister Xiaoya. His tone was calm. No joy or anger could be heard, but the words that came out caused everyone to be shocked. Luo Yanhua's eyes narrowed as he carefully observed Qin Feng. Seeing that he didn't look like he was joking, his heart immediately set off huge waves. What does this mean? This bar before and after their own investment of 20 million. to sell at least 50 million from. First of all, regardless of this person cannot come up with so much cash, even if it comes out. What does he mean by sending a woman? Luo Yanhua was shocked by Qin Feng's couldn't care less attitude. Spending tens of millions of dollars to pick up girls? Really? Shifuya also froze in place. For a moment she couldn't believe what she heard. However, she quickly reacted that the man probably wanted to buy a bar and build up his power connections, but he had a special status and couldn't put his name on it, so he wanted to make himself the boss's wife on the surface. He, on the other hand, hid behind the scenes to manipulate himself. It was just a change of boss for himself. Shifuya didn't show any excitement and laughed lightly. Mr. Qin is so bold. This bar isn't cheap. Xiaoya is grateful. I'll toast you again. Qin Feng saw that her expression was not quite the same as what he had imagined, guessing that she might not have taken it seriously. So he said, Sister Xiaoya, you don't believe me, do you? I believe. It's just that I think that there's no such thing as a free lunch under the sky, and you have to pay for what you want. Shifuya sat down, crossed her legs, took a small sip from her wineglass and said with a smile, Mr. Qin is a big man. Reasonably I'm not qualified to bargain with you, but I'm sorry. I'm actually planning to come over to resign with my boss today. I appreciate your good intentions. Like this, Qin Feng thought about it and asked, you don't want to work at the bar anymore? Well, Shifuya nodded her head. She didn't say it was because of the child. Then what kind of business do you want to start? I can send you a little startup capital, Qin Feng said enthusiastically. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your appreciation. I haven't thought about it yet. I plan to go back and rest for a while first. Shifuya politely refused. Seeing things going cold, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. But another person was. Xiaoya, you don't want to be capricious. It's rare that our Mr. Qin appreciates you so much. Luo Yanhua shook his head and ran to persuade. He did intend to put this bar up for sale. This bar is his 3 years ago when he was bored casually disked down to get their own play. No, not many people. Because of the recent quarrel with the family tigress divorce, that woman is asking people to check his bottom. That's why at first in the parking lot said to give to Shifuya. If this woman followed himself, then her money is not still his money. Only the name that can be found on the surface, all changed to her name, equivalent to a dime without spending. People wealth 2 gains. It's all thanks to this woman that the bar is doing so well. But now that this woman is being targeted by a male, it is expected that she will be abducted in a short time. Instead of leaving the bar unattended, letting it grow dust, it would be better to sell it directly. Save the trouble of being found out. Luo Yanhua persuaded Shifuya 2 sentences, after persuading her not to say anything, and then recommended to Qin Feng, Mr. Qin, my bar in this part of Jiangcheng reputation is not bad. There is an average of 100,000 to 200,000 flow every day. Festivals to engage in activities more, and all aspects of the relationship has been opened. No matter what you want to do here is very convenient. Really do not think about it? Qin Feng casually asked. Then how much do you sell this bar for? Just this amount. Luo Yanhua stretched out 6 fingers and waved them in front of Qin Feng's eyes. Qin Feng guessed that it was $60 million. If it's really like what he said, with a daily turnover of 200,000, this kind of profitable entertainment place, it can almost pay back in a year. Qin Feng was also very moved, but Shifuya didn't want it, so he couldn't do anything about it. He lamented with a long sigh. If Mr. Qin wants to think it's expensive, the price can still be negotiated, Luo Yanhua said carefully. The price does not matter, just Sister Xiaoya do not want. Then this bar bought is also meaningless, Qin Feng faintly said. Luo Yanhua understood and ran to advise Shifuya. Xiaoya, you said yourself, how have I treated you for so many years? You want money to give you money. You want people to give you people. What you want to give what you want. Have not treated you badly at all. What are you resigning for? Think about it, you spent so much effort. It's not easy to get this place up. Just throw it here for nothing cheaply. Others do not feel pain? What else can you do if you don't do this? Do you have a high salary here? I share 5 points of your earnings every year. Plus the salary is close to $1 million. E will be going to school soon. Don't you want to send her to an elite school? There's also the fact that your father's health isn't very good, and the future is very... Enough. Luo Yanhua's bitter persuasion was interrupted by Shifuya's cold cry. He was startled with a jolt of fear. This stupid bitch is now relying on someone to support. The courage to become fat? Luo Yanhua's eyes flashed with a fierce light, but quickly suppressed it. Now this scene really cannot take her. But in his heart, he was secretly fierce, thinking that when this woman falls out of favor one day, he will have a good time with her. Shifuya keenly captured Luo Yanhua's flash of tyranny. She knew very well the temper of this short fat man in front of her. He had a very small heart, and at the same time, he was also very tolerant. He kept quiet as if nothing was happening. but once he found an opportunity, he would turn into a wild beast. The cruel methods he used to treat his enemies were creepy every time. Now that he was clearly dissatisfied with his performance, it was likely that he would be targeted by him if he were to insist on leaving his job. Shifuya herself was indifferent. The big deal was to hide a small knife in her hair and exchange one life for another with him in bed. But she couldn't bear to see her daughter alone in the world. She thought a lot and finally chose to compromise. Fine. I'll take the bar, Shifuya said decisively. That's right. Luo Yanhua cracked a smile. A bar from Mr. Sheen. That's really a heaven-breaking richness hitting your head. You mustn't have a good drink with him? Thank you, Mr. Sheen. Shifuya revealed a heartbreaking smile, helped Shin Feng fill up the wine and served it to him. System tip, Shifuya favorability 1. Shin Feng looked confused. What kind of attitude is this? Paralyzed. I'm sending a bar, not poison. I'm not trying to do anything to you. I don't want to do anything to you either. Shin Feng couldn't help but ask Shifuya. Sister Xiaoya, you don't like the gift I sent? No. Thank you for your appreciation. Shifuya squeezed out a forced smile. Shin Feng fell into deep thought. This $60 million was not a small amount for him. He didn't have much cash right now. The reason why he planned to vote for Shifuya, whom he had met twice, was that apart from her being smart and capable, it was also because she kept the bottom line of being a woman. A woman with conviction and perseverance was worthy of being trusted. Plus being a single mom, one can't help but want to help her. But now she had an attitude of not being too willing to accept the bar, which made Qin Feng's heart cringe. Something must have gone wrong somewhere. Qin Feng decides to come clean with her and say something heartfelt to allay her concerns. Don't get busy drinking first. Qin Feng got up and took both glasses of wine from her hand and placed them on the table, then held her hand and said, Sister Xiaoya, is it okay if we go talk alone? Shifuya gently tried to retract her hand, but was held tightly by the man in front of her. She helplessly glanced at Qin Feng, her eyes rather sultry. Mr. Qin, I'm not the kind of woman you think I am. I'm afraid you'll have to waste your efforts. Luo Yanhua immediately shouted. How do you talk? It's your good fortune that Mr. Qin has taken a liking to you. Don't be ungrateful. Qin Feng frowned at Luo Yanhua, wondering why he was so dogged. He made it seem as if he was bullying men and women and engaging in improper male-female relationships. Luo Yanhua by Qin Feng look at the moment silenced. Embarrassed hey, compensatory smile. Shifuya sighed. Okay, let's go to the private room. It's quiet there. After saying that, she was afraid that Qin Feng would mess up, and wanted to remind him that she had learned judo, but then shook her head and dismissed the idea. The new boss is also the boss. Take advantage of a bit of cheap can not endure and then warn. No need. Just go downstairs and find a random place. Qin Feng feels that the environment downstairs is not bad. He pulled Shifuya downstairs and scanned the entire bar. It's just about 10 o'clock now. The bar music is gentle. The lighting is ambiguous and soft. The atmosphere is not intense. It belonged to the middle stage of the bar's warm-up time. The guests at the entrance were entering the venue one after another. On the first floor, many men and women were playing drinking games on the small tables, cheering. Among them there were many groups of beautiful girls. These little girls were all marketing to use the name of free drinks to give the bar to support the scene. The popularity of the bar was high with more girls, and it would also attract boys to spend money. The girls who came to play with the free cards also liked the feeling of being surrounded by boys. They are all very open-minded girls. When they see handsome boys, their eyes light up and they are so enthusiastic that they are willing to pay money to sleep with them. Qin Feng was just a little bit handsome, and received the attention of several girls. If it wasn't for the close demeanor of him and the woman behind him, there were already girls ready to take action. Qin Feng faced the naked eyes of many girls and acted calmly, without a woman in his heart. Drawing a sword is naturally divine. He had just turned on the scanning. These girls with 60 or 70 points. He couldn't see much right now, and Shifuya casually found a loose table and sat down. Qin Feng still didn't let go of other people's small hands. Sister Xiaoya, don't be afraid. I'm not a good person. Qin Feng said it so bluntly that Shifuya somewhat didn't react and looked at him with a puzzled face, only to see this man smiling gently and continuing to talk eloquently. You're very pretty. Your eyes curve when you smile, like a crescent moon. I love to see you smile. I admit that at the beginning I had non-thoughts about you. You're such a beautiful girl. A man would have thoughts. But do you know why I suddenly said I wanted to give you this bar? We've only met twice. What do you think I see in you? Shifuya was gradually drawn in by Qin Feng's words, pondering what he meant and letting her hand be played with by him. Because I have the ability to manage this place well? Qin Feng smiled and shook his head. Shifuya's face darkened and she laughed at herself. Because I'm a widow without a backer. So it's better to get a grip? No, Qin Feng said seriously. I haven't thought of controlling you since the beginning. And with your good looks, I think that as long as you're willing, there will be a lot of people who are willing to be your backer. Shifuya was a little embarrassed by Qin Feng's blunt praise. She lifted her shining eyes to survey the man in front of her and laughed. Then it can't be that Mr. Qin fell in love with me at first sight and wants to send me glory and wealth and promise me a lifetime of peace, right? Qin Feng froze at his words. He wanted to grant her a lifetime of peace, but he didn't want to use this kind of rough way. These days it's more popular to fall in love with someone over time. Love at first sight isn't very popular anymore. He laughed out loud and said, how can that be? You girls love to have this kind of dream of a domineering president falling in love with me. Shifuya smiled faintly, her eyes full of despondency. In the past, she fantasized about the domineering president falling in love with me, but nowadays, she no longer had such dreams. Her dream now is, the CEO falls in love with me, who is divorced and has a baby. Maybe in the future, she will also dream of the CEO falling in love with me at the age of 58, who still has a lot of charm. Shifuya secretly laughed at her own naivety. Listening to Qin Feng such a generous jokes, she also relieved. At least people say are sincere. She had been in the bar for so long. She had seen many one-night stands, but she had never seen love at first sight. Then what does Mr. Qin see in me? Shifuya couldn't help but be curious. Qin Feng stopped laughing and said slowly, you're very good at taking care of people. Very similar to a woman in my dream. Who? My sister. Shifuya heard him say that he looked like his sister. His tone couldn't help but soften a bit and asked, you have a sister? No, but I've always wished I had a sister since I was a kid. Qin Feng raised his head at a 45 degrees angle to look up at the spotlight on the ceiling, his tone low. From the first time I met you, when you stood up for me and taught that waiter a lesson, it made me realize a feeling of being pampered. Later on, when you accompanied me for a drink, your demeanor and tone of voice were exactly the same as my sister in my fantasies, and at that time I was thinking how good it would be if you were my sister. But at night you sent a message saying that you have a happy family and I couldn't bear to disturb your life, so I wanted to bury this feeling in my heart. But tonight when I met your boss about your situation, I was very, very angry, not because you lied to me, but that someone actually dared to take advantage of you. I'm a petty man. I can't stand the thought of my own sister getting her ass groped. When I was in the parking lot, I wanted to rush up and give that short fat guy a big slap. As Qin Feng said that, he believed it himself and couldn't help but grip Shifuya's hand a little harder. He slowly turned Shifuya's body upright, facing his deep eyes directly, and said in a tone of I'm going to give you happiness. Sis, I want to protect you from other men. I want to be Yi's uncle. I want you to not have to work so hard in the future. This money is my willingness to pay. This bar will belong to you completely. I will at most come over to eat and drink for free. I won't take care of anything else. Shifuya was a little confused by this big confession of love. She looked at him with lifeless eyes, wanting to confirm whether he was joking or not. Instead, she saw the man say with a serious face, if you don't believe me, I can call you first so you can buy this bar yourself. She froze. She only felt her heartbeat slow down a beat, and her hands and feet were at a loss, as if the world had become blank. Stunned and confused in her eyes, she simply dared to believe what she was hearing. Time passed slowly. It took a while for Shifuya to detach herself from the shock. She didn't doubt that Qin Feng could get the money to buy the bar. It was just that she was incredulous about the fact that she had grown into the likeness of his imaginary sister. No wonder when she first met him, she felt that his eyes were a bit strange. So it turned out that he thought of himself as his sister? Mr. Qin, you, don't be like this. I'm not your sister. Shifuya panicked and excused herself. This bar was worth tens of millions of dollars. Even if it looked similar, she couldn't accept such an expensive gift. Whether you recognize me as your brother or not, I treat you as my sister. Qin Feng said righteously. But, Shifuya was nervous and stammered, not knowing what to say. Qin Feng stopped her from opening her mouth with a sincere look and softly advised, I just want you and Yi can have something to rely on. The $60 million you take to do the bar or open the hotel is also okay. In short, there must be a physical economic source. In the future also to Yi to save some dowry. As soon as she thought of Yi, Shifuya couldn't hold back. She also decided to resign for the sake of Yi's future consideration. If she can be the boss's wife, she doesn't have to be constrained by others and be mooched by the boss. And her time is also relatively free, so she can spend more time with her daughter. But with so much money, she didn't know what to pay back. Shifuya's eyes flashed with tears, at a loss for words. Mr. Qin, Qin Feng interrupted her once again. Sister, I want to help you support this family and take care of both of you, mother and son. This moment, Shifuya's rippling heart lake was caressed by the red-hot warm sun. All the hardness and coldness melted in this moment. She didn't know how to answer this piece of heart. Trembling lips want to say something, But in front of this sincere feelings, all feel pale and powerless, looking at his eyes without a trace of desire. For a moment, Shifuya wanted to accept Qin Feng like this and hold him tightly as if he were her own family, crying uncontrollably, crying out the grievances of the past few years. But 3 feet of ice is not cold in a day. So many years of human warmth and coldness had put a thick shell on her heart, making her not dare to easily accept anyone. Shifuya gazed at Qin Feng for a long time, and finally wiped the wetness at the corner of her eyes with the back of her hand and forced a smile. Mr. Qin, stop it. It's not good to joke with a widow like me. Qin Feng was angry to the point that the old man had concaved the shape for so long. And you told me that you were joking? Lousy never jokes. Sis, if you don't believe me, I'll go up now and pull out the $60 million to that short fat guy. After saying that, he got up and made a gesture to leave. Don't. Wait, Mr. Qin. Shifuya hurriedly got up and pulled him back, persuading, don't get excited first, I believe you. I'm not agitated. I'm just a bit heartbroken to hear you still call me General Manager Qin so raw. Qin Feng backhandedly grabbed her wrist, eyes full of fervor. Good boy, call me brother. I can't. Shifuya's heartbeat was fast and her eyes dodged. Qin Feng's original intention was in case the system left him. At the very least, there was a place to mix food and drink, and he could still justify reaching out for pocket money, being a soft food and hard to eat man. But now the atmosphere is here. Qin Feng himself was somewhat touched by himself. His voice was full of seductive tenderness. Sis, let me give you freedom, okay? Shifuya lowered her head, not letting anyone see the tears in her eyes. This cry of true love, sis, had completely loosened her heart. Qin Feng also saw her bravado. All that was missing now was the proverbial kick in the pants. The thought of being able to be a happy meter maid. Qin Feng was extremely excited inside. Who said that good feelings had to be of the male-female kind? Wouldn't a sister and brother's goodwill come faster and more steadily? At the very least, it wouldn't be like a girlfriend who, with one wrong word, ignores people all day long, and her goodwill decreases wildly. Moreover, he and she are not close siblings, so what's wrong with letting her help rub her back in the shower? It's not against the law, right? For the sake of back rubbing, Qin Feng decided to go up recklessly. Hurry up and accept your brother's gift. Liang Long. Just when Qin Feng thought he was going to fail, Shifuya finally smiled. It was a tearful smile, as beautiful and gorgeous as the plum blossoms in winter. Where is there a younger brother who gives his sister a meeting gift? Seeing her agree, Qin Feng was 10,000 times more ecstatic. He couldn't help but go forward and hug her, excitedly saying, then consider this uncle of mine to give her New Year's money. Shifuya let this big boy put his arms around her and, naturally buried her head into his chest. Her hands tightly encircled his waist, fearing that he would dissipate like a mist. The smile on his face remained the same, only the tears wet the lapel. System alert, Shifuya favorability plus 60. Qin Feng was stunned. Originally, he had wrapped his arms around Shifuya and was a bit distracted by her soft body, but after seeing such a terrifying favorability, he immediately shrunk back in fear. Adding the 11 points from before, Shifuya was now at 71 points of favorability. Yeah. Xia Ting was only at 68 points now, and Jono AI was at 60 points. 71 points of goodwill was currently the highest ranked 90-point beauty Qin Feng knew. This favoritism was really overbearing. Once it was accepted, it almost pulled the favoritism straight to full. Qin Feng secretly celebrated. Luckily, he hadn't erected a tent on top just now. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the favorability that was just added would instantly fall off. There's no rush in the matter of men and women, so let's get goodwill first. And there are still 10 Super Soldier King Raider rewards on this woman. Looking at people drooling. The distance from the return of cash is still 9 points. Mud. Have to hold back. And this $16 million, I'm going to spend it. Qin Feng hugged Shifuya and swore secretly. After a while, after seeing the girl in his arms stop trembling, Qin Feng let go of Shifuya and couldn't wait to take her upstairs to sign the contract. However, he was opposed by her. This bar isn't even worth $60 million according to the current market. That Luo is ripping you off. Do you know that Shifuya wiped away her tears, feeling dissatisfied with his monkeyishness? My chow, isn't the daily water flow $200,000? Qin Feng said in shock. That's only occasionally when I meet a silly kid like you, posing as a divine dragon or something. Shifuya poked Qin Feng's arm with her finger, blanked him and continued. This bar usually only has a turnover of more than 100,000. Occasionally it will be a little higher when doing activities, and it can be up to $1 million when inviting Netflix traffic stars over to advertise, but the total down to the turnover of more than 50 million or so a year, and every year to dredge up the relationship to cost a lot of money. Send money to engage in the relationship is almost to spend nearly 7 or 8 million. There is rent, equipment, labor, alcohol, advertising, please net red cost. A year of pure profit is less than half. If you have $60 million, we can completely reopen a store in a first-tier city. Qin Feng was confused to hear the last catch the point, and hammered his fist on the palm of his hand. You want to reopen a store? Shifuya held her forehead. If I have a choice, I don't want to start everything from scratch. After all, I'm familiar with this place, Qin Feng said indifferently. Then buy it. Shifuya sighed. But $60 million is not worth it. Let's go up and talk to Lao Luo. $50 million. If we don't agree, we'll do it ourselves. At first, when he said he would invest $60 million, Qin Feng was a bit flustered. After all, he didn't have much cash. But now that he has added such a high level of goodwill, he is not panicking at all. To be able to successfully return cash in the future, this kind of bar, buy hundreds of them and send them everywhere. Silly brother, you have more money than you can spend. Right. Something that costs over $30 million. You spend $50 million to buy it? Qin Feng giggled. I don't know much about doing business, so let's do it this way. I'll give you $60 million. You look after yourself. Whether it's to get it again, or to buy it, I'll support you. Shifuya froze, dumbfounded, looked at Qin Feng for a while, after seeing that he seemed to really have such an intention. Only then did a gaudy smile bloom on her face. A pair of fox eyes curved in a smile as she flirted. Do you trust this strange sister of mine so much? Anyway, I've decided on you. Who else can I trust if not you? Qin Feng was resolute. Aren't you afraid that I'll take the money and run away? Said Shifuya, smiling as she sized him up. I'm afraid, Qin Feng said seriously. I'm more afraid that you'll be bullied by others outside without me than without the money. Shifuya's heart trembled at Qin Feng's licking. It had been a long time since a man had said such words of love to her. Her heart was thrilled to death, but she still pretended to be calm on the surface and laughed lightly. You'd better save this kind of words to fool the little girls. Your sister, I don't eat this set of yours. Those little girls are not as good looking as my sister. I'm too lazy to waste my time on them. What a sweet little mouth. Honestly, how many little girls have you fooled with that mouth? Qin Feng's eyes rolled around and he affirmed. Just the one yesterday. Shifuya's face is full of believe you have a ghost expression. She also does not break it down. Casually asked. The one last night I looked at was also not bad. Eyes quite clean. In the end, what happened? Why say you are scum? Well, Qin Feng's head is spinning like crazy. Absolutely can't confess that he wants to open a harem. People don't agree and then throw their faces away. Shifuya lengthened her voice. She herself didn't realize that the tone she used at this time was a bit like the accent she used on her own daughter. It was an intimate questioning. Qin Feng was cornered and vaguely generalized. I bought her a villa. She insisted on making trouble to add my name. I refused. And then she left. Why didn't she add her name? Shifuya was smart and clever. And after a little thought, she understood it all. She glanced at the mysterious older boy, wisely not choosing to pursue his family history. Then let's go up and talk to Luo and see what the minimum is. Aha! Just now, since Qin Feng and Shifuya left, Luo Yanhua had already ordered people to be investigating Qin Feng. Boss, my friend over in the capital said he didn't find this Qin Feng in the Qin family. It can't be. Could it be an illegitimate child? But we did find out locally that there's a man named Qin Feng who looks a lot like Mr. Qin. The bottom is very clean. What industry are not? After graduating from college to run takeaway until now, there are people who saw him through the clothes of the security guard. Luo Yanhua face gloomy down, did not speak. There is also that big tall man at the door, called Wang Gang, a dropship runner. Do you mean to say that Laozi was fooled by a dropship runner? Luo Yanhua said angrily. That subordinate was worried that he had gotten it wrong and caused a big trouble that couldn't be ended. They, as juniors, were going to be pulled out to take the blame if something went wrong, so they couldn't afford not to be cautious. Moreover, the aura of Qin Feng and Wang Gang did not look like a takeaway or dropshipping. The subordinate defended them. Maybe these two identities are fake, or maybe something like an ID card. It's still easy for people like us to get one. Identity can be faked. Money can't be faked. You guys check the record of that kid's spending yesterday. See where the money on his account came from. Luo Yanhua sneered. If he let him find out that it was a no-good brat, then he would have fun tonight. He would let this hanging hair know how easy it was to play him to death. We checked it out the first time, and therein lies the problem. The subordinate's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Luo Yanhua lazily said. His dragon card, the balance of $43.2 million. The money coming in but cannot find the source. The subordinate trembled. Can't find out? Luo Yanhua lost his voice. Yes, It's as if someone deleted the transaction records. Only out but not in. The subordinate had never seen this situation either, and was equally dumbfounded. What bank? Dragon Bank. Luo Yanhua couldn't help but exclaim. Crap. This fucking world-class bank. Someone actually dared to tamper with it? The subordinate said bluntly. And today, Mr. Qin spent 8 million in a single day and bought a sports car that wasn't registered in his name. Luo Yanhua fell into deep thought. Luo Yanhua was shocked by what he had imagined. No matter what kind of person Qin Feng was, he absolutely couldn't touch him now. You guys hurry up and stop your investigation. Don't get caught, Luo Yanhua ordered in a hurry. Big brothers usually didn't like being investigated. It was an offense. At this moment, Qin Feng and Shifuya both walked up hand in hand. Luo Yanhua hurriedly rubbed his face and once again revealed a doggy smile as he greeted them. Congratulations, Mr. Qin. One look at your expression and I know you've already succeeded with your horse. Ha 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 ha. Seeing him so enthusiastic, Qin Feng also said with a smile, my sister has a big heart and is willing to accept my gift now. Saying that, he pulled up Shifuya's hand and showed it to him. Luo Yanhua heard Qin Feng call out my sister and was obviously stunned, but quickly came back to his senses and laughed out loud. Mr. Qin's sister is my sister. Sister Xiaoya. In the future, I'm counting on you to take care of me more. Ha ha ha. After saying this, he also clasped his fists and arched his back. His attitude was too good to be true. Shifuya was not surprised by this person's shameless appearance and politely said, Brother Luo, don't laugh at me. Me and Mr. Qin are just verbal siblings. It can't be taken seriously. In the future I still need you to take care of me more. Qin Feng lazy polite. Directly to the point, we two just discussed. You this bar minimum how much money? Give a number. Suitable on the signing of the contract. Luo Yanhua felt difficult. If the other party really means heavenly, can hide the bank information, then he can't mess with this price. Luo Yanhua gritted his teeth and gave a base price of $40 million. Below this price, he does not want to sell. Although the bar is a fast-selling industry, time is long without freshness. People will be less and less, and then have to redecorate, engage in fancy name change special cost. But in the current situation, his bar at least can survive 2 or 3 years. Plus in Jiangcheng made a little reputation and fame. $40 million is already very sincere. Qin Feng quietly didn't say anything. He couldn't talk about it and wanted to let Shifuya and boss Luo talk about it. But he didn't expect Shifuya to not say anything either. Just poured him a glass of wine and accompanied him to drink slowly. Luo Yanhua thought that the price was quoted high and Qin Feng deliberately ignored him. Angry teeth, finally endured the pain and reduced 2 million. Crying and shouting that cannot be any less. Any less I would rather not appoint. Directly to Mr. Qin. As a friend. Shifuya whispered and Qin Feng discussed a few sentences. And finally Qin Feng nodded and agreed to the price. After all, this field still needs Luo Yanhua to take care of. Luo Yanhua and Shifuya talked about some of the details of the transfer. The two called the lawyer on the spot and asked them to go to the office to draw up a contract. Qin Feng could not help. And after learning that Shifuya's bank account was not limited, he first charged $5,000 into the system. Then he transferred $60 million to her and let her toss it around herself. He himself ran out outside to see if there were any 90-point young ladies to play in the bar. Longxing's transfer speed was fast and arrived in a few minutes. Shifuya stared blankly at the huge deposit in her cell phone, not knowing what she was thinking. It took a long time before she came back to her senses. Looking at Qin Feng who was lying on the second floor handrail admiring the beautiful women below, waves of light flashed in her eyes. Until this point, she completely dropped all her defenses and trusted this man. System prompt, Shifuya's favorability +8. Qin Feng received the prompt and his leg-shaking and swaying figure gave a start. Looking at Shifuya's profile. Favorability 79. Consumption, 60. 03 million yuan. Damn it, how come it keeps coming up short? Does it mean that 80 points is the key point and one has to do something to move the girl to stab it? Qin Feng remembered the wonderful night with Xia Ting. 1 extra point at a time. How about finding a way to get Shifuya drunk tonight and carry her to the hotel? Work harder yourself and see if you can add a point? Qin Feng turned around and leaned against the railing. His elbows propped up on the wooden handrail as his eyes kept roaming over Shifuya's body, secretly thinking about the success rate of this plan. At the same time, he was also curious about what kind of judo Shifuya had learned. The bar lights flickered and the spotlights shook about, suddenly shining brightly and dimly on Qin Feng's face, causing his expression of a bit of a bad joke and his concentration to become evil and impetuous. Shifuya accidentally met Qin Feng's gaze. She was startled by his aggressive eyes. Flustered, she avoided the sight. Then remembering that he had called out to his sister, he dared to look at himself with such a gaze. She was instantly annoyed, dabbing up and walking quickly towards Qin Feng. Each step carried an aura of wanting to punch someone. Stinky younger brother. Not so bold. Daring to look at your sister like that? Qin Feng was startled. His distracting thoughts subsided, and he hurriedly stood up straight, putting on an attitude of obediently begging for forgiveness. He. The lights are too dim, I just wanted to look closer. Shifuya stretched out her hands and pinched both of Qin Feng's cheeks, pulling them back and forth one after the other. Don't think you can bully your sister just because you give me money. Qin Feng's mouth was ripped open and his speech was slurred. Oh, hurts, sis. Shifuya thought it was quite fun to pinch his face, squeezing Qin Feng's face with his palm and puckering his mouth into upper and lower flaps, like fish lips. Say, what were you thinking just now? I was thinking about how pretty my sister is, Qin Feng said in a jarred voice. Complimenting a girl for being pretty was $1,000,000. Anytime and anything could be used to apply this template upwards. When Shifuya heard this, she really lost a large portion of her anger. She was now genuinely prepared to take him as her brother, but the look in Qin Feng's eyes just now made Shifuya think that what this man had said before was a lie. The purpose was just to sleep with her. Now that she saw his sincere attitude, she calmed down a little after her anger subsided and thought about it. The bet also does not need to spend 60 million. Which loser would spend so much money in order to cheat a woman into bed? Humph. Smooth talker, don't think you can muddle through by saying something nice. Next time you are disrespectful to your sister, I won't allow you to shout at my sister, Shifuya warned. Then what to call? Wife? Qin Feng didn't dare to say his inner thoughts out. He giggled. Don't dare. Don't dare. From now on you'll be my real sister. Shifuya's eyes glared. Is that how the word pro-life is used? Pro-sister. Pro-sister is always fine, right? Qin Feng held her hands, preventing her from continuing to ravage her face. Remember what you said. Your sister. I don't have a good temper. I might lash out at you when I'm mad. You as a younger brother have to put up with it for me, and also give me a step down. Got it? Shifuya said with a serious face. Although she looked serious, but from her curved fox eyes, it could be seen that she was in a good mood at the moment, deeply afraid of losing this younger brother, and was patching up in advance. Qin Feng was puzzled. Are you being a sister or a younger sister? Where is the reason for you to be angry at me? Shouldn't it be the younger brother who is being unreasonable and you are worrying like an old mother? Shifuya was a bit embarrassed by what Qin Feng said. In order to cover up, she reached out and rubbed her hand on Qin Feng's face again. I'm the older sister. I say what I want. Okay. You have big boobs. You have the right. Qin Feng's words just fell. His ears were lifted by Shifuya, hurriedly begged for mercy. Pain. Wrong. Sis said. See if you still dare to mess around in the future. Shifuya didn't even exert much force. Seeing him pretending to grunt lightly, helped him rub his reddened ears and also thoughtfully blew on them. Luo Yanhua, who was sitting over there, saw the two of them making love to each other. His eyes reddened with envy. That Shifuya he has known for 2 or 3 years has always been cold and icy, doing things in a disciplined manner. It belongs to the kind of girl who is hot outside and cold inside. No matter how much money smashed down, the smile will smile, but the heart certainly will not have too big reaction. Never seen her to a man tender and caring. There was no telling what tactics this man had used. He himself also sent the same bar. How come the difference was so big? Luo Yanhua couldn't figure it out. But he didn't care much about women. What kind of woman can't you get with money? He was keeping 5 little lovers, and 2 were blonde twins. Every day was an overdraft that nothing he ate could make up for. He envied Qin Feng and Shifuya's flirtation, but he didn't want to labor for 3 or 5 minutes. Also have to guess the woman's mind. Thief trouble. Give money to kneel down and work is finished. Where's so much bullshit? Luo Yanhua waved his hand and asked someone to bring a bottle of the most expensive black pearl in the store, and ran to find Qin Feng to drink. Mr. Qin is really a hero. Young and talented. Tens of millions of dollars of bars said to buy. Eyes do not blink. Luo Yanhua poured him a drink while kissing his ass. Come on. This cup of wine I toast you. You must drink. I Luo Yanhua never served anyone in my life. You are the first one. This boldness is really an eye-opener for me. Qin Feng has never experienced the scene of being praised, especially this kind of big boss in a Maybach running to lick. In 3 or 2 sentences, he was complimented a bit flutteringly. Despite not being able to drink this kind of foreign wine, he saw Boss Luo take a mouthful. He also did not say anything and directly drank a mouthful. This foreign wine is not as strong as white wine. The taste is more soft and delicate, and there is a little fruity sweetness. After drinking it down there would be a kind of heat surging up to the chest, and the limbs would be filled with strength. The overall feeling was okay. Mr. Qin is so damn bold. Come on. This second glass of wine congratulates you for finding a sister who is devoted to you, and also congratulates our sister Shioya for recognizing a good younger brother. I'll toast you 2 siblings. After saying that, Luo Yanhua grunted and directly finished a full cup. Finished smilingly holding up an empty cup to indicate. Although Qin Feng now has the freedom to drink. Want to not drink cannot drink. Who persuade are useless. But this Luo boss talk very to his appetite. Plus this wine is not very hard to drink. Then raised the cup to pour into his mouth. Shifuya wanted to stop too late. Worriedly watched him gulp down the drink. Sighed and took a sip himself. Luo Yanhua also did not care whether Shifuya drank or not. The main Qin Feng drank is fine. He once again picked up the bottle of wine and prepared to engage in a third glass. This was his triple axe. It was either you die or I die after drinking it. Mr. Qin. More words will not say. All in the wine. Dry this cup, we are brothers. Qin Feng doesn't know much about foreign wine. And he doesn't know how to drink it in general. See him every time to pour full like beer seems. Also thought that the degree in beer is almost the same. He is a skewer dazzle a bottle of beer man. Drinking beer is like playing. Qin Feng picked up the wine glass and wanted to take a sip, but was stopped by a slender jade hand on the mouth of the glass. Brother Luo. This cup of wine I drink for him. Shifuya laughed. This foreign wine was over 40 degrees. It was fine to drink, but the aftertaste was huge. Shifuya was worried that Qin Feng's body wouldn't be able to handle it if he drank too much. She took the initiative to come up to block the wine. Luo Yanhua immediately got angry. Feeling betrayed. He raised this woman for 3 years. In the end even did not come over to help him persuade him to drink, but instead stood on the opposite side to block the wine. Luo Yanhua wanted to be furious and told her to get out of the way. But with Qin Feng here, he didn't dare. Just his face sank and coldly said, "It's fine. The rule of substituting one drink for 3 doesn't need me to say it, right? Well, I know," Shifuya said indifferently. After saying that, she went to take the wine glass in Qin Feng's hand. And Qin Feng, who had drunk 2 kinds of wine, was obviously a bit tipsy. He raised his glass to avoid Shifuya's hand, not allowing her to grab it. At the same time, he smiled and put his mouth to the side of Shifuya's face, and whispered into her small crystalline ear, "Sister, don't make a fuss. 1 for 3 more loss. Wait for me to finish drinking. You then go up to toast him 3 cups. We sister and brother together. Not afraid to drink not die this old bald ass." Shifuya was originally spat out by Qin Feng's hot breath from a close distance, making her earlobes hot. But after hearing the adjective old bald ass, she snorted out a laugh. After taking a glance at Qin Feng's state and seeing that he was still in good shape, she stopped blocking him and just reminded him with concern. "Well, but you have to take it easy after this cup. It's strong liquor." Qin Feng hemmed and hawed, not caring. Directly tilting his head back to finish the wine, he raised an eyebrow at Luo Yanhua, signaling to grab the speed. Luo Yanhua drank all year round and had a good capacity. 3 cups was still tops. He finished the 3rd cup with alacrity, then smiled and invited Qin Feng to his seat. Shifuya didn't go to toast Luo Yanhua. She knew that she wasn't qualified enough and the other party wouldn't necessarily drink the toast. Luo Yanhua dominated the conversation, chatting about some bar anecdotes and bragging about his bullishness back then. Qin Feng listened to the alcohol on the up. Feel a little dizzy. See, people are a little blurred. Shifuya was concerned and handed him warm water, fed him fruits, and used a wet towel to help him wipe his sweat. Qin Feng was so cozy, squinting his eyes and giggling. At this time Luo Yanhua suddenly asked without a trace, "Mr. Qin, do you know Qin I mean?" After saying this, the scene was suddenly silent. No one made a sound, as if even the music of the bar had been reduced by a few points. Luo Yanhua stared at Qin Feng with a pair of glittering eyes, trying to see some clues from his face. This was the name of Qin Feng's father. No matter if Qin Feng showed that he recognized it or pretended not to, as long as there was a slight fluctuation in his expression, it meant that there was something wrong with this kid. Shifuya's heart clenched when she saw Luo Yanhua's eyes were not right and his question was strange. The eyes that looked at Qin Feng were full of tension. Hiss. Very familiar. You wait. Let me think. Only to see Qin Feng frowning, his fingers pointing at his brain, making efforts to recall something. Immediately afterward, as if remembering the answer to the exam, he excitedly clapped his hands and replied, "Oh, right. That's my dad." Luo Yanhua froze, followed by a laugh. "So it is the nominal father of Mr. Qin. Ha 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 ha. Presumptuous, presumptuous." Luo Yanhua no longer had any doubts at this moment. Qin Feng's performance dispelled his last shred of doubt. Look at him like this to know. Must be memorized information, memorized forget. Think half a day to remember. How does he know? Qin Feng's father died when he was a child. So many years. If not for the need to do documents. Simply cannot remember. Luo Yanhua this time is really Qin Feng as a big brother. He was afraid that he would raise this question with the meaning of probing and make the big brother unhappy. So sincerely invited Qin Feng to his bath center to sit down, massage and relax. and then play cards at night, or to go to the cruise ship to watch the exciting reality show. He will pay for all the expenses. Chin Feng was eager to go for a long time, but this side's good sense is just a little bit short, so he really can't go. He didn't want to make the same mistake again, so he ruthlessly rejected the person. Confused, he indicated that he was not strong enough to drink, then slowly leaned on Shifuya's shoulder and closed his eyes to rest. Luo Yanhua did not dare to disturb the big brother. Stuffed a business card. Let Chin Feng have something to call him at any time. Jiangcheng this piece. He Luo Yanhua in the road is still a little bit of fame. If you want someone, you have someone. And if you want money, you have money. Chin Feng did not say anything, as if he was going to fall asleep. Luo Yanhua smiled shyly, respectfully and quietly retired. Once the obnoxious fat pig left, Chin Feng and Shifuya were left on the card table. Lonely man and woman, dim and lightless, close by. Unable to sleep by the surging music, the man ghostly opened his eyes with a drunken haze in them. The scent of the woman's body is very fascinating. A little milky flavor, which also participated in the feeling of a little wine. Chin Feng could not help but come to Shifuya's neck and inhaled 2 mouthfuls. Curious, he asked. Sister, you still have milk now? Then his brain was knocked. It was knocked by the opposite woman with the backs of 2 curved fingers. The strength was just right to gauge whether the watermelon was ripe or not. If you don't make a fuss again, I'll ask someone to throw you out. Shifuya red-faced and scared. Sis smells so good. I like being with sis, Chin Feng said dully as he came up to the base of Shifuya's burning ear. Wine strengthens one's courage. Chin Feng's hands uncontrollably hugged Shifuya, greedily inhaling her scent. Shifuya's body stiffened as she was taken into the arms of the hormone-filled majestic male, her heartbeat pounding fast. But this man was her brother, and she didn't want the intimate gestures between siblings to become full of ambiguity. She suppressed her lust in frown and warning. I'm your sister, don't make a move on me. After saying this, she pushed Chin Feng with force, but I didn't expect that this man would touch the porcelain as if he was falling down at the touch of a button. Pretending to be drunk is a tactic that men are born with. It's just like a girl pampering herself. Stinky men who drink alcohol will use alcohol to go crazy and start playing rogue. But drunkenness is very rare. If a man is really drunk, just like a pig, no matter how to tease, no reaction. The ones who can be promiscuous are usually not drunk and pretend to be. They touch all kinds of rubbing and teasing, kiss, or violently tear off the clothes, show the courage of masculinity, so that the girl helpless half push half accept, and then indescribable. But there are also times when some tender rookies pretend to be drunk, and when they pretend to be drunk, they will really fall asleep. Chin Feng was undoubtedly a rookie chicken. He collapsed onto the sofa obediently, intending that Shifuya wouldn't get up if he didn't kiss and hug and raise his head. As a result, without realizing it, waking up was the next morning. Strange ceiling, the bed was soft, the quilt smelled good. The room's furnishings are full of delicate and light flavor, like a girl's boudoir. A cup of water was carefully placed on the bedside table. Chin Feng slightly got up and roughly swept the room. There was no computer in the room, only a dresser with many bottles and jars. The left side of the bed is a whole wall of closets. The aisle is also placed a mobile coat rack. Above are some spring and fall days coat. On the other side was a little girl, who was quite cute. That Buring's big eyes, shining with curiosity, staring straight at him. Behind her is a curtain-lifted floating window. At this time the sunlight just shines on the little girl's body, emitting a faint halo, like a living angel. Wait, alive? Chin Feng sobered up and looked over carefully. The outline of that small nose and mouth was a bit similar to Shifuya, wearing a small pink and white hanbok. Her hair was braided in a few braids and tied on her head like a bow, with a few red ribbons tying her hair to float down her shoulders. The bangs in front were neatly cut, black and shiny, lining the baby fat little face white and tender. It looks like a little pink ancient princess, cute and adorable. Let a person have the urge to pinch a pinch. Chin Feng secretly thought that this little girl was probably Shifuya's daughter, and he was brought back home by her last night. Chin Feng said uncertainly. Uncle is awake? Shouted sweetly when she saw Chin Feng waking up. Chin Feng was instantly adored. His eyes softened and he spoke softly for fear of scaring the little girl away. Morning. I didn't expect this little girl to be strangely bold, not afraid of Chin Feng as a stranger at all, and went up to tug on his hand since she was familiar with him. Uncle, get up. Uncle, get up. She grabbed Chin Feng's fingers with her small hands and leaned back to pull backward, wanting to pull him up. Chin Feng reveals an affectionate smile and accommodates her as he slowly sits up. From the living room comes Shifuya's voice to stop her. You're not allowed to disturb Uncle's sleep, okay? Chin Feng shouted back. Sis, I'm already awake. Followed and chimed in. That's right, Uncle is awake. He said he wants to play with me. When did she say she would play with her? Chin Feng wondered. Are pretty little girls born to lie? He feels this is not good. He can't help but reach out his sinful hand and gently pinch the little cutie's face, smilingly lecturing. Uncle can play with you, but kids can't lie. Justifiably defended. Did not lie. Just asked Uncle. Uncle defaulted to the air. Did she ask when she was asleep? Shin Feng was not able to get by the little kid's routine, who can still talk when they are asleep. Where did this all learn? He did not know what to say for a moment, thinking that in the future, he would have to lock the door when he sleeps and not let her come in. Little Feng, come out for breakfast. Don't pay attention to She's very rowdy, Shifuya shouted. Puffed up her bun face in dissatisfaction, full of unhappiness. Shin Feng answered and coaxed with a smile. Wait for me to finish eating and then play with okay? Really? Of course. Uncle is so nice, said happily. Then can we go out to play? Yes, Shin Feng nodded. Then can we go to the mall to play? Blinks her big flashing eyes with an expectant face. She came home in the morning and heard her mom say that an uncle had come to the house, so she had been standing guard waiting for him to get up, wanting her uncle to accompany her to play on the climbing wall inside the mall. She loved climbing, but her mom wasn't available to play with her and her grandmother wouldn't let her, so she never got her wish. This time it was not easy for an adult to come to the house. She had to seize the opportunity. No problem. Shin Feng smiled. It seems that girls, young or old, have such a deep obsession with them all. Shin Feng loved this cute little one and rubbed her little head, intending to buy for her. With the little girl cheering, he walked out of the room. Coming to the living room, he surveyed the mother and daughter's home. It was a high-rise, and through the view from the window, one was about in the middle. The two-room, one-bathroom layout was estimated to be only 100 square feet, and after removing the common area, it was about 80. The other room was a little smaller, but had an extra balcony on which the girls' clothes were hung to dry. The living room is in the middle of the floor, deliberately laid patchwork foam floor mats. There was a neatly organized box of toys on it. Near the doorway to the kitchen was a small round dining table, 2 white high stools, and children's chairs with ladders. The house looked small, but compact with an air of life. Shin Feng washed up in the bathroom under guidance and sat down at the dining table. There was already a serving of pumpkin porridge and pickled cucumber on the dining table. Shifuya came out from the kitchen. Her hair was casually coiled up and held with a hairpin, dressed in a loose white tank top with an apron around it. Underneath were home shorts. On her feet were a pair of open-toed slippers, with her toes painted with orange-red nail polish, making her jade feet even whiter. In her hands, she was carrying an egg cake that had just come out of the oven, and with a pair of smiling, curved fox eyes, she looked like a skillful and charming young woman. That image, whether it was a person or an egg cake, Shin Feng wanted to eat it. Taste sister's handiwork. I don't know how it's better than the egg cakes outside. Shifuya put down her plate, wiped her hands on her apron, sat on a high stool, and on her left and right, staring at Shin Feng eating breakfast without looking away. It was as if everything was so taken for granted, eating surrounded by a pair of mother and daughter. Shin Feng did not feel embarrassed, but instead experienced a sense of coziness that he had never experienced before. Ignoring his hot mouth, he picks up the egg cake and takes a big bite. The egg cake crust is not greasy but crispy, and the food in his mouth flips between his tongue buds. The aroma of egg and sauce reverberated between the mouth and the nose in just the right way. I don't know why. Just a simple egg cake with sesame seeds, scallions and ham. Shin Feng felt that it was more delicious than all the delicacies in the world. He gobbled it down and couldn't stop comparing his thumbs. Shifuya pursed her lips to sneer, reminding him to eat slowly. She and have eaten. No one and he grabbed. However, she didn't expect to see him eating with great flavor, and yelled that she wanted to eat too. Shin Feng painfully used his chopsticks to share a little bit with her, and then finished his share in 3 bites. Sure enough, good food tastes better when you grab it. By the way, that little girl of yours called Xia Ting called several times last night, Shifuya said casually. And then? Shin Feng saw Xia Ting take the initiative to contact him. There was a hint of delight in his heart, but he didn't show it. I thought the girl was not bad. Answered the call for you and comforted her. Shifuya wanted to laugh when she thought of that sister hearing her voice and directly wimping out and not daring to make a sound. How did you comfort? Shin Feng said in shock. Let's just say you drank too much and slept at my place at night. Shifuya revealed a fox-like bad smile. It's over. Xia Ting is afraid that she'll think she's a scum when she hears about it. Shin Feng was a bit sad. He was still very fond of Xia Ting, not only because her 100-point cheat reward was a super strong physique, it was also because she was his enlightened teacher who guided him to become a real man. Now that she heard that she slept at another girl's place, she was afraid that she would hate herself. Shin Feng wanted to cry. Didn't blame Shifuya for answering his phone call indiscriminately. Just felt a little sad that Golden Gun and Golden Waist were moving away from him. It was also not clear if he could still smash the money to get her back. He sighed and looked at Xia Ting's profile with resignation. And favorability, 73. Qin Feng was shocked. It was still 68 before. How did it go up by 5 points? What's the situation? What did they say last night? Qin Feng asked Shifuya a few questions, but saw her vaguely pulling away from the topic and not wanting to talk about it. So he sent a message to Xia Ting asking about last night's events, but there was no reply. He thought about it and flipped through the call logs to take a look. Crap. The call lasted for an hour and 30 minutes, chatting until 2 in the morning. Good guy. I don't know how these two women are talking about themselves behind their backs. Qin Feng is very curious. His heart is like a cat scratching. But Shifuya refused to say anything, so he couldn't do anything about it. Finishing breakfast quietly, glancing down, he caught a glimpse of Yi gently tugging at the corner of his coat, and although he didn't say a word, in his bright eyes, he flashed the meaning of hurry up and take me out to play. Even those who have never brought a baby can see it. Simply well-behaved and cute. Qin Feng puts down his doubts and picks up Yi, rubbing his nose against her little face, making her giggle. Let's go. Uncle will take you to empty the mall, Qin Feng said in a spirited manner. Yay! Going out to play. Yi kicked her feet around and hugged Qin Feng's head in a very familiar way. Shifuya had been mean to Yi yesterday, and as a way to make up for it, she asked her teacher for 2 days off, planning to take a few days off herself to take her out to have some fun. Unexpectedly, a Qin Feng suddenly appeared behind them, saying that he would take care of the two of them. Looking at the two of them being happy, Shifuya was a little emotional. She rarely hugged Yi anymore. The main reason was that she couldn't move it too much. This little girl, looking at a small one, in fact quite a weight, the last weighing is 34 pounds. Now seeing this girl being easily picked up by a man with one hand, Shifuya suddenly felt that it was quite good to find an uncle for Yi. How old is Yi? Qin Feng asked in a soft voice. 5 years old, Yi proudly said. What's your favorite thing? Big monsters. Eh? Why? Qin Feng was a bit surprised by this answer. Because it can stomp the kindergarten flat, Yi justified. Yi do not want to go to kindergarten? Don't want to. Those idiots cry when they touch it and say that Yi doesn't have a father. Yi's milky reply made Qin Feng realize the damage that single-parent families do to children. Looking at Shifuya, who was silently cleaning up the dishes, Qin Feng was a bit heartbroken. Yi, don't pay any attention to them. If they dare to badmouth you again, Uncle will go and help you teach them a lesson. Qin Feng said aggressively. If it was elementary school, he wasn't sure what to say. Nowadays, children are well nourished, and there are many 1-meter-8s in elementary schools. But in kindergarten, he was still very confident. One punch a little kid, beat up all the enemies. Aha! Yi smiled. After giggling for a while, and waiting for Shifuya to change her clothes, the three of them took the elevator downstairs and drove to the supermarket. Shifuya drove the car, a second-hand Mazda. Yi obediently sat in the back row, fastened the seatbelt, looking out the window with an excited face. Qin Feng sat in the passenger seat. Shifuya was wearing a black silk halter-tight dress, with a coffee-colored light coat over the outside, with sunglasses, leaning against the car window with one hand, steering wheel with one hand, occasionally glancing at the rearview mirror of the passenger side. The breeze lifted her long hair, the sun caressed her skin. That aura, and beautiful and valiant, all show imperial style. Qin Feng originally had no distractions, but Shifuya kept turning her head to glance at him, making his body hot. This kind of haughty and cold woman, no matter what she did, would make people feel a desire to conquer, not to mention this kind of mysterious look that was covered by sunglasses. But no matter what this look meant, Qin Feng was planning to wait until after he got his 80 rebate and then find a way to trick her into bed. Now first stabilize, later there are more opportunities. Cannot hit the grass to scare the snake. As long as the deadbeat in her home to stay, the middle of the night casually find a sore back excuse. Let her as a sister to help their own rub. The backstory, is there any need to say? If she drops her favorability, the big deal is that her biochemical bodyguard doesn't want it. Qin Feng was YYY in his head. His cell phone shook, waking him up. It was a message from Xia Ting. Scumbag, didn't you say you'd only take me to the bar from now on? May I ask where you were last night? Xia Ting preemptively blamed him for not keeping his promise. Qin Feng thought about it for 3 moments and found a reason to reply. I was forced to. A boss had to call me there to talk things over. Ghosts believe you. You just met the bar owner's wife yesterday, and today you're staying at someone's house. Is it because I didn't drain you dry? Facing this kind of tiger and wolf words, Qin Feng didn't know how to respond. He could only say that the schoolgirl was ferocious. In his impression, Xia Ting had always been an innocent and well-behaved beauty who loved to be pampered. He didn't know how she could suddenly be so loose. Could it be because of the relationship between the screen? Or maybe after having a skin-to-skin relationship? What strange attributes were unlocked? Qin Feng was puzzled. Don't get me wrong. That's the sister I just recognized. Ha! Xia Ting gasped and laughed. For the entire afternoon yesterday, she had been waiting at home for Qin Feng to come over and apologize on his own accord. But until the wee hours of the morning, this smelly man didn't say a word. Girlfriend angry. Coaxing a little coaxing or not willing to? As long as you say something nice, guarantee that you won't fool around in the future. And other words of love, even if it's a lie, even if it is lying to themselves, they are willing to continue to be lied to. But what does it mean to be so indifferent? Xia Ting more and more waiting, more and more annoyed. Finally could not help but call over to ask. He in the end want to do. Unexpectedly, the first call was not answered. The second is also not answered. The third picked up. He said a lot. Opposite half a day no sound. It was not easy to have a sound. The result is actually a woman's voice. Scared, Xia Ting hung up the phone on the spot. She thought that the other party was a proper lady, and that she had disturbed their sleep. Her little emotions instantly came up, tears brewing, just ready to start crying. Just then she saw the cell phone ring. It was still the same number. Xia Ting gritted her teeth and picked up the phone, thinking that anyway, it's all like this. Why don't you just scold the other side and then cry? I didn't expect the other party to be polite and say that they were Xiaoya, whom they had met at the bar yesterday. She also said that Qin Feng drank too much at the bar, and she didn't know Qin Feng's address, so she brought Qin Feng back to her home and asked Xia Ting if she wanted to come over to pick up Qin Feng. Xia Ting wanted to go to fetch the person, but first of all it was too late and her dad was not allowed to go out. Secondly, she didn't know where she was going to live, but she was asleep, so it was a bit redundant to pull her up again. Thirdly, Xiaoya has a very high emotional intelligence, very good at talking, and she claimed to be a widow with a baby, making Xia Ting feel very secure. Without realizing it, Xia Ting chatted with her late into the night, saying a lot of things about Qin Feng's time at school. Hearing Shifuya say that Qin Feng recognized her as his sister, Xia Ting didn't mind very much, but now that Qin Feng purposely emphasized it, it made her feel like she was being unreasonable. Then she was furious. Classmate Qin Feng, just how many good sisters do you have? Just this one. What about a sister? None. Okay, I'll take a screenshot. If another sister or sibling appears beside you, I'll make this chat record into a poster display and hang it in front of your house. Qin Feng felt Xia Ting's rushing resentment. Hurriedly is a flurry of words. Baby, no matter what happens to other women, you will always rank first in my heart. Oof, don't be angry. Tomorrow I will accompany you to pick up the car together. Okay? Xia Ting thought that she would be able to drive a Porsche tomorrow, and her anger went away for the most part. Then why are you going today? She wanted to run and stick to Qin Feng, but acted euphemistically. Accompanying my niece to the mall. Qin Feng said honestly. Xia Ting's teeth crunched. Good. No more sister and sister. There's still a niece, right? Xia Ting knew that Qin Feng was with Shifuya's mother and daughter. She wanted to go find Qin Feng, but her mother stood by and told her not to take too much initiative and just give herself away. This would make her look like she cared about the man and was very passive. And it wasn't appropriate for her to go and be a light bulb when people went out as a family. Xia Ting sulked and tangled for half a day. Finally decided not to listen to her mother. Xia Ting thought that her mother is just an ordinary woman, which has any vision. Qin Feng is not her husband. She is certainly not in a hurry. If she doesn't take the initiative a little more, in case Qin Feng is abducted, where will she go to cry? I'm at the Yintai Mall. Which mall are you in? Xia Ting said in a message. She asked this sentence tactfully. Taking the initiative to ask people for their address seemed too stupid. Inquiries like this just happen to be outside themselves. Why don't we make an appointment to meet somewhere? Were much smarter. Even though Xia Ting was still at home at the moment and hadn't even washed her head, she just guessed that there were more rides for kids in the Yintai Mall, and it was possible that Qin Feng would go. Qin Feng saw Xia Ting's message and secretly said a bad word. The three of them were preparing to go to the Yintai Mall. Shifuya was about to give birth to money at this time, the most critical moment. He didn't want to cause trouble, in case Xia Ting came over and disturbed his cashback, and the goodwill of 79 fell downwards like before. It would really be unbearable. This was $60 million. What was born was real cash. Qin Feng thought for a moment, did not return the message, first said to Shifuya, Sis, let's go to Wanda. Shifuya thought sideways and laughed. There's a situation in Yintai, is there? Qin Feng awkwardly said. No, there is no situation. Shifuya raised her eyebrows and said, oh, why can't we go if there's no situation? He wants to rock climb. Only Yintai has it. He shouted from behind. He wants to climb to the highest place today. Qin Feng saw that he couldn't hide it and swallowed. That. Xia Ting is there too. I'm afraid you'll mind. The corner of Shifuya's mouth curved and she gently laughed. My brother's girlfriend? What do I mind? That girl is quite simple. I like it. Qin Feng is puzzled. Then I'll ask her to come over and join me? Shifuya said indifferently. Yeah, it just so happens that we girls are going shopping. EE is left for you to take care of. Sister, by the way, I'll help you to investigate that girl a bit more. Qin Feng looked at the naturalness of her smile and, for a moment, he couldn't tell whether she really didn't mind or didn't mind falsely. He guessed that maybe she really treated him as a younger brother and wanted to help him choose a good girl. Qin Feng immediately felt a bit ashamed. He had just planned to trick this cheap sister into bed, and now he saw her acting so generously. Qin Feng felt guilty, but it also strengthened his inner thoughts. Isn't this more exciting? With an evil smile on his face, Qin Feng sent a message to Xia Ting in his hand that, we're going to the children's climbing area soon. Are you coming? I'm doing a manicure in the store next to me. It's probably going to take about half an hour. You guys play first. Xia Ting's mom took Xia Ting's cell phone and said back. Xia Ting this will have been anxious to wash her hair and makeup and put on clothes to go. The message let her mom help reply. Call me when you're better. Qin Feng put down his cell phone and got out of the car with Shifuya's mother and daughter to head to the mall. Behind him is Wang Gang, who received the message early and waited in the parking lot. Wang Gang is unusually entangled at the moment. He is carrying a parking meter from last night in his arms, as well as an invoice for last night's accommodation, a total of $240. He didn't know how to ask Qin Feng for reimbursement. After he helped Shifuya carry the boss to her house last night, he was worried that the boss had something else to order at night, so he found a hotel to stay in the neighborhood, thinking that in case something happened to his boss and he suddenly had to go home or to the hospital or something, it would be convenient to respond in time. But the night passed, safe and sound. This kind of wasteful behavior on his own initiative made him hesitate to propose reimbursement. Alas, one should have bought a sleeping bag or something to sleep in the car, but there is no place to take a shower, and being unkempt will embarrass the boss. Wang Gang had a lot of inner drama, but on the surface, he kept a cold look and silently followed behind the three of Qin Feng. EE grabbed Qin Feng's little thumb with one hand and her mother with the other, walking quietly in the middle with a well-behaved look. EE is so understanding. Surely a daughter like this doesn't need to worry much, right? Qin Feng quipped. This girl is very refined. She knows that she can't play around here. When she enters the mall, you'll know how good she is. Shifuya laughed. You can't run where there are cars. You have to hold an adult's hand to cross the street. EE crisply showed off. Awesome. Do they teach this in kindergarten now? Qin Feng was shocked. He doesn't remember much from his previous childhood. He only remembers his teacher giving him a big red flower to stick on his head. Mostly I taught them, and I hit them hard, so I remember them so well. Shifuya said lightly. Qin Feng could feel an amazingly murderous aura from Shifuya's tone. It was true that being a mother was hard. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Shifuya was afraid that he would think that he had mistreated EE. She smiled and explained. I've only punched her once or twice. Most of the time I reason with her. It's just that sometimes kids are just non-violent and don't communicate. You'll know when you have a child. The two held EE and casually chatted, like the sweet three of a rich family. Along the way, no matter the man or woman, when they saw such a formation, sour tears flowed down their faces. The man was graceful, the woman was gorgeous, the child was beautiful and cute, and there was a big man like a bodyguard behind him. A living, breathing model of life's winners. Passers-by were envious and couldn't walk, secretly wondering when they would be able to find a love like theirs. Qin Feng and his entourage came inside the mall. EE pulled the two of them and lightly ran to the central hall rock climbing area. It was a 9-meter-tall rectangular building with 4 sides, each with a climbing wall, and bright-colored wooden boards embedded with climbing rocks of various colors, making it look particularly eye-catching. Even though it was now working hours, there were still several children playing on the climbing wall. After Qin Feng paid his money and supervised the instructor to securely fasten the safety ropes, he accompanied Shifuya to sit on a stool and watch EE perform. Does EE know how to play? Should I hire a coach for her? Qin Feng asked. Rock climbing here is $60 a top and a bottom, and if you hire a coach to guide you, it's $120 a session for 40 minutes. Not expensive, but not cheap either. No need. Although EE plays less, she's very athletic, Shifuya said confidently. As expected, Qin Feng looked at EE hands and feet, whooshing up high, like a monkey. He couldn't help but marvel at the cowhide. She's naturally boisterous. As long as it's an outdoor activity she's interested in. Shifuya's gaze followed EE's movement, her expression pleased and proud. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye, the little baby held in her arms would already be able to fly through walls? Qin Feng said enviously, I love such an energetic little girl. It would be great if it was my daughter. Shifuya glanced at him and smiled without answering. Shin Feng thought of something. Oh yeah, I'll charge more money here, so she can come and play more often in the future. Shifuya looked at Yi, who was already about to climb to the top, and said as if she was rambling. No, it's a waste to charge more money when there's no one to play with her. It was only then that Shin Feng realized why Shifuya always emphasized what Yi was very rowdy meant. He really didn't expect this little girl to be so rowdy. Energetic as a husky. The rock climbing only took 10 minutes, and after conquering that wall, he began to conquer the entire mall. Running a lap on the first floor, running a lap on the second floor, and now starting on the third floor. Shin Feng chased after her furiously, running more than 10,000 steps in a short period of time. Exhausted. Come back quickly. I'll buy you a candy cane, shouted Shin Feng, unable to catch his breath. Don't, said playfully in front. What do you want then? A stuffed animal? A little monster? Shin Feng asked. Stopped walking, thought hard and said in a milky voice. Wants roller skates. Rollerblades won't do. Shin Feng refused without thinking. Now without wheels it's almost impossible to catch up. What's the point of installing wheels? I'm afraid I'll have to take off. Pouted, didn't say anything, and turned her head to run. Shin Feng can't let her escape anymore, and immediately makes a killer move. Uncle will take you to the beach to catch crabs? Yi's footsteps lurched. There was a hint of hesitation. Shin Feng hurriedly accelerated his pace and continued to seduce. Uncle to take you to drift to play sea surfing? How? Doesn't move. Turning her head to look at her uncle, who was getting closer and closer. A thoughtful look emerges on her little face. Does want to go to an amusement park? Shin Feng was at the moment like the big bad wolf who tricked the little rabbit into opening the door, approaching the eager little white rabbit step by step. Then he grabbed her and laughed loudly. Let's see where you're going to run this time. Let him pick herself up, flashing her big soulful eyes, and asked, is uncle really taking to the amusement park? Shin Feng kisses the little cutie and says back, of course. How about uncle takes you and mommy together? Hesitates. Mommy has to sleep during the day and work at night, so she won't have time to go out with Shin Feng scraped the little cutie's nose. Not in the future. Uncle can let mommy play with at home every day. Really? Yi's eyes light up. Really? But you have to be on uncle's side and tell him more about mom's hobbies. Shin Feng followed the advice. Do you know what mom likes most? Mom likes money the most, affirmed. What else do you like? Shin Feng continued to pursue the question. Also likes Then what does mom hate the most? Well, grandma's neighbor's geese. I asked what mom hates the most, not what hates the most. Mommy doesn't like going back to grandma's house. Guesses it's because the neighbor's geese scare mommy. Doesn't like going back to grandma's house? Well, mommy hates the noise at grandma's house. Shin Feng was puzzled, holding in his arms. He rushes towards Shifuya's place. Shifuya was not slow at the back, shopping alone, occasionally going into the store to look at things. With a locator on her daughter's bracelet and two big men running after her, she was relieved. When a child is 5 or 6 years old is the age when people are annoyed by dogs. A slip of smoke will run away and disappear. Usually when she brings out to play alone, she has to use a leash to keep her on a leash to be able to do so. Shifuya walked into a Givenchy women's clothing store. She loved this brand of clothes, but the prices here were expensive. A dress cost tens of thousands of dollars. Shifuya's salary was very high. Buy is affordable, but in the past, because of the various expenses of small children, as well as the money to be used in the future, so all can only look outside. But now it's different. She has a man who is willing to hold up a piece of heaven for himself. No longer have worries. Shifuya wandered around the store and took a fancy to a deep black lace evening dress, hesitating to ask Shin Feng to come and wear it for him to see, so that he could evaluate it. At this time, a big-bellied Mediterranean uncle next to him chimed in. Beauty alone? Shifuya glanced at him and, dressed in a gray stand-up collar shirt, with a belt buckling his greasy belly and a thuggish gold watch on his hand, squinting his small eyes, the fat on his face trembled when he smiled. Shifuya was disgusted by his lewd appearance. Without a word, he put down his clothes. Doesn't the pretty girl like this one? I think it suits your figure. Do you want to wear it and see? Fit I can send you. Bao Hongbiao purposely showed off his Vacheron Constantine gold watch with more than $300,000, picked up the clothes that Shifuya put down just now, and handed it over with a smile. He was pestered by his little girlfriend to visit the mall today, and sat on the sofa waiting for his little girlfriend to change clothes inside. Suddenly he saw a sexy woman with long curly chestnut-colored hair come in. That woman's cold melon face, wearing an elegant and sexy black halter dress. The bare skin on her shoulders was as white and crystal clear as fresh milk, tender and smooth. Let the original waiting a little impatient Bao Hongbiao look dumbfounded. This kind of excellent special thing, then their own only know how to ask for money. but also the posture of flat girlfriend is too good. He was instantly moved. No need. I have a husband. Shifuya refused expressionlessly. Bao Hongbiao saw that she was shopping alone in the mall, and she must have a bad relationship even if she has a husband. So he started to count down her husband for her. Your husband is also really. How can he let you a big beauty run out alone shopping? Really do not know what to do. Shifuya was puzzled. Usually with this line of having a husband, she could reject most of the harassment. But what's wrong with this ugly bitch today? Does she feel so good about herself? Bao Hongbiao didn't care that she had a husband. Instead he became more excited. It doesn't matter if you have a husband. We're just making friends. It's fate to see each other. Add a WeChat. I'll give you a big red packet. At least 5 digits. We're all adults. It's okay to indulge once in a while. Shifuya's eyebrows tightened, coldly looking at this outspoken greasy middle-aged man, looking for whether to give him a slap. However, she didn't want to leave Qin Feng with the impression that widows have too much to do, so she chose to hold back and turned around without saying a word. Bao Hongbiao was stunned by Shifuya's cold eyes, and was then aroused with an inexplicable desire to conquer. He had recently earned a large sum of money, and along with it, his guts had gradually become bigger. Bao Hongbiao went after him and retained. Beauty. The price can be negotiated. Shifuya stood still and turned around, eyes cold light. One word said, if you don't want to die, get the hell away from me. She already had the urge to call someone. Doing so many years of bar business, a phone call to a van of people are easy. This kind of person would only be honest if they were beaten. If you can't do it, just throw him in the water and scare him. Anyway, there are many ways to do it. Bao Hongbiao was intimidated by this woman. The ruthlessness of the momentum. It looks like he wants to cut people. He cowardly took a step back, and then felt that he lost face. He said in a conspiratorial manner, dressing so slutty and coming out shopping alone. Isn't it just trying to attract rich people? Shifuya clenched her fists and pursed her lips tightly, her killing heart suddenly rising. It was at this moment that Qin Feng walked into the store with Yi in his arms, just in time to hear these words. He glanced at Shifuya's expression, and after a little thought, he probably had a number in his mind. Qin Feng stepped forward and naturally wrapped his arms around Shifuya and said in a deep voice, "Wife, is this brute picking a fight?" Shifuya was stunned by Qin Feng's wife. Immediately after, her waist was wrapped around by a man's big hand, and a burst of warmth came from her palm. This bold action caused her eyelashes to flutter slightly, and a hint of panic flashed in her eyes. But she knew that Qin Feng wasn't intentionally taking advantage of her. He was just trying to protect himself and stand up for himself. She hadn't experienced the feeling of being protected by a man in her arms for a long time. Unable to help herself, she raised her eyes to look over, just in time to bump into the man's caring and gentle eyes. Shifuya hurriedly lowered her head and replied as calmly as possible. He just said a few ugly words. Nothing. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's anger rose in a flash. With a gloomy face and a dangerous light flashing in his eyes, he looked up and down at the greasy fat man. Shifuya was carrying his $60 million of cash back. Whoever wanted to make her angry at this time would be touching his own lifeblood. Qin Feng appeared to be a man who smiled at everyone on the surface. Because he had fought his way through society, he knew the importance of a smiling face, but what was repressed under his smiling face was a debauched soul. He was left unsupervised as a child, and when he was bullied he would do anything to get back at them. Anyway, a rotten life. Whoever wants him dead, he will die with them. He used to be a notorious prick in and out of school. No one dared to mess with him. Youngsters like to be impulsive and are not afraid of death as the most troublesome. According to the normal development of the story, after he finished 9 years of compulsory education, he would have wandered the streets and become a horseman under the hand of a big brother, competing all day long, fighting and collecting protection money. But fortunately, he met a good teacher who encouraged him and helped him, telling him that there would be a brighter future in college. He became hopeful and felt he had to fight for himself for once. Through 2.5 years of hard work, studying hard and seriously, finally got into college. I thought that the bittersweet, from now on to live a happy life. But I did not expect, with the knowledge into his brain, he realized more and more clearly, this world is still money in the end. He did not have any money before. He could only be a man with his tail between his legs, enduring the cold-eyed mockery of others. Face or no face, it really wasn't very important to a delivery man like him. But now is different. Just a little bit closer to getting $60 million. With $60 million that truly belonged to him, he would be able to become Earth OL's honored VLP player. Whoever gets in the way at this time will die. Jesus couldn't even stop it. Qin Feng puts Yi in Shifuya's arms and strides towards the man. Yi looked at her uncle as if he was angry and was a bit scared. Hiding in her mother's arms and not daring to make a sound, revealing her deer-like eyes, she looked timidly at her uncle's back. Bao Hongbiao didn't realize that this woman's husband was at the back. At this moment, looking at her husband with a fierce face toward himself, suddenly panicked. The man was taller than himself. His eyes were stern as a knife blade, full of shadowy anger. Bao Hongbiao was afraid of getting beaten up for molesting someone else's wife, and hurriedly smiled and politely said, "Big brother, I was just joking with my sister-in-law. Sorry. Qin Feng's eyes were cold. Who allowed you to joke with my wife?" Bao Hongbiao spread his hands and explained innocently, "I saw my sister-in-law alone there and thought she was single, so I chatted a bit. I really didn't talk nonsense. I came in to hear you say my wife is slutty." Qin Feng pulled out his ears. His tone moderated, looking like he was trying to be reasonable. In reality, those who knew Qin Feng knew that he made this kind of confusing gesture just to relax the other party's vigilance. "Why? I was a bit angry before I said that. Sister-in-law didn't have a good attitude just now. She was ignoring me." Bao Hongbiao took a glance at Qin Feng, seeing that he didn't have a belt or shoes, not even a watch, and his clothes didn't look like a rich man. He immediately let go of his heart. Now see Qin Feng put out a reasonable attitude. Think he is a soft egg. Let people pinch, then playfully laughed and joked. "Brothers tuned up well. Your wife is awesome. Bring your wife out some other day. Let's have a drink together. Afterward you say a number." Pa! Did not wait for Bao Hongbiao finished. A loud slap in his face. Bao Hongbiao was hit in the eyes. The fiery pain on his face made him a little confused. Before he could react, he immediately felt another hard kick on his stomach. With a loud bang, he was directly kicked over by the huge impact, and his body made a dull sound with the ground. Bao Hongbiao only felt that Sure was kicked out. All his organs were screaming for help. He could only cover his stomach and rolled all over the ground, wailing continuously. Qin Feng retracted his foot and said coldly, "Good, let me say a number. A life you give or not?" Sure Fuya covers her small mouth in surprise. She didn't expect Qin Feng to strike so dryly and decisively. Looking at Qin Feng's cold back, a ripple rises in her beautiful eyes. At this moment, the store's clerk saw the conflict here and rushed over to persuade the fight, saying, "Don't be impulsive. Talk properly. We have surveillance here." The surrounding passers-by heard the noise of someone fighting, especially this kind of luxury brand store. Love to gather lively people instantly surrounded over. The store was instantly crowded with people watching. Qin Feng looked at the shopkeeper who spoke and said aloud, "There is a monitor is the best. Hurry to go to the monitor to bring. I want to find my wife in your store was molested. You did not come over to stop words. Then your brand will wait for the hot search it." Bao Hongbiao Pain cannot speak. The scene only Qin Feng's impassioned voice in the echo. The masses of melon eaters look at the man who fell to the ground and wailed on the ground looks greasy and disgusting. Ugly. And then look at Qin Feng. A talented man. His wife is also flowery and beautiful. He thought that the greasy man must have molested his wife first, and then his husband moved his hand. The crowd clapped their hands and pointed at Bao Hongbiao, who was lying on the ground. Does that fat pig know shame? How dare he come out and molest someone's wife? Mud. This kind of person is really a disgrace to our men. Who gave him the courage to flirt with girls in a luxury store? Well done. Let's go kick some ass too. Wow. That handsome guy favors his wife so much. I want a husband who will stand up for me too. Don't think about it. Your genes don't match his. Don't you see that his daughter is so beautiful that she can be an internet celebrity? The clerk was sprayed by Qin Feng and hurriedly called for someone to check the CCTV to see what was going on before. Bao Hongbiao on the ground finally slowed down, struggling to get up and want to call the police to arrest the other party, but then thought of his own really out of words molested his wife. When I arrived at the police station, I checked the CCTV and the other party was in the right. The police will probably persuade themselves to reconcile, at most let the other party to pay some medical expenses. Just cannot take him what? Being slapped and kicked, even if the compensation of a few tens of thousands of dollars. Bao Hongbiao how to think of all feel the loss. He intends to go back to find out what this person is doing before saying. If it is really an ordinary person, he wants to ask the people on the road to take revenge back. Bao Hongbiao hid his inner thoughts, covered his stomach and wanted to bypass Qin Feng towards the door to sneak away. However, he didn't expect Qin Feng to coldly say, "I'm letting you go?" As his voice fell, Wang Gang took a step to the side, blocking Bao Hongbiao's path. Bao Hongbiao froze for a moment as he looked at the tall, burly man in front of him. This man was his bodyguard? Bodyguards were not something that just anyone could afford. Without a bit of family money, hiring a bodyguard would be a waste. Only the truly rich would be willing to pay this amount of money. This kind of man who brings bodyguards and strikes at the drop of a hat is probably not a good guy. Plus his wife looks so beautiful, without some financial strength really cannot grasp. Bao Hongbiao only hate just now his own obsession. Go up to provoke that kind of level of girl. Why? He is a little bit of a goat. Just face to be beaten like this is a little bit too much. He covered his beaten face and said in a tone that was not hard or soft, "Big brother, I just said 2 sentences. You hit also hit, what else do you want? Do you think that molesting my wife and getting a slap is over?" Shin Fong came to his ear and said in a low and firm voice, "I'm going to cut off your future wealth and make you lose everything." Cutting off someone's financial path was the most ruthless revenge on a person. Compared to the physical pain, this lack of money is the most horrifying. Bao Hongbiao's cold sweat instantly came down when he heard the chilling whispering voice all over his body. He was running a store and doing business, and knew very well that if someone deliberately messed with him, business would not be able to be done at all. Only now did he realize that he was likely to provoke a ruthless person that he couldn't afford to mess with today. Looking at Qin Feng's cold and confident eyes, he was afraid. In order not to be retaliated against, Bao Hongbiao gritted his teeth and fiercely smacked himself in the mouth, pleading, "Big brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spoken out of turn. How much do you want me to pay out? You speak. I'll admit it." This time let Qin Feng's face slightly ease a little bit. Just now he saw this man silently trying to slip away. That small eyes full of indignation. Think this person may still want to make things. Just in case, that's why he threatened the other party like that. "Who wants your money? Go apologize to my wife, big brother and sister-in-law. I really don't dare anymore. Please forgive me this time." Bao Hongbiao begged for forgiveness. Sure Fuya properly went forward and softly persuaded. "Forget it, let him go. Don't scare Yi." Bao Hongbiao was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed his head and said, "Thank you sister-in-law. Thank you sister-in-law." Seeing that Sure Fuya also doesn't care, Qin Feng waved his hand to signal Wang Gang to make way for that guy to get the hell out of there. He also doesn't want to tangle with this fat pig anymore. Although he really wanted the other party to pay for the money, but after taking the money, it would be troublesome in case the person sued him for extortion and racketeering. Bao Hongbiao thanked him profusely, covered his stomach and ran out the door, afraid that Qin Feng would call him back. Qin Feng watched him walk away, saw the farce end, turned to Yi in Sure Fuya's arms, gesturing to hug her. The little one shrunk her neck, but still opened her hands for Qin Feng to hug her. The crowd of onlookers shook their heads and dispersed with emotion. The prettier the girl, the more likely she is to attract butterflies, and when the men don't look at them for a while, someone jumps on them. Just when everyone thought that the good show was over, only to see a good-looking girl appear out of nowhere, spraying her head at the handsome man who had just made a move. "Qin Feng, you've fallen for a rich woman? Can you afford our relationship for so many years? You lower-head man. I didn't even mind you running takeout. You actually deleted me for this kind of woman. What? You've fallen for a rich woman? Ruthlessly dumped his girlfriend?" Eating melon crowd this time can be excited bad. Just that molesting other people's wives is nothing to see. But this list on the rich woman dumped chaff wife bridge can be 2 people interested. The crowd cannot help but once again surrounded into a ball. The shopkeepers also don't go up to persuade them. No matter what, they have to finish this melon before saying anything. Qin Feng stiffened when he heard that familiar voice coming from behind him. Straightening up, he turned around, his eyes staring dead at this imposing woman. She was wearing a red dress with the Givenchy logo on it, and her face was heavily made up. Her narrow eyes gave off a sense of sternness. "Jiang Manhua, this bitch still dares to spit blood." The original smile on Qin Feng's face that was coaxing Yi instantly disappeared, leaving only a full of anger. Just now, he had seen that bald fat guy's styling look a little bit familiar, and thought about where he had seen it before. This woman's appearance made him recall that that fat man was the man who was blinking this woman in front of him in the car that night. "You stinking bitch, still have the face to say me?" Qin Feng's nose was crooked with anger. "You must have been with that man just now. You actually called me a bitch. I've been with you for so many years, and now you're running off to father this woman's child for her money. Are you still a human being?" Jiang Manhua spilled her guts. She had indeed come with Bao Hongbiao. She had just heard a fight outside in the locker room. She heard Qin Feng's voice, and Bao Hongbiao's voice begging for mercy. She mistakenly thought that Qin Feng had seen himself hanging out with another man and ran to catch him in the act. That's why she had stayed in the locker room grinding away, not daring to come out. But then it occurred to her that she had already split up with Qin Feng, and he couldn't care less if she was with someone else. She then quietly walked out to take a look, but found that her boyfriend had been grayed out and beaten away. Instead, Qin Feng was holding a little girl in his arms in a cheerful manner. Plus there was a beautiful woman next to him who was looking at him with affection. The atmosphere of the three of them being peaceful and beautiful immediately irritated Jiang Manhua. "By what right do you guys being happy and joyful beat my man away?" She associated it with the day before yesterday when Qin Feng suddenly deleted himself and WeChat scolded him. It must be that he has a rich woman on his side, so he is so powerful. Jiang Manhua couldn't take it anymore. She wanted to dismantle this man's true colors. "Qin Feng, you make me feel sick. You're willing to be a receiver for money. I've looked down on you all my life. Before you worked as a security guard and delivered takeaways. I accompanied you to be gossiped about and met with stares. But I never gave up on you. I was stupid enough to keep my body for you. But what about you? And yet you prefer to lick a second hand. Qin Feng's eyes were wide with anger. And he said, you bitch. How dare you turn around and bite me? You said you're keeping your body for me? Do you even have some fucking face? Jiang Manhwa made a sad face and cried out. Look at you now. Have you forgotten what you said to me back then? You said that I was your salvation. That you would only love me in this life. That you would try to give me the best life. That you would be good to me even if you ate dirt yourself. I really didn't expect that you would now yell at me for this woman's money. Money is that important to you, is it? Qin Feng's blood pressure came up a knot as he listened to the bruises and his lips turned purple. If he had 10 super biochemical human warriors at this time, he would definitely tell them to come and get this woman killed. Shifuya, who was standing on the side, couldn't stand it anymore. No matter what Qin Feng did before, this woman dared to talk about her man like this. Even in front of Yi, she would tear this woman's mouth off. Shifuya's eyes were cold. She walked straight towards the woman, wanting to give her a slap to shut her up. Jiang Manhwa saw her coming aggressively. She didn't dare to fight with her. Scratching the rich woman, she was worried she couldn't afford to pay for it. So she went around behind the eating crowd. Murder! This pair of dogs are going to kill someone. Help! She yelled as she hid. Everyone do it for me, ah! This man cheating as a mistress. The woman is certainly not a good thing. Maybe behind her husband's back in the outside blindly screwing. This sound made the audience talk in a variety of ways. This woman looks too beautiful. At a glance is not a good person. I see the news that there is a wife outside to cooperate with the little three. Poisoned their husbands. Wow. So exciting. Modern version of Wu Dilang? Nowadays. People for the sake of money do anything out. You see that man, is not for the sake of money and that woman with children together? That's right. Maybe he gets his hair brushed by a rich woman's pleasure ball every day. Rich people are perverted. That man must be really good with his mouth. Super good at licking. What's the point of being good? Now that his ex-girlfriend caught him breaking the news, look at that rich girl's face is red with anger. Maybe he'll go back and break up. Shifuya's face was ugly. The crowd was in the way. She had no way to teach that woman a lesson. And the beaters she called are on their way. It will take at least 10 minutes to arrive. This woman was hiding in the back and cursing. She had no way at all. Right now they could only leave here first and wait for their own people to catch the woman later. And then strip her of her hair. She pulled Qin Feng's hand and said softly, let's go, brother. Don't be angry with this kind of woman. It's not worth it. People would always do something particularly shameful in their lives. And whenever they thought about it in the middle of the night they would be too embarrassed to sleep. Qin Feng was infuriated because he did do a lot of stupid things back then. Now that he was exposed by this bitch in public, he even wanted to strangle her. But, when Shifuya held his hand, he slowly calmed down. He knew that at this time, Shifuya's feelings were the most important. With victory in sight, he didn't want Shifuya to be upset. Qin Feng put down Yi in his arms and handed it over to Wang Gang to take care of. Then he backhandedly gripped Shifuya's hand tightly and softly comforted her. Wife, don't listen to that bitch. I used to fool around with her. I know. Shifuya nodded her head. She wasn't very concerned about that woman's words slandering Qin Feng. Qin Feng was so rich, how could he deliver takeaways? Which delivery man could have $60 million, and is willing to give it away? This should be the way a rich man's son experiences life. Shifuya didn't suspect Qin Feng. She was just worried that he would become the laughingstock of the crowd if he was with a widow like herself. This younger brother was not only for Qin Feng, but also for herself. Indeed, for a widow, being a sister is much better than being a wife. At the very least, she wouldn't let her brother lose face. She hadn't intended to covet anything. She just had a hint of a heartbeat when she was hugged by Qin Feng and shouted wife just now. Filled with guilt, Shifuya said quietly, in the future, you'd better call me sister. Qin Feng looked at Shifuya's pitiful eyes, instantly realizing that this woman was probably afraid of dragging herself down and afraid that she would be ridiculed. That's why she told herself to call her sister. Qin Feng suddenly smiled. If he didn't care about other people's gazes, would he have a chance to add favorability? It just so happened that now was a chance. He wanted to try it. Sis, don't be afraid. Qin Feng boldly stepped forward and hugged Shifuya's petite body, gazing deeply into her eyes as he softly said, no matter what others say, I like you. Shifuya was startled by this sudden confession. Her pupils instantly became larger and her heartbeat accelerated. Qin Feng noticed a slight tremor in the body of the woman in his arms. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked as he continued. Since they say I'm on the list of rich women, let's list to them. In the future, I'll give you money, you'll support me. How about we stay together openly and honestly? I will also treat Yi as my own daughter and give her the fatherly love she is missing. Okay? Shifuya's eyes had a hint of disorientation. She wanted to say something but didn't know how to say it. She could only move stupidly. Qin Feng saw Shifuya froze with her small mouth slightly open. Those delicate red lips were particularly sexy. It was as if it was enticing June to go deeper, causing him to develop an impulse that was hard to resist. Qin Feng decided to listen to the agitation of his desire, and in the gaze of Shifuya's disbelief, he kissed him fiercely in front of everyone. For lips met, Qin Feng instantly lost in her moist and soft lips, smelling the unique milky flavor of this woman. Qin Feng was momentarily unable to extricate himself, and kept asking for more. Shifuya felt the man's warm and hot breath sprayed on her face. The touch on her lips was sweet and soft, and the tingling throbbing sensation ran straight to the back of her head. At this moment, the wall in her heart was broken. She could not help but embrace the man's waist, responding to him emotionally. Yi opened her big curious eyes and watched her mom and Qin Feng kissing, her little head not knowing what she was thinking. The spectators beside her looked dumbfounded and their envious and jealous eyes were about to spit fire. Shouldn't the plot be that the rich woman dumped the scummy guy and then took a liking to herself? How come the two of them are getting it on in public? Look at that happy look, as if the relationship is even better? How can such a beautiful rich woman fall for this kid who only knows how to talk? Is there any justice? Is there any law? Is there any chance? They cursed in their hearts, but did not dare to say it. After all, people and their girlfriends kissing, which is the turn of others to gossip. It's just a kiss in public. It's not against the law. Zhang Manhua at the back of the crowd didn't dare to say a word more. She should say all said. The rich woman does not care about Qin Feng's past. If they are still bitchy up to make trouble, will only look for a fight. The scene was quiet. No one interrupted them. After a while, only then did the lips of the two men part. Qin Feng hugged the soft, blushing Shifuya and teased in her ear. Sis, if you don't say anything, I'll take it as your default. Shifuya, who hadn't tasted this kind of flavor for a long time, closed her eyes and snuggled into Qin Feng's arms, whispering softly, "You don't mind us mother and daughter? I'm so heartbroken that I can't wait to love you guys. How could I dislike you? Why do you like me? Because your beauty and strength make me feel at home. Did you do that to your ex-girlfriend?" "No, I swear I didn't even touch her." Shifuya didn't say anything, raising her eyes to find Qin Feng's eyes. What she saw was full of honesty. It couldn't help but give her an urge to follow this man. Seeing that the time was ripe, Qin Feng said gently, "Sister, be my woman." Shifuya smiled sweetly. "Oh, stinky brother, you ran into me." System tip. Shifuya favorability plus 10. Current favorability 89. Consumption amount 6,050,000. Congratulations to the host's cashback success, obtaining 6,050,000 yuan in cash. Cashback amount reaches $50 million in total. Rewarded with a lottery draw. Hearing the system prompts, Qin Feng people are laughing themselves silly. After all the hard work, he finally succeeded in eating chicken, and there's a chance for a lottery. This is something he didn't expect. It's true that Shifuya is still powerful. Even a kiss can add up to 10 points. If he attacked her at night, wouldn't he get 100 points? Who could resist the temptation of a widow? Qin Feng fantasized about his future nightlife, and clicked on the lottery in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining hypnotism 3 times. Hypnotism, strong psychological suggestion to non-goddess units, and make them firmly implement the ideas instilled in them. I'm so sorry. This is a divine skill. Manipulating Papa Ma to transfer billions of dollars or a little bit of shares to himself. Wouldn't it be a crunchy messy kill? From now on the world walks sideways. Qin Feng was so excited that he couldn't wait to go and block other people's cars, but then thought that no matter which horsefather, their money or a whole lot of people staring, randomly let them transfer money. It is expected to be checked. Moreover, he already has money now. Charging into the system is basically rich. There is no need to get into trouble for that little bit of money. Qin Feng calmed down and extinguished the thoughts in his mind. It seems that this hypnotism can only be used for self-defense, or to pretend to be a pussy or something. It's okay, at least there's a skill to use. Qin Feng got a bargain and still sold his good behavior. Looking at the charming and attractive Shifuya, he couldn't help but kiss up again. The crowd of onlookers saw this pair of dogman and woman shamelessly still want to continue to spread dog food. Angry straight cursing, they thought to themselves, why doesn't the man's ex-girlfriend say anything at this time? If you don't rush up and tear these two people, what are you waiting for? Zhang Manhua also wanted to go up to stir up the good things of Qin Feng, but she was afraid of the rich woman to find someone to retaliate themselves. Thinking of the rich man's means of retaliation, Zhang Manhua immediately gave up. She planned to quietly slip away. Just at this moment, only to see a beautiful woman suddenly run out from the crowd, angrily shouting at Qin Feng and the two of them. What are you doing? Bao Hongbiao hadn't gotten out far just now, covering his face. He was so humiliated and angry that he was full of thoughts of finding a woman to vent on, wanting to get his lost dignity back in bed. He remembered that his girlfriend was still changing clothes in the store just now, so he stood still and sent her a message, telling her that he was waiting in the car for her to come over. Suddenly he noticed a beauty walking over not far away, a few shades prettier than the woman in the store earlier. Coincidentally, there was no one else around her, and the way she was looking around she looked like she was shopping alone. Her small goose-egg face was bright and colorful, and her delicate features were breathtakingly beautiful. Dressed as a pure and lustful JK, wearing a tiny tight bright-colored shirt with a red bow on her chest and a slightly open neckline at the very top. The lower wearing a pink plaid skirt, 2 white stockings wrapped around the slender round thighs, with round-toe shoes, appearing exceptionally pure and attractive. Bao Hongbiao drooled, watched her with a fragrant wind from his body through. He thoughtlessly followed up, calculating how to ask her for contact information. This beauty is Xia Ting. She defied the opposition of her conservative in-laws and deliberately dressed up in a more innocent and sweet manner, and also insisted on wearing shibori white silk, just to emphasize that she was younger and prettier than Qin Feng's sister. When she came to the rock climbing area did not find Qin Feng here, guessing that they might have had enough of rock climbing and went to the mall. Xia Ting didn't call Qin Feng, wanting to pretend that a chance encounter would be more natural, like the classic scene of meeting love around the corner like on TV, full of memories. As she walked, she looked around for Qin Feng's figure, seeing a crowd gathering at the women's clothing store over there and hearing someone shouting Qin Feng's name from afar. She immediately walked over quickly. This guy is so awesome, kissing a rich woman with a baby in front of his ex-girlfriend. This rich woman is so beautiful. I want to be adopted by her too. I thought it was the scene of the arrest of adultery. I did not expect that the man's oral sex is so good. 3 or 2 times to make the rich woman soft. The key is that her daughter is really cute, standing there obediently and coquettishly, trying to trick me into having a daughter again. The surrounding people were talking a lot. Xia Ting heard the woman with a child and hurriedly squeezed in to take a look, and was instantly shocked by the picture she saw, only to see Qin Feng actually in and he just yesterday recognized sister kissing. Looking at that it seemed like both of them were enjoying themselves quite a bit. In public, there is no shame at all. Xia Ting was furious. Damn it, I knew this man is not a good thing. Qin Feng, what are you doing? She said. Startled around the audience was going to go instantly came to the spirit. I didn't expect there to be drama. 1 2 3 women. This man really should be struck by lightning. Bao Hongbiao, who was following Xia Ting, did not dare to enter the store. But when he heard that such a beautiful woman had run to question the man, he immediately got excited and gloated and ran in to watch the fun. Qin Feng was shocked to hear Xia Ting's voice. Being caught in the act of adultery by his real girlfriend made him a bit flustered, and he just wanted to let go of Fuya. But the $60 million bottom line made him stiffly stabilize his movements. He ignored Xia Ting's noise and lingered on Fuya's lips for a few seconds before reluctantly releasing her. That calm aura, as if he wasn't the one caught in adultery. System tip, Xia Ting favorability 1. Qin Feng slowly turned his head to survey Xia Ting. She was dressed in a JK outfit that really looked good and was very much in line with Qin Feng's tastes, especially that tantalizing white silk made one want to lock her up and temper her. However, at this moment, she was staring at her copper-bell eyes, filled with rage, her proud chest constantly rising and falling. She looked like a little cat that had exploded. Ting Ting, you're here? Qin Feng greeted with a smile and an attitude that nothing happened. Xia Ting looked at him still holding the position of his arm around Fuya, and was so angry that tears were coming out of her eyes as she, once again, she questioned, what are you guys doing? Fuya glanced at Qin Feng and said with a soft bad smile, still not letting go? She knew that if she followed Qin Feng, she would inevitably encounter such things. There really weren't many women who could stand up to a guy who was rich, handsome, and could coax people. She didn't mind, as long as he was there when she needed this man. Qin Feng did not let go, although he likes Xia Ting very much, but he also before in the car, has made it clear that he will have other women. The patience in the beginning was only for the candor of this moment. It's just a boink. What are you fussing about? You, Xia Ting pointed at Qin Feng, itching to take a bite. What's wrong with me? Qin Feng looked innocent. You're shameless. You said you want to be with me. Xia Ting hated it. Yeah, won't the 3 of us be together when you come over? Qin Feng said strangely. Xia Ting was shocked by his shameless words and asked back incredulously. You want me to be with you guys? Can I? Qin Feng inquired seriously. Xia Ting was confused, and it took her a long time to come back to her senses. You don't know shame. I hate you. Xia Ting's eyes appeared foggy, and there were 10,000 grievances in her voice. Qin Feng now had a strong bottom, not afraid of her crying. Because Qin Feng realized that Xia Ting saw herself and Shifuya together, only dropped 1 point of goodwill. He felt that there was something very wrong here. There was a bold thought in his heart. Good girl, don't cry. Come and hug me. Qin Feng let go of Shifuya's hand and coaxed with a smile. Hug your sister. Scum. Xia Ting gritted her teeth and said, then are you willing to be my sister? Qin Feng took the initiative to walk in front of her and asked softly. How could Xia Ting not expect Qin Feng to say such words? She had sworn that she wouldn't be a mistress in her life. For that man to say that, wasn't it the same as asking herself to be a junior? As a decent girl, how could she be humiliated like this? There are 3 choices in front of her now. One is to turn around and leave. The second is to scold Qin Feng before leaving. The third was to, you scum, old lady, and you fight. Xia Ting with tears in her eyes, angrily biting towards Qin Feng's shoulder. Hiss. Qin Feng drew cold air. It hurt a lot, but it seemed to be bearable. Qin Feng endured the huge pain and firmly hugged Xia Ting. Shifuya's pursed lips and sneer was discovered by Xia Ting, who glared at Shifuya with a huff and bit a little harder. The crowd was completely shocked. Look at them, like this seems to be fine? What kind of magic does this fucking male have? How can he kiss a rich woman and still hug his sister after? This murderer of 1,000 knives, how can he not die on a woman's stomach? The crowd watched Qin Feng being bitten with a face of enjoyment, and could not wait to pull out a gun and mutilate him. Jiang Manhua and the crowd recognized Xia Ting, once in the school although not the same class, but the school flower's fame is very big. Wherever you go is very striking. When Xia Ting just appeared on the scene, Jiang Manhua guessed that Qin Feng must have taken that rich woman's money and adopted this school flower. She had thought that the confrontation between the schoolgirl and Qin Feng would make Qin Feng unable to get off the stage. I didn't expect to hug Qin Feng in minutes. The speed was so fast that Jiang Manhua couldn't get up in time to pull the strings. She had originally planned to join forces with the school flower to denounce the scum. Jiang Manhua got angry. The man who was once fooled by his own dog on the spot was now embracing the right and the left, looking like a winner in life. She couldn't stand this discrepancy, and there was a nameless evil fire burning in her heart. She couldn't help but jump out from the crowd, crying and shouting to gain sympathy from the crowd. Everyone help me, judge. This slagman has 3 feet and 3 boats. Start and stop being irresponsible. Cheated me for 3 or 4 years, and now he has a new love and dumped me. The words fell. The already red-eyed onlookers began to point at Qin Feng, exchanging words and discussing. However, everyone acted sensibly. No one went up to fight for Jiang Manhua. After all, this is nothing unusual. There are so many scum in the world. Not even Qin Feng. Who told that woman to be so stupid and fall for a scummy guy? But what Jiang Manhua said next made the crowd come to their senses. He's not only a scummy guy, he's also a pervert. He won't even let me go when I'm on my period. And if I'm not willing, he's going to send my nude photos to my family. The scene slowly quieted down. All the audience listened to the woman's revelations with their ears perked up. This kind of gossip was what they wanted. They wanted to see if there was anything more explosive. The last time he knocked me up, he only gave me $300 for an abortion, saying that the child wasn't his. This melon had the crowd eating out of the palm of their hands. This wave after wave of drama caught them off guard. They stared with wide eyes, watching Jiang Manhua sit down on the ground without regard to image, grief-stricken and miserable, crying bitterly as she counted all the crimes of her man. That hissing and showing true feelings, it does not look like a fake. In addition, the opposite side of the man hooked up with 3 women itself deserved to die. For a while, everyone's eyes became disgusted as they looked at Qin Feng. How could they not expect that man who looked a little bit handsome to be so overly scummy that people couldn't help but want to scold him? The voices on the scene gradually got louder. The human tripod was boiling, and people were tisk-king. Miscellaneous voices mixed together could not hear what was being said. The noise was unbearable. Xia Ting heard Jiang Manhua's cries and for a moment she forgot to bite the scum. She looked back at Jiang Manhua dumbfounded, then at Qin Feng, her eyes full of incredulity. She wasn't surprised that Qin Feng was a scumbag. Rather, she was surprised that this man actually liked to bathe in blood. How is this going to work? It will make you sick. Xia Ting felt the need to give Qin Feng a lesson on women's health. Qin Feng only felt a thorn in his back at the moment, like sitting on a needle. He didn't expect this woman to even say such words in order to slander herself. He wanted to explain a few sentences, but the opposite side looked unreasonable and spilled out curses. It left him with no way out at all. Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. Since he was playing like this, he had no choice but to accompany him to the end. Jiang Manhua, do you know why I broke up with you? Qin Feng's voice was not loud, but his confident aura made everyone unconsciously listen to him with all their hearts. This kind of aura could be obtained automatically by people with money and backbone. It's not because you're looking at other women. You thousand-dagger heartless man, Jiang Manhua accused. She obviously didn't have tears in her eyes, but she pretended to cry as if she couldn't catch her breath to attract everyone's sympathy. Not all of them. Chin Feng admitted it with a big smile and said with a regretful face, also because you're getting uglier and uglier. When I knew you were quite good looking. Now you can't even stand to look at you with makeup. Miserable. TSK TSK TSK. Jiang Manchua's breath hitched at the words, almost unable to believe what she heard. Trembling. What did you say? Chin Feng laughed, gushing, and, I said you're old. Your skin is dull and wrinkled. The collagen on your face is gone. Your hair is thinning. The most hated way to scold a woman is to say what she cares about the most. These kinds of targeted words will definitely bring back memories every time she looks in the mirror. They get paranoid and can't sleep once they notice that their skin is a little saggy or they've lost a few hairs. Especially when guys say these words to them. The killing power is no less than a woman saying that a man doesn't have a car or a house. Jiang Manchue was furious, not expecting Chin Feng to humiliate her like this, especially in front of so many people. To think that once Chin Feng had treated her like a baby, but now he was calling her old and ugly without mercy. She screamed and rushed towards Chin Feng. It was as if a string in her head had been broken. Angrily raising her hands, she wanted to tear Chin Feng's mouth apart, and also scratch the faces of the women around him, so that these dogs and men would never dare to come out and see people again. Her movements were quick and she ran to Chin Feng in the blink of an eye, just when the crowd thought that the pair were going to tear each other apart. Wang Gang, who had been behind Chin Feng, slowly took a step forward and blocked in front of Jiang Manchue, looking down at her coldly. The sense of oppression of the 1-meter-9 strong man was just too strong, and he was wearing a short sleeve. The explosive muscles on his arms were hideous, and as he tensed up with his power, his pectoral muscles showed their contours on his clothes. Jiang Manchue instantly calmed down, stopping at a distance of less than half a meter, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. The height difference of more than 20 centimeters allowed her to only look up at Wang Gang. That ice-cold face didn't seem to have the slightest bit of emotion, and she felt that if she took another step forward, this man would throw himself out. Brother Wang, next month's salary is paid to you in advance. Chin Feng smiled. Wang Gang didn't say thank you. He wanted to play it cool to let Jiang Manchue know what to do. He didn't do anything if he could, because he was afraid of breaking the thin-armed woman, and it would be hard to explain to the police at that time. Chin Feng, you shall not die. Tomorrow the whole family will have a car accident, and the women in the family will be wheeled by people. Jiang Manchue's eyes were full of resentment, but she didn't dare to go forward and make a move. She could only cross her waist with one hand and point at him with her finger to curse madly. Anyway, cursing wasn't a crime. No one could take her. You really think I don't dare to move you, right? Chin Feng's face slowly sank. Seriously, his family is his scales. Whoever touches them dies. Once because of his old mom, he didn't do much fighting with people. Come on, you hit me like you did before. You thousand dagger thing. Have the balls to beat me to death in front of everyone. I want everyone to see your true colors. The more Jiang Manchue cursed, the more agitated she became, gradually treating Chin Feng as her ex-boyfriend. The man who not only made her have an abortion, but also beat her with his hands. You wolf-hearted thing. You beat me at home with a stick wrapped in a towel and pressed my head into the toilet. Her heartbreaking cries reinforced the viewer's belief that what had happened was indeed true. Some kind-hearted people had already started calling the Women's Protection Association, asking them to send someone over to arrest Chin Feng. Xia Ting did not know Jiang Manchue, see her words, began to panic a little, stammered and asked Chin Feng, you guys? Chin Feng looked at Xia Ting with a grim expression on his face. You also believe what she said? Xia Ting was a little embarrassed by Chin Feng's stare. These 2 days of contact, Chin Feng gave her a feeling of a pure love boy, gentle and considerate, pampered in 100 ways. He hadn't forced her to do anything in bed or out of bed, but instead, he was obedient to her. This also counted as one of the reasons why she stayed. Xia Ting shifted her gaze from his face to the side, and despite trusting Chin Feng, her mouth still muttered in a small voice. Who knows if you men would have such perverted thoughts in your hearts? Chin Feng frowned. I never hit women. After saying that, he inwardly added, if I want to beat them, I'll let someone else do it. Xia Ting snorted lightly. Anyway, if you dare to hit me in the future, I'll hit your son. Bao Hongbiao on the side was overjoyed to hear his girlfriend being beaten. That man had actually done this kind of unforgivable thing to his girlfriend. He took out his phone to call the police on the spot. It was reasonable to walk all over the world. His own girlfriend was bullied. He as a boyfriend rightfully had to stand out. As long as there was evidence, he was perfectly capable of suing the man. If it happened to be when the woman was pregnant that she was assaulted, then hiring a stronger lawyer and putting him in jail was possible. The thought of him going to jail, then the 2 big beauties beside him like flowers and jade will not be single. Bao Hongbiao was masturbating in his mind while saying loudly to the police officer, "Yes, yes, yes, in Thai building Givenchy store, there is a man beating women. All of us saw it." Qin Feng body is not afraid of the shadow oblique. Even if the police come over cannot take him how, at most, will be brought back to ask. But his own good end to accompany the sister shopping, was planted by his ex-girlfriend, somehow into the police station is how it means. He did not want to make a big deal out of it, endured, and finally said to Jiang Manchue in a good voice, "You know I never hit you. Don't make trouble into it?" Jiang Manchue knew that Qin Feng was not her ex-boyfriend, but her hatred for Qin Feng did not diminish at all, because Qin Feng was obviously rich. The two women around him were all beautiful, plus the fact that he went to a bar and a Porsche store all proved that Qin Feng had really won the $90 million jackpot. Jiang Manchue thought of her former dog-licking, suddenly having money but running off to have a good time with other women. Her heart was as disgusting as if she had been filled with lard. She viciously said, "You know you're afraid now? Weren't you happy when you deleted me the day before yesterday? You have the money to kick me to the side, right? You're not allowed to compensate me for my youth loss over the years?" Qin Feng laughed in anger. It wasn't enough that he had given so many gifts over the years, but now he was relying on himself. Does she really think she's a good bully? Qin Feng said in a low voice, "How much do you want?" Jiang Manchue's heart was delighted. Thinking that there was a chance, she hurriedly said the price that she had long thought of in her mind. 2 million. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. What if I don't give it? Jiang Manchue froze, and after thinking about it as if she really couldn't do anything about him, she started shouting again. Then you can't leave here today. Qin Feng was amused by her and said, "Are you in charge here? Can you stop the police?" Jiang Manchue pondered for a moment, suddenly thinking that the black history of rich people was quite valuable. It so happened that she had a lot of Qin Feng's black history, so she shouted excitedly, "If you don't pay, I'll send out all your chat records with me for everyone to see." "You threaten me?" Qin Feng's eyes went cold. Those dog-licking records of his were so socially dead that anyone who looked at them would commit embarrassment cancer. Jiang Manchue took one look at Qin Feng's expression and thought she had found his weakness, questioning with a face full of pride. "You were the one who swore to me that you would make me happy. Have you forgotten? Now that you are developed, I just want you $2 million. You won't even? Where did the wild woman come from? Running to blackmail my brother's money. Do you want some beef-face?" Xia Ting finally couldn't help herself and snapped on the spot. "How dare someone touch my man's money? Simply didn't put me." Xia Ting, in her eyes, if Qin Feng had really moved against that woman in the past, there was nothing she could do about it. $2 million was $2 million. But now, listening to her, Qin Feng didn't seem to have done anything to her, just chased after this woman. This woman went so far as to blackmail people with such a despicable tactic as chat records. Xia Ting couldn't tolerate a bit and backhandedly sprayed. "What great dare to ask for $2 million? 2 million can ask people to throw your sulfuric acid? No? This money you don't want a penny. The big deal is that you send the chat records. I would like to see what unseemly. Who used to have a clean QQ signature? What does it matter if the whole bit of flirty talk? Xia Ting will not admit that she wants to see it. Brother, let's go." This woman later to clean up Sherfu went forward to persuade. The fact that so many people were surrounding her made her feel that it was a bit noisy, and the environment of the Osanaas was not good for the kids. Bao Hongbiao immediately stepped forward to stop. "No one wants to go before the police come." Jiang Manchue followed along and said loudly, "Yes, unless you compensate me for the loss of youth. These years I accompanied you to suffer and suffer poverty, help you wash and cook, beat and scold. You now have a new person, afoot to kick me. You are not a person." The women on the sidelines expressed their support as soon as they heard this, righteously criticizing Qin Feng morally. "A girl's youth is so precious. It's all given to you, scum. $2 million is not much at all. Oh my god. You even got beaten and aborted. If it were up to me, I'd sue you for losing your family's money. Don't be afraid. We'll back you up. If he doesn't give us the money today, we won't let him go. Yes, yes, yes. Let's hurry up and take pictures. Netstorm human flesh this man. The scum of the litter. Everyone must be put to death. The law cannot control you. I'll control." Jiang Manchue saw so many people to support themselves, the more justified. Hand stopped in front of Qin Feng. "Do not allow them to go over." The male crowd, on the other hand, was vulnerable under the bombardment of female fists and did not dare to make a sound, afraid of upsetting their girlfriends. Only a few males stood out as abusive people and said a few words on the scene. "Brother, see you are not bad looking. Just take it as spending money to buy a lesson. Men should have a crotch. Do wrong things have to admit? In the future, must control their own partners. $2 million is not bad. At least she has washed your clothes for a few years and had an abortion for you." Qin Feng was morally bound by so many people for the first time. and for a while he thought this was a spoof program. He stared blankly at Jiang Manhua, who was looking at him with a colorful face, and was slightly lost in thought. How could he have been so stupid to look at this kind of goods? At this time the door was blocked tightly. Just a few shopping mall security guards ran to maintain order. The person in charge of the mall did not come to the security guards do not know how to deal with. Now on the two programs. To it to shell out money. To it to break out. Break out of the estimated tomorrow on the news. But pay up and you look like a sapiens. Or you can choose to wait for the police to come. But Qin Feng did not want to go to the police station to waste time. With no choice, Qin Feng issued one last warning, asking Jiang Manhua and Bo Hongbiao to get out of the way or suffer the consequences. After receiving their contemptuous scoffs, Qin Feng's patience was exhausted. He aimed at Bo Hongbiao and unleashed his hypnosis. Bo Hongbiao suddenly felt something lodged in his brain, and then his consciousness blurred as he looked at Qin Feng with two empty eyes, as if waiting for something. Even though it was the first time he had performed the skill, Qin Feng seemed to know how to use it at once. To put it simply, it could be used to imply his thoughts to Bo Hongbiao through his mind, and he would firmly believe whatever he said at this time. Qin Feng originally wanted to tell Bo Hongbiao to beat up Jiang Manhua, but seeing that the skill was so much fun, after thinking about it, he decided to make a big one. He made up a story in Bo Hongbiao's mind. You are a reborn person, returning from the future to the present. My name is Bo Hongbiao. I've been reborn. In the near future, I will marry this woman called Jiang Manhua next to me. I love her very much. For her, I work hard to make money, come out early and stay out late, give her a quality life and fulfill any conditions she has. She also loves me very much. She gave me a big fat boy. I thought I was the luckiest man in the world. But I never thought that one day I came back early and found that this woman even took advantage of my absence, and other men rolling in bed. I questioned her, but she said, it's just a misunderstanding. It's not what you think. He's just my boyhood friend. He just rubbed it in. He had it on. He just took it off halfway through when I wasn't looking. What could I do? I just made the same mistake a normal girl would make. Don't worry, the baby is definitely yours. I didn't believe her and defied her to hold my 2-year-old son for a paternity test. When the results told me that I was not the father of the child in the biological sense, I was furious, and she was still explaining. It's possible that I ate too much soy sauce during pregnancy. Maybe the hospital made a mistake. It's just that the baby looks a little bit like him. Is blood relationship really that important? Don't be so calculating. Why do you men only care about the result? If we love each other, that's all that matters. I was so angry that I passed out. I was sent to LCO for emergency treatment. Dimly conscious, I heard my wife asking the hospital to drop the treatment and running to pull out my oxygen tube. I couldn't catch my breath and desperately tried to open my eyes to call for help. Instead, I saw my wife holding another man's hand and discussing with him how to divide my inheritance. In my excitement my blood vessels ruptured, my eyes went black, and my heart stopped completely. Just when I thought I was dead, I found myself back at the mall 3 years ago. I was in tears. God actually gave me a chance to live again. I swore that I would spend the rest of my life ruthlessly getting back at that woman. Jiang Manhua. A tyrannical roar resounded throughout the hall, and everyone felt their hearts skip a beat, before everyone could react to what was happening, only to see the man who was originally in the group with that woman, swinging his hand round to suddenly give the woman beside him a big mouth. Pa! An incredibly loud slap. From the sound of it, I knew that it was hit with all his strength. The woman's head was knocked askew. A fiery pain came from Jiang Manhua's face. Her cheeks instantly swelled up. There was a sharp noise in her ears irritating her eardrums, and a bloody taste filled her mouth. Her mind went blank. She had no idea what was happening. Covering her face and looking at her boyfriend in horror, the world went quiet, as if the air had frozen. You bitch! I'm going to kill you! Feeling unrelieved, Bao Hongbiao ran over and grabbed Jiang Manhua's hair and raised his hand and continuously slapped at the woman's face. Pa! 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 The man waved his windy hand and slapped the woman's face one after another. Each stroke was with full force, and the continuous slaps exploded like firecrackers on the scene. The crowd was dumbfounded. The atmosphere did not dare to breathe a single breath. Ah 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 ah! Help ah! Jiang Manhua frantically screamed and shouted. Her face was swollen into a pig's head, covered with red finger bars. She was paralyzed with pain. Her body twisted and rolled, dodging the man's severe beatings. But the man's big hand grabbed her hair. She could not run away. Only hands holding the man's wrist, raised his arm to protect the side of the face. Immediately after the bang, a muffled sound. A sandbag-sized fist hit her in the front. Jiang Manhua only felt that her face was dented. Sour and spicy pain from the bridge of the nose. Nasal cavity is hot. A red liquid cannot stop flowing down. Pain. Too much pain. The most sensitive peripheral nerves on her nose magnified the pain 10,000 times, connecting directly to her brain. She felt like even breathing hurt like hell. She was dumbfounded by the beating and started begging for mercy out of habit. Husband, don't hit. I know I'm wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Bao Hongbiao was agitated, pulling her hair and kicking her. His hand was extremely ruthless. Dare to pull out my oxygen tube. I'm going to kill you today. Jiang Manhua was beaten like a bug, lying on the ground twitching and twisting non-stop. The teeth in her mouth were all loose. Blood was flowing from the corner of her mouth. Her hair was ripped out by a large handful, and she was dying of pain and screaming miserably. Kill help I didn't I really didn't Qin Feng also did not expect hypnosis to be so overbearing, and woke up after being dumbfounded for a short while, hurriedly pulled the equally dumbfounded Shi Fuya and Xia Ting slowly backed away, giving the stage to the man and woman who were crazy for love. Qin Feng quietly blended into the crowd to watch the show. The audience was watching the domestic violence scene with rapt attention, not even realizing that the original male protagonist had blended in. The female audience, who had previously jumped to help Jiang Manhua support her, this time, seeing the fierce men committing violence, directly shrunk their heads and hid behind their own boyfriends, not daring to make a sound at all. The male audience cannot bear to see the girls were beaten, want to go forward to persuade the fight, but also worried that the crazy man hit red eyes, implicate themselves. After all, this is a matter between a man and a woman, and it is not good for them to intervene as an outsider. 4 or 5 security guards are very conscientious, ran over to stop Bao Hongbiao beating people. After all, fighting and quarreling is different. To really out of something, they a few cannot afford the responsibility. Brothers, calm down, and then fight to have an accident. Have a good talk. Don't do it. Don't fight. Hit a woman like words. A few 40 or 50 years old and strong security quickly controlled Bao Hongbiao, but Bao Hongbiao one hand dead grasped Jiang Manhua's hair, refused to let go, struggling to reach out and want to kick her to death. Get out of my way. It's none of your business. I'm going to kill this woman today. A few security guards let Jiang Manhua have a moment's respite, crying and shouting, Bao Hongbiao, you're crazy why are you hitting me? What did I do wrong? Bao Hongbiao emotional, what you have done yourself you know in your own heart. Last time when you go to the bar alone I know you are not a thing. There is a face to ask? Jiang Manhua thought that the east window was exposed, panicked. I didn't. I just drank some wine. It's not what you think. Then how was it? They are all my best friends. They lost their love is very sad. I can't help not to comfort them. It's all their initiative. I don't want to be like that. Wow. The audience was in an uproar. Well. Bao Hongbiao was pressed by the security guards, could not continue to do it, so he let go of her hair, pointing at her hateful voice. I'm definitely going to play you to death. Just wait for me. Jiang Manhua finally got rid of the man's hand holding her hair. At this moment, she was bruised all over her body and was in pain. She fell on the ground and howled. What right do you have to hit me? Bao Hongbiao roared. I'm not only going to beat you, but I also want you to live the rest of your life as if you were worse than dead. The man's threat made Jiang Manhua completely explode. She wasn't a master to be messed with either. She had dealt with different men and knew many rich people. Bao Hongbiao couldn't even rank in the top 5 in her fish pond. She struggled to stand up, cloaked with a fierce face, like a female ghost from hell. You dead fat pig. You don't look at how disgusting you look. If it wasn't for the money, do you think my old lady would be willing to lick you? Stinking bitch. Like to fuck so much, right? I'll pay for a black man to come over later. Bao Hongbiao, it's not over today. I'll sue you for everything you've got. Malagobi, I want you dead. Said. Bao Hongbiao face hideous break free from the security guards, and rushed up, 2 hands dead Jiang Manhua's throat. Jiang Manhua was also not willing to show weakness, reaching out to insert his eyes. Both of them tilted their heads and greeted each other's heads with both hands at the same time, like a groundhog in a chokehold. The audience went numb. God, please let them get married where they are. Don't let them come out and wreak havoc on others again. Many people turned on the video and recorded the wonderful dialogue between the two and posted it online for people to enjoy. Gold-worshipping green tea bitch versus grumpy underhead man. No. I can't eat this melon today. I just got here. Did a class rep tell me what happened? Listening to that man's meaning, this woman's play is quite flowery but also a woman with many men. TSK. Dig, what qualifications did this kind of woman just have to run and accuse her ex-boyfriend? The woman is at fault, but it's right for the man to do it? This man is not a good thing. So heavy-handed. I just saw the woman's teeth were slapped flying. That's right, it's not his wife. Why is he so agitated? Hugged Shi Fuya's thigh, tilted her head and asked, Mom, Why did that uncle hit that aunt? Shifuya didn't know why they suddenly fought, but she had seen many scenes of guests going crazy when they drank too much and didn't take it seriously. Some men would go crazy once in a while even if they didn't drink. She crouched down and took the opportunity to teach Yi in a fussing manner, because she's misbehaving and disobedient. Yi's eyes darted around in fear and weakly said, Yi is very well behaved. Well, our Yi is the most obedient. Let's go out. Shifuya laughed. She didn't want Yi to see this, so she said to Qin Feng that we'll go out for a stroll first, then pulled Yi up to leave. Yi was pulled by her mom and took one step and turned back 3 times. She still wanted to see what would happen to uncle and auntie in the end. At this time, the person in charge of the mall finally came late. He brought a few security guards, 7 or 8 people to separate the 2 people, and pressed Bao Hongbiao to death. 7 or 8 people separated the 2 men and held Bao Hongbiao on the ground to prevent him from hurting anyone else, and called the police. It looked like they couldn't fight anymore. Qin Feng was afraid that if the police came over later, the matter might involve him, so he followed Shifuya out and walked halfway. He realized that Xia Ting was not following him, turned back to lead Xia Ting. Brother, is that woman your ex-girlfriend? Xia Ting couldn't help but ask. Jian Manchua's performance had refreshed her 3 views. She was looking at Qin Feng with disbelief in her eyes at the moment. How could she not imagine that Qin Feng would like this kind of woman? Qin Feng immediately brushed off the relationship. I'm innocent with her. I haven't even touched my hand. Xia Ting frowned a little, feeling that things were not simple, but did not go after Qin Feng for anything. Not taking the initiative to ask about a guy's secrets was the basic operation of a smart woman. She naturally took Qin Feng's arm. It was as if they had returned to yesterday's yesterday, intimate as if they hadn't argued. Brother, where are we going? Xia Ting tilted her head and asked. Qin Feng didn't know where to go either, so he casually asked Shifuya, who was standing at the door waiting for them. Sister, where are we going? Which thought that as soon as his words left his mouth, he felt a twisting pain on his arm. Hiss. Qin Feng drew in a cold breath and turned his head to look at Xia Ting in disbelief. What are you doing? Xia Ting snorted coldly and said, I asked you where to go. Why are you asking her? Aren't we together? Qin Feng thought that Xia Ting staying meant that she agreed to peacefully coexist with Shifuya. He was also thinking that he could try to embrace her left and right and kill 2 birds with 1 stone. To be honest, when he was bitten by Xia Ting just now, his mind was already fantasizing about how big a bed he should buy after the bite in order to roll around with them. Unexpectedly, this time when he went out, he realized that Xia Ting didn't seem to have this intention, and he stared wide-eyed. You think you're beautiful? Don't think that her matter is over like this, Xia Ting said while secretly sizing up Shifuya. This woman's breasts and ass were not big. The only thing that looked good was a melon face, and her temperament was dignified and elegant. A pair of fox eyes looked cold and unsympathetic, but Xia Ting knew very well how lethal these eyes were to men. Xia Ting looked and inadvertently met her gaze. Seeing the light smile in her eyes, she looked gentle and virtuous, as if she didn't mind that she was hugging Qin Feng. At once, her eyes became gloomy, secretly thinking that yesterday, this bimbo woman intentionally put her posture low to let herself drop her guard, lied about her information, and then secretly got together with Qin Feng. Today, when she was caught in the act of adultery, she was still smiling, not seeing a trace of embarrassment. It's a master. Ting Ting, what do you want to go shopping for? Let's go shopping. Not with them boys. Shifuya looked at Xia Ting, who had a serious expression, and invited with a smile. Humph. Want to steal my position in the main palace? Dream on. Xia Ting muttered in a voice that only she could hear, then revealed a bright smile and said, Sister, it's better to bring Yi. I'll just stroll with my brother. Ting Ting is so beautiful. Are you still afraid that your boyfriend will run away? Shifuya said with a bad smile. Who knows if he'll suddenly get hungry? Xia Ting glanced meaningfully at Qin Feng. Shifuya keenly sensed a hint of hostility from the girl and didn't get angry, but just said in a nonchalant manner, a man stealing food might be because a woman is incapable. Oh, I'm not more capable than on sister you. People before shouting brother, behind the back do not know what to shout at. You say this sister a little sad. I thought we talked last night is good. Xia Ting was angry when she thought of last night. She should have gone over to pick up Qin Feng if she had known. Thanks to me wanting to recognize you as my sister last night, I didn't expect you to actually hit on my boyfriend's attention. Shifuya smiled faintly. I don't have this idea. Oh, you also saw. It was your boyfriend who took the initiative. What can I do as a weak woman? The 2 people's lips and swords. Tit for tat. The flavor of gunpowder is full. Brother, let's go. Don't pay attention to that vixen. Xia Ting tugged Qin Feng's arm and wanted to leave. Shifuya looked at Qin Feng with a smile on her face, wondering how he would choose at this time. Qin Feng looked around and gulped. Beside him was the schoolgirl dressed in a JK white silk, pure desire style, On the opposite side was a young woman in a black dress, cold and colorful. Shin Feng wanted both, but intuition tells him that this is the wrong choice. Choose two are likely to offend together. What would War Wolf do at this time? He thought for half a second, stepping forward and picking up who he thought was better to deal with. Smiling, he asked, "Where does want to go play? Uncle will take you there, okay?" Sweetly shouted. "Good, wants to go back and watch the adults fight." Shin Feng, great. All three are not oil saving. He has no choice but to take the initiative to propose going to a movie in order to distract everyone. Shifuya nodded in agreement. Xia Ting had a hint of hesitation. She wanted to watch a movie with Shin Feng alone, but looking at Shin Feng's difficult look, she was afraid that it would not end well if she pushed him, so she sulked and did not say anything. Shin Feng took her as her default. A group of people came to the mall movie theater. Not many people in the hall, decorated in a high-end atmosphere. The top light is soft. The blue neon strip on the counter is conspicuous. A few vending machine counters stood on one side, next to the transparent glass filled with popcorn and various snacks. Made a fuss about buying snacks, and Shifuya followed. Xia Ting and Shin Feng went to buy tickets together. Want to pack the theater? Shin Feng had $60 million and gradually swelled up. He came to the movie theater less often and hadn't experienced the feeling of a packaged theater yet. What's the point of chartering a theater? What a waste of money. Xia Ting said reluctantly. I did a rough calculation. It's only about $20,000 to buy all the seats. Shin Feng said. Brother, $20,000 is 2 months of my salary. Xia Ting said in a bad mood. I don't need you to pay for it. Why are you saving money for me? Shin Feng wondered. Xia Ting beamed. Her expression was like she saw someone spoiling food. A small family. It costs $20,000 to pack a venue. You might as well give me the money and I'll take you to my room to watch it. Go to her room? As soon as Shin Feng thought of a lone man and woman watching a movie in her room, and still in Xia Ting's house, a small fire burned up, staring straight at Xia Ting's side face. Her curved and soft cheekbones had a bit of baby fat, and her round red lips were gently pursed, as if she was tempting people to taste it. Okay, I'll give you $20,000 and wait for no one in your family to tell me. Shin Feng was strangely bold. Xia Ting also realized that she was leading the wolf into the house, secretly glanced at Shin Feng, saw his hungry face, red face spat at him. You scum, come to my house not afraid of being beaten to death by my parents. You are not afraid. What am I afraid of? Shin Feng said with a terse neck. Xia Ting did not dare to say this topic again. Really found by her parents. She will be the first one to be killed. If you think the ordinary hall is too noisy, you can buy the VLP hall, where there are fewer people and quieter. The service is also very good, Xia Ting suggested. In the ordinary hall, if you were unlucky, you would encounter some uneducated bear children, kicking chairs in the back, really affecting the viewing experience. Even if there are a lot of people, there will be spoiler dogs, who will show off their BBs and not stop. Oh, there's a VLP hall? Shin Feng said in surprise. Of course, but the price is 1 or 2 times more expensive. Ordinary people are not very cost-effective. Okay, let's pack a VLP hall. In the end, Shin Feng still insisted on chartering a small VLP screening hall. The price of a VLP hall package was more than $10,000, but in order not to be disturbed by others, this money was necessary. Shin Feng had never been to a VLP hall before and didn't know what it was like. Following the specialized attendant, he came to the VIP buffet restaurant to rest and wait. In the restaurant, there are some dim sum cupcakes and cold snacks that can be enjoyed at will. There is also popcorn and French fries. Häagen-Dazs can also eat unlimited. E's eyes were glowing when she saw the ice cream, and she yelled that she wanted to eat 2 bowls of it. Shifuya only agreed to let her have 1 bowl. Shin Feng was defeated by E's watery eyes and gave her a big bowl, the bubbly kind. Xia Ting said that the movie theater was too chicken thief. None of these things had bags, so she couldn't even put them in her bag if she wanted to steal some. A few people ate for a while. The waiter came out and said the movie was ready. 4 big and 1 small followed the waiter into a separate VLP channel, to the movie hall. As far as the eye can see, there are only 20 or so seats inside. Each person a separate sofa-style seats. Sofa can be put flat lying down to see. 2 seats with a small coffee table in the center. The coffee table has a menu. There is a menu on the coffee table. You can order some burgers, fried chicken, coffee, milk tea and other staple drinks. There is a service bell on the seat. You can call the waiter at any time. And VLP hall with a separate restroom, free of guests' worries. It can be said that the service is very considerate. The only regret is that the movie is still an ordinary movie and not the precious uncut version. Shin Feng chose the couple's seat in the last row, and Xia Ting unreservedly sat next to him, snuggling in his arms. Shifuya and Yi sat in the couple's seat next door. Wang Gang did not dare to sit in front of the eyesore, nor did he dare to sit next to the boss's wife. So he took a blanket and sat on a small bench in the corner, disguising himself as a transparent person. The movie opened and the lights dimmed. The stereo was loud, vibrating from time to time with the ups and downs of the plot. This is a love movie. EE has little interest. After watching a short while fell asleep. The remaining adults watched intently. The movie came to the climax. The hero and heroine kissed each other passionately. Shin Fong watched the movie with a sense of excitement, especially in such a private and dark room. It just so happened that there was a beautiful girl in his arms. Her body was close to his own. The distance between the two of them was only 2 pieces of thin clothing. The girl's dark hair exuded a faint ethereal fragrance, and looking down, one could see the tantalizing white color through her neckline. Shin Feng's breathing became heavier and heavier, but with Shifuya beside him, he didn't dare to reach out and tease the girl in his arms. He was worried that Shifuya would lower her favorability. After all, it was just 11 points short of goodwill to have 10 biochemicals. This kind of loyal, skill-pointed bodyguards who weren't afraid of death or pain Shin Feng wanted very much. With them he would never have to worry about being surrounded and blackmailed again. Moreover, the system said that hypnotism and biochemicals all belong to the same class. Hypnotism is so dominant. Would a biochemist be any worse? If that biochemist is a template of a god of war, king of soldiers, super mercenary or whatever, then who in this world can stop himself? Shin Feng's desire gradually dissipated as he thought about it. His eyes focused. He didn't let loose on Xia Teng and watched the movie seriously. But while he wasn't wanton, the woman in his arms started to be wanton. Xia Teng's small hands were very restless. First, she drew circles on Shin Feng's chest with her fingertips. The hot air deliberately exhaled from her small cherry mouth tickled Shin Feng's neck end. It even licked the angles below Shin Feng's ears. Shin Feng's body trembled. Goosebumps rose. It was as if a tingling electric current spread all over his body from his cheeks. The blood instantly surged up. Xia Teng attached herself to his ear and said flirtatiously, "Letting you dabble in flowers and grass. This is the punishment." After saying that, she sucked on Shin Feng's earlobe and bit it lightly with her teeth. The fledgling Shin Feng could not stand this. His body was burning hot, and his nose was spewing out bearish waves of heat. He guarded a trace of clarity in his spiritual platform and gritted his teeth to endure it. "Goblin, you're playing with fire. I'll play. What can you do to me?" Xia Teng smiled cheekily, her gaze filled with teasing. "Do you believe that I'll make you suffer?" Shin Feng suppressed the flame in his heart. "Humph. Aren't you afraid of scaring your sister away?" Xia Teng raised her eyebrows. Not afraid in the slightest. Only her reddened cheeks betrayed her, proving that her mood was equally tense. Shin Feng's heart throbbed as he looked down at the slender, rounded legs of the girl in his arms, flickering white and soft under the brightness of the screen. He couldn't help but probe his hand and place it on the girl's white silk and gently caress it. The white stockings were smooth to the touch, like the touch of velvet, light, delicate and silky. Xia Teng was startled and hurriedly put her hand against Shin Feng. Her eyes fluttered and she blushed for a moment, and immediately softly begged for forgiveness. "Brother, I was wrong. Shin Feng didn't eat this. Didn't you play very vigorously just now? I won't dare to do it later. I'm like this now. You say what to do." Xia Teng eyelashes slightly trembled, lightly biting her lower lip. Shyly said, "Go to the hotel and then say, the movie theater is dim. Visibility is very low. Coupled with the 2 people's sofa has armrests to cover. The people next to them cannot see this side of the situation if they do not look seriously." Shin Feng softly said, "Are you sleepy? Why don't you lie in my arms and sleep for a while?" Xia Teng gently shook her head. Watching a movie can make you sleepy. How can she hold her head up in front of her sister in the future? No, absolutely not. How can a proper palace maiden be like this? Her heart fluttered wildly, and while she was thinking wildly, Shin Feng pinched her. Xia Teng couldn't help but cry out in shock. The movement made Shifuya frown. She had just held back for a long time, and seeing that the 2 of them were gradually getting a bit out of control, she glanced at EE next to her and interrupted with a faint voice. "Student Shin Feng, in public, don't bully girls." Shin Feng only wanted to teach Xia Teng a lesson at first, but Xia Teng's appearance made him a bit uptight. That's why he made that kind of request. At this moment, hearing Shifuya's disgruntled tone, he calmed down slightly. As reason gradually took over the high ground, his desire receded. "She's the one who bullied your brother me," Shin Feng screamed. Xia Teng didn't expect him to be wicked and give himself up. Huffing, "You're shameless. Shameless is you." Xia Teng was angry and shy. "Shameless," Shin Feng said, "watch the movie properly. Look at you. Where do you want to go?" Xia Teng's beautiful eyes opened roundly, looking at this dogman who just now had a longing face. Now because of another woman's sentence, he was obediently honest, and also backtracked. angry teeth clenched, narrowed her eyes and looked up and down, and finally grabbed his arm as a ruthless bite. Unexpectedly found that the meat on his arm, the taste is a little better than the shoulder, so he bites harder. Qin Feng stifled a grunt and held back strongly. He wanted Xia Ting's super strong body now. Maybe with it he could not be afraid of being bitten. Shifuya glanced at Qin Feng, who had put on a mask of pain, the corner of her mouth lightly hooked. Letting you molest people. Now you know it hurts, right? Qin Feng squeezes out a stubborn smile. It doesn't hurt at all. Shifuya leisurely said. Ting Ting, do you want to try shaking your head while biting? Xia Ting obediently bit his arm and shook her head. Ah. After a movie, Qin Feng felt isolated. Xia Ting was actually holding Shifuya's hand and walking in front with a smile on her face, and holding Yi himself. He followed behind them like a follower. Obviously, they were enemies before, but now they seemed to be as affectionate as sisters. He didn't understand girls' brain circuits, but it was also a good thing that their relationship had gotten better. The group shopped for a while and it was dinner time. The group casually found a restaurant in the mall, and the four of them were seated in the hall. Wang Gang consciously stood at the door and was dragged in by Qin Feng. Then he was told to go to the next table to eat, and order what he wanted to eat himself. Wang Gang was stingy and ordered a fried rice. Qin Feng felt that he was questioning his strength as a boss, picked up his cell phone and clunked him 7 or 8 dishes, and was about to pay. Someone called in. A look at the memo. Devil body. Air. Is that Subeishi who sent 300,000 minus 20 favorability? He instantly remembered that he promised to go to Subeishi's restaurant for dinner tonight. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment and directly hung up the phone. He hadn't gotten rid of the 2 women across the street yet, and that woman wasn't in a hurry first. He looked up as if nothing had happened and found Xia Ting next to him staring at himself with a suspicious face, and Shifuya lowered her voice as she talked to Yi. Obviously both were interested in this call from Qin Feng. Ha ha ha, a friend of mine, previously arranged to have dinner today, Qin Feng casually explained. Male or female? Xia Ting asked with a pinch of salt. I haven't seen it either, Qin Feng said vaguely. He really hadn't seen it before, and had only seen pictures, but with such a veiled answer. To other people's ears, the opposite party was definitely a female. Even their relationship is not simple. Shifuya was a little bit angry. Although she didn't mind her man having other women, she was very mindful of him messing around outside. The kind of man who saw one and loved another usually didn't give his heart. It made her feel like she was being cheated. In just one day, there had been an ex-girlfriend plus a current girlfriend plus an online friend, plus herself as a sister. Let's go back to eat. Uncle has something to do in the evening. Shifuya holds and faintly says to Qin Feng, brother, you go and get busy. It's not good to stand someone up after an appointment. System prompt, Shifuya's favorability -5. Qin Feng was startled. Cold sweat came down on him. Shifuya looks as calm as before on the surface and speaks for her own good. If it wasn't for the system prompting her to be angry, Qin Feng really didn't realize there was anything wrong. These women are too sensitive. Right, they can get angry at a single phone call? Qin Feng stopped Shifuya and explained helplessly. Sis, there's nothing between me and that woman. I just bought her customized Porsche and chatted a little. I didn't ask. What are you so anxious to explain? Shifuya gently glanced at Qin Feng and smiled. I'm not afraid you'll be upset? Qin Feng said with concern. Don't think too much. I'm not upset. Shifuya's tone was soft, her face smiling lightly, as if she really wasn't upset. Qin Feng, however, was frantically spitting in his heart. Bastard. You're not upset, but give me back my good sense. Asshole. Xia Ting heard that it was the buyer of the Porsche, also a little emotional. In a side of the yin and yang said, yo brother is so powerful, just accompanied someone to buy the car yesterday, and then made a date with someone else for tonight's dinner. Qin Feng was afraid that the other jealous person would also reduce his good feelings, and hurriedly said openly and honestly, it's not what you think. She is a restaurant. I casually said I want to go to support the scene. She let me go today. If she wants you to go, you go. I'm afraid I won't have food today. I don't believe you. After Xia Ting finished her sentence, her eyes twinkled and she coaxed again. It just so happens that we haven't ordered any food yet. Why don't we go and meet them together? Qin Feng was immediately in a difficult situation. Would this not be too good? The first date to take 2 girls to go. That Subeishi's favorability is afraid not to fall to the burst. How can you still raid people in the future? That woman's characteristics and rewards are not bad at all. The skill, understanding women's hearts, can make raiding other girls in the future twice as easy. Qin Feng hesitated and asked Shifuya sideways. Sis, are we really going to eat at her place? Shifuya said carelessly. Whatever you want. Whatever. Qin Feng heard from her tone that she wanted to go. After a little thought, he decided to give up on Subeishi first. After all, that chick smashing money to reduce her favorability was a bit hard to handle. It was better to stabilize Shifuya and Xiaoting who were about to blossom. So he made the decision to dial Su Beishi's phone number. And she explained a moment ago accidentally hung up. I'll be right there for dinner. 5 people. Anyway, now on Su Beishi no idea. Then go to a simple meal only. Do not have to worry about anything. On the other hand, Su Beishi, who received the phone call, was deep in thought. She previously thought that Qin Feng had thoughts about her and would come over to date her alone. She didn't expect that he would now say that 5 people would come over. She guessed that Qin Feng had called a group of friends to come over to drink, and then called himself a companion to take advantage of the opportunity to mooch off the coaxing to pour wine and so on. But no matter what, the accompanying lady has called good. They come more people are not afraid. Su Beishi is very confident, got up and ordered the clerk to prepare for the reception. Qin Feng sat in Shifuya's car, and Xiaoting also followed and squeezed in, sitting in the back row to play with Yi. The 4 of them arrived first. Wang Gang drove alone and followed behind, waiting for 2 stoplights slightly late. He drove very gently, making people imagine that a 1.9-meter brown old man would drive like this. Drunken Immortal House is located in the first row of the riverside, and at night, the lake shimmers, the landscape and the lights reflect each other. The environment is absolutely beautiful, quiet and elegant. The environment is beautiful, quiet and elegant. One step at a time is very eye-catching. Drunken Immortal House has 3 floors, new Chinese style, ancient style with the breath of luxury of a famous family. The welcoming lady guided Shifuya to park her car and went forward to welcome her with a smile, asking if there was a reservation. After Qin Feng reported his name, that welcoming lady's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Tonight, the lady boss's designated honored guest would even drive this kind of car over, but she didn't dare to show anything. Qin Feng also noticed that Shifuya's car was secondhand. He thought that he would go and match her with a good car to drive tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and by the way, he would replace Wang Gang's car as well. Qin Feng 4 people followed the welcome to the restaurant. Su Beishi is now waiting in the lounge with apprehension. Hearing the waiter's intercom say that people had arrived, she walked out and stood at the lobby welcome desk waiting for someone. When seeing the waiter walk in with a well-dressed youth and 2 beautiful women, Su Beishi was stunned. How could she not expect that the man who spent $300,000 to ask himself out to dinner would bring 2 big beautiful women who looked like flowers over? What is this situation? Bring your own drinks? She was especially shocked when she saw a little girl following the man's ass. Bringing your wife and child out to find a woman? Even if you're handsome, you can't be this arrogant, right? She couldn't help but take a look at Qin Feng. Well-dressed and generous. He was not handsome, but he was still a handsome man with a good demeanor. He didn't look very old, but the vicissitudes of life between his eyebrows gave him a sense of maturity and stability, especially when he coaxed the little girl to reveal a doting smile, like a perfect husband image. For a while, Su Beishi was a little lost in thought and forgot to go forward to greet him. It was only when Qin Feng looked straight at himself that he came back to his senses. Flustered, she got up and went forward, reaching out her hand and said, "Is Mr. Qin?" Qin Feng did not look at her with an unblinking eye, pretending to be holding a child to free his hands, and did not shake her hand, just simply smiled and nodded slightly, saying, "Ms. Su, hello." The woman in front of her 168 height stepped on 10 centimeter silver high heels and stood only that much shorter than herself. Her face seemed to be only the size of a palm, a bit like a former Hong Kong movie heroine. Under the willow leaf-like soft eyebrows, a pair of almond eyes with slightly raised corners were deep and charming. Lip gloss shone brightly on her small mouth. A white shirt and black silk skirt OL dress. Do not show buttocks and not show breasts. Just from the arc of the support, we know that the body is absolutely the level of the earth's special thing, especially the long golden wavy hair hanging down in front of the great chest, shining under the hall's hallowed lights, especially eye-catching. Her beauty was different from Shifuya's icy cold and demonic, and also different from Xiaoting's sweet and passionate. Her beauty was the kind of sexy beauty that inspired a man's primitive desire. A trace of desire flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, but it was well hidden. He didn't dare to get too involved with her for the time being. Shifuya and Xiaoting glanced at each other after seeing the golden Su Beishi, both seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. This woman would be the boss's wife that Qin Feng was talking about. Looking at her figure and looks, she was indeed great. A man could never go more than 3 rounds in front of her, and Su Beishi was a bit embarrassed at this time. Her hand was hung out to dry Qin Feng in the air. This was the first time that a man refused to shake his hand. Her looks were very attractive to boys, and all men would more or less give her face, but today she was defeated. She pretended to put it back as if nothing had happened and laughed at the little girl behind Qin Feng. "Mr. Qin's daughter is so pretty. She'll definitely charm a bunch of boys when she grows up." Qin Feng did not respond with an expressionless face. He had already treated Tsubashi as an NPC with an exclamation mark on her head, and didn't want to take this quest now that the main line wasn't done. Next to him, Shifuya guffawed and picked up the conversation. As long as we aren't knocked down a piece by this girl, it's fine. Tsubashi was relieved to see someone responding, then pretended to be surprised and said, "Wow, the little cutie is so fierce. Can be good." "Not at all fierce," milky voice shouted. Tsubashi was envious and complimented. "Oh, Mr. and Mrs. Chin are really lucky to have a well-behaved and lovely daughter." She thought that this girl was born to Chin Feng and Shifuya. Next to Xia Ting was a light bulb, but she didn't expect Shifuya to come out and explain. "Boss Su misunderstood. I'm Mr. Chin's sister." Tsubashi apologized repeatedly. Sorry. Xia Ting suddenly said, "I am Mr. Chin's sister." Tsubashi was filled with dismay. What is the meaning of this man calling his own family over to have dinner with him? A blind date? Soon Tsubashi realized that she was overthinking. Chin Feng maintained a respectful attitude towards himself from start to finish, cold and unenthusiastic. It was important to realize that from childhood to adulthood with her own looks, most of the boys were submissive to her. And this boy in front of her said good about their own dinner. Bring two women also, even if also love to ignore is a few meanings? Tsubashi was a bit annoyed. After bringing them to the box, she left on the pretext of checking if the food was ready. Chin Feng took a look at the box. The box was a bit interesting. The style of decoration was a bit like the window pavilion of an ancient restaurant. At the entrance is a screen blocking the line of sight, and the walls on both sides are painted with ink drawings of landscapes. The wall against the river is completely open, expanding a balcony, a row of 1.6 view wood-colored railings, emitting a ghostly blue fluorescent light. Standing on the balcony, you can see the colorful river view across the lake. Marveled as soon as she entered and ran out to see the river, holding Shifuya. Chin Feng and Xia Ting also followed. The river breeze at night was slightly cool and the scenery was uniquely beautiful. Xia Ting was a bit cold and hugged Chin Feng's arm for warmth. "Brother, what do you think of that boss lady?" "Not good. Just average," Chin Feng said indifferently. "I think she's quite good looking. She's beautiful and big." "Don't you men like this 1-inch?" Xia Ting said with a bad smile. "Too big to look at the incongruity." "Nothing interesting." Chin Feng hardened his mouth. "Ha, you men talk a set." "Actually a set." Xia Ting disdainful. "Really? I think your figure best matches the perfect curve in my mind." Chin Feng suddenly shot out to measure Xia Ting's dimension and asked with a serious face. "Yours should be right?" Xia Ting didn't expect him to make a move when he said he would, and froze for a moment before she knocked off his hand with a red face. "And I'm not that big. It's just an ordinary D." "Well, D is just right. I like it," Chin Feng said with a smile. Xia Ting was embarrassed and turned her head to look at the scenery. Shifuya heard them chatting about dimensions, looked down at her grain bag and didn't say anything. Her expression was a bit forlorn. Chin Feng sensed that she was depressed and measured to look over, realizing that her arc was similar to Xia Ting's, just not as bulging as Xia Ting's. He felt that he should do something to comfort Shifuya at this moment. After dwelling on it in his mind for 2 seconds, he decided to let go and brace himself for boldness. Chin Feng gathered his courage and slowly but firmly stretched out his hand and, behind Xia Ting's back, and quietly wrapped his arm around Shifuya's waist. Shifuya's body instantly tensed, then slowly relaxed and, glancing at Chin Feng's frightened expression, as well as Xia Ting, who was concentrating on the scenery, she couldn't help but giggle softly. "Brother is so brave." This sound caught Xia Ting's attention. Chin Feng was secretly wrapping his arms around Shifuya, fearing that Xia Ting was going to be in a mood again later, and didn't want to be found out. Seeing that Xia Ting was about to turn her head over to check, she hurriedly lowered her head and pouted her lips to come over. Perfectly waited until Xia Ting turned her cherry lips. In the afternoon, and Shifuya reviewed kissing techniques. At this moment Chin Feng's familiarity made perfect, and quickly kissed Xia Ting's eyes closed. At the same time, he tightly wrapped his arms around Shifuya on his right side, letting her lean on his body to hide from the enemy's sight. The balcony was dimly lit and, facing the evening breeze, the man was spiritedly embracing the left and right, so cool that he couldn't be described. At this time, Tsubashi came in with the dishes and happened to see such an exaggerated picture. She was stunned, only to see that man in the middle of two women. The left side kissed the little sister, the right side embraced the young lady, and the two women were both rare beauties in the world. One wore a cute short dress, one wore an elegant long dress. One left and one right had distinctive features. If this can be photographed and posted on the internet, it will definitely be able to kill a large number of licking dogs. Tsubashi realized at this time that this meal tonight should have nothing to do with herself. She was completely superfluous. She already didn't have much goodwill towards Chin Feng, and after seeing him running around with two chicks to show off his love, it further confirmed his image as a scummy guy. However, She didn't feel angry at Qin Feng's behavior. It was too normal for such a young and handsome rich man to be surrounded by a couple of older sisters. If she could, she would also like to go up and try to see how much she could sell for. She was very short of money right now. It's just that looking at Qin Feng in this state right now, he shouldn't be too busy. She silently puts down the dishes and silently turns around to leave. Qin Feng's afterglow catches Su Beishi leaving and secretly wonders, this woman doesn't even lose her favorability when she sees herself like this? It's amazing. His eyes glancing around while kissing was seen by Xia Ting. Xia Ting followed his eyes and saw Su Beishi's shapely back. She was suddenly in a mood. She thought to herself, you're looking at other girls even when you're kissing them, and you're saying you don't have any interest in them. She gently pushed away Qin Feng's embrace and lightly hummed, you don't even kiss me with all your heart. Qin Feng explained, no, I'm just, poof. Xia Ting didn't listen to his sophistry, and without a word, she twisted her head and went back to the box. Qin Feng just wanted to lift his leg to coax, but also felt that it is not good to be too spoiled schoolgirl, always being led by the nose. Plus now that he has money, he doesn't care about her millions of dollars in cash back. It is completely appropriate to let yourself go. As long as the future smashing money smashing skillfully, good sense will absolutely come up, day by day. A fondness. Shifuya smiled and said, bad brother, have you figured out how to coax her? She saw that Qin Feng didn't go after her and thought that he was thinking about how to coax her. Thinking about whether or not she should give him a tip. Qin Feng relaxed at this moment and saw Shifuya smiling like a flower. Horror. The beautiful lips looked even more flavorful and delicious than Xia Ting, and couldn't help but lower his head and kiss it. Shifuya's fox eyes narrowed, and before she could be surprised, she became intoxicated. Qin Feng raised his head after taking a shallow taste and softly said, it's still sister who's good, able to have the temperament to tolerate others, unlike that big miss. Shifuya gently licked her lips, listening to the male version of green tea speak. She laughed softly and began to take tea. He, people are clean and innocent. Of course they have the right to be capricious, unlike a crippled flower like sister. Alas, Qin Feng firmly said, who said that? Sister is the best woman in my heart. Then, if sister is so good, you still go and hook up with other girls? Shifuya coldly and abruptly casts a dark arrow, picking a pair of fox eyes and looking at Qin Feng without blinking. Qin Feng was startled and realized that this question was very deadly, and if he didn't answer it well, he might even lose points tonight. He recalled the novel's plot and slowly said, first of all, I want to state for the record that I'm not a scumbag. Secondly, I just think I have the ability to give the girls I like a warm and happy home. Lastly, I have a big heart. You can live in it. He tried hard to show some sincerity, but the words were so outrageous that no amount of sincerity could cover up his philandering nature. Shifuya listened quietly, a hint of inexplicable laughter flashing in her eyes. Then if Xia Ting and I fall into the water, which one will you save first? I chow. Coming. The problem of the century are family members. Qin Feng frowned and thought hard. Half a day holding back one. I will always put your safety first and do my best to keep that from happening. If I must choose one. For now, I should save you first, because you gave me money and have a high favorability rating. System alert, Shifuya's favorability +6. Ness. The good sense is back. Qin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. In fact, the answers to this kind of questions were very simple and all had standard answers. Any variation of the question, just answer you are the most important. I love you. People girls just want to hear your heart. Do not want to hear anything else. If you're sincere, then coax her. If you're sincere, you can coax them, but if you're not, then try to reason with them. Qin Feng returned to the box with his arm around Shifuya. Xia Ting saw them come in with their arms around each other and became even more angry. She pouted and turned her face to the side. She waited for Qin Feng to coax her. Qin Feng sat down beside her and didn't comfort her as she wished. Instead, he was talking and laughing with Shifuya on the other side. Although Qin Feng liked Xia Ting a lot, she was immobile and played small, making people feel a bit petulant. Unlike Shifuya, a mouthful of words returned directly to his hand. It wasn't that he wasn't willing to coax, but he just felt a bit tired, and it didn't add to his goodwill if he coaxed her. Qin Feng wanted to see what would happen if he didn't coax her. At this time, Su Beishi disguised as a waiter, served up a plate of open water cabbage, introduced that this is the national banquet on the fine, before the emperor can only eat on. This plate is not inconspicuous, just a few carved into a lotus-shaped cabbage. The plate looks good, the portion is very small. Qin Feng asked for the price of one more word, and got 648's answer, and shut himself up on the spot. Roadside stalls full of a large plate of cabbage inside the meat, only $18 a copy. These flowers want 648? Zhongli can't even afford to eat it, right? Qin Feng has never eaten this kind of class of food, and thinks that rich people are all fools. A few cabbages made it look fancy, and it's still the same when you eat it in your stomach. He was filled with contempt for the rich, until Tsubeshi came over with a small teapot and drizzled the jade-like cabbage with clear chicken broth. In an instant the dish bloomed with a strange fragrance. Obviously looks clear soup. Vegetarian, not see half meat, but smell full of meat flavor. Let a person appetite. Shin Feng was just about to go clip over and taste how it was. Shifuya already tenderly for him to fish up a cabbage, with a clean small bowl, and also thoughtful scooped some soup, placed in front of him. Then he similarly gave Yi a bowl, patiently feeding it to her. The entire action seemed very considerate and natural, as if everything was supposed to be like this. Comparing to the sulking schoolgirl next to him, Shin Feng felt that if the two of them were to have a system at this time, they would definitely receive a prompt. Shin Feng's favorability towards Shifuya +10. Favorability towards Xia Ting -10. Throwing away the random thoughts in his mind, he scoops up the bowl of pathetically small cabbage, opens his mouth and eats it in one bite. After chewing slightly, he was surprised to find that this dish was surprisingly delicious and excessive. The cabbage had been softened by the soup, but still retained its crisp texture. The chicken broth is repeatedly simmered, giving the cabbage leaves a mellow and rich meaty flavor. The taste buds were pleasantly surprised by the huge contrast between the crispy, juicy and delicious flavor of the cabbage leaves. Still, the former emperor would enjoy it. Shin Feng was completely conquered by this dish and called out that it was delicious. He no longer dared to dislike rich people's taste this time. Xia Ting on the side sullenly ate the dish. Seeing that Shin Feng only focused on eating and didn't even pay attention to himself, she felt a bit aggrieved in her heart. Then looking at Shifuya fishing dishes for Shin Feng with the look of a good wife and mother, while Shin Feng looked like he was enjoying himself. He felt that they were a real family of three, having a good time, and that she was an outsider who didn't know any better. The more Xia Ting thought about it, the sadder she became. If this continued, she was afraid that she would be out of the game. No way. Why should she give away such a good man? Xia Ting pulled herself together, got up and learned to play a bowl of cabbage as well, placed it in front of Shin Feng and softly said, "Brother, eat more if you like it." Shin Feng looked at Xia Ting with surprise, not expecting to be able to get rid of her anger on her own without coaxing her. "You're not jealous anymore?" "I'm not jealous. What do you take me for?" Xia Ting pouted. Not jealous is good. You taste it yourself. The flavor is good. Shin Feng laughed. No way. Xia Ting picked up the bowl, fished up the cabbage with a spoon and sent it to Shin Feng's mouth, and said seriously, "If you eat hers, you must also eat mine." Shin Feng was a bit propped up from this meal. One portion hits over on the left, and the right immediately follows. It's still not possible to not eat it. Tsubeshi, the owner's wife of the restaurant, didn't take her seat to eat. She acted like an ordinary friend and came over halfway to toast and make a few polite remarks. Seeing Shin Feng being served and fed by the two women attentively, she didn't feel strange. It was just that she felt that these two women, who were not inferior to herself in the slightest, were willing to coexist in harmony and serve a scummy man together. This made her somewhat unbelievable. Women were born to admire strength, and seeing Shin Feng so popular, that thought in her head from before appeared more and more frequently, but she didn't dare to say it out loud. After all, it was impolite to make such a request after only meeting him once. After making a toast and seeing that they were all drinking tea instead of wine, she retreated knowingly. Shin Feng's several people finished eating, ready to go for a walk to eliminate food, coming to the front desk to find Tsubeshi to settle the bill. Unexpectedly, Tsubeshi smiled and excused herself. "Mr. Shin is too polite. The 300,000 from before is already enough. No need to give extra money." With Xia Ting and Shifuya not around, Shin Feng switched to an overbearing presidential tone and said, "Take it as your service fee." After saying that, he directly transferred 100,000 yuan to her. Tsubeshi looked deeply at Shin Feng, lowered her head and whispered, "Thank you, Mr. Shin. No need to thank you. Your food here is very much to my taste. Next time I come over alone, remember to drink with me." Shin Feng finished smilingly, turned around and walked out the door. Tsubeshi looked at his back as he left in style, took several deep breaths, and finally made up her mind. Secretly edited a message and sent it over. "Mr. Shin, I know this is very presumptuous, but it is really compelling. If your funds are generous, can you please lend me 5 million? The interest rate is up to you, and I can follow your instructions completely during the period of time it takes to pay back the money." After sending this paragraph of text, Tsubeshi, like losing her whole body's strength, leaned on the stool, staring blankly at the cell phone, worrying about being rejected, and at the same time fearing Shin Feng's consent. Her heart was full of contradictions. Her father's accident, her mother's lovesickness, originally weak and sickly body, this time even more unbearable, directly into the hospital. in order to refund money to customers. Plus the restaurant needs money to run. Subeishi took a bunch of loans. Now the business is getting worse and worse. It is about to expire. She has no money to pay. Plus a bunch of bad debts owed by her father. She really needed the money. Qin Feng walks along the embankment by the river, chatting and strolling with the two fairies, enjoying the view. Seeing Subeishi's message to borrow money, he was a bit confused. It was the first time he had met a woman who opened her mouth and asked for 500 directly. And look at her meaning as if she can be at your disposal? This is also fantastic, right? Qin Feng smiled. He was interested in Subeishi's figure. Is 5 million enough? Give me your card number. Subeishi was slightly shocked when she saw that he didn't ask anything and directly wanted to make a payment. Hurriedly sent the card number and typed, "Enough, thank you Mr. Qin. I will definitely find a way to pay you back this money." Immediately after, her cell phone rang with the message that the amount had arrived. Dragon Bank Tail number 7350 card. Online banking credited 800000000 yuan. Balance 8032223. 91 yuan. In just one sentence, that man actually transferred $8 million for her? Subeishi was in a bit of a trance, feeling like she was dreaming, taking the cell phone to edit the language of thanks, and feel how to say are not right, keep repeatedly deleting and retyping, until Qin Feng sent a message, "Don't be in a hurry to pay back, not enough and then ask me for." She froze. No wonder the women around him were so well behaved and understanding, calling themselves elder sisters or younger sisters in front of outsiders. It turned out that this man was a super rich man. At the thought of being young and handsome, low-key and introverted, and so rich, Subeishi suddenly felt as if he wasn't so annoying anymore. However, this is equivalent to the money obtained from selling his body, so that the good feelings that had just arisen instantly disappeared. System alert, Subeishi's favorability plus 20, current favorability, 0. After the group had strolled around for a while, Shifuya still had to go to work at the bar, so she said goodbye to Qin Feng. She had just fully taken over the bar and had a lot to do. She had to be busy for a few days, and would only subside after the new management was reselected. Shifuya left with EE. Qin Feng and Xia Ting were left strolling along the riverside pedestrian street like a couple. Wang Gang followed behind the two in silence, reciting in his heart that the shrimp fried rice from the restaurant just now was damn tasty. Qin Feng again by Xia Ting arm in arm walking in the street. The temperament has undergone a sea change. After only 2 days, he was no longer as embarrassed and cautious as he was at the beginning. He hung a faint smile and observed the colorful world with interest. The riverside pedestrian street was bustling with. Both sides were lit up with countless various snacks. Stinky tofu, skewers, octopus dumplings, grilled gluten. A sea of people. Like a picture of the prosperous world. This kind of human fire used to be often seen. But after a different mindset, looking at these things again, it feels much more vivid. The shopkeepers' vigorous yelling. The sound of couples laughing and joking. The sound of children playing. And the sound of the river flowing. It was as if the world's troubles had gone away overnight. Listening to all the beauty of the world at ease. Qin Feng bought some snacks and ate them while observing the joys and sorrows on other people's faces, which he found particularly interesting. Xia Ting, on the other hand, didn't have this kind of leisure. This kind of place was full of crises and hidden killers for her. If she didn't pay attention, she would dazzle in a few kebabs, chicken legs, or whatever. By the time she reacted, the meat had secretly grown 3 pounds. She swore at the beginning of this year that if she didn't lose 100 pounds, her pro-mom would explode. For the sake of her mom's life, she could only choose to endure in the face of so many tantalizing snacks. Seeing Qin Feng eating with gusto, she was drooling at the side. Just taste it. It doesn't matter if it's once in a while. No, my efforts in these 2 weeks can't be wasted. Hey, even if you put on 10 pounds, you'll look just as good. Maybe all the meat will grow on your breasts. Oh, you're a bad old man. It's okay, chicken is all protein. It's not fattening. Finally, under Qin Feng's coaxing, Xia Ting really couldn't hold back, picked up the grilled sausage and licked the sauce on the surface. After quenching her craving, she returned the roasted sausage to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's heart was racing. No matter what this schoolgirl's little mouth eats, it can't help but make people think about it. Baby, come with me to the car. How could Xia Ting not understand what he meant? Glancing at him and grunting. Don't, you haven't even showered. Qin Feng forcefully wrapped his arm around Xia Ting's waist and pressed her into his embrace, feeling the girl's exquisite body, and whispered, then let's go to the hotel now. Xia Ting twisted her body and whispered, scumbag, you acted morally upright when Sister Xiaoyao was around, but as soon as she's gone, you're in your original form. Qin Feng wrapped his arms around her, who was symbolically struggling, and walked towards the parking lot. Good boy, you messed with me this afternoon. I'm still angry to this day. Xia Ting glanced at him and said, "Oof." 9 o'clock in the morning of the next day. Qin Feng woke up in the last 4-star hotel. Curled up next to him was a sleeping schoolgirl, tossing and turning for 4 or 5 hours last night. Sleeping was exhausting. At this moment she needed to rest. Qin Feng didn't disturb and hugged the girl, peacefully admiring her beauty. Her long eyelashes were slightly curled up. Her white face was as soft as water. Her smooth collarbones, rhythmically undulating with her breathing. It was really the face of a closed moon and shy flowers. Qin Feng looked at the look. The woman woke up with a cry. Just returned to a little strength. Qin Feng again covered up. The two of them dressed downstairs to eat breakfast. It was already more than 10 o'clock. The hotel's breakfast time had ended long ago though. However, when the two of them came down, Qin Feng still had a hot breakfast. Qin Feng sucked on the soy milk, thinking that the condom from last night didn't come in handy, and asked Xia Ting, Ting, does it really not matter? I'm on a safe period for the past 2 days. It's okay. Xia Ting rubbed her stomach without moving and said in relief. Qin Feng didn't quite understand this, since she said it didn't matter. It didn't matter. Even if there is one, she is not afraid. With so much money on her body, it was still easy to raise a child. After dinner, Qin Feng and Xia Ting were ready to go to Porsche to pick up the car. Riding in Wang Gang's car to the Ford's store, Pang Jinyan saw a domestic SUV drive in from a long distance, and did not care, until the window was rolled down to reveal Qin Feng. Until the window rolled down, revealing Qin Feng's face, immediately ran over to meet with a smile like a flower. Mr. Qin, you are here. Well, is the car ready? Qin Feng said casually. It's been inspected. I'll take you over for the handover ceremony. Pang Jinyan smiled and led the way ahead. There's a ceremony? Qin Feng wondered. Yes, we have prepared some small gifts for you. I hope you like them. Pang Jinyan smiled. Good. Lead the way. Qin Feng nodded and said. Xia Ting was also buying a car for the first time, and hearing that there was a handover ceremony, her already excited mood became even more excited. Taking Qin Feng's hand, she followed Pang Jinyan over. Coming to the handover showroom, a flirty red convertible sports car was parked in the center. The car body was covered with balloons and flowers, and the front of the car a huge red bow belt. A line lit up on the upstairs display. Congratulations to Ms. Xia Ting on her delightful Porsche 911 turbos. I wish you joy and happiness. On the table were 4 different colors of champagne and a flower box with the car keys. The store's sales staff stood in 2 rows, holding a salute of flowers to celebrate. A photographer, who looked like a professional, stood in front of the car, signaling Qin Feng and Xia Ting to stand in front of the car to take pictures. As the fireworks exploded, the photo of Xia Ting standing in front of the Porsche car, snuggling in Qin Feng's arms was framed. The picture was beautiful and Xia Ting's mood was equally beautiful. Her dream had come true and she was happy beyond words. All she did was hug Qin Feng and kiss him fiercely. System prompt, Xia Ting favorability +3. Qin Feng smiled slightly. Last night's proof of love with her actions had increased Xia Ting's favorability by 3 points. Counting the fact that he had added another favorability by lifting the car now, he was now only 1 step away from the 80 rebate again. However, he didn't care about Xia Ting's cashback right now. He only cared about when he could reach 100 favorability and get her super strong body. After all, without a good waist, it really couldn't hold back so many female goblins that came to his door. Ms. Xia, may I ask if I need to give you a detailed introduction of the car's features? Pang Jinyan followed the rules and went up to ask the owner of the car. Okay. Xia Ting, who still didn't know where to press to put away the convertible roof, readily agreed. Pang Jinyan called a trainee salesperson and asked her to sit in the passenger seat and carefully explain to Xia Ting, who was the main driver. Seeing that he had nothing to do, Qin Feng came to the next showroom to visit other Porsche models, thinking about getting himself a better car. Pang Jinyan followed over and smiled. Mr. Qin, this way please, I'll make you some tea. They might need a while. Buying a car is not a rush. Qin Feng followed the beautiful saleswoman into the VIP lounge and sat on the sofa. What does Mr. Qin drink? Black tea or green tea? We also have coffee drinks here. Pang Jinyan stroked her hair, bent down unobtrusively, and said in a soft voice. She was dressed in a pretty little suit, with her neckline revealing a patch of spring color. Qin Feng quietly glanced at her, sighing a word of tolerance. Whatever. Pang Jinyan thought for a moment and said, then let me make you a cup of oolong tea. Qin Feng nodded in agreement, then casually added, it's best to put in 2 more wolfberries. Pang Jinyan teased. Oh, Mr. Qin started to take care of his health at such a young age? Qin Feng smiled. People will always learn to take care of themselves. Pang Jinyan ordered the staff to make tea, then boldly sat beside Qin Feng and softly said, Mr. Qin looks a bit spiritless. I just happen to have learned a set of head massage techniques. Why don't I help you relax? Qin Feng came to be a bit interested. He grew up so big. He hadn't pressed a massage yet. And, oh, you still have this skill? Oh, I can do a lot. I've learned dance, yoga, cooking, flower arrangement. Seeing that Qin Feng didn't object, Pang Jinyan took the initiative to put her hands on his shoulders, broke his upper body, and gently exerted force to lower him onto her lap. Qin Feng was startled by this bold action. He thought she would stand and give herself a massage. He didn't expect to actually pull himself directly to lie on her lap. He was just about to open his mouth when he felt the woman use her slender jade hand against his chin, gently rubbing back and forth towards the position of the root of his ear. Qin Feng was unable to speak for a while as he was blocked. The place on his face that had been stroked had a tingling sensation. Looking up, what came into his eyes were the mountains that covered the sky, and he couldn't see the woman's face at all. Sniffing the unique scent of the woman's arms, Qin Feng had a slight urge to, but there were too many women waiting for him to pamper. He couldn't afford to waste his energy on this kind of woman with no reward. It was important to know that every physical pleasure had a chance to increase a girl's favorability. Qin Feng meditates on the mantra of clearing the mind, closes his eyes and just simply enjoys her massage. Pang Jinyan lingered on Qin Feng's face for a long time like scratching a cat's jaws. Afterward, she pressed Qin Feng's head with her thumb, and her middle and ring fingers gently rubbed his head, smilingly saying, I've also learned full body massage. I can help you boys soothe your tendons and eliminate your daily fatigue. If Mr. Qin is free, he can come to my house to try the effects. Qin Feng raised his head and refound a comfortable position on the meat cushion to rest his head, faintly answered, Wait for me to be free. I'll contact you then. Pang Jinyan was secretly happy in her heart, thinking she still had hope, smiling sweetly. Okay, then I'll wait for Mr. Qin's notice. Qin Feng closed his eyes and relaxed. Pang Jinyan was smart enough not to continue disturbing, quietly doing a head massage. Seeing that she was really skillful and knowledgeable, Qin Feng had a mind to buy another car here from her. So he asked, Do you have that kind of high-end atmospheric car here? Is Mr. Qin buying one for himself? Then I recommend our store's most popular Porsche Cayenne. By a lot of people. Very popular with girls. Pang Jinyan introduced. I don't think the headlights look good. Like frog-like. And the people who drive that car are scum. Not in line with my temperament, Qin Feng said lightly. Air, per American, low-key luxury, very classy, Pang Jinyan said. Porsche are too young and ostentatious. Suitable for driving in the main car. Not suitable for the car. If you want Wang Gang to drive a sports car to send himself out, I'm afraid he'll be misunderstood as a gay. The little man of the domineering president? Thinking about it is horrible. Qin Feng decisively refused. Forget it, I still like cars like Rolls-Royce Phantom, with a soft and wide back row. He preferred the kind of car that Boss Shifuya was sitting in, coming down from the back, his entire head shining with dazzling light. Wow, Mr. Qin is so young, he can actually afford a Rolls-Royce, so powerful. Pang Jinyan's eyes lit up. The Rolls-Royce Phantom was a tens of millions of dollars car, the seat of the super rich. For this kind of big tycoon, she really wanted to smother him in her arms. Qin Feng saw her uncontrollable eyes through the mountains and smiled faintly. Luck, just made 1 billion points. Qin is too modest. You want to look at the Rolls-Royce words, or I will take you to buy how. Just I know their supervisor can help you get the most favorable price. Pang Jinyan, beautiful eyes rippling. The circle of automobile sales is not too big and not too small. Ask a few people to find the other party's supervisor, and this kind of bring customers to the door of the single. Also can get a certain sales commission. Only need a little bit of special channels and skills. Tens of millions of single can be encountered. If you can grasp, may be able to earn a small half a year's salary. Can. The price does not matter. Is to be configured a little better present car. It is best to be able to drive away on the spot. Qin Feng dashingly said. Pang Jinyan was so excited that she quickly said, Then I'll help you ask if there's a current car now. After saying that, she lightly pressed on Qin Feng's forehead with one hand, while the other hand picked up her cell phone to send a WeChat to find someone. With two things in one mind, she was able to take care of it. After a while, Xia Ting finished familiarizing herself with the new car and called for Qin Feng. Qin Feng was afraid that Xia Ting would bump into her lying in someone else's arms, and that it would be too much of a hassle to be jealous and coaxed at that time. So he got up and walked out. Ting Ting, do you want to buy you another Rolls-Royce? Xia Ting? Qin Feng explained half a day. He can't register any valuables in his name because of his family relationship, and you are the only person one trusts, so use your identity to buy a car. Only then did Xia Ting close her surprised little mouth and accept this statement, while feeling happy that she had become Qin Feng's only one. But in her heart, she was also muttering about what his identity was and why he had become so rich. The sun shines brightly at noon. On the road, a brand new red Porsche sports car was moving forward with turtle speed. From time to time, it braked sharply and settled straight in the middle of the road. Then it started trembling again, like a car driven by a novice female driver. This was indeed the case. Xia Ting had never touched the steering wheel after she learned her license, and this was the first car in her life. She drove carefully and fearfully, not daring to give gas at all. Seeing the car in front of the flashing red light, a long way away from stepping on the brakes to stop in place, for fear of losing control of dislike, Qin Feng will not drive. Sitting in her passenger seat, by her driving skills, almost did not hold vomit out. The beautiful vision of a beautiful car before seemed like a joke. He missed Shifuya very much at this time, driving fast and steady, more than an old driver. Next time he went, he was going to ask her what kind of car she liked, and give her a whole one to ride in her car. Never again will he sit in a novice female driver's car. Fortunately, the distance is not too far. Xia Ting brought Qin Feng to the Rolls-Royce Ford store, a 10-minute walk away. She drove for 20 minutes. When she parked in the parking lot in front of the door, she even put the car across 2 empty spaces and was ready to get off. Qin Feng was numb. Peng Jinyan was one step ahead of her, standing at the door with a well-dressed middle-aged woman waiting. Seeing Qin Feng getting out of the car, she hurriedly greeted him. Mr. Qin is here. Welcome Mr. Qin, Miss Xia. The two women greeted each other with big smiles. The middle-aged beautiful woman glanced at Xia Ting and didn't mind her parking her car carelessly. Rich people had eccentric temperaments, and there were also those who liked to park in 2 spots. Hello guys. Hello guys. Qin Feng stood and rested for a while before he caught his breath and responded with a smile. He didn't look at the middle-aged beautiful woman with a scan because even if she was 90 points, he didn't want to nibble on it himself. A big sister in her 40s really couldn't bite much. Mr. Qin, let me introduce you. This is Qiu Lily, the sales supervisor here. Peng Jinyan introduced. Hello Mr. Qin. Welcome to our store. Inside please. Qiu Lily's attitude was very good, slightly bowed and reached out to guide. Yen has already made your requirements clear to me. We now have 2 existing cars. One is an extended model. The price is also relatively high. The long one then? A man has to have the extended version. Qin Feng didn't wait for her to finish and directly interrupted. Qiu Lily was choked for a moment. She guessed that this young eunuch had a rather jumpy personality, so she gathered her respectful and polite expression and said in the same joking tone, Indeed, a man as handsome as Mr. Qin should not be short. Qin Feng was surprised that this big sister in front of him was so open, and was a bit secretly pleased by her bold horse's asshole, said with his tail cocked, Born with it. I can't help it. It bothers me sometimes. Xia Ting knew Qin Feng's strengths. A little embarrassed to hear this, patted him and slightly pouted. So many girls are here. Can you not drive? Qin Feng hemmed and hawed, thinking that it was really bad to drive like this in front of the Rolls-Royce gate, and was planning to skip over the topic, but Peng Jinyan refused to let him go. Unexpectedly, Peng Jinyan refused to let him go, glancing at him with a smile and complaining to Xia Ting, Ms. Xia has a car to drive. Of course she doesn't know how hard it is for us women who don't have a car. Sometimes I just want to listen to the sound of the engine but I don't have a chance. Sure enough, driving is still fierce for female drivers. Xia Ting ignored Peng Jinyan and tugged at Qin Feng, saying, Brother, let's go see the car quickly. I've never sat in a Rolls-Royce in my life. Qin Feng loaded up. Nothing rare. It can't be deformed. Xia Ting snorted and laughed. If it can transform, can you afford it? Qin Feng was fearless. As long as you like it, I'll buy the sun and give it to you. Xia Ting shyly blanked him and chirped. Don't joke. Let's be serious. How much does that extended version cost? Qiu Lily was leading the way and heard the question and laughed. Ms. Xia can guess. 3 chances. If the difference is less than 1 million, I'll be the master of the 3 lambswool foot mats. The price of 68,000 per piece. Xia Ting's mouth slightly opened, secretly marveled. A car foot mat to 68,000? 3 is an ordinary car. A foot mat is so expensive. Then the whole car can still be? In her heart, Porsche is already the pinnacle of life. More expensive cars? She did not even think about it. $10 million? Xia Ting tried to guess as much as possible. A lot worse, Qiu Lily said with a smile. 2,000? Xia Ting let her imagination fly. Much more. Not that outrageous. Qin Feng had read 10,000 novels intensively, and even though he had never driven a car, he had a rough idea of this kind of car. It's estimated to be around 18 million, Qin Feng said lightly. Qiu Lily, full of admiration, gently clapped a few times and flattered, as expected of Mr. Qin, without even seeing the car. You can guess the price out of thin air. You're really knowledgeable. I really admire you. On the surface, She seemed to marvel at Qin Feng's ability to guess the price, but in her heart, she was a bit unimpressed. The car was indeed more than $18 million. There are many possibilities to guess the price. Either it's a coincidence, or Qin Feng knew in advance that they had such a car here. Most of the rich people's circles are connected, and it's no big deal to ask about things like this. So expensive, Xia Ting said in surprise. Yes, Rolls-Royce in the automobile industry is supposed to be a one-of-a-kind existence. The goddess of celebration is even more of a symbol of identity and status. So your boyfriend has a very good eye. No matter if it's a car or a person, he only chooses the best. Qiu Lily's horse's ass. So that's Xia Ting also secretly happy. Looking at Qin Feng smiled openly. A group of people were talking and laughing. They came to a small showroom. There was only a black car parked inside, flashing a colorful black under the gorgeous lights. The whole car is nearly 6 meters long and 2 meters high, quietly lying there, like a sleeping steel beast. The aura is very powerful. The front face of the iconic quadrilateral straight waterfall grille. The grille at both ends of the headlight group looks very tense. The classic door opening design also shows the model's distinctiveness. The goddess of celebration at the front end of the hood looked like she was welcoming Qin Feng and the others. Mr. Qin, let me introduce the overall price of this Rolls-Royce Phantom to you. The bare car price is $9.8 million, plus $2.6 million of tax and $5.7 million of options. Total price of $18.1 million. Xia Ting muttered with a dark look on her face. All the options are so expensive? You can buy 2 Porsche 911s. The hall was quiet, and Xia Ting's words clearly reached Qiu Lily's ears. She smiled, put on her gloves and touched the wheels and introduced. This black fully polished wheel option costs $380,000, worth a BMW 5 Series. Rolls-Royce is BMW's luxury brand, so there is no pressure to compare it with BMW. She guided the crowd to the rear and pointed to the exhaust pipe and said, "This chrome exhaust, $150,000. The glowing welcome lights at the foot of the door with the RR logo, $180,000. The embroidered pattern on the seat head, $140,000. Power curtains in the back of the car, $260,000. Worth a BMW 3 Series. 2 executive airline seats in the back, $900,000. Gold gallery on the center console, $700,000 inch. The brightest roof star top, $600,000 inch. And the stereo, body assist system, and power lifting beacons. Master, don't read it, Xia Ting shouted, holding her head. After she saw such a noble car, she instantly felt that her 3 million Porsche does not smell good again. At the moment, she was full of wanting to sit on it and experience it. However, having had the experience of being rejected for the first time, she didn't dare to go forward. Qin Feng is not much of a feeling. Now money is already a number for him. Buy this car, but also mainly figure it's soft in the back, and has a face, driving on the road, but also to avoid a lot of unnecessary bad mood. He put his hand on top of Wang Gang, who was full of seriousness, and said, "Brother Wang, you should be accustomed to driving this 6-meter car, right?" "Aha." Wang Gang solemnly nodded his head, a look of words like gold, steady as a mountain. But in reality, he was already sweating in fear when he heard a motorized curtain of $260,000 just now. The thought of actually having to drive this kind of car in the future. His legs were shaking at the moment. Damn, this is like 10 sets of houses running on the road. If you rubbed it, you can't keep your paycheck. He was afraid that he would have to wear a set of dustproof clothes to drive it, in case there is a bare child, like in the news. At night quietly ran to take off the car label. Where do you go to find someone to compensate? Wang Gang shouted madly in his heart, but no one heard him. Qin Feng saw him so calm, secretly praised worthy of being a soldier. Psychological quality is bull. He decisively called Qiu Lily, let her get the contract, direct full payment, and let Qiu Lily write on the car owner is Xia Ting. Qiu Lily on this kind of thing is not strange. Really rich people's name of the property need to be clean and tidy. Some luxury cars and mansions to see the light. Some luxury cars and mansions see the light of day and easily attract the attention of bigwigs. Mr. Qin's love for MS. Xia is really touching. What kind of trust is needed to put an $18 million car in MS? Xia's name? Your feelings make me, an old auntie, cry with envy. Xia Ting listened to Qiu Lily's words and looked at Qin Feng beautifully, her face full of happy smiles. Qin Feng was also very flattered. This auntie said every word in her heart. That's why ancient emperors liked treacherous ministers. A good ass kissing is what makes the emperor's dragon face happy. Looking at Qiu Lily, who was still constantly giving Xia Ting pua, this couldn't help but make Qin Feng have some thoughts about her. If he could recruit her over to be a housekeeper for himself, she would definitely be able to serve the girls he brought back in the future as well. Supervisor Chiu, at the risk of asking, how much do you get paid here? Chiu Lily was startled, secretly guessing what he meant when he said this. After a little thought, she quickly had a clear idea in her mind and smiled back. The salary is sloppy, a little higher than the average person, but it's not much better, mainly because this job is easy. There are not many orders all year round, and it's not tiring to manage, but it's also close to home. Qin Feng heard the meaning in her words and sighed. Oh, that's a pity. Peng Jinyan mulled over the flavor from the sidelines and joked to Qin Feng. Is Mr. Qin trying to cut corners? Yes, Xiu is a beautiful person with a fine heart, and her speech is pleasing to the eye. I was wondering if I could use money to impress her. Qin Feng laughed. I don't know how much Xiu's annual salary is, but the annual salary of our supervisor there is around 1 million. How much does Mr. Qin plan to offer to impress her? Peng Jinyan was a bit curious. This kind of drama of a tycoon fancying sales was very common at their place. She also wanted to bring a melon back for everyone to eat. Qin Feng thought about it and said in a deep voice, 2 or 3 times, although he could afford to give any more. But just like a cat that doesn't catch mice when it's full, the motivation is gone when too much money is given. When the crowd heard this, they were all shocked. The scene was suddenly quiet. No one on the scene questioned what Qin Feng said. After all, a lord who dared to come to Rolls-Royce to buy a car spoke with a different weight. They were just surprised that Qin Feng just casually offered a high salary. It was $2 to $3 million. Even the super top assistants didn't have this kind of treatment, right? Peng Jinyan was on the verge of crying with acidity. Obviously, she was younger, more affectionate, and could do things. So why would Qin Feng look at this 40-something-year-old aunt? People are really exasperating compared to people. If I had known, I wouldn't have talked too much. Xiu Lily was also surprised by Qin Feng's offer. Their store wasn't comparable to the popular Porsche store. Although there were a lot of rich people in China, not many could afford a Rolls-Royce. That's why occasionally when the performance is bad the annual salary is less than $1 million. Now listening to Qin Feng said that he could give himself $2 or $3 million a year. Suddenly moved. But she didn't show it. She first invited Qin Feng to the VIP lounge with a big smile and instructed the others to prepare the contract and insurance. After taking care of things, she made tea for Qin Feng and the others before politely opening her mouth and asking, "Thank you for your appreciation, Mr. Qin. In fact, I also have the idea of jumping ship. I just haven't been able to find a suitable job. I don't know what you want me to do?" Qin Feng said truthfully, "I'm short of an assistant to help me take care of my daily affairs and deal with family chores." "How many companies do you have? What do they do? Do you need to travel a lot to entertain clients and so on?" Xiu Lily worried. "I only have experience in forest store management. If your industry is very big, I'm afraid I'm not qualified for the position of president's assistant. If you really want to have any group industry." Xiu Lily is afraid that she is old and her brain is not as flexible as those young girls, so she will be disliked at that time. "I don't have a company at the moment, but I should have one in the future," Qin Feng said indifferently. Xiu Lily was instantly relieved, guessing that this Mr. Qin might not have started to take over his parents' business yet. Or maybe there were older brothers and sisters at home who were sharing their parents' worries and didn't need him to worry about them. If she got the company again in the future, she wouldn't be under so much pressure. After all, at that time, she should have gotten acquainted with her boss, and as long as her boss was satisfied, she naturally didn't need to worry about other people's eyes. Mr. Qin is really insightful. Saving for a rainy day. Since it's to open a company in the future, I'll ask one more time. What kind of company are you planning to open? I can also learn some relevant things in advance. Qin Feng rubs his chin and reveals a contemplative expression. He was stumped by the question. He didn't have the idea of opening a company at all right now. With the system in place, it was the same as saying that with the gold modifier on and unlimited gold coins, there was still the idea of opening a P company. However, this presupposed that the system didn't run. And even if the system didn't run, he himself was indifferent. In case he had an heir in the future it would be so-called. There is always a need to prepare for a child without a system. Just what would be a better company to start? Qin Feng thought about it. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration opened his mind. He can start an entertainment media company. Let the company help themselves to search for 90 points of girls, smashing money to hold them as stars. Is not it great? Whoever's favorability is added more. Who will be the main support? Anyway, he now has a lot of money. Smashing resources to support people is not just smashing money. I have no problem supporting a whole girl group with my own dog-licking fund. When the time comes, let them be idle trainees and hold them up for their debut. When they become big stars, their own company is on the right track. Then even if there is no system, Their next generation will not have to worry about the problem of food and drink. Maybe he could even get the moon first by being close to the water? At the thought of this, Qin Feng instantly got energized. However, for now, it's better to get the super strong physique and bodyguard first, and preferably put on the resurrection armor again. Now that he has no background and no power, it's easy for him to be missed if he's messing around. If there is a deliberate accident, there is no place to cry in hell. Don't make waves. Qin Feng collected his emotions and said aloud, the company is not in a hurry first. It's pretty much the entertainment media piece. You're mainly helping me manage the family chores now. Just arrange for Miss Xia and I to eat and live well. Xiao Lily froze for a moment and couldn't help but ask, you mean spending $2 to $3 million and asking me to be a nanny? Is a housekeeper for Miss Xia and I, Qin Feng defended. Xia Ting was instantly energized when she heard Qin Feng say that he was recruiting for himself. She carefully sized up Xiao Lily and, seeing this middle-aged woman, she was tall and had a dignified face. Age did leave a trace on her face, but also added a unique flavor to her. Between her eyebrows and eyes, she even revealed the mellowness and wisdom of dealing with people in the world. Xia Ting quite liked this big sister, and she had no problem with Qin Feng recruiting people. She only hoped that he didn't have any special fetishes. Xiao Lily didn't know if this was reliable or not, and said after a moment of agonizing, Mr. Qin, this is too big of a leap across industries. Can you let me think about it for a few days? Qin Feng nodded his head and agreed, of course. Working as a nanny may take a bit too long, and requires round-the-clock care, so you'll have to talk to your family first. Xiao Lily smiles bitterly when she hears that she's still a nanny. She was a 4-store supervisor of a high-class car, and she ran away to bring a child to someone. It's really embarrassing to say it out. If she hadn't heard about the double and triple salary, she wouldn't have even considered it. I'm divorced. The child was awarded to my ex-husband. The working hours are nothing. The main thing is that I haven't served anyone. I'm worried about not taking good care of them. You don't have to worry about that. Just behave like you just did. We are all decent people. Qin Feng is very satisfied with Xiao Lily. She understands the situation, can lick, and has management experience. He will definitely have more than just a villa in the future, and will have to raise a bunch of servants. It's also more assured to leave it to this woman with eyesight, and with so many sisters, she could help coordinate care among them. Qin Feng hadn't thought of letting a 90-point woman serve other 90-point women. He was afraid that they would engage in court battles at home every day. The job of serving the mistress was of course better to be done by such a smart big sister. If you agree, the annual salary will first be calculated at $2 million. And if you perform well, the year-end bonus will not be less than $1 million. If you can make my woman happy and can make her like me more, you decide how much to raise your salary. The increase offered by Qin Feng made Xiao Lily completely heartbroken. It was also true that following a generous boss had a better future than being here. Some beautiful sales by the boss, directly the same day to leave, followed the boss to run a lot. I just didn't expect that at my age. I would have encountered such a thing. Thanks to Mr. Qin's love. Then I'll give you an answer tomorrow at the latest. Do you think it's okay? Xiao Lily said carefully. She already had probably made up her mind in her heart. Just being slightly reserved could make herself seem more important. Aha! Qin Feng nodded and, then he looked at the silent Wang Gang and smiled. Brother Wang also follow this standard. Your performance these days is good. It's considered an early transfer. Wang Gang stared wide-eyed. Did not expect to have his own share. The joy was overflowing. Only 3 days less. From the annual income of 100,000 to annual income of 2 million. What kind of experience? This happiness came too suddenly. He was not prepared at all, and he didn't know how to say the excited words. Thank you, boss. I, Wang Gang, am willing to go up the mountain of knives and down the sea of fire for you. What are you doing on the mountain of knives? Xia Ting was most annoyed with this kind of fighting and killing, and couldn't help but open her mouth to dislike it. Wang Gang stammered, thinking of saying picking the moon for the boss, but for fear of causing the crowd to misunderstand, he forced the words back. No need to get on. No need to get on. As long as the next time you see someone running in front of me and causing trouble, you don't wait for me to instruct you. First press her to the ground for me, Qin Feng said indifferently. Wang Gang realized that his boss was talking about what happened yesterday at the mall. He hadn't made a move at that time mainly because he was thinking about the fact that the woman was the boss's ex-girlfriend, and at that time, he was only thinking about defending himself against physical attacks from other people. He didn't think about defending himself against mental attacks. Now hearing the boss say that, he immediately assured, don't worry boss, next time if anyone else dares to disrespect you, I'll definitely lift her up with one hand. Qin Feng waved his hand and didn't ask if you could lift the other person if they were a 200-pound fatty. Returning to the topic, he said to Xiao Lily, when will the car be delivered at the earliest? Xiao Lily immediately replied, "The car can be delivered tomorrow." Qin Feng nodded his head and said, good. I'll have this wine come over to pick up the car at that time, so pay attention to it." "Well, okay." Xiao Lily took the information handed over by sales and said to Xia Ting, "Please sign here, Ms. Xia." Xia Ting signed painfully. After seeing another Rolls-Royce under her name, the way she looked at Qin Feng became different. Before, she only thought that Qin Feng was a successful man, worth tens of millions of dollars. But Qin Feng's performance today made her realize that Qin Feng's worth was definitely not simple. It was likely that he was a 10-figure real big shot. An ordinary person who wanted to reach the level of millions, or even tens of millions, might need a lifetime of hard work plus luck. But if they wanted to break through the billions, they would need the power of their family. She guessed that Qin Feng's father might have deliberately pretended to be poor, hiding the fact that he was a 10-billionaire, and raising Qin Feng poorly from a young age to temper his will, like the spicy prince in the news, who had been hidden from his billionaire family for more than 20 years. Or maybe he was found by his long-lost real father, who has a rich and powerful family. Then Qin Feng went from a poor boy to a noble dude. One's boyfriend is a nobleman. The average person must be overjoyed. But Xia Ting couldn't be happy. It meant that the door wasn't right for the family, and there was a good chance that he wouldn't be able to marry himself. Xia Ting was torn in her heart, and she didn't know if the trick of finger marriage would work on his father. "I heard that some rich families only want the child, not the child's mother." The more Xia Ting thought about it, the more afraid she was. The formalities are all dealt with. Pang Jinyan and Xiao Lily went out to discuss the issue of commission. Qin Feng sat in the lounge waiting for their bills and some fragmented documents. Turning his head and noticing the worried Xia Ting, he couldn't help but ask, "Baby, aren't you happy about buying a car?" Xia Ting gave him a melancholy look and, "Not unhappy, I'm just thinking about our future." Qin Feng laughed, "I will love you as much as I do now, and let you live happily ever after." Xia Ting aggravated, "But I feel like I'm getting farther and farther away from you." Qin Feng laughed badly, "Our distance last night was negative. Where is it far away?" Xia Ting spat at him, "Not serious. I'm serious with you. I feel that you change from day to day. I'm a bit afraid." "What are you afraid of? No matter how much you change, my love for you will never change." Qin Feng thought she was blaming herself for being philandering and comforted again. "Don't think about it. You are my most important girl. No matter how many women I have around me, you will always be the one I love the most." Xia Ting listened to the man's words of love, leaned her body towards him, snuggled in his arms and said quietly, "You're so handsome and your family is so good. I feel like I'm a bit unworthy of you." The girl's heartfelt words made Qin Feng slightly stunned. A schoolgirl of this caliber even has moments of low self-esteem? He rubbed Xia Ting's shoulders and kissed her on the forehead, then secretly used the bully line from the TV. "If even you are not worthy of me, then no one in this world is worthy of me." Xia Ting was in a much better mood and tilted her head up to the side of Qin Feng's face and said, "Humph. Smooth talker, you were like this when you cheated on other girls, right?" "No." Qin Feng keenly grasped the point in this sentence and solemnly said, "It's not cheating. What I said was genuine. Only a fool would believe you." "Scum." Xia Ting gradually revealed a smile, glancing at the man she liked more and more. She couldn't help but pout. "Brother, will you not want me in the future?" Qin Feng categorically said, "No." Then, Xia Ting's eyes flickered and she stammered, "Is it possible that you will marry me in the future?" Qin Feng's brows tightened. This question was not simple. The last time when Xia Ting's favorability was 79, it was because she wanted her to meet her parents and she didn't agree. It ended up causing the good sense to fall all the way down. This time, when she reached 79, it was as if she had gone back to that time. He knew that by answering the word yes, there was a good chance of reaching 80 points of favorability. However, he didn't want to do that, because once he answered this way, he guessed that in order to reach 100 favorability points, he might really need to get married. He didn't want to get married for the time being. In order to not brush off his favorability like last time, he decided to go against the grain. He couldn't be led around by Xia Ting. "Before I answer you this question, I want to ask you," Qin Feng said calmly, "do you love me?" Xia Ting froze and hurriedly stated, "Of course I love you. Otherwise why would I want to marry you?" "You don't love me." Qin Feng's tone was flat. Raising his hand to stop Xia Ting from opening her mouth, he continued, "Love a person cannot hide, even if you cover your mouth, or will be revealed from the eyes. I did not find love in your eyes, only see full of possessiveness." I didn't." Xia Ting panicked. She desperately wanted to say something to prove herself, but realized that apart from physical pleasure, she didn't seem to have done anything moving for Qin Feng. Instead, she thought of Qin Feng's many forbearance and tolerance towards herself. The nobleman who could afford a Rolls-Royce was obedient to herself and satisfied her every request, while she had been acting like a princess by throwing tantrums and playing small. Thinking about this, she realized with horror that she really didn't seem to have ever been attracted to Qin Feng. There was only a greedy thought of marrying him and living a good life for the rest of her life. Shouldn't marriage be a testimony of love between two people? She saw Qin Feng's love, while she didn't even give her heart, now even asking people to marry themselves. Thinking about it was indeed a bit excessive. Xia Ting shook her head painfully and lowered her curtains, her eyes misting over. Qin Feng smiled when he saw this. This schoolgirl's current appearance was very similar to what he once had. The same was in front of the person he liked, being asked by the other party to prove his sincerity. He himself was like a licking dog at that time, not knowing how to prove it at all, only thinking of pouring out his heart to the person he liked, and ended up being toyed with by the other person. Now it was reversed. He himself had become the dominant party, while the schoolgirl looked dumbfounded and soulful. The opportunity was rare, so Qin Feng wanted to have a good time. He just wanted to open his mouth to continue on the intensity. At this time, Pang Jinyan and Xiao Lily walked into the reception room. Qin Feng didn't want to be disturbed and waved his hand at the two women, signaling them to go out. Seeing Qin Feng's gesture, Pang Jinyan and Xiao Lily hurriedly bowed apologetically and retreated. The reception room resounded with the torture of Qin Feng's soul. Look at other sister Xiaoya. She likes me just as much, but would she be jealous of you? Would she be as unreasonable as you? Would she hang up marriage on her lips every day? If you genuinely like me, you should think more about me instead of thinking of binding me with marriage. Marriage is just a piece of paper. It's the person that matters. If the person is not right and the relationship is finished, that piece of paper will be torn. And in the end, your marital relationship will have divorced written on it. Won't it be more difficult? Xia Ting was originally very sad and self-blaming. The water droplets in her eyes shook and looked like they were about to come down. But, after hearing Qin Feng praise Shifuya for being gentle and virtuous, the stubbornness instantly came up and drove back the tears at once. She also wanted to control her temper and act gentle and generous like Zheng Gong to give Qin Feng a good impression. But she couldn't do it. As soon as she saw other women around her man, she couldn't wait to go up and bite them to death. She could compromise on marriage, but she couldn't compromise a bit with Qin Feng's other women. She sought to squeeze Qin Feng dry every day in the future, asking him to still go out and play, counting him out. Brother, I'll never mention marriage again. Don't be angry with me. Listening to Xia Ting begging for his forgiveness in a pitiful tone, Qin Feng was instantly pleased with his dragon face again. Thinking that his words had worked, he touched Xia Ting's head. He touched Xia Ting's head and encouraged like the previous slag woman. I currently have no plans to get married, but if I want to get married in the future, I'll only choose a girl who genuinely and sincerely likes me. And you are my first choice, if you can follow me with your heart and soul. Qin Feng gently looked at Xia Ting, only to see that a light of hope really lit up in her eyes. She nodded heavily and said, well, I will definitely make my brother understand my feelings. I look forward to your performance. Brother, I love you. I love you too. Qin Feng was so happy in his heart. After this round of Pua, the favorability should go up, right? Will it directly explode? Thinking about it, he's still looking forward to it. He quietly waited for the system prompt to ring. 10 seconds passed. Half a minute passed. A minute passed. Xia Ting's expression was still so sincere, with tears in her eyes. A look of if you don't leave me, I won't give up. But the favorability just doesn't add up. What's wrong? It shouldn't be. He used to hear that he could still get married, and the goodwill increase was about to go beyond 100. He even thought of a name for the baby, and even bit the bullet and bought the $8,000 necklace on the spot. How come Xia Ting doesn't have any favorites? What's going on? Unity, do you have a bug? Unity, you squeak ah. System alert. Xia Ting's favorability +0. Shit, what the hell? Can only women use this Pua technique? Men can't use it? Then, didn't he act out all this for nothing? He felt a burst of headache. He felt that a woman's heart, the bottom of the sea needle, simply inscrutable. In fact, what Qin Feng doesn't know is that, after a woman's favorability reaches a certain level, it can only break through the barrier by stimulating through special things and generating moving sentiments. Xia Ting's heart at the moment is only full of guilt, as well as possessiveness of him. There was no love for him at all. So the 79 favorability barrier did not loosen, despite Xia Ting's heartfelt intention to grow old with Qin Feng. But not being moved was not being moved. It wasn't her problem. All women were the same. Even if the other party was the richest man in the world, the most a woman would do is kneel down and serve because of money. But who could know what she thought in her heart? The 80 points of goodwill defined by the system could prove that a woman wanted to go on with her man no matter how rich or poor she was. 100 good cents. Even if that man is no longer something. Sitting in jail, eating candy, all sick, losing all his money. beating his wife, beating his children. A woman will still follow him with all her heart, counting on him to change for the better. Even if everyone is against it and feels bad for her, she will still be with him till the day she dies. There are many such stupid women in the world. Once you fall in love, you will be desperate. Moth to the flame. It's the same with men who fall in love. But in modern society, people aren't too kind to men who fall in love. They also gave them unpleasant nicknames. Qin Feng used to be a man of love. Now, still is, only with the ability to get bigger. He can fall in love with more objects, but he still couldn't figure out women. He had expected to get a super strong body just by moving his lips, but now it seems not so simple. So he wants the whole live to get Shaitan to fall in love with him. Just what should be the whole trick? He was in deep thought. Congratulations on becoming the honored Rolls-Royce owner. May the flying goddess illuminate your splendor. Amidst the blessings of the sales executives, Qin Feng smiled and waved to them as he walked out of the Ford store. He told Xia Ting that he had to take care of something and would accompany her later, then got into Wang Gang's car. Xia Ting was reluctant when she saw Qin Feng leaving. She still wanted to pester Qin Feng, but the man said something was wrong, so she couldn't ask what it was. She could only drive home alone in a sulky manner. Then remembered that in front of the mother can fool today's car. His name also has a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The mood is good again. Her mom to see 18 million car. Afraid not eyeballs are going to stare out of it. He. She fantasized about her mother's surprised expression and drove the car back home with a flourish. But to her surprise, her mom wasn't there. Instead, her dad was at home resting without classes in the afternoon and saw her driving such a nice car back. Thought she was messing around outside. Without explanation, he beat her up. Xia Ting angry people are stupid. On the spot hunger strike protest. These are all afterthoughts. Back to Qin Feng's side. He sat in the car and asked Wang Gang, Brother Wang, if you were very rich and wanted a woman to fall in love with you, what would you do? The straight man of steel replied, give her the money and say I love you. That's risky. Is there a safer way? Buy her good food and fatten her up so she has no other man to choose but to follow you. Qin Feng said breathlessly, is there a faster way? Like getting a little romantic or something? Wang Gang confidently said, then buy her a gold ring, flowers, lipstick. My wife loves this stuff. Alright, you drive well. Okay boss. Men who have been soldiers are really hard. Qin Feng shook his head, lamenting that he was asking for more. Chasing a girl, just buy her what she likes. Such a simple question. One even has to ask others. Qin Feng took out his cell phone and opened Little Sweet Potato, looking for the villa that Xia Ting said she super liked last time. He planned to create a little surprise and see if he could get something. He soon found the contact information. Called over. It was still the same agent from last time. He had stood someone up last time, but he had used Xia Ting's cell phone to make the call. Qin Feng didn't feel embarrassed. Hello, and Juluo Real Estate. May I ask who is it? Qin Feng replied. I've spotted a villa on your Little Sweet Potato. I want to buy it as a gift for my girlfriend. May I ask if I need her to be there in person to sign? The agent froze and honestly replied. If the house is written in your lover's name, of course you need her to come and sign in person. I mean I want to give her a surprise. Secretly buy it for her. This operation is difficult. Need to get a power of attorney and other things. You convenient to meet and chat? Can you address to me? Okay, my surname is Zhang, called Zhang Daji. Please ask your name. Qin, as in Qin Shi Huang. Okay, Mr. Qin Shi Huang. Our address is XXX. Just give me a call when you come. I'll be at the store. Aha. Zhang Daji hung up the phone and clapped his hand over his mouth, feeling dissatisfied with its performance of mistakenly calling the customer Qin Shi Huang. However, he vaguely remembered that a few days ago, there seemed to be a customer surnamed Qin as well, who called to say that he wanted to see the villa. Then he himself waited for the other party for 2 hours in front of the villa, but there was no sign of him, and finally he didn't answer the phone. This time, the voice also sounds a bit similar. It couldn't be the same one, could it? Zhang Daji frowned and thought. Qin Feng came to the designated store and got off the car to make a call. A lean-looking, thieving young man who was still wearing a suit and tie in the hot weather ran out. Looking around, seeing Qin Feng and a big tall man standing at the door, he immediately reveals a monkey-like smile and laughs. Big brothers are here. I'm Xiao Zhang. Which one is Mr. Qin? I am, said Qin Feng as he stepped forward. Zhang Daji greeted him and took the initiative to grab Qin Feng's hand, shook it slightly and asked Wang Gang, what is this big brother's name? Wang Gang stood behind Qin Feng and did not respond. Qin Feng smiled and returned. His surname is Wang, not too talkative. Oh, brother Wang, welcome, come, have a seat inside. Zhang Daji invited as he gave a false welcome to their store. Aha, Feng followed into the store and took a look around. It was a small agency. It was small in size, about 40 square feet. A few sofas and coffee tables were placed in the hall, with a manager's office partitioned off inside. 5 employees sat in a row, both male and female, typing information on the computer. Looking busy, Feng sat on the sofa without moving, feeling some regret that he didn't meet the legendary beautiful agent. Wang Gang always stood behind him with a cold face. Zheng Daji looked at these two and muttered in his heart, "This row, why does it look like a boss and bodyguard?" However, he did not treat Wang Gang as an inferior. Still, he brought 3 cups of water and placed them on the table, politely saying, "Two big brothers drink water. This day is really hot. It's fall, look at the big sun outside." Feng was not in a hurry. He glanced at Zheng Daji's suit and casually chatted. "Well, if it's hot, wear less." Zheng Daji complained bitterly, "I also want to but in the company does not allow to take off. I also have no way." Feng smiled and said, "You can go out and take it off." Zheng Daji sighed, "No matter where," was seen as usual deduction of wages. Alas, the two men casually pulled a few lines. For some reason, Feng had a natural good feeling about this young man who had just met and spat on his company. In him, it was as if he had seen his own shadow, the same running around for money and growing up wrapped up in society. Obviously still young, but wearing a mature suit, acting like a grandson. But Feng is not a saint, can't help him. At most he can only find him to buy a house to give some commission, without getting into other things. How do you say you can buy a house for someone without their consent? Talking about the main topic, Zheng Daji also got serious, drank a mouthful of water and started to explain. "Older brother, let me tell you, it's more troublesome for you to secretly buy a house for your girlfriend. The first thing is that buying a house must be fully paid for, because the loan involves the bank. We don't dare to fake in front of the bank. The second thing is that you need your sister-in-law's account book ID card or something like that. The last thing is that we have to find someone to get a power of attorney. This is simple, but we have to charge an extra fee. After all, this is a game that can't be seen in the light of day. You know what I mean, right?" Zheng Daji finished raising his eyebrows, looking even more thievish. Feng heard, "In addition to the account book is more troublesome. The other is completely no problem, is not just a matter of money, and the system also allows to secretly buy gifts for people." He pondered for a while, sent a message to Qiu Lily, asked her to contact Xia Ting, and asked Xia Ting to send the account book to the Force store for car registration, to see if she could be tricked. Qiu Lily quickly contacted Xia Ting. Xia Ting had just arrived home and had not yet been beaten, so she agreed without thinking. As soon as she entered the door, she ran to ask her father for the account book. Her father had never heard of buying a car and still needing a household account book, coupled with the real money 3 million Porsche, making him old and angry. Before he moved, seeing that things were going well, Feng revealed a smile and said dashingly, "All right, you start getting it straight away. Money is not a problem. How soon can it be done?" Zheng Daji was stunned, completely unresponsive. He didn't even know which house he wanted to buy. How could he get it? "Boss, have you already looked at the house?" Feng said. "The $8 million villa you sent the sweet potatoes to." Zheng Daji scratched his head and said, "Boss, why don't I remember receiving you?" Feng was embarrassed. "I called you 2 days ago, and then something didn't happen." Zheng Daji was shocked. "Damn, you're the one who stood me up the day before yesterday?" Feng said awkwardly, "Sorry, something happened at the time." Zheng Daji kept his surprised expression and guessed, "Big brother, you wouldn't just want to buy it without even looking at the house, right?" Feng smiled and nodded. "Mainly because I didn't have time to look." He thought that anyway, the house is there, the area is there. If it doesn't work, he'll just redecorate it. Anyway, it's only a few $1,000,000. There's no need to specially run and waste time. And the price of the house is not negotiable? Aha. And we're not negotiating the commission fee? Aha. Nuts, right? Zheng Daji said incredulously. Third tone. Feng looked at it with cold eyes. Wang Gang also looked up. He was a bit confused as to whether this was considered a spiritual attack. Secretly, he thought, let's wait and see. Zheng Daji's voice was so loud that a few other sales probed and stuck their heads out to glance over. The two men spoke without deliberately lowering the volume, and anyone who cares to listen can hear the content. A few salesmen exchanged whispers. "Do you think this person is a real big shot, or is he here to amuse Xiao Zhang? I think it should be here to be funny. Who buys an $8 million villa and doesn't even look at it? It's very possible. You see, he even hired a bodyguard to make a show. Who would go out with a bodyguard? Did you see his car? I just saw him coming down from an ordinary domestic car outside. That's right. He must be a funny guy who came to play with Zhang. How can there be such a boring person? Zheng Daji graduated from college and has been with this company for almost 2 years. Never seen such a buyer of real estate, either. Meet 3 minutes. Rely on a video. Said to pay 8 million to coax his girlfriend happy. How can this be possible? Even TV dramas don't dare to act like this. If there are really big spenders, there will be special financial personnel to provide services for them. How can they personally come to their small store to say what full payment to buy a house, but also secretly buy? Plus the last time he stood himself up. Zheng Daji bet. These two people are definitely nuts. Big brother, don't mess with me. I'm just an ordinary person. You want to like watching villa videos? Then I'll recommend a few villas with hundreds of millions of dollars. You go and talk to their agents. Okay? Qin Feng maintains his demeanor, and says lightly, I don't fuck men. I'm not kidding you. Not. Zheng Daji emphasized. This is an $8 million villa, not $800. Big brother, which one is like you to buy a house like a watermelon? Not even look at it and let the boss pick it out himself? Qin Feng looked at his cell phone. Fuya asked him if he had time to take EE out to play. Qin Feng said while replying to the message, if you don't believe me, then I'll just go next door to the real estate company and ask. You shouldn't be the only one who has the listings, right? Zheng Daji didn't believe that this pretender could afford a villa at all. At this moment, seeing that he was calm and relaxed and pretending like a man, Zheng Daji couldn't help but gamble and said, okay, if you can pay a deposit of $100,000, I'll call you dad on the spot. Qin Feng laughed. What if you pay 1 million? Zheng Daji Gas said, I trampled on the spot to take off his pants to go outside and run around naked. Qin Feng asked, really? Really? Zheng Daji hard to say. Qin Feng gave a thumbs up. Good. Have the guts. You go get the contract. By the way, give me a public account. I'll make the payment first. As the words fell, the side eaters were stunned. My chow. This person seems to be playing for real. Could it be a real big brother? There's a good show to watch. Whether it's real or fake, I feel like Xiao Zhang is going to be in bad luck. Ha ha ha. After the big brother pays the money, if little Zhang doesn't go naked, what will happen if the big brother gets angry? I don't know. Anyway, I just know that if he really goes naked, then the company won't want him anymore. He deserves it for being a bitch. That's right. He works overtime every day and rolls his own people. It's good to get out early. Thief Eyebrow and Mouse Eye look is not a good person, but also pretend all day with the good old man like. Too hypocritical. Zheng Daji didn't pay any attention to the murmurs around him. At this moment, his face reddened and he stood still, not daring to draw up the contract. He regretted making this bet. Once this old brother really pulled out the money to hit him in the face, either he will run naked and be fired, or he will offend the big brother. Naked run is really the shame of a lifetime, the kind that cannot be washed away. Once you run naked, you will not be able to keep your job, not to mention that you have to go to the police station. But if you choose to offend the big brother, the consequences are unimaginable. This kind of big brother who spends millions of dollars to make girls happy is still a bit scary. God knows what they would do. Just when he was in a dilemma, riding a tiger, the door to the manager's office opened and a generous woman walked out. A beige suit with a white shirt inside, tight skirt under a pair of snow-white legs standing. Dress up simple and generous, but not lose sexy. Looks very feminine. Qin Feng swept. 29 years old. 88 points. Pity, a little bit short. Only to see this woman called Lu Ziki come to herself and admonish Zheng Daji. Little Zheng, what's wrong with you? What are you shouting about? Can't you say something properly? It's not me who messed up, Sister Lu. It's this big brother who said he wanted to buy the 8 million villa in full. I was a bit flustered by his whole thing, so I shouted up. Lu Ziki was slightly shocked. She was inside and only heard her people yelling, so she ran out to see what was going on. Now, after hearing Zheng Daji say this, an $8 million villa? That was indeed worth screaming about. She turned her head, and her originally angry face instantly became brilliant. I'm sorry, forefather. Our staff service is not thoughtful enough. You can talk to me if you have any requests. We'll try our best to satisfy you. Qin Feng smiled. I don't have any requirements. I've just never seen the scene of someone running around naked before. I'm a bit curious. Lu Ziki was unsure and froze for a moment. Only after listening to Zheng Daji's brief description of the process of the bet just now did she come to a realization. She sized up the subdued Qin Feng, and the cold Wang gang behind him. Having seen a lot of things, she instantly had a clear picture in her mind. Hastily pulling up a smile to compensate, she said, Xiansen Qin, I'm really sorry, our staff is relatively young, and they like to joke around when they speak out of turn, so don't take it seriously. Running around naked has a bad impact on our company. The person in charge of the manager ran to beg for mercy in a lowly manner. coupled with Zhang Daji bowing in the back to admit his weakness. Xin Feng did not want to make things difficult for him. Xin Feng also did not want to make things difficult for this laborer. After all, people did not say anything excessive words, just a little questioning. Xin Feng said smilingly, I just said it off the top of my head. Forget it, hurry up and go draw up the contract. Lu Ziki spent a lot of words. Seeing that she managed to coax such a high-quality customer, proudly stood up her chest, a little smug inside. She thought that Xin Feng was acting so generous because he was beautiful, so she took the initiative and said, Thank you, Mr. Xin, for your magnanimity. I'll ask you out for dinner some other day. Good. Xin Feng casually made a perfunctory remark and continued to chat with Shifuya on his cell phone. Lu Ziki was satisfied and smoothly invited him into her office for tea. She also asked Zhang Daji to prepare the intent to purchase money. Zhang Daji saw Xin Feng so simply let himself go, but also continue to buy a house. Instantly overjoyed, could not help but shout, Big brother bull. Xin Feng see him still dare to jump so, joked, You said before to call me what? Zhang Daji was extremely thick-skinned and directly shouted, Daddy bull. As long as I'm not embarrassed, it's others who are embarrassed. Xin Feng was really embarrassed. It's a bit disgusting. Then righteous father is bullish. Don't. You'd better call me elder brother like you did just now. Elder brother is like a father. Righteous father, sir. I want to give you my old age. After signing the agreement with the agent and paying $1 million for the intention to buy the house, I made an appointment to wait for the owner to come over tomorrow to officially sign the contract. This time, the eyes of the other sales looking at Xin Feng became respectful and, at the same time, they felt very red-eyed at Zhang Daji for being able to meet such a tycoon big brother. Mud really can lick father can shout out. When the dog licked the list, give me I do not want. How can the stupid dog be so lucky to have a tycoon buy a house at his doorstep? Zhang's family background is different. He's got connections and knows rich people. That's true. It's disgusting. In the end, it's not because of his family that he's successful. The surrounding sales chatter was filled with a sour flavor. They are read that Zhang Daji earns tens of thousands of dollars for a single order, and don't want to work as hard as he does, so they secretly joined together to ostracize him. After all, it was much cooler to find reasons to discredit others than to admit that they were good. That's why people with bad looks are born to work harder than others. Fortunately, there was a comrade named Ma in this world who set a good example for these people. After Lu Ziki saw that Xin Feng had really signed the agreement and was sure that he was a rich man, his attitude turned more enthusiastic. Mr. Xin, are you free tonight? We still have some commercial properties and office buildings for sale here. If you're interested, let's have dinner tonight and chat a little. When she said this, she happened to be pouring tea for Xin Feng, bending her waist very low, and it was inside his own office. There was no one else except Wang Gang. Xin Feng faintly glanced at the woman's lapel. The scenery inside was really good. The career line is still obvious. Small and delicate, white and dazzling. People can't stop looking at it. I don't know why. Since having money, there were many more such landscapes. Xin Feng just briefly glanced at it, and then withdrew his eyes and doesn't have much of an idea about buns that aren't big enough. Let's talk about the office building later. I don't want to mess with this now. Lu Ziki kept the posture of pouring tea, ruffled the hair around her ears, meaning to say, then how about we simply have a meal without talking about work? She thought that Xin Feng was the kind of man who didn't see a rabbit without a hawk, so she intended to give a little something first. After all, this kind of man who didn't even look and directly bought an $8 million villa with full payment. It was still necessary to have a meal and communicate. Lu Ziki thought that she was born beautiful, charming and unstoppable. As long as she took the initiative, even if it was a rich man, he would submit to her skirt. But I didn't expect Xin Feng to stand up, turn around and leave. Only left a sentence. I won't eat the meal. I'm not available today. Lu Ziki stretched out her hand and stared blankly at the man disappearing in the office doorway. Her eyes were huge, and she had a face like I'm Chow Chow. The man didn't even say when he was free. Righteous father, if you have any orders in the future, just give me a call and I'll make sure I'm at your beck and call. Zhang Daji patted his chest in excitement as he sent Xin Feng out the door. There's really one thing, Xin Feng said after thinking about it. I want to ask you to go find a wedding company or an event planning company to go help me decorate that villa a little more romantic so that I can give her a surprise. Do you understand? Understand. Create a romantic atmosphere. I can too understand. When the three roommates in the dormitory are relying on me to help to chase the girlfriend, Zhang Daji proudly said. Oh, then you have a girlfriend? Xin Feng said curiously. Zhang Daji's smile suddenly became far-fetched. Embarrassed, let's not mention this. Because of his own appearance, as well as poor family conditions, chasing girls is hundreds of times more difficult than others. After graduation, he was busy with his work, and all he thought about was how to sell his house. the day-to-day work overtime to find housing, learning sales techniques and eloquence, shooting video posted on various platforms to attract traffic, sometimes busy even have to eat, which have the time to chase girls. He plans to get enough money for the down payment, buy a house, and then consider the other half of the matter. After all, there is a house to have the courage to talk to girls. However, according to the current salary, at least 3 to 4 years to struggle to pay a down payment for a house. His parents don't have much savings and can't help him, so he has to rely on himself. Qin Feng saw him look embarrassed, did not ask more questions. Adults have any easy, no girlfriend is normal. Explained a few sentences, as long as the results are good, money is not a problem. Then got in the car and headed to Shifuya's neighborhood. Shifuya was busy all night and woke up at noon, having picked up Yi from her parents. Was going to take her out to play, but she made a scene and wanted her uncle to take her out. So Shifuya sent a message to Qin Feng, asking if he was free to accompany Yi. After receiving an affirmative reply, she held Yi and waited for Qin Feng at the entrance of the neighborhood. Mother and daughter were wearing the same style of white printed t-shirt and shorts. Standing together is particularly bright. When the men passing by saw them, they sighed in their hearts that this woman's husband was so lucky, marrying such a beautiful wife and giving birth to an equally beautiful little fairy. If he had such a beautiful wife and daughter, even if he had to work 3 jobs a day, he would have to support them both. Shifuya, amidst the frequent gazes of the crowd turning back, gently admonished Yi that, when you go out, don't eat indiscriminately, don't run around, and don't scream indiscriminately. The words were not finished. In the distance, a domestic SUV slowly drove up. Uncle Yi was smart enough to recognize Wang Gang's car, immediately shook off her mother's hand and rushed over with a loud shout. Shifuya shook her head with a helpless face. Qin Feng also saw Yi running over from a distance, and hurriedly got out of the car to welcome her. When she ran to her front, she squatted down to greet the little male. Yi, miss me? I want to. Yi jumped into Qin Feng's arms, breaking up small hands. Milky voice said. Yi thought about it once before she went to bed, once when she woke up in the morning, and once again just now. Ha ha ha. Qin Feng saw Yi's serious little appearance. His heart was adorable. Holding up Yi is a meal of scruff attack, rubbing her giggle straight after. A face of doting said, Yi really good. That today uncle to take you to the beach to catch crabs how? Yes. Yi excitedly swayed left and right in Qin Feng's arms, her little feet kicking around. Seeing these two laughing so happily, Shifuya unconsciously also revealed a light smile and stepped forward and said, Yi, don't move around. Be careful of falling. Yi didn't care about her mom's reminder and said with a smile, no, uncle won't let Yi fall. Qin Feng also smiled and assured, sis, don't worry, I'm as steady as a horse. Shifuya said helplessly, let it be. Don't come crying to me if you fall. He. Yi danced around, showing off that she is as steady as a mountain at the moment. After a while of playfulness, the three of them sat together in the back of Wang Gang's car. Has Yi called anyone yet? Shifuya taught Yi. Good day Uncle Wang. Yi very obediently shouted, her sweet voice, successfully making Wang Gang's cold face become gentle. Good day Yi. The fierce man spoke with Ye, causing Qin Feng to get goosebumps. As the car slowly started, Yi started to become mischievous. From time to time, she stood up and rested on the 2 backrests in front of her, asking Uncle Wang Gang how much longer it would take. After getting an answer, she ran to the left window to look at the scenery for a while, and then she had to run to the right side to look at it. It was noisy. Shifuya, on the other hand, was chatting with Qin Feng about the arrangements for the bar, asked him if the bar should change its name, if it should be redecorated, and if Luo's people should be cleaned out. Qin Feng is just a delivery man. How would he know anything about bar operation and management? This kind of decision concerning turnover has good and bad. He cannot pretend to understand, so vaguely muddle through. Shifuya saw that Qin Feng relied on himself for everything, letting himself get the idea, and cried and laughed a little. Thought he was honoring the promise he made when he gave the bar away, only coming to the bar to eat and drink, not to participate in the management. Shifuya felt trusted and valued, a comfortable feeling. She changed the topic and asked, brother, are we really going to the beach later? Well, I promised Yi yesterday, but going to the beach so suddenly, Yi didn't even take her swimsuit, and she didn't bring any sunscreen. These things, there are plenty of them in the store over there. What's there to be afraid of with money? Shifuya suddenly recalled when she was young, wanting to wear a white dress to go to the beach to walk the longing. Now looking at the magnificent Qin Feng, unconsciously cheeks stained with a faint blush. Okay, listen to you. Jiangchang is a coastal city, with its unique seaside scenery, delicious seafood, comfortable climate and other advantages. It attracts countless tourists to vacation. the seaside is not far away. The nearest Haikau is just over an hour's drive. It's just a few hills around the corner. Getting out of the car, the street is lined with small stores selling seaside toys, various kinds of water guns, plastic small shovels, small bucket, swimming ring, slippers, swimsuit, swimming trunks, sun hat. A few people casually picked a go in and scavenge a circle. Should buy, should not buy, all bought. All hung on the body of Wang Gang, then went next door to the clothing store, bought a few sets of clothes to wear to the beach. After everything was done, Qin Feng held the bouncing Yi and walked down the embankment along the path to the beach. Shifuya picked up her cell phone at the side and secretly took pictures of the two of them. Behind them, Wang Gang was carrying a full load of stuff in his left and right hands, with two pull-out squirt guns on his shoulders, walking carefully step by step for fear of dropping something. Several people came to the beach. The beachside built a special bathroom building. You can change clothes in it. $10 a person. Public shower. One can also choose a private shower. $100 a room. Qin Feng only chartered a private shower room in order to save money, because there is only one shower. He would have liked to squeeze in with Shifuya. Just make do. He didn't realize that Shifuya had joined forces with Yi, and together they pushed him out of the room. Qin Feng had no choice but to go to the public shower. After taking a shower, in the eyes of other people secretly alarmed, put on a flower shirt, big pants. Walking out of the bathroom, he stood at the door of Shifuya's room and waited. Not long after, the door opened, only to see Shivya wearing a white halter dress that she had just bought. The skirt was very long, almost to the level of the knee, only showing off the round and slender jade legs, but there was very little fabric on it, revealing a large portion of her bare and white back, with only her chestnut-colored hair covering a little bit of it. Sexy strapless style, so that the beautiful collarbone hidden. Soft fabrics close to her skin, highlighting its exquisite logo body, worthy of being a seaside goddess robe. Qin Feng hardened his eyes. Shifuya obviously rarely wore such pure and girlish clothes, and was slightly unnatural in front of Qin Feng, especially when she saw Qin Feng's naked eyes. She was even more embarrassed. Shifuya gently patted him, signaling him not to look around, then holding up Yi, who was wearing a pink Sweet Princess System children's swimsuit, ready to go to the beach. Beauty is present. Qin Feng's spring heart is swirling and he wants to enjoy it up close. He had a plan in mind and hurriedly pulled Shifuya and said, "Sister, your back sunscreen did not smear evenly. There are still some white on it. Into the room, I'll help you resmear a little." Shifuya looked at Qin Feng, only to see his righteousness. The fierce look, cannot help but be skeptical. She didn't have much confidence in her daughter. Really, having a piece of white left on her back was a bit hard to see. Yi defended at the side. Yi has smeared it evenly. Uncle is talking nonsense. Qin Feng, in order to prove that there really is, used his index finger to wipe Shifuya's back and put it in front of her to show herself. Shifuya saw that there was indeed a little bit of sunscreen on his finger, and so she believed his bullshit. Returning to the room, she turned her back to Qin Feng and casually said, "Just help me wipe off the excess. No need to smear. That's not good. The sun is so big, not evenly spread will be caked. Or you lie down on the stool, I help you wipe it." Qin Feng closed the door and said with a smile, "E is right here. Are you still afraid that I will do something to you?" Seeing that her credit was denied, Yi stood in the room with her waist crossed and gasping for air. Obviously there was no sunscreen behind mom just now. Okay. After a little thought, Shifuya flopped down on the bench, her wrapped flesh squeezed into a ball. Qin Feng succeeded in his treacherous plan, and he smiled. It's true that there are still a lot of sets on the internet. He squeezed out the sunscreen, rubbed his hands together, stroked Shifuya's back, and the palm of his hand came with a naked soft touch, and a hint of coldness. He clearly noticed the woman shuddering slightly, instantly tensing her body. Sis, relax. You can't wipe it evenly like this." Qin Feng's hands gently slid on Shifuya's back. The degree of gentleness was like caressing a stunningly beautiful piece of jade. Aha! Shifuya took a deep breath and quietly relaxed. Even though she had already prepared herself for this, her body was still a bit sensitive to the actual skin-to-skin contact. Perhaps it was because she hadn't been touched by a man in a long time. Her heart was beating a little fast. In order to ease this emotion, she pretended to be natural and said, "Brother's technique is so skillful. Which girl did you learn it from? Other than my sister, I haven't put sunscreen on any other girl like this." "Ha, do you believe that? Anyway, I gave it to you for the first time. You see to it." Qin Feng played the rogue and said. Shifuya laughed softly and didn't pay attention to him, turned her face sideways, slowly closed her eyes and, feeling the strength of the man's hand, inexplicably a little comfortable, could not help but say, "You can use a little force." Qin Feng heard a lot of courage. The technique from gently caressing into kneading, in order to wipe evenly. even drilled into her clothes, 4 fingers wiped towards the side of the rib cage. Stop! Shifuya was startled and stopped it in a hurry. Sitting up, she reached out and slapped Qin Feng's hand away, glaring at him. Hey, didn't you ask me to give you a massage? Qin Feng scratched his head and laughed. Shifuya didn't get angry, but only chided him gently in his ear. Is still here. Qin Feng's heart blossomed as he listened. Wouldn't it be a good idea to press if she wasn't there? At that thought, he hated to kick out on the spot. However, he also knew that if he left alone outside, Shifuya would definitely flip out with him. Therefore, a child was the bond of a couple's relationship and an obstacle to a couple's resentful happiness. Qin Feng, who had taken advantage of the situation, smashed his mouth and couldn't get enough. But it's also true that he can't do anything right now. It's better to wait until he sends to her grandmother's house at night. 4 people came to the beach. Although this is a tourist destination, it is the beginning of the school season, and it is not in the 11th Golden Week, so there are not many tourists. The temperature in September is just right, slightly hot, but the sea breeze disperses it. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, as far as the eye can see, the golden coastline curves into a crescent moon. In the distance, the sea is still and silent, glistening in the sun's rays, connected to the sky in a line of blue. Nearby the waves are bustling, from time to time on the beach, crashing against the reef, making a burst of joyful sound. The beach farther away from the sea is covered with sand, which is irradiated by the sun for a long time, and the temperature is as high as 6 to 70 degrees. It was so hot that it was impossible to walk on it with bare feet. Yi's bare feet just rushed up and jumped back, yelling for Qin Feng to carry her over. Qin Feng, wearing slippers, carried her, holding Shifuya, and walked slowly to the beach. Seeing the vast and boundless sea, Qin Feng lamented its magnificence. At the other end of the sea, it must be the other end of the sea. The waves surged up every now and then to kiss the feet of the two, leaving a wet spot behind before retreating shyly. The sand here seeped and could be molded. A few children around were building castles. Qin Feng put down and told her to shovel sand and look for crabs in a safe place, and asked Wang Gang to keep an eye on her. Then holding Shifuya, he slowly wandered around the beach, coming closer to the sea. The sea took away the heat from the sand and Qin Feng's desire. The two of them chatted about some trivial matters of life, while most of them were about with the sea as their neighbor. The sea breeze brushed against his face, bringing a hint of coolness and accompanied by a faint salty flavor. The mood followed suit, becoming serene and calm. Sis, you live in Zhangcheng, haven't you ever been to the beach? No. You should come out and see the beauty of this world. When I was young, I did want to come for a walk, but I never had the chance, and when I had I couldn't care less about going out to play. No one took you out to play? No. What about that guy? He's so busy doing great things that he doesn't have time to come to this kind of place to play. Big Brother used to do as a high-risk occupation? Qin Feng asked in shock. Well, he died in a mob fight. Shifuya's expression was calm, as if she was talking about someone else's husband again. Cowardly. Qin Feng sighed in admiration. That line of work was indeed too risky. If he could have survived until today, he must have been a rich man just like Luo. It's a pity. It doesn't matter. It's just a matter of winning and losing. What about you? Me what? Sis, looks like you haven't been here before either. Ha ha ha. Indeed. I haven't been here either. I had a look when I passed by this side before, and thought it would be nice to bring my favorite person for a walk on the beach sometime. So have you found someone you like now? I'm holding him. Shifuya's eyes curved, gently and softly said. Then besides sis, do you have a favorite person? Qin Feng spat out a name without thinking. Xia Ting. Is there any more? No more. Shifuya smiled. She could feel the sincerity of this older boy. Just like that night when he said he would help her support a family. Brother, there are a lot of bad women out there. If you trust sis, next time you can bring back the girl you like. Sis will help you look. You're not jealous? Qin Feng carefully measures her expression to confirm if she's speaking from the heart. But it's useless to be jealous. It's better to keep an eye out for you so that you don't get schemed by a woman when the time comes. Shifuya only had a faint concern on her face. Don't worry. Qin Feng, relying on the fact that he has a system to detect goodwill, doesn't care about the woman's calculations at all. Your brother, I'm still very smart. Usually only very stupid people will constantly imply that they are smart. Shifuya lightly covered her mouth. Her curved fox eyes filled with laughter. Then sister, you're so smart. Do you know what I want to do now? Qin Feng said with a bad smile. Don't want to know. Oh. Qin Feng took away her hand that blocked her small mouth in advance, and kissed her at once. His hand wrapped around her waist, and with a slight force, he embraced her into his arms and, shallowly tasted her aroma, slowly released her body, put down a harsh sentence. I'll tell you tonight how idiots do things. Shifuya's face rose a touch of red. Tenderly blinked Qin Feng. Did not answer. And it looked as if she tacitly agreed that there would be a show at night. Qin Feng was excited. The two stayed for a while, then turned back to look for Yi. Yi dug for half a day, but she really dug a few treasures. A moon shell, a starfish, 4 or 5 crabs the size of a fingernail cap, and a few unknown small conchs. Qin Feng marveled repeatedly and couldn't stop praising Yi for being awesome and smart. The little girl dug even more vigorously. Since we came to the beach, of course we have to go to the sea to have some fun. Qin Feng had a bulging waistline and saw that there were high-speed yachts for rent on the beach. So he proposed. Sis, there are yachts over there. Let's rent one to go around the sea. No, Yi is too small to sit on it. Then we'll both go up and let brother Wang keep an eye on Yi. Shifuya was in a difficult situation. She didn't really want to go on a yacht, mainly because she didn't want Yi to leave her. She didn't really want to go on the yacht, mainly because she didn't want to let Yi out of her sight, especially when she went out to play. It wasn't that she didn't trust Wang Gang, it was just because Yi was more important to her than her life. If something went wrong, she would go crazy. Qin Feng looked at her like this and knowingly didn't force her. He just looked at the few young men surfing in their yachts with envy on his face. Brother, I'm sorry. Shifuya apologized. Let's bring Tingting to play next time. You and her go surfing. We'll wait for you on the beach. Qin Feng smiled and comforted a few words. It was indeed inconvenient to bring a child with you, and you didn't dare to go to places that were a bit dangerous. When he came over and passed by the pier just now, there were a few fishing ships anchored on the beach. There was a sign on it that said 1,000 charter boats to go out to sea to fish with nets once, and all seafood harvests can be taken away by themselves. Qin Feng wanted to ask Shifuya if he was going at that time, but when he saw Yi in his arms, he instantly extinguished the idea. In case of an accident, when the time comes, will you choose to save your mom, or save the daughter? This kind of choice, who can make it? The most critical thing is that Qin Feng himself does not know how to swim, and he is also the one waiting to be saved. This gave Qin Feng the idea to go back and learn how to swim, accompanying Yi to play in the sand for a while. He plowed a bunch of pits and found nothing. Yi did catch another crab. He threw down the shovel in anger, and Shifuya two people went to the back of the sunny beach, spent 100 ocean to rent a sheltered shed, lying in the chair sunbathing. The shed was equipped with 2 recliners, and a small round table. Wang Gang came over and took out the chilled drinks in his bag and put them on the table, then silently went back to watching the kids. Shifuya put on the sunglasses she brought out from the car, put her hands flat on her belly, and also lay down on the chair with her eyes closed. The sun was just right. The breeze wasn't restless. The breeze blew the hem of her skirt, slowly lifting the tantalizing scenery on her legs. Exquisite features. After wearing sunglasses, there was an additional cold aura. The white dress on her body, however, added a touch of freshness and sweetness. I remembered the first time I met Shifuya. She coldly told people to strip off other people's clothes. That cold look as if she was like a big sister. Now, she was lying quietly by her side, looking up at Yi from time to time, like a virtuous wife and mother. This sense of contrast fascinated Qin Feng. Sis, why don't I buy you a villa with a swimming pool? You can sunbathe like this every day in the future, and you don't have to worry about Yi running around. No need. Yi likes to run around outside. Then I'll buy you a car. What brand do you like? Porsche? Big Ben? What's wrong? Does the car my sister drives make you feel ashamed? No, I just want to give you a better quality of life. Oh, silly brother, if what I'm looking for is quality of life, then there are too many rich people who are willing to support me over the years. Shifuya pushed her sunglasses onto her hair and looked sideways at Qin Feng and laughed. The car and the house have it. Sis is not the kind of woman who craves for enjoyment. Sis's biggest wish now is Yi grows up happily. Her brother lives peacefully. Her tone was gentle with firmness, and her laughter carried expectations. It was like she was telling an ordinary wish, but it was such an ordinary wish that, however, it made Qin Feng's heart move. He had to admit that he was aroused by this woman. After graduating from high school, no one cared about his personal life anymore, and no one wished him a peaceful life. Everyone only cared about whether he flew high or not, far or not, and whether he had money or not. And Shifuya's attitude of accepting everything else as long as nothing happens, made him inexplicably a bit touched. Like a true relative, Qin Feng moved. But I want to give you a better life. Want to buy you a good car house. Hire a nanny maid or something to make you more comfortable. Shifuya smiled gently and, silly brother, have you forgotten that you still have 22 million on me? Those things later I see the right like, will buy their own. You can rest assured, never to save you money. Qin Feng knows that he can't be in a hurry, so he no longer forces her to accept his gift. Getting a girl is a learned skill. Like Shifuya, A woman who has enough money and it's useless to give more. He doesn't know how to make her fall in love with him 100%. Shin Feng lay on the chair in deep thought, only to hear Shifuya's voice ringing out. Come over and give your sister a massage. He immediately jumped up. Smiling, he runs to Shifuya. His hands follow Peng Jinyan's technique and lightly tickle her from her chin to the root of her ear. Shifuya closed her eyes and endured the strange sense of comfort. Shin Feng's hands went from the neck to the shoulders, and then down. After being patted, he ran to the side to do leg relaxation for Shifuya. The tender white jade legs gently bent, dodging Shin Feng's dishonest hand. It was nearly 5 o'clock when they returned to Shifuya's home from the beach. The three of them were a little dirty from the seawater. Shifuya took Yi to take a bath first. Shin Feng sat on the sofa in boredom and sent messages to comfort Xiaoting, who had been beaten up. Xiaoting cried and sent a voice message. I just said, this is what my man bought for me. You can't control it, and my dad beat me up 555. It's not even if my mom comes back and doesn't help me. She also says my car is ugly. It's not as good as Biotti. I can't stay in this house for a single day. Brother, you take me to elope. Shin Feng guessed that she might have been beaten because she wanted the household register. Think about it differently. Your own daughter didn't come home all night and drove home in a luxury car the next day. Opened her mouth to ask for the household account book, and said that my man is rich. You can't control it. It's hard to comment. There are many ways to find death. Xiaoting chose the most direct way. I hope that her father will not be angry to death. Shin Feng slightly coaxed a few sentences. He thought to himself that raising a daughter is really tiring. From a young age you have to serve her like a princess, and when she grows up you have to worry about her being arched by a pig. However, raising a son doesn't seem to save you any trouble. Naughty, fights and trouble. Go out and make a big hole in the sky is also very worrying. Shin Feng sighed, remembering the worries of having a child. He was a bit afraid to have a child. At this time, Shifuya finished her bath and walked out from inside. She was currently wearing only a blue ice silk halter nightgown dress. The satin of milk silk was smooth and soft, and the icy tone set off skin as white as jade. The lace splicing at the neckline was sexy and elegant, and the hem of the skirt fluttered, causing ripples from the water. The whole person releases a female enchanting and soft flavor. Shin Feng was excited again. If she didn't have that obtrusive little guy by her side, he would have said anything to pounce on her at this moment. The little guy was wearing a Pikachu's children's pajamas, and as soon as he left the house, he pounced towards Shin Feng. Like an electric rat, he zipped into Shin Feng's arms and yelled, Uncle, help me blow dry my hair. Shin Feng, very helpless to look at Shifuya, only to see her smiling, spread his hands, said that he could not help. He could only go and get a hairdryer to blow the little girl's hair. Has grown up. You have to blow dry your own hair in the future. Don't want to grow up. When you grow up, you can go out and play on your own. You don't need mommy to control you. No. When you grow up, you can eat ice cream, wear nice clothes, and have lots of people to play with. Will my uncle stay with me too? Uncle has to be with your mom. Then won't grow up. Sat on a stool, wiggled her feet, tilted her head back and looked at Shin Feng, saying seriously, wants to stay with you forever. That's not up to you. Shin Feng, heartbroken, thought, in the way of the little kid, and so on the future to arrange a boarding school for you. I take your mom out to play every day, so that you do not have the opportunity to be a light bulb. Does uncle not like anymore? Sensed his impatience and her expression changed, pouting and looking at him blearily. No one could stand it when a little girl played pitiful. Shin Feng was defeated by her watery eyes and coaxed very helplessly. Uncle likes the most. Then why doesn't uncle want to be with Just now uncle said the wrong thing. Shin Feng coaxed this little goblin for most of the day. After blowing her hair carefully, his cell phone found a tutorial for tying a little girl's hair and styled her in a simple bow while watching. It made her smile even more killer. Shifuya arched an eyebrow when she saw the two getting along and, silently, she went to the kitchen and cooked noodles, brought 2 large bowls and placed them on the table, calling out to the two to eat. Shin Feng brought over and sat down. The noodles were just ordinary noodles. Inside, there was a fried egg, a few slices of green vegetables, as well as sausage and beef. The color was bright, the aroma was fragrant, and it was very appetizing to look at. Ignoring the heat, Shin Feng rolled up a large chopstick, blew a little, and swirled a mouthful in. Cheeks bulging, casually chewed twice and swallowed into the stomach. Standing out like a wolf, the wind rolled up the clouds. Who was being fed by her mother, stared straight at Shin Feng, her eyes wide open and round. The spoon in her hand fell into the bowl. Seeing him wolfing down his food, Shifuya quickly said, You slow down a bit. It's not like anyone is grabbing it from you. The noodles made by my sister are so fragrant. I can't control it at all. Shin Feng fishes for the beef and compliments. Are you full yet? Shall I go and place another bowl? Shifuya asked. No. It's better to eat less for dinner. Chin Feng waved his hand and continued. Or else I won't be able to eat the midnight snack. Wants to eat a midnight snack too. Shouted. Late night snacks are poisonous. Children can't eat them. Chin Feng said with a kind word of advice. Mom, is it really poisonous? Really? Shifuya nods her head with a light smile. Looks up and sees her mom smiling casually. It doesn't feel like it's real. She can't help but frown slightly, beaming, her eyes drifting left and right not knowing what she's thinking. Chin Feng was afraid that this little nuisance would disturb his good deed, and hurriedly tried to send her away. And, obediently go sleep with grandma at night. Tomorrow uncle will take you to the amusement park. No, pouted. Wants to sleep with uncle. Chin Feng was shocked and quickly coaxed. Uncle will fight a tiger at night. Are you afraid? Said weakly. Is a good baby. Tigers don't eat good babies. Chin Feng increased his strength. Male tigers don't eat good babies. Tonight uncle will fight a female tiger. Especially fierce. Eating everything. Shifuya's ears were a little hot, and she glanced at Chin Feng in a bad mood. Those eyebrows were extremely nice. The end of her eyes slightly picked up. Charming. Very compelling. Chin Feng was distracted by her fox eyes. Seeing that she didn't object, he couldn't help but reveal a foolish smile on his face. Shifuya blushes and can't help but voice out. Don't teach a lesson. Looks left at Chin Feng, right at her mom, sees something wrong and yells. Uncle lied. There's no tiger at all. Uncle just doesn't want to sleep with Chin Feng really wanted to kick out at this time. Don't make a fuss. Uncle will buy you a large toy car tomorrow. Let you sit in it and play how? No. Buy you roller skates? Oof. Then what do you want? I want uncle to tell me stories and put me to bed. Chin Feng was pestered by the little goblin, unable to cry. With a face of egg pain, Shifuya pursed her lips and snickered from the side. Chin Feng had planned to sneak away and come back after the little guy was sent away. However, seeing this little guy looking like he was going to cry and cry, he finally sighed with a soft heart and helplessly agreed. Tonight, bear with it. In the future, there are many opportunities. There is no hurry. There will be a long time to come. I didn't expect. The little guy cheerfully added another sentence. Mommy will also sleep with us. Chin Feng was furious and stupid. This dead girl got an inch. With her next to her, there's absolutely no way Shifuya would agree to this. It would only make herself more tormented. Chin Feng just wanted to refuse, only to hear Shifuya say, if can eat obediently, mom will sleep with you. Yes, mom, you roll more noodles like uncle. I want to take a big bite. Looking at the giddy Chin Feng gulps. He's a bit scared of the night. The time came to 9 o'clock in the evening. After taking a shower and changing into brand new men's pajamas, Chin Feng accompanied to play a childish Ultraman game. After helping Chin Feng with his laundry, Shifuya ran to the balcony to answer the phone in the bar and remotely direct things in the store. As played, she flung herself into Chin Feng's arms, yawning and resting on Chin Feng's shoulder, slowly losing her motion. She hadn't slept at noon and had played all day. This time she was really sleepy. The surprise came too suddenly. Chin Feng was overjoyed, gently carried into the room, placed her on the bed, and absent-mindedly coaxed her. After seeing her asleep, he held back his excitement and tiptoed out of the room, coming to the balcony of the other room. Is it the guys we threw out last time? How many of them were there? Just stopped at the door to hand out flyers, is that it? They also opened a small bar? Tell Zhang-san to handle it. Don't hit too hard. Shifuya was talking about things when she was suddenly embraced by the man from behind, so frightened that she lost her voice and screamed for a moment, then hurriedly controlled the instinctive reaction. Endured, continued and said on the phone. No. Nothing. You come to see the show at night. Send me a message if there is anything. Chin Feng put his head to Shifuya's neck and gently planted a strawberry, and his hands restlessly wandered around the ice silk pajamas, listening to a girl's panicked voice coming from the microphone. Sister Xiaoya, are you alright? Are you sick? Where are you? I'll take you to the hospital. It's fine. That's all. Shifuya hung up the phone nervously, feeling the man gasping for air, his body becoming hot but still, she forced herself to be calm, pressed the man's hand and asked softly, is asleep? Aha! A dull sound comes out of Chin Feng's throat, like the low roar of a lion's excitement before attacking. Shifuya's heart was beating fast and, noticing the man's fingers gently roaming around her waist, each contact made her body tremble and, the switch that controlled the lights in the room was a bright self-incandescent color when pressed once, and a warm orange when pressed twice. After 3 times, Shifuya gave up fighting with Chin Feng and accommodated him, letting the seductive warm color surround her body and the warmth filled the room with reckless abandon, causing people to start lacking oxygen. The two ended a round of PK. Qin Feng lay on the bed and smoked. The woman beside him had no problem with him smoking. It was different from the passionate Xia Teng. Shifuya was too tolerant and, allowing herself to fool around and, allowed everything and accommodated without any bottom line. Looking at her gently wiping his sweat, Qin Feng completely lost his temper. Sis, if you spoil me like this, I'll turn bad. Oh, I didn't expect you to be good. The next morning, 7:30 a.m. Qin Feng wakes up and realizes that Shifuya is not around. Getting up and going next door, he sees her sleeping with Yi in her arms. Qin Feng didn't disturb them, and after simply freshening up, he went downstairs. He planned to go down for a breakfast and bring them back a love breakfast on the way. In the morning of early fall, the temperature was just right and the air was fresh and refreshing. The sun also rose early and shone warmly on his body. After walking out of the neighborhood, there were more people on the street. There are workers rushing to work. There are children sent to school, elders, and out of the walk to buy food. Moncler outlet online. Qin Feng stood at the entrance of the neighborhood, enjoying this peaceful scene. Suddenly, a beautiful woman ran past him, setting off a fragrant breeze. She was wearing a pink yoga outfit that showed off her figure, and underneath she wore sports hot pants, her two long and athletic legs glowing white in the sunlight. Her forehead was tied with a red headband with the words "struggle and fight," and her black hair was tied up casually, bouncing along with her steps. The side face was very stunning, with a delicate and small silhouette, a perky nose, and cheeks with a rosy color. It was simply a jonquil jade appearance, dazzling like the spring flowers. Looking at her faraway pink back, as if adding a touch of beautiful color to this beautiful morning, the more Qin Feng looked at her, the better she looked, and there was a sense of déjà vu. It seems like he has seen this beauty somewhere, but based on a side face alone, he couldn't remember who she was. Qin Feng opens the scan and looks at it from afar. Name, by seeing. Age, 22. Attractiveness, 91. Number of relationships, 8. The name doesn't ring a bell. And at such a young age, she must not be a classmate or anything like that. But looking at this girl's young age, she has quite a lot of relationship experience. Should be a pretty loose girl. Qin Feng doesn't have any idea about her as a person. However, he has some thoughts about her running style. His back has been a bit sore for the past 2 days. He worked hard 3 times last night and added a little bit of goodwill. If he continued like this, he was afraid that his body wouldn't be able to handle it. He suddenly had a whim to get fit and run, so he chased after it and followed the young lady. When the young lady ran, he also ran. When the young lady walked, he also walked, causing the young lady to turn around and look at him frequently. Qin Feng, feeling good about himself after having money, raised a clean smile and nodded at her. This smile made the young lady a little embarrassed. Her eyes dodged away and she shyly lowered her head and ran away. Qin Feng thought that he had scared people away, shook his head helplessly and gave up the chase. He was just looking at this little girl's good looks and running is pleasing to the eye, so he just followed for a bit. Since people didn't want to interact with themselves, he couldn't force himself. He slowly walked forward, looking around to see if there were any breakfast stores on the street. Then he realized that the young lady in front of him was running slower and slower, and also looked back at himself, feeling as if she was hinting at him to catch up. Qin Feng smiled. He didn't go after them, still following his own speed, not slowing down and moving forward. By seeing turned around and realized that the man suddenly didn't chase after him and couldn't help but stop her footsteps and waited for him to slowly walk over, smiled and took the initiative to ask, "Handsome man, you look familiar. Haven't we met before?" Qin Feng walked in and saw her beautiful and attractive face, like a rose that has just faded away from its youthfulness and blossomed into 1,000 beautiful roses, especially her bright peach blossom eyes, which seemed to have flowing water fluctuating in them. Seemingly intoxicated, extremely beautiful, and, listening to her whiny voice, Qin Feng remembered, when he was delivering takeaways before, he had continuously delivered meals to this girl for several times. At that time, she was wearing flesh-colored yoga clothes, as if she was engaged in live broadcasting at home. The light fabric clung to her body, displaying her figure to the fullest between every move. It was very impressive. Together with her recognizable dimples and whiny voice, Qin Feng instantly remembered her and her 200-pound best friend. That time, this beauty was also as bold as she was now, asking herself if this delivery boy would fix the computer, saying that she was always stuck when she was broadcasting live. If it wasn't for her BFF stuff physique, he or she would have almost gone in to help her fix her computer back then. "Maybe I look more common," Qin Feng said smilingly. By seeing cupped her chin and thought carefully for a while, but never remembered who Qin Feng was. Who in their right mind would remember what a delivery man looked like? She didn't care and greeted him casually. "Are you out for a morning jog too?" "No, I came out to look for food. Then I'd like to recommend a super tasty breakfast place to you." The specialty crab buns inside are very fragrant. And the hot soup is very warming to the stomach. Oh, where is it? Chin Fong was a bit interested in the crab buns. Turn right in front of you. About 300 meters and you're there. By seeing enthusiastically pointed to the fork in the road in front of her and said with a smile. Chin Fong was infected by this little girl's enthusiasm and was in a good mood. Smiling and thanking her. I happen to be looking for a breakfast store. Thank you very much. Why don't I treat you to a breakfast? No. You're welcome. I'll continue running. Bye. By seeing smiled and waved her hand towards Chin Fong before continuing to run towards the lakeside park with her long legs. She did see that Chin Fong looked a bit familiar just now. The calm and collected temperament, the spontaneous smile, and the flowery shirt on his body, all gave off a feeling of not being extraordinary. Only then did she take the initiative to stop and strike up a conversation. It's a little weird to go to dinner with someone when you're just meeting them. If you just agree to him so easily, it will definitely make him mistake himself for a girl who is not reserved. That's why she excused herself and hurriedly ran away. She hoped that Chin Fong would catch up with her and invite her again and again. That way it would seem a bit more sincere. That's how all her licking dogs licked her. Chin Fong saw that girl turning back to smile at him frequently, smelling like she was seducing him to catch up. He smiled faintly and waved at the girl. Didn't go after that young girl who had fallen in love 8 times at such a young age. Inviting someone to dinner was only because he wanted to see her expansion material, raid rewards and all. He still had a nursing child and a bedridden sister at home. How would he have time to get involved with flowers and grass? Besides, this kind of girl with peach blossoms in her eyes, chasing her is not worth it. Today she can smile at you ambiguously. Tomorrow will also smile at other strangers. At most, if you meet her in the future, you will smash the money to taste the flavor. And you will not play the routine of you chasing me and me chasing you with her. Moreover, he now had 2 women living in his heart, and a little bitty one. For the time being, he can't tolerate other women. Chin Fong walked leisurely for a while and found the Baozi store she mentioned. This store was large and decorated in a very distinctive way, like the style of a restaurant in ancient times. The fluttering flag reads, Scholar Crab Roasted Soup Buns. There were not many customers, 10 or so tables, just 3 tables were eating. On the stovetop, a drawer of steamer, white smoke. The takeaway orders are endless. Xiaodia yes, my god, that rings out from time to time. Chin Fong went in to find the price list. Fixed eyes. It reads, crab roe big bag 20A, small bag 30 a cage, 5. At once secretly shocked. This is also too expensive. A bun even dare to ask for 20 yuan. I remember in the past, 2 big meat buns plus a soybean milk, only $5. A little further back in time, 30 cents of meat buns, bigger than the face. The buns here are not wrapped in gold. Chin Fong ordered a crab bun. Want to taste how things, sitting on the table with the bun, according to the waiter's tips, will be filled with soup. Bun bite, waiting for the inside a little cool, and then gently sucked a mouthful of soup. The soup was clear and not greasy, thick but not oily and flavorful. He swallowed the whole bun into his mouth. The fresh aroma of crab meat filled the entire mouth, and tasted salty and grainy. It should be the crab meat that has been fried over high heat. Whether it was worth the price or not I don't know, but the flavor was really not bad. Surely there is a reason why it is expensive. Chin Fong is very satisfied. Let the boss's wife big bag plus soybean milk. Collectively ordered 2 packages. See the donuts tea leaf eggs. Also want 2 copies. It doesn't matter if the 3 people can eat it all. A checkout. $160. Chin Fong paid the money, sighing that the world has finally changed. When did eating a breakfast even use $100 to settle the bill? Shaking his head, in order not to let the buns get cold, he accelerated his pace back to Shifuya's house. The door of Shifuya's house is a fingerprint lock. Chin Feng's fingerprints were recorded yesterday. After entering the door, Chin Fong found that Shifuya was still not awake. Was awake, sitting alone in the living room reading children's books. When the little girl saw herself coming back, she ran over, lowered her voice and quietly shouted, Uncle. Chin Fong rubbed the little girl's head and said softly, Go call your mom to get up for dinner. Mom usually sleeps in the morning. We can't disturb her, said in a loud voice. That little look, well-behaved and understanding. Chin Fong glanced at the half-open door of the room, only to see Shifuya's exquisite figure still lying on the bed, a thin blanket outlining the tantalizing curves. Chin Feng's mind moved. Spreading breakfast on the dining table, he took a pair of chopsticks for not caring if she would grab them, and said to her, Eat first. Uncle, go ask mom if she wants to get up. After leaving his words, he walked into Shifuya's room, closing the door in the process. Slightly frowned her small eyebrows. She was afraid that Chin Fong would disturb her mom's sleep, and even more so, she was afraid that her mom would get angry and scold her uncle. When the time came, she didn't know which one to help. She stared straight at the closed door, a trace of worry showing on her cute little face. Big baby, wake up! Shin Feng came to the bed in a rush and bent down, kissing Shifuya's pretty face and whispering in her ear. The beauty on the bed let out a murmur of unknown significance. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, but she still had no intention of opening her eyes. Only her delicate body gently twisted a little on the bed, like protesting against being disturbed in her beautiful dream. Closed eyes, she no longer has the demonic splendor of the heart-stopping, but there is an inexhaustible tenderness and gentleness. Her phoenix eyes were half bent to hide the amber, and her lips were a little cherry. Shin Feng looked at her delicate face, as well as the hickey on her collarbone. He couldn't help but lift the thin blanket and put his hand over it. Shifuya was sleeping soundly at the moment and felt that someone was teasing her. She sleepily opened her eyes, after seeing that it was her man. First she glanced at the closed door. Then she stretched out her green onion-white jade-like hands and took the initiative to take Qin Feng's neck end. Opening a pair of beautiful fox eyes, she softly said, "Brother, don't make trouble. Just make trouble." Qin Feng sniffed the faint fragrance of the woman's body and slowly drew off the thin blanket from her body and rolled over onto the bed. Shifuya gently discouraged. "It's not good for your body to have it too often." "It doesn't matter. This is just where it's at," Qin Feng confidently said. "It's not good to be hungry. I'll go and make breakfast for you first." "Eat and talk," Shifuya softly coaxed. "No need. I've already bought breakfast," said Qin Feng smugly. Shifuya had no law, gently pinched Qin Feng's face. Just then, the sound of a knob being turned rang out from outside the door. "Uncle, open the door. Let Yi come and wake up mommy," a bare child yelled from outside. "Yi, go eat first. Come back to call when you're full." Qin Feng was startled, and hurriedly coped with the yelling. "Yi wants mommy to feed her." Yi continued to yell. Qin Feng was furious and simply pounced towards Shifuya regardless. Shifuya smiled and put her knee against him. "Brother, it's better to eat first." Qin Feng looked aggrieved. "Sister, can you bear it?" Shifuya made a bit of dexterity and used her foot to put Qin Feng down, softly coaxing him. "Yi is still young. Can't go hungry. When she finishes eating, I'll send her to grandma's house, okay?" Qin Feng's teeth itched with anger and said, "Sis, that private international school you mentioned before, it's a boarding school from elementary school, right?" But I don't intend to send Yi there now." "Why?" "Because sis is rich." Shifuya wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's neck and kissed him on the forehead, smiling. "Now that I have the time to accompany her, I don't have to think about what's noble or not. As long as she's happy, she can go to school wherever she wants. You will accompany me to take care of her, right?" Shifuya rubbed Qin Feng's face intimately and asked softly. Qin Feng thought that in the days to come, Yi followed Shifuya like a shadow, and he still had to fight with Yi in order to be happy and unhappy with her mom. At once, he felt incomparable despair. Squeezing out a smile that wanted to cry but couldn't, he responded, "Of course, I will raise her as my own daughter." Shifuya let out a light laugh and sat on her knees in front of Qin Feng, her beautiful eyes flashing with a touch of cunning. "Then shall I let Yi call you daddy?" Qin Feng froze, flustered for a moment by Shifuya's sudden attack. Qin Feng liked Yi very much. This little girl was well behaved and cute, innocent, running and jumping in a delightful way. Sometimes he also wanted a daughter-in-law like this. But the time is too short. Qin Feng was not ready to be a father. After all, being a father is completely different from being her uncle. When you're an uncle, you just have to spoil her to death. As a father, you have to worry about her food, drink, clothing, housing and transportation, and her academic performance. To do their best, to her future seriously responsible. Qin Feng felt that he could not do it. You can't promise things you can't afford. So he once again chose to remain silent. Seeing his difficulty, Shifuya suddenly smiled and said lightly, "Silly brother, sis is just joking. Don't think too much." Qin Feng knew that she wasn't joking, since he had decided to be with this woman. This matter of her daughter was something he would have to face sooner or later. Instead of letting her hide her heart, it would be better to spread it out and make it clear. "Sister, I also want to be Yi's father." But Shifuya gently covered his mouth with her hand to stop his explanation and laughed. "No need to say. Sis understands your difficulties. Sis doesn't have any non-concerns. Yi will be fine with her uncle." Shifuya understood very well in his heart. This kind of rich man's male son, no matter if he is willing or not, his family will not allow him to adopt a non-biological daughter outside. His own relationship with him was destined to be only in the shadows. Maybe he would agree to let Yi call him father at home, but outside he would only be uncle. This was undoubtedly a cruelty to Yi, and it would be better to remain an uncle. The reason why she had tentatively asked that sentence. It also contained a bit of extravagant hope in it. If he could really be Yi's father and let the mother and daughter come out of the shadows and live brightly under the sun, that would be so good. but reality was always so merciless. From his deep eyes, Shifuya saw the struggle and difficulty. She flinched. Uncle is quite good. One should be contented. Qin Feng was completely unaware of Shifuya's thoughts. He saw that this woman was understanding, gentle and considerate, and after being rejected by himself, she didn't lose any of her favoritism, but instead took the initiative to comfort herself, feeling a little guilty. But this kind of thing of being a father can't just be said and done. After all, Yi is not his own. Suddenly called his own father. He was a bit uncomfortable, but he didn't want to make Shifuya sad. He thought about it, backhanded around Shifuya's waist, said forcefully, "Sister, how about you give me a child?" Shifuya was stunned. She had thought of many kinds of replies, but she hadn't expected Qin Feng to say this at all. And she stared blankly at Qin Feng, her face at a loss for words. With a child of our own, I'll be able to rightfully be Yi's father. Qin Feng was proud of his wit. Our child? Shifuya asked dumbfounded. She was so preoccupied with Yi that she never thought about herself. Yes. You know what, sis? Of all the women out there, you're the only one who's ever touched my heart. I love you. And along with that, I love Yi. I also want to give you mother and daughter a decent home. Qin Feng's words of love mesmerized Shifuya a little, and she wished that it was all true. Having had enough of the darkness, she desperately wanted to get back into the sunlight. She asked carefully, "Do you not mind being gossiped about by others?" "Mind but who asked you to be my woman?" "What's a little aggravation?" Qin Feng said with a smile. "Moreover, the child of the two of us is called Yi's sister. Yi can't call me uncle again, right? It's a mess." Listening to the man's joke, Shifuya was completely moved. If it's really like what he said, after having a child, the two of them are together openly and honestly, and Yi had a father and he had his own child, wouldn't all problems be solved? However, all of this has to be built on the foundation that this man is alive. "Brother, will you be like him and abandon us again?" Qin Feng assured. "No, I will shoulder the responsibility of being a father. Let the children grow up happily, and protect you mother and son peacefully." Shifuya's heart gradually became wild with Qin Feng's words. "If you can do that, sis will follow you and serve you for the rest of her life." The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked. "Who brought me down just now?" Shifuya dabbed the joy in the corner of her eyes with the back of her hand, gently looking at Qin Feng with a smile like a flower. "I'm sorry, sister was wrong." Qin Feng was too late to say something, only to see her speak to the door. Eat breakfast by yourself. Mommy will sleep a little longer." Then Qin Feng was pushed onto the bed by her. System prompt, Shifuya favorability +5. Current favorability, 96. Shifuya slept for 2/4 of an hour and walked out of the room with a spring in her face. The undiluted redness on her face made her look charming. Qin Feng's feet were a bit soft, sitting at the dining table and wobbling straight. Can't. This super strong physique must get his hands on it as soon as possible. Even if it's by cheating, he must get his hands on it. "Uncle, were you beaten by mom?" Yi runs over, sees the depressed Qin Feng, extends her small hand to touch his cheek. Heartbroken. Mom is very fierce in the morning. Yi doesn't even dare to disturb her. "Well, mommy is super fierce," Qin Feng said with palpitations. "Next time mommy beats you, just cry it out, so mommy will stop." Yi sneaks on Qin Feng's ear, imparting her experience. "What if I can't cry out?" Qin Feng was curious. The little girl seriously taught, "You won't be unable to cry. Uncle, you cry first, and when you cry, you'll be able to cry." Such a small child actually knows how to fake cry? So, women are born to cry, right? Qin Feng felt that his understanding of women had gone to another level. "What are you two chatting about?" "Secretive." Shifuya walks out of the kitchen with warmed buns and says with a smile, "Didn't chat about anything." Yi immediately climbed back into her children's chair and sat there obediently and coquettishly, shouting, "Yi wants to eat xiaolongbao. Did Yi not eat just now?" Shifuya asked. "Yi wants to wait for her mom to eat with her." Yi replied sweetly. Shifuya picked up the xiaolongbao, tried the temperature, put it on Yi's plate and said softly, "Yi has grown up now. She has to learn to eat on her own." Yi grabbed the bun with her hands and desperately shook her head. "Yi don't want to grow up." Qin Feng looks enviously at Shifuya wiping the corners of Yi's mouth and helping her peel tea eggs, and is overcome with emotion. It's better to be a child, carefree, eating and drinking, and being fed. Anything can be solved by crying. Shifuya skimmed Qin Feng's eyes, smiled and peeled an egg for him. "Brother, you eat one too. Make up for it." Qin Feng rubbed his waist and took a vicious bite of the egg, saying, "You wait for me. One day, I'll let you make up for it too." He felt that the strength of his manhood had received a question, and at this moment, he was eager to prove it. Shifuya let out a delicate laugh, suddenly thought of something. glanced a wink and admonished, "Don't take medicine indiscriminately. It's not good for your body." "Don't worry. I don't need to take medicine at all," Qin Feng said with a stiff upper lip. He found that Shifuya seemed to have become much more cheerful. Before, she was introverted and calm. Aside from Yi, it was as if she didn't care about anything else. But now her smile gradually became more vivid and her speech became more and more feminine. She also learned to flirt with herself. "Is uncle sick?" Yi asked worriedly when she heard about taking medicine. Shifuya gently patted Yi's head. "Uncle is not sick. Don't talk nonsense." Oh, Yi lowers her head and takes a small bite of her bun, her eyes twinkling. Qin Feng smothers his dry rice and grabs some energy. After the three of them finish their breakfast, Yi runs to turn on the TV and sits on the sofa to watch cartoons. It's estimated that she didn't watch it before because her mom was sleeping. A well-behaved and understanding child is genuinely likable. Qin Feng leaned on the kitchen door and rested for a while. Looking at the woman in the kitchen who was busy cleaning up, he felt a reprieve. He walked forward, closed the sliding door of the kitchen and hugged Shifuya, who was only wearing an ice silk nightgown. From behind, "Oh, aren't you afraid of going up in smoke?" Shifuya laughed softly. "Not afraid. For the sake of our children." Qin Feng pulled the big righteousness, began to move his hands and feet. However, he obviously felt a bit overwhelmed, because he had delivered more at Xia Ting's place a few days ago. An egg really wasn't going to help. "Stop it. Good boy." Shifuya wiped her hands and turned around, stopping his inordinate behavior. Qin Feng saw that there was no chance, and did not fool around. After hugging for a while, smelling the woman's faint body fragrance, he couldn't help but worry. "Sister, what if we can't give birth?" "Oh, that's not my business. Yi has already proved that I can give birth. If there is a problem, it must also be your problem." Shifuya curved eyes, all gentle teasing. Qin Feng was choked for a moment, wanting to prove himself, but the fact that the super strong body didn't arrive made him feel a little weak. Shifuya used her cold little hand and rubbed his cheek, comforting him. "Good boy. It's fine. Medical treatment is so advanced now. If you're in a hurry, we can go for test tube." Qin Feng was inexplicably nervous. Hearing Shifuya say this, it seems like he'll be able to hold a child in a minute. That feeling of suddenly having to be a father was as overwhelming as not having any urine but wanting to pee. Shifuya glanced at him, not letting go of him, and softly asked, "Do you want a boy or a girl, or twins?" Qin Feng dully asks, "Can I choose?" Shifuya smiled meaningfully. "I don't know. You can go to the hospital and ask. Still, it's better to let nature take its course. As long as the child can be as well behaved and obedient as Yi." Qin Feng panicked. "What? You don't have confidence in your genes?" Shifuya picked Qin Feng's chin with her hand, a bad smile on her face. The two of them were so close that they could feel the woman's delicate body even through the too thin garments. Qin Feng raged for a moment. "Don't worry, I'm sure I can make you give birth to a superhuman baby." Shifuya provokes. "Oh, I'll wait and see." "You wait." Qin Feng knew that this was definitely going to be a disaster, so he decisively dropped a harsh sentence, then grayly ran to accompany Yi to watch cartoons, paying no attention to the ear-piercing light laughter resounding behind him. Qin Feng watched the cartoon for a while. He thought that the manhwa teen was actually quite good-looking. It was about a little boy and 5 rescue dogs helping others. The content was positive and the plot was exaggerated while being very eye-catching. Plus the little girl next to me was watching while shouting, "Fluffy, Archie, rescue is on the way." Shifuya brought over washed grapes and put them on the table, accompanying them to watch together. Qin Feng suddenly felt that watching cartoons is also a delightful thing. His wife is virtuous, and his daughter is well-behaved. If there was no worldly clamor, he really hoped to live on so plainly. But life in this world is always trouble. Qin Feng's phone rang one after another. The first is Wang Gang's. Said to get the car. Xia Ting is also in the 4 store. Asked what to do. What should we do? You ask me. Who do I ask? Qin Feng thought deeply and thought for half a day. Finally, he decided to ask Wang Gang to ask Xia Ting if she wants to watch cartoons together. Wang Gang went straight to ask. He replied that Ms. Xia seemed to be very angry and drove away. Qin Feng had no choice but to hang up the phone, just about to send a message to coax her. The second call came. It was Chiu Lily who called, saying that she agreed to be a nanny and housekeeper and asked what work arrangements she had today. Qin Feng hasn't even bought a villa yet, so where's the work schedule? He told Chiu Lily to come here first to recognize someone, and by the way, to explain the matter of transporting Yi in the future. The third one is from the agent, who has made an appointment with the landlord to sign the papers at 1 p.m. The fourth was Jiang Manhua calling, saying she was now alone in the hospital and wanted to drink milk tea. Qin Feng didn't turn the corner for a moment. What the hell? It's none of my business if she wants to drink milk tea? I say, big sister, who are you? Are we familiar? Shin Feng shouted with a confused face, causing Shifuya and Yi beside him to look at him sideways. Shin Feng, I know you still love me. I've seen all your behavior over the past few years. Lately you've been deliberately pissing me off, right? You want me to get rid of the others and be with you sincerely, aren't you? Okay. I promise you that I'll only be good to you from now on. Shin Feng hurriedly launched his hypnotism technique, trying to hypnotize her into forgetting herself. It turns out that he realizes that the hypnotism technique must look directly into the eyes of the target, and a headache ensues. He interrupted Jiang Manchua's incessant confession and begged for forgiveness. Big sister, I'm sorry, it was my ignorance that made me look at you in the first place. I won't pursue the money spent on you in these years. Let's let each other off the hook, okay? Who knows that Jiang Manchua's voice is big, sharp soprano straight through the eardrums. I've deleted all the others. What else do you want from me? Do you want me to take off my clothes and stand in front of you before you are willing to forgive me? Shin Feng really wanted to tell her, even if you strip off all your skin, I won't even look at you. Stop, Jiang Manchue. I'll tell you one last time. I don't want to see you again. Please don't bother me in the future. Shin Feng, are you still a man? Your girlfriend was beaten into the hospital. You don't even look at her, and you want to break up with me? We don't have a dime's worth of relationship from start to finish. I'm warning you not to talk nonsense. Okay, since you want to clear our relationship, then give me $2 million, and I won't bother you anymore from now on. You don't have to take a piss. Which part of you is worth $2 million? Shin Feng was infuriated. Is there really such a shameless person in the world? Obviously she's done so many excessive things, but she still wants money? Really think that the earth revolves around her? I'll give you 3 days. If you don't call the money, you'll wait to be famous on the internet. Jiang Manchue threatened. After saying that, she hung up the phone. Shin Feng listened to the busy tone on the phone. His fingers pinched white. At this moment, he really had the urge to kill that bitch. Once a person suddenly became rich, then the eyes of those around him would turn green. The better the relationship, the more they tend to feel that they are qualified to make a fortune from him. First hospital, in the general ward. Jiang Manchue was lying on the hospital bed, gritting her teeth and flipping through her previous records. She was not willing to let her licking dog dump her when he suddenly had money. She felt that even if they hadn't been in love with each other, but also accompanied Shin Feng for so many years of chatting and let him fantasize for so long for nothing, he deserved to compensate himself for the loss of youth. Moreover, what she wanted was not much. He had won $90 million. What's wrong with giving herself $2 million? If Shin Feng doesn't pay, she planned to run to Qin Feng's parents and say that their son had started the affair. She'll also sit in front of Qin Feng's house and make a scene, trying everything she could think of. In the end, if he still refused to pay up, she would send the chat logs to everyone around Qin Feng, so that everyone would know how lowly this person used to be. Is it the same woman from last time? Shifuya asked with concern when she saw that Qin Feng was not looking well. Qin Feng frowned and nodded. Do you want me to take care of it for you? Shifuya smiled faintly. How are you going to handle it? Qin Feng was puzzled. You don't need to know. Anyway, she definitely won't bother you again by then. Shifuya smiled faintly. She had already figured out how to educate that woman the last time she saw her. Just for the sake of Qin Feng's face, she didn't do anything about it. Now that she had sent herself here, there was no reason to let her go. Against this kind of disgusting person, any means can be used. Qin Feng looked at the smiling woman in front of him and was secretly shocked. Only now did he realize that this seemingly virtuous and gentle woman, who used to be his elder brother's woman, had very many means. Qin Feng pondered for a moment and chose to refuse. It wasn't because of a soft heart. Rather, he was worried about Shifuya's safety. There were some things that were very dangerous to be uprooted easily once they went deeper. He himself was a good citizen, not to mess around. Besides, a woman like Jiang Manchue, who doesn't look like a decent person in any way, definitely has a handle on her, so she can check it out first. Qin Feng took his cell phone and thought about who would be more appropriate to find to do this. Coincidentally, Chiu Lily happened to arrive at the door. Qin Feng immediately went forward and opened the door. Hello boss. Chiu Lily is wearing a dignified professional outfit, hands clasped in front of her stomach, slightly bending over and bowing in greeting. Good morning Sister Chiu. Come in and sit down for a while. I happen to have something to ask you. Qin Feng smiled at her. Chiu Lily carefully changed her slippers and walked into the house that was obviously not a rich man's residence. Slightly looking around, the house was not big, but it was clean and tidy, with a strong sense of female life, with traces of frequent cleaning, and then glanced at the beautiful woman on the sofa, and the child next to her. Chiu Lily instantly had an idea in her mind, guessing that this was probably the owner's golden house out there, hiding her beauty, should also be one of his mistresses. She immediately bent down and smiled. Good day Mrs. Sheen. I'm Mr. Sheen's housekeeper, please take care of me in the future. It doesn't matter if you say this kind of words wrongly. Saying it rightly can leave a good impression on people. Hello. Shifuya glanced at Chiu Lily, who had a knee-length skirt, was well-dressed, and was half-aged, and finished her greeting with a smile, and then waved at Ee. Ee, come over and call out to Auntie. Good Auntie, Ee sweetly shouted, staring at Chiu Lily with her big, dark eyes, not afraid of life at all. Shin Feng introduced the two of them a little, and then invited Chiu Lily to take a seat. Mr. Shin, you don't have to be polite. I'm used to standing. If you have something to do, just ask, Chiu Lily said with a smile. Alright then, I'll get straight to the point. You've been in sales for so long, you should know some professional private detectives, right? Shin Feng asked. Who does Mr. Shin want to investigate? Chiu Lily curiously said. A woman who wants to blackmail me for money. Shin Feng said indifferently. I see. What does Mr. Shin want to do? Chiu Lily understood. There are too many people who figure money, and there are always some unsuspecting people who presume to blackmail the rich. As the supervisor of a force store, she dealt with rich people every day and was no stranger to such things. Go play in the room. Shifuya didn't want to hear what was coming next, and promptly drove to her room. Let out an "oh," hugged her book and obediently returned to her room. Shin Feng looked at her closed door and said with a calm demeanor, according to my understanding, it's very likely that woman has messed around with a group of men before. I want to hire a private investigator to collect the illegal things she has done before, and then hand it over to her current boyfriend to go to the police to prosecute her. Do you know what I mean? Chiu Lily's expression was solemn as she nodded her head and said in a deep voice, I understand. As long as she has really done something illegal and disorderly, I can definitely have someone find out the relevant evidence so that she can be duly punished. Chiu Lily, as a supervisor, knew a lot of people. Against this kind of unclean woman, even if there was no evidence now, there was no guarantee that she would make another mistake right away. As long as the other party wasn't some kind of golden girl or some kind of noblewoman, there was no pressure to investigate. Very well, then this matter will be handled by you. Can I give you 3 days? Shin Feng said indifferently. Time is a bit rushed. It might be a bit troublesome to operate. Chiu Lily reveals a difficult look. Investigating was simple, but if nothing was found out, everything would have to be replanned. How long do you think it will take? Shin Feng asked. Almost a week or so. I'm too lazy to wait. Is there a way to get it done faster? If the budget is enough and everyone is motivated enough to work overtime again, it should be faster, Chiu Lily shyly hinted. Shin Feng also knows it's a matter of money. How can people work positively if they don't give money? He smiled and asked, how much does it cost? If everything goes well, 100,000 or so will do. Private detective is not expensive. Check something does not take much money. But, Chiu Lily patiently explained, in case there is going to be an accident, it is estimated that it will take dozens or even millions of dollars to get it done, because there are more places to spend money. Shin Feng stretched out 2 fingers and asked calmly, $2 million? Can it be done in 3 days? Can, Chiu Lily immediately assured. 2 million was completely enough. There were people who were willing to work overtime. Good. I'll send you the money and her identity information. You can do it now. Shin Feng smiled. Thank you, boss, for your trust. Despite knowing that a boss who can afford a Rolls-Royce isn't bad with money, but facing such a generous and trusting boss, Chiu Lily still couldn't help but get excited. Following the right person was sometimes more important than working hard. Shin Feng picked up his cell phone to transfer the money and leisurely added another sentence. I don't check your accounts. You don't have to give me an invoice either. As long as you get my things done, how much you can take counts as your ability. If things are messed up, then I don't know what will happen. Boss, don't worry. Chiu Lily served the rich people for so many years. My professionalism is still there. The money you give me, I will only spend it on your things. I will never move my hands. Chiu Lily smiled confidently. No one doesn't like money, but at her age, she wasn't that eager for money. She only wanted to work hard for a few more years to earn enough for her retirement. After all, she's too old to be tossed around. Taking some money with a clear conscience and living the rest of her life with a clear conscience is not good. Well, I believe you. Things do well. Give you a big red envelope. Shin Feng nodded and sent the information and money over. Thank you, boss. I'll go do my work. I'll give you a report on the progress tonight. Chiu Lily glanced at her cell phone and smiled as she excused herself. After Chiu Lily left, the house was quiet. Shifuya didn't ask Shin Feng about his ex-girlfriend. Taking the remote control, she switched to a romantic dog and pony show and watched it with great interest, taking a grape and putting it in her mouth from time to time. Shin Feng naturally did not explain anything. See Shifuya so leisurely eat grapes. He opened his mouth, let out a ah-sound. Shifuya smiled and took a grape, just ready to feed it to him. However, she didn't think that this man would give an inch and even smoothly lay on her lap, tilting her face and opening her mouth, with an appearance of waiting to be fed. Don't be like this, will see it when she comes out. Despite saying this, Shifuya still fed the grapes over. No harm. Let her get used to it in advance and see how mom and dad show their love. Xinfeng's cheeks chewed twice and obediently swallowed the sour and sweet grapes with their skins. Then when he opened his mouth again, signaling that he wanted more, he found that Shifuya stretched out a small hand slightly curled and placed it on the edge of his mouth, as if he was waiting to receive something. Xinfeng did not know why, and let out another sound. Shifuya glanced at him, let out a light laugh, took a grape, gently peeled off the skin, then pinched it into his mouth. Without the skin, the grapes had a much less sour flavor, and his mouth was full of sweetness. Xinfeng unconsciously squinted his eyes. Carefree time always passes quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it's noon. After eating the lunch made by Shifuya, Xinfeng planned to take a beautiful nap, but when he heard Shifuya's reminder, he remembered that there was still an $8 million house waiting for him to sign. After thanking Shifuya's reminder with his mouth, Xinfeng got into the Rolls-Royce and set off to the agent. Wang Gang drove with a serious face. His speed was slow and standardized at the same time. His eyes revealed nervousness, deeply afraid of any ungrateful one who drank fake alcohol jumping out to stop the car and touch the car. Xinfeng sat in the back row and rested. The 6 meters of space allowed him to stretch his legs out straight and the soles of his feet were still 7 or 8 punches away from the front seats. Squatting a person is no problem. The airline seats come with a massage function, and the leg rests will automatically rise after being lowered. Xinfeng fumbled for a while and quickly learned how to massage. Enjoying the comfort that money brings, he closes his eyes and takes a nap. By the time the car slowly arrived in front of the agency store, he was already in dreamland. Wang Gang parked the car and turned back to see his boss sleeping. Listening to his snores meant that he was sleeping soundly, interrupting the boss's beautiful dream. Will he have a wake-up call? Wang Gang thought secretly. It was still a few minutes before 1 o'clock, so he hesitated to wake up the boss. Zheng Daji was looking around in front of the store. The landlord had arrived a long time ago and had several cups of tea in Lu Ziqi's office. He was sent out to greet his righteous lord, but after waiting and waiting, he was a little anxious to see his righteous father's low-profile domestic car. Instead, a Rolls-Royce, which was unattractive at first glance, came and parked in the parking space that he had reserved for his righteous father. There were only a few parking spaces in front of their store, and they usually didn't give outsiders parking. But when it came to this kind of multi-million-dollar luxury car, he didn't dare to go and ask the other party to move it away. He still dared to go up and reason with the million-dollar cars, but this kind of car, which was obviously a super rich man's seat frame, was better to forget about it. If he touched it, he might have to pay for it. Seeing that it was time for the appointment, he was about to call his righteous father, only to see a well-dressed young man with gold-rimmed glasses who looked a bit arrogant walk out of his store. Ms. Lu, didn't you guys agree on 1 o'clock? What time is this? My time is very expensive. The man spoke with a face of impatience. His voice was loud and his aura was full. Behind him, Lu Ziqi chased out Lu Ziqi and kept compensating and smiling. I'm sorry, Mr. Wei. Mr. Sheen may have been delayed for something. I'll have someone call over to ask. This man is today's seller. I don't know why he is so angry. Zheng Daji hurriedly turned back and retained him with his own supervisor. Mr. Wei, I'm already on the phone. Don't be in a hurry. Wei Fan frowned and said seriously, how did you guys do your job? How much time is going to be wasted on me because of his mistake? Lu Ziqi pacified in a nice voice. Mr. Wei, calm down. It's only just time. People might be stuck in traffic. Maybe they'll be here soon. What's the use of coming now? Time does not wait for people. Missed appointments are missed appointments. Wei Fan lifted his leg to walk to his car. Zheng Daji saw the situation, rushed up to catch him, said, Mr. Wei, you give me a minute. I first ask the situation, okay? Wei Fan shook off Zheng Daji's hand and said loudly while walking, I hate two kinds of people in my life. One is not punctual people. One is in front of me to pretend to be a bully. He paid $1 million deposit. Terrific. At this moment, the Rolls-Royce car not far from them, Xinfeng in the car was woken up by the phone. A look at the time, R1.2. He didn't think twice and directly dumped the pot on Wang Gang. Brother Wang, didn't I ask you to call me at 1 o'clock? Wang Gang was wrong to death. If Xinfeng really said this sentence, how could he use to dwell on it for half a day? I'm sorry, the fierce man looked aggrieved. Forget it, pay attention next time. Xinfeng opened the door and got off the car, saw a few people at the door pulling and tugging, smiled and went forward and said aloud, Xiao Zhang, Sister Lu, sorry, I'm late. Opposite a few people suddenly quieted down. Stunned, they looked at the man who came down from the Rolls-Royce. No one came forward to answer. Zhang Dejiman was a bit confused. He didn't even dare to look at that car just now. So he didn't see Wang Gang. This time when he saw that it was his righteous father's car, he was stunned. How could he not imagine? His righteous father yesterday drove a domestic SUV. Today changed a Rolls-Royce. This span is also too big. He slowed down for 3 seconds before reacting and immediately wanted to go forward to greet him. But he didn't think that someone would be faster than him. Mr. Qin. Mr. Qin. I've heard of you for a long time. I'm out of respect. Wei Fan quickly stepped forward, enthusiastically stretched out his hand and smiled shyly with a fawning smile. I am the homeowner who sold your villa. Wei Fan. Mr. Qin looks older than me. Call me little Wei Xiaofan can. Hello, I'm sorry for being late. I blame the driver for forgetting to wake me up. Qin Feng smiled and shook his hand. Explained. Not late. Our time is not allowed. Mr. Qin came just right on time. Wei Fan licked excessively, mainly because he recognized that Rolls-Royce. It was the latest model of this year's extended version of the Phantom, quoted at $18 million. Jiang Cheng could afford to drive a Rolls-Royce on 2 hands, and their identities were either rich or noble, although his own father also has an old model. But this and his own father a grade of big brother. Should lick or have to lick. When Lu Ziki saw Qin Feng's car, her beautiful eyes lit up and she also rushed up to hold Qin Feng's hand and cooed. Finally, Mr. Qin is here. I've been waiting for him for a long time. After saying this, she didn't let go of her hand and wrapped her arms around Qin Feng's arm, greeting him. Come in and sit down. I'll make you some tea. Qin Feng felt the waves of enthusiasm. Smiling, he exchanged a few words with them and was flanked by the 2 men into the store. Zhang Daji's sentence of righteous father was stuck in his throat without a chance to say it, suffocating his face. After half an hour of pleasantries and conversation, Qin Feng learned that Wei Fan is a standard rich second generation, the family of 2 brothers, a sister. He is sandwiched in the middle of the less favored. In addition to the day out to fool around, his father cut off his financial resources, arranged for him to work in the company. He refused. That's why he thought of selling the house that his father gave him, and create a business of his own or something. Qin Feng did not care what he sold the house for. Directly and quickly in the purchase contract signed the word. The procedure for buying a house with full payment is not too complicated. The net signature, transfer and pay taxes on the line. But it will take a few days to get down. Qin Feng is too lazy to bother. Bold enough to directly call the money to the agent. Entrusted his godson to get it done. Thank you for your rightful father's trust. De volunteers to serve your rightful father. In front of the crowd, disgraced shame Zhang Daji impassionedly said. Hearing Qin Feng's ears turn red, he hurriedly told him to lower his voice and then asked about the villa arrangement. I ran a few wedding planning companies and have asked them to make a few plans out. Righteous father, please take a look. Zhang Daji took out his cell phone and said seriously. Qin Feng took a slight look at the renderings. A variety of balloon arches, red carpet lawn, flowers and ribbons, bonsai props. Fancy, looking a little interesting. Then looked at the bottom of the price. The most expensive set of programs 18 million. Added a large background display screen that can play their own customized video, and also provides 2 sets of wedding dresses. Qin Feng frowned slightly, revealing a thoughtful look, imagining himself if he was a girl, facing this kind of scene. If the man beside him courted himself, would he agree? Romance is very romantic, but it just always feels not sincere enough. Without that feeling of a surging heart and surprise, he scared and shook his head to show his dissatisfaction. Wei Fan, who was accompanied by drinking tea next to him, ran over, looked at the proposal given by Zhang Daji, and asked Qin Feng, Brother Feng, are you proposing to your sister-in-law? It's not a marriage proposal. It's a courtship. Qin Feng corrected. Oh, I get it. Wei Fan had a smile on his face that all men understand. He then flipped through a few other proposals, and with a clear picture in his mind, he yelled at Zhang Daji. Young man, I'm telling you, you can't do this at all. To no class and pattern. This is the most confusing to fool the college students who have never seen the world. But a little bit of knowledge will not be fooled. Zhang Daji was said a little unconvinced, stalking his neck without saying a word. These scenes, he is letting the wedding company in accordance with the highest specification design. He looked at, also cannot think of where there is still need to improve. Lu Ziki took her cell phone and flipped through it, and also felt that there was nothing wrong with it, and asked with a smile, Mr. Wei, Xiao Zhang just graduated and doesn't have much insight, so what do you say to get it right? Wei Fan leaned towards the sofa, picked up a teacup and took a sip, showing off. You guys are thinking wrong. My brother Feng is courting. You guys make a $180,000 row? This makes my brother Feng's face where to put it. I only see the scenery in these programs. I don't see the people. Without the people there will be no envious screams. Without the screams where will the atmosphere and romance come from? Also, you've only made a surface. Where's the set inside my house? What Chinese, French, Korean theme blue starry sky, crystal feast, flower sea dream, pink flowers, and so on. These you don't add to my phone? These views look nice, but can you eat them? Can you listen to it? Do they have any flavor? You can't have a band? And Western food, desserts, cakes and wine? If you can, then the sky is also arranged. Find ways to get a few rainbows, get a few hot air balloons, floating some flower petals down. In the villa painted, make a little more beautiful and exquisite. Wei Fan was gushing, colorfully depicting that scene of luxurious and romantic ceremony. In a flash, it made Lu Ziqi's mind conjure up a super pompous scene that, she imagined that if she were the heroine, she probably wouldn't be able to stop such sugar-coated bombs. The picture was so beautiful that she was mesmerized by the fantasy. She was mesmerized. If a man was willing to do this for her, then she is willing to try something new for the man, even if the particularly unreasonable requirements can be endured. Zheng Daji also listened in a daze, and only after a long time did he come back to his senses, and tremblingly asked, Mr. Wei, you can't stop $1 million with this set down, can you? Wei Fan looked at Qin Feng, who was stroking his chin and nodding frequently, knowing that he was more satisfied with his program. He suddenly raised his nose and dejectedly said, so you wage earners have a small pattern. Is this about money? This is my brother Feng's love. My brother Feng's love is worth $180,000. How can it start at $1.8 million? You don't think about what my brother Feng is doing by buying a house. Listen to my brother. Hurry to find high-end event planners. Hire professional designers. Make the scene a bit flashy and grand. Money is not something you should consider. Zheng Daji was said to be red in the face and embarrassed. He originally thought that the house was the main focus. As long as the real estate license was thrown over and the scene was decorated with care, a normal woman would agree to the proposal. 1,800,000 is not a small amount of money. Just use something once. He did not even think about how much work. However, after listening to Wei Fan's words, he realized that the rich people's way of playing is really trenchant. This kind of use money to smash out such a romantic scene. Which woman see does not heart? Not confused? He wanted to kneel down himself. Zheng Daji finally understood this time. He put away his cell phone and looked at Qin Feng with a begging face. Righteous father, give me another chance. I'll definitely make the program look beautiful. Qin Feng was a bit skeptical of his ability and said indifferently, what Mr. Wei said just now, are you sure you can get it done? I'm sure as well as sure, Zheng Daji assured. This kind of work that costs money is something that any individual can do. As long as the money was there, what couldn't be done? He looked at Qin Feng with bated breath, eager to prove himself. Qin Feng and Zheng Daji glanced at each other and saw the desire in his eyes, so deciding to trust him one more time. Well, go ahead and make the proposal. And by the way, include the time needed to set up the scene. Qin Feng patted Zheng Daji's shoulder and casually said, remember, my requirement is to be fast and good. Use your imagination to the fullest. Money is not a problem. Zheng Daji now completely believed in Qin Feng's strength and nodded heavily. When Wei Fan heard Qin Feng say that he wanted it to be fast, he immediately took out the villa key, slapped it on the table and said to Qin Feng, Brother Feng, the key will be given to you first. When the house transfer formalities are done it will take 5 or 6 days. It just so happens that during this time you can call someone to set up the scene. Thanks brother. Qin Feng laughed, hearing that he had been upgraded from Mr. Wei to a brother. Wei Fan smiled brightly. It's nothing, it's my honor to help brother Feng. With things settled, Qin Feng got up to take his leave. He added Wei Fan's friend and made an appointment to go out together sometime. Under Lu Ziqi's reluctant gaze, he got into the Rolls-Royce without any lingering. He ordered Wine Gang to go back to Shifuya's house. On the way, Qin Feng suddenly remembered that there was still a schoolgirl he hadn't coaxed, and hurriedly sent a message to Xia Ting. Qin Feng, little baby, still angry? Xia Ting, big baby is done with the company? She's just my sister. Not my baby, only you are. Ha, not allowed to send ha. Poof, baby good. We did not say good last time. Do not always angry, okay? Xia Ting withered in the home waiting for a morning. Did not see Qin Feng to comfort themselves. The mood itself is not good. Now see and just coaxed 2 sentences on a little impatient feeling. So she became even more unhappy. I'm not angry. I'm just your mistress. What qualifications do I have to be angry? Qin Feng's scalp suddenly went numb when he saw this kind of yin and yang speech from Xia Ting. After thinking for half a day, he didn't know how to take it. So he returned a classic quote. I can't help it if you want to think like this. Xia Ting was furious. What do you mean he has no way? Was this a tacit admission that he was the mistress and Shifuya was the main court? Go watch cartoons with your sister. Don't worry about me. Seeing Xia Ting so jealous, Qin Feng was a bit overwhelmed and rubbed his waist, helplessly saying, "Stop it. I'll watch a movie with you tonight, okay?" He planned to sacrifice his body a bit, but he didn't expect Xia Ting to send questioning questions one after another. No good. Your sister has to work at night and doesn't have time to accompany you. That's why you came to me, right? I'm a substitute in your eyes, aren't I? In the morning, you even asked me to go to her house to serve you together. What do you take me for? Have you ever considered my feelings? Facing the schoolgirl's accusation, Qin Feng was somewhat helpless. He had sent a car and a room out of his own heart, but this woman not only didn't give goodwill, but she was also capricious and reckless, getting angry and jealous when she had something to do. Compared to the gentle and generous Shifuya, she was like a child. The most crucial point was that looking at her like this, she seemed to be very resistant to Shifuya. Qin Feng's beautiful dream was shattered and his mood was so sad that he didn't want to return a single word. He decided to wait for the villa to be done, and directly go up and confess in deep love. Make a big wave. If you still don't add good feelings, it's, won't be possible. Maybe she wants something that she can't give. On the other side, Xia Ting saw Qin Feng's delay in replying and felt that she might have said too much. When she was hesitating to apologize, suddenly, it occurred to her that he might be lying in the arms of another woman at the moment. She instantly didn't want to apologize. In addition, yesterday she was beaten by her father for taking the account book, and today she was dismissed from the company because she missed a few days of work, and now her own man doesn't even come to cozy up to her. Instead, the more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she became. The moment did not hold back. Then cried. Qin Feng returned to Shifuya's residence. Shifuya was preparing dinner in the kitchen and Yi was watching TV alone. Seeing themselves return, both of them revealed smiles and the younger one ran to hug his hand, wanting to pull himself to play games. The older one asks what she likes to eat, and she calls someone to bring food to her door to make it for her. This cozy atmosphere suddenly gave Qin Feng a sense of belonging to this place. He picks up Yi with a smile and comes to the kitchen to say to Shifuya, "Whatever Yi likes to eat, I like to eat. She's a rabbit and likes carrots and greens. Are you sure you want to eat these? What do you usually eat at home?" Usually Yi eats dinner at 4 or so in kindergarten, and I usually cook her a pot of nutritious vegetable soup at 7, with an egg or something. Shifuya looked at Qin Feng, who was showing a difficult face, and covered her mouth as she laughed lightly. "Think about it, then say, oh, what do you want to eat?" "Meat," Qin Feng replied loudly. "Meat," Yi followed with a smile and shouted. Time came to the evening. After the three of them had dinner, Shifuya had to send Yi to her grandmother's house and then had to go to the bar to work. Qin Feng didn't want to stay home alone even though he had nothing to do, so he accompanied her to send Yi off. Wang Gang drove a Rolls-Royce and drove their family of 3 to Shifuya's old home. It was an old neighborhood. The houses were not high, the outer walls were mottled and old, and countless wires bobbed overhead. The overgrown lawns, the broken and tattered public apparatus that, you can tell that this is a somewhat old neighborhood. This kind of neighborhood has relatively more elderly people. With the cool breeze blowing away the summer heat, there are old men and women everywhere who come out to cool off in the evening. The old men were playing cards and chess by the kiosk. Big moms gathered in 2s and 3s, sitting on the long street and chewing on the tongues of other people's families. Did you hear? Yanhong's man was released and is now lying at home. What's wrong with him? He only knows how to gamble. He just knows how to gamble. Lost all 3 houses in his family, and now his wife is divorcing and he has no one to take care of his children. So it's a sin. That's right. His mom almost jumped off a building. Really? A hand of good cards played to pieces. Qin Feng got off the car to buy cigarettes, passing by a few obasan, heard a bit of gossip. He, who hadn't eaten melon for a long time, slowed down his pace and pricked up his ears to listen carefully. I heard that your son graduated from a major university. How much money a month now? It is also 10,000 or so. Cannot be compared to Sure Wei national daughter earn more? After all, my son went to a serious company. You don't have to say. The Sure family's widow is really pretty. Working in a place like that, she'll definitely make money fast. Even if she's good looking. What's the point of making more money? She couldn't give birth to a son, and even killed her husband, and now she's alone with her wife. So who's going to marry her in the future? In the end, I'm afraid she'll end up alone. Alas. Also blame her own. Her mother did not allow her to marry that person. She preferred not to listen. Now well, Qin Feng did not expect to eat melon to eat their own people. And it sounds like Shifuya doesn't have a good reputation in the village. Plus Yi had once said that Shifuya didn't like the next door neighbor's geese. I think Shifuya should be fed up with the gossip of this group of people. Before moving out with Yi, Qin Feng returned to the car, swallowing clouds and quietly thinking. Everyone wanted a face, and Shifuya was no exception, being secretly badmouthed to the point of making her parents' faces shine as well. She must be very upset. If one could make her raise her head in front of her parents, relatives and friends, would she add favorability? It was worth a try. Just what would it take to make her family's face shine? Other people's mouths can't control themselves. Even if she used the 8-carried sedan chair to marry Shifuya home in style, those village sansha would still be chewing their tongues. At that time, he might also be read by them. Shin Feng didn't think of a good solution. Seeing Shifuya walking over after sending Yi off, he hid his thoughts in his heart, pretending not to know anything, smiling and chatting with Shifuya for a few moments. The three of them came to the bar, and it was still the S03 card seat. Shifuya said that he had to go to the backstage to settle the bill, and asked Shin Feng if he needed to call a few beauties to accompany him. Shin Feng once again lamented Shifuya's generosity and gently shook his head to reject her proposal. At this point in time, he had little interest in beautiful women. He just wanted to wait for her to get off work and go home together to hug her to sleep. Shin Feng sat obediently and coquettishly on the card seat, playing with his cell phone from time to time and eating some fruits. 2 bottles of Ace of Spades were placed on the table and did not move. However, he wasn't interested in the pretty girl, but the pretty girl was interested in him. Handsome, can we sit with you? No, bye. Shin Feng coldly refused. 3 girls, 1 over 60, 2 over 70. Shin Feng wasn't interested at all and lowered his head again, continuing to play with his cell phone. The 3 females angrily stomped their feet and said, "Lower head man," turned around and left. Shin Feng refused 3 waves of girls who came to the S area card table to hit on him in one night. The latter presumably failed to go back and publicize it, and then no one dared to come. Shin Feng was also happy to be clean. Occasionally, he played with his cell phone, scanning the beautiful women who came to the bar. The bar beauty is quite a lot, but the 90 points of beauty is very little. There were only 2 girls with more than 90 points in the whole night, and those 2 had double-digit relationship counts, which wasn't very comfortable to look at. Think about it, come to the bar girls, can there be a few as not like to play? Besides, a 90-point girl looks like heaven, so there must be a lot of people chasing after her. Among them, there is no lack of rich people, or handsome and talented. In order to pick up girls, they can do anything they want. As long as they break through the bottom line once, the woman behind them won't be so reserved anymore. Shin Feng used the name of the bar owner to give them a drink, and then got their expansion information. The rewards were unexpectedly not bad. One was the golden pupil. It can detect treasures, see through, and recognize truth and falsehood. With it you can go gambling on stones, gambling on money, playing with antiques, and go to the peak of your life in minutes. You can also stand on the street and look at the young lady. Just think about it and get a nosebleed. But this is not a life-saving skill, and at this stage it is not very helpful to Shin Feng who already has money. The second one is Sacred Healer Matchless. This super life-preserving, but it's only to preserve other people's lives. One's own body was currently healthy and could not use this. Although with medical skills, it would be much easier to go out and save the beautiful president her father in the future, impress the beautiful president, and end up with her body. But, this is not a TV show. Where is the beautiful president? At most, it is some sick rich people, begging themselves to go to see the doctor. If there is really a beautiful president, the age must be 30 or 40 years old. I can't chew on it. These 2 rewards are dispensable to Shin Feng. Of course it's best to have them, but it doesn't matter if they don't. He snapped his fingers and told Shin Feng to call him. He snapped his fingers and called a familiar marketing clerk, asking him to ask for the contact information of those 2 beauties for himself. Tell them as long as they give the number, they will give them free drinks, and also send them a set of shenlong. After those 2 beauties saw Shin Feng, who was smiling at them from the S-card seat, they readily agreed. One called Nana even ran over and toasted and chatted a bit, added 10 points of goodwill. Shin Feng smiled lightly, acting gentle and calm. There was no sense of excitement of seeing a beautiful woman at all. This made Nana feel that the handsome man in front of her was a well-informed rich man. She wanted to take the initiative to stick up, but her boyfriend was waiting for her downstairs, so it was not good to go too far. Plus the man in front of her didn't seem too interested in her, so she just got acquainted and went back. Shin Feng wasn't very motivated at the moment and didn't make deep contact with her. When she left, Shin Feng suddenly realized that there was a girl with 0 love affairs in the bar. He was startled and fixed his eyes on the fact that the charisma value was just under 70. In the dark environment, dressed sexy and hot. Just looking at the figure, she almost fooled herself. He shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Seeing the 0, he remembered Zhong Oaoe, who had been forgotten by himself. Caught up in Shifuya's tenderness in the past 2 days, he almost forgot about her. Remembering that tomorrow was Friday and the bunny was about to come out of its cage, he got excited. It seemed that he had to reserve a little strength tonight, in case he was disliked for eating spicy hot pot tomorrow. He would be in trouble. The time came to 11:30. Lily sent a progress report for today. Mr. Sheen, I hired 3 private detectives, and I initially got her personal information, home address, and recent developments in her life. Did not find her work information, but a lot of debt under her name. Are some small loans. The total debt reached 200,000. From some photos of the circle of friends and things posted online, her loans to buy are brand name clothes, jewelry and bags. According to the relevant investigation, her ID card rooming records up to 200 times, in different hotels and different people, sometimes several people together. Also found her abortion records and microplastic surgery records in hospitals, as well as the consumption records of some entertainment venues, as well as fraudulent marriage cases in the trial. Her related illegal videos will be found out as soon as tomorrow morning. If nothing is found, the detectives will go to the hotels they've opened to figure out what to do. Sheen Fong looks at the dash a whole bunch of reports, marveling at the means of private detectives, but also satisfied with Lily's ability to work. I see. After you get the stuff, give it to her current boyfriend Bao Hongbiao, and observe his movements when you're done. Okay, I understand. Sheen Fong he was worried about Bao Hongbiao's soft heart and planned to find someone else to prosecute if he couldn't bear it. At this time the bar sounds started to get high, moving times vibrating hard. Sheen Fong is not too adapted to this kind of place. After talking to Shifuya, he got up and went out for a walk. He was on the street like a guy skater, enjoying the lively night scene of red lights. The busy city was brightly lit with neon flashes. The street lights on the crisscrossing streets were as bright as day, and the shops along the streets were full of people. Stores along the streets are full of people. A car sped past. The headlights are exceptionally dazzling. Sheen Fong, who is used to being poor, even though he is carrying more than $50 million, he still feels that this prosperity has little to do with him. After having money, he seemed to be even more empty. At this time, he felt that his soul needed to be cleansed. So he walked into an upscale spa club called Qingyu Mingfinger. The following title also reads, Kermes in the Healthcare World. The decoration was very stylish. The hall at the entrance was dimly lit, with a big misty bathtub in the center, shining with a dreamy light under the blue light. Some elegant bonsai and stones are placed on the side. Looks pleasing to the eye. At the front desk stood 2 sweet-looking young ladies, dressed in a professional suit, seeing themselves enter the door, raising their smiling faces to welcome them. Hello sir, welcome to Qingyu Mingfinger. May I ask if you are alone? Sheen Fong didn't need to sweep to know that this kind of temperament and looks of the girl, the system should only give about 70 to 80%. It's impossible to have 90%. One person. May I ask if you have a reservation? Have you been to our store before? No. Although it was Qin Feng's first time doing a visit, he hid it well and did not show a hint of urgency on the surface, because he had already done a rundown at the bar before on how to act like a battle-hardened veteran. That is, talk less and follow your feelings. Okay, this side can take a look at the package. The original price of the soothing spa is $399. The member price is only $320. The front desk lady handed Qin Feng the price list. A glance swept away. What meridian conditioning $468. Lymphatic drainage $699. Thai massage $888. Finally, there is an immersive high-end spa at $1888. Qin Feng pretended to ask without thinking. Is this $1888 regular? The young lady laughed. Of course it's formal. There's no irregularity in our house. Mister. Okay, let's have a 1888-inch. Qin Feng nods with satisfaction. The young lady's eyes light up. After paying the money, she smiles and bends down to reach out for guidance. Sir, the room is on the 3rd floor. Please follow me. Please change your shoes. Do you have any items to keep? Please change into your bathrobe. Our items are all changed for each guest and sterilized. Please feel free to use them. Here is the tea you ordered. Wait a moment. We are arranging an aromatherapist for you. You don't have to be too formal to be a spa, because after shelling out the money, all the processes are arranged for you in a clear way. Even your shoes are taken off for you. You just relax and you're done. Qin Feng finished the bath, was brought to a splendid room, sitting comfortably on the sofa, waiting for the technician to come in. 1888. There are 2 massage therapists. One presses the head, one presses the feet. A whole 120 minutes of kneading. Under the operation of the 2 young ladies in a flurry of fierce as a tiger, Qin Feng felt that the person was completely relieved and permeable. The fatigue of the morning was swept away, and his back straightened up a few points. Then the receptionist brought in delicious snacks and asked Qin Feng about his satisfaction. After receiving Qin Feng's favorable comments, everyone exited the room to let the guest rest alone. And, They were also told that if they needed extra bells or other services, they could all ring the service bell, or they could sleep in the room until dawn. Qin Feng secretly thought, no wonder so many people like to come for spa. The service and attitude was really great, and the body did get toned and relaxed. He lay down and rested for a while and, when Shifuya's side was done, he left the clubhouse and ran to send Shifuya home. Along the way, Qin Feng favored Shifuya's healthcare center next door, praising their professional healthcare techniques. When Shifuya heard this, she thoughtfully asked if she wanted to learn the techniques to help her massage. Qin Feng was touched and said that he had already learned it and didn't need her to go outside to learn it. He could teach her. The two of them returned home. The energetic Qin Feng pulled Shifuya, who had finished her bath, to the room and signaled her to lie down. Shifuya accommodated him and let him perform the Thai massage he just learned today. Thai massage stretches were relatively large and very intense. Without being careful, he opened up Shifuya's bath towel. Qin Feng was so guilty of his mistake that he was so anxious that he almost cried. There were no words in the night. The next morning, Qin Feng was on fire and asked Zheng Daji if the program was ready yet. If he didn't hurry to court Xia Ting, he wouldn't last long before he ran out of gas. Zheng Daji's side was busy all night. There were still a lot of details that hadn't been dealt with, such as the wedding company didn't have a hot air balloon, and the release of a hot air balloon required an application for approval. Hiring a chef, a band, and actors would all take time to find in different stores. Then there's the exterior cleaning and painting by the housekeeping company, renting the kind of sprinklers you see in movies to make rainbows, etc. Half a day, even just to ask for a quote, is exhausting. The key to the efficiency of those large companies to do quotes is extremely slow, and very strict. And Zhang Daji did not have a penny, only brought a mouth. People offer is not positive. After listening to Zhang Daji's complaints, Qin Feng's heart ached for him for 2 seconds and then sent him $10,000 for his hard work. Then he called housekeeper Chiu and gave her a budget of $3 million and told her to go assist Zhang Daji in getting this done when she had time. The reason why he didn't give it to Chiu Lily alone to do it: 1. Because she was busy, and 2. Because messing around with romantic things like this was something that boys were a bit better at than girls. And for someone like Zhang Daji, as long as he himself was still single, the success rate of bringing others together was very high. This is metaphysics. In the morning, Qin Feng didn't go anywhere and stayed at Shifuya's house to watch a movie with her. After eating the lunch she made, he took a beautiful nap. The feeling of being kept at home as a waste is especially good. Dreams were sweet. Around 1:30 he was woken up by Shivya, because he said to Shifuya in the morning that he was going to meet a friend in the afternoon. Shifuya frowned slightly as she looked at his hair that looked like a chicken's nest from sleeping. Brother, you should get a haircut. This kind of image, whether meeting a man or a woman, is very disrespectful. The store that had been cutting my hair before closed, and I've been looking for a new one lately. Every haircut is a big gamble. A man's loyalty to his barber is no less than his loyalty to his daughter-in-law. It's usually not easy to change barbers until it's absolutely necessary. You feel very uninspired like this. Why don't I give you a different look? Shifuya looked Qin Feng up and down and teased. I really don't know how a scruffy boy like you managed to trick Xia Ting into getting his hands on you. If you go to meet other girls like this later, people won't say anything about it on their lips, but in their hearts, they'll also have a problem with you. Qin Feng pulled his bangs, just enough to reach his eyes. It was indeed a bit long. What kind of look does sis want to change for me? Seeing Qin Feng acquiesce to the other party being a girl, Shifuya's expression didn't change in the slightest and she still said with a smile, you come with me. Shifuya brought Qin Feng to a high-end image design store and found a professional designer to tell him the requirements. Qin Feng remained silent, letting Tony the stylist cut his hair. Half an hour later, the two sides of his hair were pushed off, and the long, black, shiny hair on top of his head that was originally on top of his head was cut and combed back slightly, revealing a rigid, full forehead. His features were hard and defined, easily managing the textured side parting, coupled with a newly purchased white shirt and brown slacks. A proper sunny type of man. But Shifuya is still not satisfied, index finger pointing at his lips, looking left and right. Finally, she unbuttoned the collar of Qin Feng's blouse one more time, and put on his sunglasses and silver necklace. After turning him into the image of a nobleman, he only nodded and revealed a bright smile. Qin Feng looked in the mirror. The corners of his mouth quirked, feeling that his charm value had gone up a few more points. After a person had self-confidence, his temperament would also change. He now exuded a dashing and uninhibited temperament from the inside out, like a prodigal son who traveled the world. After the prodigal son was dressed up by Shifuya, with a tinge of guilt, he sat in the car and set off to Magic City to find another woman. Too scummy. Simply too scummy. There is such a gentle and considerate, delicate and beautiful woman around, and go out to pick up other girls. I'm really a scum. Xin Feng blamed himself for 2 seconds, and then thought of that cute little white rabbit and her characteristics. The corner of his mouth unconsciously hooked out a ing-dang smile. Instantly putting the guilt behind him, he sends a message to Zhong Oeo. Baby, when do you get off class? Inside the university classroom, Zhong Oeo was staring at the content on the projector. Her brain was helping her to automatically record what the teacher was saying. She hadn't slept well in the past 2 days. The withdrawn $1.8 million was staying peacefully in her bank card, and every time she saw it, it put her in a trance. Parents close to harsh education, so that she has been set up since childhood to be down-to-earth and steady money concept. This kind of sudden heavenly fortune had a great impact on her life values. It was as if a boss had sent her a large sum of money without doing anything herself. As the date of her appointment drew nearer, she was apprehensive with a hint of confusion. She still hasn't figured out what to do in case her boss makes excessive demands. Shaoli from the dormitory says that she will return the money when the time comes, telling him not to use money to taint a girl's purity. But she was not willing to return the money. It was $1.8 million. An ordinary person would take decades to earn that much. Who could do it lightly? She was torn in a million directions, secretly praying that her great sage brother was a decent man and wouldn't eat her up. So much so that she was even distracted in class. At this moment, when she received Xin Feng's message, she panicked for a moment, but still honestly replied, 5 o'clock. Immediately after, another message popped up on the phone. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner. Zhong Oeo's eyelashes fluttered. Her heart fluttered so fast that she was shaking a little as she typed. Didn't you say Saturday? The icy cold text did not reflect her own nervousness, but instead gave a sense of detachment. Seeing that she is a bit resistant, Xin Feng types and asks, you have something today? Nothing. Then let's move it up to today. Why does it feel like you're not very willing? Xin Feng said strangely, reasonably, after he swiped so many gifts. Shouldn't the female anchors have flown over to hug their thighs on the same day? In order for them to let Big Brother Ranking 1 continue to reward them, they must have used all sorts of means. How did it come to Zhong Oei here instead of not saying anything? As if they were hoping that they would forget about her seemingly. No. Then it's a deal. The other party showed that they were typing, but there was no message for half a day. Xin Feng thought that she was looking for an excuse to shrug it off, smiled coldly and typed, no refusing your master's invitation is allowed. Her small face flushed with shame for a moment. Fortunately, her head was lowered and her hair covered her face so that no one could see it. She didn't know how to refuse, so she weakly returned. I know. What do you want to eat tonight? Anything. Xin Feng smiled crookedly and just wanted to say something flirty, thinking that people are still little girls, unlike Shi Fuya or Xia Ting who can eat anything. In order not to scare the little rabbit, he said, it's my first time in Mordor. You treat me to dinner. Aha. More than 5 o'clock in the afternoon. In front of the entrance of Magic City University of Finance and Economics, the students who had finished their classes came out of the school one after another. At this moment, there are a lot of cars parked at the entrance of the school. What Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, Porsche, all kinds of luxury cars, are waiting to pick up people. However, when a Rolls-Royce slowly appeared, those million-dollar luxury cars instantly paled in comparison. The crowd's eyes followed that Rolls-Royce as it slowly moved. My chow, Rolls-Royce Phantom? Which big shot is this? A multi-million-dollar car is too much. When can I drive this car? Awesome, awesome. Finally I've seen a real Rolls-Royce Phantom. I've only seen it in pictures before. Is this a new model? This is a new model, isn't it? It's so domineering. Che, Rolls-Royce is nothing. When Dad is rich, I will give you a Bugatti. I prefer Lamborghini scissor doors. I'll get one even if I die. The eyes of college students who have not yet entered the society are full of simplicity at this moment. They think that hard work can earn them money and lead them to the top of life. However, the fact is that hard work can make money, but not necessarily to the peak of life. Ordinary people may not be able to earn even $10 million in their lifetime. Something like this Rolls-Royce was even more out of reach. The $18 million car was parked in front of the school. The rear door opened and down came a boy who perfectly fit the image of a male god in everyone's mind. The girl's eyes instantly turned into love hearts, staring unblinkingly at that white-shirt handsome guy. So handsome, is this handsome guy our senior? I should have known to go back and put on some makeup before coming out. How can I see people with this face? You at least washed your hair. I did not even wash my head. Lost my love. I do not want to live. Wow. He's looking at me. I can tell from his eyes that he likes me. Let's go ask for a number. That handsome guy smiles so gently. He shouldn't refuse us. Xin Feng smiled calmly in the face of the crowd's hot gaze. He got out of the car just to scan the girls more thoroughly. Compared to the immobile 2 or 3 digit girls in the bar, there were very few girls in front of the university with more than double digits. The vast majority had never even been in love. pure as white lilies, elegant and beautiful, with a smile that smelled fresh and pleasant. There are also several beauties with 90 points, but Qin Feng didn't go up to greet them hastily because he knew that he couldn't chew on more than he could chew. The current two women hadn't been taken care of, and it would be useless to mess with the other florals. The priority now was to get a life-saving skill first. He looked around. After waiting for about 2 minutes and rejecting the accosting of 2 sets of girls, Qin Feng finally saw his little white rabbit. That short little girl walked out of the school with her head down and the upper body was wearing a plain t-shirt. The white fabric washed a little yellow. The English words on the chest were a little discolored. The lower body is a black pants. The legs covered tightly. A pair of white cloth shoes also seems to be some years. Behind her back a school bag, with black frame glasses, both sides of the hair naturally hanging down to cover the cheeks. The whole dress up is simply difficult to say. Like a poor student in the mountains, it can be seen that she is very frugal. If it wasn't for the 95 points that the system hit, for Qin Feng, who was used to seeing beautiful women, this kind of long hair covering the face of the bumpkin would be 65 points at most. The extra 5 points were still given because her hair looked dark and shiny. Qin Feng leaned against the car, his hands clasping his chest as he, looking at the little white rabbit coming out of the doorway with interest. He wanted to see how this little girl, who had been walking with her head down, would be able to find herself if she didn't make a sound. Joan Oanf walked to the road in silence and took out her cell phone to type. I'm getting out of class. Qin Feng was less than 10 meters away from her, using his cell phone to reply to the message. I know. Are you there yet? Yes. Where are you? In front of the school. The amplitude of that lifting of the head is small, like it has no face to see people. Then lowered his head again and typed to ask. What color are you wearing? White shirt, khaki shorts, black loafers. After Qin Feng introduced his outfit, he immediately received a WeChat shared location request from the other party. He shook his head with a smile and clicked agree. Modern technology was too convenient, it was not hard to defeat her at all. As expected, the little white rabbit not far away held her cell phone in a 360-degree circle, then walked straight over in her direction. She walked up to Qin Feng and after confirming the color of her clothes, she asked softly, Are you brother De Shang? Her voice revealed a brittle, girlish flavor, like a young bud in its first blossom, overflowing with childish freshness. No, Qin Feng couldn't help but want to tease her. A handsome face with a bad smile came into view. His features were hard and deep, and his hair was open and gangly. Against the backdrop of the black car, a brand new white shirt looked noble and stylish. The neckline of his shirt slightly exposed his sexy chest, and his silver necklace flashed out eye-catching colors under the sunlight. The whole person exuded a unique male charm, like a prince with extraordinary temperament in a fairy tale. Hastily re-lowering her head, she didn't dare to speak. Shouldn't you call me master? Qin Feng had gone through the tutelage of the two women and was now very relaxed in the face of this kind of little girl. It even reached a realm of doing whatever he wanted. He stretched out his hand, cupped Joan Oai's chin, and slowly lifted her little face up, reappreciating her cute and charming plain face carefully. White and tender face, small and straight nose, pink cherry mouth. The big watery eyes were embedded with innocence. The more Qin Feng looked at her, the more he liked her and opened his mouth to coax her. Good boy. Shout a word to your master. Under his gentle smile and seductive tone, she was so shy that her face was as red as a cooked crayfish. After stammering for a while, she was completely at a loss as to what to do, only feeling flustered. The sunlight painted the two of them in gold color. Their movements looked like a scene from an anime. A suave young master flirting with a nerdy schoolgirl. And that's exactly what happened. The boys passing by were filled with envy and jealousy after they got a good look at Joan Oai. They wanted to rush up and shout, "Let go of that girl." But when they saw the Rolls Royce behind Qin Feng again, they immediately held their words back. The girls, on the other hand, had already been unable to hold their breath earlier, and now that they saw that sunny boy god actually liking this kind of rustic girl, they were all indignant in their hearts. They almost wanted to rush up and squeeze her away with their asses and go up to be flirted with themselves instead. There was a bold girl next to her who heard Qin Feng's voice and even came over and said, "Handsome boy, I'm willing to call out to the master." After getting into the car, she stared at her knees without a word. Her head reverberated with the words of the girl Qin Feng had just rejected. "Sorry, master, it was just a joke between me and my girlfriend. It's not what you think." He said this with a sincere smile and a calm tone. It wasn't like he was lying. So master was just a term of endearment between lovers? But when did he agree to be his girlfriend? And what does "not what you think" mean? Joan Oako's small head was greatly confused. "Classmate Aoaa, may I ask what you're planning to take me to eat?" Qin Feng sat in the seat next to her and opened his mouth to ask, "Aren't you going to eat spicy hot pot? I've traveled so far and you're treating me to spicy hot pot?" Qin Feng's eyes widened. "Then, what do you want to eat then?" "I want to eat spicy rabbit head." Qin Feng said with a bad smile. Oath the sound of rabbit head. Zhong Fengdo's face showed a difficult look. She didn't like eating rabbit, much less rabbit head, but she didn't dare to object, so she just sat there and didn't say anything. Seeing her aggrieved expression, Qin Feng guessed that she didn't dare to eat the rabbit head and asked with a light laugh. You don't want to eat it? Aha! Zhong Oai nodded back and forth. But what if I want to eat it? Qin Feng smiles and deliberately makes things difficult for her. Azhong Oai didn't say anything again. The more Qin Feng looked at her, the more he felt good at bullying her. We cannot eat the rabbit head, but you have to promise me a small request. Wear JK for me at night. Qin Feng licked his lips. The corners of his mouth curved up in a wide arc. What's a JK? Asked Zhong Oai foolishly. Sailor suit. Super short skirt. White stockings. With every word Qin Feng said, he saw Zhong's face reddening by 1 point. Her dainty look extraordinarily tantalizing. Qin Feng imagined the plump body of the little white rabbit, wearing these fancy clothes, dancing in the room in the ultimate purgatory. Mouth shouting master. No, it looks like I have to go buy some body tonic medicine to eat today. She finally lifted her head and looked at Qin Feng with a pair of big, pitiful eyes. I can't wear it. What's there about clothes that can't be worn? If you can't wear them I can help you wear them. Qin Feng rubbed his hands together excitedly, salivating like a big gray wolf. Her eyes glanced at the door handle of the car. It was not too late to escape and go back to school while the car was still running. But she finally held back, because she felt that Brother Desheng didn't look like a bad guy. Although he looked bad on the outside, she could detect that he was very gentle on the inside. If she insisted on not agreeing, he shouldn't force himself, right? With naive fantasies, the little white rabbit took a car to the city center. The two of them found a high-end and luxurious-looking Magic City tea house and casually ate a casual meal. Since it was Zhong Oa's treat, all Qin Feng let her order the food. Unexpectedly, all she ordered were vegetarian. What Chen vinegar eggplant, crisp celery, bright moon snow melted tofu soup, hot and sour crab meat braised bean noodles. In the end, Qin Feng couldn't see past adding a plum sweet and sour pork ribs. 900 is enough to cover her living expenses for 2 months. Seeing her stingy look, Qin Feng said on the spot, Little friend Oaka, I rewarded you with more than $3 million. You can't even afford to treat me to a $900 meal? Qin Feng said seriously. You did. I'm familiar with that expression of yours. Qin Feng is speechless to her. How come this girl is still so stingy when she has money? 3 days had passed and she didn't even buy a single piece of good clothing. Shabby like a village girl. It's a bit embarrassing to walk on the street with her. Qin Feng suddenly realized that when he met Xia Ting for the first time, she was so embarrassed. When he was that poor and shabby, Xia Ting was still willing to bend over and embrace himself. That girl was really brave and open-minded. Qin Feng didn't mind Zhong Oao reaching out his hand and placing it in front of her. He instructed, hold on. Finally and hesitantly, she stretched out her 2 small hands and grabbed Qin Feng's wrist. Qin Feng took 2 steps and stopped with a black face. Instead, she was walking across an arm's length away, grabbing his hand and swinging it in front of her body. The two of them looked as if they were guiding a blind man walking in front of them. Especially the way she lowered her head was very much like that. Qin Feng gasped, how can you do that? Zhong Oaoa released his hand, her expression a little embarrassed. Seeing that she was unwilling to hold on to him, Qin Feng thought of changing the posture of walking between a couple. He slowly stretched out his hand and wrapped his arm around Zhong Oaoa, nervously looking at him, panic written all over her timid eyes. Alas, Qin Feng secretly sighed. Student girls really don't know what they're doing. After giving a gift of $3 million, she doesn't even hold her hand. A waist hug is still scared half to death. I'm afraid that sleeping at night is not going to be a stressful experience, right? Qin Feng shook his head. He was a little worried that this girl wasn't prepared and would seek death when the time came. Compared to this restrained chick, Xia Ting's passionate and free-spirited girl really had too much flavor. Qin Feng suddenly missed Xia Ting a little. Her cheerful smile, her cheeky banter, and her pouting mouth when she was angry. It was always a happy time with her. Unlike this little earth girl, who was as timid as a rabbit. Oh, can you not be so scared, classmate? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Qin Feng finished in a nice voice, walked to her and held her small hand in front of her, softly saying, if you don't like that, let's start by holding hands, okay? The warm touch made her freeze in place for a moment, forgetting to break free. Seeing that she didn't refuse, Qin Feng was slightly relieved and smiled at her and led her towards the mall. Let's go. Brother will take you to buy clothes. Brother, can I not wear that kind of clothes? Qin Feng instantly slammed his face and said in a decisive manner, can't. Those clothes were mortifying. She really didn't dare to wear them. Qin Feng didn't care if she was reluctant or not, and insisted on bringing her to the mall. After dinner, It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and the sky was dark, but the lights in the mall were dazzling, just like daytime. The appearance of the two of them made the passers-by in the mall frequently look sideways, simply because they were a bit special for such a combination. The boy was dressed exquisitely, looking like a dashing young man. The girl was dressed too plainly, with old clothes and yellowed shoes. The plain center-parted hairstyle over her face made her look like a dumb goose. Passers-by couldn't stop commenting, "Wow, that guy is so stylish. Looks so sunny, kind of like an idol star. It's like Gone, the kind that makes people love him. What should I do if I'm tempted? I want to be her girlfriend. I can make money to support him. Don't dream. His shirt is Prada's new model, tens of thousands of dollars a piece. He's a rich man. Hey, why is the rich guy holding a country girl? Are your tastes so new? What kind of taste is that? It's a pity that he's so handsome, but I didn't expect him to be blind." Zhang Oai, who seldom came to the mall, heard the gossip around her and felt those unreasonable gazes gawking recklessly at her body, her head buried even lower, not daring to look at the people around her. Qin Feng's angular silhouette paired with his gorgeous clothes looked like a noble young master with an outstanding temperament, and she was just a girl from the countryside, not worthy of Qin Feng at all. She had some inferiority complex, and subconsciously wanted to break away from his hand and escape far away, but before she had time to move a little, only to see Qin Feng in front of her stand in a stance, frowning towards the two women around her who spoke the loudest disliked. "Auntie, I won't look at you even if I'm blind. I advise you to save your breath. And you, in front of my girlfriend, please don't talk nonsense. If your mom wants to know that you're out there saying bad things about other people, she'll definitely cry to death in the past." Qin Feng's words made the surroundings quiet. Zhong O incredibly looked up at Qin Feng, who helped himself out. For a while he had mixed feelings and stayed in place. The two women across the street who were dressed up in fancy dress were even more dumbfounded on the spot. They never thought that this rich and handsome will be hurtful words, scolding so unpleasant, but also curse her mother? The two reacted to the spot on the spot. Anxious. "My mother is less than 30. Who do you call auntie? Don't think you look handsome, I won't scold you. Wearing a human model of scum. Praise you also," gasped on. "You are only worthy of cheating this stupid girl who has never seen the world, and find such a frustrated girlfriend. How lame are you? Simply laugh me to death." Qin Feng looked at the ugly faces of these two tripe and hesitated to spit in their faces. However, he was worried that Zhong Oao's legs were short and he couldn't run fast enough, and if he retreated, there was a chance that they would catch up with him, when the time to tear together very ugly. At the time of entanglement, only to see their side behind a big man of 1.9 meters, aggressively toward them. It turned out to be Wang Gang, who saw his boss being mentally attacked and hurriedly stepped forward, ready to go over and put down those two women. Qin Feng was delighted and said busily, "Brother Wang, help me," and the two of them cursed at each other for half an hour. "Don't make a move." Wang Gang froze when he heard his boss's request. He doesn't know how to argue. Isn't it just a matter of putting down? The big deal was to go to the bureau for a cup of tea. Quarreling, this kind of advanced technique, he was not very good at it since he was a child. How could he scold those two shrews? Looking at the bosses departing back, Wang Gang frowned deeply. The two women across the street, seeing Qin Feng's helpers coming up, their voices suddenly lowered a lot. They muttered in their hearts that this big man with a cold face was most likely the bodyguard of the rich and handsome man. Anyone who can afford bodyguards is a big shot, not a rich man. It's not something that ordinary people like them can afford to mess with. Since the main body has left, they do not want to continue to entangle. They hold hands with a cold snort, turn around and go. But I did not expect to hear a word behind the back of the national curse. Grass. The two of them stopped in their tracks and turned around to stare viciously at Wang Gang. Wang Gang's heart was weak. He could only say this one sentence in a fight. If the opposite side wants to curse, he will definitely lose. But the boss had orders. He had to obey. So he hardened his head and stalked his neck towards those two women and cursed again. Grass. The two women heard this big man's straight and vulgar words, and their lungs exploded with anger. They couldn't help but want to curse back at them. But this big guy was just a bodyguard following orders, and swearing at him couldn't hurt the other party's master. There was no point in cursing him. Moreover, the other party is tall and big. In case he gets angry and beats himself up, when the time comes, the other person is rich and powerful and only compensates for the medical expenses. They can't do anything to them. So they looked at each other, or endure this bad temper. They just glared at Wang Gang and turned around without saying a word. Wang Gang saw the two groups of people left and right away from himself, fought a little, and chased after the two women, then cursed. Grass. The two women's figures lurched, hurriedly accelerated the pace of departure. Wang Gang unforgivingly followed behind the two of them. Gengji said, "Grass ****. Qin Feng didn't know how much his order had traumatized the two sisters who liked him. holding Zhong Oai to the door of a big-name women's clothing store. He softly advised, "You've heard it. Everyone says you're dirt. Why don't you hurry up and change into something nice?" "I'm sorry." Jome with grave with ring above it 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 with grave with acute. She felt that she had disgraced Qin Feng and was very sad in her heart. "Sorry my ass. Don't be wilting all day long. What's wrong with wearing nice clothes when you're so pretty?" Qin Feng thought that she said she was sorry because she didn't want to change her clothes. She couldn't help but get a little fired up. Grabbing her shoulders with both hands, he looked straight at her and questioned, "I just can't understand. You now have money. There is no need to compromise yourself. Why still wear rags? All day low walking. Like other girls like normal point cannot? My mom said that it's easy for me to get into trouble by raising my head. So she told me not to raise my head when I'm studying. It was not a good thing for the daughters of poor families to be too pretty." Jomoeka, her mother, was worried about people disturbing her studies. So she kept telling her that having a scourge face, it would be bad luck for their family to be seen by the people around them. And the facts did verify what her mother said. When she was in high school, there was a boy who made a scene to jump off a building to shark himself in order to chase her, and ended up breaking his leg. In the end, the school stepped in to calm the matter down. The vast majority of schools would choose to dispose of the parties involved in this kind of thing. However, because Zhong Oaoa's academic performance is good, usually regular, well-behaved, she was loved by her teachers, so she was not expelled from the school. Instead, they supported her as a young girl who was all about learning and no love. But through this incident, the teacher also told her to keep a low profile and not to draw too much attention to herself. Since everyone advised her not to show her face, as a good girl, she had to keep her head down and not speak all day. Previously, she also did live broadcasts because she felt that the audience was far away and it shouldn't matter. As a result, it still attracted trouble. Someone spent $3 million to come running to ask her to wear shameful clothes. She didn't know if this was good or bad, and at the moment, her face was full of aggression. Qin Feng listened to her words, evoking tragic memories. He sighed and said quietly, "It's all about the end of the world. My mom also told me not to raise my head in the beginning. She said she was annoyed by the sight of me. Forget it. If you don't want to wear JK, then change to a normal dress. Anyway, this one on you must be thrown away." Qin Feng tugged at her collar and said in disgust, "You're discolored from all this washing. I used to be a little better than you." Inside the store, the shopping guide lady greeted with a smile. "Welcome, please feel free to look around. If you are satisfied, I will help you get the right size. Choose 2 sets of clothes suitable for her to wear at school, and then choose 2 sets of clothes for girls to go out shopping." Qin Feng said to the shopper as he pointed at Jomoaoaoaoaoaoa. The shopper guide looked at the logo on Qin Feng's clothes. Knowing in his heart that this was a tycoon who wasn't short of money, he hurriedly and enthusiastically introduced the clothing styles for Zhong Oao. "Beauty, how about you look at this blue dress? This is our new fall model. It goes well with your temperament. Don't like it? Then how about this date red small jacket, with a white undershirt inside? Students can also wear it. I see you have a good body. Wear this tight jeans short special figure. The top with a polo shirt absolutely good." The shopping guide lady took 5 or 6 pieces of women's clothing in a row and put them on Zhong Oao, but she didn't want to try them on, so it was a little difficult. Qin Feng was watching anxiously from the side and said, "Don't ask her opinion. Just take her in and help her wear it." The guide sighed in her heart. Rich people are really hard to serve. She resigned herself to picking up a white sleeveless dress. To the dumbfounded Zhong Oao, said tentatively, "Beauty, please come with me to the fitting room." Zhong Oao looked at the length of the skirt. Just a little above the knee, not too short. Adding the fact that Qin Feng kept raising his chin next to her, signaling her to go change. She gritted her teeth, and in order to stop making the man feel ashamed, she resolutely followed the guide into the fitting room. "Wow, beauty, your figure is also too good. Right, surprisingly so big. With what skincare products? How so white? With milk-like. Your hair is so smooth. Too enviable. I help you tie up the put. Draped over the face is not good." The fitting room vaguely came from the guide's exclamation. Qin Feng couldn't sit still, so he wanted to rush over to help. After waiting for a few minutes to pass, Qin Feng was stunned. The girl in front of her was too beautiful. Just by changing her clothes, it was as if she had been transformed. Her icy jade-like skin was even fairer than the white dress, and the strapless style exposed her shoulders to the air, making her look delicate and lovely. Black and thick hair was bundled behind her back, and her long bangs fell naturally on both sides apart, revealing an exquisite rosy little face. After dropping the loose t-shirt, her figure could no longer be hidden. The bulging top braces the clothes to look a little tight. The slender waist is like an hourglass, sandwiched in the middle connecting the upper and lower S-shaped curves. Under the hem of the skirt reveals a pair of white flawless jade feet, the beauty of the heartbeat. Especially after putting on the white skirt, the pure and moving temperament of her body was completely displayed. At first glance, it was like a goddess like first love. Chin Feng could not easily wake up from her dreamy beauty. Secretly, he said that no wonder the system would give her a high score of 95. It wasn't surprising that this kind of absolute beauty would be given 100 points. Chin Feng had moved on to Zhong Oaoa. Usually girls need to consider many aspects to like a man, whereas men who like women often only need to consider one aspect. That's whether she's pretty or not. Chin Feng had been treating her like an unintelligent anchorwoman before, with a somewhat impatient attitude. Now after she changed her clothes, Chin Feng immediately gentled up and walked up to her and complimented her. Baby, you're just too beautiful. Like a fairy. You'd have to be in ancient times in the four great beauties or something. She lowered her head and her eyes fluttered from side to side, a look that she couldn't afford to be complimented. Chin Feng's fingers were twitching, and his compliments were even more revealing. I'll understand what it means to be a national beauty. Really, you're just like the angel in my dreams. His greasy accent made the female customer who was choosing clothes at the side retch. The female customer turned her head and gave Chin Feng a despicable look. Seeing Chin Feng's slutty dress and scummy looks, as a veteran, she was very sure that this man had definitely said the same thing to other girls, and no less than 10 times. In her heart, she very much despised this kind of scummy guy who lied to girls with his flowery words and skimmed her mouth. Full of disgust, the two small hands clasped each other in front of her body, not even daring to look at Chin Feng. Chin Feng pulled her hands away, looked up and down her clothes carefully for a while and said with a smile, "Lift your head up and let me take a look." Chin Feng knew that this girl was rather passive, so he reached out and cupped her small chin, lifting her head up, bright eyes and white teeth, lips like Danxia, like an out-of-this-world jade child. Chin Feng's heart fluttered as he eyed her evasive eyes and softly said, "Don't be afraid. You don't have to bow your head anymore when I'm around in the future." Zhong Oaoa's eyelashes fluttered, and she couldn't avoid looking into Chin Feng's deep eyes. She wasn't sure what was in them, but her intuition told her it was very dangerous to continue like this. Under the gorgeous lights, the two were very close to each other. The man ruffled the woman's chin. The woman's gentle sniffle stroked on the man's hand. No one spoke for a while, and an ambiguous atmosphere surrounded. Chin Feng, following his past experience of kissing Shifuya in public, slowly brought his face closer to Zhong A with grave with ring above, and Zhong Oaoa's pupils dilated, wooden as a dumb chicken. Looking at Chin Feng who was about to kiss her, her head couldn't process the information and exploded with a bang. Both eyes instantly lost focus. Her brain directly turned on protection mode and, surprisingly, she stupidly launched herself into a daze. In order not to eat dog food, the guide consciously retreated to the side, did not make a sound to disturb. Modern society couples kissing is a very common thing. She does not think there is anything, but the female customer just now couldn't stand to watch. Seeing Chin Feng being so lawless and bullying girls on the street, she immediately jumped out and yelled, "Hey, I say you a big man wanna be shameless." That girl agreed to it. "Just put your mouth over?" Chin Feng's movements froze. Seeing that the bunny in front of him regained his senses, he hurriedly jumped to the side. He was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. Obviously, he was so close to getting it. Maybe this kiss was still the little white rabbit's first kiss. Seeing the opportunity slipping away like this, Chin Feng turned towards the woman next to him and said angrily, "I kissed my girlfriend. What's it got to do with you?" The woman was dressed very neutral, also very pretty, 25 years old, named Chi Siren. The system gave 78 points. The number of relationships too. Quite a decent girl. And I don't know why I so cruelly interrupted myself from picking up a girl. Your girlfriend? Oh, Chi Siren mocked. You guys obviously met for the first time. When I can't see it. Chi Siren didn't even look at the fuming Chin Feng, walked to the side of the panicked Zhong Oao, pulled up her hand and softly pacified her. "I just saw it all. It was him who forced you to change your clothes. He only did it to fulfill his own selfish desires. He doesn't really like you. Like him, this kind of dude, specializing in cheating ignorant girls like you. Little sister must not fall for his pawn." Zhong was held by Chi Siran, who was also a woman, and her heart was slightly more settled. Stealing a glance at Chin Feng and seeing his displeased expression, she was a little worried that he would get angry and weakly explained, "Brother Deshang is a good person. I believe in him." Chi Siran glanced fatally at Chin Feng and said disdainfully, "The crows under the sky are all black. Men are not good." Once she was also a pure girl, then she met a scummy man and was cheated out of her life. Since then she never trusted men. She was only interested in women now. "You go with your sister. Don't pay attention to this kind of smelly man." After Chi Siran finished speaking, she grabbed Zhong Oaoa and was ready to take her out of here. I can't leave. Why, is it because he bought you clothes? Little sister, if you want money, I have it too. I will buy you this dress. No, no, I have my own money. Little sister, only women understand women's happiness better, and these men who only want your appearance together is destined not to be happy. Chi Ran stroked Zhong Oaoa's small hand and said seriously, how much did he give you? That man can afford it. So can I. If you come with me, I will give you $10,000 a month. How about it? When Zhong Oaao heard about giving money, she remembered the more than $3 million that Qin Feng had rewarded her with. If it was converted to 10,000 per month to calculate, 17 million would take 26.5 years to give out. One would be almost 50 years old by then. Moreover, listening to the other party's meaning, it seems that they have other plans for themselves, coupled with the fact that the movements of her hands are also a little bit fleshy. Yes. Sorry, I don't want your money. If you want too little I can add. It was rare to see such a pure and seductive girl who still looked innocent as hell. Chi Ran said nothing to let go. Let go of that girl. Qin Feng then reacted to what the woman wanted to do and immediately yelled. He had rehearsed this sentence quite a few times, and now roared it with a great deal of vigor. As the words fell, the store went silent. Chi Ran was stunned by the roar and stayed in place without reacting. Marred. Stinking idiot. Who allowed you to make a move on my girlfriend? Chi Ran returned to her senses, crossing her waist with one hand and pointing at Qin Feng spiritedly. Who is Shabi talking about? As a woman, she was born to belong to the disadvantaged group. Plus her family had a little bit of money, and she was arrogant and used to it. No one had ever dared to scold her like this. Sure enough, it's a Shabi. Being scolded by someone has to be repeated by someone else in order to be understood. Qin Feng sneered. You. Chi Ran did not have much experience in fighting, pointing at Qin Feng half unable to speak. Next to the shopper to see them quarrel, hurried up to discourage. Ms. Sir, this is a public place. Please pay attention to the image. Qin Feng suppressed his fire and snorted coldly. Lousy doesn't see eye to eye with women like you. Nowadays, the female players are getting more and more powerful, and they are very good at bullying people based on their weakness. Tangling with them would only cause more and more trouble. Qin Feng didn't want to mess with strange women. He turned his head and said to Zhong Oai in a caring manner, Are you alright? Zhong Oai superscript 1 per thousand shook her head gently, looking as if she had palpitations in her heart. Seeing this, Qin Feng did not want to stay here any longer and said to the shopper, You wrap up all the pieces of clothing that you just compared to her, plus this one, and settle the bill together. Surrounded by the sound of the masses of eaters rushed to a shock. The clothes here are not cheap. A big several thousand, tens of thousands of all have. So lightly said wrap it up. Not even look at the price. This man is definitely a rich man. Chi Ran can also see that this man is rich and powerful. Under the gaze of the crowd, she did not say anything else, just staring viciously at him. The shoppers secretly rejoiced, lamenting that rich people are generous. It was not in vain that he had worked hard to serve him for half a day. She smiles and asks, Does Mr. have a membership? No, Qin Feng said indifferently. Members can get a discount. These sets of clothes can probably upgrade your membership card to a diamond card. Enjoying a discount of 88%, the shopper enthusiastically promoted. No need. There's no need to go through so much trouble for this amount of money. Qin Feng then turned his head to Zhong Oaoa and said, I have the clothes. I will go and buy you underwear later. Zhong Oaoa has calmed down at this moment, hearing that she wants to buy underwear. Her cheeks colored with a faint blush, mumbling, No need. That's not good. You need to change from head to toe, from inside to outside. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth surfaced with a very winning smile. The intimate interaction between the two made Chi Siren's face look a bit ugly, and he couldn't help but mocked in a conspiratorial manner. What's the point of fooling around? A little bit of money is great. General, not as rich as you. I can't open my mouth as $10,000 to adopt someone else. Although Qin Feng hates Chi Ran, but for this kind of scolding his own rich words, he is still very generous. Chi Siren thought of what she had just said in front of him and became anxious with shame and anger. Annoyed, she even sharpened her voice. Spending your parents' money to pick up girls doesn't hurt, right? What are you if you don't rely on your parents? She finished her sentence and still not relieved of her anger, she said angrily towards Zhong Oao. I advise you not to be with this kind of person for the sake of money. Following him will only ruin you. Zhong Oa superscript 1 per thousand was said timidly and lowered her head. Qin Feng couldn't listen anymore, but he didn't want to yell at this woman. After all, Wang Gang hadn't come back yet, and there was no winner in things like quarreling. Whenever he thought about it in the middle of the night, he would always feel like he didn't play well. So he changed his strategy and Qin Feng lazily pulled out his ears and said to the store guide, What's going on? Pretty girl, Why are there flies buzzing in your store? It's affecting other people's shopping mood. With a slight search, the guide stood on Qin Feng's side and discouraged Chi Siren. Miss, please don't affect other people, can you? Am I wrong? Can he do whatever he wants just because he's rich? This girl was obviously cheated by him, can't you see? Chi Siren continued to yell. Miss, people are normal couples. Please don't maliciously speculate about others. The shopping guide lady smiled courteously and continued. If you insist on being like this, I'll have to ask the security guards to come over to maintain order. The meaning of her words is very obvious. If you make any more trouble, you will be thrown out. Chi Siren only felt a wave of pent-up anger rush straight to her heart, her face turning blue. As a high-quality woman, when had she ever suffered this kind of humiliation? I've charged 80,000 in your store. I'm your VLP member. You dare to touch me and try? Saying this, she directly took out a gold card from her bag and flung it in front of the guide. Splat! The sound made by the gold card falling on the ground instantly silenced the shopping guide lady dry. She was just a shopping guide lady. How dare she drive the VLP guests out? 80,000 was already a diamond level member and had the right to complain. Things really want to make a scene. By the time the top sent people down to investigate, she not only have to apologize but also deduct wages. The shopping guide lady also has nothing to do. At this time can only focus on appeasement. She squatted down and picked up the gold card and respectfully handed it back. I'm sorry, ma'am. I apologize for my words and actions. Please don't be angry. We will provide you with excellent service. Chi Siren revealed a triumphant smile, glancing at Qin Feng with contempt, sneering, don't think you're the only one with money. I just don't want to be a loser like you. Qin Feng saw this disgusting woman still whimpering and slagging off, and was a bit incensed. Since the shopping guide lady had gone soft because of money, he had to use money to back her up. Hey, pretty girl, how much money do you charge here before you have the right to kick people out? We don't have the right to kick people out here. The shopping guide miss said in a blindfold. Then let me put it another way. If I let everyone in this store serve me alone, how much do I need to charge? Qin Feng took out his cell phone and scanned the bank payment code in front of him, ready to give her a surprise. The shopping guide lady obviously guessed what was going on. Her expression became excited and she uttered, our $1 million black card members can have this kind of service. Okay, get a card for my girlfriend. I'll charge 2 million. Please give me this service you mentioned as soon as possible. Qin Feng finished moving his finger and transferred the money, shining his cell phone to the shopping guide. He said, you go to the front desk to check and see if it's arrived. Miss Shopping Guide a jolt, regardless of the image of the legs open stride towards the cash register rushed. And at this time the lady standing on the cash register with a shocked face looking at the computer screen, screamed, oh Yaga, where did the 2 million come from? This cry of hers caused the crowd in the store to gasp in shock. When Qin Feng and the woman were arguing, the other people in the store had intentionally or unintentionally come over to their side to eat melon. Now that they heard that this handsome man had actually smashed out $2 million, their eyes dropped in shock. Although they had guessed that he was rich, they really didn't expect him to be so rich, throwing out $2 million with his hand just to drive people away? It's too awesome. This is the real money is arbitrary. Looking at the uncaring Qin Feng, a touch of fear surfaced in her eyes. She felt that the great sage's brother didn't have a good temper. He likes to smash money when he doesn't move. Last time, he was also annoyed with someone else and smashed 3 million rewards. It was too scary. She looked at the shopping guide lady who ran and bowed 90 degrees, pondering whether to ask her if this money could be refunded. Thank you, Mr. Qin, for your support of our store. Please wait a moment. We will immediately arrange top-notch service for you. The shopping guide bowed her head. The smile on her face was extremely warm, like a delicate chrysanthemum. The other shopping guide ladies had already been instructed and were ready to get up to serve Qin Feng. Their store was a second-tier brand. $2 million was enough to bag the entire store. It was fine even if they closed their doors to serve the big man. No need. Just go get rid of the flies just now, Qin Feng said as he pointed at Chi Siren, who had a constipated look on her face. Chi Siren's face was as ugly as eating sure when she saw him fling out $2 million. The fact that the man could pull out so much cash was proof that he was not on the same level as herself. Facing this kind of big shot, she couldn't say a word with a gloomy face. Miss, I'm really sorry. You're affecting our store's normal business. Please get out. The shopping guide lady once again said with a polite smile, only compared to the attitude of picking up the card and bending over to hand it over just now. This moment her waist was straight. There was also a little more pleasure in her smile. What right do you have to drive me away? I am your VLP. This is how you treat your guests. Be careful, I'll find a reporter to expose your behavior of licking rich people. Chi Siren was mad with anger. Although she didn't dare to find trouble with Qin Feng, she had nothing polite to say to this kind of humble wage earner. Miss, please don't make things difficult for us. If you keep on making trouble like this, I'll have to call security. The guide finished and didn't wait for her to reply. He directly took out his cell phone and started calling people. Hey, security room. There is a customer making trouble over here. Please come here. To this kind of unreasonable customer who also affects the mood of the black card members, she thought it was necessary to call out for someone to drive her away. Even if the boss of the head office came over, he would probably praise her for what she did her. Humph. You guys wait for me. I'm going to expose your store and also report you to the Consumer Association. Chi-Si ran cursed and slammed the door. Once the jumping clown left, the scene was slightly quiet for a while. Immediately afterward, a large chorus of discussion resounded. A few other customers who were eating melons were murmuring, "Wow, I didn't expect this man to be so rich. $2 million to recharge his girlfriend's card, eh? Why can't I find such a young and rich handsome 555? Hubby, look how nice he is to his girlfriend. What's wrong with that? If you were as pretty as his girlfriend, I'd charge you $2 million too." The voices of the crowd drifted into Qin Feng's ears. He smiled faintly. He was very satisfied with the approach of this shopping guide young lady. Just and unbiased. This kind of intelligent shopping guide. Qin Feng felt the need to let her continue to guide him. "Beauty, my girlfriend still needs to buy underwear and shoes. Can you please accompany us to pick some good ones? My girlfriend is quite shy. I might need your help. Is it okay to give you $10,000 for your hard work?" The name of the shopping guide lady was Su Wenjie. She nodded her head repeatedly in excitement when she heard the big brother's invitation. Joking. She counted commission less than 8,000 a month. Accompanied the big brother shopping for a while can get 10,000. Fools do not do. As for saying that it is now working hours, they are AWOL. Just kidding. She just pulled in 2 million recharges for the store. This year's recharge target for the whole store has been reached. Who dares to say she's doing personal work during working hours? Even the store manager would have to politely give her some milk tea when he sees her. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. My service will definitely satisfy you." Qin Feng smiled and nodded, holding the silent Zhong Owakawa. She finished checking out and walked out of the store. Su Wenjie smilingly carried 5 sets of clothes and followed them. Seeing that she was so up for carrying her things, Qin Feng didn't call Wang Gang to call him over. And at this time, Wang Gang was contemplating to the main road. Those two women had just taken a taxi and left. There were still 10 minutes to go before the half hour of scolding stipulated by the boss. As a real man who only fulfills orders from his superiors, Wang Gang is considering whether to drive the Rolls-Royce to catch up and continue scolding. But he was worried that if he scratched or touched the boss's car, he would have wasted a year's work. Moreover, there was something strange about driving a Rolls-Royce to scold the boss. There were no other taxis around. He had no way to catch up. He could only watch the other car disappear into the distance. He felt very bitter about not being able to complete the mission. It turned out that being a bodyguard was so troublesome. It was not as simple as running 10 kilometers. In the mall, Su Wenjie guided the two of them to a high-end lingerie store as per Qin Feng's request. There was no rule here that boys couldn't enter, so Qin Feng shamelessly walked in. Under the warm light, his eyes were filled with colorful underwear, and some of the styles looked very bold. The visual impact is very strong. Qin Feng sitting in the men's lounge area looks a little uneasy, but there is still no intention to leave. Su Wenjie took Jome with grave it with ring above it 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 with MS. Zhong, just now I visually estimated that you should have an E. Suitable for wearing this kind of anti-gravity comfortable and non-marking underwear. If you need to run, you want this wrapping and supportive style. You don't want to look big, do you? Then you need a tight and gathered style, but also very thin and breathable to work. Qin Feng here did not see. Angry stupid. Martyr, the store actually has a partition inside. The people inside can't get in without opening the door. He didn't have the slightest way. Qin Feng is very angry. The heart viciously thought of turning on the lights at night to see clearly. The two girls tossed around inside for a while. They took in 4 or 5 pieces of underwear. And in the end, Zhong Ooi chose only one. Qin Feng asked Su Wenjie how the other pieces tried. If they look good, he plans to buy them all. Su Wenjie meant to say, this thing needs to know the feelings of the girls. The girls do not say cannot buy. Then wear uncomfortable, very difficult. Qin Feng felt that Su Wenjie said very reasonable. Is a pretty good shopping guide. So he added her friend, intending to have questions about girls in the future, so he could ask her for advice. Su Wenjie is a self-centered personality. Secretly joked, boss, do you want to consider hiring me as a shopping escort? As long as 10,000 a month. Can be accompanied around the clock, accompanied by food, accompanied by play, accompanied by shopping can be. I pesticide hit the thief slippery. Shin Fong looked her up and down and the system gave a rating. Charm, 80. Age, 24. Number of relationships, 3. She is 1 meter 7 in size. A red and white professional dress. Wearing high heels. Her face is clear and her makeup is exquisite. Although her skin is not as white as Jong Oaoas, it is still smooth and delicate. Face with peach blossom. Smile is quite sweet. Do you have a boyfriend? Shin Fong asked. Yes, I do. It's just that sometimes it's not much different from not having one. Su Wenjie replied with a smile. Your boyfriend isn't jealous of you eating and shopping with us all day? Shin Fong wondered. For the sake of work he will sympathize. Su Wenjie smiled freely and said, if he doesn't understand, the big deal is to break up. I don't owe him anything. It can be seen that this girl also likes money. For the sake of money, she doesn't even want her boyfriend. He just happens to have a lot of money. What do you want to buy? The good feeling of clattering over. Think about it is great. I don't know if her character like this can be infected to Jong Oaoaa. Anyway, it was only a few tens of thousands of dollars, so it wouldn't be a loss to try. Yes, I'll hire you as a chaperone. But not to play with me, to play with her. Shin Fong pointed at the wide-eyed Jong Oaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoaoao let her keep her head down and not talk all day long. If I can make her cheerful, I'll give you 20,000 a month. What do you think? Su Wenjie was slightly shocked. My chow, directly doubling it is okay? Going out every day and giving $20,000 a month? What kind of godly job is this? Sure enough, holding on to the rich man's thighs is the right way to open life. Su Wenjie was so excited that she hurriedly shouted, "Boss, wait. I'll go back and resign now." After saying that, she was ready to run to the store. After taking 2 steps, her figure lurched, turned around and ran back and said, "Boss, just to confirm, the expenses for going out to play can be reimbursed, right?" Qin Feng nodded with a smile. "Of course, I'll put the money in Ms. Zhong's place, and she'll pay for you guys to go out and play, with no upper limit." Su Wenjie was too lazy to go back to her resignation, pulling out her cell phone and snapping a line. "Ha ha 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 ha, old lady, I quit." After sending it to the store manager, she didn't wait for the opposite side to reply, immediately and enthusiastically took Zhong Oaoa's hand, and said in a bashful manner, "Miss Zhong, in the future I will be your faithful personal maid. I will accompany you wherever you go to play." While the two were talking, Zhong Oaoa didn't make any comments, foolishly fidgeting on the side, a look that as long as she wasn't allowed to speak, anything else would be fine. It was only now when she was grabbed Su Wenjie wrapped her hand that she came back to her senses, her eyes carrying a slight panic. For the stranger's enthusiasm, she didn't know how to respond, so she had to honestly refuse to say, I still have to go to class. I can't go out to play." "Wow. Ma'am is still studying. Ah. How old is she?" Su Wenjie asked. "Sister, just call me." "Okay, Your Highness. Do you still want to continue your graduate studies?" Su Wenjie asked enthusiastically. "I don't think so. I have to work to earn money after graduation." Zhong Oaoa's eyes darkened slightly. She wanted to continue her studies, but the conditions did not allow it. Everyone was looking forward to her, a college student, finding a well-paying job and then making a good living for everyone. That's fine. If you cope with graduation, you can study seriously during the day, and you can come out to play at night. How about I take you to the Oriental Pearl Tower? I've never been there. I'd love to see it. Su Wenjie gently shook Zhong Oaoa's hand, a look of hopefulness that people could not bear to refuse. "Your Highness, in the future, my job depends on you. Please don't let me lose my job. Please." Qin Feng quite liked this girl with a bright personality. It just so happens that he will be returning to Jiangcheng in the future, and Zhong Oaa will still have to study over here. It would be good to keep someone here to help look after this silly white rabbit. Although Su Wenjie's character seems to be greedy for money, but greedy people are good to control. As long as she was serious about her work, the money she gave herself could completely satisfy her. "Don't you take my girlfriend to a messy place to play? If she gets bullied, I'll be furious," Qin Feng reminded. "Boss, you don't worry. I'm a decent girl. I never go to nightclubs and bars and other places. Who would go to that kind of place if I'm a decent person?" Su Wenjie said, glancing at the boss dressed as a bar regular. Immediately stopped talking, awkwardly laughed twice, hurriedly explained, "I'm not talking about you, haha, boss. You don't need to emphasize it again." Qin Feng's face darkens. He. Su Wenjie spat out her tongue, holding on to Zhong Oaa and whispering like a bosom friend, "The boss looks pretty good to talk to, handsome and gentle. Not at all that kind of bad temper of the rich second generation." Aoaa Zhong lowered her head and said nothing. "I'm not licking, ha. I'm telling the truth. Come to my store. Those rich second generation each drag the 2580,000 like. A little bit. Do not take us these wage earners as a person to see, especially when the boss smiles. It's so charming, don't you see? It gives people a feeling of being spoiled by the world. That sunshine smile flashed her slightly swayed. She quickly turned her head back with a red face and lowered her head with her ears slightly burning. Qin Feng laughed softly when he saw this and didn't say anything. Although he couldn't hear what Su Wenjie was saying, he roughly knew that he was praising himself. $20,000 to buy a blower to help blow the wind is still good. The three of them walked around, came to a women's shoe store. Zhong Oai sat down obediently and took the shoes handed by Su Wenjie and prepared to try them on. Qin Feng was very gentlemanly. Zhong Oai's body trembled as the man held the neck of her foot. Immediately afterward, she jerked her foot back like a rabbit, and ran and jumped out a long way without wearing her shoes. She hid behind Su Wenjie and pursed her lips, revealing a pair of big frightened eyes as she looked at Qin Feng. Qin Feng sat on the sofa with an embarrassed face. The other people in the store just thought it was a couple's playfulness, smiled slightly and didn't care. They only thought that young people had so many tricks up their sleeves. Su Wenjie comforted her for a while before she relaxed, only to say that she didn't want anyone to help her put on her shoes. Qin Feng sighed. Seeing that she was so timid, she didn't make things difficult for her anymore, letting her try on a few pairs of shoes on her own. Her feet were equally small, and after taking off those flesh-colored short socks, they looked crystal clear and as white as snow. Putting on the sandals with the thick soles of the slopestyle, the whole person became pavilion-like, and there was a flavor of a little girl next door growing up. Qin Feng's mouth watered as he watched. Qin Feng bought her several pairs of shoes. Single shoes, sandals, board shoes, high-heeled shoes. There were a bit too many big and small bags when they left, so it wasn't too good to take them. Fortunately, Wang Gang arrived in time and took the job of carrying the bags. Hearing him report that he scolded those two women away, Qin Feng didn't mince words and appreciated him a couple of times. I didn't expect the man who looked honest to be a strong-mouthed king, able to write and fight, a great general's material. Afterwards, a few people strolled around a little, passing by the remote experience store. Qin Feng recalled Xia Ting's excitement when she bought herself a cell phone. He suddenly realized that common gadgets like cell phones were easier to witness. It was a good choice to give it to a girl as a gift, so he dragged Zhong Oai inside. Without a second thought, he bought her a red cell phone of his own model as well and stuffed it into her arms. Zhong Oai finally had a little reaction. Holding the unopened cell phone box, she carefully looked at Qin Feng and weakly said, "Brother, I can't take something so expensive." "Silly girl, this dress on you is also almost $10,000. Why can you wear the dress but can't have the cell phone?" Qin Feng rubbed her head and said smilingly. She could only silently add the expense of the cell phone to the total amount Qin Feng had spent on her. The money Qin Feng spent on her, she kept in her heart. Su Wenjie watched Qin Feng lightly send the top-of-the-line remote. Envious eyes are red for a few points. There was no harm without comparison. She was also using an $8,000 Mate 60, flaunting to the outside world that it was a gift from her boyfriend. In fact, she ate a month of instant noodles and bit the bullet to buy it, just to show off in front of everyone how much her man loves her. Now look at the rich people to send others more than 10,000 gifts, casual like picking a flower on the side of the road. And the girl who received the gift still looks like a reluctant look. Su Wenjie acidic mass wall separation. The heart cries heaven is not fair. So he reached out and pulled the box out of her arms. The box retained the girl's body heat and felt a hint of warmth when he touched it. His mind was slightly turbulent for a moment, and with his cultivation over the past few days, he suppressed his loser's temperament. Calmly, he unwrapped the box and took out the cell phone inside. "Do you want me to help you change the phone?" Zhong shook his head slightly and said in a small voice, "I can. I'll help you. I've changed it before. I'm very experienced." Qin Feng spread his hand in front of her, signaling her to hand over her cell phone. A cell phone is a private object compared to a girl. It always felt weird to show a boy her cell phone. However, facing the enthusiastic Qin Feng, she could not think of a reason to refuse. "It's just changing a cell phone. What's there to be embarrassed about? Take it out," Qin Feng said as he got up and went to pull the zipper of her school bag himself. Qin Feng smoothly got her cell phone, the corners of his mouth crooked about to match the sun. This girl's nature is also too soft. Even her cell phone can be shown to just anyone. It wouldn't be easy to trick her into getting a room later. Qin Feng thought about how to eat rabbit at night, then picked up her cell phone to take a look. "I found that the poor girl actually used an apple." Qin Feng has never used an apple. Holding it in his hand, sliding left and right, did not find a key to change the app. However, he is not panicked, calmly opened Shake, searched for the method of changing the phone, and 2 seconds of effort ran out a whole bunch of tutorials. He followed the tutorial step by step to clone the data over. During the wait casually said, "Since you like to use Apple, why don't I buy you the latest Apple? One is enough." John looked seriously at the progress bar and said without thinking, "This cell phone of yours is quite expensive. right? I didn't see that you were a little rich, Chin Feng joked. He had a deep memory of Apple's cell phones. When he was about to graduate, once that bitch said that she would agree to be his girlfriend as long as he bought her the latest model of Apple. At that time, he didn't have any money and still took out a loan to go to college, so he didn't buy it. And then when he saw the bitch again, she had already used an Apple phone. She even said she bought it herself in installments to help share the stress. I was so hopelessly stupid at the time that I believed her bullshit, foolishly handing over the money from work study. It was given to me by a classmate. A with circumflex Joan looked at the cell phone and explained. A classmate is really popular. There are people giving away apples. Chin Feng himself didn't realize that his tone had become a bit strange. They are very nice. They take good care of me. Azhonwei remembered her classmates in the dormitory and smiled slightly. Still them? Chin Feng emphasized the word they. Chin Feng took a deep breath and built himself up mentally. It was normal for such a pretty girl to have 2 or 3 boys chasing after her. Plus, she has a soft character and doesn't know how to reject, so it's normal for her to accept gifts from other people. Just don't accept gifts from boys in the future. You're my girlfriend now. Didn't I give you money? Take it out and pay back everything you owed others before. Not enough for me to give again. Chin Feng faintly ordered. There was a little bit of indifference in his tone. It could be heard that he was a little upset right now. Seeing Chin Feng's attitude change so drastically, Su Wenjie pinched a sweat in her heart for Zhong Oao. This honest boss's wife was too stupid to say anything outwardly. In front of her current boyfriend, mentioning things sent by other boys. Wasn't that purely looking for trouble? Seeing that the boss's wife had lowered her head again and didn't say anything, Su Wenjie hurriedly interjected to appease in order to keep her new job. Is there a possibility that means that this cell phone was actually given to Onithingo by a girl? Wasn't there a woman who rushed to give clothes to Rao? Su Wenjie finished saying that she also felt funny. Between classmates there is no girl who would send a girl an Apple cell phone. She said this just to gag and pull the topic out. But she didn't expect. Zhong Oao nodded her head seriously and said, "It's from my roommate. She got a new one and gave me the old one to use." Su Wenjie saw the way she said it was true, and immediately believed most of it. No matter how outrageous things were, as long as it was said by an honest person, even if they were talking about heavenly tales, the credibility would be a few points higher. "Boss, look at this gift from a dormitory sister. It wouldn't be too good for you to ask them to return the money again." Chin Feng subconsciously believed in Zhong Oao's words. His face looked much better. "Since it's a gift from your roommate, it would be too hurtful to return the money. Like this, do they have any favorite things? You buy a few and return them." "Got it," Zhong Oao said in a small voice. "Let me take a look at their profile and help you refer to what they like," Chin Feng said as he clicked on Zhong Oao's WeChat chat. Chin Feng opened WeChat in front of her without waiting for her consent. She didn't have many friends, probably just a dozen or so. In the order of recent chats, the first is herself. The second was a girl whose note was called sisterly. Every 1 or 2 days, Zhong Oao sent a message to the other party. "Should I bring you lunch at noon? Aha. Bringing lunch? Aha. Rice? Aha. Question mark. No, I'm going out to eat today." Interspersed with little things about life. The last chat was at noon today, and the other party sent a voice. Chin Feng clicked to convert it to text. "When will that boss who rewarded you come over tomorrow? Have you made an appointment yet?" "Sisterly, forget it. I'll be free all day tomorrow to accompany you, lest you get abducted by someone else." Seeing this, Chin Feng glanced at the red-faced Zhong Oao, and an imperceptible bad smile surfaced at the corner of his mouth. The third person should also be a sister in the same dormitory, chatting about things like helping her with her lessons and taking notes. It can be seen that the other party is not very good at studying. The fourth called her cousin, chatting about her parents' home. Chin Feng only glanced at it and didn't dare to take a closer look. After all, being read by others was no less than standing naked outside the house for others to admire. Chin Feng sidestepped and stopped her with his arm, then exited the chat box and quickly clicked on the few remaining contacts. The few further down were all conversations from almost a month or 2 ago, saying nothing nutritious, and none of them had replied to each other by Zhong Oai. There were even some that didn't even have a chat log, just added a friend. Such chat records could be said to be cleaner than even Chin Feng's face. A 20-year-old girl, clean and spotless, looks like a heavenly fairy. Who could say no to that? Chin Feng's favorability towards her increased crazily. He pushed both cell phones against her and pretended as if nothing had happened. "Do they like cosmetics or bags? I'll fix you a couple sets to bring back." Zhong Oai took back the phone, didn't look angry, and answered in a small voice. "Peony likes cosmetics. Sister Lee doesn't lack anything. Since you don't lack, then don't send it. Make an appointment tomorrow and I'll treat her to dinner to thank her for taking care of you." Chin Feng didn't treat himself as an outsider, with a look of looking out for her. "Oh." Zhong Oai nodded her head. This kind of character that let people need her was really enjoyable. Chin Feng decisively reached out and pinched her face before continuing to take her shopping. Jewelry, cosmetics, bags, notebooks, household items. Not caring whether she agreed or not, Chin Feng bought her everything according to what he used to lack in college. Spending money is indeed very happy. Everywhere is a smiling face to welcome up. All kinds of warmth and thoughtfulness, as if they are really God. This trip to the mall down, spent nearly 200,000. There are too many things one gang cannot hold alone. Had to carry back to the car a trip, and then re-come over to take. At first, she would reply with 1 or 2 words, but later she obviously didn't dare to speak, and her voice was trembling. Chin Feng felt that she was scared because she was facing the unknown, and that she shouldn't be scared after tonight. 9:30 p.m. Brother, our school closes at 10:30. And then? Chin Feng asked with a smile. Can I go back first? Joan looked up blearily at him. You tell me. Chin Feng let out a high strange laugh. Hong Feng looked at him blankly for a moment, slowly lowering her head amidst his laughter. The water vapor gradually gathered in his eyes, pooling into a crystal clear color. Didn't I say? Don't lower your head, Chin Feng said and went to pinch her chin, just wanting to lift her head up. The next second, a droplet of water dripped onto the back of his hand. He froze for a moment and gently lifted her chin up, revealing a pitiful, miserable face. Her dark eyes were filled with tears, like wild grapes hung with dew, flickering with a stunned look. The corners of her aggrieved lips were slightly tilted downwards, and the angle was enough to break one's heart. Chin Feng was thoroughly unable to play. Especially the tears of this kind of juvenile beauty were even more lethal, making one feel very guilty. It was as if he had done something heavenly and unforgivable. Chin Feng was at a loss as to what to do. Seeing this, Su Wenjie on the side hurriedly pulled out a napkin from her bag and handed it to Chin Feng. Chin Feng wiped her tears while comforting her. Don't cry. Don't cry. I was just joking to liven up the atmosphere, she asked with a twitch. Then can I go back? Chin Feng sighed. If he insisted on not letting her go back at this time, he would probably lose his goodwill. But he didn't want to give up the rabbit meat on the edge of his mouth. After thinking about it, he rubbed Zhong Oao's head and softly consoled her. Of course, don't cry. We'll have a late night snack later and send you back. Really? Aha, Chin Feng affirms with a smile. Thank you, brother. When Chin Feng saw the system prompt, he remembered that this girl's favorability didn't seem to be in single digits. Moving around is +10. Simple and cute. A night of shopping didn't add a single bit of goodwill. Promising to let her go back instead added 10 points. Chin Feng sighed helplessly and greeted. Starving? Let's go to the snack street opposite the mall and eat some random kebabs or stinky tofu or something. Then when he passed Wang Gang, he ordered in a low voice. Go out later and buy me an effervescent tablet. Wang Gang nodded in silence. He didn't know what the boss was going to do, but he liked this kind of mission with a clear goal. The group arrived at the snack street and this place was much more standardized than the snack street in Jiangcheng. There were no tricycles or roadside stalls. The signboards were also all neatly organized without the slightest highlight. Not like Jiangcheng, hate to erect a neon signboard in the middle of the road, hanging above the heads of passers-by. Chin Feng bought barbecue oysters, fried cold noodles and other snacks, sat and slowly savored, deliberately grinding half an hour. Wang Gang drove over. Su Wenjie saw the Rolls-Royce and her eyes turned into a loving shape. At this point, all Chin Feng had to do was hook a finger at her and she was willing to wear a collar. Unfortunately, Chin Feng didn't have the intention of inviting her to get on the car. He just transferred $20,000 to her and told her that he would call her over to accompany her tomorrow if she needed it. Su Wenjie wanted to ride in a Rolls-Royce so badly. The result was only in exchange for the exhaust of the Rolls-Royce. She was furious and stomped her feet. Chin Feng sent Zhong Oanf back to school. In the car, the two sat in the back row again. Relying on his 70 points of goodwill, Chin Feng nonchalantly took Zhong Oya's hand and kept playing with it. Did you have fun today? Aha. Can you give more reactions? I came all the way to see you. Thank you, brother. Thank you, and that's it? Don't you have to show it? Chin Feng looked at her with a smile, anticipating her performance. The starry roof of the Rolls-Royce looked particularly romantic at night. The gorgeous lights with the soothing music had a great sense of atmosphere. The boy in the white shirt next to her, looking at himself with affection. How to show it? Chin Feng didn't say anything, just nodded his hand to his mouth where he had just eaten oysters and raised his eyebrows at her, stammering for words. At the age when youth swings like a flower, girls more or less have all kinds of youthful fantasies. A sunny and handsome, young and golden, gentle and considerate Prince Charming falls in love with himself, and the two of them start a romantic love story. Joan Oe is just an ordinary girl. She has also dreamed of this kind of beautiful dream, And Qin Feng's image is a perfect interpretation of what it means to be a real Prince Charming. After only a few hours of contact, she had already imprinted Qin Feng deeply in her heart. Just that she was too inferior and nervous. The whole night was like a dream. The whole person was a bit overwhelmed. It was like a doll, at the mercy of others. It wasn't until she got closer and closer to the school and felt more and more secure that she relaxed a little. Now facing Qin Feng's request, sensibility drove her to take the initiative to kiss up. But reason told her not to do so. It was too shy. In the midst of the tangle, her entire body burned. Her body temperature was about to explode. At this moment, Qin Feng moved. He wrapped one hand around Zhonghe with grave with ring above. And with his other hand, he gently lifted her chin up. Realizing what was going on, Zhonghe closed her eyes tightly, and the sound of her heartbeat was deafening. She held her breath and waited for the domineering kiss to fall. Long eyelashes slightly trembling, pink face stained with redness. Qin Feng admired her for a moment and leaned down to gently sip on her small, surplus cherry red mouth. Her lips were sweet, like soft cotton candy. It also exuded a gust of fragrant scent. Kissing with her didn't have that passionate desire, only sweet satisfaction, like drinking manna to quench her thirst. Qin Feng was somewhat addicted and couldn't help but drink a few more mouthfuls. For a while, he almost kissed her until she suffocated. It was as if a century had passed. After her lips parted, Zhong Oi's entire body softened in her seat. Qin Feng's boldness and fierceness made her feel as if she was immersed in a sea of love, surrounded by warm seawater, unable to breathe, unable to escape. Her repeated attempts to struggle were useless, and she could only be endlessly claimed by him. Was this what kissing felt like? Her eyes revealed confusion. Her nerves were on high alert, and the man's breath put her blood circulation in a very hyperactive state. An inexplicable stirring arose in her heart. The dopamine secreted by her brain made her want to do it again. People in a state of extreme impulsivity can do anything except math problems. Ozango's shame was put aside and she took the initiative to hold onto Qin Feng's neck and offered her lips up. Unlike just now, this time she opened her teeth lightly, clumsily learning Qin Feng's kissing technique, reveling in the pleasure. For a long time, it wasn't until her underwear was almost undone that Zhong Oi woke up with a start. Hurriedly pushing his body away, she straightened her messy skirt. Sorry, I couldn't help myself just now. Qin Feng scratched his head and laughed. Didn't hurt you, right? Zhong Oi shook her head. Her red face didn't open her mouth. She was feeling incredulous for her own initiative. Shyly wanting to jump out of the car, Qin Feng secretly lamented in his heart. What did this little girl grow up on? Her body was so good that she could barely grasp it with one hand. He was even more reluctant to let this girl run back to school at the moment. Oh, have you smeared your mouth with? Why is it so sweet? Zhong blushed like an apple and didn't even dare to look at him. Qin Feng tilted his head to think about it and smiled as he joked. You took the initiative to kiss me just now. Did you indicate that you like me? No, Zhong Oio denied in a panic. Qin Feng's smile froze and his face became a little unnatural. This girl is also too incapable of flirting. How can she answer with such a blunt denial? Seeing that he seemed like he was about to get angry, Zhong Oio explained again. I don't dislike you. I just don't have a job yet. I can't be with you. Why? Qin Feng wondered. They want me to finish my studies and then find a partner. Now they want me to study seriously, Ozangung said weakly. Qin Feng guessed that they should be Zhong Oio's parents and elders. The education and concepts of the older generation were in conflict with the modern youth. When you go to college, you are at a very young age. If you don't fall in love at this time, when you graduate, you will be 22 or 23 years old. Where can you find a good life partner? Later on, when you enter the society, you will have even less contact with the opposite sex. Most of them are only co-workers and blind dates. In addition, they are getting older and older, and the people around them are becoming more and more pragmatic, so it is not easy to find the right person again. So what do you think about yourself? Qin Feng asked. I spent a lot of money on my studies. I want to make money to repay them after graduation, Zhong Oio said sincerely. But you have money now. Qin Feng wondered. It's so much. I don't dare to use it. Zhong's eyes flashed with a flash of worry. She felt that if she spent his money, then she would be at the mercy of others in the future. Although she was poor now, she was at least free and had the possibility of making money in the future. If she just took his money and spent it recklessly, she would not be qualified to raise her head and speak in front of him. Fool, you're my woman now. What wouldn't you dare to use? Qin Feng pinched her face and said smilingly. Don't be afraid. These money you use first. Tomorrow I will take you to buy an airplane yacht. In the future you don't need to work. Follow me to enjoy life. Only do what you like to do. Qin Feng said. His voice suddenly came to an abrupt end. His eyebrows furrowed. His expression instantly surfaced a color of pain. What's wrong with you? He looked up to see this man's eyes wide open. cold sweat pouring out, and his face was pale and white. What was even more frightening was that a large amount of white foam kept coming out of his mouth that was clenched tightly with his teeth, like a crab spitting bubbles. "Brother, don't scare me. What's wrong with you?" Zhong Oei shouted in a lost voice. Seeing how Qin Feng was about to fall to the ground with his stomach covered, she hurriedly unbuckled her seatbelt and supported Qin Feng with her body, then patted Wang Gang's seat in the front row and said urgently, "Uncle, brother seems to be in trouble. Stop the car quickly." Wang Gang slowly stopped the car, looked back at Qin Feng and shouted with a pompous expression, "It's the young master's gastritis. It should be caused by the snack just now. We must send him to the hospital now." Then quickly send him to the hospital. "Ah, no, don't need to. The old disease endure a little bit is not in the way. First send you back to school," Qin Feng said breathlessly. "I will send you to the hospital first. Don't talk, I will help you rub a little." And Wang Gang also directly turned around and drove towards the farthest hospital. On the way, Qin Feng was in unbearable pain, tightly wrapping his arms around Zhong Oo's body and burying his face in her neck. He drew in a breath of cold air. The smell of the girl's body aggravated his pain and he couldn't help but draw another deep breath of cold air. The fresh scent of a young girl was completely different from the scent of a mature woman, like the purity and lightness of a rain-beaten gardenia. It was also like a refreshing cedar scent lingering at the end of his nose. Qin Feng inhaled several mouthfuls. His head was a little short of oxygen and he couldn't help but lean on her heart. She even squatted up slightly to make it easier for Qin Feng to rely on her. The half-squatting position with her buttocks in the air was extremely seductive. Qin Feng's mind was filled with thoughts of pouncing on her. However, this is a critical moment. Revealing herself would not be conducive to tonight's plan. He suppresses the desire in his heart, slowly lets go of her, leans back into the seat and, calming the converging blood, "Brother, are you better?" Zhong Oei asked nervously. "Well, slowed down. Thank you." Qin Feng smiled weakly at her. "You don't have a good stomach. Why do you eat spicy food?" Zhong chided. "Normally I don't eat it. It's just because I'm so happy to see you today that I can't help but eat a couple bites. Don't eat in the future. Just get well." Qin Feng put his hand on top of the small hand on his stomach and said with a smile, "It's okay to eat occasionally. It's not a big problem. All serious illnesses start with a small problem, especially the stomach and intestines. They need to be examined and regulated." Zhong Oei said seriously. Qin Feng stroked her hair and said in relief, "Got it. Will you accompany me to the hospital for a checkup?" "Aha, with circumflex." Zhong Oei nodded. "Oh, it's so nice. I like being with you." Qin Feng said with a smile. Zhong Oei quietly blushed, then realized that the two of them were very close and their posture was a bit ambiguous. She shyly lowered her head, her eyes darted around, unintentionally saw something and was dumbfounded again. The car drove for about 20 minutes. Because Zhong Owen is not Xia Ting, so nothing happened between the two in the car. She was just too soft and fragrant. Qin Feng's arm was wrapped tightly around the uninitiated her in his arms. The feeling of touch was nothing short of euphoric and unforgettable. The usual distance of one step is now divided into 3 steps. It was hard to finish the emergency room, did the blood routine. I waited for the report to come out and then went back to the doctor. "You have chronic gastritis caused by Helicobacter pylori. It's more troublesome. You need to stay in bed. Hospitalization is recommended." The doctor frowned and said seriously. Qin Feng calmly said, "No need. I know my illness is troublesome. Just prescribe me a little Stashu." The doctor glanced at the outspoken son of a bitch. Even though Stashu is not a prescription drug, he slowly nodded his head and prescribed it. Just instructed a sentence that he had to say 100 times a day. "Remember not to eat spicy, greasy, cold foods, and don't smoke or drink." Looking at his pitiful appearance, "After taking the medicine it doesn't hurt now. I just don't have the strength." Qin Feng forced a smile. "Don't eat that food next time." With grave with ring above, Zhong advised. "Got it." Qin Feng looked at her concerned eyes, smiled and apologized. "I'm sorry for delaying your return to school." "It's okay, as long as your body is fine." Zhong Feng answered in a small voice. "Stay with me at the hotel tonight and take care of me. I promise not to touch you." Qin Feng revealed his fox tail. Zhong has always been attached to Qin Feng's body. At this moment when she heard that he needed to take care of himself, she didn't think too much about it and agreed to do so. However, as he came to the hotel, Qin Feng walked with a tiger in fire, and the force of his grip on his hand did not look like he needed someone to take care of him, and then thought that she should have returned to the dormitory at this time. But now she appeared in the hotel in a haphazard manner. Her alertness came together and she finally reacted as an afterthought. She seemed to have fallen into a trap. In fact, all adult girls, as long as they followed a boy into a hotel without drinking, would instantly sober up, no matter how exquisite the lie or deep love set up before. It was all useless. They knew very well what they were about to face. Zhong Oanf was the same. She was so nervous at the moment that her hands and feet were cold and her eyelashes were trembling. Stiffly, she followed Qin Feng into the hotel. Qin Feng had booked a suite in the clouds at the W Hotel on the Bund a long time ago. It cost $40,000 a night. This is a very hot Netflix hotel, with many people clocking in, and the room state is always full. The room he booked is on the highest floor. The cloud suite is a two-story design. The outer circle is a curved 270-degree floor-to-ceiling glass. The landscape is absolutely beautiful, with the modern sense of the night magic city. The room's bay window overlooking the unobstructed Pearl of the Orient. The reason why I booked this hotel, instead of choosing the most expensive Yangyunaman, is because this W hotel has a super king-size bed that will rotate, entering the door to see the top like 4 huge black petals. Extending 4 hanging columns will be 3 meters of circular hammock suspended in the air. Lying on the bed slowly rotating 360 degrees, imagine the romance of sleeping in the clouds, making the bed even more exciting. There is also the oversized bathtub facing the exterior glass, which is now covered with flower petals. While taking a bath, you can also enjoy the magical prosperous night view naked. Qin Feng couldn't wait to lead Zhou Noaoan into the room and came to the bathtub. Baby, you take a bath first. I definitely won't peek. Zhou Noaoan saw the big bed and her head went blank. She was completely unprepared, and for a moment her mind was confused as to what to do, so she begged Qin Feng for mercy. Brother, I'm afraid. What's there to be afraid of in a bath? Do you want me to help you? Qin Feng said with a bad smile. Can we not do this? Zhou Noaoan's eyes were full of begging. Don't worry, if I said I won't touch you, I won't touch you. Good girl. Don't be afraid, Qin Feng coaxed softly. These words gave Zhou Noaoan a little bit of courage. Closing the door of the bathroom, she took a bath in her imagination and walked out wrapped in a bath towel. The snow-white bath towel could barely cover her proud spring color. Qin Feng suppressed his anger and rushed to take a shower, then pulled her into bed. Turning off the light, Qin Feng waited for a few minutes before becoming restless. My stomach is hard. Rub it for me. Let's cuddle and sleep. It's okay. I'll just touch it. Don't be afraid. I'll just rub. The little rabbit that was lying there motionless in a silly way, tensed its body in a flash. At the time when Qin Feng pounced up, she stomped him violently as if she was frightened. Then she hugged the bath towel that had slipped to the side and ran into the restroom, letting Qin Feng knock on the door outside as much as he wanted. She didn't open it. Qin Feng knocked on the door for half an hour. After using all kinds of methods and coaxing, he never opened the bathroom door. Qin Feng finally admitted defeat helplessly. All right, come out. I really won't touch you this time. I swear. I'm telling the truth. Come out and go to bed. What do you have to do to believe me? It was evident that certain things were difficult to carry out if the girl firmly disagreed. It was already very late at this point. Qin Feng was afraid that she would stay inside for the whole night, so he completely gave up the idea of eating the rabbit. He left the suite. Going out, he went next door and opened a room. Lying on the bed, thinking about the yukai in his arms just now, tossing and turning, unable to sleep, Qin Feng was sad. This was the first time he had lost. Previously, both Xia Ting and Shifuya had not resisted at all, allowing themselves to be like fish in water. He had thought that this younger, more innocent girl would be easier to get. Unexpectedly, he had actually planted his head. The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. So he simply put on his clothes and prepared to go to the bar in the W Hotel to have some fun. The plan was to have a couple of small drinks and spend money on a pretty girl to accompany him through the long night. It was at this moment that his cell phone rang. Brother, I'm sorry. Qin Feng had anger in his heart and didn't want to reply, but thinking that people were still young, it was normal to be a bit scared. Qin Feng, it's because I was in too much of a hurry. I didn't consider your feelings. Zhou Noaoan, it's my fault. I shouldn't have been like this. Qin Feng, oh, if you want to regret it, we can continue. Ah, Zhong, brother, do you love me? Qin Feng was shocked. How did this girl get so much guts to ask such words? He answered without thinking, I love you. You are my favorite woman. Zhong Noaoan, then come back. I'm ready this time. Qin Feng was overjoyed and rushed to the next door and knocked on the door. Not long after, the misty-eyed, blushing Zhong with grave with ring above opened the door to her room. Qin Feng couldn't help but frown as he walked in and smelled the odor of wine. You've been drinking? Aha! Zhou Noaoan took the initiative to hook his neck and tilted her head up with a giggle. How much did you drink? I don't know. Qin Feng was silent for a moment and gently picked her up on her front towards the big bed. Zhou Noaoan like a sloth, hugging Qin Feng tightly, rubbing her head against the side of his face, giggling in his ear and muttering to herself. Brother, I love you too. You know what? I froze when I saw you in the afternoon. You are so handsome, even more handsome than in the picture. I want to be with you so much, but they say I am a bumpkin. I am afraid I am not good enough for you. Qin Feng listened to the girls murmuring, looking at the two opened bottles of wine on the table. He knows that this silly girl has drunk a lot. Although this girl's appearance was tantalizing, Qin Feng didn't want to take away her first time when she was drunk. He himself, $100 billion tycoon, needed to pick up a corpse? He smoothly placed Zhong Oao on the bed and wanted to pour her a cup of boiling water to sober her up. Instead, he found that she was like an octopus, hugging herself to death and refusing to let go. I thought a lot just now. Whether you're sincere or just trying to trick me into sleeping, I'm willing to give myself to you because you're the first man to make me hold my head up. Then why are you still hiding in the bathroom? Qin Feng smells the girl's wine fragrance and faintly asks, I'm afraid you'll disappear after you've loved. Hong Oai laughed and tears slipped out again. And I don't want to sleep with you just because you give me money. I don't think it's right, but in reality it's because you gave me money, that's why I came out. I don't know what to do. I don't know what I want to say. She wiped her tears and let go of Qin Feng, then stood shakily on the bed and unwrapped the bath towel from her body. Under the warm yellow light, her crystalline and translucent petite body was without an inch of clothing. Brother, take it if you like it. This is all I have. Qin Feng froze for a moment. This picture is really too visually appealing. Luckily, he didn't know how to exercise moderation in the past 2 days, or else he would definitely pounce on it. Such a wonderful night. Qin Feng didn't want to let her pass by in a blur. Moreover, the taste of this kind of drunken rabbit should be a bit worse than a normal rabbit. So Qin Feng picked her up in a princess carry and then threw her under the quilt. I'll take it when you're sober. Now sleep quietly. After saying that, Qin Feng turned around to get her a hot towel and hot water. Why? Because I like you, Qin Feng said faintly as he brought a towel and wiped her face. So don't want to force you to do things you don't like. I want my woman to be happy and joyful. I like my brother too. Hua Zhongzhong smiled. Well, sleep at ease, Qin Feng said perfunctorily. Brother, sleep with me? Ah, Zhong Feng said with his hands up. Wine was such a good thing. It makes the timid brave enough to let themselves go. It also gives men and women an excuse to roll together. Qin Feng gently hugged her and with a lot of persuasion finally put the girl to sleep. Sigh, can't go to the bar to play this time. He also has to endure the temptation to take care of her. Mad. I should have known not to reply to her messages. Qin Feng cursed in his heart. He took off his clothes and slept next to her. Fortunately, the 3-meter bed is wide enough. The two of them are separated by a galaxy. Without physical contact, Qin Feng slowly calmed down and slowly entered dreamland. Early the next morning, Zhong Oaoas woke up, opening her eyes and realizing that she was not in the dormitory. She was a little confused. The white sheets, the pompous ceiling, and the man in front of her close at hand, herself naked and shrinking in his arms. All of this overwhelmed her. After a while, her brain helped her to slowly recall the events of yesterday. Remembering that she had been so shameless, she was too ashamed to open her eyes for a moment. Luckily the man was sleeping heavily. His eyes were closed and his skin was a little rough, like he had been through the elements. His facial features were ordinary on their own, but together they looked very proper, and looked full of masculinity. Especially the angular silhouette made his handsome even more three-dimensional. What is the experience of waking up and realizing that the Prince Charming of your dreams is sleeping beside you? Zhong Oaoas eyes showed a hazy love as she looked at him. This man is young and golden, gentle and considerate, didn't take advantage of people's danger and force himself when he didn't want to. Instead, he took care of himself for a night and said he would give himself happiness. Thinking of this, Zhong Oaoai seemed to have some drunkenness again at this moment. She boldly probed her head and kissed the corner of his lips. Unexpectedly, this was like waking up the sleeping princess. The man in front of her slowly awoke. Qin Feng slowly opened his eyes, glanced at her, curved the corner of his mouth and said, "Good morning, baby." "Good morning." Qin Feng slowly rolled over and reached out to hold her into his arms, whispering in her ear, "Sober?" Qin Feng propped up his body and pressed towards her. "I endured all night. It's your turn to endure." The hammock finally began to slowly rotate. Spring colors rippled in the room. As the saying goes, the wine power is getting stronger and spring thoughts are swirling, and the mandarin duck's embroidered quilt is turning red waves. The curtains of the floor-to-ceiling windows forgot to fall last night. On the 40th floor, you can see the red sun rising from the Oriental Pearl Tower. Everything is revived. Grass grows and warblers fly. Everywhere is full of vitality and romance. The warm light shone into the room and fell on Zhong Oaoa, a stunningly beautiful and delicate body. Half an hour later, the two of them were lying on the bed, each gasping for air, calming down the blazing feelings they had just experienced. Qin Feng received a system message. Cashback successful. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 535 million yuan in cash. Zhong Oao's current favorability is 90. Nice guy. The first time I've seen that physical force can add so much goodwill. Looking at the spots of blood on the bed, Shin Feng guesses that this might be the first time it's relevant. Does it still hurt? Shin Feng hugged the girl who had just become a woman and asked compassionately. The girl in his arms gently shook her head, her hair ruffling his cheeks and itching a little. It'll be fine in the future. Shin Feng rubbed the woman's shrunken head and smiled in relief. Aha! Zhong Oao's voice was smaller than a mosquito's. From now on you're my woman. What do you have to say to your brother? Shin Feng gently touches her smooth back with his hand. The two hearts were close to each other, but they couldn't feel her heartbeat, so it was obvious how strong she was. Zhong Oano couldn't stand this kind of teasing and slightly twisted her body, shyly saying, Say what? Seeing this, Shin Feng smiled with a little more arc and urged, didn't you dare to say anything last night? Now you're mute? Ha ha ha, I still like that reckless look you had last night. Shin Feng teased a few times, seeing that she was still like an ostrich, burying her head and not speaking. Shin Feng also said some "I will be responsible for" and other scumbag quotes, coaxed her eyes swing up again. After everything was over, Shin Feng picked up Zhong Oaoa and went to the bathtub to soak for a while, enjoying the sun at 9 o'clock in the morning. Enjoying the 9 o'clock in the morning sun. When they had slowed down, the two of them sat on the sofa in their bathrobes and rested. They ordered breakfast from the hotel and ate it while overlooking the bustle of the magic city outside the window. When people are in a high place, looking downwards will always inexplicably generate some grandeur. Shin Feng also has this feeling. The ultimate romance for a man is to have a beautiful woman in his arms and a mountain in his hands. Looking at the skyscrapers in the distance, the idea of opening an entertainment media company came up again. Now holding 65 million in cash in his hand, changing it into dog-licking gold can turn it into 650 billion. Enough to mess with the wind and rain, and create a movie and television industry giant. Think of the future when the company boss, a variety of stunning beauty around, superstars running over to flatter, international directors in front of their own bowed. The corners of Shin Feng's mouth were askew, waiting for the company to make a profit. He also wanted to engage in a dream program, every day on the road to draw a few ordinary people, to help them realize their wishes. A sports car and a mansion with hundreds of millions of dollars in cash would be given away at random. Even if they want to get ahead, he can spend resources to help them succeed, then use the form of live broadcast to put these out for everyone to see. That effect absolutely pull full. The number of viewers is also enough to support a live broadcast platform. At that time, every word he said could set off a huge wave. His influence should be no less than that of a superstar. So what if you can't sing or dance rap? It's still not the same as charming thousands of men and women, but all of this requires the ability to protect oneself first. Otherwise, it is possible that one day, while surfing, suddenly people are gone. Since he was a child, Shin Feng has always understood the principle of not revealing one's wealth to others. What would happen if a poor man suddenly got a huge sum of money that would make even a big man's heart flutter? There were so many people who were desperate for money. Once they were found out, a few tranquilizer guns could take him away. When the time came to be locked up for research, no one would be able to save himself. The system currently only gave him a hypnosis technique, and it can only be used twice. It is not useful at all. The amount of money that went up to the unit of billion would attract a bunch of jackals and tigers. The last time he sent Shifuya to the bar, he had already clearly felt that Luo was stupidly interested in him. The good thing is that people are quite disciplined and very kind, but one couldn't bet on the other party being a good person every time. That's why life-preserving skills were very important. No matter what, he had to get one first. Only with superpowers can one use the Bill ability with confidence and boldness. Of the three girls who have had relationships so far, Jono AI was the girl who had the easiest time breaking through 80, just by rewarding 3 million and charging 2 million on the card, plus one hard labor. The cashback was directly successful. Simple girls are really good at cheating. Shin Feng felt that it was promising to take Jono AI's cheat reward. Her reward was a disposable resurrection armor, a life-preserving divine skill. With it one could start waving a little. Shin Feng decided to soak in Jono AI for the next 2 days to see if he could get 100 points. On the other hand, Bao Hongbiao, for provoking trouble, assaulting others, and not agreeing to mediation. He refused to compensate for 100,000 yuan of moral damages in addition to medical expenses and lost wages. He was sentenced by the public security authorities to 5 days administrative detention and a fine of 500 yuan in accordance with the Public Security Administration punishment law. Today is the day he was released from prison. He had been inside for 5 whole days and had been studying how to deal with the woman who had hurt him the most. According to some of the routines that his old brother taught him inside the detention center, he was confident that he could cheat that woman out of her money and force her to sing on the streets. He retrieved his cell phone from the police station and prepared to arrange for someone to do something. I didn't expect a whole lot of black information about that woman to appear on the phone. There are a lot of screenshots of transferring money between men and her. hotel date records, villa party orgy videos, hospital infertility test reports. Bao Hongbao was shocked. Martyr. With all this, there is still a need for a fart arrangement? Send it directly to the people she knows. It can make her lose her reputation, especially her family. It can make her not be able to raise her head for the rest of her life. Then report her to the police for publicizing that, and get a good lawyer and get a 3 to 5 year sentence. No problem. When she comes out, she's over 30 years old. If she wants to find a job, she'll tell them that she's been in jail, and I'm sure no one will want her. Finally, he recruited her to the store as a waitress. Let her work overtime every day. Let her wash the toilet every day. Thinking of this, Bao Hongbao rushed back to the police station. Find the police comrade in charge of his case. With a sad and angry face, he cried, "Comrade policeman, do you know why I hit my girlfriend?" The policeman asked with a puzzled face. "Wasn't it because you were jealous? Do you suspect your girlfriend is cheating on you?" No. In fact, it's because I already knew that my girlfriend was cheating on me. So I got angry and hit her." Bao Hongbao will hand the phone to the police to see. "Comrade police, I want to report my girlfriend behind my back and many men secretly gather crowd fight. She also has a marriage fraud case." The verdict came down: did not return the money to the people. The police looked and looked, their eyes gradually serious. Jiang Manhwa was discharged after a few days in the hospital. When she was first sent to the hospital, she was very experienced and kept yelling tinnitus, headache, and discomfort. She demanded to be hospitalized and asked the hospital to give her a diagnostic report of minor injuries. The hospital carefully examined her all over and found nothing serious except some gynecological problems. The slap marks on her face would go down in a few days, and the bridge of her nose was not broken. Not even a minor injury. The hospital arranged for her to be hospitalized for observation and didn't give her any minor injury report. This kind of report is a matter for the appraisal organization and has nothing to do with the hospital. The case given by the hospital will just be used as an important basis. Jiang Manhwa see no opportunity to blackmail. Was going to rely on the hospital does not go. Anyway, the medical expenses will certainly be reimbursed. But lying in the hospital bed unattended life is super boring. Plus the doctors in the hospitalization department have an extremely bad attitude. Every day, he came to scold her, saying that she was not sick and wasting public resources, occupying beds and not giving them to other patients in need. Jiang Manhwa had a few big fights with him, but she didn't get over him. The patients in the entire ward also sided with each other and lectured her. Hospital beds are already tense. You a young girl, 2 slaps dying. Like what words? Jiang Manhwa unbearable humiliation left the hospital. Back to their own rental house. Since there is no way to blackmail money from Bao Hongbao, she can only think of ways on Qin Feng. Today happened to be the last day of her appointment with Qin Feng. She called Qin Feng with the intention of begging him to forgive her and hand out a little money to herself. She knew very well that jade and stone wouldn't do the two of them a bit of good. She only wanted money. If she could, she was willing to let Qin Feng beat her up, as long as she paid. As a result, she realized that her number had been blacked out, and she was shocked and angry. She had won $90 million. What's wrong with sharing a little bit with herself? What you want is not much, just a few $1,000,000. He chased himself for so long, is not interested in his body at all? Jiang Manhwa was extremely unwilling to do so. She called her best friend to deliver her cell phone. She must call and talk to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was having dinner with 2 of Zhong Oi's roommates at the moment. A girl named Xiaoli was a native of Magic City with an arrogant personality. After seeing herself and Zhong with ring above appearing together, her face didn't look too good. She dragged Zhong with ring above to ask questions and even accused her of being unintelligent and short-sighted to be with such a prodigal male. Qin Feng laughed and stepped forward to protect Zhong Oia behind her. Educating Xiaoli. Little beauty. Seeing as you are so pretty, why is your heart so vicious? Can't wait for others to be better off than you, right? Xiaoli was dressed very cool today, with gradient color sunglasses, 2 large metal earrings hanging from her earlobes, and her black hair draped on both sides. The top was a long polo shirt that went all the way down to the base of her thighs, barely covering her hips, and the lower body simply wore a pair of super short denim hot pants, shorter than the shirt. The person is very pretty, with a small red mouth and fair, watery skin. The number of relationships was also 0. Unfortunately, the charisma value was a little worse, just 89 points. You're the one who's evil. You harassed our family OS and you're still evil. Xiaoli gasped. I'm in a relationship with Aoeka. What right do you, an outsider, have to tell her what to do? Qin Feng didn't budge an inch. I'm her good friend. I have the obligation to shine my eyes for her. Don't be fooled by some scum. Xiaoli puffed up her small mouth and stared at this man with dissatisfaction. This man gave her a very bad feeling. Dressed up with a greasy head and an imposing demeanor. It was exactly the same as her cousin who went around flirting with girls. Then I really have to thank you for protecting me from me, Okenfong said with a bad smile. Oh, when did you become yours? Under her brown sunglasses, Xiaoli rolled her eyes at him disdainfully. You guys stop bickering and order your food first. Yuan rounded off the conversation. As a person who had been there before, she could tell at a glance that Zhong Oa's walking posture was odd. And then remembering that Oaa didn't go back to the dormitory for the first time last night. At this moment, where could she not understand what had happened? People have been cheated out of everything. What's the use of talking about this at this time? Peony asked as she flipped through the menu. Brother Qin Feng, what do you want to eat? Just watch and order. I've never been here before, so I'll serve whatever specialties are available. Qin Feng was a few years older. It was normal for this group of 20-year-old girls to call him brother. It's just that normally normal girls would call him handsome. This kind of nickname of brother is too intimate. However, on the basis of her youthful and pretty face, Qin Feng allowed her to call herself that. Then let's try the Magic City's local dishes. Signature braised pork, ringing oil eel shreds, golden crispy scallops, crispy pigeon, tangy roasted flour gums, wasabi bright shrimp balls. Peony ordered from the waiter. They were now at a private restaurant, a place recommended by Xiaoli. A detached townhouse with a classical and elegant environment, and a high level of compulsion. The price wasn't very expensive, 300 to 400 per capita, but it was said that it was very hard to book a place here, and it was all the old Magic City people who could get it. Brother can't eat spicy food. You ask them not to put chili pepper, Zhong Oai cautiously reminded. Magic City food is on the sweet side. It won't be very spicy, explained Peony. Xiaoli sniffed and inquired as her suspicious eyes looked back and forth between Zhong A with Grave with ring above and Qin Feng. Anyway, you seem to care about him a lot. How fresh. Can't she care about her man? Humph. Smug smelly man. Xiaoli frowned. Before we get married, I won't let Oyuo take advantage of me. Qin Feng laughed, his eyes sizing up the cool little girl from top to bottom. Provocatively. What if I must take advantage? Xiaoli coldly said, then I'll ask my father to take you in. Qin Feng was slightly startled. No wonder this little girl looks like she's tugging at the wheel. She looks pretty and her body is still so clean. Feelings of the family is not small. No one dares to provoke awe. This kind of rose with thorns is very solid. But men like this one, risking his life to pick up girls can be too exciting. However, Qin Feng didn't have much interest in her because the rice at home was simply too much to eat. You'd better stop worrying about others and mind your own business. Little girl Qin Feng smiled. Humph. I won't let you get away with it anyway. Uncle. Xiaoli's eyes stared straight at Qin Feng. The two's eyes clashed sparks in the air. Zhong Oai heard them talking about themselves and was too shy to say a word. Peony was thinking about how to quietly ask for Qin Feng's number. The four of them were silent in the box for a while. It wasn't until Qin Feng's cell phone rang that the peace was interrupted. Qin Feng looked at the caller ID, and the memo read Jiang Manchua's best friend. Seeing that it was Jiang Manchua's best friend who called, Qin Feng frowned slightly. This woman was in league with Jiang Manchua, sandwiched between herself and Jiang Manchua, acting as a harmonizer. Usually, when there were some requests that Jiang Manchua was not comfortable mentioning, she was the one to tell herself. For example, Jiang Manchua ran out of money and needed him to call in money. Jiang Manchua was injured and went to the hospital, needing him to call money. Jiang Manchua is in a bad mood and needs to call money. When he was about to give up, this woman also often ran to do his ideological work. This time the two had completely torn their faces. What else could she say? Qin Feng picks up the phone smilingly. He wants to hear what else this woman has put. Hello, Mo she. Unexpectedly an annoying voice came from the phone. Qin Feng, I want to talk to you. Qin Feng's face changed slightly and he coldly said, Jiang Manchua? The three girls on the table all perked up their ears when they heard him say the girl's name. It's me. Jiang Manchua said slowly as she brewed up her emotions in front of her girlfriends. Qin Feng, we agreed to be together in the beginning. As soon as Qin Feng heard that he still had to pull the old accounts of the year, he immediately interrupted. Stop. I don't want to listen to you say these. There is nothing if I hang up. You take care of yourself. Jiang Manchua eagerly said, wait, you listen to me to finish my words. I promise not to bother you anymore. Qin Feng pondered for a moment. A man's words are good when he is about to die. He would like to hear what this woman wants to say. Alright, you wait. After he finished speaking to Jiang Manchua, he smiled apologetically at Zhong Oao, and said to her, I'm going out to take a call. You guys eat first. Aha. A with circumflex Zhong Oaa nodded her head obediently. Qin Feng rubbed her head and got up to head out. I bet this call is definitely from his ex-girlfriend. Shelly clasped her hands on her chest and stared viciously at Qin Feng's distant back with a certainty. Zhong Oao looked at Qin Feng's back in a daze and responded faintly. Although she was worried that Qin Feng was an amorous prodigal son, it was useless to worry. One did not have the ability to change this man. Since she had chosen him, then one could only accompany him on his journey. It's normal. Who wouldn't be touched by a handsome man like this who spends millions of dollars? Peony's head propped up with her hands, also looking straight at Qin Feng's back, said quietly, if he doesn't have an ex-girlfriend, then it's strange. Seriously, if it wasn't for the face of I would have wanted to rush. Xiaoli glanced at her with disdain and said to Zhongyi with grave with ring above, anyway, why don't we go and listen to what he has to say? Just now his tone was exactly the same as when the scum broke up. I think he must be chatting about the breakup right now. Do you want to go and see his true colors? This isn't too good. Right, brother doesn't want us to listen. If you don't go, then I'll go. I must expose this scum. Xiaoli got up and quietly followed. Sisterly, wait for me. Guiyunjian sees someone taking the lead and also nosily follows her. Qin Feng was unaware that there were two girls trailing behind him. He came outside to the courtyard and the Rolls-Royce was parked not far away. He entered the car, turned on the air conditioning, leaned back in his chair and comfortably said to Jiang Manhua, go ahead, I'm listening. Jiang Manhua had been brewing for most of the day, and at this moment slowly opened her mouth. Can we be good? I know you still like me. I can feel it. Qin Feng once again coldly interrupted. Is this what you want to say? Jiang Manhua was choked up, seeing that Qin Feng didn't need soft words, slightly angry. Usually it was Qin Feng who was obedient to himself, and now that he had managed to put down his stature and apologize to him, he didn't even appreciate it? For a moment, his emotions got the better of him and he couldn't help but question. Do you think I'm willing to be like this? I'm a girl. What's wrong with wanting a better life? I also want to be with you, but you couldn't give me what I wanted before. What can I do? Qin Feng was silent for a moment after hearing this. He didn't know who gave this woman the courage to say such words, taking her own money and biting herself back. Blaming herself for not giving enough? What kind of family is it that cultivates this kind of shameless thinking? Women are born to be spoiled. Then are men born to be so humble as to lick? So, now that I can afford to give it, I have to give it to you? Qin Feng sneered. He had no patience at the moment and didn't want to nag anymore. As long as this woman said one more incomprehensible word, he decided to pull the plug on this number. But to his surprise, the other party apologized, only to hear Jiang Manhua say from the bottom of her heart, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Let's start over. Okay. Qin Feng was silent. At this time, Peony, who followed Xiaoli out, saw Qin Feng getting into the Rolls-Royce and eyes turned into the shape of love hearts. Although it was normal for someone who could smash out $3 million to drive a tens of millions of cars, but to actually see this kind of luxurious and domineering Rolls-Royce, was still shocked. She now super wanted to sit in that car and feel the luxurious atmosphere inside, no matter what the cost would be. Xiaoli, on the other hand, has no expression when she sees the Rolls-Royce. She leads Peony towards the Rolls-Royce. At that moment, a big man suddenly came out and blocked their way. I'm sorry, miss, this is my boss's car. You can't come near. The two looked at each other, both feeling a little surprised. Just now, when they saw the stupid big man sitting at the door eating egg fried rice, they thought it was strange that this was a turd from somewhere. They didn't expect it to be Qin Feng's bodyguard. Xiaoli wasn't going to give up so easily. After thinking about it, she pulled Wang Gang's hand and pouted. Uncle, I'm a little girl who won't do anything to your boss. Just let me pass. Her image of a cute and hot girl, pampered by ordinary boys, could not be blocked at all. Unfortunately, Wang Gang was not an average man. He only saw him slowly shaking his head and muffled his voice. The boss is on the phone. Please stay away. Xiaoli saw that softness was not working, so she turned around and wrapped her arms around Peony and secretly said, your left, my right. We'll go around and see who he catches. And if we get caught, we'll yell molestation. Peony eyes dodged, hesitantly advised, not good. It will leave a bad impression. Which side are you on? This kind of scum. To what good impression? Xiaoli said angrily. Forget it, just in case the person is genuinely in love with Aoeka. Let's not make a mess. Peony didn't dare to mess around for fear of offending such a rich bigot. So all the more reason for us to go and listen to what he has to say so we know what kind of person he is. Oh, Xiaoli said with a straight face. Guiyunjian didn't dare to offend this raw young lady either and said helplessly, okay, I'll go distract that stupid big man and try to stall you as much as possible. You go listen to it yourself. After saying that, she walked straight to Wang Gang and jumped into his arms in front of everyone, raising her voice. Brother-in-law, you brought me here for dinner. Sister won't be angry when she sees it. The two were standing not far from the entrance, and this voice made the passers-by couldn't stop sizing them up. There were also guests inside the restaurant that were poking their heads in. Wang Gang's entire body was dumbfounded. his face reddened into pig liver color, hurriedly trying to push her away, not even realizing that the other girl quietly went around from behind him. Shelley crouched on the side of the Rolls-Royce with a cat's waist, not caring if the door was hot or not, and directly put her ear on the door. Hearing Qin Feng's cold voice inside, "We are over, please don't pester me anymore," the corner of Shelley's mouth hooked, revealing an expression that it was true. With just this one sentence, Qin Feng was labeled as a scum in her heart for starting and ending a relationship. The next thing she knew without hearing was that it must be the drama of giving money as a breakup fee. Shelley stood up and waved her head at Guiyunjian as she headed towards the restaurant. She was going to go do Zhong Oi's thinking, so that she wouldn't be obsessed with following this kind of scummy guy who definitely wouldn't be happy in the end. Only then did Peony let go of Wang Gang, who had a mouth to feed. On the other hand, Jiang Manshui on the other side is still desperately trying to salvage the relationship. "I promise you to delete all the other men and leave you alone. In the future we'll be happy and joyful together. Okay?" Jiang Manshui's voice clamped with incomparable nausea. When Qin Feng heard these words, he couldn't wait to strangle the opposite side. Back then, it was because his brain had been muddled by sure that he wanted to go on with this woman. This woman still plays herself as a fool even now. Qin Feng had a bellyful of fire, but he quickly calmed down. He knew that it was useless to get angry. Only an eye for an eye would be able to quench his hatred. "It's too late. You'll be leaving me soon," Qin Feng sighed. He had gotten Xiao Lily's information in the morning. That Bao Hongbiao had already been released from prison and had received information that he had already reported the case to the public security authorities. If they acted faster, the law enforcement officers would probably be on their way to Jiang Manshui's house by now. So if there is no accident, the next time the two of them meet is 3 to 5 years later. By then, her own career should have developed, and I'm afraid it wouldn't be easy for her to see herself. How could it be? "I will never leave you. I will never play around again, and I will give you a big fat boy in the future. Okay?" Jiang Manshui was still using her disgusting voice to violate Qin Feng's ears. Qin Feng wanted to ask her what kind of thing she could give birth to with a bunch of gynecological diseases, plus infertility. However, he didn't voice out the question in his heart. There was something he wanted to do more now than meaningless abuse and mockery. Qin Feng adjusted his tone and said in a moving voice, "Manshui, is what you said true? Do we still have a chance?" As soon as Jiang Manshui heard that Qin Feng sounded a bit loose, like he was going to change his mind, her heart burst with joy. After all, this licking dog couldn't forget himself, and just by pretending a little bit, he could pinch him to death. Then as long as you meet with him and seduce him with your body, you can definitely make him hand over the money obediently. I don't know how much of this $90 million he has spent. If the rest of the money is less than half, he will definitely not be spared. Jiang Manshui thought secretly while softly saying to Qin Feng, "Fool, of course we still have a chance. You have to believe me." "I don't believe you. You've been lying to me. Never loved me." Qin Feng suddenly choked up, his voice aggrieved. "I didn't lie to you. All these years you've been good to me. I've silently remembered it in my heart." Jiang Manshui finished. Her heart was already thinking about how to trick Qin Feng out of his money. "I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You just want to cheat me out of my money." Qin Feng's voice was a bit hysterical, letting himself go. Jiang Manshui panicked as soon as she heard that the other parties seemed to have smartened up. "I didn't. What do you need to believe that I really like you? If you really have me in your heart, then how much money have I given you in total in these 3 or 4 years? Do you remember?" Qin Feng questioned. Jiang Manshui's heart roughly calculated. The first 1 or 2 years of study when there is not much. The second 2 years have more than 3,000 per month. A total of almost 8 or 9 million. So little money is not enough for those rich second generation of a bar expenses. But it is stable. Every month. If nothing else, today is the time to pay the money. He said last payroll to give himself $4,000. It's a pity that something like Bao Hongbiao happened. Counting the necklace, you spent nearly $100,000 on me. I remember it clearly. Jiang Manshui vaguely said a little higher. "Okay, if you return the $100,000 to me, I'll start over with you," Qin Feng said seriously. Alarm bells went off in Jiang Manshui's heart. This man wouldn't be trying to cheat himself out of money, right? She hesitantly opened her mouth. "You've spent all of your $90 million? Qin Feng directly sent her a screenshot of his bank balance of 65 million, and also took a picture of himself sitting in a car, letting her look at WeChat. After buying a Rolls-Royce and a villa in the past few days, there's less than 65 million left. Jiang Manshui's eyes immediately turned red when she saw the bank balance, as well as the Rolls-Royce that Qin Feng had casually photographed. Her whole body's blood boiled at the thought that all this money was about to belong to her. She was very confident that all of this was true. Otherwise it was impossible for Qin Feng to have so many women around him. The devil's whisper came from the microphone at this moment. "I want you to have $100,000 because I want to buy out the mistakes you made in the past. From now on we'll be like the first time we saw each other. We'll start over and I'll like you as much as I did before. But I've recently met other women. I have to give them a share of my money. I can't give you all of it. At most I can only give you $20 million at most. You'd better make up your mind as soon as possible. Or else I'll meet a few more girls in a couple days. And there won't be any room for you. Once Jiang Manchue heard the other party rambling on about arranging future money, she gradually believed the other party's words. If he was lying to himself, he could have said that he would give all the money to himself. Only if one had genuinely thought about themselves would they plan and arrange it this way. Moreover, the other party's $65 million was placed there in plain sight. So how could he possibly think about his own $100,000? She heard at the end that Qin Feng said that he was going to pick up other girls. At once, she was anxious. $20 million was already very little. It couldn't be less. Good, I promise you. Buy out our past and let's start over. Aha. Remember to write down that it's the money to return the gift. I'll wait for you to transfer the money. Qin Feng couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. His voice became excited. Hanging up the phone, he pulled her WeChat out of the blacklist and quietly waited for the transfer prompt. Jiang Manchue didn't care about Qin Feng's wrongness. She was full of thoughts about exchanging 100,000 for 20 million at the moment. And she only had $50,000 on hand. And she was still 50,000 short. Small loans have already been loaned out. Where else can she go to get $50,000? Thinking about it, her eyes glanced at her girlfriends who shouted at her. Jiang Manchue's best friend knew all about Qin Feng's deeds. At this moment, she heard Jiang Manchue say that she was only 50,000 short of $20 million. She was very excited. After all, once upon a time, Qin Feng's dog-licking stance was too deeply rooted in people's hearts. Now that he had money in a serious way, he should not have given up on this first love. Jiang Manchue promised herself to get $20 million to split $1 million for herself. 50,000 into $1 million business. Who does not do? She immediately from the credit card set 50,000 out to Jiang Manchue. Jiang Manchue got the money, turned over with gusto. The note states that it is the gift money Qin Feng gave himself in the past 4 years, and from now on it is a clean break with the past. Qin Feng returned an okay gesture, then told her that in the past 2 days he was in the Magic City, and friends party, may have to come back in 2 days. Let her at home good wait. Jiang Manchue busy not hesitate to return the message that they do not go anywhere. Just wait for him to come back at home. After receiving another emoji of a flying kiss from Qin Feng, she excitedly hugged her best friend to celebrate, and was full of joy as she fantasized about how she should spend the 20 million. She plans to get the money. First of all, to call a few handsome KTV young masters, singing and drinking, all-night party. Then she would buy designer bags and travel first class, and become a real celebrity in the fake celebrity circle. Then buy a house for your own retirement. Also buy a few nice clothes for your parents. Wearing a poor look every day. Disgraceful. She was thinking of the climax when the doorbell rang. Jiang Manchue thought it was a surprise prepared by Qin Feng for himself. The heart is happy. He said that he would be back in a couple of days. But in reality, as soon as he heard that he was going to give him a child, he couldn't wait to come over. Jiang Manchue felt very satisfied with Qin Feng's performance and decided to try to avoid him a bit when playing in the future. She ran to open the door with a big smile. Hated lying to people that it will be in 2 days. She clenched her voice in the middle of her sentence, and suddenly couldn't say any more, only to see 2 men and 1 woman standing outside the door. 3 people wearing uniforms. The uniforms were all of the same style. Blue shirts on top, black pants underneath. The national emblem on their hats, as well as the shoulder patches, police numbers, and armbands on their clothes were not missing. All of them carried a briefcase in their hands, and their expressions were serious as they asked, "Hello, is this Ms. Jiang Manchue?" I. Jiang Manchue was dumbfounded and didn't know whether to admit it or not, but the policeman didn't even wait for her to answer, and said directly, "Ms. Jiang Manchue, you are suspected of multiple fraud cases in gathering a crowd for lewdness. You are now subject to a mandatory summons. Please consciously put your handcuffs on." Boom! A bolt from the blue exploded in Jiang Manchue's mind. As if Jiang Manchue was really struck by lightning, she stood motionless in the doorway, constantly recalling the things she had done in the past few years. I didn't. We did it voluntarily, she explained with a face like dirt, terrified. Multiple people is illegal. Please cooperate with us, the police said coldly. Jiang Manchue was stiffly pulled up by the policewoman and handcuffed. For a moment, she felt her scalp numb and her heart in turmoil. At the thought that there was a real possibility of going to jail, she wanted to cry, wanted to beg for mercy, wanted to argue, wanted to splash around and beg not to take herself away. But in front of the 3 cold-faced police officers, she did not dare to do so. At this point, she got wise in a hurry and shouted, "I didn't do it voluntarily. They forced me." The police officer's expression gradually became serious. If things were really as she said, then the seriousness of the matter would be even greater. Chin Feng hung up the phone. Looking at the $100,000 in his cell phone, he smiled and shook his head. Even cheating people was much simpler after having money. This was something he hadn't expected. He planned to go to the prison to meet this woman in a few days. What about picking her out for being cheated by himself at that time? Or should he give her some hope and tell her that he is waiting for her outside, so that she can go to jail at ease, and then shake her in the face when she got out? Which was tougher? He pondered this as he made his way back into the restaurant. Having settled his ex, he was in a good mood at the moment. Looking at the table of untouched food, he said with apology, "Sorry, the chat was a bit long and delayed your meal." No. Brother Chin Feng quickly sit down. Peony pointed to the seat in the middle of herself and Zhong Oaao and waved at Chin Feng. After seeing the Rolls Royce, she obviously smiled a bit more flatteringly. "Humph, scum." She sat in the opposite seat, one foot on the other stool, revealing her white thighs with a very arrogant demeanor. Xiaoli had been talking about Chin Feng's messy breakup with her ex since she came back. She also imitated Chin Feng's tone and said, "How much money have I spent on you over the years?" I was worried that Chin Feng would say the same thing to her like that one day. If Chin Feng was the kind of man who would kick himself away after playing with himself, then she really didn't know what to do. When Chin Feng saw Xiaoli's big grin, he inexplicably wanted to discipline her. "Girls, sit without sitting. Can you find a husband in the future like this? What do you care if I find a husband or not?" Xiaoli glared at him defiantly. "Then what's it to you if I'm a scum?" Chin Feng kissed the side of Zhong Oaoa's face in front of her and cocked his head arrogantly. Xiaoli rubbed and got angry, only to see her cold face, picking up her cell phone and dialing 110, saying, "I will call the police now and sue you for molesting a woman." Chin Feng's face turned cold. The two of them were serious boyfriend and girlfriend. So what if the police came? But calling the police because of a little thing is too petulant. He got up and aggressively walked towards Xiaoli. "What do you want?" Xiaoli was fearless when she saw him coming. Chin Feng came in front of her and raised his hand high. "Try touching me if you dare?" Xiaoli screamed and stretched her pretty face over. She didn't believe that Chin Feng would make a move, especially in front of Zhong Oniware. Still, she couldn't help but close her eyes and let out a scream as she watched the slap fall heavily. Immediately afterward, she felt a breeze blow across her cheeks, and the expected pain did not come. Instead, her hand was empty and her cell phone was gone. Xiaoli opened her eyes, only to see the man playing with her cell phone. "Marred, asshole, give me back my phone." Xiaoli was furious and went to grab it, but she was only 165 tall and wore sandals. In front of Chin Feng, who was wearing height-enhancing shoes, it was like a little girl. Chin Feng originally just wanted to take away her cell phone to prevent her from calling the police, but after getting the cell phone, he unconsciously wanted to pry into other people's privacy. "I remember it's not illegal to look at other people's chat records, right?" Chin Feng smiled and clicked on the recent contacts. The topmost looked like a boy, and he didn't hesitate to tap in. The chat log showed a conversation between the two. "Ajay, boss. That senior you're eyeing. We've already tied him up for you. He's locked up in the classroom. Hurry up and get on." Xiaoli, when did I fancy him? How come I don't know?" "Ajay, don't pretend." "Boss, at the last orientation party, you said that guy sang really well. His throat knots were so sexy. We all heard it." "Xiaoli, get the hell out of here. Let the guy go." "Xiaoli, don't fuck around." Chin Feng hurriedly glanced at it before he could click on the second one. He saw Xiaoli standing on a stool and swooping towards him. Chin Feng only felt like he was jumped in the face by a monkey. The girl, ignoring the difference between men and women, wrapped her legs around her own body, and her hands went to wrench her arms as hard as she could, trying to snatch back her cell phone, shouting furiously, "I order you to return the phone to me immediately." Chin Feng was flat against his face and couldn't see a thing. Said sullenly, "You quickly go down, or I'll sue you for molesting a man. Scum, you already have a way to get killed." Chin Feng did not dare to play too much. It would be troublesome in case Zhong Oaoi got jealous and deducted his good sense. He twisted his head and wiped his face on Xiaoli's tablet and threw the phone back to her after taking advantage of it enough, and ignoring her man-eating eyes. Smilingly, he returned to Zhong Oaiko's side and calmly greeted the two sisters for dinner, as if everything is just a normal play between friends. She did not have too many thoughts about Xiaoli hugging Chin Feng, but just a little envious of Xiaoli's cheerfulness and spontaneity. She couldn't do what Xiaoli did to get along with Chin Feng so naturally. Guyanjian also wanted to play around with Chin Feng and then jump into his arms to be pampered. However, she had too many concerns and didn't dare to go on. so she could only keep giving Qin Feng hints through her eyes. The scene quieted down a bit. Qin Feng attentively pinched food for Zhong Oeoe, and said as if nothing had happened. Little baby, after dinner let's go sing in the afternoon? Singing definitely involves drinking. Last night the little bunny was the one who drank to add 20 points to her score. Qin Feng wanted to repeat the same trick. Dream on. Accompanying you scum to dinner is already giving you face. And you want to ask us to sing with you? Shelley hated Qin Feng at this point and immediately jumped out to oppose. If she's not going, are you two going? Qin Feng ignored her and turned his head to ask the two girls beside him. Oh, I'll go if I agree, Gyeonjian said back as she looked at Jongho Karls. Of course she wanted to go, but she didn't quite dare to say so in front of Shelley. Oh, to not go. He just wants to get you drunk and then plot against you, oh, Shelley advised. Faced with two sides pulling at her, Zhonghe with grave with ring above looked at Qin Feng without uttering a word in a difficult manner. Qin Feng said softly, baby, don't pay attention to that coffin board. Follow your inner thoughts. Not if you want to go. I won't blame you if you don't want to go. Shelley heard the coffin board people are angry stupid, viciously staring at Qin Feng, hate to pounce on him to bite him to death. It's just as well that my car can only seat 4 people. Minus the driver it's just the 3 of us. Perfect. Qin Feng snapped his fingers in excitement. The Rolls-Royce was 6 meters long but only had 4 seats. The rear seats were still 2 separate ones and not connected together. It was very inconvenient to do business. It's not as comfortable as Wang Gang's domestic car, which is only 5 meters long but has a huge amount of space in the back when it's emptied. Get an air mattress bed can also camp on it. And the panoramic sunroof can see the real starry sky once it is opened. It looks too much better than a Rolls-Royce with this kind of starry top. I've never sat in a Rolls-Royce before. Can brother let me take a few pictures? Peony said expectantly. Feel free to take pictures. You have a driver's license to give you drive anything, Qin Feng said dashingly. Wow, brother is also too generous. Right? Peony's eyes are filled with little stars, but still said in a subtle way. Tens of millions of cars I do not dare to drive. Rubbing a little to sell me cannot afford to pay. Ha ha ha. It's okay. There is insurance for fear of what? Nearly $500,000 a year of insurance cannot be paid in vain, Qin Feng laughed. A few people are arranging themselves, not paying attention to Shelley across the street. Shelley sat across the table listening to Qin Feng pretend. Angry restaurant chopsticks have bitten out a tooth mark. This scumbag called himself a coffin board after taking advantage of himself. Now he dared to ignore himself. Since she was a child, no man had ever dared to be so arrogant in front of her. She furiously said, no, you're not allowed to go. Qin Feng glanced at her lightly and teased. Your Highness, it's time to get up. Don't live in a dream all day long. Shelley said forcefully, oh Younghe and Peony, you are not allowed to go. What right do you have not to let them go? Your family lives by the Sia tube so wide. Qin Feng disliked. You don't have good intentions. Don't think I can't see it. Shelley glared angrily. Too lazy to care about you. Qin Feng looked disdainful. He gave Zhong Oeoe a piece of braised meat and said gently, come eat more meat. Only when you're full will you have the strength to sing. Zhong Oe superscript 1 per thousand weekly looked at the angry Shelley. Compared to her roommate who often took care of her, it was still her boyfriend who was a bit more important. Peony was about to speak. She wanted to open her mouth to invite Shelley to go to the KTV with her, but when she thought that the Rolls-Royce couldn't seat 4 people, she shut her mouth again. Seeing that no one spoke for her, Shelley was silent for a while, and then suddenly huffed again. I want to go too. Can't sit down. Are you willing to lie down in the trunk? Qin Feng asked with a smile. Shelley looked deeply at Qin Feng and said coldly, I'll drive. Qin Feng was praying for a little car accident along the way to blackmail her for $1 million or so. Unfortunately, this little girl car skills are very good, and the surrounding cars see Rolls-Royce have yielded. Waiting for the traffic light, the rear car stopped at least 80 meters apart. Qin Feng expressed regret. A group of people smoothly came to a KTV named Famous Club. The sales standing at the door saw the Rolls-Royce drive in and rushed out to greet them. Seeing the 3 beautiful watery girls coming out of the car, as well as a handsome man, the marketing guy had the good sense to follow beside the man. Brother, is this your first time in our store? Qin Feng, holding Zhong Oeo's hand, faintly hummed. What are the boss's requirements for the room? The boy enthusiastically inquired. No requirements, just get a better 1-inch, Qin Feng said. Good good. Boss, your name? I give you open a Supreme VLP box can? The marketing guy nodded and said, my last name is Qin. You see to it. Qin Feng also didn't ask how much money, directly followed the marketing and walked in. This KTV is very large. The hall is richly decorated. Passing by the front desk, a line of people did not stop, directly brought to the innermost box. As soon as they entered the door, their eyes were filled with pompous crystal chandeliers, emitting a dim light, surrounded by colorful spotlights, giving a feeling of a mini bar. 3 rows of sofas were in a semi-circumscribed shape, surrounding a noble wooden coffee table, facing the small stage and oversized screen. A snow velvet carpet covered half of the box, decorated with exquisite and luxurious ornaments, bright lights and design-filled furnishings. The degree of luxury of this box could be called a bullseye sentence. The 3 girls took their seats. Jono A superscript 1 per thousand had never been to this kind of place before. Her expression was a little nervous, sitting upright, a pair of big eyes looking around. Xiaoli, on the other hand, sat next to her in a relaxed manner, her legs crossed on the coffee table, glancing at Qin Feng with a squint. Peony sat at the jukebox and ordered a song, opening with a song called King of Love Songs. When the familiar music slowly played, it would always make people unconsciously hum along. Qin Feng took the tablet handed over by marketing to order drinks and quietly asked marketing, "What kind of wine is both good to drink and topping, and preferably looks fancy?" Marketing recommended some cocktails to Qin Feng that looked very fancy just by looking at their names. Vodka plus Sprite, whiskey plus Coke, Rio plus Jiang Shaobai. This type of high number of alcohol mixed with sweet sparkling water would become very delicious. The color of the drink is also beautiful, and it's served exclusively on a heart-style glowing tray for a great sense of ambience. A small glass is garnished with lemon ice cubes or something like that, and there's basically no taste of alcohol when you take a sip. At first, everyone was a little nervous, but when the 2 glasses of wine, the song started, the atmosphere immediately came up. Jono Ao was wearing a small red face, wearing a long light yellow halter dress that she bought for her yesterday, with a bow hair band on her head. The hemline of her dress reached mid-thigh, a big enough improvement from the last long dress that reached her knees. Snow-white skin, a proper sitting posture, plus big, innocent and beautiful eyes quietly peeking at herself. Qin Feng secretly sighed, this level of beauty simply no one can hold. If not for the 2 eye-catching guys next to her, this VLP box would have turned into a battlefield. I'm afraid. Qin Feng sat down next to her, picked up a dice cup with 5 dice and handed it to Jono Ao. Brother will teach you a bragging game. You take a shake, look at your own dice, and then guess the total number of dice between the 2 of us, such as how many 3s there are in total, or how many 4s. The 2 of you take turns calling out the number, and you can only call out larger numbers. If I call out 5 3s, you can only call out 5 4s or more. If you don't believe we have 5 3s, you can choose to open my lid. If the 2 dice add up to 5 or more 3s, then you drink, and vice versa for me. This kind of dice shaking is the most basic way to play. It can be played by multiple people and goes down quickly. I've never played it before, Zheng Oao said nervously. She was worried that playing badly would spoil Qin Feng's fun. Hee. It's because I saw that you haven't played it before that I played it with you. Qin Feng smiled crookedly. He wasn't too familiar with this kind of small game on the drinking table, but it was still okay to bully a novice. Okay. Zheng Oao took the dice cup and gently shook it twice, lifting a slit and quietly glancing at it before covering it, carefully looking as if she was defusing a bomb. Qin Feng smiled and shook it twice. Without even looking at it, he directly shouted, 5 6s. Although Zheng Oai only glanced at it, she remembered her own dice clearly. She didn't have a single 6. The opponent only had a total of 5 dice, and the chances of all 6s were very, very small. However, she didn't know if Qin Feng wanted to win or lose and secretly observed Qin Feng's expression and said weakly, 6 6s. Qin Feng was startled, feeling that he had met his match. He busily opened the compote box and took a look. He actually had 4 SAXS. That meant that the opposite side only needed 2 SAXS to win the game. He pondered for a moment and shouted stiffly, 7 SAXS. Zheng Oai felt a little hard done by. She didn't have a single 6. If she continued to shout, would Qin Feng think she was a novice and not want to play with her? At this time, Xiaoli could not sit still when she heard 7 6s. She went up and opened Zheng Oa's dice and took a look. Unbelievably, she looked up at Zheng Oai. What are you hesitating for? Do you know how to play? You can open him at 5 6s. Ah. Saying that, he lifted the compulsion and there was not a single 6 on the plate. Qin Feng's face was hot. The feeling of being let down by a girl was a bit embarrassing. In order to cover it up, he directly smothered a glass of wine. Xiaoli took a look at Qin Feng being so good at bullying and pushed Zheng Oai and squeezed herself over. Go away. I'll play with him. I don't play with kids. Qin Feng said, refusing. His target was Zheng Oai. Oh, you're afraid you won't dare to play, Xiaoli said contemptuously. I'm afraid to drink you lying down. When the airplane in the sky thinks it can land here. Xiaoli heard the word airplane, 2 words, no is not what words, did not wait for him to finish, jumped up, barefoot on the sofa, angrily interrupted. I've been putting up with you for a long time. Don't think I wouldn't dare to hit you if you're rich. Qin Feng saw her like a fried kitten, milky and fierce. He couldn't help but molest. I'm sorry, The airplane shouldn't land because there are 2 pits on the runway. You want to die, old lady, to fulfill you. Xiaoli completely exploded, lifting her foot to kick at Qin Feng. When it was too late, Qin Feng saw a small white and tender foot zooming in front of his eyes. With years of experience in fighting, he quickly grabbed the girl's small foot. At this moment, the girl's delicate foot was only a few centimeters away from his face. Close-up view. The ankle is rounded and small, like a delicate cloud, light and pleasing to the eye. Grip on the hand feels soft and silky, long and thin. Side eye from the bottom to look up. Into the eye is the girl's bare legs, snow white. Fortunately, the girl was wearing hot pants, or else the position of the legs are not able to keep any secrets. Let go. Xiaoli's first time being grabbed by a man's big hand on her ankle. Her face was red with shame, wanting to headbutt this bastard. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth hooked, slightly exerting force to throw her foot outward. In Xiaoli's shocked cry, her body fell towards the ground. There was a pop sound. Xiaoli fell straight onto the carpet. Sisterly, are you alright? Zhong went up to help Xiaoli with her hands and feet in a hurry. Xiaoli felt her face being disgraced after being helped up and sat on the ground indignantly. What kind of man are you bullying a woman? Sorry, didn't control it. Are you alright? Qin Feng gentlemanly finished apologizing. See her alive and well, alright, look. Then only began to reason. Who told you to move your hands and feet? I'm a reflex. I'm not finished with you, Xiaoli said and was about to pounce on her again. Qin Feng pressed her head with one hand. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't move forward even a little bit. Being a person should have self-awareness. You're a thin-armed and thin-legged. Coming over is not enough for me to have a bite to eat. Pouncing on a hammer, I'm going to kill you. Xiaoli cannot get close. Can only venting swing up small fists whack Qin Feng's thigh. That force, a little comfortable. Enough is enough. Whack down again, I kind of wanna go for a massage. You want to play can also. How about taking off your clothes if you lose? Xiaoli whacked twice, and her heart subsided a little. She threw her head away, twisted away from Qin Feng's control and glared. You don't want to take advantage of me, Qin Feng exclaimed. Little girl, you have to speak with your own conscience. Where is the cheapness to take advantage of on you? Xiaoli was furious. Her eyes glanced left and right and saw the man's arm close at hand, so she hugged his arm and bit down hard. Let go. I was wrong. Qin Feng let out a gurgling scream in pain. Seeing that the woman had no intention of letting go of his mouth, he had the bright idea to reach out and tickle this woman, wanting her to open her mouth. As a result, he accidentally touched her flat mound and was instantly met with even more violent bites. Fortunately, Xiaoli did not learn Xia like biting while shaking her head, or else the meat will be bitten a piece away. Xiaoli bites for a while and tastes the faint flavor of blood before releasing her mouth. Qin Feng took a look at his arm and immediately drew a breath of cold air. Mad. This bitch must belong to the dog. The blood marks are all bitten out. Brother, are you alright? Zhong used a tissue to dry the saliva on his arm and looked at the wound with a heartbroken face and said, You shouldn't provoke sisterly. She has a bad temper. She started it, and in the end she wants me to not provoke her? Where's the promised equality between men and women? Qin Feng pointed at his wounds and screamed. Xiaoli also saw his wounds and said with a little bit of weakness, You deserve it. Who told you to say that my bear is small? I shit. The truth is not allowed to say. Red second generation is so bullying, shouted Qin Feng. I'm warning you to be careful what you say. Don't spit on people, Xiaoli said sharply. Qin Feng would like to retort to her a sentence, but think of the other party is after all a girl. His own obscene language a little too classless. He snorted coldly, lazy and you general knowledge. He didn't want to waste his time on a girl with a score below 90, so he turned his head and said to Zhong Baby, before it was always you who sang to me. How about today I come and perform my famous song for you? Zhong blinked curiously and obediently nodded her head. Qin Feng let Peony, who was sitting and watching the show, order the song, then picked up the microphone and started to groove. He used to love this song and sang along every day, learning it with style. I drink drunkenness in the middle of the room. I like freedom very much. I often make mistakes and love to lie, but I will always feel guilty. His voice was magnetic, with a little bit of hoarseness, coupled with the vicissitudes of temperament. Singing this song could not be more suitable. As soon as he opened his voice, the other 3 girls unconsciously stopped their movements and listened to him sing in peace. Why bother with me? A scoundrel like me. Living most of my life is still a failure, but you die without changing your mind and smiling with me. Even if it's bad I can't bear it. Sneaking around as a monster. After the chorus was finished, the girls looked at him differently. The dim light shone on the man's deep silhouette, that charming voice, gentle eyes, and gangly smile. The girls were unconsciously mesmerized, especially when this man sings this song. It gives people a feeling of the prodigal son returning. Xiaoli, who was obviously still angry, suddenly felt that this man didn't seem so hateful. She inexplicably had an urge to forgive this man. The song of a scoundrel was finished. Qin Feng was slightly embarrassed to see the three girls staring straight at him. In order to alleviate the situation, he took the microphone and said seriously to Xiaoli, "Xiaoli, when I was singing just now, I always had a question I wanted to ask you." This sound startled the disoriented Xiaoli, who looked at Qin Feng's serious eyes and inexplicably felt flustered. Adolescent girls especially love to fantasize. Her head at the moment is full of images of Qin Feng's sudden confession. Just after singing a love song, he asked himself, what did he want to say? Xiaoli's heart was beating hard, her ears were hot, and she swallowed her words like Zhong Oai. What do you want to ask? But she didn't expect Qin Feng to point to the teeth marks on her arm and seriously questioned, have you gotten your rabies vaccine? Xiaoli froze, reacted with annoyance and lifted the pillow on the sofa to go after Qin Feng. Qin Feng ran away with a cheeky grin. The box was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. It seemed like people with backbone were able to do whatever they wanted like this. She didn't know where her backbone was and could only sit silently fuming. Qin Feng immediately stopped fooling around once he saw that the little girl seemed a little upset. For Zhong Oa superscript 1 per thousand. He couldn't just flirt and play around like he did with Xiaoli. This was because Zhong A with grave A with ring above had something he wanted to get, which made it impossible for him to be spontaneous. Baby, what are you thinking about? Qin Feng sat down beside her and wrapped one arm around her waist. What you saw? She was the one who moved. I didn't take the initiative to provoke her, Qin Feng hurriedly explained. Well, I know Zhong Oa's eyes dropped. Seeing that she was still unhappy, Qin Feng brought 2 glasses of wine and said, don't think nonsense, come drink with your brother. Zhong Oyu obediently took the wine cups and clinked them with him taking small sips. Let's play dice again. This time you are not allowed to let me know? Aha. Xiaoli saw the two of them sitting together and inexplicably felt uncomfortable inside, so she squeezed in to join in the fun as well. I want to play too. Qin Feng didn't want her to get involved, but he didn't dare to refuse the second generation of red. Besides, people are after all Zhong Oa's roommate, so it's not good to make a scene. There's no dice. You go to the front desk and get 2 dice. The 4 of us together. Xiaoli beamed. This kind of chore she usually didn't do. However, in order to be able to teach Qin Feng a lesson, she still winded up and ran out. Seeing that the guy who was in the way had left, Qin Feng started to trick the white rabbit into drinking. But he didn't know if it was a matter of luck or skill. He lost more than he won a few times. Luckily, the little white rabbit's drinking capacity wasn't great either, and after a few cups his drunkenness was obvious. Looking at him in a daze from time to time, Qin Feng appropriately stopped the dice and hugged her and said some earthy words of love. His tongue wasn't very good, but it was very effective in dealing with this kind of inexperienced little girl. Within a couple of sentences, Zhong A with grave A with ring above was coaxed into obedience. She leaned in Qin Feng's arms and became much bolder, asking the question that had been pressed in her heart today. Brother, will you suddenly not want me one day like you did with your ex-girlfriend? Qin Feng looked at the little white rabbit's frightened eyes, slightly distressed. Fool, how could I possibly not want you? After saying that, he gently pinched Zhong Oa's face and softly explained, do you want to know why brother dumped her? Why? Zhong Oa's eyes were full of incomprehension. It's a bit embarrassing to say this out loud, but since I truly want to be with you, I'm not going to lie to you. Qin Feng pulled up the investigation report that Zhou Lily had given him and held his cell phone out to Zhong Oa. I used to love her so much that I even gave her all the money I had on me for a while. At that time I naively thought that she loved me just as much. I just didn't realize that. Then she saw the shocking investigation report. This woman called Jiang Manhua even didn't know enough and ran to other men to ask for money, and rolled with multiple men. There was such a shameless woman in the world. She was shocked. If you become like her in the future, then... Zhong Oai immediately interrupted Qin Feng's words, his voice unprecedentedly firm. Brother, I will only give you one person in my life. Well, I believe in you. Qin Feng smiled and hugged her, pecking her on the lips in front of Peony, softly saying, but what happens in the future is anyone's guess. If you want to leave me, remember to make sure to talk to me in advance. I'll agree. No, as long as brother still loves me, even if I die, I will die in my brother's house. The girl's persistence touched Qin Feng's soft heart. Adolescent girls, always moving in love, as if life is only 20 years. Silly and endearing. If you're going to say that, then there's nothing you can do. Brother promises to support you for the rest of your life. Okay? Qin Feng pinched her chin with his thumb and forefinger and said with a doting face, young girls valued promises the most, and it didn't matter if the man in front of her did it or not in the long years to come. Anyway, at this moment she believed the man's words. There were tears flashing in Zhong Oa's eyes. Happiness came too suddenly. She did not know how to greet. So she gathered her courage and took the initiative to kiss the man's lips once again. System tip, Jong A with grave A with ring above S favorability +9. Oko, why is it +9? AOAA, your character has collapsed. What about the promised increase of 10 points each time? Why is it always a little bit worse? For the sake of this little bit of goodwill, do I really have to pretend to have an incurable disease and put on a bitter love show with her when my life is in danger? Wouldn't it be too bloodthirsty? Shin Feng thought in his heart. He did have such an intention before. Shin Feng, who was familiar with the literature of youthful love and hurt, believed that only a love that was engraved in his heart could make a girl completely fall in love with him, but now it was a bit intolerable. This is, after all, a living person, but also a beauty. Knit brows and smile are intoxicating, especially looking at the girl's deep and loving eyes. He couldn't do it as coldly as he did with the NPC. Who would want to let such a girl suffer a little bit? Shin Feng kissed the girl and secretly thought of other ways. At this time, a message came from his cell phone. Wang Gang, boss, the girl who just came out seems to have gotten into a fight with someone else. Shin Feng took a look. No wonder he hadn't seen anyone for half a day. So he had gotten into trouble. The red second generation is really cowhide. Any place dares to be reckless. He casually made up an excuse to let Zhong Oakawa's two people stay in the box, and then he hurriedly called up Zhong Oakawa's wife. Then he hurriedly called up Wang Gang, who was standing at the door, and walked towards the incident point. Xiaoli had just rushed to the front desk to get the dice, and when she passed by an open door of the box, she accidentally bumped into a young lady who ran out from inside. The young lady was dressed very cool, pink halter top with a small skirt, carrying a bag with a very flustered look. After bumping into someone, there is no apology. Stabilize the body shape and turn around to run. Xiaoli is not much temper. Very polite, said sorry, but see inside followed out a tattooed man. A hand grabbed the hand of the young lady. That man's big waist, round face, horizontal meat, head 2 centimeters of inch hair, voice rough and low, paralyzed. The wine is not finished. What are you running for? Big brother, please let me go. I won't take this order, the young lady begged for mercy with a bitter face. The old man is not give money. You step horse out to do, let my big brother touch. How? Tattooed man said to pull the woman into the box. He, that is called touch? The young lady pulled at the door frame, and refused to go in. I'm only responsible for accompanying the wine. At the beginning of all said, well, big brother beg you to change someone else it. My big brother looks on you as to give you face. Don't fucking give face, not face. Tattooed man turned his head to threaten. The young lady was scared not to speak, tears in the eye sockets, still refused to let go. The tattooed man turned around and was about to rip her hand away, when he inadvertently found Xiaoli standing next to him in a playful manner. The little girl looks youthful and charming, especially the pair of big white legs, looking at people drooling. The tattooed man's eyes lit up and said frivolously, yo, the chick is quite handsome. Standing at the door is not wanting to come in for a drink? Xiaoli's brows tightened, her disgust overflowing. This man does not look like a good person. Growing up under the red flag, Xiaoli had a strong sense of justice and should have gone to stop such forced behavior. But this woman was an escort. Since she chose to do this business, she should have the awareness of encountering such customers. Xiaoli didn't want to be a saintly mother. She had helped others out too many times before, and afterward, the victim didn't say anything and she herself was vilified instead. So now she only saved the people she cared about around her. The other cats and dogs she was too lazy to save. Xiaoli glared at the tattooed man, bypassing these two men and continuing to walk forward, only to hear the man's bitchy voice ringing behind her. Little girl, your number accompanied by the brother to play a bit. Play Nima. Xiaoli grumpily turned around and cursed. Since she was a child, no one has ever dared to speak to her like this. As a second-generation redhead, she was thankful that she didn't bully others. No ungrateful one had the guts to molest her yet. Little girl is quite hot, dressed like this. Aren't you out to get money? Fishing for you. The tattooed man grinned. He had been out for a long time and had more or less a brain. See, their own this bodyline, but also have the courage to talk dirty girl more or less something. Maybe it's a little girl who comes out to mix. Maybe it's a little bit of money in the family, and $1,000 for everything. No matter what, do not know the bottom to pick trouble, easy to get into trouble. The tattooed man endured the breath, no longer take care of Xiaoli, and forcefully dragged the accompanying girl into the box. Help! I'm not doing it. Little girl, please help me, call the manager over. Accompanied by the drinking lady's sister, full of tears, looked at Xiaoli, hoping that she could help herself. When the tattooed man heard that even this woman dared to not give him face, he was instantly on fire. Sap! He slapped the woman in the face. Grass mud horse, gave you face right? If you can't fix others, you can't cure an escort girl? The escort girl covered her face with a look of despair. Xiaoli was smart enough not to go forward to the theory. In broad daylight, this man dared to hit someone? She immediately took out her cell phone and called the criminal police brother she knew. It was at this time that another drunken voice came out of the box. Mountain gun. What's all the noise outside? Why do I hear a bitch cursing? A man with a naked upper body pushed open the door of the box and walked out. He looked a little thinner than the tattooed man from earlier, but not much better, with the same fat head and a long knife scar on his chest that looked hideous. A hint of sinister violence flashed in his smiling eyes from time to time. Brother Tiger? Just that little girl. Her nature is quite strong. I asked her if she came out to play. She opened her mouth and cursed. Oh, the scarred man followed his little brother's guidance and looked up at Shelly, who was preparing to make a phone call, and suddenly his eyes lit up. This chick is quite good looking. Her legs are also good. It's just that her bear is a little small. Hey, little girl, the courage is not small. Dare to scold the old man's people? The scarred man said, slowly walking up. Shelly did not answer him. Slightly backed up 2 steps and waited for the phone to connect, but I did not expect the busy sound of being hung up to come from the phone. She knew in her heart that the other party was busy. Hurriedly operated the cell phone to dial the director's uncle's number. At this time, the scarred man suddenly a quick step in front of Shelly. Grabbed her cell phone. Then he grabbed her hand and pulled her towards the box. Little bitch, come in and play with me. Shelly let out a scream and cursed angrily. Let go. You stinking idiot. If you don't let go, I'll send you in, believe it or not. I would like to go back to live for 2 days. You have the ability to come on. Scarred man rely on the strong body. A moment to Shelly dragged into the room. As the door closed with a bang, the light dimmed. Shelly looked at the man's drunken appearance, slightly panicked, because this kind of man can do anything when he's drunk. If she was violated here, then even if she killed these brutes, it wouldn't make up for her loss. As soon as she thought of this, she hurriedly identified herself. My father is Zhuang Zhengji, the head of the Mordor Zhuang family. Be honest if you're sensible. The Zhuang family in Magic City was an old and powerful family. Most of the family were officials. Zhuang Zhengji is a big man in charge of the force organization in Magic City. It's impossible for a person who mixes with the Jianghu not to know this name. Zhuang Xiuli's identity generally cannot be said, especially in public. It is easy to have a bad influence on his father. It will also bring her into the limelight. But there was no way out now. If he didn't show his cards, God knows what would happen. Who are you scaring? If you are the Zhuang family's daughter, then I am the Jade Emperor. The scarred man didn't believe it at all. A girl casually grabbed in the KTV said she was the Zhuang family's 1,000 gold? Play? I've seen too many sci-fi movies. Be a good companion, lousy drink. Coax me happy, maybe can let you go. Otherwise, he drank the wine deliriously said. Even if you are a real 1,000 gold, lousy will force a cool. Zhuang Xiaoli saw that lifting up her old dad didn't work. Finally there was a hint of fear. She didn't dare to bet on whether the other party dared to do so. She desperately tried to calm herself down, her eyes glancing at the door of the room, thinking about how to get away and run out. But the doorway was guarded by a straggling minion that, he was just tall enough to cover the glass on the door, preventing those outside from seeing what was going on inside. Zhuang Xiaoli gulped and stuttered. Big brother, you're still young. Don't go down the path of crime. Ha 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 ha. Martyr laughed me to death. The scarred man laughed maniacally a few times before his face suddenly turned cold. This sentence was one of his least favorite to hear. A lurid light flashed in his eyes as he said in a wild and untamed manner, I still really want to taste what a big shot's daughter tastes like. After saying this, he pressed Zhuang Xiaoli's shoulders with both hands and was about to forcibly kiss her. Zhuang Xiaoli's nervous heart was about to jump out. When all means of defense failed, she could only pray for someone to save her. Help! Zhuang Xiaoli let out a high decibel scream, but the soundproofing of this KTV box was notoriously good. No matter how much she shouted for help, it was useless. Looking at the man's fat face coming closer and closer, she felt like she was about to suffocate. Just when she was desperate, suddenly bang sound, the door of the box was kicked open, and the minion at the door was kicked to the ground. Zhuang Xiaoli turned her head to look, only to see from the outside walked into a tall and upright temperament of the man. He stood there with a straight posture, like a green pine, and his broad and powerful shoulders seemed to be able to block all the wind and waves. His sunny and handsome face carried a cynical smile, exuding unrivaled charm under the dim light. When Zhuang Xiaoli saw the visitor, she cried out in a million surprises. Jagged man, save me. Qin Feng's smile faltered as he glanced at her in disgust and asked, Missy, didn't you tell them who your father is? They don't believe me. Zhuang Xiaoli said anxiously, why are there so many brainless ones in this world? Qin Feng sighed, and after seeing the scene, he admired the scarred man holding her. Brothers playing quite big. Even her you guys dare to move? How awesome. The scarred man's eyes narrowed as he sized up Qin Feng as well as the big tall man behind him and asked in a cold voice, Brother, who are you? After Wang Gang entered the door, His eyes were like electricity as he swept over the several brawny men one by one. He judged that these people's fighting strength was not as good as Luo's two henchmen, and he should not be able to use the wolf spray if he did not take a weapon. He secretly said a pity. He hadn't had a chance to try how effective it was even after buying it for so long. It doesn't matter who I am. I advise you to let go of this woman, or else you can't afford the consequences. Qin Feng said with a calm smile as he relied on his supernatural powers. Don't play this set to the old man. Really think the old man is scared? Although the words say so, but the scarred man voice or a little weak. Look at Qin Feng's dress does not look like an ordinary person. The face of their own side of the 5 people are not at all false, but also a look of emboldened. Especially behind him is that big tall man. Temperament calm, expression cold. Eyes revealed not to treat themselves as a person's contempt. The more he looked like a bodyguard from a rich family. In case what he grabbed was a real 1,000 gold. Then the consequences. At the thought of this, the scarred man immediately sobered up 3 times and yelled. Even if her father is the director. I didn't do anything to her. Just invited her to have a drink. The big deal is to lock me up for a few days. He himself just hugged, and didn't even kiss. According to previous experience, the most detention for 5 to 10 days. The scarred man kept cheering for himself. Big brother, what you're talking about might be the law of public order punishment, but I'm talking about the criminal law. The crime of indecent assault can be sentenced to a maximum of 5 years, you know? Qin Feng could see that he was a bit of a wimp and shook his head with a smile. Walking over to the sofa and sitting down, he leisurely said, forcibly hugging a woman is considered indecent assault, and you happen to belong to the gathering of people to forcibly molest or insult a woman. The sentencing standard is 5 years in prison. You don't think the law will favor you, do you? Qin Feng finished slowly. The few people in the box didn't dare to breathe a single breath. A drop of cold sweat broke out on the scarred man's forehead. He was well aware of how much energy the big shots possessed, and once the line was drawn, then people like himself wouldn't be able to escape the law at all. He tightly tugged on Xiaoli's wrist, holding on to a glimmer of hope as he stiffly said, how do you prove that she is the real Chen Jin? Joke, why would I give you proof? You'll naturally know when the police come over later. I just came over to give you a chance to beg for mercy. Qin Feng poured himself a glass of beer and drank it while observing their expressions with a smile. Each of them had tattoos of dragons and tigers on their bodies. They looked fierce and looked bluffing. But now, they were in a state of panic, looking at each other like schoolchildren who had done something wrong. At the beginning of going out to pull the escort lady of the mountain gun are almost scared to pee. He wasn't afraid of going to jail. He was just afraid of messing with the wrong people. He quietly let go of the escort, spread his hands to show that he has nothing to do with this matter. The escort lady regained her freedom and didn't run out, but hid behind Qin Feng and the two of them, curiously watching the development of the matter. Zhuang Xiaoli's eyes had been on Qin Feng since he appeared. Seeing him bring the situation under control in a few words, Zhuang Xiaoli inexplicably felt a sense of security, and the joy in her eyes grew more and more prevalent. Qin Feng sensed her eyes and thought that she was signaling him to let the scarred man let go as well. So he spoke. If you let go of that woman now, it's not too late. I can promise to let you go if you have a good attitude in admitting your mistake. As for whether or not someone's old man will let you go, it has nothing to do with me. Qin Feng silently added in his heart. Hear that? Still not let go? Zhuang Xiaoli flung her hand and called out. Although she didn't want to let go of these bastards just like that, since Qin Feng said so, she was willing to listen to Qin Feng's arrangement. The scarred man had planned to let go of the woman, but he was afraid that they would flip out and not recognize him. Besides, these were all their side of the story. He always felt that the woman he casually dragged along shouldn't be the daughter of a big brother. However, he had never seen anyone who dared to falsely claim that their father was a director. This undoubtedly made him even more broken inside. It was at this time that the woman took advantage of him being shaken and fought to shake her hand, breaking away from his grip with a jerk, then turned around and ran. Scarred man subconsciously reached out and grabbed the woman's clothes in an attempt to keep her, but he didn't realize that there was a sound. The woman's polo shirt was torn off a piece down, revealing the bare and bright shoulders and a little lace. The crowd was shocked. Zhuang Xiaoli was even more startled. She hurriedly ran towards Qin Feng and ducked into his arms. Qin Feng stood up and frowned slightly. I didn't do it on purpose, the scarred man said tremblingly as he felt as if things had gotten big. At this time, outside the box into a large group of people, KTV boss Hua Jianjun received a phone call. Said the store came to a Rolls-Royce open big customers. He hurriedly drove to the store, intending to go over to make friends with this kind of rich people. As a result, once he entered the door, he saw that the sales guy who called him was leading a whole bunch of security guards to level things out. He went up and asked before realizing that. It turned out that the big customer said that his woman was pulled in by the other boxes. Hua Jianjun was anxious on the spot. can afford to drive a Rolls Royce is not rich, worth at least hundreds of millions of dollars. If this kind of person has an accident in his own territory, then the reputation of his store is considered ruined. He rushed to the door of the box with a group of people. Who dares to rob people on my turf? Once the scarred man saw the people, it was like seeing a savior, and he hurriedly greeted them with a smile and got close. Brother Jun, I'm Tiger, do you remember me? Huo Jianjun recognizes that this person is one of his friend's men, and his face tightens, but then he looks at the man and woman hugging each other on the other side. The girl's clothes were torn open and the man's face was as cold as frost. Huo Jianjun instantly understood what was going on. Without a word he lifted his foot and kicked the scarred man to the ground, pointing at him and coldly commanding the people around him, beat him to death. The security guards who came in were also ruthless characters. Without saying a word, they directly directed a crazy output at the scarred man. Poo 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 poo. Ah ah ah. Miserable screams accompanied by the sound of flesh being struck resounded in the box. The rest of the people didn't make a sound. Qin Feng glanced faintly without opening his mouth. And Zhuang Shelley even buried her face in his embrace, oblivious to anything else. Ah, don't fight. I'm wrong. The scarred man on the ground held his head and bitterly begged for mercy. His several brothers looked at each other and tacitly sneaked into the corner for fear of attracting attention. At this time, in the VLP private box, Peony waited for a while and couldn't resist the loneliness, and said to Zhong Oai, "What's going on? It's not even if Shirley doesn't come back for half a day. Why doesn't your man come back too?" There was a bit of provocation in her words. However, Zhong Oai superscript 1 per thousand did not hear it and replied dumbly, "I don't know. I said your heart is really big." Just now the two of them eye to eye you did not react at all. "If I had to be angry," Peony righteous indignation said. "They are quite good like this." Zhong Oai's eyes flashed with a hint of envy. "That's good? I'm telling you, a man has to be managed. Otherwise he might be doing something right next door." Guiyunjian got more and more energized and suggested, "Why don't we go out and look for it? You go ahead. I'm going to wait here for him to come back." He said before he left that he wanted himself not to run around. What if he comes back and can't see himself? "Aren't you worried about them being together?" Hyunji said sourly as she glanced at her phone. "No, I won't. I trust him." Zhong Oai turned off her phone and raised her head to look at the song MV on the screen in a daze. And only after a while did she say quietly, "If they truly love each other, then I will bless them. Okay, then I will also bless you." Guiyunjian was completely speechless to this kind of love brain and quietly rolled her eyes. Ordered a favorite song to start singing by herself. This box is equivalent to a suite. There's no shortage of food and drink, and inside there's a lounge, a chess hall, and a separate bathroom. It was quite good to just play here, and she was too lazy to go out and look for Qin Feng. On the one hand, she was a delicate little cutie, and on the other hand, she was a proud and capricious real Chenjin. She couldn't think of any qualifications she had to compete with these two goods for a man. What's more, that man was young, golden, suave and sweet-tongued. He must have eaten and seen a lot of beautiful women. Even if he tied himself up and sent him up, he might not be able to flirt with him. Thinking of this, Peony still feels that it's safer to hold on to the thighs of these two roommates, pleasing both sides. No matter if Qin Feng ends up with one of them, she can act as a bridge in the middle and help them pass on the news. If that man wanted to take both of them together, he would have to bribe himself anyway. Peony grinned and sang a few songs prettily. The door of the box was pushed open. Their VLP's box was locked, and outsiders couldn't get in except for the cardholder. Only Shaoli and Qin Feng walked in. Peony's eyes stared and she really noticed something unusual. Shaoli was actually wearing Qin Feng's white shirt, while Qin Feng himself had put on a t-shirt from somewhere. These two people. Progress is also too fast. Right. Go out for half an hour. Get clothes or gone? Peony's eyes are written with shock. Shaoli just accidentally ripped the clothes. I lent her mine to wear. Qin Feng came in and saw the two women's strange eyes and explained with a smile. Then he walked himself over to Zhong A with grave with ring above and sat down next to her, hugged her and gave her a kiss, saying, Zhong Oai was a little embarrassed by the kiss. She didn't know what had happened to them. Listening to Qin Feng's tone it seemed like something unpleasant had happened. She glanced at the exasperated Zhuang Xiaoli and said with concern, Sister Li, are you alright? Before Zhuang Xiaoli stepped into this box, she still felt that Qin Feng was a good man. After coming in, she couldn't help but feel angry for some reason. Nothing. She sat on the sofa and turned her face away, snorting coldly. Zhong Oai is still a bit uneasy. Don't pay any attention to her. Princess disease is like this. Air it out and you'll be fine. Qin Feng took the microphone and put it in Zhong Oai's hand and said with a smile, Sing a song of 7 miles for your brother. I didn't get a kick out of it last time. She gave a soft Qin Feng asked Peony to help him order a song. Then he sips on a small wine and listens to Zhong Oai's clean and ethereal singing voice. The mood was very relaxed. Zhuang Xiaoli was staring at Qin Feng with gritted teeth. In her heart, she cursed madly. Dog man. Just now he was hugging himself to comfort him, but now he turns his face and disowns him. Scum. Sea King. Scum. Big stallion. Sooner or later into the piggy bank. Qin Feng once again felt Zhuang Xiaoli's burning gaze and said strangely, "What are you looking at me for? I can tell you. I'm the man you're destined not to get. You don't want toad to eat." Zhuang Xiaoli couldn't bear it and ran over to pinch Qin Feng. "You're the toad." Qin Feng was pinched and couldn't open his mouth, and he didn't dare to move his hands again, lest Zhong Oao had an opinion. Zhuang Xiaoli cha finished, and then made a scene to spar with him. An afternoon noisy, singing and drinking, unknowingly played into the night. During the KTV boss ran to mix a familiar face, sent a bottle of Hennessy Richard. Qin Feng secretly checked the price. More than 50,000. After that, the boss sent Zhuang Xiaoli a shopping card, said it was a shock fee. Zhuang Xiaoli refused to take it. She is very sensitive to this kind of thing, because the tutelage is very strict. The boss did not force. When he left, bowed his head and looked at Qin Feng and Zhuang Xiaoli with eyes full of awe. He said that he would wait for Qin Feng to be free some other day, and asked the scar-faced boss to make amends to Qin Feng and Zhuang Xiaoli together. Qin Feng casually perfunctory 2 sentences. Zhuang Xiaoli is even more dry clear refused. No need to think to know. These people are trying to climb her father's relationship. This is the reason why Zhuang Xiaoli does not dare to go around saying my father is so and so. Once you get involved with these people or are targeted by them, it is an extremely dangerous thing. After the song, check out. The receptionist boy said that the boss had waived the bill. Qin Feng insisted on asking about the price. The little brother said that the box fee is 12,000, and the drinks are more than 6,000. Qin Feng transferred 20,000 to him and said, "Consider this your tip. Don't tell your boss." The receptionist's eyes reddened at the sight of the money, and he nodded to receive it. He originally wanted to keep the money all to himself, but his honest character made him think that this money should be considered a box fee, thinking that in case the boss and the guests had something to say, it would be troublesome to involve himself at that time. So he foolishly ran to tell the boss that he had received money from others. Hua Jianjun angry, the stupid fork scolded a bloody head. In the end, he didn't dismiss him because he was honest and didn't ask him to turn in the money Qin Feng gave him. He just let him find a way to maintain Qin Feng. The receptionist was ecstatic, and according to the rules of the industry, he sent out a circle of friends every day hoping that Qin Feng would come over to play. The rich second-generation circle of friends was now basically occupied by the service industry, which was mostly filled with advertisements for food, drink and fun. What car tuning, outdoor camping, online games, villa parties, nightclub bars. Some dude rich second generation. Every day's daily routine is to wake up at noon to open the circle of friends to brush a brush. After seeing a certain interest in the circle of friends, will contact each other to let it provide services. Every day play until 3 or 4 o'clock in the evening, occasionally overnight. It can be described as hard to the extreme. Qin Feng's circle of friends is also gradually approaching that aspect. Ads for spa clubs, ads for KTVs, ads for luxury car sales, ads for hotels. Just now, while singing at the KTV, Peng Jinyan even sent a message saying that her cat could do a backflip. Qin Feng was curious and asked her to take a video to see. As a result, he saw a floor-to-ceiling mirror, which reflected a woman performing a standing one-word horse. The cool dress, then her cat are wearing less. The upright Qin Feng seriously watched the video she sent and firmly clicked a report. Strictly put an end to the bad style. Qin Feng several people from the KTV out already almost evening. Seeing that Qin Feng was an outsider, Zhuang Xiaoli proposed to take him to meet the iconic Oriental Pearl Tower in Magic City. Qin Feng was also curious about what was inside the Pearl of the Orient, and it just so happened that Zhong Oao had never been there either. So on WeChat bought the most expensive VLPQ free tickets, a 368, but also with the air rotating restaurant buffet. This price even the former Qin Feng can afford to spend. Walking into the Oriental Pearl Tower, in the queue-free fast-track area, it took about 10 minutes of queuing to get on the super-fast elevator. It had to be said that the elevator was really fast. It only took 40 seconds to send them up more than 200 meters in the air, faster than a jumper. The second sphere of the Oriental Pearl, about 260 meters above the ground. The group walked into the main light viewing level, standing on the completely transparent glass walkway. The feeling of being in the air made his bladder contract slightly, but as a man, he still pretended to be lighthearted and not afraid of the appearance. Only every step, calves are a little soft. Through the girl's dress, Qin Feng could clearly feel the impact of the meatballs. It was good that he had eaten a lot in the morning, so he didn't starve out a reaction. Seeing the girl tense up as if she was about to cry out, Qin Feng hugged her and softly soothed her. Don't be afraid. Tempered laminated glass can withstand 1 or 2 tons of gravity. With your light weight, another 100 would be fine. Ha, then last night in your room you didn't seem to be afraid of heights? Chin Feng wondered. Thinking of last night's incident, Zhongnui's cheeks flushed and her voice was so small that it was almost inaudible. I was too nervous last night and didn't look outside. What about in the morning? Chin Feng said with a bad smile. After the bath, weren't you stuck to the glass? Zhongnui's shy face turned even redder, hiding into Chin Feng's arms and not saying anything. Hey, are you all going to spread dog food here? Zhuang Xiaoli, who was walking in front as a tour guide, turned around and called out in dissatisfaction. Through the afternoon's contact, her attitude towards Chin Feng had changed significantly. From a strong resistance at the beginning, she was now barely considered a friend. She had also gradually accepted the fact that Chin Feng and Zhong Oioi were together. It hasn't started spreading yet. Do you want to eat? Chin Feng laughed. I advise you not to affect the cityscape, Zhuang Xiaoli said coldly. Kids go play on one side. Don't disturb the adults in love. Chin Feng could be described as not polite to Zhuang Xiaoli at all. 89 points. Flat-chested. Has a big father. And has a difficult and capricious personality. Wherever there was one of these 4, Chin Feng didn't want to take care of them, let alone 4 together. He is now a 100 billionaire and has the right to choose. And Chin Feng's forthright, natural and unpretentious attitude was right up Zhuang Xiaoli's alley. She felt that the only bad thing about Chin Feng was his cheap mouth, and it would be better if he could cure his mouth. What qualifications does a scummy guy have to fall in love? She didn't want to argue anymore after cursing, so she shouted at Chin Feng. Are you guys leaving? If you don't leave, I won't show you around anymore. Wait a while. Chin Feng gently patted the person shrinking in his arms and advised. You've come all the way. Aren't you going to walk the stacks? Zhong Oioi felt that he was right. Taking a deep breath, she stiffly took a small step towards the glass, nervously sticking her head out to look under her feet. The cars underneath looked to be the size of fingernail caps, weaving back and forth on the circular road. Her mere glance created a sense of weightlessness, and she could never take a second step again. Brother, I'm still scared. Zhong Oioi looked at Chin Feng pitifully, not daring to step on it. Chin Feng's eyes rolled, walked over to her and bent down, smiling. Can't come for nothing. Close your eyes and I'll carry you on my back. The man's gentle and considerate gesture made Zhong Oioi feel very happy. She reddened her small face and after a little hesitation she boldly plopped down, leaning her face on the man's broad back underneath her. She looked at the man's deep-side face and gradually stopped feeling scared. If brother feels tired, put me down. Aha! Chin Feng is pressed by the girl's mountain peaks and gasps for breath. Plus his hands are resting on the bend of the girl's bare and slippery legs. He was so tired that he wanted to sweat a little. Seeing Chin Feng smiling lewdly, Zhuang Xiaoli softly cursed scum. Although she was a little upset in her heart, she still patiently told them about the more famous buildings in Magic City. What Huangpu River? The Center Building. The Universal Architecture Complex. There is also a peace hotel engraved with 100 years of history. It is said that in the past, as long as you can go in alive, no matter what you have committed, you can turn a big problem into a small problem. Chin Feng was so eager to hear about it that he wanted to go and try what was good inside. However, he had already bought the tickets for the revolving restaurant tonight, so he would have to do it another time. After strolling around for a while, the 4 of them came upstairs to the revolving restaurant. This place is in buffet form. What little green dragons, grilled lamb chops, French large snails, all kinds of staple desserts are available. Chin Feng ate a lot, feeling that $368 was a bit more delicious than the state banquet he had previously eaten at Drunken Immortal House. It is worth mentioning that the revolving restaurant really turns. Wang Gang went to get 2 big plates of roast pork and fried noodles, and came back without finding the organization. The whole person froze. Fortunately, there is a waiter to remind, looking for a circle to find Chin Feng and others. Finally, the group experienced the VR, bought some souvenirs, and visited the Memorial Hall, wandered around casually at the bottom of the tower. Walking out of the Oriental Pearl Tower was already more than 9 o'clock. Zhuang Xiaoli drove a Rolls Royce back to school. She did not drink 2 glasses of wine in the KTV, and at this time has dissipated the smell of alcohol. Chin Feng was powerless to block. He watched her drive all the way into the school. When she passed the security check, she got out of the car and used her student card to make a registration, and the security uncle let her go. He didn't give her a hard time at all. The car stopped in front of the girls' dormitory. The 3 girls went back to their dormitories with the bags Chin Feng bought for Zhongyi with grave with ring above. Chin Feng, who didn't know how to drive, was left sitting in the car, dumbfounded. He waited for Wang Gang to come over, but he didn't expect Wang Gang, who arrived by cab, to say that the security guards wouldn't let him into the school. Chin Feng was in deep thought. There were now 3 options. 1. Abandon the car. 2. Ask Xiaoli to come down and walk himself out. 3. Sleep in the car. 1 and 3 aren't very good. And calling Xiaoli is a bit awkward. So Qin Feng decides to get out of the car and call a student who can drive to send himself out. His current location is a little bit in front of the girls' dormitory on the road. There are not many people living in school on Saturdays. Qin Feng waited for half a day. Asked several girls. Vigilance is very strong. Give money are not willing to help him drive. And a lot of them also do not know how to drive. It's hard to meet a bold one. After hearing the Rolls-Royce, it is even more directly scared to turn their heads away. Qin Feng leaned on the door of the car, looking at the sky at a 45-degree angle, thinking that he won't be able to get out of the school when the curfew is over. Helplessly dialed Xiaoli's WeChat voice. Zhuang Xiaoli was playing with her cell phone, listening to Peony in awe there. Wow! Is this 20,000 plus perfume really for me? And this set of cosmetics too? Oyari so good to me. He bought all of them, Jomo said shyly. Then it's also because of you that he bought it. Don't be shy. How did you feel last night? Peony raised her eyebrows, her eyes swirling. No, didn't how it was. Jomo flustered. No, how was it? Was it your first time? Gayunjian had a gossipy face. What? Oya spent the night with him last night? Zhuang Xiaoli puts down her cell phone and turns her head to look at Oyanji in shock. A little shy from the two looking at her. Zhomodi didn't want to answer and took the newly purchased towel shower gel and hid in the bathroom to take a shower. Peony nodded towards Zhuang Xiaoli and smiled a bitch's smile. Didn't come back last night, should have spent the night with him. Just look at the way she walks. This scumbag. Zhuang Xiaoli is very angry. There is a kind of their hard work to take care of a year of the white rabbit. Suddenly the feeling of being someone else arched. Very sad, very helpless, and very anxious, because she was now the only one left in the dormitory who had yet to taste the bitterness of love. How could this call for someone not to be anxious? It was at this moment that her cell phone rang. Gayunjian stretched her neck and quietly glanced at it, and the memo read that it was scum. She had it in her mind and did not say a word, revealing an intriguing smile. Zhuang Xiaoli, who was originally very angry, slightly froze after seeing that it was Qin Feng's phone call. Her heartbeat inexplicably jumped a little faster. Thinking left and right, she didn't know what he wanted to do with his call, so she answered the phone and asked coldly, "Hey, what's up? Xiaoli, are you free now? Come down and help me drive a car." Qin Feng said naturally. Zhuang Xiaoli guessed that this might be a setup for scum, trying to ask himself out, when she thought that he had just finished eating the white rabbit last night, and now he was targeting himself. She was ashamed and angry. While she thought that all scummy men deserved to die, she also felt a small twinge of joy that her charm was recognized by him. Fuck off. She said so, but didn't hang up the phone. Qin Feng didn't have the good sense to say, "Hey, little chest brother, are you being reasonable? You're the one who brought me in and threw me here, and I can't drive." Little brother? This appellation is a bit strange for her. Zhuang Xiaoli didn't react. Qin Feng did not explain. Direct money to open the road. Come down and help drive to the school entrance. I will give you 100. To give you $1,000. Zhuang Xiaoli, however, did not quite believe his words. 26-year-old rich second generation cannot drive? Don't rich second generation like to play with sports cars? Are you serious? Thousands of dollars. I'll transfer the money to you first? Okay. I want to see what tricks you play. Xiaoli hung up the phone and got up to walk downstairs. Peony who looked at her as she went outside. She wasn't surprised that Zhuang Xiaoli was asked out by Qin Feng. Is it better to tell the truth or to help cover it up? Peony was caught in the middle of a tangle. Zhuang Xiaoli came to the place where she had just parked her car, and saw Qin Feng leaning against the car door, swallowing a cloud of fog. The stylized concave was quite chic. Under the hovering moonlight, he seemed like a forgotten sculpture, full of endless sadness. His eyes were deep and lost, sometimes empty, sometimes glittering with concentration. Zhuang Xiaoli curled up one side of her mouth and gave him 10 points for this pose. Qin Feng saw a girl in a white shirt walking in the distance, wearing a white shirt. A face as crystalline as warm jade is slanted with two handsome English eyebrows, and her watery almond eyes are filled with coldness. Pretty is pretty, but at the moment he had no time to appreciate it. Engage quickly, soon to be out of the way. This inside I have no place to sleep. Zhuang Xiaoli walked over, waving her hand to disperse the smell of smoke. Frowning, do you know that there is surveillance here? Smoking here is to write a review. Have the guts to expel me, Qin Feng said stiffly. Zhuang Xiaoli had nothing to say, glared at him, opened the door and got in the car. When Qin Feng extinguished his cigarette and got on the car, he said coldly, "What do you want to say to me by calling me down?" Qin Feng inexplicably said, "What?" Zhuang Xiaoli sneered and looked straight into Qin Feng's eyes and said, "I've seen a lot of scum like you. I'm not as gullible as Zhou Moai, so just die." Qin Feng looked at the girl holding her chest in front of him with a puzzled expression. Without thinking, he directly put his hand on her forehead to test the temperature. What's gotten into you? Zhuang Xiaoli was a bit overwhelmed by the sudden attack. Looking at Qin Feng with wide eyes, she exclaimed, "What are you doing? Not feverish either. What the p-word are you nervously saying? Hurry up and drive. Can you afford to delay my several $100 million of business?" Qin Feng urged with an impatient face, but saw Zhuang Xiaoli did not start the car, but instead revealed small tiger teeth viciously glaring at himself. Qin Feng's head was spinning for a while. "My missy, don't be like this first. You can look at me for as long as you want when we get outside the school gates. Can we drive first now?" Zhuang Xiaoli silently started the car towards the school gates. She wanted to see what else Qin Feng had to say later. A minute or two away, the Rolls-Royce drove out of the school gate. Qin Feng was slightly relieved when he saw Wang Gang on the side of the road. "Alright, here it is. Stop the car." Zhuang Xiaoli stops the car, puts on P gear and sits in the driver's seat without moving. Qin Feng saw the situation slightly silent for a moment, said politely, "The money is for you. Go back and be careful." Zhuang Xiaoli still did not say a word. Qin Feng tentatively asked, "You do not want to go back to live, ah? Do you want to sleep in a hotel with me?" "Humph. Scummy guy." Finally revealing his fox tail. "Right?" Zhuang Xiaoli finally waited for the words she wanted to hear, revealing a triumphant smile and mocking. "You're dreaming. I'm warning you not to hit on me. Beware of the dog's head." "Then why are you still staying in my car? You don't want to wait until the school closes and then set me up, right?" Qin Feng was shocked. Zhuang Xiaoli took a look at the time. It was just 10:30. Looking at Qin Feng's scared face, Zhuang Xiaoli gasped and gave Qin Feng a punch, saying angrily, "Who wants to set you up, ah? School is closed, big deal to go home and sleep." Qin Feng breathed a long sigh of relief. "Scared me to death. I thought I was going to be forced by you to give myself to you." Zhuang Xiaoli's cold eyebrows and eyes. Her voice drifted with cold air, and she said word by word, "What did you say? Didn't you want to cook the raw rice because I heroically saved her today and then fancied her?" Qin Feng continued to provoke with a tone that wasn't afraid of death. Zhuang Xiaoli once again broke her defense and turned around and sat on the seat to use the Buddha Mountain Shadowless kick on Qin Feng. The little girl's legs looked thin and white, warm and soft, but the kicks were quite painful. Qin Feng's fists could not withstand the legs, helplessly kicked out of the car, Gray hiding into the back row. Zhuang Xiaoli vowed not to give up, also chased after, beat and bite, ruthlessly cleaned up Qin Feng a meal. Qin Feng did not suffer too much, backhanded her body to leave several slap marks on her buttocks. The two people in the car moving times and times to fight is not lively. Wang Gang on the side of the road waited for a while, seeing that the car finally stopped shaking. Only then did he gently open the car door and sat in the main driver, glanced at the back row of the paralyzed in the seat of the boss, as well as the face of the crimson Zhuang Xiaoli. Wang Gang was filled with worry inside. 5 days, 4, and each of them was a seductive and shy juicing girl. As a man in his 30s, he was well aware of the limits of a man's body. If you're young and don't know how to save, when you're his age, you have to pay your rations once a week. He was worried that at this rate the boss wouldn't last 2 years before his body collapsed, and then no one would pay his salary. But he was just a bodyguard, not the boss's father, and could not say anything more. He could only drive the boss's fourth girlfriend home in silence. Along the way, Qin Feng and Zhuang Xiaoli joked around and sarcasm each other. Qin Feng has no desire and is relaxed. Zhuang Xiaoli was unrestrained in her behavior. The two get along very well, as if they have known each other for many years. At times, they argued with each other, but at other times, they were polite and respectful to each other. The next day, noon, for the first time, Qin Feng was not disturbed by a woman and slept until he woke up naturally. He was indeed tired. Every time he opened his eyes in the past few days, it was a different girl. Each girl was different in her own way. Some were enchanting and colorful. Some were beautiful and fragrant. Most of them were naked and hiding under the covers, making people want to move. As the saying goes, a day's plan lies in the morning. Qin Feng's legs were a bit weak every morning. Today was the only energetic morning. He took a look at his cell phone. Oh my god. 7 or 8 WeChat contacts showed red numbers underneath. In the past, even if he threw his cell phone away for a week, no one would necessarily look for it. Now it was only half a day. There were so many of them. After opening the gold coin modifier, life is really colorful. Qin Feng rubbed his eyes and first opened Xiao Lily, who had the highest number of messages. She reported that Jiang Manchua's case still had ups and downs. It's estimated that the verdict won't be handed down so soon. Her side can't get involved in the aftermath, and she can only assist the police in providing some evidence. The matter cost more than $600,000 in total. Then there was Qin Feng's villa arrangement. According to Qin Feng's chosen plan, the site was already being set up. It would take about 3 days and was expected to cost nearly $2 million. There was also yesterday when Qin Feng said he wanted to open a media company, accounting for her to help find a suitable office space. She went through the information she found on the internet and went to see it in person, and finally recommended 3 places for Qin Feng to choose from. One is rough. Qin Feng did not even look directly past. He didn't have the time to wait for people to slowly renovate. There are 2 other renovated. A larger, more than 4,000 square feet, 60 square feet, only rent and not for sale. There is also a 1,200 square feet, detached office building, 3 floors, and a large terrace. The decoration is very good. Before doing advertising creative, the layout inside looks very technological sense. The location is also very good. Just on the side of Jiangchen Culture Square, the surrounding commercial facilities are mature. Food, housing and transportation are all available, and the transportation and life is convenient. If you sell it, it's $15,000 a square foot, and if you rent it, it's $100 a square foot a month. Qin Feng has carefully read Xiao Lily's report, realizing the convenience of the rich. Everything is done by someone. One only needs to give orders and do simple multiple-choice questions. He was satisfied with Xiao Lily's performance. Corresponding to these 3 things, he returned 3 sentences each. Just pay attention to the progress of the case. No need to waste any more time on that woman. Try to speed up the arrangement of the villa on the basis of quality and quantity. Go talk to the owner of the office building for me about the price. See if you can get it cheaper. Just that one, 200 square feet. I want to buy it. Qin Feng planned to buy this real estate in his own name. Buying it in a woman's name always feels empty inside. Anyway, the money in his hand is not much use. The bank interest rate is just so little. Might as well buy a building. Even if you don't use it, you can rent it out for $1 million a year. If there is a building as a guarantee, he can also realize the cow he blew to Zhong. Even if he suddenly lost everything. If he suddenly lost everything, he could still afford to rely on this house to support Zhong for the rest of his life. That girl looked poorer than when he was a student. The poor girl looks poorer than when he was a student, so she shouldn't be able to spend a lot of money. On his cell phone, there were just 3 messages from Zhong. Qin Feng clicked on it and took a look. It was 12 o'clock last night. Brother, I can't sleep. Are you asleep? Half an hour later. Good night, brother. 8 o'clock in the morning. I'm going to the library to read. Brother, remember to get up and have breakfast. When Qin Feng saw Zhong carrying words, he felt inexplicably guilty. He had ignored her all night and she didn't even get angry at all. Compared to Xia Ting's character of getting angry at 2 words, it was really better to be the obedient Zhong. Qin Feng hurriedly sent a message back. Sorry, I was too sleepy last night and fell asleep as soon as I touched the bed. The whole night was filled with random thoughts. She was in the bathroom when she heard the sound of Xiaoli answering the phone. Her tone sounded a bit like she was talking to Qin Feng. She didn't take it to heart at first. It's just that Xiaoli went out and didn't return all night, and Qin Feng hasn't been heard from again. Peony said that Xiaoli had been called back by her mom. Zhong Oai, who had read a lot of micro-expression psychology, could tell at a glance that she was lying. Peony's eyes rolled straight up when she spoke. A very obvious characteristic of lying. Plus, Qin Feng and Zhuang Xiaoli had interacted especially a lot today. Even the most nervous person could see that something was wrong. Every word and every smile Qin Feng had said to her was automatically played in her mind. Unconsciously, she shed tears. After staying up until 3 or 4 and sleeping for 2 hours in a daze, she opened her eyes and saw that there was no reply from Qin Feng. Her heart became even more afraid. She was worried that Qin Feng would not want her. The morning was muddled and could not read the book. Until now, she finally received a message from Qin Feng. Her mood was like a roller coaster. Her originally low mood instantly improved, and all her sadness and grievances disappeared. She believed in Qin Feng's words. As long as she didn't see Qin Feng sleeping with another woman with her own eyes, she was willing to believe whatever Qin Feng said. Has brother eaten yet? Going to eat right away. What is brother going to do in the afternoon? Thinking of you. Qin Feng smiled and teased a bit. I want to see you so much. So am I going to look for you? I'll come find you. By the way, we'll have lunch together. You haven't eaten yet, right? Aha. Then wait for me at the school entrance. Qin Feng casually puts on a flowery shirt with a floral pattern, greets Wang Gang and rushes to the school. In the car, he sees a message from Shifuya. What's up with Xia Ting running to the wine to chat with me last night? Saying that you bullied her? Qin Feng complained as he spoke about Xia Ting with a belly full of aggression. She doesn't move. She loses her temper. I don't even know why. I didn't cajole her. She's been in a cold war with me until now. Shifuya patiently persuaded. Girls are supposed to be coaxed. You as a boy don't sulk with little girls. I'm not. Then how long are you going to be in a cold war with her? Depends, let's wait for a couple days. Sis really likes this girl. She's lively, passionate, naive and romantic. Don't let her down, okay? Instead of letting him find a girl he doesn't know to come back, it's better to let Xia Ting, such a silly girl with a bottom line, accompany him. At the very least, this girl wouldn't do anything stupid for money. Fuya was extremely uneasy about Qin Feng's ability to recognize people. Won't. Qin Feng remembered Xia Ting's goodness and listened to the advice and clicked on her WeChat. After editing a few lines, when he saw the last sentence she sent, he was angry again and deleted them one by one. Have you ever considered my feelings? Of the three women, the one with the lowest goodwill and the one who was angry and ignored people every day was just her. The other two women, one gentle and generous, the other cute and delicate, had never thrown their faces at themselves. It was just this girl who coaxed the most and had the worst temper. Qin Feng loved and hated Xia Ting. He planned to hang her out for 2 more days and give her a surprise when the villa was ready. At this moment, Xia Ting was wilting and sitting in the rich man's villa. Ting Ting, let me tell you, it's the same for people to live with money and without money. Look at me. I'm so rich, but don't I still only have to drink unsweetened milk tea? So what if you live in a villa? The whole day is empty and lonely. Insomnia and sleeplessness. It seems to be very happy to outsiders, but only they know that this kind of life is just like chewing wax. No flavor. Don't be fooled by that scum, man, for a woman's true heart is the most precious. The modern society is not starving, as long as the man is willing to work, sincere to you, consider your feelings, coaxing you every day. Such a man, even if a little poor, and what does it matter? Yang Wanjin sucked a mouthful of milk tea, lying on the lounge chair beside the swimming pool, and taught Xia Ting sagely. As Xia Ting's best friend, she felt the need to give Xia Ting a clear perception of happiness. Your husband's 9-digit worth. What do you want? Of course you think money doesn't matter. You're tired of living the life of a rich wife. I haven't even gotten there yet. Xia Ting rolled her eyes. She could have accepted a 7-figure husband, as long as her life was secure. A man like her father was not bad, but she changed her mind after meeting Qin Feng. Obviously, there is a rich and handsome boy who also spoils himself. Why do you have to go looking for true love? It's not like love can be a meal. You don't understand. When your husband focuses on his career or another woman in the future, you'll know how hard it is to be a rich wife. He won't care about you. He just needs a superficial marriage to cope with the skepticism of his own family and society. And rich people have a lot of rules. He has to be obeyed unconditionally, and he even has to control your mood. Yang Wanjin looked at the child fluttering in the pool and murmured, from now on this little guy is all you have. No more your own life and freedom. Don't make it sound so horrible. Okay, it makes me afraid to marry someone. Xia Ting was given goosebumps by this mansion grudge, but she had to admit that her best friend had become much more silent after marrying a rich man. There was no life in those eyes, ghostly quiet like a puddle of stagnant water. Anyway, I am suggesting that you choose to love yourself. Life is short, decades. Don't be a slave to money like me. Xia Ting took the cell phone, originally thought to find Qin Feng to admit his fault, and then the two of them got back together. Now, after listening to her best friend's words, she was a bit flustered. She was afraid that Qin Feng would change like her girlfriend's husband and treat herself with disregard. Just like now. Obviously, it only takes him to say a word to make things better. Why do you have to make girls bow their heads and apologize? If she lowered her head this time, she would definitely do it again next time. Xia Ting hesitantly turned off her cell phone and fumed silently. Qin Feng came to the school entrance and saw a short little girl waiting with her head bowed. The small, light pink fingers held each other, revealing her nervousness. She was wearing a tight little undershirt on the inside, a light-colored jacket on the outside, and a short brown plaid skirt underneath, a bit shorter than yesterday's skirt. Qin Feng grinned. This dress was bought for her yesterday. I didn't expect this girl to dare to wear it out. Seeing her tugging her skirt down from time to time, she shouldn't have worn such a short skirt, so she's a bit shy. Smooth rounded white legs with a height of 1 meter 6, looking inexplicably cute. The car is slowly approaching. At this time, Zhong Oaoa's side appeared next to a very handsome young boy. He smiled and said something to Zhong Oaoa, and then took out his cell phone and put it in front of Zhong Oaoa. Qin Feng clearly saw that Zhong with ring above shook his head slightly, but the boy still refused to give up, desperately trying to explain something. Indeed, a girl with a superb body like Zhong with ring above, even if her head was lowered and she couldn't see what she looked like, she would still attract the attention of many boys. Qin Feng got out of the car and walked over quickly, hearing the boy still talking. Classmate, please, just one more person. Do me a small favor. My psychology class teacher really gave us a social practice assignment. One day to add 10 strangers to WeChat. That's a slightly cliched pickup technique. It takes a lot of skill to pick up a guy. A real fierce man doesn't need these crooked techniques. Hello beautiful, Get to know each other. The boy looked up at his words. Seeing a man in a floral shirt and white suit pants, with a decent-looking face and a very arrogant smile, he was angry that his pickup was interrupted. Classmate, you're being a bit unkind, aren't you? I'm chatting with this beautiful woman. What do you mean by running over to interrupt? When Joan Oi saw that the visitor was Chin Fong, she instantly revealed a sweet smile. She walked quickly to Chin Fong and tilted her head in a well-behaved manner. Brother. The boy who asked for WeChat froze and instantly realized that these two should be a couple. Thinking of himself in front of others, ran to talk to their girlfriends, but also accused them of being unorthodox. The boy's face turned red with shame, and he stammered and couldn't say anything. But immediately afterward, after he got a good look at the girl's appearance after she raised her head, that bit of shame disappeared. It was a doll-like delicate and cute face. Her large eyes shone with a bright light, and there was a small tear mole under the corner of her eye, and when she smiled, her eyebrows were full of love, and she was very touching. Simply the face of an angel, the body of a devil. To think that such a cute and charming little loli has already had a master. The boy's face is hard to bear, his heart breaking into powdered pieces. Chin Fong ignored the injured boy and said to Joan Oi with a smile, "Let's go, baby. I'll take you across the street from the school to eat spicy hot pot." He suddenly kind of misses the spicy hot pot in front of the school in the past. He wonders if the taste in Mordor will be the same as the old one. Aha! For her, as long as she could be with this man, it didn't matter what she ate. The boys behind her were dumbfounded that Odo brings such a beautiful girlfriend to eat spicy hot pot? Her boyfriend is not a poor man, right? Boys on the spot was anxious, not afraid of digging a corner to be beaten, drummed up the courage to say loudly, "Pretty girl, let me take you to the Michelin restaurant for dinner. I have a car." Chin Fong finally knows why rich people are usually calm and smiling. It's because in the case of unequal strength, the other party's shouting and provocations look childish and comical. It even looked a bit naive and cute to him. He turned his head back, looked askance at the boy, and asked on a whim, "Hey, young man, what kind of car do you drive?" "Audi A6. The boy was not the least bit afraid. A car of over $400,000 was enough to scare off a bunch of losers. He felt more qualified to be Laurie's boyfriend. Audi A6? Chin Fong looked him up and down and smiled. "Race it." Worried that Chin Fong would get angry, Joan Oi hastily pulled his hand and weakly pacified him. "Brother, don't be impulsive." "No impulse. I was just joking with him. Even if I don't have a license, he wouldn't dare to ride with me," Oaken Fong said confidently. The boy froze, feeling that things were not simple. Just now he thought that the other party was a poor man, but he didn't expect that he was actually a car owner. Looking at the other party's unshakable attitude, is he a professional racer? Car skills are very good? He is Audi A6, and not AE86. The boy got weak. "I'm sorry, I don't know how to race cars." "You see?" Chin Fong smiled at Joan Oeo, with a smug look on his face. He didn't bother to talk to the boy anymore and stretched out his index and middle fingers towards Wang Gang, who was not far away, and hooked his hand. Immediately after, a majestic and domineering Rolls-Royce slowly drove over and stopped in front of him. "The opposite side of the school is too far. Let's take a car and go there." Closing the car door in the envious gazes of the surrounding college students, leaving the boys with shocked faces standing in place. The boys saw the silver elephant of the flying goddess passing before their eyes. His mouth was wide open. He never thought that the drag race this man was talking about would be this car. People who could afford to drive this kind of car. How horrible their family background had to be. As soon as he thought that he was actually pretending in front of such a rich man and asking his girlfriend out for dinner, the boy immediately sweated in fear, his eyelids trembling. It was too easy for this kind of big shot to screw him. At the moment, he wanted to go up to the big man and apologize, begging for his forgiveness. Chin Fong did not take that little episode to heart at all. Chin Fong felt the need to come over every day to scare people with a Rolls-Royce, so that others would know that this girl's boyfriend was massively fucking rich. The two of them came to the spicy hot pot store and sat on the seats after choosing their dishes and waited for them to be served, chatting about some small daily things. Basically, Chin Fong said, "John oi, listen quietly." From time to time we'll look up with big watery eyes to steal a glance at Chin Feng's expression. It was mealtime now. There were many college students in the store. Joan O's beauty when she looked up was very lethal. Coupled with her beautiful clothes, she was unstoppable. When the boys turned their heads, they would pretend to glance at her without realizing it. The large-breasted loli can be considered a treasure of the world. Everyone's gazes were filled with amazement. "Look behind you, the ultimate beauty." "Chow chow, that's too much water, right? Who can stand it?" "The boy opposite her can handle it." "Martyr, all the good cabbages have been taken by pigs." "So cute, so big, so good. If this kind of girl were my girlfriend, I would break my ribs to make soup for her." The boys were talking and calling for friends to see the big 95-point beauty. Most of the boys were very disciplined and would only sneak a glance in the face of a famous beauty. However, there was a boy at the table next to Qin Feng's who kept staring at Zhong Oyo. Very impolite. Qin Feng noticed his gaze and frowned slightly. Anyone would be disgusted by someone staring so directly at their girlfriend and staring hard. But this person kept looking and didn't speak to provoke. There was nothing to do with him. Qin Feng thought about it and ordered Wang Gang to go sit across from him and stare back. Wang Gang nodded. Sullenly sat down in front of the man, staring at his lantern eyes without blinking. What was the experience of being stared at by a big tall man of 1 meter 9? The boy said it was like sitting on pins and needles. His back oned. He didn't even eat the spicy hot pot that was served under Wang Gang's angry eyes and left in disgrace. In fact, that boy was Zhong Oa's classmate. He was just confirming that Zhong A with grave A with ring above was the short village girl in their class who always kept her head down. At last he confirmed that it was Zhong Oa, because that kind of poor temperament could not be hidden even if he wore beautiful clothes. He didn't expect that girl to be so pretty and have such a good figure, regretting that he didn't find out ahead of time. And now he was robbed by someone else first. On the way back, he cried without tears. "Oh, then let me put my hair down and cover it up." Zhong Oa, worried about Qin Feng being jealous, said she was about to untie the pill head that was tied up in her head. "Why are you covering it up if it looks so good? I mean, you're beautiful. Don't think too much." Qin Feng hurriedly stopped it. "Oh." Zhong Oa stopped hesitantly, observed Qin Feng's expression and silently withdrew her hand. "Be bold. With me in the future, you can do whatever you want like that crazy girl in your dorm room." Aha! Hearing the man say that she would have him to rely on in the future created a stirring in her heart. Only she didn't dare to be like Zhuang Xiaoli. "It's normal that you're not used to it now. Just get used to it later." Got it. Qin Feng felt that it wasn't good for her to be too noticeable. There would always be flies running to harass her when she wasn't there. He thought about it and said, "Call your shopping companion out later? I want to buy you a small gift." A trace of consternation surfaced on Zhong Oai's face. She felt that it was not good to keep receiving gifts. She gently shook her head and said, "No need, brother. You've already given me a lot." "No refusing your master's gifts." Qin Feng feigned seriousness. Oh. Qin Feng realized that Zhong Oa superscript 1 per thousand was the kind of character that could be needed at will. As long as she acted a little stronger, she would soften. This kind of sufferer's character is going to get married in the future, and it will definitely be a pleasure to fight. After eating, took the car to Plaza 66. After meeting Su Wenjie, Qin Feng picked up a wristwatch in a Cartier boutique and slipped it over Zhong Oa's hand. This lady's watch was from the Cartier Pasha collection, a rose gold case set with 48 brilliant cut round diamonds totaling 1.15 carats, screw-down crown cover, crown set with sapphire, silver-plated engraved dial set with 12 brilliant cut round diamonds. The rose gold dial was worn on Zhong Oa's snow-white wrist, and blossomed under the brilliant lights of the counter. Listening to the rainbow farts of the shopgirl and Su Wenjie, Zhong Oa's eyes gradually became mesmerized. This inexpensive wristwatch was just too dazzling. What woman didn't want something shiny? She was just a girl from the mountains and never thought that she would wear a diamond-embedded jewelry watch on her hand. "Brother, is too expensive. Let's pick a cheaper one." Zhong Oa looked at the price of 220,000 and shook her head, carefully taking off the watch. She wanted to return it. "Actually, I have a selfish reason for giving you the watch," Qin Feng explained with a smile. "With you wearing this watch, those boys who have designs on you will be ashamed of themselves when they see it and won't dare to pursue you anymore. But it's really too expensive. What if someone steals it?" The simple Zhong Oa's face was difficult. She was like all girls who had never seen money, deeply afraid that her treasure would be missed. "Isn't it bad to steal it? That way you can have a new watch." Qin Feng's tone was full of pampering, making Zhong Oa. "But, there's nothing but, listen to your master." Qin Feng coaxed the girl on this side. The waiter on the other side had already finished swiping the card neatly. 200,000 wasn't a small amount, enough to scare off some self-aware boys. Qin Feng also sent this because he wanted to keep her as free from idlers as possible. As for why he didn't buy a $2 million watch, a little girl wearing a watch that expensive was too flashy and very dangerous. Qin Feng didn't want to hear about her being robbed. After buying the very recognizable Cartier watch, Qin Feng took the two girls for a casual stroll in Plaza 66. This place was full of luxury brands. Most of what was sold were clothes, bags and other stuff. She never understood why an ordinary t-shirt could cost so much, but she did have a fondness for jewelry. Several people came to Van Cleef and Arpels. Qin Feng picked her an 18K yellow gold mother-of-pearl necklace from the Alhambra series. The four-leaf clover shape was worn on her fair neck, looking noble and at the same time a little playful and cute. The price is also more than $200,000. The eyes that were full of affection said it all. On the way to send her back to school, Qin Feng turned on the fogging function on the glass separating the back row from the front row. The surrounding motorized sunshade was pulled up. The 6mm double-coated soundproofing material made it impossible for the driver in the front row to hear what was going on behind him. Qin Feng touched the smooth legs of the white rabbit, said a whole lot of sweet words, hoping that she would help herself to massage and relax. Zhong Oaoa's small face was as red as a ripe apple. After struggling for a while, she saw that Qin Feng did look tired, so she knelt down on the cashmere blanket and knocked her legs and pinched her shoulders for Qin Feng. 10 or so minutes later, looking at the well-behaved and obedient little girl, Sage Qin Feng's heart was filled with guilt. Unable to resist, he held her in his arms and pitied her. In the future, you have the right to refuse the master for these hard jobs. No, not hard work. Zhong Oaoa's shyness when she said this was so great that she buried herself into the crook of Qin Feng's neck, her voice so small that it was almost inaudible. Qin Feng wrapped his arms around her waist and whispered softly, I want you to be happy and joyful. I'm already happy with my brother, Zhong Oaoa said in a small voice. Qin Feng was a little drunk. He had planned to say some lovey-dovey words to cheat good feelings. He didn't expect to be cheated out of his favorability by this woman instead. Sincerity really is a surefire way to kill. It was the same for both men and women. Smelling the girl's hair fragrance, Qin Feng said emotionally, Baby, why are you so cute? I won't be able to stay away from you if this continues. Zhong Oaoa didn't say anything, shyly looking at Qin Feng. The river of stars in her eyes was more beautiful than the top of the starry sky. Facing this kind of eye attack, Qin Feng exclaimed that he couldn't stop it. He couldn't wait to marry this girl on the spot. It was good that there was a natural fear of marriage, combined with a little bit of residual lack of confidence. It made him hold back the words of marriage and replace them with soul torture. Anyway, if one day I suddenly run out of money, will you still follow me? Even though he knew the answer to this question, he still asked it. Maybe this was the common problem of people who suddenly became rich. Qin Feng looked up at the starry sky and waited quietly for a few seconds, but did not hear the unthinking yes. Instead, he heard her reply in a firm tone. Brother won't run out of money. I gave some of your money to the family. Now there's still 1.28 million left. I'll keep this money for you. Qin Feng tilted his head and sighed long and hard. The simplicity of this little girl had once again refreshed his knowledge. He had to intensify his torture. What if I owe a buttload of debt? Then aren't these all going to be taken back to pay off the debt? Zhong Oaoa said weakly. That little expression looked pitiful. Qin Feng had planned to lie to her and say he wanted it. But this sentence was too difficult to say. It felt like he would be struck by lightning if he said it. The words to the mouth played a turn. Smiled and pacified. Of course. Don't need. Give it to you as yours. Then in the future buy the to raise brother well. Just you cannot be so big spenders and wasteful again. She remembered the hotel that cost $40,000 a night and her heart ached so much she couldn't breathe. Qin Feng was inexplicably a little touched as he listened to the little girl's relief. He was defeated by Zhong Oaoa's naivety and kindness. This girl was still thinking of using the money she gave her to keep him? How much was this looking down on herself? Qin Feng had the urge to transfer a few $100 million to this girl. A few $100 million in real money. Let her know what her brother is capable of. However, if you turn too much at once, you may be investigated at that time. Qin Feng is a little worried that this girl can't stand it, and is a little torn for a moment. Zhong Oaoa saw that he didn't say anything, and thought that he really owed money outside. Softly relieved. Brother, don't worry. In the future I can also work to help you pay back the money. What kind of stupid white sweet not even married yet. Consider to pay back the debt for her husband? Looking at the little girl's worried eyes, Qin Feng couldn't stop smiling. How much do you want for your salary? What salary package do you have in mind? Qin Feng re-asked again. Zhong Oaoa said hesitantly. There should be an annual salary of $200,000 or $300,000. She had investigated the average salary of her schoolmates and seniors. It was still easy to earn over $10,000 a month in a bigger company, and she should be able to reach this level with a little effort. I'll give you $10 million to buy you 20 years of work. How about accompanying me to eat, drink and enjoy life? Qin Feng's seductive smile looked like he was tricking children with sugar. Zhong Oaoa was dumbfounded. She had always had the aspect of work in her life plan. Now all of a sudden, someone told her not to work and just enjoy life. This undoubtedly had a certain impact on her concept of life. You'll be free tomorrow to raise your bank card's limit, or get a card from Dragon Bank, which requires 1 million savings funds to open an account, which you just happen to have. Qin Feng instructed her. Doesn't brother owe money anymore? Zhong Oaoa asked blankly. Qin Feng scraped her small nose and laughed. This is not just owe you $10 million. Zhong Oaoa was a bit at a loss for words. She felt as if she hadn't done anything but just squeezed her legs, and the man was about to give himself $10 million. This she had an unreal feeling. Is brother serious? Her voice was filled with disbelief, and her eyes started to get mesmerized as she looked at Chin Fong. It was as if she would faint at any time. Well, tomorrow you run the card and take pictures for me, okay? Chin Fong liked her dumbfounded look. She looked dainty and cute. I don't need that much money, Zhong Oai said in a panic. Whether you use it or not. Anyway, go and do the card tomorrow. You hear me? Chin Fong had to take out his master's posture. This was $10 million. Now it was just lightly placed in front of her like this. Zhong Oai's entire body was dumbfounded. One would have to work for at least 30 years to earn this much money. Subtracting early childhood and old age, a person can work for only 30 to 40 years in a lifetime. This was tantamount to giving out all the money she would have to earn in her entire life. Then wouldn't she need to stop worrying about money in her life? And she could even go on to graduate school, read for a doctorate, and fulfill her dream of becoming a professor. Imagining being able to teach and educate people, Zhong Oai could not help but be mesmerized. Suddenly, she thought of something. Her expression squirmed, and she wanted to say something. It was only after a while that she shyly said, "Brother, can I buy something with this $10 million? Chin Fong froze and asked, "What things?" "I want to buy you a suite." Zhong with grave with ring above bowed his head in embarrassment and said, "So that we can have a home." Chin Fong was mesmerized by Zhong Oai's deep feelings. Luckily, the car stopped in time, otherwise it would have been almost impossible. After sending the happy-faced Zhong with grave with ring above back to school, he also returned to the hotel room. He explained to Wang Gang that he would return to Jiangqing tomorrow. Tomorrow, Monday, Zhong Oai has to go to school, and there is no chance to make love to her here. Anyway, the spicy rabbit head has been eaten. The remaining last bit of good sense slowly, not in a hurry. After all, it is not realistic to let a woman completely fall in love with herself in 2 days. Chin Fong intends to love her with sincerity. Spend 10 days and half a month's effort to slowly grind. To still not work, then consider using some underhanded tricks. For example, bring a clean white handkerchief and pretend to cough up some blood. Or you can also find a few hooligans to play a hero to save the beauty. They say it's popular nowadays for stupid white sweeties to take care of rich dudes with amnesia. Arranging a small car accident and pretending to have amnesia to trick a little girl. Chin Fong could also do it. He brought a glass of red wine and stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, quietly enjoying the charming night scenery of Magic City, while using his cell phone to type and chat with Zhong Oai, a girl who had just fallen in love. Even a minute apart felt especially long. Zhong Oai would be shy to talk, but not to type. An emoticon full of care and love made him, a man approaching 30, unable to resist springing into action. When Chin Fong used to watch his roommate chatting with his girlfriend, he felt that he was very lewd when he smiled with his thieving eyes. He didn't realize that when it was his turn, the smile reflected on the glass was no better than his. This kind of sweet romance was indeed very uptight. The two chatted for more than 2 hours until 12 before bidding each other goodnight. Chin Fong, however, didn't go to sleep and continued chatting with Shifuya. On the other hand, Wang Gang on the other side took a bunch of cleaning tools and prepared to clean up the back row of the Rolls-Royce. Although he couldn't hear any movement in the back row on the way, but with the experience of the last time, he felt it should be necessary to clean it up. Wang Gang carefully checked and found the back row clean. Not even a napkin. He could not help but scratch his head in wonder. It seemed like it didn't need to be cleaned. The next day, returning to the familiar Jiangchang, Chin Fong awkwardly realized that he didn't seem to have a place to land. He had been busy with various women in the past few days, trying to find ways to cheat them out of their true hearts. He hadn't had time to buy a decent house for himself. He looked at the $50 million in cash in his hand and operated to charge $10 million into the system. Dog-licking gold balance, $100,306 million. This $100 billion is enough to spend on women. The remaining $40 million in hand should set up a little something for himself. Minus the office building that will be bought soon, there's more than $20 million left. You can consider buying a decent house. Slightly in the internet, searched the rich area of Jiangchang. Found a not bad neighborhood. It's called Lake Leven New Town. This is just built high-grade real estate, located in the location of the new city by the lake. The opening price of more than 30,000. For a second or third-tier city, this close to the first-tier city prices really belong to the rich area. This neighborhood environment is elegant, strict management, convenient life, known as the benchmark level of noble life in Jiangcheng. Chin Fong is mainly interested in the private clubs around him. What private kitchen, private tutoring, swimming gym, leisure and entertainment clubs. A little farther away there are also golf courses, skating rinks, horse farms. Chin Fong asked Wang Gang to drive to the sales office of Love's Lake New City. After getting off the car, he walked into the sales center. After seeing Qin Feng's car, several sales ladies grabbed and ran over to bend and bow, saying in unison, "Welcome to Lake Love's new city." One of the better-looking girls went forward to receive them. "Two gentlemen, are you here to see the house?" Qin Feng nodded. "What's your name?" "Sir." "Surname Qin." The reception girl's name was Guan Yuxian. She could see that the tall man behind Qin Feng should be a bodyguard assistant or something like that, so without asking his name, she walked over to Qin Feng with her hand in the air and smiled. "This is the information of our Love's Lake new city. Do you need me to introduce our neighborhood to you? If you can afford to drive a Rolls-Royce, the possibility of buying a house is too great. Maybe even buy several sets at once." Guan Yuxian had a bit of suppressed excitement in her voice. "No need. I've seen it online." Qin Feng doesn't want to nag more. No surprise that he will definitely be richer in the future. And buying a house here is just a transition, waiting for their own company to get up. Surely it is necessary to buy land, to get hundreds of acres of private manor to do. Otherwise, there is no place to park a private airplane. Then may I ask what kind of house type you need? Is there a large flat, with better decoration, better floors, and a better location? Qin Feng picks. Yes. You should be talking about the king of our building here. Our building 8 here is full of 200 square feet or more of large flat. It's the best building in the whole neighborhood. Whether it's the lighting, house type, feng shui, or orientation, it's all carefully designed. Guan Yuxian led Qin Feng to look at the sand table model and gushingly introduced the advantages of building 8. For example, the 3-staircase, 2-family elevator configuration with a dedicated nanny service elevator. There were many famous tycoons, bosses of listed companies and so on among its residents. Which sets are left now? Qin Feng listened and thought it was okay, slightly interested. There's a 480 square foot set on the 18th floor, a set on the top floor of the 31st floor, and a set on the 25th and 26th floors. The bottom floors below the 20th floor are also empty. Guan Yuxian counted the number of units. Qin Feng thought about it and asked Guan Yuxian, "Which set do you think is better?" Guan Yuxian froze for a moment and then immediately reacted. It was very likely that a big shot buying a house would place an order at the drop of a hat. She hurriedly picked the highest priced house out of the remaining ones. "If you don't mind the harmonics, Mr. Qin, I'd recommend you to buy the house on the 18th floor." Guan Yuxian invited Qin Feng to sit on the sofa and held the layout of the 18th floor to Qin Feng. "First of all, the 18th floor is a prime floor, with a superb view and light, fresh air and privacy, and no mosquitoes or noise. And we have a huge space on this floor, and the price is favorable. So buy it and you'll earn it." Qin Feng felt something was wrong. Why doesn't anyone buy it if it's so good? Because many big bosses are more superstitious and sensitive to numbers. Guan Yuxian explained. "Oh." Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. He was quite satisfied with the 18th floor, but didn't have a very strong desire to buy it. Looking at the houses on the other floors, they were either small or large, like the top floor of 1,000 square feet for just one home. No one bought it even at a price of just over $20 million. There must be a reason for the houses that people don't buy. Guan Yuxian was secretly anxious when she saw Qin Feng shaking his head frequently, seeing that he looked relatively young. Guan Yuxian's eyes rolled and she came to his ear and whispered, "Mr. Qin, there's a female star living in another household on the 18th floor." Oh. Qin Feng instantly stops being sleepy when he hears about the actress, and asks in the same sneaky manner, "Which actress?" Seeing him take the bait, the corner of Guan Yuxian's mouth lifts up in a smile and says quietly, "According to reason I can't reveal the name of the head of the household. But I see that Mr. Qin is so dignified that he shouldn't go around talking about it. That's why I'm telling you. Her name is Han Yanfei. This Han Yanfei was once a child star, good-looking, had appeared on the CCTV Spring Festival Gala. After she grew up, she acted in many movies and TV dramas with the image of a pure jade girl, and had more than 10 million fans on the whole network when she was the hottest. Unfortunately, she later participated in a talk show, spitting on the entire network of female celebrities' private life chaos. And then was other female stars teamed up to ostracize Target. Very few big directors also put out the word that she has smeared the image of the entertainment industry. In the end, she was brutally shut down. In recent years, there are almost no outstanding works. All are some third-rate web series looking for her to play the White Lotus flower. Qin Feng took out his cell phone and found her picture and scanned it. Name, Han Yanfei. Age, 22. Charm value, 93. Number of relationships, 0. Since they were stars, there weren't many ugly ones, but this girl is still so clean after so many years in the entertainment industry does have something. No wonder she had the nerve to spit on other female stars. Qin Feng had a deep impression of Han Yanfei when she was a child. At that time, she was cute and adorable on screen, with a pair of innocent eyes that looked like they could talk. Every movement and expression was full of youthful and lively gestures. Later, Qin Feng was busy with his work, so he didn't pay much attention to this girl. In the photo, the girl still smiles with a radiant smile. One wonders what kind of girl she is in reality. Then please take me to see this house. If it's suitable, it's a Qin Feng nodded and said to the salesgirl, with a beautiful woman as a neighbor. What can 18 floors do? He only believed in the system, not God. Moreover, he felt that this kind of girl who had been acting since she was a child and had rich experience in the entertainment industry should be helpful to his future media company. As a budding actor about to step into the entertainment industry, it was necessary to communicate more with this kind of actress. Seeing Qin Feng nodding, the sales lady hurriedly took the access card and brought him to the 8th floor to see the apartment. Taking the elevator to the 18th floor, opening the door and going in, with just one glance, Qin Feng fell in love with this house. 4 meters of floor height looks very cool. 26 meters of living and dining room looks spacious and bright. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows make people happy. Being in the wide space puts people in a peaceful mood. The center is cushioned with a long plush blanket with a gorgeous sofa and coffee table, and some potted greenery dotted around the windows. The 5-bedroom, 6-bathroom design has a children's room, nanny's room, master bedroom, guest bedroom, and study. The master and guest bedroom comes with a balcony from which you can enjoy the unobstructed green water and mountain lakes. The decoration of the house belongs to the finished house. 100-inch color TV, double-door refrigerator, 2 meters 8 Simmons bed. For Qin Feng, who was too lazy to decorate, this kind of house that could be moved in with a handbag was more than suitable. How much? He asked immediately. Total price of 1400 W. Each square meter is already about 3,000 lower than other floors. Guan Yuxian's smile grew more and more prevalent. She could see that Qin Feng was more satisfied with this house, and the possibility of a deal was high. For this kind of tycoon, buying a house should be like buying groceries. When you fancy it, you might just hand over the money, quick as a flash. Will not be like those ordinary people, dilly-dallying half a day, but also bargaining. But immediately after that, a voice that was considered to be full of sincerity rang out. Can it be cheaper? Guan Yuxian's smile froze. She hadn't expected that the big man with bodyguards driving a Rolls-Royce would also haggle. Her heart ached vaguely. Giving more concessions would make her bonus less. However, in order to close the deal, she ended up giving the bottom price of the house. Qin Feng finally got his hands on the large flat at a 5% discount. Who said that a big brother had to be quick to shell out money? This is his own money. Why not if it's cheaper? And don't underestimate this 5%. According to his previous salary of less than $100,000 a year, he would need 10 years to earn this much money. Qin Feng paid the money on the same day and completed the formalities. Ready to live in directly, Guan Yuxian kept following him around, saying that she wanted to tidy up the house for him and help clean it. Qin Feng saw that her eyes were not too innocent and refused her services. His current appearance was just short of hanging a get-out-of-jail-free card around his neck. It really couldn't withstand a little bit of wind and waves. And the fact that this girl is about the same age as the number of times she's been in love makes one a little panicky. Returning to the house that really belonged to him, he admired his home carefully from beginning to end, and kept rolling over on the bed to leave his flavor on it. Qin Feng was in a very happy mood. He took a few pictures of the house and posted them in his circle of friends with text. Recruitment of people to share the rent, limited to single will cook beauty. Rent-free, interested parties to send photos. This circle of friends blocked the 3 girls who have had exchanges with him. The main thing is to fool around with his new house. By the way, want to fishing. This friend circle soon reached 100 plus likes. The last 100 plus likes was when he took a picture of his Porsche. It's true that the house and car are what people care about. Qin Feng prettily lay on his bed and looked at the comments that popped up from time to time. Takeaway coworker, Mai Chao. Big flat floor A. Feng Z, you robbed a bank? College roommate, brother Feng. Do you mind male beauties? I remember you said I look good in women's clothes before. Female classmate, is it too late to learn how to cook? Zhuang Shelley, scummy man. Pine Jinyan, Mr. Sheen. You also live in Renhua. It's very close to my home. Do you want me to go to your home to cook for you at night? Wei Fan, Feng brother cowhide. Which chick is this set for? Zhang Daji, righteous father. Are you renting out your house? Do you want to list the property with me? Qin Feng has a thought and thinks that it's not bad to really recruit a young and beautiful babysitter. So he clicked on Zhang Daji's chat box and chatted with him for a couple of minutes. Agreed to give him the photos of the house and let him put it up on the internet for rent. But the requirement must be a beautiful woman. And still more beautiful than that Lu Ziki in their store. And instructed him to take pictures of the house before he came to see it. Zhang Daji was shocked by Qin Feng's eyesight. Even his sister Lu couldn't look at her. So how pretty a girl would she have to be? Zheng Daji couldn't understand the realm of the rich and posted the photos of Qin Feng's large flat house on various platforms, stating the landlord's requirements. Soon the number of views grew more and more. Over here, Qin Feng was chatting with his roommates in college. Wanted to invite them for dinner. Unfortunately, they are all outside, and they can't get together once a year. The feeling of having money and not being able to find someone to fool around with is very difficult. He was lying on his bed, bored out of his mind. He thought of the starlet who lives across the street. So he told Wang Gang to buy some fruits and go to the opposite side to visit this neighbor. Qin Feng came to the other side's door and waved his hand for Wang Gang to go down. Pressed the doorbell. After waiting for a while, no one inside opened the door. Undeterred, he pressed it twice more, and there was still no one. Qin Feng guessed that Han Yanfei might be out shooting a movie. Unhappy, he returned, but just then, the elevator door opened. From inside, a girl with large sunglasses came out and she was wearing a plain printed t-shirt, a pair of loose jeans underneath, and stepped on a pair of slippers. Although the sunglasses covered the girl's eyes, they set off her face as extraordinarily white and delicate as milk. Small nose, bright red lips. What's worse is that the cheeks have not completely faded away from childishness. With a little baby fat cheeks there are two shallow pear swirls. The bare toes are small and delicate, crystal like jade, walking up and down a jump. Qin Feng, this is the first time to see a star up close. The mood is slightly excited. He had sort of watched this little girl grow up. At the moment she walked out from the screen. Less of that dreamlike distance, more of a real and vivid flavor. Qin Feng couldn't help but reveal an affectionate smile and greeted. Hello, Fifi, I'm your fan. The girl didn't panic at all when she saw a strange man blocking the door, chewing the gum in her mouth. The corners of her mouth lifted up as she laughed. Uncle, how did you blend in? Uncle, am I that old? Qin Feng wondered. He was only looking slightly more vice-like than his counterparts. So how did he become an uncle? Or is it popular for young girls nowadays to use uncle to address boys older than her? Han Yanfei glanced at Qin Feng's fruit basket and said without any good humor. Only people of the older generation carry fruit to meet girls, right? Han Yanfei became an over-the-top star after being dissed all over the internet. But her 10 million fans hadn't fallen off the face of the earth. There were still about 1 million left. Inevitably, a few of these fans with a heart of gold found her address and came to her door to send flowers, fan tags, and jewelry gifts to support and encourage her. But she'd never seen anyone send her fruit before. This made her feel that the quality of her fans had slipped badly. So she was a bit upset. And at this moment, Qin Feng was a bit embarrassed that being accused of being old-fashioned by the girl was an insult to him as a werewolf. He gave an awkward smile and explained, to tell you the truth, I'm not your fan. I just heard the salesgirl say that there's a big star living next door to me, so I came over to pay a visit. You're not my fan? Han Yanfei savored the opposite side's words and asked with another shock. You bought the house across the street? Yeah, just bought it today, Qin Feng said frankly, scratching his head. You open a door. I see Han Yanfei face suspicious. Qin Feng smiled, swept his face on the face recognition smart lock, and opened the front door of his house. Do you want to come in and visit? No need. Han Yanfei waved her hand in surprise. She didn't expect this old-looking boy to be so rich. She didn't realize that the house across the street was more than twice as expensive as the one on her side. Without a bit of strength, it simply couldn't be afforded. Don't worry, I'm a decent person, Qin Feng said smilingly. We'll be neighbors from now on. Let's add a WeChat. Faced with Qin Feng asking for WeChat, Han Yanfei hesitated for 2 seconds, but still readily took out her cell phone. After asking for Qin Feng's name, the note read, Rich Uncle. Uncle is so rich. This house is said to cost more than $10 million, right? After knowing that Qin Feng was rich, she changed into a sweet smile and said enthusiastically, well, 1,400 W. Hugely expensive. After buying it I'm stuck eating dirt now, Qin Feng half joked. Compared to showing off one's wealth, crying about being poor was easier to bring people closer together. Sure enough, Han Yanfei smiled and joked. Then you still bought me fruits? I thought you girls would like fruits. Qin Feng looked at the extended information in order to give a gift, and naturally handed over the fruit. Han Yanfei let her guard down and took the fruit, sweeping it slightly, seeing grapes, lychees, cantaloupe and other summer fruits, smiled and thanked her. Since it was the rich owner next door, he shouldn't have tampered with the fruit. In the future, if you need help with anything, you can look for me. I'm a warm-hearted person. You'll know if you get along for a long time. Qin Feng saw the purpose reached, concave the image of a neighboring brother, said to the little girl. Okay uncle, the little girl said with a smile as she stood in front of the door. Qin Feng also did not say anything else, waved his hand and entered his home. It's good to ask for contact information at the first meeting. In the future, we will slowly deepen the exchange. Let her know that he really is a man who will be warm-hearted. Shin Feng went back and sat on the sofa, looking at her profile and slowly frowning. Goddess database updated. Name, Han Yanfei. Age, 22. Height, 163 centimeters. Weight, 46 kilograms. Charm, 93. Profession, idol artist. Characteristics, sultry plus toxic. Favorability, 10. Number of relationships, 0. Rate or reward, divine acting. Spent amount, 0.008 million yuan. To this skill, Shin Feng was a bit puzzled. He cursed the system in his heart for being unkind. More important than acting skill is looks. Give yourself the image of a perfect male god, and then give a heavenly singing voice. Just stand on the stage and sing blindly. Those 90-point love brain girls start to cheat themselves. Their favoritism goes straight to 100%. They gain a bunch of superpowers every day. Then they will be invincible, live with heaven, rule over all mankind, and plant seeds all over the world. What's the point of acting? I'm not going to be a movie star in the future, but I'm going to be a guest star like Yin Shiping. I'm not going to be a star. I'm going to be a guest star like Yin Shiping. I'm going to be a guest star like Yin Shiping. This is a good actor. Shin Feng could not help but question the ability of the system in his mind. Those biochemical bodyguards, listening to women's hearts and other things so overbearing. How is it that this divine acting skill looks mediocre? Divine acting skills, after a certain amount of time of study, and after the host has figured out and interpreted a character's role, there is a very high chance of acquiring that character's skills. For example, such as driving, swimming, cooking, photography, housework, healthcare, art, sports, etc. The level of skill gained is related to the host's level of dedication. I've got a big chow. According to this explanation, if you act a character with your heart, you can become that character. It's the equivalent of playing a professional race car driver, learning to drive, and then you can go racing, play a top chef, turn the spoon upside down for 2 days, then you can pick up the pan and fry the food, acting a piano master, learning a doleful hair bedding, directly more decades of playing experience, acting a killer. Shin Feng was shocked. With this, it is equal to the fact that all future skills can be self-taught and mastered in every way. Invincible. His eyes became wild as he looked at Han Yanfei's WeChat avatar, tapping on the chat interface. After hesitating for half a day, he finally didn't send the 100,000 transfer. It was too superficial. Engaging like this before hadn't worked out for a single girl up until now. Shin Feng decided not to use the image of a thug. He planned to use the identity of a neighborly and knowledgeable big brother to give some care and love, and back her up at the right time. I'm watching the movie you're acting in, and I found that you're a good actor. Shin Feng typed in a compliment. I didn't expect the other party to reply quickly. Han Yanfei, it's all because of my peers, but I can't compare it to some professional actors. Shin Feng, they've been acting professionally for years. It's amazing that you're so young to be able to do this. Han Yanfei, uncle, are you interested in me? Shin Feng, a little, but not much. Han Yanfei, hey, do you want to see my private portrait? As long as 888 you can enter the group to see the beauty girl sure body temptation. Shin Feng looks at Han Yanfei in the TV standing on top of a cold pool of blue water, holding a long sword in her hand and dancing out a beautiful arc. Dusty as a fairy, standing proudly, like a fairy descending to the earth, a white dress floating with the wind. And in the cell phone, she is obscene like a bag carrier selling CDs. Shin Feng, you've ruined the image of a jade girl in my heart. Han Yanfei, jade girl is not worth much. Uncle, want to see my cosplay beastier lady? I have black silk. What's so great about the photo? Shin Feng scoffed. This kind of beastier maiden, of course. You have to personally go to take pictures to be interesting. As a good and knowledgeable student, the knowledge taught by Mr. Chen has never been put to use. It is really a shame. Who doesn't want to be a photographer who records the beauty when they have the opportunity? Shin Feng didn't dare to ask how much it cost to come to the site to take pictures. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold it and fall into the hands of the other party at that time. And the other party 0 times of relationship experience should not be the kind of girl who will sell themselves for money. Let's stabilize the hand first. Wait to play role-playing games with her later when he's familiar with her. Shin Feng pretended to be a gentleman. Compared to this, I like you better when you were cute and cuddly as a child. As a result, this sentence was sent over, and he didn't receive a response for half a day. He waited a bit uneasily, saying that people's little girls aren't as cute as they used to be. Would it hurt people's hearts? Shin Feng felt that it was indeed inappropriate. When he was about to apologize, he didn't expect the other party to respond. Han Yanfei, uncle turns out to be a lowly controller? Shin Feng, Han Yanfei, do you like double ponytails? Han Yanfei, white silk also have. Want to enter the group? Shin Feng, Never mind. Han Yanfei, you're so shy? Could it be that he's a chick? Shit. This little girl looked innocent and cute when we met, but I didn't expect her to become such a wave on the internet. Xin Feng felt that if he continued to chat with her, he would definitely reveal his nature. The big brother next door persona that he had managed to concave up so easily didn't want to be ruined just like that, so he forced himself to resist the desire to transfer money and add to the group. No longer pay attention to her. At this time, Han Yanfei on the opposite side of the room saw Xin Feng ignoring her, cut a sound and casually threw her cell phone onto the sofa. She originally wanted to cheat a little money, and the tycoon to engage in ambiguity, but she didn't expect the other party to be a straight man of steel. He was even disliked by him for showing off himself. He said he was cuter when he was a kid. Is not he cute now? He also said that he had ruined the image in his mind. Funny. She wanted to let him know that the old Han Yanfei had died and was now an emotionless money-making machine. After she finished spitting in her heart, picked up the washed grapes and stuffed them into her mouth one after another. Grapes were high in sugar, and she had to eliminate them all before her little assistant returned. Otherwise, she would have to fight with the little assistant again. Xin Feng was a little hungry from this little girl's teasing. Rubbing his stomach, he goes downstairs to look for food. Arriving at a private kitchen restaurant called Xiaoqiaorenjia, he tasted their house flavor after being warmly entertained by the boss's wife. Unexpectedly, it was not bad. It made him think of the drunken immortal restaurant where he had paid $8 million for his meal. The boss's wife with the devil's body hadn't said a word in the past 2 days. She wouldn't have taken the money and run away, would she? Xin Feng hurriedly found out her WeChat and sent a message. Boss lady, busy? Su Beishi was super busy these 2 days. First, she paid back the money from the bank. She also hired a bunch of sailors to write advertisements for Drunken Immortal every day on the internet. What is better than the Michelin Chinese national feast? Enjoy the night view of the river and savor a luxurious life. One of the things you have to do when you come to Jiangcheng. These soft advertisements with strong gimmicks fermented on the internet, making the name of Drunken Immortal Restaurant enter the ordinary people's vision. The common people were keen to discuss what they could not afford to eat. The sound gradually reached the ears of the rich, and some internet celebrities liked to eat what the common people couldn't afford to eat the most. So her store gradually took off in the past 2 days. Those who had gone to eat had nothing but praise for the food, as well as for the beautiful boss lady. The netizens who visited the store took pictures of Su Beishi and posted them on various platforms. It was titled, Drunken Immortal House's Stunning Colors on Earth. It instantly attracted widespread attention. Some foreign customers even came here, causing her store to be full of customers and requiring reservations to be lined up. It was the point of dinner at this moment. Su Beishi was busy, and when she saw Qin Feng's message asking if she was busy, smiling bitterly, she still replied, not busy. What are Qin Feng's orders? She clearly knew that without Qin Feng's support, her best end would be to shut down Drunken Immortal Mansion and marry a rich man. So Qin Feng's matters had to come first for her. She guessed that Qin Feng wanted to accompany him by himself. She had long been prepared for this. She just didn't expect Qin Feng to be so good. He'd coaxed those 2 older siblings in a few days' work. Now that it was her turn to coax her, Su Beishi was a little nervous. Qin Feng, do you like taking photos? Su Beishi? She recalls the first time Qin Feng approached her for a chat. He asked her to take a selfie. It was obvious that Qin Feng liked photography. Su Beishi glanced down at her figure, blushing slightly, and replied, I've never taken a picture. Does Mr. Qin want to take a portrait of me? Qin Feng, suddenly I want to play on a whim. You make a price. Su Beishi, no need. I said before when I borrowed money. Anything will do. Su Beishi, Mr. Qin, send me an address. I'll go there now. Qin Feng is slightly embarrassed to see someone so honest, but after thinking of her blood-spurting body, he quickly threw out the guilt in his heart. It's still cool to use money to smash. It's a pain in the ass to ask for goodwill. One still had to lick one's face and coax. Qin Feng decided not to coax Xia Ting after he got her reward. In case she is unhappy, he will use money to smash her until she is good. And if she still makes a mess, he will pull back. Anyway, he has a lot of women. Qin Feng, do you have cat ear hair clips? Phantom leather clothes? Made clothes at home? Su Beishi. No. Qin Feng, voice 60. Su Beishi listening to the voice. Point conversion text, I give you money. You go online to buy stewardess uniforms, female security guards uniforms, JK Moon hair uniforms, and small leather whip and other props. The more Su Beishi listens to the more red face. Since childhood, she has some clothes that she has never heard of. Curious internet search, suddenly marveled. Some styles have very little fabric, and even her top can't cover it. So this has to be photographed? Su Beishi shy are not ashamed to see others. Fortunately, Qin Feng gave her a few days to buy clothes, giving her a bit of a buffer. Otherwise she was afraid that she would run away on the spot. Xin Feng was looking forward to showing off his amazing photography skills 2 days later, returned home and rested for a while, turned on the TV and saw that there was nothing to watch, so ran to the study to play with the computer. This computer was said to be a $10,000 configuration. High-end games were manageable. He felt a little empty after playing 2 handfuls of jerking alone and being eaten by 2 games of chicken, mainly because the house was a bit big and he was a bit less accustomed to it. Empty rooms, cold floors, everything was peaceful and quiet. The sound of grass he made was like a thunderclap on the ground, compared to Shifuya's little nest that was full of life. This 480 square foot large flat seemed particularly lonely. Xin Feng looked at the time. It was now past 9, and Shifuya should have gone to the bar. Going over by himself might disturb people's work. He suddenly realized that it seemed like everyone had something to do. Zhong Oao is studying, Shifuya is working, Su Beishi is busy. He was the only one who had nothing to do and waited for death all day long, and the key to that was waiting for his heart to be disturbed. After having money, you really lose a lot of the meaning of life. Xin Feng does not want to be so decadent. He wants to find the meaning of life. So he opened WeChat and found Wei Fan, a rich second generation, and said, "Brother Wei, do you know where the nightclub is fun?" Xin Feng followed the rich second generation out to grow his knowledge. He then realized that there were 2 types of KTV. One was the pure K's mass market type, and there was also a business KTV that had especially many ways to play, referred to as the business K's. Different from the previous night hall, business K looks more formal, more high-end, but also more expensive. Wei Fan took him to the business KTV box super large, with a dance floor DJ kind. Recognizing his marketing called a busload of performers over for the 2 to choose from. Xin Feng swept a glance, although there were no goddesses, but each one was cool, beautiful and graceful. Thinking about it, the goddess has been good-looking since she was a child. There is no shortage of boys around to pursue her. No matter how much she mixes, she won't be able to mix it up in a nightclub. However, this idea of his was not entirely correct. Girls with a high face value are usually not too open. No sense of atmosphere. Cannot bring the atmosphere. Silly sitting there still have to guests take the initiative to bring her to play. And then play will not do this line of work. So marketing is not very willing to bring those girls out. Wei Fan helped Xin Feng order 3, and ordered 2 for himself. The girls were all very enthusiastic, and the group dances were great, as well as some of the program performances. They played games with big stakes, all of which were body contact type punishments. There was a little sister who lost at poker and ran to tear her partner's socks off. It was kind of fun to watch. Xin Feng was persuaded to drink a lot of wine. The young lady was beautiful and sweet, and it was very comfortable to listen to. When it was over, with Wang Gang's help, he barely made it back to his door. Only Wei Fan's last words remained in his mind. "There's a rooftop open-air pool party on the weekend. Remember to come over and play." Xin Feng was a little bit looking forward to it, but to be honest, he was never quite comfortable with this kind of venue. It felt impossible to fit in. Apart from drinking, there was only drinking. On the contrary, the girls seemed to be having a great time. Without desire, he was there simply drinking, sitting back and laughing at the crowd. He smoked cigars all night and drank a mess of foreign wine. His stomach turned over and all his organs protested. If one drank for half a month in the long run, one would definitely waste away. This night spent more than 20,000. Wei Fan grabbed the bill. Xin Feng did not, and he polite. "The amount is not much. Later find a way to pay him back." Back home, Xin Feng drunkenly lying on the bed, all over the body. He was dizzy and wanted to vomit. He was now looking forward to having a super strong body. Along with that, he also misses Xia Ting a bit. When people were drunk and alone, they were very emotional and could easily remember things they regretted. Xia Ting was his only regret at the moment. He took out his cell phone, found Xia Ting, hesitated for a while, and gently sent a message. "I miss you so much." After sending it, he stared blankly at the cell phone screen, looking forward to the girl's reply. A minute passed. 5 minutes passed. Xin Feng looked at the time. 12:30 at midnight. Sighing helplessly. Probably sleeping. Good girls usually sleep early. Xin Feng closed his eyes and forced himself to sleep. At this time, the cell phone rang. His heart beats faster and he unwraps the screen to see that it's a message from her. "Xia Ting, humph." Looking at the text alone, one can also imagine Xia Ting's mouth pouting at this moment. It was still that familiar feeling. Xin Feng laughed and typed coaxingly, "Baby, don't be angry." "Xia Ting, I'm just angry." Xia Ting was lying down to sleep at 11 o'clock, but because of the recent Cold War with Xin Feng, she couldn't sleep after thinking about it. She is worried that this Cold War is permanent, and is afraid that Xin Feng has another woman who doesn't want her. In the past 2 days, her whole body has been emaciated 2 points. Sleep is not good. Just now, She was about to fall asleep when she heard the sound of WeChat. She needed to catch up on her sleep, so she didn't look at her cell phone. But there was always a voice in her heart that said, "Go and take a look, in case it's him." This thought kept circling in Xia Ting's mind, and she finally opened her phone helplessly, minimized the brightness, and squinted her eyes to take a look. I didn't expect it to really be Qin Feng. She was thrilled and wanted to reply back with a, "I miss you so much too." But then she remembered that the dogman didn't know where he had gone to wave in the past 2 days, and instantly became angry again. "You don't care about me. Why don't you let me be angry?" Qin Feng was a bit dizzy, but as the segment gradually improved, he didn't foolishly say I was wrong or something like that. He skirted around the topic and said truthfully, "I drank a bit of wine today and my mind is full of you." Shatine was titillated by the words of love. She knew that when a guy was drunk, he would only call the girl he cared about the most. She believed his words and her anger was mostly reduced, but her words were still a bit conspiratorial. "Xia Ting, being drunk is great. Leaving me alone for 3 days and ignoring me, and saying you miss me. Qin Feng, I know it's my fault, but I've been busy with a very important thing for the past 3 days." "Xia Ting, something at work?" "Qin Feng, it's about my whole life. If I succeed, I'll be able to live happily ever after." Xia Ting's anger completely subsided. This looks like a very important business. The man was outside to talk about such a big project and got drunk, and he was still throwing a tantrum here. It was so wrong. She sent a voice full of guilt. "Brother, I'm sorry, I was too willful." Qin Feng doesn't know why she's apologizing, but being drunk, he doesn't realize what's wrong. "It's good that you're not angry. Tomorrow I'll take you to a place." "Xia Ting, well, brother should rest early if you've had too much to drink. Do you want me to take care of you?" "Qin Feng, no. You go to bed early too. Good night." "Xia Ting, good night brother. I miss you too." Qin Feng stares at the text Xia Ting sent and giggles. He dialed Xiao Lily's number regardless of 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. "Hey, Sister Qiao, how's that villa of yours coming along?" Xiao Lily was woken up, saw that it was the boss's phone, slapped his face, and seriously returned. "The scene can be good tomorrow. My plan is to get a rehearsal first. Let people bring all the things to walk a process. If you can, I hope you also come to the scene to take a look. Need to be adjusted. If it goes well, the day after tomorrow can be. Can't wait for the day after tomorrow." Qin Feng interrupted. "I'll go and have a look at noon tomorrow. If I can, I'll take Xia Ting there directly in the evening. You bring someone to do a good job of welcoming them." "Okay boss, may I ask if the diamond ring needs to be prepared?" Qin Feng pondered for a while, gritted his teeth and said, "Buy 1,000,000 or so, prepare it first." The next day at noon, the weather was clear. The sun was bright and the breeze was not dry. The ninth building in the Four Seasons Court Villa area in Zhangchang was bustling with activity at the moment. The surface of the villa had been painted and looked brand new, completely different from the surrounding villa clusters. Overhead hung a huge hot air balloon with a line written on it. The iron gate at the entrance was removed and replaced with a balloon arch. There were many group shows and atmosphere groups in the courtyard. They were standing or squatting together, eating boxed lunches. The tycoons of Zhangchang are too rich, right? A wedding proposal is such a big show. Then the wedding shall not cost tens of millions of dollars. I'm so envious of today's heroine. If my boyfriend proposed to me like this, I'd marry him without a house. If you're so rich, how can you not have a house? I heard that the man is giving away this villa today. What's wrong with it? Just chatting." The wedding planning team of people ran over with a loudspeaker and shouted, "Do not chat." The boss immediately come over to see the venue. "Hurry to put away the lunchbox." According to this morning's rehearsal position stand, the music started. The screen open. Flowers and confetti first, do not have to spread, or you have to re-clean. A few minutes later, everyone quickly cleaned up, stood at the dining table and secretly glanced at the door, wanting to catch a glimpse of the rich. A few male actors secretly thought in their minds that, if he was a handsome man, he wouldn't need to do all this fancy stuff at all to chase girls. I guess the boss is a fat, ugly, greasy, balding uncle. Those male actors were destined to be disappointed. It wasn't long before a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of the villa. A chauffeur walked down from the driver's seat and slowly opened the rear door wearing white gloves. An oily leather shoe stepped out, followed by black suit pants and a straight English suit. Under the sunlight, the man had soared eyebrows and starry eyes, a straight nose and thin lips. His facial features are handsome, and with the specially made hairstyle, he appears to be well dressed, good-looking, graceful, and glowing. A few people in charge waiting at the door greeted him when they saw him, greeting him with warm greetings and courtesies. The crowd in the garden even let out a gasp. Wow, boss is also too handsome. My chow. Really? This is the boss? It feels like it's almost as big as me. How can you be as big as others? I can tolerate being richer than me. I can tolerate being more handsome than me. but I can't tolerate being more pretentious than me. What's the point of being handsome? You still can't get me. Sister, wipe your mouth and say that again. Shin Feng walked into the villa calmly under the gaze of the crowd. Raising his eyes, the decoration was indeed very good. There are balloon flowers everywhere, and the sky that has just been sprayed with water mist really does have a rainbow, and the air is filled with a sweet smell. The background wall on the circular stage in front was a huge photo frame, which held a huge outdoor display screen, which was currently scrolling Xia Ting's photos. There were all of them from childhood to adulthood, with some pretty campus photos being the most numerous. Collecting these photos took a lot of effort. Shin Feng had searched for a lot of people to get his hands on them. It was believed that the person in question would definitely be able to be touched by it when they saw it. Mr. Shin, can you see what else needs to be adjusted? Xiao Lily followed Shin Feng and asked with a smile. Not bad. Shin Feng nodded in satisfaction. We didn't hire a professional playing band. We just rented some musical instruments for the actors to sit there and pretend. It's actually music played by the stereo. Xiao Lily explained. This was done for fear that there would be accidents during the performance, and it's cheaper this way. Other than that, there are some additional preparations. Do you want to pick an actor on the spot to accompany you for a rehearsal? Shin Feng thought it was fine, so after picking slightly amongst the group of actors, he found a girl who looked quite pretty. Pretty girl, can you please help play the female lead for a while? The lucky girl who was picked was dumbfounded. She was the girl who just said she couldn't get me. She nodded her head without hesitation. Then she followed Shin Feng into the Rolls-Royce, sitting in a multi-million-dollar luxury car. Her mind was blank, and she did whatever others said. As if in a dream, she accompanied Shin Feng in the preview, and when she stepped down from the stage, she only had Shin Feng in her eyes, and couldn't tolerate anyone else. How she wished it was all true, but Shin Feng just smiled and nodded at her. Transferred 10,000 hard-earned money, and then no longer cared about her. The girl was heartbroken. Shin Feng looked at the time and said in a loud voice to the crowd, "Tough luck everyone for helping out. If my proposal is successful today, each person will double their salary today." The 40 or so people at the bottom were pleasantly surprised at the words and cheered enthusiastically. They shouted Boss Cowhide and wished the boss 100 years of good luck and an early birth. Shin Feng, amidst the blessings of the crowd, got in his car and set off to pick up the people. At this time in an ordinary suite, Xia Ting was picking out clothes. Her mom, Ming Mei Hui, was sitting on the sofa to help her counsel which one was appropriate to wear. Just that short denim skirt with a one-shoulder pink top is fine. It's already very bright. I think a white dress would be better for a small wedding. Xia Ting twisted left and right in the mirror, never quite satisfied. Her mom, Ming Mei Hui, glared at her. You're married, and you're just a newlywed? Shame on you. Humph, you're jealous of me. Xia Ting threw her head up. You were born to me. Do I need to be jealous? Ming Mei Hui gave her a disdainful look, then said nonchalantly, I advise you to better hurry up and ask for the house. Otherwise when people ignore you next time, maybe it's useless for you to stick it up. A tangle surfaced on Xia Ting's face and hesitated. He's in the middle of something big. It's not good for me to bother him now. People have casually bought Rolls-Royces. Buying a house is not even a bother. Maybe it's just like buying groceries. Xia Ting thought for a while, but still chose to give up. Forget it, let's talk about it later. He may be short of money for business. We can't give him pressure. She changed her clothes, saw the man's message on her cell phone and rushed to her mother. He's here. I have to go down. Quickly help me see what else is wrong. Ming Mei Hui took a slight glance and lightly said, It's quite good. Go. Seeing her perfunctory attitude, Xia Ting was angry and secretly red in her heart. Being indifferent to me now. When I have a villa in the future, I'll let you live in the nanny room downstairs. Ming Mei Hui saw this expression of her mouth skimming the corners and knew that she wasn't holding back any good farts, but sympathetic to the fact that her date was imminent, she didn't bother to make a move to teach her a lesson, and casually asked, Not coming back for dinner tonight, are you? I don't know. I'm not burning your dinner anyway. Oof. Next time, make an appointment and bring him up so I can see what he looks like in real life. Got it. Xia Ting waved her hand and went out the door. Ming Mei Hui looked at her daughter's back and wanted to say something, but in the end she didn't say it out. She had previously advised her daughter to get pregnant with a rich man's seed, but now she suddenly didn't want her own daughter to give birth to a child, because it meant that she was about to become a grandmother. What was the concept of a grandmother? She's only 50 this year. She's so young she doesn't want to be a grandmother. In the blink of an eye, she was going to be a grandmother. It was scary to think about. Xia Ting came to the entrance of the neighborhood and saw the eye-catching Rolls-Royce parked on the side of the road. She quickly walked over, only to see the car down a man wearing a straight suit, wearing a formal bow tie, body posture leaning long and straight, smiling a face of sunshine. He had become much more handsome, and his entire aura was different. He gave people a feeling of imposing and spontaneous. Xia Ting walked to the front of him, looked straight at him, a little can not believe their eyes. The original man inverted a little bit so handsome it. Baby, I miss you so much. Qin Feng ignored her surprised eyes, opened his hands and hugged her, saying softly, I'll never be annoyed with you again. Xia Ting leaned on his shoulder, slightly moved, and, it's my fault for losing my temper when you're not okay. Qin Feng rubbed her head, turned around and opened the car door for her, smiling, it's all in the past, get in the car, I'll take you to a banquet. Banquet? Xia Ting tensed up. Are there any of your family members? No, they're all ordinary friends, nothing special, Qin Feng said. When Xia Ting heard that there were no members of his family, she couldn't help but feel a bit afflicted. Sitting in the car, holding his hand, she didn't say anything. I'll take you to do a styling first, and change your dress. Xia Ting looked at her own dress and worried. Is it a very formal occasion? I haven't been to your kind of rich people's banquets. She's only been there twice in her life, and she doesn't know anyone in that kind of place. The whole time she stood there with a glass of wine and giggled at strangers. It was super embarrassing. Don't be nervous, you're the prettiest girl in the room. They're the ones who should be nervous. Qin Feng smiled and comforted. You tell me what to pay attention to first, so as not to embarrass you at that time, Xia Ting said uneasily. There's nothing to pay attention to, just walk with me on your arm. Qin Feng's voice was full of confidence. Xia Ting was still uneasy, thinking that in the future, this kind of occasion must be attended often. She hurriedly took out her cell phone and began to study the social etiquette of the nobles and the rules of banquets in Baidu. In the dressing room of the wedding company, Xia Ting watched the makeup artist put on the princess crown. A few assistants brought white evening dresses. The hemline is a little long. A photographer held a camera on herself. The hangers behind her were full of wedding dresses and red bridal wear, coupled with the fact that Qin Feng was dressed so formally. Xia Ting vaguely felt that things seemed a bit off. Brother, isn't it a bit too ostentatious for me to dress like this? Qin Feng, who was sitting next to him playing with his cell phone, looked up and couldn't stop nodding his head. It's okay, everyone else is similar to you. Xia Ting's heart was slightly settled. She who had seen less thought that Qin Feng was attending a more high-end banquet and squirmed for a while. I was worried about stealing the limelight from others. Qin Feng smiled and quipped, oh, silly, even if you don't dress up, you can still steal their thunder. Xia Ting's tail went up at the compliment. She happily put on her makeup. The time came to more than 4 o'clock. The afternoon sunlight became kind, like a mother-in-law who just received a bride price, gentle with a passion. Qin Feng picked up Xia Ting's skirt and helped her to get into the car with silver high heels, under the starry roof of the Rolls-Royce. The girl caressed by the sunlight was beautiful. Crystal red lips, butterfly fairy eye makeup, seductive arched eyebrows, the snow-white skin. Even the white dress could not hide its light. The one-shoulder style not only reveals her puffy shoulders, even with her proud mountain peak's edge also reveals some out. Qin Feng looked at the look a little excited up. Cannot stop want to open the car glass fogging function, but still hold back. After this success, there are plenty of opportunities. A little impatience is a big mess. The car is traveling slowly. Qin Feng kept praising Xia Ting's beauty in the car, stirring up her emotions and paving the way for the courtship ceremony later. The joy of reunion coupled with the man's sweet words made Xia Ting feel very happy, and her whole body was floating in ecstasy. The eyes that looked at Qin Feng were filled with fascination. For a moment, she wished to be with the man in front of her forever. Her glittering eyes made Qin Feng a bit hard to top. Luckily, the journey wasn't far. Before Qin Feng broke through his senses, the two arrived at their destination. The car is parked. The show begins. Qin Feng got out of the car and opened the door for Xia Ting as rehearsed before, holding her hand to help her out of the car. Baby, we're here. Xia Ting's eyes had been on Qin Feng just now, and it was only after she got out of the car that she saw that this was actually a villa area, and the villa styling in front of her was particularly familiar. But because it was dressed up too fancy, she didn't recognize it for a while. Under her feet was a long red carpet that was spread all the way to the courtyard. Both sides were filled with pots and pots of white flowers, each one a real flower in full bloom. There were many balloons floating in the sky, mostly white with pink mixed in. Further up, there was a huge hot air balloon with a line written in cute penmanship on the sphere. Baby, let's fall in love. Standing outside the door alone, one could feel the rich romantic atmosphere inside. Xia Ting was very envious. Who could understand this sour feeling of attending someone else's romantic wedding? She glanced at Qin Feng and wanted to tell him that she wanted a wedding like this in the future. But the two of them had only just become boyfriend and girlfriend, so saying so had the suspicion of forcing a marriage. So she asked instead, brother, is this your friend getting married? Pretty much. Qin Feng saw that she hadn't reacted yet, and didn't break it down. smilingly leading her in. Bang bang bang. The moment she walked into the balloon archway, 5 or 6 ceremonial flowers exploded, and a sky full of ribbons fell. Clatter. A large group of people in the courtyard faced the two, smiling and applauding. Xia Ting was startled for a moment. Immediately afterward, they heard the sound of melodious music and a crew member with a high-pressure jet water gun was seen spraying a beautiful rainbow on the moving scaffolding. Underneath the rainbow was a grand stage with various shapes of chevron panels tied up with flowers and decorations. In the largest background photo frame, she met her own picture. She lightly covered her small mouth and stared at the screen in front of her with wide, unbelieving eyes. At that moment, rose petals floated down and sprinkled in front of her eyes. Everything seemed to become dreamy. I've been arranging here for the past few days, wanting to give you a surprise. How is it? Is it still satisfactory? Listening to the man's gentle voice, smelling the intoxicating fragrance of flowers, Xia Ting finally realized that she was the main character of this banquet. Her heart was beating very hard, unbelievably looking at all this. The people around them showed gentle smiles to them. Brother, is this what you said about a lifetime of happiness? Yes, you are my greatest happiness. Xia Ting thought of Qin Feng's words last night. A layer of mist surfaced in her eyes, and her vision gradually became hazy. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but the guilt made her not know how to speak. When she thought of how this man had spent the past 2 days carefully preparing for himself, and how she had been so petty and angry with him, blaming him for not coming to coax her, Xia Ting felt guilty and wanted to cry. Xia Ting felt guilty and wanted to cry, but with so many people watching, she was afraid of crying her face off, so she desperately tried to hold it back. At this time, Qin Feng stretched out his arm in front of her and said with a smile, "Come on, take me by the arm and accompany me to the stage. I've prepared a special gift for you. Go up and listen to me and I'll give it to you." Xia Ting took the tissue Qiu Lily handed over and dotted the corner of her eyes. Then she gave a soft Taking Qin Feng's hand, she silently walked over. Her heart was in turmoil right now. Touched and guilty intertwined. Vanity and anticipation were intertwined. Before she could guess what the gift was, the answer was revealed. 2 aerialists suddenly appeared on the roof of the villa. They pulled back a giant red bow and slowly hung it on the surface of the villa. The bow dangled down 2 one-person high ribbons, and someone on the side window of the villa tightened the ends of the ribbons and secured them to the side. When the white villa was tied with bows and turned into a large gift, Xia Ting was shocked. She stared dumbfounded at it all, the pupils of her eyes trembling slightly, and teardrops about to brew once again. "I'm sorry for buying this villa in your name without your consent." This apology from Qin Feng was something that thousands of young girls wanted to hear. "Before you said you wanted to add my name because my father didn't agree. But it doesn't matter now. I'm willing to add my name for you." Qin Feng finished taking out the red real estate license and stuffed it into her hand, smiling. "When you're free tomorrow, we'll go to the housing authority and add my name, okay?" Xia Ting was at a loss for words as she took the real estate certificate and glanced at the crest on it, the golden glow making her eyes raw. Looking up at the man with a doting smile on his face, she wanted to pounce on him and bite him to vent her current excitement. But Qin Feng didn't let her have her wish. He brought a microphone from somewhere and started confessing his love. "I fell in love with you. It's not because you're good looking or not. Rather, it's because you, at a special time, you gave me a feeling that no one else could give me. It's not that you have all the looks I like. It's that you have all the looks I like. I like you, at all times, and like some people, too, at times when they look like you." Qin Feng finished speaking. Some girls at the bottom had already started crying. Beautiful and soothing light music was playing in the courtyard. Flower petals floated in the sky. The west-sloping sun was tinted with a touch of red, and the sunlight turned golden. The light fell on Qin Feng's suit and, making him look like a gaijin clad in a 7-colored haze, a boy who gave away a car, a house, and was gentle and romantic. The key is that he's also handsome. What kind of immortal boyfriend is this? The girls under the stage cried more and more sadly, and some of them made noises, especially the girl who accompanied Qin Feng in rehearsal at noon. Her eyes were red, her mouth was biting the corner of her handkerchief, and her hands were desperately tugging down. She couldn't wait to go up and kick the crying heroine and stand in front of the boss herself to enjoy the confession. On the stage, Xia Ting couldn't stop her moving tears, and the napkin in her hand was wet. She looked at Qin Feng with teary eyes, her heart in turmoil. Qin Feng brought a tissue and went up to help her wipe her tears. "Baby, don't cry," Xia Ting asked with a huff. "Are what you said true?" "Well, really, trust me," Qin Feng affirmed gently. Xia Ting couldn't help but hug him tightly, crying and confessing. "Brother, I like you too." System prompt: Xia Ting's favorability plus 20. Current favorability, 99. Cashback amount, 35. 41 million yuan. Qin Feng frowned, not satisfied with this result. After going through so much effort, he was not willing to have only 99. He gritted his teeth and stretched out a hand behind his back and gestured at Xiao Lily. Then not long after, something was shoved into his hand. Something was shoved into his hand. He gently pushed Xia Ting away and smiled. I'm glad you like me too. Except I want more than just like. After saying that, the music of the scene changed. Surprisingly, the wedding march sounded. Dang dang dang. The audience took a look and finally got down to business. One by one, their eyes widened as they prepared to watch Qin Feng perform, only to see Qin Feng slowly pull out a jewelry box. Xia Ting was shocked, her face full of disbelief. She seemed to have guessed what this man was going to do. At this moment, time seemed to slow down a lot. All sounds were far away from her. Only the man in front of her remained. With a smile on his face, he slowly knelt down on one knee, opened the small square red box. On it lay a diamond ring quietly. Don't be nervous, I don't have any other meaning. I just want to take this ordinary day to say to you, I love you. Are you willing to marry me? The man's words were like a Cupid's arrow, gently inserted into Xia Ting's heart. Xia Ting was intoxicated. The surprise came so hard and fast that she was powerless to resist. All she could do was fall to the ground and stomp her legs, watching herself being captured. The man's gaze was so gentle she couldn't feel the pain as she was lost in it. But animal instincts made her sense danger, and she struggled to come to her senses. But the man's hands were too strong, and she couldn't pull them out no matter how hard she tried, until the restraints were applied and she resigned herself to her fate. I don't know where I heard the saying, if you love, love deeply. All these years she had never really fallen in love with any man. Even her first love was just because she wanted a free breakfast. The money saved on breakfast could have been spent on nail polish. She had no feelings for the brats in high school. There were guys after her in college and she listened to her mother and picked the rich ones. She actually didn't know what she wanted. There were quite a few guys who proposed to her later. The reason why she didn't get married had to do with her own imitation. In addition to the boys' own reasons, she wasn't sure if she could be a good wife and mother, until she met Qin Feng. At first, she thought Qin Feng was a silly demolition man, but as she gradually got to know him, she realized the sincerity and charm of this man. Such a rich man willingly got down on one knee and asked for his hand in marriage. Xia Ting believed that he was not playing around. He should be serious. Xia Ting was completely heartbroken. She decided to try to truly love once, even if she ended up with bruises all over her body and was skinned and thrown back to the forest. She also had no complaints. I do. System prompt, Xia Ting's favorability plus 10. Current favorability, 109. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the goddess exclusive reward. Super strong physique. Super strong physique, based on the body's own qualities. It receives a 5-fold increase. The increase includes regeneration speed, muscle strength, bone density, strengthening of various organs in the body, etc. In an instant, Qin Feng's body felt as if it had been baptized, producing an unparalleled feeling of exhilaration. He clearly felt the pumping sensation of infinite power contained in his body. His brain even gave him the illusion that he could fight 10. Qin Feng couldn't hold back his excitement as he knelt on one knee and clenched his fist and blasted it at the floor of the stage. Bang! The not-so-thin floor was smashed through on the spot, and he himself didn't feel any pain at all. Qin Feng shed tears of emotion. Not only that, his eyes could see even more clearly than before, and his ears were much sharper. The murmurs under the stage could also be heard clearly. So handsome, I want to marry too. My chow, what kind of spicy chicken flooring is this? It's too inferior. The boss smashed a pit after smashing it. The boss looks like he's playing for real. Look at him crying with excitement. Alas, these two are really rich and beautiful. Can't find fault, just very angry. I want to have such a sincere relationship. Even if I'm a little poor, I can accept it. That girl, let's try to get along with each other. Sorry, you're not my type. Qin Feng was slightly relieved to see that no one was suspicious. When he heard Xiao Lily go to the wedding company to claim, he gave Xiao Lily a look signaling that it's okay. Xiao Lily then let the wedding company off the hook, but in her heart she was already planning to use this reason to deduct money from the other party. Knock a hole. This is obviously tofu dregs engineering. In case of personal safety problems, how to do. Xia Ting saw Qin Feng pounding the floor in excitement and hurriedly squatted down to stop his self-inflicted injuries. Hubby, don't be like this. I've already promised you. I'm just excited. Qin Feng helped her stand up together. I know. I'm excited too. Husband, when are you going to marry me? With the house and car. Xia Ting was now left with this one wish. A man as outstanding as Qin Feng must have a group of wolf-like women surrounding him. Not to mention his gentle and intelligent sister. The boss's wife of the restaurant that day alone was not inferior to herself in terms of looks. To not have the identity of the main palace. When the time comes and tear can't even tear other women. After a while, I actually have something outside lately. Busy after this time to say Qin Feng made up. He has already gotten a super strong body. This body strength makes his self-confidence burst. Along with that, his attitude towards Xia Ting was also a bit arrogant. Xia Ting believed his words. She didn't notice anything wrong, and continued to smile like a flower as she held onto him and carried on with this feast. She fixed her makeup and the two of them followed the photographer's instructions to take a few sets of photos in the middle of the stage. Then Xiao Lily arranged for the chefs to come in and roast the meat and arrange for the eating table. A few actresses pushed over a one-person high cake. The crowd sat down at the western table, raised their glasses and drank. Qin Feng and Xia Ting held their glasses and received wave after wave of blessings from the group of actors. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening when the party ended. After tossing and turning for 2 to 3 hours, Xia Ting's feet hurt from standing. Assisting her beloved man into the villa, she went up to the 3rd floor, turned on the indoor lights while fumbling. "Hubby, take a shower first." Qin Feng had drunk a lot. He wanted to try to see if he could not get drunk from 1,000 cups with this super strong body of his. It was in fact possible. He drank from each person's toast. And it wasn't red wine. It was whiskey. According to the usual, he had already drunk people lying on their backs without even knowing where. Now there was just a little blush and his head was a little fuzzy. He figured he should be able to have another round of drinks after washing his face. Sitting on the bed, he propped his body up with both hands back, looking at the gorgeous Xia Ting under the light. Qin Feng wanted to try out the super strong body. He loosened the buttons of his shirt and ordered, "Come over here and give me a kiss." Xia Ting gave him a dissatisfied look. "Kissing is fine, just don't be so mean." Saying this, she squatted down. When Qin Feng ripped his shirt off, he was surprised to see that Qin Feng had abs. "Wow, brother, how come I didn't see you have 8-pack abs before?" Qin Feng admired his abs and said in a godly manner, "I hid them before." "Hurry up." Xia Ting's eyes were full of fondness. Her hands caressed Qin Feng's waistline, and she lowered her head to kiss Qin Feng's lips. A kiss of the sky. More than half an hour later, Qin Feng walked to the balcony with satisfaction and beautifully lit a cigarette. The area around the villa was quiet, and under the moonlight, only the shadows of the hovering trees swayed. Each villa was spaced far apart and was shaded by trees. Qin Feng smoked outside naked, not worried at all about being seen. Or rather, he was looking forward to being seen by strange beauties with their own bodies. It's a pity that a lone beauty can only enjoy herself. Thinking about getting Xia Ting's final reward so easily, he couldn't wait to raise his head to the sky. This skill had helped him immensely. The most feared thing about playing recklessly was not being able to physically do so. Qin Feng was now 5 times better than a normal person's physical fitness. Normal people did it twice a day, while he could do it 10 times, completely capable of smashing rice cakes. And the magic of this skill was that it could be enhanced. He was a normal person now. 5 times was strong, but not perverted enough. If he got fit and worked out to become a fierce man, then with a 5-fold boost, he would be equivalent to a little superhero. Once he thought of this, he decided to go back tomorrow and buy a full set of jerking equipment, and then hire a beautiful coach to teach him fitness. After jerking iron, he can also lift a man. He finished his cigarette outside, thinking about the flow of today's program. There will be a wedding celebrant coming over later to set off fireworks. It was right in front of his villa. Qin Feng hesitates to ask Xiao Lily to cancel the event. The reward had already arrived anyway. However, thinking that the fireworks had already been bought, tens of thousands of dollars, and could not be refunded if they were not released, so it's better to just watch the fun. This side of the villa group is allowed to set off fireworks. Just the time cannot be too late. Xia Ting finished brushing her teeth, covering her vaguely painful cheeks. Qin Feng sighed, with a grudging face. "You've changed." Qin Feng thought she was praising herself. His heart was happy, just wanted to fool around a bit, but he heard Xia Ting continue. "I can feel that you seem to have suddenly gotten something, and then you don't care about me anymore." Qin Feng was startled. This girl is too perceptive, but this kind of thing like a system wouldn't even occur to the average person. So he doesn't panic and casually perfunctorily says, "Don't be paranoid. I just drank some wine and got a little excited." Xia Ting came to him and said pitifully, "Hubby, I'm a bit scared when you're like this." "What are you afraid of?" I said, "As long as you don't leave me, I won't leave you either." Qin Feng was a bit heartbroken when he thought that he would have to find more girls in the future and might not have the time to accompany her. He was never kind-hearted, so he gave her a promise. "If there's a day when you don't want to waste your time on me anymore, then if you ask, I will definitely let you go." Xia Ting panicked, "I won't leave. You're the first man I've ever been attracted to. I don't want anyone but you." Qin Feng slagged, "Then don't worry. You are also the first woman I've ever been attracted to. I will try to find time to accompany you." Xia Ting froze. When he proposed to confess in the afternoon, didn't he say that he wanted to be together all the time? How did he suddenly say that he would take time to accompany him? Hubby, are you busy at work? Yes, very busy. In the future there is a possibility of not returning home at night. You have to be mentally prepared, Chin Feng said honestly. His journey was to the stars and the sea, to see more and more beautiful scenery. With so many people to take care of in the future, he couldn't possibly take care of them. For the girls who have already gotten their rewards, seeing them once a month is about right. Although there are still feelings for Xia Ting, but the old angry character could only rank third in Chin Feng's heart. Zhong Oa could see her 3 or 4 times a month instead. Xia Ting was silent for a moment when she heard Chin Feng's words and said in a lost voice, "Does brother dislike me?" Even the title had changed. Chin Feng was very familiar with this. It was a precursor that Xia Ting was about to get angry. How could I dislike you, baby? I've been really busy lately. Chin Feng smiled and wrapped his arms around her small waist, comforting her a few times for the sake of her hard work just now. Xia Ting didn't choose to let him off the hook and asked straight away, "Then you said before that you've been setting up the scene for me for the past 3 days. You're so busy. Why would you be free to set it up for me? Was it the you from just now that was lying? Or is it the you from now that's lying?" Chin Feng was speechless. After pondering for a while, he simply didn't want to explain. The rewards were already in his hands anyway, and he had no intention of pretending anymore. "I'm not done with the college entrance exams. Who still brushes up after the exams?" Chin Feng originally wanted to muddle through, but Xia Ting got serious and got angry. "After the exam? Am I just your test paper? Then what do you want?" Chin Feng said with nothing to hang for. Xia Ting was quiet for a moment, took off the ring on her ring finger and said seriously, "I agreed to your proposal. So when will you marry me?" Chin Feng smiled awkwardly. "Just these 2 or 3 years. Wait until I stabilize my career." Xia Ting stopped talking, her eyes staring at the man in front of her with dead eyes. Seeing a flash of panic in his eyes, Xia Ting knew that this man was lying. He hadn't even thought about marrying her. If that was the case, then, was all this today not one of his games, that he himself was being played? In an instant, Xia Ting's eyes flashed with monstrous anger. "Ha!" She let out a soft laugh. Then she stuffed the ring into the man's mouth. "Then let's pretend we never did it. I'll return your car and house to you. I don't want to see your things." She turned around and left after she finished speaking. System alert, Xia Ting favor -1. System prompt, Xia Ting good sense -1. System prompt, Xia Ting good sense -1. People had no expression when they were in extreme anger and sadness. Xia Ting, who had turned around, did not cry, nor did she make a scene. Only the light in her eyes was fading. Chin Feng actually liked Xia Ting. The words he said in the afternoon were basically from his heart. Xia Ting was very good-looking and enthusiastic, like a blooming rose, although she would occasionally be moody. It was precisely this kind of rose with thorns that was even more endearing. Most of the girls Chin Feng met after he got rich were submissive and soft-spoken to him. Rarely like Xia Ting would be jealous of him. Sometimes Chin Feng felt that coaxing this kind of naive and cute little girl was also quite a happy thing. What's more, she had also given herself an extremely precious coming-of-age gift. He was referring to the super-strong physique, compared to cars and houses and other things outside the body. A strong body is a treasure that many people can only dream of. Now that he had just gotten his hands on it, he was pissing people off. It was as if he was a scum. Chin Feng, standing on the 3rd floor, looked at Xia Ting who walked out from the 1st floor. He couldn't help but have the thought of retaining it. He shouted at Xia Ting's back, "Hey, can you not leave?" The woman didn't turn around, her steps didn't stop, and her appearance looked very determined. Chin Feng sked, feeling slightly offended at the lack of effect of his retention. It was like giving a beggar $1. The beggar even did not thank him. To know that now he is the master. She tugged. What tugging? Chin Feng also determined up. Said, "You are going to walk out of this door. I won't be looking for you in the future." Xia Ting's figure lurched at the words and froze in place. The scene suddenly quieted down. The only sound was the sound of the evening breeze blowing the leaves. At this moment, Xia Ting suddenly wasn't angry anymore. Breaking up was just a matter of breaking up. What a big deal. It might be that the proposal in the afternoon and the separation in the evening was a bit fast, and she couldn't adapt for a while. It was just a matter of being played for a few days. He also meant to give money. It's my own stupidity. I still believe in love. Dogs do not believe in something old lady actually believe. Really deserve to be played. Alas. That's it. What else can be done? Xia Ting smiled to herself and, taking a deep breath, she slowly turned around. Those once soulful eyes were now dull. Don't look for it. I won't let you find it either. The girl's voice was a bit hoarse, as if she was holding in some sort of aggression. Those empty eyes, as if they had lost all enthusiasm for the future, leaving only a thick dispersed sadness. Chin Feng didn't see her tears. He only saw the bleak smile on the girl's face. His heart was viciously seized, hurting terribly. Brother, take care. I'm leaving first. The girl in a white dress finished speaking and silently turned around with her head bowed. There seemed to be fluorescent light flashing in the corner of her eyes, but it was obscured by her dark hair and could not be seen truly. Only the forlornly beautiful shadow was left to shine in the moonlight. It is like a princess who was about to give up her curtain. The dark curtain fell and could no longer be seen. Shin Feng panicked a little and shouted in a hurry. Wait! The girl didn't stop, stepping on her silver high heels and walking very fast. She wasn't an unloved and unlovable girl. Even though her family didn't have much money, her father had already saved up $1 million for her dowry. Her enlightened mother hadn't even forced her to marry someone else. As long as Xia Ting was willing, she could stick to her parents carefree into old age. She was entitled to leave. She didn't care about the man who played with her feelings. She likes money, but if it was given by that man, she would rather not. The girl walked to the door and was about to disappear from sight. Shin Feng was so anxious that he wanted to rush down to keep her, but a voice in his head kept saying to him, let her go if she wants to go. What's the big deal? Anyway, we've got the stuff in our hands. There's no need to lick her. And you'll have so many women in the future. She's not so bad. Breaking up is a trial that every wolf must go through. You have to give up in order to get something. If she doesn't leave, how will you find the next one? If you feel guilty, find a way to sneak the money to her, so that she has no worries about food and clothing. For a moment, Shin Feng was persuaded. It was only that the system kept prompting Xia Ting -1 to 1 to drop her favorability, making him inexplicably feel scared. Then he thought that Xia Ting didn't seem to have eaten anything today and had been accompanying himself to sip wine. Shin Feng overreacted and opened his mouth to stay. Can you eat before you leave? Even if you break up, you still need to eat. This thinly veiled sentence failed to make the girl stop. Watching the girl disappear into the darkness, Shin Feng's heart emptied a piece. That suffocating feeling of guilt made him incomparably uncomfortable. There was an urge to jump down and chase after her. He now had a super strong physique that, subconsciously, he felt that jumping from a height of 7 or 8 meters was no problem at all. In order to keep himself from feeling bad, so Shin Feng went on. His expression was solemn. With a hand on the guardrail, confidently and dashingly leaped down. And just then, system alert, Xia Ting's favorability 1. Current favorability, 99. Reward expired. Please raise the goddess's favorability as soon as possible. System alert, Xia Ting's favorability -1. I'm sorry, failure? What lapsed? Shin Feng, who was in mid-air, didn't have time to react, and instantly felt that his body had been emptied. His eyes widened as he looked at the system in incomparable shock. His body plummeted rapidly. He didn't even have time to say grass. Only a bang was heard. He fell solidly onto the lawn. Gaba! He clearly felt the foot that landed first twisted. Grass! Shin Feng's cried out in pain. It's back. It's all fucking back. The once weak body was back. Shin Feng never thought that this Tama dog licking system was a real dog licker. If you don't lick the girl, the reward will actually be withdrawn. Who can stand this? I just had a few hours of fun, and then I don't have any fun anymore. Can you let people play the game happily? Shin Feng cursed madly in his heart. If this is the way to play. The thought of maintaining the goodwill of a group of women made him feel a huge amount of pressure. He wanted to cry without tears. Xia Ting, who walked out of the villa, heard the commotion coming from behind her but still didn't turn around to look. She was very sad right now. She just wanted to quickly go home and hug her mom and cry. Even if she was beaten up, she would feel better. She accelerated her speed to leave, but the next shout made her stop in her tracks. Ting Ting, come and help me. I broke my leg. She hesitated for a second. Immediately after came another shout. The wife. I just drank too much wine. I'm a bit delirious. Listen to my sophistry. This unfamiliar address caused Xia Ting to be in a trance for a moment, then sobered up, angrily walked back to the entrance of the villa, looked at the man on the ground, said angrily, you haven't played enough, have you? I didn't play. I really like you. So what? What do you want from me? Come over and help me. Shin Feng smiled shyly, trying to coax the super strong physique back. The good news so far was that Xia Ting's favorability stopped at 95 and didn't continue to fall down. There might still be a chance. Xia Ting saw Shin Feng sitting paralyzed on the ground with bloody bruises on his hands and a pained expression. It looked as if he had really fallen. I don't know why. The anger subsided most of the time, and there was even a little bit of heartache. After all, he is the man he loves, even if he hates him, but also cannot bear to see him like this. Xia Ting walked over, condescendingly looking down on the man, coldly said, I just want to kick you to death right now. You don't want to give up. Good boy. Come over for a hug. Shin Feng forced himself to endure the pain and stretched out a hand, making a gesture to hug. What tricks are you playing again? Xia Ting frowned. Nothing, just jumped down and didn't stand still. This sentence made Xia Ting freeze. She looked up at the third-floor balcony and only then did she realize that this man had jumped from a 7 or 8 meter high building. She moved slightly and looked at the man with disbelief. Why did you jump down? I wanted to keep you. The man's taken for granted words left Xia Ting stunned in place. She didn't expect this man to jump for himself. At this moment, the remaining bit of anger disappeared. A little hope inexplicably rose in her heart. Could it be that she had misunderstood him and that he truly liked herself? Otherwise, there was no reason for him to jump down and chase himself. Xia Ting saw Qin Feng's foot, which was really swollen with a big lump, and chided with heartache. You could have taken the stairs. Why did you foolishly jump down? You really think you're Superman? This is not anxious it. You said you wanna hide to not let me find. I'm afraid I can no longer see you. And excitement did not think so much. Qin Feng giggled. The words were said in a sincere manner, coupled with a pitiful appearance. This made Xia Ting's heart create ripples. She squatted down, stretched out her small hand, gently caressed his ankle and scolded in a low voice. Fool! Qin Feng smiled. This woman seems to be quite good at coaxing. Xia Ting put Qin Feng's hand on her shoulder and tried to help him up. Can you still walk? How about I call an ambulance? Qin Feng sat on the ground and didn't follow her strength to get up. Instead, he wrapped her into his arms. No need to call an ambulance. Just sit with me for a bit. You're swollen like this. Why are you still trying to be strong? Xia Ting gasped. Qin Feng laughed softly and said mysteriously. Have you ever heard of the saying that a girl's true love's kiss can cure all a boy's wounds? Xia Ting spat at him and said with a red face. It's already this time. You still think about this. I'm talking about kissing. Where did you think of that? Qin Feng was full of surprise. Xia Ting was furious and pinched his arm hard. Don't think I'll forgive you just because you jumped off the 3rd floor for me. Then what do you want me to do? Qin Feng endured the pain and said without changing his face. When I'm healed, I'll show you a jump down from the 5th floor. Okay? No jumping allowed. Xia Ting furrowed her eyebrows and glared at him in exasperation. Just kidding. I'm not stupid. Qin Feng laughed. Xia Ting struggled to get up, wanting to get her cell phone to call Wang Gang to come over and send him to the hospital. Unexpectedly, the man did not let her get up and he also wrapped his arms around the bend of her legs and placed her across his lap like a princess hug. In order not to press his feet, Xia Ting had to stretch out her hands around the man's neck, as close as possible to his arms. The man's naked upper body made Xia Ting slightly hot. To divert her attention, she complained softly. Didn't you tell me to leave and not come back? Qin Feng sat back, wrapped his arms around the girl's puffy shoulders and laughed. How could I let you go? Poof. Baby, just now I'm not perfunctory. I also very much want to marry you, but my family is very troublesome. Qin Feng began to patch up. A serious nonsense. In our family, marriage is arranged by parents. I only have the right to say no if I make a certain career. And I'm really on the upswing of my career right now. I'm planning to wait until I make some achievements before I confess to my parents. But I'm worried that my career won't necessarily go well. And there's a chance that my parents will strongly disagree. That's why I said it would take 2 years. Xia Ting sat in the man's arms, listening to him spit out his heart. That tone full of helplessness. She believed it to be true. After all, rich people's family values were very heavy. It was all played out on TV. In order for the hero of the rich family to be able to marry the heroine of an ordinary family, the two of them went through a lot of trouble and acted out 40 episodes of a serialized drama before finally getting the consent of the hero's parents. Xia Ting thought about how she had made things so difficult for the boy she liked. A small guilt welled up in her heart, and she softly said, I'm willing to wait, for as long as it takes. I know. You're such a good girl. I'm willing to fight for you too. Qin Feng was walking his heart out when he said this. He liked this flowery woman in his arms. The key was too good to be fooled. What man could reject a girl with a beautiful face, a passionate personality, and an IQ of 0? Looking at her slightly self-conscious eyes, Qin Feng kissed her appropriately. The sweet entanglement soon opened her heart once again. She responded with emotion. The beautiful face gradually reddened. The body twisted restlessly. The plump roundness overwhelmed Qin Feng. After a long time, the two parted their heart-to-heart lips. Xia Ting involuntarily touched the man's stomach and, immediately afterward, she noticed that something was wrong. Ha, where are your abs? Qin Feng smiled awkwardly and prevaricated. Shrunk in? Question mark. Can abs shrink in too? Xia Ting's head was full of questions, but she didn't know much about men's things, so she didn't pursue it any further. On the lawn, the two didn't make the next move, just snuggled together and looked at the stars in the sky. After all, the cottage door hadn't been fixed yet. Just who did not find not far from the road, there is a van stopped. A few people from the car out of many boxes. The person in charge took out his cell phone and looked at the time, nodding to the others. Several people then pulled out their windproof lighters at the same time. Bang! a firework rose suddenly, bursting into brilliant sparks in the dark night. It was followed by many more rays of light that shot straight up into the sky, presenting the most perfect gestures at their extreme heights. The dazzling fireworks lit up the starry sky. It also illuminated the girl's face. "Is this also your arrangement for today?" the girl asked dully. "Well, just these few strokes cost me $30,000. Qin Feng showed off. The thing he used to be most reluctant to buy was fireworks. A Gatling cost 98. It took less than a minute for them to go off. It was better than washing his hair. But now it doesn't matter. 30 cents for half an hour. Do you like it?" "Yeah, like it." Xia Ting eyed one brilliant flower fire. The black pupils reflected the colorful patterns. The evening breeze of summer was extraordinarily gentle, and resting on the man's arm, lying on the lawn that belonged to her, she had some intoxication. Women are sensual animals. The throbbing emotions come quickly. She couldn't help but move and say, "Brother, can you repeat what you said this afternoon?" Qin Feng got excited and pressed down his excitement, softly saying, "Don't worry. If you want to hear it, I can say it for the rest of my life. I like you." The man's love words made Xia Ting very fascinated. In the thumping fireworks, she faced Qin Feng and closed her eyes. "You can kiss me now." System prompt, Xia Ting favorability +5. Qin Feng's virility reared its head and he was moved to tears. This feeling of being strong, those who haven't experienced it won't understand. He turned his left foot and realized that even the pain had diminished by a large margin. Looking at Xia Ting, who was peachy and shy, Qin Feng did not kiss her. Instead, he picked her up steadily and headed upstairs. The joy of having lost and regained, he needed to vent it out. "Ah!" Xia Ting exclaimed, looking at Qin Feng incredulously. "And, isn't your foot swollen? Didn't I tell you? The kiss of my beloved woman can make me forget my injuries," Qin Feng said with a smile. "Quickly put me down. Your foot won't get better like this," Xia Ting said eagerly. She loosened her hands around the man's neck and wanted to come down. Normally, it was hard for a guy to princess carry a woman if the girl didn't cooperate. But Xia Ting let go and was surprised to find that the boy's arms did not move at all. That calm and strong embrace made her feel like a kitten weighing a few pounds. Xia Ting was surrounded by a bursting sense of security. Her eyes were mesmerized and twinkling. "And, brother, why does it feel like you've changed again?" "The real change. You haven't experienced it yet." Qin Feng laughed evilly. He entered the villa, closed the door with his heel and, changing the position in which he held the girl, having her face towards him, like a sloth hugging a big tree, he walked slowly up the stairs. Each step was hard, but each step was accompanied by the sound of the girl's encouragement. The stairway left behind a ripped white dress, and some of the girl's personal clothing, and the girl with her arms around the man's neck was oblivious. Early in the morning, Qin Feng, who had only slept for 5 hours, woke up. The girl beside him was still sleeping. Last night's long flip-flop made her cheeks still have a hint of redness now. She was sleeping soundly and sweetly, not knowing what she had dreamed of. The corners of her mouth lifted slightly. That satisfied smile contained boundless spring colors. Every time he woke up beside her, Qin Feng always had the urge to do push-ups. But today, he held back. He realized that he was not only able to control his desires now, but even his spirit was much more focused, without the muddled feeling he had before. I wondered if it was the reason for the super strong physique. He got up, found his cell phone, and ordered an expensive takeout. Then came to the balcony and tried to test his physical fitness. First, it was push-ups, 2 at a time. A stable core made each of his push-ups very standard, easy as if he was running. He did 100 in a row before sweating slightly. The heart rate wasn't too high either, and the thick pulsations sent blood all over his body at once. Since even push-ups didn't feel anything, then squats and other equipment-free exercises probably couldn't measure anything either. Qin Feng stood up and looked at the ground where he jumped off last night, then remembered that his feet didn't seem to have been treated yet. He put his leg on the railing and checked it, and surprisingly, the swelling miraculously went down, and it didn't hurt at all. So was the fivefold self-healing speed so terrifying. It was basically healed in just one night. If this were to go to the hospital, it would take at least a week's rest to get better. Qin Feng was greatly amazed and looked downstairs at the grass and was eager to give it a try. When a scar is healed, the skin will itch. But this time he didn't use his hands to jump down. Instead, he used his feet, only to see Qin Feng hated the sky is not high enough, but also stepped on the railing and jumped up one section. A confident leap, drawing a perfect arc in the air. Snap, a soft sound, only to see him land firmly on the grass. His body did not shake. The big brother who came out for a morning jog on the opposite side saw it and was dumbfounded. "In the morning, I've seen a ghost. Someone jumped down from the 3rd floor, landing in zombie-like, legs do not bend a bit." The big brother rubbed his eyes, could not believe what he saw, wanted to go up to see the truth. but was afraid of being eaten by zombies. When he hesitated, he saw Qin Feng come down and start running, and only then settled down a little. Being able to run means it's not a zombie, but immediately after Qin Feng running speed, and let him begin to doubt life. Is there really an immortal cultivator in this world? Looking at the residual shadow brought out by Qin Feng's sprinting, that big brother's eyes grew whiter and whiter. The desire to seek immortality in his eyes could not be dispersed. He decided to buy a cultivation book tomorrow to try meditating and spitting. No! Go buy it now. The big brother across the street rushed home in a hurry, abandoning his plan to run on the third day. Qin Feng did not realize that his unintentional action was taken as a god. However, he also perceived that there were several people looking at him outside the archway. This speed of his own was indeed a bit appalling. As a rough estimate, 100 meters should only take about 4 or 5 seconds. With exercise, it should be a little faster still. He stopped his pace in order not to be noticed and returned to the villa, called Xiao Lily and asked her to call someone over to fix the door. Then he walked to the third floor, went into the bathroom and started showering, touching his bony hard body. Qin Feng couldn't close his legs with a smile. This body smells too good, although it still can't block a gun. An unusual sword or knife should be able to withstand it. Just be careful not to get stabbed in the vitals. With this, the next step was to get Shifuya, or Zhong Oai's reward. Then there would be nothing to fear in this world. Compared to the resurrection armor, the cyborg bodyguard was probably more important. The resurrection armor can only save one's own life. The safety of one's own woman could not necessarily be guaranteed. In case something went wrong with Xia Ting, according to the system's nature, it was likely that the rewards would be taken back again. Qin Feng couldn't afford to lose his super strong body. Regarding last night's confiscation of rewards by the system, Qin Feng filed a protest with the system. If the rewards are taken back for reducing favorability, then in the future, when there are more of their own women appearing in the shura, a few girls will meet and think that they are not dedicated to her, and then brush off the goodwill. He is not all of a sudden turned back to ordinary people. It would be better not to engage in goodwill. Every day to the girls to spend money, after the cool swing rotten on the line. It's a waste of time. What's wrong with that? System tip, more than 100 points of goodwill belong to the love of death. Unless there is a major change, easily will not fall goodwill. Qin Feng looks at the system tip, touches his chin with his index finger and thumb, and, contemplating under the shower head. In other words, this 100 points going up and down is a hurdle. One would only drop goodwill if one did something that the heavens and the people were angry about. Like yesterday when he said he was going to dump Xia Ting. When Xia Ting was pissed off, she hadn't dropped 100 points, but when she said I won't look for you after you leave, she was completely heartbroken. Moreover, when Xia Ting saw herself kissing Shifuya, she didn't even lose her favorability. This means that it was his own fault? Grass. How could Lousy be wrong? It's all the system's fault. Warm tips, the system will not be wrong. The host last night's behavior is too beast. Qin Feng. The system spits out the most deadly. Qin Feng had to admit that. It was actually that he was bloated and felt invincible after getting the reward and couldn't help but want to mess around. Everyone else lifts up their pants and doesn't recognize them. He is all not even lifting his pants. Sure enough, arrogance leads people to destruction. Qin Feng said that in the future, he should still be a good person. Scum, treat every woman around you well. Since he got a guarantee from the system, then the next goal is to find a way to make sure Fuya fall in love with herself. Qin Feng already had a little idea about this. It only takes some time. Qin Feng was in a happy mood when he finished his shower and came out. Xia Ting woke up. She was looking at herself in a daze and opened her hands. Hubby, hug. Qin Feng smiles as he walks up, bends down and lets her wrap her arms around his neck. Good morning, Your Highness. The girl rubs against his face, letting out a meaningful murmur that's unclear. Qin Feng stood up straight and saw that she still wouldn't let go, hanging on to him crookedly. The unclothed petite body is even whiter than last night. Qin Feng slapped her and said with a bad smile, didn't you get enough last night? Xia Ting slowly comes to her senses. Her body is soft and she wants to say again. But last night was a little bit of destruction. Can no longer withstand the wind and waves? She could only let go of her hand with reluctance and burrowed into the quilt, revealing a pair of almond eyes outside, shyly looking at Qin Feng. I'm full. He. Then do you still want to eat? I'm talking about breakfast. The clothes have been torn by you. How can I eat? Xia Ting pouted. Don't worry. I've asked Sister Chiu to send it over. Qin Feng smiled gently, being carefully taken care of by a boy. Xia Ting's beautiful eyes were full of satisfaction. She quietly reached out her hand from under the covers and held Qin Feng's palm, a happy smile spreading across her face. Later on, if you want to add anything to your home, ask her to do it. I'll give you $5 million. Spend it as you please. Qin Feng pinched Xia Ting's small nose and said dotingly. The way a man gave money was simply glowing. Xia Ting, who was already a bit eager, couldn't hold back a bit, and she forcefully dragged Qin Feng down onto the bed, ignoring the soreness of her body, and pounced on him. Ignoring the soreness of her body, she pounced on him. Hubby, I love you. With that, she kissed Qin Feng on the cheek. Qin Feng was only clad in a bathrobe, and with such a single stroke, he cut through the straps of his clothes, revealing his lean upper body, both of them skin to skin. Soon both moved in love. The delivery boy was angry. He called and was hung up by the customer 3 times. If it wasn't for the fact that it was a villa and there might be a tip, he would have been tempted to go straight to the platform and deal with it. He waited at the door for a full hour, and finally waited for the customer to pick up the food. Looking at the rich man who was not much more handsome than himself, he was sour and angry. Luckily, Qin Feng gave him $100 for the service fee, which made him smile again. Qin Feng put the breakfast on the table and finished the meal with Xia Ting, who had changed into a new dress and said he had to go to the company to get busy. Xia Ting was reluctant to leave and politely asked if she could go to the company with him. Qin Feng said he had to go to see a client and could not take her with him. Xia Ting knowingly let go, pretending to be pitiful, and asked, "Then if I miss you, can I send you a message?" "Of course you can. Why can't you send it?" Qin Feng asked back as a matter of course. "I'm not afraid of disturbing your work." Xia Ting pouted. "Oh, there's still time to read a Weibo. Don't think too much." Qin Feng finished, and then explained Xiao Lily to take care of Xia Ting. Xiao Lily smiled and said, "Don't worry, Mr. Qin, I will make Mrs. Qin satisfied." Hearing the word Mrs. Qin, Xia Ting was secretly happy inside and said in a petulant voice on the surface, "Sister Qiao, we're not married yet. Sooner or later, our Mr. Qin is deeply in love with you." Some of the flowers that dressed up the villa yesterday were tied by his own hands. For Qiao Lily's words, Xia Ting was very flattered. The eyes that looked at Qin Feng became even sweeter. Qin Feng was also very satisfied with Sister Qiao because she had met Shifuya and knew that he had other women, and ghosted her to help coax Xia Ting. The woman who had made $1 million a year right before did have a bit of something in her. Qin Feng was assured that after handing Xia Ting over to her, he got into Wang Gang's car and went to Shifuya's home. On the way, he received a WeChat from Xia Ting. The schoolgirl's enthusiasm was really hard to resist. "It's like she can't leave for a minute." Xia Ting said she wanted to make a swing in the yard. Qin Feng replied, "Agreed." Xia Ting said she wanted to buy a dog and asked him to go with her to choose one. Qin Feng replied, "Okay." After that, Xia Ting said she wanted to plant trees, make a pond, buy a deck chair, and get a vegetable garden. Qin Feng responded to all of them. "Hubby, will you get tired of me?" "No." "Then why do you always reply me with 2 words and 2 words? "Because, ? I like it." "Like what?" "You, nasty." Qin Feng's 2 true words directly teased Xia Ting won't. In fact, for the villa life depicted by Xia Ting, Qin Feng was also quite moved. Only that it wasn't the right time yet. He had gotten the system, and at the very least, he would have to wait for a few years to see the flowery world outside. If Xia Ting was willing to wait, then he would also keep his promise. After all, it was his first woman. In Qin Feng's heart, this girl had an exclusive place. Qin Feng arrived at the entrance of Shifuya's neighborhood and opened the door to get off. Seeing a very pretty girl standing on the side of the road, staring straight at him, Qin Feng recalled, and his strengthened brain instantly found the girl's memory. By seeing, charisma value 91, the running girl that he once met in front of Shifuya's house. Remembering that she was an anchor who did yoga, Qin Feng smiled politely at her and prepared to go in to find Shifuya. He wanted to put Shifuya's affairs in place sooner, but he didn't expect the girl to walk directly towards him and strike up a conversation. "Handsome guy, you look familiar. Haven't we met before?" "I've seen you before. You guided me to buy crab buns at that time," Qin Feng reminded. "We are so lucky." Add a WeChat. Bai Xiying took the initiative to open the QR code. Smilingly came over. "My name is Bai Xiying. I study dance, and occasionally do live broadcasts. This girl is also quite beautiful. Palm-sized face, small and exquisite. Her features were beautiful. Her lips were like cherry red, and her eyes were bright and white. Especially the dimples at the corners of her mouth looked especially sweet." Remembering the last time this anchor woman saw herself, she wasn't this enthusiastic. Qin Feng smiled and took out his cell phone to scan it. He is now a man with iron kidneys, and of course he won't refuse what is sent to him. Bai Xiying saw that she had successfully added the WeChat of the Rolls-Royce owner, and a self-satisfied smile appeared on her face. So rich and so young and handsome. A proper diamond bachelor. Higher quality than all the fish in her fish pond. She pondered how to take Qin Feng down. "Handsome guy, can you tell me your name so I can make a note?" My name is Qin Feng. You can call me Mr. Qin Feng said politely. The reason why he was acting so detached was because this chick was too open. The last time I saw her number of relationships was 8. And now looking at it, it's actually 9. In just a few days of work, a new member had joined. It didn't look like a good girl in any way. Qin Feng didn't plan to include her in his harem. At most, he would spend some money to play around and unlock some yoga poses. Mr. Qin sounds too old-fashioned. Handsome guy is so young. I'd rather call you Brother Feng. You can also call me CC. Why not Ing Ing? Qin Feng asked and knew why it wasn't Ing Ing. Because the pronunciation was similar to Boing Boing. Because my live room is called CC by Seeing said. Okay, let me know when you start broadcasting later. I'll go and give you a shout out. Qin Feng wanted to see her reward, but he felt that it wasn't good to give out red packets in person. It's like making a money deal. Okay, thanks Brother Feng. By Seeing operated her cell phone, her eyes constantly stealing glances at Qin Feng, prying. I still don't know what Brother Feng does. I was an investor before, and now I'm planning to move into the entertainment industry and set up a star agency or something. Qin Feng said casually. Is it the kind of agency that trains newcomers to make their debut? By Seeing asked in surprise. Well, we'll find some newcomers with high face value, spend a lot of money to train them to become idol trainees, and then pick the hardest working and most talented girl from them to tailor-make a few $100 million plus invested movies for her. Qin Feng put the plan in his head and roughly stated it. The entertainment industry was, to put it bluntly, a game of capital. Nowadays, traffic can be bought, fans can be bought, and water armies can be bought. With the advertisements going on all over the place, even if a stupid white sweet acting like a zombie, it can still be popularized. And the last thing Qin Feng needs right now is money. Wow, Brother Feng is amazing. By Seeing's eyes reveal a gleam of surprise as she asks, do you think I can be an artist? By Seeing spun around twice in front of Qin Feng. Spreading her hands out, she displayed her upright figure. Qin Feng swept his eyes twice. The young and pretty girl's figure was indeed great, wearing tight clothes, plus a super short pleated skirt that, spinning full of youthful vigor, looking extraordinarily watery. Not bad, Qin Feng commented with a slight smile. By Seeing's eyes sparkled with starlight. Then I can go to your company? We'll talk about it when the time comes. If you want, I'll arrange for an interview. As long as they were 90-point beauties, they could all enter the company, and it cost very little to raise them anyway. Even if they couldn't make money for themselves, it would be nice to come to their office once in a while and help with typing. But now that the company is still open, Qin Feng didn't say too much. Really? By Cici said cheerfully. That's great. I'm an art school graduate. Although I'm not an acting major, I'll learn it by heart. Most girls have the dream of becoming a big star. Her eyes were full of hope when she looked at Qin Feng at the moment. Although a few $100 million of investment sounded like bragging, the man who could afford to drive a Rolls Royce, even if he bragged, there were people who believed it. And just when the two were chatting, a Maserati stopped beside them. A well-dressed man came down from the car. White shirt, black pants, well-built, greasy hair, with a gold-rimmed glasses, less than 30 years old, dressed like a successful man. As soon as the man got out of the car, his eyes were fixed on Qin Feng, his eyes not too polite. See, who is this guy? The man didn't see Qin Feng's car and didn't know Qin Feng's class. All he saw was his girlfriend talking and laughing with another guy. This made him very angry. And Qin Feng's Rolls Royce was looking for a parking space at the moment. Wang Gang was very picky about parking spaces. He wouldn't stop if he wasn't charged. Qin Feng smiled politely at him and asked By Seeing, is this your boyfriend? By Seeing was a bit flustered. She accidentally chatted too much and forgot that she was waiting for her boyfriend. She nodded towards Qin Feng and went forward to take her boyfriend's hand, explaining, Wen Hao, this is my brother Feng. He might be my boss in the future. I'm talking to him about work. Chu Wenhao was her new list one, and rewarded her $50,000 to $60,000. Just happened to be in the same city, so they asked to come out to play. Met yesterday and found that the other party was okay except for being a bit short. Bought her a bag of more than 30,000 yuan, and also sent all kinds of gifts. It was a very high quality tycoon, so By Seeing wanted to maintain it properly. What future boss? You don't do anchoring anymore? Chu Wenhao said inexplicably. Brother Feng said that I have the potential to be a star. I want to try a different track. By Seeing explained quietly. Chu Wenhao frowned, feeling that his horse had been set up, and gasped. You believe everything he says? Qin Feng saw that this girl already had a boyfriend, and felt a bit spoiled and didn't bullshit with them anymore. He turned around and left. Stop. Who told you to leave? Chu Wenhao drank. The attitude of asking for punishment. as if Qin Feng had done something unforgivable. Hearing that her boyfriend seemed like he was going to cause trouble, Bai Xiying anxiously tugged on his hand and said, "Wen Hao, don't be like this." Qin Feng stood still and turned back to look at him, saying in a cold voice, "You're talking to me? Who else if not you?" Xu Wenhao shook off the anchor woman's hand and cursed, "Pretending to be a star scout to cheat my girlfriend and still want to run. Do you really think I'm a vegetarian?" Qin Feng laughed lightly, not bothering to argue. Looking at this man's aggressive plea for justice, he probably didn't know that his girlfriend took the initiative on her own. Qin Feng felt sad for this kind of stupidity. He stuck his hands in his pockets and cocked his head arrogantly. "Then what do you want?" Xu Wenhao didn't expect Qin Feng to admit so dryly and froze for a moment. Beside him, Bai Xiying immediately stepped forward and said to Qin Feng, "Brother Feng is sorry. You go back first. I'll explain to him. It's fine. I want to see what he wants to do with me. If he had accosted his girlfriend and was discovered by a man, then he should apologize and apologize. But now that he hadn't done anything wrong, what right did he have to be hollered at? I really think I am a vegetarian." Qin Feng, who has a super strong physique, is extraordinarily tough at the moment. This side, Xu Wenhao saw him molesting his girlfriend and still looking like he had a straight face, and said angrily, "Do you know who I am? Who cares who you are? Have the guts to hook up with someone else's girlfriend? Believe it or not, I'll call someone to get you killed." Had ha. Qin Feng laughed out loud and said to Bai Xiying, "Pretty girl, explain to me whether I've hooked up with you or not." Bai Xiying was caught in the middle and was in a hurry. She didn't want to offend both sides, so she said vaguely, "Don't fight over me, okay?" The tea tasted good, but the tea was so bad that neither of the two men at the scene wanted to drink it. Seeing that she refused to make her words clear, Qin Feng smiled slightly and was not surprised. Boyfriends were certainly more important. However, he also didn't want to suffer this bird's anger, so he said quietly, "Girl, I now feel that your condition meets the requirements of my company. I can make an exception to specially recruit you in and give you a chance for exposure." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiying's eyes lit up in surprise as she looked at Qin Feng and asked, "Really? Well, only you also know that when a star can have a scandal. Do you understand?" Qin Feng said, glancing at Xu Wenhao. Bai Xiying followed his eyes and saw Xu Wenhao, who was full of anger, veins popping up and gritting his teeth. She understood Qin Feng's meaning in seconds. On one side was the president who drove a Rolls-Royce and could possibly give himself a bigger stage. On one side was the big brother of List 1 who had given himself 100,000 or so. This kind of choice question, even a child wouldn't make a mistake. And most of what the big boss said would be true to his word. Bai Xiying made up her mind and just wanted to open her mouth to Xu Wenhao, only to hear the other party say first, "See, do you even believe the words of such a person? Wen Hao, if you continue to be so unreasonable, I'll really get angry." "I'm unreasonable? He's just lying to you. Aren't you stupid?" Xu Wenhao's liver hurt from anger. This kind of profession, this kind of talent scout, is a few hundred years ago. This stupid girl actually still fall for it. He now really had the urge to call someone over to beat up that man. "You're mean to me." Bai Xiying caught his crack and took the opportunity to lash out. "You actually scolded me for being stupid. Today you dare to scold me. Tomorrow you dare to beat me. I didn't think you were actually this kind of person. My chow, what kind of nerve are you having?" Xu Wenhao looked at her incredulously. "From now on, I don't want to see you again." "You go," Bai Xiying said decisively. Xu Wenhao looked back at Qin Feng, who was standing next to him eating melon without saying a word, and viciously said, "You have guts. You were dumped by her, not dumped by me. Get the point right, big brother," Qin Feng said with a smile. Xu Wenhao saw Qin Feng smiling with a teasing face, angry, wanted to jump up and give him a slap. As long as they fought, if the other party fought back, with his connections and relationships, whether he used black or white, he had a way to make his life impossible. Xu Wenhao was already dumbfounded, and just at this moment, there was a tall and powerful man running towards this side. His square face was full of seriousness, and his cold eyes were extremely stern. The person who came was none other than Wang Gang. He saw his boss clashing with someone and rushed over without stopping. Running to Qin Feng's side, he grimaced and glared at Xu Wenhao with man-eating eyes. When he looked at the posture of this kid across the street, he already had obvious intentions of attacking. Thinking about how his boss was almost beaten up when he failed to watch out, Wang Gang was very worried in his heart. How could this make him feel at ease to pull sure in the future? And Xu Wenhao, who was less than 1.7 meters, was currently being dominated by fear. The fierce eyes, the condescending look down, coupled with the indifference of not uttering a single word. Xu Wenhao, who tilted his head, was afraid that the other party would kill himself. "Is the car parked?" Qin Feng asked. "Aha," Wang Gang nodded, his eyes not moving away. "Let's go up then." Qin Feng finished and then instructed by seeing. Handle your own boyfriend on your own. Don't bring your personal matters to the company. Okay, brother Feng, by seeing responded. Qin Feng turned around and walked slowly. Quarrels kept coming from behind him. You bitch. When you see a rich man, you run to lick him. Aren't you disgusting? Everyone has the right to pursue happiness. Please don't get in my way. Fuck you. If you want to break up, give back the $100,000 I gave you. Fine. I'll give it back to you. After that, you'll wait to be arrested by the police. On what grounds? Qin Feng guessed that by seeing had a handle on that man. It's estimated that it's the male-female thing. That girl has to keep her hand in this kind of thing. She is by no means an idle person. I'll have to pay some attention to her in the future. Qin Feng thinks about things and gets into the elevator. Arriving at Shifuya's floor, he opened the door and went in. I don't know if Shifuya is up yet. He closes the door and puts the breakfast he brought on the dining table. Vaguely, he hears a panicked footsteps coming from Shifuya's room. The door to the room is locked. Qin Feng's brows tightened, feeling that something wasn't quite right. He quickly walked to the door and twisted the handle. Finding that he couldn't, Shifuya's slightly hoarse voice came from inside. Is brother back? Qin Feng was familiar with this voice. Xia Ting had almost screamed her throat out last night. Sis, what are you doing in there? Qin Feng pretended to be calm and said. No, not doing anything. Wait a minute. I'm not convenient right now, Shifuya said in a panic. Qin Feng didn't ask why it was inconvenient. It was already obvious. Shifuya was doing something bad inside. Qin Feng was wondering whether to kick the door open. He was confident in his feet. It was just that after kicking it open, what if it was really what he thought? What to do with that man? Beat him up, or finish him off? None of this could change the fact that it had already happened. Qin Feng knew that it was useless to get angry at this time. He slowed down for a while before suppressing the irritation in his heart and coldly said, When is convenient for you? Why don't you come over later? Sis isn't feeling too well today, so I might not be able to accompany you. Her tone calmed down, as if she wasn't ashamed of being blocked by her own man. Qin Feng also calmed down because he had a super strong physique. His brain wasn't swept away by anger and began to turn and think normally. Without seeing the man inside, there was no way to conclude that Shifuya had betrayed himself. So first of all, he had to determine if there was anyone inside. And confirming this kind of thing is also very simple. Just take a look at the photos. Qin Feng found the photo he had secretly taken of Shifuya and scanned it. Number of relationships, 3. Qin Feng was furious. Martyr, really stole a man behind his back. He remembered very clearly that the first time he met Shifuya, her count was 2. Qin Feng's eyes were on fire. He clenched his fists tightly, and his bones made a snapping sound. When he was about to be unable to hold back, he saw Shifuya in his mind's eye. In his mind, the image of Shifuya's tenderness towards him appeared. In the end, his heart softened. Put down his half-raised leg. I'm going out. There's breakfast on the table. After saying that, he turned around and walked towards the door. But he was 100 times unwilling to leave just like that. Qin Feng planned to wait outside the door for that man to come out and then bust his balls. Let this man know the consequences of touching his woman. He silently walked to the door and was about to put on his shoes when suddenly his eyes stared and realized that there were no other men's shoes on the floor except his own. What's going on here? Could it be that the man came in barefoot? At the thought of this, Qin Feng slapped his head violently and he then remembered that the object of Shifuya's third relationship was none other than himself. F***ck. What spicy chicken super strong body. Hasn't the brain been strengthened? Didn't even think of such a simple thing? Qin Feng secretly cursed and shrugged off the pot. He was so refreshed in his heart that he could see the sun in the clouds. Excitedly, he wanted to rush back and ruthlessly ravage Shifuya, blaming her for making him think the wrong way. Then he wondered what Shifuya was doing inside. Being secretive. Qin Feng thought a little, opened the door, took 2 steps in place, made a little footstep sound, and then closed the door behind him. Bang! He then stood still for a moment, waiting silently. Time passed minute by minute. After about 10 minutes, a choking sound if any came from inside. Qin Feng heard something wrong. Shifuya seemed to be crying? How was this possible? In his mind, Shifuya was just like a cold-blooded queen who would only be ferocious and wouldn't cry. What's going on today? Qin Feng was puzzled and wanted to go kick the door again. He waited for a while and saw that it hadn't subsided inside. Taking out his cell phone, he edited the text and sent it over. Sis, have you eaten breakfast yet? It took a while to receive a reply. Eaten. No lying to me. Didn't lie to you. Then you say I bought a bun or an egg cake. Give you 20 seconds to answer. If you don't, I'm going to beat someone up. After Qin Feng sent the message, he heard a rush of footsteps from the room. The door was opened immediately afterward. Qin Feng met Shifuya's appearance. She was at home wearing a decent black slim-fitting dress with the hemline covering her knees and her shoulders padded on both sides. Dark hair was draped behind her back like she had been dressed up. The face was still as pretty as ever, except that the fox eyes were red and swollen, and there was a little tear in her eye, and on the white face, there were 4 red bars printed clearly. Xin Feng took a look and his face went cold, the anger in his eyes even more exuberant than just now. The slap marks on the woman's face were as if they were on his face. Xin Feng's nostrils all widened by a circle, spewing out a bearish rage as he said in a single word, "Who did this?" Seeing Xin Feng standing in the doorway, Shifuya was startled and retreated back into the room in a panic, ready to close the door. Xin Feng moved quickly and chased after her in 3 steps, steadily pressing against the door of the room and said in a deep voice, "Sis, if you don't make it clear, then I'll have to find out for myself." The door of the room slowly opened under the man's brute force. Shifuya helplessly stopped resisting, turned her face, and said, "It's my own carelessness that hurt me." Xin Feng stepped forward and wrapped his arm around Shifuya's waist, his other hand raised high behind her and fell heavily. Splat! Ah! The slap, despite the collected force, still made Shifuya scream out. "I told you, lying is punishable by a beating," Xin Feng said seriously. "I asked for it." Shifuya pushed against the man's chest, trying to struggle away from him, but she was steadily held by the man. Unable to move, she helplessly coaxed, "Brother, don't ask. It's none of your business. My sister was beaten up." "You say it's none of my business?" Xin Feng was furious. "Tell me who it is. I'm going to shovel his whole family." Shifuya hurriedly covered Xin Feng's mouth and cautiously admonished him, "Don't talk nonsense. You can't afford to mess with him." Xin Feng was exasperated and laughed. As long as he was willing to be recruited, then there was no one in this world he couldn't afford to mess with. Whether it was to participate in sports competitions and fight for the country's glory, or to go to an enemy country and spend money to sabotage the finances, all of Huaxia needed him and would back him up. There was no one in this world with a harder background than him. You just say it's who the other party is, leave the rest to me. If I don't beat the sure out of him today, count him as pulling clean, Xin Feng said boldly. Shifuya gave him a blank look without any good humor and said the name of the person who slapped her. Shi Weiguo, my father. Go ahead and fight. Xin Feng was confused on the spot. Xin Feng immediately wimped out when he heard that the one who slapped was her father. He thought that he had just gotten his super strong physique and some stupid villain would come over to give away his experience. He didn't expect that what came was a big boss. This can't be done if you can't make a move and can't talk back. What can be done? Why did your father beat you? Xin Feng asked tentatively. My father is impatient and doesn't want me to work in the bar. I spoke up twice. Shifuya lightly covered up a sentence. In fact, the real situation was that after she sent EE to school one today, her parents wanted her to go home to meet someone. When she went back, the other person had already arrived and was sitting in her old home constrained drinking tea. It was a man in his 30s, well-dressed and well-mannered, wearing a black-rimmed glasses, looks quite gentlemanly. After the introduction learned, the other party has a car and a house, have a proper occupation. It is the character of the boring point, but also divorced once. It is said that his wife ran away with a rich man. Shifuya has said many times, so that the parents to stop a little bit, not the whole thing. She does not want to go on a blind date, but her parents refused, insisted on EE to find a stepfather, said not to let people look at the joke. Shifuya was helpless. Directly toward the man, she brightened the tattoo on her wrist, and informed the other party of her workplace. That Sven man was embarrassed. The bar is so chaotic place. How can there be any good girl? And look at Shifuya, people look so beautiful, I guess, and she dealt with a lot of men. Marrying her would cause a lot of trouble. His ex-wife was abducted because she was too pretty. He didn't want to make the same mistake, so he left on the spot. Shi Weiguo, Shifuya's father, was infuriated by his daughter's behavior. In the past, she didn't listen to advice and had to be with that gangster. Now the gangster has been stabbed to death for several years, but still refused to find a good family to get married and live a solid life. He asked her to quit her job as a bar girl a long time ago, but she has been delayed until now, and she has lost the face of the whole family. Shi Weiguo slapped her in anger and scolded angrily. I don't have a daughter like you. Shifuya covered her face, didn't say a word, and drove back home. She hid in her room and cried all morning until Xin Feng came over to stop. Faced with Xin Feng asking why he beat her, Shifuya didn't spill the beans. She was afraid that if she said it, it would make Xin Feng misunderstand. She was already satisfied with the current relationship and didn't dare to ask for too much. She lightly brought it up in one sentence, and then asked as if nothing had happened. Do you want to eat here at noon? I'll go cook for you. Don't you cook? I'll ask the hotel to send the meal over later, Xin Feng said. He keenly sensed that Shifuya was hiding something. Xin Feng didn't pursue the question. This was after all someone's private matter. and it looked nosy for him to get to the bottom of it. If he wanted to know, he could only secretly go and check it out privately. He wrapped his arms around Shifuya and sat on the bed, touching the marks on her face, indignantly saying, "Does it hurt? Your father is also too much. How can he hit a girl's face? It's fine. It wasn't very hard. It'll be fine after a while." Shifuya relieved. "The more I think about it, the more angry I am. Even your father can't hit my woman. Ah, you see the situation is not right in the future. Hurry to hide, know it?" Qin Feng said with heartache. "I deliberately let him hit," Shifuya said quietly as she drew circles on Qin Feng's chest with her fingers. She wore a V-neck, sexy collarbone below the snow-white piece. From the top of the close viewing is very attractive. Qin Feng was shaken, and it took a while for him to react. He reacted only after a while, and cursed himself for not being a thing. His own woman was beaten. He still only want to take advantage. He quickly asked, "Are you stupid? Why did you let him hit? I want him to take his anger out. It's not easy to raise a disobedient daughter," Shifuya said lightly. Her face had little expression. No emotions could be seen. Qin Feng was speechless. This woman was both gentle and stubborn, understanding and heartbreaking. As long as it was someone she cared about, she would try to give the biggest concession possible. Qin Feng subsided and said, "Once you've straightened out the bar, don't say you're working at the bar." "Aha." Shifuya nodded obediently, snuggled into Qin Feng's arms and closed her eyes. Having someone she liked comforting her made her feel much better in her heart. No matter how old a woman was, she wanted to be cared for and pampered. "Enough about me, brother. You've changed so much in the past 2 days. It feels like people have gotten stronger." Shifuya pinched Qin Feng's muscles, touching the east and the west. It felt like even the smell of his body had become full of hormones. She inexplicably felt a little hot in the face when she smelled it. Qin Feng's fire slowly went down at the woman's teasing, but his anger gradually rose. "Don't touch it. Be careful of putting you on the spot," Qin Feng declared. Shifuya let out a light laugh and stopped moving around. Looking at the stoic Qin Feng, she curved the corner of her mouth. She had a good idea of what the man had come to see her for. "Did my face spoil your fun?" Qin Feng didn't expect that she was still thinking about that kind of thing for herself even after being beaten. He couldn't help but feel that he was a scumbag as he righteously said, "Sis, is that the only purpose I'm looking for you for?" In fact, he had come with that purpose in mind. He had planned to plow hard in the last 2 days and plant a strong seed. If Shifuya got the child he had promised her, maybe the goodwill would be full. But this slap ruined his seed planting plan. Now that Shifuya was in such a bad mood, Qin Feng didn't dare to forcefully sow the seed at all. Seeing his exaggerated expression, Shifuya winked playfully and laughed lightly. "Then what is your hand touching? It's not under control. What can I do?" Qin Feng rationalized. Shifuya gave him a blank look and said, "Why don't I turn around so that I can't see it?" After saying that, she lifted her hair backward with both hands and prepared to pull the zipper behind her back. This indulgence-like accommodation caused Qin Feng to feel slightly guilty. He hurriedly stops it. "Sis, don't be like this. I'm a decent person." As he said that, in a fit of excitement, he reached out and accidentally ripped the skirt off Shifuya's body, revealing her smooth and fragrant skin. A moment of spring light leaked. A long time later, "I'll hire a nanny for you, and in the future, let EE come and live here, so you don't have to go back to see your parents so often." Qin Feng exhaled a mouthful of smoke and said slowly. He enjoyed smoking in front of Shifuya at this time. There was a sense of accomplishment after conquering. "No need. I'm not used to one more person. I can take care of EE by myself in the future." Shifuya gently shook her head. Qin Feng was a bit tickled by her hair around her, reaching out to help straighten her hair behind her ear, revealing her exquisite side face. Those 4 marks gradually faded after time. Without a serious look, it was almost impossible to tell. Qin Feng lamented. "Sister, you're so pretty. How come you're a laborer? You don't even know how to enjoy the blessings." Shifuya explained, "I'm a picky person, and I'm a bit of a clean freak. I'm afraid of scolding those nannies away. I'm afraid of scolding the nannies." Qin Feng couldn't bear to say how hard it is to do everything by yourself. "Oh, which brother hard with a fragrance in the morning, afraid that others do not know you have a girl yesterday accompanied as if." Shifuya raised her head, tapped Qin Feng's head with her slender fingers and reminded with a smile, "When you go out to meet other girls in the future, remember to dissipate the smell and be careful not to get caught." Qin Feng lowered his head and sniffed his own body odor, strangely saying, "Is there any? Why can't I smell it?" "Of course you can't smell it. You're not a woman." Shifuya glanced at him in a good-natured manner. "Showing off. Moreover, I can still tell that the smell on you is Tingting's." She didn't mind that Qin Feng had been to Xia Ting's place. She just didn't want Qin Feng to be overworked. Qin Feng was shocked and said incredulously, "My chow, this you can smell this too?" Shifuya leaned her chin on Qin Feng's shoulder and laughed. don't you know? On the matter of men cheating, every woman is Sherlock Holmes. Awesome. Qin Feng was a bit tickled and was ready to teach Holmes a lesson. He extinguished his cigarette in the extra ashtray at the end of the bed. Once again, he bullied his body. Shifuya exclaimed, "You took your medicine? Eat AP? I was hiding my strength before," Qin Feng said stiffly. The room with the curtains closed was dark. It wasn't until noon that light shone in. Qin Feng was a bit tired as he lay on the bed. This body was no longer strong enough for him to squander so much. It's been less than 12 hours since he got his hands on it, and he's been fighting half the time. If it was his previous body, he would have run out of gas long ago. Qin Feng touched Shifuya's face and lamented that the female goblin was just too bewitching to hold. Every time he touches her, he gets ideas. Her long legs were bent and her head was leaning on her arms, making her relaxed posture slightly lazy. The thin blanket covering most of her body. The soft light in the room shines on her skin, which is simply white and glowing. Qin Feng swallowed, stopped the unhealthy thoughts. The two of them lie quietly, enjoying the afterglow of passion. At this moment, time moved very slowly and the world became unusually quiet. It was as if all the disturbances were far away with the wind. Only the exchange of each other's hearts against each other's hearts remained. For a while, Qin Feng felt that he should say something, so he searched his intestines and racked his brain to find some earthy love words to say to Shifuya. Most of it was what was said yesterday. Shifuya was obviously very flattered, but just at this moment, there was a soft sound from outside the house. Drip drip drip. Qin Feng's ears twitched after his hearing was strengthened. He heard the movement of someone opening the door with a combination lock. Who else in your house knows the combination? Shifuya was in the middle of being moved, wondering why Qin Feng asked this question before she could answer. She only heard the sound of the door opening from outside. Immediately after that, someone walked in and closed the door behind them. Bang! The sound snapped on the hearts of the two people in the room. Both of them had no clothes on. The two people looked at each other face to face, like adulterers who were about to be caught in adultery. Shifuya panicked a bit and spoke in a hurry. Quickly! You quickly hide! She lowered her volume and pulled Qin Feng. Looking around, Qin Feng was stunned by this operation of her husband coming back, and couldn't help but follow suit and tense up. He was afraid of being cut down by her man for molesting a married woman. He lifted the bed sheet and looked at the bottom of the bed, and found that there was only a crack at the bottom of the bed in her house, and it was hard to reach out, so it was impossible to drill in. Qin Feng was so anxious that he wanted to jump over the wall. Just then, he suddenly reacted. Didn't her husband hang up? Then what's the point of panicking? Sis, who is it? Why do you want me to hide? Qin Feng felt ashamed of his earlier expression and spoke louder. Shifuya became even more anxious and quietly explained. It's my parents. Only they and you can enter my house. What? It's your parents? Then isn't it time to meet the parents? Qin Feng immediately panicked again. This was even scarier than Shifuya's husband coming back. He's never seen such a battle in all his life and was terrified. He hurriedly looked around for a place to hide, but Shifuya's room was empty. A glance swept away. Where to hide? At this time, Shifuya barefoot ran to lock the door of the room. Today is the second time she locked the door. The movement is very skillful. Listening to the footsteps outside getting closer and closer, she was also a bit panicked. She didn't want her parents to see Qin Feng at this time. It was especially embarrassing. It would also give them a bad impression. Xiao Ye, are you in there? A female voice with a softer voice came from outside. Just by listening to the voice, one could imagine that it was a very cultured woman. However, this gentle voice made Qin Feng's heart beat faster. He was nervous and bad. Using his mouthpiece, he asked Shifuya what to do. Shifuya didn't know what to do either. Intending to wait and see what her parents wanted, Qin Feng had never experienced being blocked by a woman's parents, so he was sure to lose face when he went out. When the time comes, he might even get beaten up. It doesn't matter if he's all iron bones. The key is if Shifuya's parents won't let Shifuya see herself in the future. What to do? I have no intention of marrying Shifuya. In case of trouble, her parents to cut off the relationship between father and daughter. Then he will become a sinner. Then he would be a sinner. Qin Feng was in a cold sweat. At this time, another knock came from outside. Xiao Ya, don't be quiet. I know you're in there. Shifuya's mother's name was Su Jinhua. She entered the door and heard movement in the room inside. She also saw the crab soup dumplings on the table and knew that her daughter was inside. She sighed softly and comforted. Xiao Ya, don't be angry with your father. He is also for your own good. It is ultimately inconvenient for you to live alone as a woman. Shifuya's mom saw her husband's hands in the morning and was heartbroken, fearing that Shifuya would not be able to think straight. When she coaxed her husband, she rushed over to comfort her daughter. She was so happy to see her husband. She rushed over to comfort her daughter and persuade her. After so many years, She didn't want her daughter to continue to be stubborn. Listen to mom's words. Open the door. Find an honest man to partner life. Today that although divorced, but you are also with a child. Vision is not too high. In the room, faced with Chin Fong casting an inquiring gaze, Shifuya helplessly interrupted her mother's chatter. Mom, stop it. I know what to do. It's good that you know. Don't take your father's words to heart either. He's just such a person. Su Jinhua saw her daughter finally spoke out, and listened to the tone of voice does not seem to be much of a big deal. Slightly relieved, and read a few sentences. Seeing that it was almost noon, she said, Did you buy vegetables? I'll go make you a meal. I'll go back after lunch. Shifuya had a nodding head, not realizing that her own mother was planning to eat lunch. Only then did Chin Fong realize what had happened in the morning. It turned out to be that Shifuya refused to go on a blind date and was beaten by her father. Chin Fong was touched for a moment. Going forward and hugging Shifuya, he softly said, Sister, I've let you suffer. Shifuya wasn't in the mood for hugging at this time. Her mom was right outside. She pushed Chin Fong away, found his clothes and pants, handed them to him and said, You put your clothes on first. I'll go out later and take my mom out for dinner. You hurry too. After saying that, she started to put on her clothes herself, and checked her neck and neckline for strawberry marks in the mirror. Chin Fong saw her panicked appearance and felt guilty in his heart. While putting on his pants, he said, Why don't I go meet your parents? Shifuya glared at him and said, Stinky brother, trying to get me killed aren't you? I just had a fight with my family today and you show up in my room. They'll think you're a wild man. Chin Fong shrunk his neck. Indeed, even if he wanted to meet her parents, he couldn't meet them in a way that he was caught in bed. And just then, a puzzled voice came from outside. Ha, Xiao Ya, why is there a pair of plus-size shoes at your door? Chin Fong tensed up when he saw that his shoes had been discovered by her mom. Shifuya also had a moment of scalp numbness, looking left and right, pulling Chin Fong and stuffing him into the closet, pretending as if nothing had happened. She said, The seller sent the wrong goods. I was going to return them and left them at the door. Really? Su Jinhua had a hint of skepticism, ran to the door of the room and knocked on the door. You open the door. What are you doing locking the door in broad daylight? Chin Fong was panicking now, worried that her mom would run in and check the room. He didn't think it was safe to hide in the closet, and wanted to find a place to hide, like jumping out of the window and hanging on the window edge, or jump to the ceiling in the corner of the doorway. But the risk is very high, either scared to death of passers-by outside, or scared to death of Shifuya's mom, are very inappropriate. Just when he was thinking hard, suddenly remembered that he still had 2 hypnosis techniques that he hadn't used. Shifuya's mom was so old, how could she not be a 90, right? If he was caught, the big deal would be to erase this memory of her mom. Chin Fong, who was hiding in the closet, instantly calmed down. Over here, Shifuya's mental quality is also good. Calmly opened the door and naturally walked out. Mom, you don't need to cook. There's no food in the fridge. Let's go out to eat, Shifuya said casually. Her mom, Su Jinhua, took advantage of the moment the door opened and stretched out her neck to take a hard look at the situation inside. She didn't see any men's things. Seeing her daughter walk out with a big smile on her face, she thought for a moment that it was true. For a moment she thought that she had really overthought it, until she saw her own daughter's face full of spring, with a peach blossom image in her eyes completely without the look of having been wronged in the morning. Su Jinhua was suspicious again. Are you hiding something from me? What can I do? Shifuya laughed. When Su Jinhua saw her daughter come out and smoothly put the door on, she had a rough guess in her heart. She tugged her daughter's hand and came into the kitchen, closing the kitchen door and lowering her voice to ask, You have a man inside? Mom, don't think nonsense. If I had a man I would bring it to you. Shifuya's eyes flashed. Su Jinhua was already certain. There was definitely something wrong with her daughter. Thinking that she didn't dare to bring it out to see herself openly, it was probably another thing that couldn't be brought to the surface. She was angry. Hating her daughter and glaring at her, she suppressed her anger and asked, How come this girl of yours still doesn't have a long memory? Where is this one mixed up this time? I can't understand what you're saying, Shifuya said helplessly. Su Jin softly scolded, You still want to repeat the same mistake, is not it? Your father's reputation is notorious. Have you ever thought for your father? Even find some unsavory people. Shifuya felt that across the 2 room doors. Chin Fong inside should not hear this. She also didn't want to argue and let her mom scold her. How did I raise you such an uncaring thing? A good object not to talk about. As much as find some social scum. You get rid of him as soon as possible. You hear me? A good match to find a man who is good to you. Don't be capricious anymore. You're 30 years old. You need to think about your future. Don't focus on those bad men all day long. Shifuya couldn't help but retort. How do you know it's the bad ones? Seeing that he finally admitted it, Her mom became even more angry and accused. He hides inside and doesn't dare to come out. Obviously he doesn't want to be responsible for you. This kind of person is considered a good man? Mom, stop it. I'll handle my own matters myself. You go back, Shurfuya coldly said. Her mom was furious and really wanted to leave her alone. But in the end, she was her own daughter. She couldn't bear it, sighed, and just wanted to persuade her in a nice voice. I didn't expect the sound of the door opening to come from outside. Then with a bang, the door was closed. This is the door to the entrance of the house, right next to the kitchen. Sujinwa closed the kitchen door, could not see the situation outside. She thought that the man in Shurfuya's room had sneaked out. In her heart, she felt immensely disappointed in her daughter's vision. This kind of irresponsible man. She will never let her daughter continue to get along with him. But just at this time, a man's voice came from the living room. Honey, are you home? Sujinwa was shocked. She completely did not expect it to be a man coming in and addressing him so intimately. She looked at her daughter, who was equally surprised, and wondered what was going on. Sujinwa asked in a low voice, "Your boyfriend?" Shurfuya heard that it was Qin Feng's voice and immediately reacted. Just now, she also thought it was Qin Feng who had left. Unexpectedly, he actually didn't leave again and still opened and closed the door. Shurfuya felt a hint of amusement when she thought of his operation. Now that he pretended to come in from outside, he could perfectly get out of the situation of being caught in adultery. She replied, "Well, I just handed it in. I haven't had time to tell you yet." Sujinwa was surprised. "Then who is that one in your room?" Shurfuya didn't panic and said backwards, "What room? What are you thinking about blindly?" Since everyone was out now, Shurfuya simply opened the kitchen door and formally introduced her mother. "Mom, this is Qin Feng, a year younger than me." Qin Feng met Shurfuya's mother, a woman in her 50s with glowing skin and a rosy complexion. Her hair was permed into wavy curls, a favorite style of middle-aged women. There were faint wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and forehead. Her body was a bit out of shape, and vaguely, she could see the similarity with Shurfuya from her face and eyes. Everyone's face value would be greatly reduced once they got fat. Shurfuya's mother looked like an ordinary older mom. Meeting his mother-in-law for the first time, Qin Feng put on a surprised and nervous expression and hurriedly said politely, "Hello auntie, I'm Shurfuya's boyfriend." Sujinwa's eyes surveyed Qin Feng from top to bottom and finally landed on Qin Feng's shoes. Only seeing that Qin Feng was wearing a pair of black leather shoes, he had indeed just come in from outside. She no longer had half a doubt. Smiling, she nodded, feeling very satisfied with this medium-height, regular shirt and decent-looking boy. She was in a better mood and revealed a cordial smile. Entertaining. Hello, little Qin, right? Come in and sit down. Don't be polite." Qin Feng giggled and replied, took off his shoes and walked into the house. Shurfuya followed up and said to Qin Feng in a volume just audible to her mom, "Honey, my mom just happened to come over today. Sorry I didn't tell you in advance." "It's okay. I should have visited earlier," Qin Feng said smilingly as he sat on the sofa. Qin Feng was in the closet when he heard the voice of Shurfuya's mom lecturing Shurfuya about being denigrated and abused like this. He expressed his anger. If he didn't stand up for Shurfuya, how could Shurfuya hold her head up in front of her family in the future? How about it? "Your brother, I'm smart, right?" Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and said softly to Shurfuya while her mom didn't come over. "Oh, really smart? Where did the shoes come from?" Shurfuya's beautiful eyes flashed. "Curious. Heaven's opportunity cannot be revealed," Qin Feng said smugly. At this moment, there was a tall man sitting on the stairs outside the door. He was wearing only socks on his feet, the color of his nativity. He was torn between waiting for Qin Feng to return the shoes to him or going out to buy a pair. It had nothing to do with money. The main thing was that size 46 leather shoes weren't very good, and wearing other shoes home would make it easy to quarrel with his own mother-in-law. It is well known that he is not very good at quarreling. Inside the house, after a few pleasantries and courtesies, Shurfuya's mother began to step into the main topic. "What does little Qin do?" "Oh, before, he was working as the head of the regional security system, as well as guaranteeing the operation of humanity's basic energy needs. Only he doesn't do that anymore." Qin Feng, relying on the fact that he had a backhand, blindly babbled a few times. The big deal was that he had wasted a hypnosis spell, so he wasn't afraid at all. Sujinwa was confused, not knowing what Qin Feng said. She only understood the key part, meaning that she didn't do this anymore. "Then what kind of work are you doing now?" Sujinwa pursued. "National Human Resource Reserve Cadre, quite knowledgeable about organic manufacturing." Qin Feng humbly laughed, as if it wasn't a marvelous job. Although Sujinwa couldn't understand it, she somehow felt it was bullish. "I did not think that little Qin is young, career so powerful. I take the liberty of asking, salary treatment in this regard can be revealed?" "Ha ha ha, No salary. I pay myself. Qin Feng laughed. Hearing Qin Feng say this, Su Jinoa's evaluation of Qin Feng was a bit higher. This was clearly a big boss. She was busy and did not hesitate to cut fruits and buy food to cook for Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't excuse himself either, smilingly watching her get busy. Under the enthusiasm of his mother-in-law, Qin Feng had a sumptuous lunch at Shifuya's house. The craftsmanship was unexpectedly good. It had the flavor of hometown dishes. The food was so good that Qin Feng praised it frequently. Su Jinoa's face was wrinkled with laughter. During the lunch, Qin Feng thought about the fact that the Shi family's reputation in the village wasn't very good. He was thinking about whether to invest in building a few buildings and renting them out for free in Shifuya's name. Those villagers should not dare to chew their tongue anymore as they are under the fence. Fame was something that would come naturally as long as one had the money and was willing to spend it. A matter of fast and slow. Qin Feng had a lunch, and seeing that Shifuya's mom still refused to leave, he was ready to leave. The matter of building a building was not urgent. Wait until you find someone who does real estate development. He politely excused himself, ignoring Shifuya's mom's passionate retention, and left Shifuya's house, wearing away his white board shoes, leaving behind Weingang's leather shoes. Shifuya's mom didn't have any suspicions when she saw them. She only took it as Qin Feng's spare shoes here. After Qin Feng left, Su Jinoa pulled Shifuya's hand and complained. You said you. Why didn't you say anything to your family when you found someone? Shifuya faintly said, I originally called him over today just to ask him if he wants to meet you guys. Su Jinoa thought as if he really didn't give her time. His old face reddened and pulled away from the topic. So how did you guys talk about it? How many people are in his family? In the end what do? Talked about okay. Intend to have a child first. Shifuya's calm voice scared her mom. Su Jinoa was shocked that the bowl was not washed. Hurriedly ran out to question. What? You don't want to get married first? You want to have a child first? Where is this reasoning? Have you been cheated? Mom, don't be anxious. He won't cheat me. Shifuya pacified. I think you're just being cheated by him. Talking in the clouds. Can't understand a single word. How much money does he make a year? Su Jinoa pursued. I don't know. Shifuya shook her head. You see, I told you. Stupid daughter A dime cannot see to listen to his nonsense. You are really angry with me. Su Jinoa sat down next to his daughter, ready to start cursing. But he gave me $60 million. Shifuya's words were like a hammer, interrupting her spell casting. Su Jinoa's eyes widened in disbelief and shock. What? $60 million? Aha. Really? Shifuya nodded faintly and said. Real money turned over. Su Jinoa people were dumbfounded. Half a day did not react. What is the concept of $60 million? Their villagers pooled funds to build a community building do not need $60 million. This had to be rich to what extent to talk about a boyfriend and girlfriend to send out so much money. She trembled and said, This, so much money you also dare to take? Shifuya didn't answer, just took out 2 cards from her bag, put them on the table, and said to her own mother, 5 million each, you and father 1 each. It's my filial piety to both of you. You take it back to buy things you should buy. Don't be reluctant to spend money. Su Jinoa looked at the card on the table without moving and asked worriedly, what if he asks you to return it? No. He's not that kind of person. Shifuya laughed. He's a big shot. The driver and nanny all make $2 million a year. So it's not that bad. Su Jinoa worried. This kind of big family. How can we climb up? Oh. What are their requirements? Shifuya held her hand. Gently comforted. Mom, don't worry about it. We are still talking about friends. Don't think that far ahead. Su Jinoa thought of her daughter's initial comment about having a child. And all of a sudden she didn't know what to say. This solid $60 million gave her no reason to blame her daughter. Giving birth to a child for $60 million. How in the world can there be such a good thing? If she could give birth herself, she would want to give birth to one. Only the price is too high. If she gives birth, she will probably get divorced. She had to think twice. But her own daughter doesn't need to divorce. She has already given birth to one. There is nothing to worry about. Su Jinoa waved her hand and took away the $10 million on the table, saying, I can't control you. Anyway, you look after yourself. Qin Feng returned to his home, opened WeChat. Another group of people were looking for him. Not only were they classmates and friends, even people he didn't contact before ran over. They all asked the same question. Is that you who proposed in Shake Shack? The class group even exploded. Constantly at Qin Feng at Xia Ting came out to talk, asking if they were together. Qin Feng was unsure. He found 2 familiar ones and asked. Only then did he realize that the video of his marriage proposal yesterday was sent to Jitterbug, and there were nearly 1 million likes in one night. Qin Feng swiped Jain to look for it and quickly brushed himself. The title was, "Is this the marriage proposal scene of a rich man? Sending villas, diamond rings, and a big handsome man." The image first gave a close-up of the bow on the villa and then moved to the stage. In the sky of flower petals, the man confessed his love, and then kneeled down on one knee to set the ring. The opposite side of the stunning beauty was so moved that she embraced the man with tears in her eyes. It was simply the ideal romantic love. More than 100,000 comments below. "I've been hanging and beating my dad for 3 hours and he still won't admit he's a billionaire." Family members, who understands? "I showed it to my boyfriend and he actually said it was posed. This guy is so charming. If my boyfriend looked like this, he'd wake up laughing in his dreams. What kind of young man is this? What a big deal." Hot air balloons. "Buying a diamond ring is an IQ tax." This comment only has a few thousand likes. The comment below it has tens of thousands of likes. Only those who can't afford it will say that diamond rings are an IQ tax. Oops. This is clearly on fire.